Other people's soul banners are connected to thousands of friends, while your soul banner is connected to millions of pigs. This is because you have crossed into the world of immortals and demons, yet possess a golden finger that allows you to return to Blue Star. To refine a soul banner, only living souls are needed. So, let's take a look at the slaughterhouse that slaughters millions of pigs every year. Human Skin Book, Grievance Bell, Soul Refining Banner. Every novice magic cultivator will choose one of these as their magical treasure. You crouch in front of a stall, carefully selecting, and recall a meme from Blue Star: if you don't work hard in cultivation today, you'll be brothers in the banner of 10,000 souls tomorrow. You decisively choose the soul refining banner as your novice magical treasure. With this soul refining banner, you should pass this month's assessment with ease. 6 months ago, you were transported to this cultivation world by a mirror, and by chance, you happened to join the Xiantian sect as a disciple. Although you are just a servant disciple with a mixed spiritual root, you are still very happy, as you are much better off than a mortal without a spiritual root. However, who would have thought that before you could settle in, the Xiantian sect was destroyed by the Ghost King sect? Fortunately, most of the servant disciples, except for those who unfortunately died in the sect's battle, were taken in by the Ghost King sect, and you transformed from a servant of the Xiantian sect into an outer disciple of the Ghost King sect. I have to say, this can also be considered a promotion of identity. But the demon sect also has its advantages. Cultivating demons does not require high qualifications, mainly relying on resources. Demons plunder all resources to sustain themselves, and when it falls into the hands of demon cultivators, they refine souls, dismantle bones, and strip skin and tendons, wasting not a single bit. This can be seen from the fact that among the entire Xiantian sect, there is not even a bone fragment left for anyone who has achieved success in cultivation. As for you miscellaneous disciples who can survive, it all depends on waste. However, the cultivation of the demonic path is indeed fast, and it's not an exaggeration. You practiced the techniques of the Xiantian sect for half a year without any progress, but after practicing the soul refining method of the Ghost King sect, you became a first-layer little demon cultivator in just a month. Although part of this is due to the accumulation from your previous half-year, and you also refined and absorbed a living soul provided by the Ghost King sect, your speed is also a result of being forced. After all, a servant you were familiar with disappeared overnight, and the next day, they were gone. Not knowing whose resource they had become, you return to your own room, and as the door closes, a barrier rises, isolating your room from the outside, giving you a sense of security. This is considered one of the benefits of becoming a chi refining practitioner. Before long, you have finally refined the soul banner in your hand. Soul banners are different from ordinary magical tools. They are growth-type magical tools, and their power depends entirely on the quantity and quality of the souls they contain. As long as you have enough materials and souls, you can transform it into 100 soul banner, 1,000 soul banner, and even a 10,000 soul banner exclusive to powerful practitioners of the demonic path. Everything is ready. As soon as you think of it, a flash of light passes over the void mirror in your mind, and then your body silently disappears from the room. When you come to your senses, you have already returned to your rental apartment. You look at the familiar yet strange scene in the room, not thinking much, and hurriedly run to the window, looking at the tall buildings, vehicles, and pedestrians outside, taking a while to suppress your excitement. It has been half a year, and only after breaking through to the chi refinement stage have you successfully opened the void mirror for traveling between the two realms. Do you know how this half year has passed? Walking on thin ice, you took a deep breath and surveyed the environment in the room. Although it had been more than half a year, you still clearly remembered that this was the place you rented 6 months ago. But now, looking at the small clothes casually scattered on the bed and the pink quilt, you could basically confirm that your home had been occupied by someone else. But then you thought, you had spent more than half a year in that fairy tale world, and you had no idea how much time had passed on Blue Star. It seemed that the rent from back then was about to expire. You scanned the small room with your consciousness, and it was instantly clear that there was no one inside. You looked around the room but couldn't find the phone you had left behind. Even your old belongings are few, and you don't know if the landlord threw them away. However, you didn't care much. After all, there wasn't anything important. It was just quite troublesome without an ID card and bank card. You walked out of the house, went to the top floor, and arrived in front of the landlord's door. Your consciousness passed through the door, and the scene inside the house was soon fully revealed to you. After finding your ID card in one of the rooms, you couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You didn't have much time, so it was naturally great not to waste time reapplying for an ID card. Knock, knock, knock. You knock on the door, and after a while, it is opened by a graceful young girl. Xiaoxin, long time no see. You greet her with a smile. The girl looks at you with confusion, her eyes filled with caution. After all, you are dressed in black with long hair, although you are handsome and extraordinary. She is still wary despite being infatuated. After a moment, Wang Jiasen seems to recognize you and tentatively asks, "Are you brother Yi Yun? I'm here to get my ID card. I don't know if it's still here." You ask knowingly, "You really are brother Yi Yun? Why are you dressed like this?" Wang Jiasen looked at you happily. You naturally know how different you are, and can only smile and say, "A friend called me to shoot a movie. I just got back." Wang Jiasen looked at you reproachfully. "I thought something happened to you. You didn't take anything and just disappeared without saying a word. If I hadn't put your things away, my dad would have thrown them out." "Thank you." You smiled and thanked her, then changed the subject. "Aren't you going to school today?" "I'm on vacation. Hurry up and come in. I'll get your things for you." Then Wang Jiasen stepped aside to let you in, and quickly walked into her bedroom to get your things. You looked at her silhouette and sighed in your heart. You usually helped this girl with her homework, so her thoughts couldn't be hidden from you. However, whether in the past or now, you just didn't have that mindset. You received the phone, wallet, and clothes that Wang Jiasen left for you. You looked at the time. It has been more than half a year, which is not much different from the time you spent in the immortal demon world. It seems that the flow of time in the two worlds should be the same, which makes you feel a lot more relaxed. This way, you can better manage the time to return to the immortal demon world. You need to go back before the exam. Otherwise, it will bring about unexpected changes. The Ghost King sect is quite suitable for me. I need to work hard to stay. Brother Yi Yun, are you leaving? Wang Jiasen looked at you and said hesitantly, "I have something to take care of. Don't worry. I'll come back to see you when I have time." After you finished speaking, you changed your clothes at her house and then said goodbye to her. The immortal slaughterhouse. You sit cross-legged in a room, the soul refining banner hovering above your head, casting ethereal light that envelopes you. As the ethereal light flows, the souls of illusory domestic pigs are drawn into the soul refining banner. The 8 living souls and 2 vengeful souls within the banner surge forward, tearing the souls into pieces and refining them into pure energy that you absorb. At this moment, your cultivation speed is several times faster than when you cultivate alone. After a while, you open your eyes, and with a thought, the soul refining banner no longer imparts energy to you, but instead absorbs from the living souls within it. You have broken through to the 3rd level of chi refinement, and it is difficult to further improve your cultivation. After all, breaking through to the 3rd level of chi refinement in a short period of time is not a rare occurrence for demonic cultivators, but if you break through to the 9th level of chi refinement in 2 months, everyone will know there is something wrong with you. At that time, you will probably be tortured and have your soul searched. With a casual move, the soul refining banner fell into your hands. You looked at the living souls inside and took the initiative to intervene, allowing one of the absorbed pig souls to be refined and absorbed by a living soul, striving to make it a vengeful spirit sooner. Aside from a vengeful spirit that is a family pig, the rest in your soul refining banner are all humans. In order to collect high-quality human souls, you have visited all the major hospitals in Ningxing. There's no choice, the quality of the family pig soul is too poor. The power it possesses after becoming a vengeful spirit is much weaker than that of a human soul. After all, mortal souls can be called wandering souls, and they can linger for at least a few hours after death before dissipating. The quality of the family pig soul doesn't even qualify as a wandering soul. If you don't use the soul refining banner to absorb it, it will dissipate in just a few minutes. This is also the reason why you are hiding in this slaughterhouse during the day. Otherwise, if you came at night, there would be no souls in the slaughterhouse for you to absorb. However, after just a few days, the souls of thousands of pigs have filled your soul refining banner, and even produced 2 vengeful spirits. You yourself have also become a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refining. However, this 3rd level of chi refining only has pure magic essence but does not know any spells, relying entirely on the soul refining banner to maintain appearances. You left the slaughterhouse and walked straight towards a small grove not far away. With the support of spiritual power, the night appeared as bright as day in your eyes. You found a hidden bush in the grove, and with a thought, you instantly disappeared into the bush. In the blink of an eye, you came to your senses, and your consciousness quickly scanned the surroundings. If anything seemed off, you would immediately return to Blue Star. Fortunately, the room was empty except for you, which made you relax a lot. Before long, you walked to the market wearing the bronze mask you bought on Blue Star. You looked around and carefully observed the items being sold by the vendors. There were quite a few vendors in the market, selling a wide variety of goods, many of which were clearly legitimate items, likely spoils from the last sect war, but no one was interested in them. Items like soil, liquid blood pills, and resentment beads, on the other hand, were in high demand. You walked around, gaining a lot of knowledge. Unfortunately, most of the stalls were selling low-level magical tools or some low-level materials. However, there are quite a few spells, in addition to the basic spells common to both righteous and demonic magic, there are also many demonic spells. The key is that, compared to the materials for magical tools, these techniques and spells are quite cheap. After looking for a while, you were left speechless and understood why the magic was so cheap. Demonic magic is different from orthodox spells, it requires talent and comprehension to practice. Demonic magic focuses on resources. As long as you have enough resources, you can cultivate it, like the 5 organs ghost, which uses the 5 organs to nurture ghosts, allowing you to obtain special ghostly entities known as the 5 organs ghost. However, the organs used to nurture the ghosts are not your own, but someone else's. As the number of consumed organs increases, the 5 organs ghost naturally becomes the 9 sons ghost mother. The ghost mother is also formed from a deeply resentful pregnant woman and 9 fully formed but unborn infants. Although the conditions for formation are harsh, having a large quantity can still lead to its accumulation. However, techniques like the curse technique, soul extraction technique, and blood evil poem require some insight. All you see from various magical tools and spells are 2 words, devour people. Wu Tian strolled around for half a day, took a look at the center of the workshop, and honestly picked out what he liked on the periphery. The center of the place is full of stores and sells all the good stuff, only to go into a lower grade spirit stone. The people inside and basically all powerful demon cultivators. He was afraid that if someone looks at him not good, casually killed can be a wrongful death. Although the workshop prohibits fighting and killing, the magic cultivators. Difficult to say that. After all, he's still pretty good looking. The mask on his face was just a mortal object, and it couldn't block divine sense probing at all. Who knows if these demonic cultivators would abide by the unspoken rules of the immortal cultivation world and not use their divine sense to probe others. He looked at the 7 living souls within his soul refining streamer, roughly estimated their value, and had a plan in mind. Raw souls did not do much damage to cultivators, but they were hard currency in the Ghost King sect, and were more popular than spirit stones. After all, compared to spirit stones, raw souls were used for cultivation more quickly and could be directly refined into pure demonic elements. The quality of the raw souls in Wu Tian's hand was still relatively good. After all, he had absorbed quite a few souls, and it was estimated that one could be worth 5 spirit stones. End of chapter. Wu Tian's stroll for so half a day was naturally not for nothing, and he had an idea of the prices of quite a few things. I don't know if it's because demon cultivators don't pay much attention to gung fu spells. Not only are there many people selling them, but the price is also very low. Generic book of basic spells containing 10 basic spells. Invisible breath, sentinel, rejuvenation, celestial eye, cleansing, golden blade, entanglement, cloud and rain, fireball, and earth wall. 10 basic spells, 1 spirit stone. You can also switch to other basic spells if you're not happy with the ones in there. Wu Tian felt that if he cut the price, he could still ask for a few more channels, but he's still a little rookie now, and he doesn't dare to be too dejected, so he can only buy it with tears in his eyes. On top of that, the soul recruitment technique, soul extraction technique, corpse flame technique, and ghost concealment technique cost him more than 10 spirit stones. Among them, the ghost invisibility technique belongs to the invisibility spells, or the primary ones. The heaven's eye technique can't even see through them. It has to be slightly more expensive, worth 8 spirit stones, except for the jutsu. He had also bought 2 bottles of the rescue pill, 1 bottle of the antidote pill, and 1 bottle of the spirit replenishing pill. There are 10 pills in 1 bottle. A bottle of rescue pill was 1 spirit stone, and one of them could keep a cheap practicing cultivator from being hungry for a day. 2 pieces of antidote pills and 5 pieces of spirit tonic pills. The spirit replenishing pill could quickly restore the consumed spiritual energy in his body, and his demonic yuan was also a type of spiritual energy, so it could naturally be restored. In a pinch, it's something that can save your life. Lastly, there was a white bone mask at the level of a lower grade magic artifact. This thing can isolate the divine sense, hide the breath. It is a must-have treasure when you go out, but the price was quite expensive, costing him 9 spirit stones. Spells, pills, magic weapons, these were all things he had traded for with his 7 living souls. With 7 living souls sold, he would only have 3 resentful souls to protect him. Wu Tian walked out of the marketplace, thought about it, and walked towards the outside of the sect. There weren't many days left before the Ghost King sect examined them, the miscellaneous disciples of the Xin Tian sect. He had to make a trip to the clan to find a source for his cultivation enhancement, as well as the resentful souls within the soul refining streamer. Although the Xin Tian sect formation had been broken, the Ghost King sect had not yet rearranged the formation, and the inside and outside of the sect could come and go as they pleased. He could have stayed within the sect, and when the time came for someone to ask, he would just lie and say that he had gone out. He was a small demon cultivator who probably didn't have many people who would pay attention to him, but fear not, it's better to be cautious. He had just bought the spell anyway. and wouldn't be able to learn it anytime soon, so he might as well play it safe. If only I could fly. Wu Tian looked at the streams of light that crossed the sky from time to time, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. It's a shame to say that a person who cultivates immortality can't fly. It was just that if he wanted to fly, with his cultivation at the 3rd level of chi refining, he would first have to learn the sentry technique and have a flying magic weapon to do so. Otherwise, it would be fine for him to release the 3 resentful souls and let them fly with him. Only being within the confines of the clan, he didn't dare to be too flashy, so he could only work hard and walk on 2 feet. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Tian finally left the clan's range. He looked around. Deep mountains and old forests, deserted and uninhabited, not to mention people, not a single demonic beast in sight. Thinking that being in the vicinity of the sect, the demonic beasts in these mountains and forests were probably pretty much cleared, he glanced in the direction of Xintian City and thought for a moment, summoning 3 resentful souls to surround him. The 3 resentful spirits had green faces and fangs, red hair and bloody pupils, and a pair of sharp claws. His body was covered with a sinister aura, and he looked very vicious and horrible. Although the bodies of the grieving souls looked rather illusory, one look at them showed that they could use physical attacks as well. The horrifying appearance of the resentful spirit did not scare Wu Tian, but instead made him feel a lot more secure. He borrowed the power of the grudging souls and was carried by the 3 of them as they flew into the mountains and found a hidden tree hole to return directly to the blue star. The blue star was safe, and there were still plenty of souls for him to cultivate, so he naturally had to stay over there and come back when it was about time. Not much longer. Wu Tian returned to Blue Star, strolled around Pingan County, and ran to stay in a room at the Chinkuan Slaughterhouse. Inside the room, Wu Tian sat on the chair, the soul refining streamer hovering in front of him, running at full power to absorb the soul of the freshly slaughtered domestic pig. The domestic pig's soul had just entered the soul refining streamer when it was torn apart by the 3 resentful souls and refined to feed the 7 baby souls in it. These were all unborn babies. Their souls were weak, but they were very resentful. And as long as they were raised as resentful souls, they would be rare ghost babies, and their strength was no better than the human souls he had carefully selected. Wu Tian glanced at the soul refining streamer and let it operate on its own, then took out the spells he had just purchased and checked them out. He bought all the spells he needed, even the basic ones. For example, the hidden breath technique allowed him to hide his spiritual power fluctuations, as long as it wasn't someone whose strength was far higher than his, or who had cultivated a special pupil technique. As long as he didn't make a move, the others wouldn't be able to see his strength. The sentry technique, on the other hand, was an essential spell if he wanted to fly with his magic weapon. The heavenly eye technique would allow him to see through the invisibility of ghosts, so if he were to clash with the rest of the Ghost King sect in the future, he wouldn't be passively beaten. He thought seriously about it and took out the heaven's eyes and ghost concealment technique separately. His white bone mask could function as a stealth technique, and for invoking and drawing souls and such. His soul refining streamer could do the same. Against his enemies, he had the soul refining streamer, and the heaven's eye and ghost concealment arts that could increase his ability to save his life naturally became his first choice, especially the ghost invisibility technique, which could make it a lot easier for him to be in Blue Star. Although he could rely on his grudge to have the effect of confusing ordinary people, ghosts covering his eyes and such, it was still not as good as being invisible himself. If it wasn't for the fact that he felt he wasn't strong enough to save his life and needed to be meticulous and not draw attention to himself. He's been on the way for a long time. Why is it that a generation of demonic cultivators can only hide here to steal souls? There was no shortcut to the heaven's eye technique and the ghost concealment technique, so he could only rely on himself to slowly cultivate them. In a flash, time passes day by day. A few days later, Wu Tian put away the soul refining streamer suspended in the air and glanced at the 10 resentful souls inside. An involuntary smile appeared on his face. The soul refining streamer had absorbed the baneful chi and souls for so long that its quality had improved quite a bit, and the speed and range of soul absorption had increased. The speed of refining was also much faster. Together with his cultivation at the 4th level of chi refining already, the souls of the raw pigs slaughtered every day in the slaughterhouse were basically absorbed and refined by the soul refining streamer. With an ample supply of souls, he finally built up the soul refining streamer to 10 grievous souls within a few days. Moreover, the strength of these resentful souls were not weak. Each of them could rival a cultivator at the 6th level of chi refining. If it wasn't for the fact that the resentful souls were prone to backfire when they became stronger, he wouldn't have allowed himself to advance to the 4th level of chi refining to be a little more conspicuous. Aside from that, after all his hard work, he had finally cultivated the Heaven's Eye technique. It was just that the ghost concealment technique was more difficult to cultivate, and he hadn't learned it yet, making him a bit regretful. But there wasn't much time, and he couldn't care less about practicing. The Ghost King Sect's examination was just around the corner, so he had to hurry back and make himself officially a member of the Ghost King sect. End of chapter. As for running away and finding a way to break away from the Ghost King sect, he hadn't even thought about it. Not to mention the fact that he had been placed under a ban by the people of the Ghost King sect, but if the person was not in the Ghost King sect by the time, the corpse would be gone in minutes. Though if he were to hide in Blue Star, the means that the Ghost King sect had put on him might not work, but he didn't dare bet on it. Besides, although the Ghost King sect was a demonic sect, it was more suitable for him than the righteous sects. He needed the Ghost King sect's feats and techniques to make himself stronger. Otherwise, even if he had the resources of the Blue Star world and there was no shortage of souls to cultivate, at most, he would only be able to cultivate up to the 9th level of chi refinement, and it would be too much for a clever woman to do. After all, his soul refining technique could only be cultivated up to the 9th level of chi refining, and without a follow-up technique, he had no idea how to cultivate. How miserable the loose cultivators in the immortal cultivation world were. Although he had never seen it, he who had read the novels knew it just by thinking about it. The Ghost King clan is a big leg up. He'll have to hold on tight. After all, during the Sect war not long ago, the Xiantian sect had been beaten without a fight. That Xiantian sect patriarch, who was said to have been in the late Jindan stage and was just one step away from becoming a Yuaning Zunshi, didn't jump around twice before being burned to ashes by a female devil, leaving no crumbs behind. Wu Tian was deeply impressed with the huge fire that covered the sky. The miserable screams of the Xiantian sect's patriarch seemed to be still ringing in his ears with clarity when he recalled them now. It was just that he was puzzled that the Ghost King sect was so strong and the Xiantian sect was just a small sect to them. So why would they need to raise an army to come all the way here to attack? It's not like, it's for hunting souls for cultivation, right? Wu Tian thought about how the Ghost King sect's people hadn't even thought about developing the territory they had just fought over during this time. Instead, the Xiantian sect was scourged beyond recognition, and the spirit medicine fields and everything were destroyed. It seems, sort of, like it's specifically for hunting. The mountains and the forests. Wu Tian looked at the direction of Xiantian Peak with a gloomy expression and hesitated to go back. He was afraid that the Ghost King sect was just using them, the miscellaneous disciples of the Xiantian sect, as furnaces. Fatten up before you kill. After all, mortals can't draw raw souls, but chi refining cultivators can. I don't think so. Wu Tian thought about how the Ghost King sect had all invested a living soul in them. Even if he killed them now, he wouldn't be able to earn much. With the addition of those who failed to become chi refining cultivators, the Ghost King sect was estimated to still be losing money. Wu Tian thought that the Ghost King sect should not do a losing deal, and his heart relaxed quite a bit. He fixed his mind and summoned 3 resentful souls to fly low towards Xiantian Peak with him. This go, take a gamble. Anyway, he had the void mirror with him, and he immediately ran away when the situation was not right. If he won the bet, he would be able to hold on to the Ghost King sect's thigh, and he would be able to become stronger quite a bit faster. Thinking of this, he sped up a few points more. Closer. Wu Tian then put away the soul refining streamer and ran all the way towards Xiantian Peak. Although he was only running on 2 legs, his body had been strengthened by aura, and his speed was as fast as ever. It was only a little slower than if the grudges were flying with him. He darted through the mountains and forests, scurrying more than 10 meters at a time. At the same time, his divine sense took in the hundreds of meters around him in case someone sneaked up on him. Suddenly, Wu Tian stopped on his feet. The soul refining streamer instantly appeared in his hand, and 10 resentful souls appeared around him in the blink of an eye, firmly protecting him in the center. He looked vigilantly at a large tree in front of him, his face full of concentration, ready to run away and return to the Blue Star. Seeing that he had been discovered, the slim man hiding behind the tree stepped out and glanced at the 10 resentful souls around him, a hint of scorn flashing in his eyes. When he saw Wu Tian's eyes full of vigilance, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Senior brother, misunderstanding, I have no malice. I'm just resting here for a while. Senior brother will go back to the clan first. You are welcome." After saying that, he wanted to bolt, taking out a white bone sword and stepping on it, preparing to fly away with the sword. Wu Tian mic'd his eyes and ordered without hesitation, "Kill." The fastest 7 ghost babies instantly disappeared from his side, ghostly appearing behind the man. The ghost baby was about to pounce on the man, but a fist-sized white jade skull instantly appeared. The skull hovered above the man's head, spilling a layer of ethereal light to protect him. The attacks of the 7 ghost babies were blocked by the ghostly light and failed to damage the man. It just sent ripples through the energy shield formed by the skeleton's attack. The man was also unable to fly with his sword anymore under the attack of the 7 ghost babies, and fell from the air to the ground. He imperialized the white bone sword to fend off the attacks of the 7 ghost babies, but the humongous ghost baby was extremely fast, and his body was being attacked so frequently that his energy shield was rapidly thinning. The ethereal light spilling from the skull dimmed considerably. The man struggled to resist while anxiously shouting, "Senior brother, we all belong to the same sacred sect disciples. Why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid of the sect's chastisement?" Wu Tian didn't reply and turned his head to look at a hungry ghost that was groping its way from behind him. Mindfulness. The two resentful souls protecting him next to him instantly lunged towards the hungry ghost. Seeing that he had been discovered, the slim man's face instantly turned quite ugly. Only when Wu Tian saw that the hungry ghost was surrounded by the two resentful souls and fell into a disadvantage did he refocus his attention on the slim man. The soul refining streamer in his hand was fully activated, and the 7 ghost babies attacked even more swiftly, not caring whether they were injured or not, only attacking and not defending, just to leave a damage on the man's body. Seeing that the energy shield on his body was about to shatter, the man hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy towards the skeleton with all his might. However, the ghost baby's attacks consumed quite a bit of his spiritual energy each time, and in no time at all, his spiritual energy was on the verge of bottoming out. No way. He could only take out pills to replenish his body's spiritual energy while hastily shouting towards Wu Tian, "Senior brother, let me go. I can let you place a divine soul ban, and in the future, I will only look up to senior brother." Wu Tian hesitated for a moment. "Okay, if you tie your hands and throw your magic weapon over, I will let you go." The man gritted his teeth. "Senior brother, first make these resentful souls stop attacking. I'll give you my magic weapon, and my storage bag as well." Seeing that the man didn't fall for it, Wu Tian also stopped talking nonsense and let the ghost baby continue attacking without a word. He also pretended not to hear the man when confronted with his cries. Not for a moment. The hungry ghost surrounded by the two resentful souls was the first to fail to hold on and was torn into pieces, becoming the sustenance of the two resentful souls. Without saying a word, Wu Tian let the two resentful souls join the siege. Seeing this, the slim man who relied on the elixir to hold on until now, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. "Senior brother, spare my life. I'll tie my hands, please spare my life. I can become your slave. If senior brother doesn't trust me, I have the Dao Soul slave seal here. As long as you plant it on me, I will never be able to resist you, and you can take my life at any time. I also have a stove tripod. Is a rare body of Xian Yin. Looks absolutely beautiful. Yuan Yin is still there. I will give her to you, as long as senior brother does not kill me." Noisy. Wu Tian frowned as the 9 resentful souls surrounding the man did not stop at all. End of chapter. Regardless of whether the slim man was telling the truth or not, Wu Tian was bound to kill him. This was predetermined from the moment the man hid behind a tree with bad intentions and tried to backstab him. Originally, if he didn't run, Wu Tian would still be a bit weak. Since he wanted to run, it meant that he couldn't be beaten, and that made things easier. Not much longer. The slim man's spiritual energy bottomed out. The pills in his storage bag were exhausted, and his energy shield shattered. Several of the disgruntled spirits swarmed the man, and the man only had time to let out a scream before he was torn to pieces. His flesh and blood were instantly divided by a few resentful souls, leaving only a puddle of blood and white bones on the ground, as well as a few pieces of rags and a storage bag. Wu Tian saw that the man was dead before he stepped forward and looked at the man's soul that had surfaced in front of him. "Enter my soul refining streamer and you will be granted a long life." The man's cultivation at the 6th level of chi refining. His soul was relatively strong, and he could still remain clear for a moment even after death. With a move of the soul refining streamer in Wu Tian's hand, the man begging for mercy was instantly sucked into the streamer. The man's soul went into the soul refining streamer, and when the fury entered his body, his consciousness instantly dissipated and he became a mindless living soul. Wu Tian glanced at the domestic pig's resentful soul that had been guarding him. Catalyze the soul refining streamer. A few other spiteful spirits swarmed over it and tore it to pieces in no time. With a move of the soul refining streamer in his hand, all the fragments of the resentful souls were sucked into the streamer and fed to the man's soul. Having a grievous soul as sustenance, the man's soul successfully advanced to a grievous soul and possessed the strength of the 6th level of chi refining. However, when Wu Tian saw this, he shook his head with some disappointment. The strength of that domestic pig's resentful soul was about the same as the 6th level of chi refining. So much for counting. He also lost a raw soul of higher quality. However, as things had come to a head, he no longer dwelled on it and released the man's resentful soul to guard his surroundings. Wu Tian picked up the man's storage bag, as well as the magic weapons scattered on the ground, and his face was filled with a smile that he could not hide. In addition to the white bone sword and skeleton, he had also harvested 4 storage bags. Although he still didn't know what was inside these storage bags, but with such a large number, he thought that the harvest wouldn't be small. He looked at the 2 magic artifacts and the storage bag, and instead of rushing back to the clan, he had his resentful souls dig a cave out. He was ready to digest the loot before he did. Not much longer. the 2 magic artifacts were finished being sacrificed by him, and the spiritual imprints on the storage bag were also worn off by him. 2 magic weapons, 1 lower grade and 1 middle grade. The lower grade magic weapon White Bone Sword belonged to the attacking magic weapon, which could be used against the enemy by the sword, and could also be used as a flying magic weapon. The middle grade magic weapon White Jade Skeleton, on the other hand, was a defensive magic weapon that could be activated to form a protective shield over the body. There were also quite a few things in the 4 storage bags, making him instantly rich. The main things, however, were placed inside one of the middle-ranked storage bags by the Slim Man. The other 3 low-priced storage bags only contained miscellaneous items that were not worth much. Wu Tian also didn't expect the man to have a middle-ranked storage bag, so he had to say that it gave him a surprise. After all, the middle-ranked storage bag contained 10 cubic meters of space and was worth 100 spirit stones, and the low-grade storage bag contained 2 cubic meters of space and was worth no more than 5 spirit stones. There's no comparison between the two at all. There were more than 100 spirit stones in the middle-ranked storage bag that Wu Tian had obtained. A few jade slips recording feats and techniques, a few bottles of pills, 2 auxiliary-type spell weapons, and some metal ores and spirit herbs. But in his opinion, among them, the only one with the highest value was the Soul Slave Seal that the Slim Man had mentioned. The Soul Slave Seal belonged to a secret technique that could plant a soul seal in someone else's divine soul. As long as a soul slave has a different heart, the Soul Master can sense it. When the Soul Master invoked the Soul Seal, no matter how far away it was, the soul slave would have its soul dissipated and die instantly. But this secret technique only works on people weaker than themselves. Once the soul slave is stronger than the soul master, the soul seal will be uprooted by the soul slave. And, because the soul slave seal had to use a sliver of one's own divine soul, it could not be used more than once, or it would injure one's own divine soul. But even so, the value of the soul slave seal could not be denied. There weren't many secret arts that could control people with little repercussions, and he didn't know where the Slim Man had gotten it from. Wu Tian examined a few bottles of pills, among which there were 3 bottles of blood pills, 2 bottles of grain-resistant pills, 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, and 1 bottle of poison pills. The 3 bottles of blood pills were not known to be dirty pills, made from human flesh and blood, but he would definitely not eat it himself, and could only find an opportunity to sell it, or use it to refine magic weapons. Then he took out the magic weapons in his storage pouch and looked at them, and spent some more time sacrificing them. Both spells were inferior. One is a soul refining jar, which can refine and hold raw souls. One was the blood refining cauldron, which could refine blood and flesh to form a blood elixir. Coupled with the white bone sword and skeleton head that could devour bones, it had to be said that the Slim Man was a talent. It's not a waste at all. Unfortunately, it would be perfect if there were a grievance bell and a fright bell, one to absorb grievances and the other to absorb fear. But Wu Tian thought about the fact that the Slim Man also kept a hungry ghost that could absorb grievances and fears, and silently gave him a nod of approval. Talent. He looked at the man's grudge beside him and expressed his gratitude for being so well prepared. With the man providing these things, there was no need for him to buy them himself. To show his gratitude, Wu Tian absorbed the bones left behind by the man with his white bone sword as he passed by the place where he died, until the spiritual essence of the man's bones were sucked dry and turned into bone dust and buried in the earth. It was considered to be in the ground. Not much longer. Wu Tian returned to Xintian Peak without any danger. He took out a token, hesitated for a moment, but put it back into his storage bag and walked towards his house. This token belonged to the Slim Man and belonged to the house prohibition token, which could open the array that closed the house. The Slim Man's house was not far from his house, although it was also in the outer disciples' living area. But I don't think the man's residence will be any better if he went over with the token. If the man's best friend found out, he would naturally know that the man had been killed by him. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, this token could only be placed in his storage bag to eat dust. Back to the house. Wu Tian didn't return to the Blue Star again. Instead, he silently practiced the sentinel art and waited for the day of the examination to arrive. Dang! After an unknown amount of time, a bell sounded in Wu Tian's mind. Wu Tian, who was cultivating, stared at his expression and remembered what that female devil had said when she had placed a ban on them. Bells ring to assemble. 3 lives to lose. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of that sentence. Wu Tian hurriedly got up and walked out of the house. The white bone sword landed at his feet and carried him up into the sky, turning into a stream of light and flying towards the mountainside. At this moment, in order to reflect his own value, he wouldn't lay too low. Otherwise, the people of the Ghost King's sect would think that he was of little value, and it wouldn't be good to use him as a consumable. I thought that for those with better natural talent, the Ghost King sect would value them a bit more, right? After all, how could it be said that a clan still needed fresh blood? End of chapter. On the mountainside of Xintian Peak, on a wide square platform. In front of the Hall of Welcoming Immortals, a man and a woman hovered in the air without anger. The Ghost King Sect disciples below the two were dressed in black. Each of them were expressionless and did not make a single sound. On the platform in front of the Immortal Welcoming Hall, Wu Tian looked ahead with a solemn expression, his eyes not daring to look around at all. It wasn't just him, but this quiet and depressing atmosphere filled the people around him with nervousness. Heads bowed as they waited for the unknown end. Those who were accomplished in cultivating magic were fine. Their faces were not much afraid except for nervousness, and they were quite calm. Quite a few people who hadn't cultivated anything were different. The fear on their faces could not be concealed at all, and their bodies were trembling, obviously having predicted their end. They were able to come here with just a hint of luck still in their hearts. As one after another people arrived, the platform was filled with a group of people, estimated to be in the hundreds. These were the former miscellaneous disciples of the Xin Tian sect, here to await an unknown fate. Wu Tian boldly swept a glance around without a trace. Already the bell has rung twice. Is there only this many people? He murmured inwardly. Wu Tian thought about when they, the miscellaneous disciples, gathered on this platform. The black pressurized piece of people, at least 1 or 2,000. Now there were but 200 or 300, and many of them were mortals. This made him wonder, wasn't cultivating demons quite simple? When he had cultivated to the first level of chi refining in a month, it felt quite easy. Dang! A bell rang, interrupting his thoughts. 3 rings! Wu Tian's expression was certain as he nervously looked up at the 2 silhouettes in the sky. As long as something was slightly wrong, he would immediately return to Blue Star. But in a year and a half, he would never return. The people on the platform were nervously looking into the air, and Wu Tian took this opportunity before he dared to take a good look at the people in the air. Most of his gaze, though, was drawn to one of the demonesses, only to see that the female devil was dressed in black gauze, with a stunningly beautiful look, an alluring figure, and a hint of flirtatiousness on her high and cold face, seducing the soul. Yun Yumeng swept a glance at the crowd below, her vermilion lips gently opening. The hour has arrived, and those who have not arrived here have no chance with my sacred sect. Her cold voice reached Wu Tian's ears, causing him to let out a sigh of relief. It didn't look like the Ghost King sect wanted them dead, or else they wouldn't have bull ******* Ted and killed them directly. Dang! Yun Yumeng shot a spirit light towards the soul morning bell in front of her, and as the bell rang out, a black light instantly emerged from the people on the platform and was absorbed by the soul morning bell. Dang! Another bell rang, and a soul light flew in from all directions, not entering the soul morning bell, being absorbed and refined by it, becoming the nourishment of the soul morning bell. After dealing with those who hadn't arrived, Yun Yumeng looked at the crowd below. From today onwards, you and others will officially become disciples of my sacred sect. All those who have refined their chi will come forward. As soon as she spoke, a number of people in the crowd rushed to the front. Those who remained in place looked at each other with panic in their eyes. In a moment, the group of people split into 2 waves, and there were still more than 30 people left in place. Stimulates psychic energy. At her command, Wu Tian and the others dared not to disobey, obediently stimulating their spiritual energy. Black demonic elements emerged from all of them. But, on one of the young girls, the spiritual energy that surfaced was a water attribute aura, neutral and soft, as if it was an anomaly in the crowd. Yun Yumeng raised her hand and the man floated uncontrollably into the air. Not cultivating my sacred sex techniques and still wanting to muddle through. Who gave you the guts? She finished coldly, ignoring the young girl's pleas for mercy. And with a pinch of her jade hand, the young girl instantly transformed into a blood mist, which was absorbed by the soul loss bell in front of her. Then she looked at the people in the chi refining crowd. Those who failed to stimulate their spiritual power. My sacred sect is the most disciplined. If you are honest, there is no harm in keeping you alive. But now, die. As her words fell, a mass of blood mist exploded, turning into a line of blood that was absorbed by the soul loss bell. Her ferocity caused the crowd below to not dare to utter a single breath for fear of losing their own little lives. Especially the mortals behind Wu Tian and the others were trembling with fear. Their legs were weak, and their eyes were filled with panic. Yun Yumeng looked at the people below and turned toward the one beside her. Senior brother, I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry, senior sister. I'll take care of it. The man in black next to her respectfully said. Yun Yumeng nodded and put away the soul loss bell, turning into streams of light and flying towards the peak. Greetings to Fairy Yomu. The people from the Ghost King sect shouted in unison. When Yun Yumeng left, Han Knight looked at Wu Tian and the others below. You and the others are blessed with deep destiny. Not only did you stay alive, but you are also fortunate enough to become our sacred sect's disciples. So I hope that you and the others will cultivate well and grow the sacred sect. As for those who have not yet refined their chi, Han Knight looked at the terrified dozens of mortals and hesitated when he thought that Yun Yumeng hadn't killed them. That's just it. You guys have a destiny with my sacred sect, so I hope you'll work hard on your cultivation and refine your chi soon. He then stopped talking nonsense and had Wu Tian and the others recorded in a book, giving them a set of Ghost King sect disciple clothing, as well as disciple tokens. Most importantly, it also gave them the fundamental technique of the Ghost King sect, Yellow Spring Soul Refining Method. Although they were only given the part of the chi refining stage, and the subsequent techniques would have to be exchanged for by the clan's contributions, but even so, for Wu Tian and the others, they were already satisfied. After all, the little life was saved, and also officially became a person of the Ghost King sect, and the cultivation technique was also bird-dogged into the subtle and incomparable Yellow Spring Soul Refining Method. This soul refining method cultivated even purer and more powerful demonic elements, so what could they not be satisfied with? After all, they only had a name earlier, and they didn't even have disciple tokens. There is no name for it at all. Now they were finally considered to be guarding the clouds and hugging the Ghost King sect's thigh, but even though they had become official disciples, they were still unchanged about the house they lived in. The Ghost King clan believes in the law of the jungle. You want a nice place to live? Yes, you can. Grab it yourself. As long as you don't kill people in public, even if you kill them it's fine. Wu Tian felt that the Ghost King sect was like a compost farm, and these disciples of theirs were the compost. The strong live and the weak die. Wu Tian didn't know if it was because the party was weak and strong here, or if the Ghost King sect's main camp was the same. Wouldn't it be a mess if a Jindan bigwig struck out randomly at a chi refining disciple? Do disciples who survive this model really have a sense of belonging to the sect? Wu Tian couldn't figure it out, but that didn't affect him in the least from hurrying back to his residence. Even among the fellow miscellaneous disciples, a flirtatious-looking woman accosted him, and he ignored it. That woman looked ill-intentioned, not like a good person. He would not be lustful and fall into a gentle trap. Being in the demon sect, he didn't trust anyone. End of chapter. In a flash, a month passed. It's finally refined. In the room of the Qiankuan slaughterhouse, Wu Tian let out a long sigh of relief. For the rest of the month, he had spent the rest of his time cultivating the soul slave seal in addition to cultivating. Luckily, the Emperor's heaven was not to be trifled with, and he had finally refined this secret art. With this secret art, he had a lot more room to maneuver. Unfortunately, with his current divine soul strength at the 9th level of chi refining, he would only be able to separate 3 soul slave seals at most, or else he would injure himself. But with the soul slave seal, he could plant soul seals on people and have them come to do things for him, especially at Blue Star. He didn't have that much time to spend on other trivialities. It's naturally best if someone helps him with it. After thinking about it, Wu Tian decided to play it safe and learn the ghost stealth technique first. After all, with his strength at the 9th level of chi refining, he was not strong enough to fight against the cannons, and he still needed to stabilize a hand before he could do so. As time passes, half a month later, in the empty room, Wu Tian revealed his figure. He looked at the resentful souls in his soul refining streamer that already possessed the strength of the 9th level of chi refining, as well as the dozens of living souls stored in the soul refining jar. Now that his strength had reached a bottleneck, he needed to return to the immortal and demon world to find a follow-up technique, as well as a method to allow the soul refining streamer to advance. But before that, he had one more thing to do. Wu Tian used the ghost concealment technique, and after his figure became invisible, he strutted out of the Qiankuan slaughterhouse. The fact that it was dark outside had little effect on him. He took out the white bone sword and landed it at his feet, and under the spell coverage, the white bone sword followed suit and became invisible, carrying him up into the sky, flying towards the direction of Ning City. Nowadays, the Qiankuan slaughterhouse couldn't keep up with the speed at which he was getting stronger. He had to plan ahead. Not much longer. Wu Tian came into the air of Ning City. He stepped on his white bone sword and looked down at the brightly lit city below. A quote comes to mind. Not one of these 10,000 lights is left for me. He fixed his mind, and without further thought, flew towards his goal. Villa Fairview. The people who live here are either rich or noble. All of them are rich and powerful people in Ningxing. Flying in the air, Wu Tian's divine sense continuously searched the villa area, looking for the right person to plant the soul slave seal. The villas here are all single-family homes, some of which are still unoccupied. He found a few people, but he wasn't very happy with any of them. Not much longer. Over a villa, Wu Tian looked at the somewhat familiar woman in the villa below and thought back. Lin Xuan Yue. Wu Tian finally remembered where he had seen this woman before. This woman had appeared on TV. In her 20s, a famous female president of Ningchang. Because of her good looks, Fong made him remember. Wu Tian no longer hesitated and flew towards the bottom. Lin Xuanyue is pretty and eye-catching. Add to that the fact that there is money and power that can serve him well. and there is no better candidate for the job. Villa second floor in the master bedroom. Lin Shanhua leaned on the bed and frowned at the message on her cell phone. Snap! A soft thud at the unlocked door of the room drew her attention to it. Wu Tian used his grieving soul to penetrate the wall and open the door from the inside before he pushed the door straight in. He glanced at the woman on the bed who was filled with nervousness, and first took out the formation flag and laid a formation inside the room, isolating the entire room from the outside world, before revealing his figure. Ghosts? Lin Shuangyue looked at Wu Tian, who suddenly appeared, wearing a white bone mask. Her eyes were filled with panic. She had the intention to escape, but her body was trembling with fear and not listening to her. When Wu Tian saw her reaction, he frowned and said softly, "As a female president, are you so timid?" Seeing him speak, Lin Fengyue forced herself to be calm and asked tentatively, "Are a human being? You?" Feeling that the woman thought he was a ghost, Wu Tian was silent for a moment. "If you want to see a ghost, I can show you." At this time, Lin Shuangyue also noticed that he had a shadow and relaxed in her heart. Although Wu Tian's appearance was a bit unusual, her fear was not as strong when facing people. She hid her inner fear and looked at Wu Tian and forced herself to be calm. "Who are you and what do you want? As long as you don't hurt me, I can give you money." She didn't ask how Wu Tian had gotten in. It didn't matter. The important thing was that Wu Tian appeared out of thin air, unlike a mortal, and sought her out for what purpose. Wu Tian looked at her and slowly approached, answering, "Do you know about immortal cultivators?" Seeing Wu Tian approaching, Lin Shuangyue nervously shrunk her body, but did not try to escape. Her eyes flickered slightly as she looked thoughtfully at Wu Tian, who had walked to the end of her bed. "Isn't that made up?" Wu Tian took in her reaction and smiled with satisfaction. "You're quite good. Truth be told, cultivation of immortality is not fiction. Immortality, flying through the sky, these are all true. Just a catastrophe occurred in the ancient times. I sleep in the cave to this day. When I wake up has been a sea of change, the world without a friend." With that he turned his words around. "My name is Easy Sun. I am the lord of the Easy Immortal Sect, and I am here to seek you out only because I want you to help me with one thing, and if you do it well, I can take you as my disciple and pass on the method of longevity to you." After Wu Tian finished speaking, he quietly looked at Lin Shuangyue, waiting for her response. Lin Shuangyue was half convinced by his words, and after thinking about it, she tentatively asked, "Why me? You have a destiny with me." Wu Tian said indifferently. Lin Shuangyue took a deep breath. "Okay, I agree. What kind of things do you want me to do?" "All you have to do is make every effort to acquire livestock farms such as hogs and cattle, as well as collect livestock in as many numbers as you can. You may take these mortal goods for the purchase of livestock." Saying that, Wu Tian raised his hand and waved it, and several pieces of white jade the size of doorboards instantly appeared beside Lin Shuanyu's bed, taking things out of thin air. This scene caused Lin Shuanyu's pupils to shrink, and she involuntarily leaned her body forward, looking at the white jade on the ground in shock. Immediately after that, she looked at Wu Tian with excitement and thrill in her eyes. If she was still half believing just now, she was now mostly convinced that Wu Tian was an immortal cultivator, with the opportunity to cultivate immortality. Who would be willing to be immortal? Suddenly she noticed Wu Tian looking straight at her. She followed Wu Tian's line of sight and looked down, only to realize that due to her leaning forward, the covers on her body had slipped off. The loose pajamas couldn't hide her big white bunny at all, revealing as snowy white. Lin Fengyue blushed and hurriedly pulled up the quilt to cover her full bunny. Wu Tian withdrew his sight with some disappointment and looked at the blushing Lin Frost Moon. 2 jade bottles appeared in his hands and floated in front of Lin Frost Moon under the control of the Imperial Art. "There are 2 pills in this bottle, namely the disease elimination pill and the body strengthening pill, which can help you get rid of diseases and strengthen your body, and is considered a gift from me to you as a meeting gift." Lin Shuangyue looked at the 2 jade bottles suspended in front of her, and then looked at Wu Tian, and the quilt that she was gripping tightly quietly slipped off, revealing her plump and delicate body. She raised her hand and grabbed the jade bottle, kneeling down on the bed and looking at Wu Tian seriously. "Master, don't worry. Disciple will definitely do the things you have explained and won't let Master be disappointed." End of chapter. Wu Tian looked at Lin Shuanyu's absolutely beautiful face and plump body, suppressed the evil thoughts within his heart and raised his hand to strike a soul light that did not enter her brow. Seeing her nervously touching her forehead, Wu Tian said indifferently, "This is a divine soul imprint. In the future, I can find you through this imprint. If you think of harming me, I can sense it, and no matter where you hide, you will not escape death. However, as long as you do a good job for me and don't have any second thoughts, when I take you on as a disciple in the future, I'll remove this soul seal and pass on your supreme immortal laws and arcane arts." Honey with a big stick. In addition to the visible benefits and big pies, the soul slave seal that can control people is naturally essential. Lin Xuanyue frowned, took a deep breath, and respectfully said, "Don't worry, Master. I will definitely do a good job for Master, and I will never have any second thoughts." Wu Tian was satisfied with her attitude and nodded. "I don't like trouble. Other than you, my existence must not be made known to the second person. After you have done what I have explained, I will come to find you." After saying that, his body instantly disappeared and the room was no longer filled with him. Lin Xuanyue saw him disappear into thin air for a while before she came back to her senses. She tentatively shouted twice, seeing that no one answered, before looking at the jade bottle in her hand in thought. A little while later, she stepped out of her bedroom to look around and check the surveillance inside and outside her villa, and looked thoughtfully at the balcony of her villa. Wu Tian hadn't actually left the whole time. After he put away the formation flag, he stealthily stepped aside and quietly observed Lin Xuanyue's movements. If she moves and tries to reveal his presence, don't blame him for destroying her with his hot hands. Fortunately, Lin Xuanyue was a smart person and didn't make any unwise moves. But what was interesting was that he didn't expect Lin Xuanyue, who had always been a high-cool female president externally, to have a little girl's side. Seeing Lin Xuanyue eat the strengthening pill, she turned into Hercules and excitedly experimented with all kinds of furniture in the house. Wu Tian smiled, stopped observing her, and flew out of the villa from the balcony. Seeing Lin Xuanyue's reaction, she should have seized this opportunity to do a good job for him, although he didn't know whether Lin Xuanyue had a spiritual root or not, and whether she could cultivate or not. But it didn't matter. These days the pie is for drawing. How can you really eat it in your mouth? Not much longer. Wu Tian found a place in the small garden outside Lin Xuanyue's villa and directly returned to the immortal demon world by stealth. Shen Tian Peak. Wu Tian stepped out of the house. The aura-rich environment made him take a deep breath and feel extraordinarily comfortable. Compared to Blue Star's nearly spiritless environment, it was still the immortal and demon world that was more comfortable and wouldn't make him feel the oppression from heaven and earth. He glanced at the bright moon in the sky and a stream of light beneath it. It's a big night. What are these people doing running outside without practicing? Wu Tian murmured with doubt in his heart. However, he didn't care and flew towards the mission hall with his imperial sword. Wu Tian came to the mission hall on the mountainside and found that quite a few people were here to receive missions. He took a look and instantly understood how to receive missions. One could only see 4 huge jade tablets standing side by side in the mission hall, 5 meters high and shaped like tombstones. The 4 jade tablets had flowing blood characters at the top, which were Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. There were 10 quests on each side of the stele, some rewarding contribution points, others rewarding spirit stones, magic weapons, and other physical objects. There were clan missions and personally assigned missions. In addition to the 10 quests on the face of the stele, there were a variety of other quests inside the jade stele that could be viewed by simply using divine sense. There were difficult and easy tasks, and the tasks on the yellow tablet were the easiest to complete, and were basically the first choice of chi refining disciples. Wu Tian looked at the yellow tablet and saw that there were Sect tasks to acquire low-grade materials such as soul-born blood pills, which rewarded contribution points according to quality. There were also quests for individuals to acquire raw souls, only to be rewarded with spirit stones. There were many other acquisitions of magic weapons, elixirs, and ghosts. Wu Tian looked at the miner's task on the yellow tablet, the overseer's task on the Xian tablet, and the task of catching miners' slaves. He had learned from the conversations of the people around him who had taken the quest that the Ghost King Sect seemed to be working on a large spirit stone mine and was in dire need of miners to mine spirit stones. Not long ago, another group of people came over from the Ghost King Sect's main camp and went around capturing miner slaves to sell to the sect. The main thing was that the clan was very generous and gave sufficient rewards. It was a lot more cost-effective to sell it to the clan compared to killing it yourself. And want to go digging by yourself can also be, although more tired, but the clan is very generous. You can 10 draw 1. That is, if you dig up 10 spirit stones, you can keep 1 for yourself. Such a great reward made a lot of people pick up the miner quest. After all, the vicinity of Xiantian Peak had been scourged by the Ghost King Sect's people over and over again, and it wasn't that easy to capture immortal cultivators as slaves to sell to the sect. As for mortals, without aura they simply couldn't dig up spirit stone mines and were useless. Wu Tian thought of the 10 resentful souls within his soul refining streamer. The claws are sharp and incomparable, which if taken to mining. He shook his head, giving up on the idea in his mind. It's too dangerous out there. It's safer in the clan. Anyway, he had Blue Star with him. There was no lack of resources at all, so he didn't need to waste his time by running to mine for that little bit of spirit stone. After all, living souls can also be sold for spirit stones and exchanged for contribution points. These Ghost King Sect people, outside will not call you brother and brother, can take your life will never soft hand. He still stayed safer within the clan, and would go out on a wave when he was stronger. Not much longer. Wu Tian exchanged all the dozens of living souls in his soul refining jar for 430 contribution points. The Ghost King Sect's contribution points. 1 point was worth 1 spirit stone. You can exchange contribution points for spirit stones, but you can't exchange spirit stones for contribution points unless you buy raw souls and other materials for them. After Wu Tian exchanged his contribution points, he flew to the scripture pavilion again without stopping for a moment. When he walked into the hidden scripture pavilion, he saw an old man in black playing chess alone. He glanced at the board and before he could see anything, he felt as if his divine soul was going to be sucked in. His face changed and he hurriedly averted his gaze, looking at his feet in fear, no longer daring to look around. He respectfully bowed to the old man, not daring to disturb him, and lowered his head as he walked into the hidden scripture pavilion. It wasn't until he reached the back of a bookcase that he dared to look up, a hint of post-apocalyptic celebration in his eyes. It's really not a lie to say that those who can sit in the hidden scriptures are all big shots. It was fortunate that the old man didn't try to take a shot at him, otherwise he would probably have already hung up. It also made him realize that for these bigwigs, if they really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even have a chance to return to the Blue Star. Straight up seconds. He let out a long breath and without further thought, he slowly searched for the feats he needed. The interior of the hidden scripture cabinet was far larger than it appeared from the outside, the size of dozens of basketball courts, with wooden bookshelves placed in a well-organized manner. The shelves are lined with paperbacks, all the basics, such as entry-level alchemy and other 100 art skills, strange stories, a complete list of common spiritual medicine, or spiritual treasures and so on. The books are organized into categories on the shelves so that you can see them at a glance. But by the looks of it, all these books on the first floor were from the former Xin Tian sect. Wu Tian watched for a while and felt his eyes open up a lot, so he walked towards the second floor. As he passed the stairs, he felt as if he had been swept by a spiritual force. Come to the second floor. He tried to walk towards the third floor, but was stopped by a psychic barrier in the stairwell, while a message appeared in his mind. Simply put, you may not go up to the third floor before reaching Foundation establishment. Wu Tian didn't force himself to do so. He just looked at the spiritual barrier in front of him and turned around to look for the gongfu on the second floor. The second floor's compulsion could be much stronger than the first floor. Not only had it been replaced with jade shelves, the shelves were also filled with jade slips, and there were forbidden protections on them. Each jade slip had an introduction, as well as the contribution points that needed to be exchanged. Wu Tian strolled around and found that basically all of them were devilish feats and spells, and the righteous ones had no feats at all except for spells. However, you can't learn the righteous spells at all without the corresponding spirit root, and spells like Gengjin Sword Chi must have a gold spirit root to work. If your spiritual root is pure, you'll learn fast, or else you'll have to rely on a counterintuitive understanding. Wu Tian was burdened with a miscellaneous spirit root and did not even consider learning righteous spells. Even the Devil's Way spells that did not require high spiritual roots and only required enlightenment, he had to spend a great deal of time learning them, so how could he afford to waste time on the righteous spells? This was also the reason why demonic cultivators loved magic arts. After all, the natural talent is strong, high enlightenment, gifted people. You cultivate what the devil seek that immortal path to longevity is not better? The devil belongs to the early fast in the middle, the late heart of the devil chaotic heart, thunderbolt life, can carry through or the deep luck of the generation. Although the righteous path is slow to cultivate, it has a solid foundation, and it is easier to break through in the later stages, and there are still no heart demons, and the intensity of the thunderbolt is not high. If it were not for this, there would be nothing left of the righteous path in this world, and it would have long since become the world of demonic cultivators. After all, being in the devil is 3 times stronger, and being whitewashed is half as weak. Many orthodox loose cultivators have entered the devil's path as they cultivate. Taking this magic skill and slaughtering villages and destroying towns is more like a demonic cultivator than them. The disciples of the demonic sect. Wu Tian looked at the gong methods on the second floor. Basically all of them were magic gongs for refining chi to build the foundation, and at most, they could only be cultivated to the foundation stage. Some of the feats are also labeled as being residual, with no follow-up feats. For example, the bloodshed heaven snatching technique could only be cultivated up to foundation establishment. The 10,000 desires heavenly demon determination was the remnants of the book, with no follow-up technique. Wu Tian skipped over the many charming techniques and poisonous techniques and walked over to the Ghost King Sect's fundamental technique, the Yellow Spring Soul Refining Technique's Jade Sketch. There are limitations to the Kung Fu, and a vow needs to be made not to spread the word. With the old man in black sitting in the hidden scripture pavilion, Wu Tian honestly finished his oath. He took out his disciple token and placed it on the forbidden system, and the contribution points recorded in it were instantly deducted by 200 points. The jade brief on the cabinet shot out a spiritual light that didn't enter Wu Tian's brow under the augmentation of the formation. One moment. The yellow spring soul refining technique appeared in Wu Tian's mind. As if it was branded in his mind. He could not forget it even if he wanted to. He looked at the 230 contribution points left in his token and glanced at the jade cabinet next to him with reluctance. There was a white bone soul refining streamer spell there that would allow his soul refining streamer to advance into a white bone soul refining streamer. The white bone soul refining streamer was not like other soul streamers, which required materials such as large demon bones and zombie skin to advance. This soul streamer Dharma sect only needs to use the soul silk as a streamer and the white bone as a pole, and then it can be promoted all the way up to become a 10,000 soul streamer, or even a billion soul streamer. It could be said that this kind of soul streamer was the most suitable for him, compared to the other materials that he didn't even know where to find. The soul and white bones he had plenty of. Unfortunately, this thing costs 1,000 contribution points. End of chapter. But 1,000 contribution points was quite simple for Wu Tian. He glanced at the jade cabinets around him and went back to the formation area to look for them. He needed large ceiling formations to cover his ears. But after looking around, he realized he was taking things a little for granted. He was 6 out of 7 on formations, and it was undoubtedly a pie in the sky to try to set up a formation on his own. Still, he had found a formation that suited him, the Evil Ghost Solicitation Formation. This formation combines a maze formation, a trap formation, and a killing formation, and its power depends on the strength and number of evil spirits deployed in the formation. The benefit of this formation was that even without using any other formation materials, Wu Tian could directly use the soul refining streamer plus the 10 grieving souls to form a formation. After the formation was completed, the Yin Fury Chi in the formation filled the area, isolating the divine sense and turning it into a small ghost domain, and the strength of the grievous souls that laid the formation would also increase by a lot. The resentful souls in them can also attack their enemies under the cover of the Yin and Yang, and restore themselves by virtue of the Yin and Yang. It could be said that as long as the enemy was trapped in the formation, he could be consumed to death. Most importantly, the more grievous and evil ghosts this formation laid out, the more powerful it would be. The envelope will also be larger. If the enemy wanted to get out of the trap in the formation, unless they broke the formation, they could only be consumed under the attack of the undead grudge spirits. Without saying a word, Wu Tian directly used 200 contribution points and exchanged the evil ghost sorcery formation. With the feats and formations, Wu Tian no longer stayed and directly went downstairs and out of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. When he passed by the chess-playing old man, he didn't dare to look around anymore in the slightest and walked out with a respectful salute. Not much longer. Wu Tian flew in the air, looking at the pavilions and well-organized houses and small courtyards below. He hesitated and took out a token to look at it. Now that he had become stronger, his self-confidence had increased greatly, and it so happened that he was now passing by the place where the slim man lived, and he felt that he could go and have a look. Mainly, he was a bit curious as to whether or not the furnace the slim man was talking about was in his house, and what it looked like. Thinking about this, Wu Tian no longer hesitated and turned into streams of light to fly downwards. He arrived above the man's small courtyard and directly used the token to open the formation and flew in. It's her? With a sweep of his divine sense, Wu Tian frowned as he looked at the person in the house in the courtyard. There was a wooden house in the small courtyard, and inside the house there was a woman who was very pretty, except that he had seen this person before, and he didn't know if she was the stove tripod that the slim man had mentioned. This woman was the one who had accosted him after the last examination, and was the same as him as the former Xian Tian Sect's miscellaneous disciple. The spiritual energy fluctuation in the woman's body was only at the second level of qi refining, and Wu Tian's strength was too much stronger than hers for her to be able to discover his divine sense. After Wu Tian landed, he directly pushed open the door of the house and walked in. With the token in his hand, the house was not defended against him at all. In the cultivation room, Chu Meier, who was cultivating, heard the sound and was shocked in her heart, rushing to open her eyes, her divine sense sweeping outside the room. Seeing that it was Wu Tian, her heart couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Compared to the others in the Ghost King sect, Wu Tian, who had just joined the demon sect not long ago, was a little more reassuring to her. Despite this, she took a deep breath, the tension on her face receding as she walked out of the cultivation room with a seductive smile. Senior brother, Mayor wanted to talk to you last time, but you ignored her. Why did you come to me this time? Chu Meier smiled coquettishly and looked at Wu Tian with charming eyes. Although the two didn't know each other, her tone of voice with an angry pout was as if the two were old acquaintances. Seeing her slowly approaching, Wu Tian summoned the white bone sword and hung it between the two of them, with demonic elements flowing from the sword, ready to strike, as if it would pierce through her skull in the next instant. Chu Meier looked at the white bone sword that was close at hand, and the charming smile on her face couldn't hang on anymore. She froze for a moment, her eyes filled with watery mist, and she looked at Wu Tian with a sad face. Elder brother, but he hates Mayor. In vain I liked you for so long. Wu Tian sized her up. We don't seem to know each other. Shu Mayor looked at him aggressively. Don't you remember seeing your brother? In the past, when Xian Tian Sect was still around, we were both odd job disciples, and I saw you several times, and since then, I've been secretly in love with you. Wu Tian looked at her charming appearance and her softness, adding a few points of temptation, making one's desire for protection rise while wanting to possess her body even more. It was a good thing that he had a strong fixation and wasn't mesmerized by her appearance. Although Wu Tian didn't believe in what she said, he didn't break her down and only inquired, "You seem to be unsurprised by my arrival. You knew I would come to you?" Shu Mayor hesitated and looked at the white bone sword in front of her. "I recognize this sword. It belongs to the bad guy Su Feng who captured me here. Though I didn't know if you'd come or not, I had a guess." Saying that, she looked at Wu Tian in a pitiful manner. "Elder brother, you don't know. The last time people looked for you to talk, you ignored me. I thought you didn't like me. I was sad for a while. My tears were all dried up. Mayor, a weak woman, was captured here by that bad man Su Feng, and if I hadn't fought to the death to preserve my innocence, senior brother wouldn't have been able to see Mayor. Mayor only has elder brother in her heart. If she were to have her innocence taken away by someone else, Mayor would never live on in the world." After saying that, she spread her face and smiled, looking at Wu Tian with affection. "Luckily, senior brother, you came, so I don't have to be scared every day. Senior brother, you will protect Mayor, right?" Wu Tian looked at Shu Mayor for a moment of dumbfoundedness. This woman was selling tile pots, right? One set. He'd be a real believer if he believed her crap. He wasn't blind. If he had actually seen this woman, there was no way he wouldn't have half an impression. After all, the woman did look pretty. However, Shu Mayor wanted to act with him, but Wu Tian didn't have the heart to waste time with her. "You said you've been fawning over me for a long time. So what's my name?" Wu Tian faintly said. "Wu Tian, ah." Shu Mayor looked at him sadly. "Brother Wu Tian, are you not believing what I'm saying? In fact, I've really liked you for a long time." Wu Tian frowned and thought for a moment, feeling that this woman should have known his name from the last time the Ghost King Sect registered for the register. He looked at the hint of nervousness and worry that flowed from Shu Mayor's eyes, and then surveyed her charmingly bony body. A soul seal surfaced in his hand as he looked at her silently. "You should be the furnace tripod Su Feng was talking about. I have little interest in your Xianin body, and I won't be harvesting you. I'm giving you two choices. First, be my maid. I'll plant a soul mark in your soul. You serve me well and I'll give you the resources to cultivate. Second, I'll go with number one." Shu Mayor looked at him with affection in her eyes. "Brother Wu Tian, Mayor is willing to do anything to be with you. This woman is addicted to acting, isn't she?" If he was still a young boy of 18 years old, with a longing for a good love, he might not be able to resist such a beauty's love for him. But now, Wu Tian was already 23 and was used to seeing sets. Only crave the body, not the mind. End of chapter. Wu Tian ignored Shu Mayor's eyes with a hint of sadness and aggravation, and without hesitation, he planted the soul slave seal on her. Shu Mayor didn't resist and obediently let him plant the soul slave seal. The soul seal was planted, and he sensed that Shu Mayor had no malice towards him in her heart. Wu Tian looked at her with satisfaction, removed a storage bag from his waist and put 50 spirit stones in it. "You can take these spirit stones to cultivate first, and I'll get you some raw souls over here later." Shu Mayor happily accepted the storage bag. "Thank you, brother Wu Tian. You are so good to me." Wu Tian smiled. "As a maid, you should know what to do, right?" How could Shu Mayor not know what he meant? She bit her lip and gave him a shy and timid look. People's physique is special. The higher their cultivation level is, the greater the benefits will be after you get my yuan-in. Brother Wu Tian, are you sure you want it now? Wu Tian was sitting on the resources of the blue star, which needed her yuan-in to cultivate. "I told you, I'm not interested in your physique and won't use you as a furnace. You just have to serve me." After saying that, he directly picked up Shu Mayor and walked towards her bedroom. One day later, Wu Tian walked out of the small courtyard with satisfaction, glanced at the sun and the sky, and flew towards his house with his sword. It had to be said that Shu Mayor's shining body was indeed a good thing. Even if it wasn't used for cultivation, it felt very different. Something else. He went back inside and checked the Yellow Spring soul refining method in his mind again. In addition to what he had seen in the hidden scripture pavilion, the Yellow Spring soul refining method that he had just exchanged also contained quite a bit of information on foundation building. Foundation building. Build the foundation of the immortal way. There are 4 grades of foundation building quality. From high to low they are heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. 12, 9, 6, and 3 pints of flowers bloom. There are many different ways to build a foundation. Immortals and demons are basically much the same, and they all use heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, with the different cultivation techniques, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed would also be different. The quality of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures used to build the foundation determined the quality of the Tao foundation. The upper limit of a cultivator's strength after foundation building would also be sky high. For example, for two people with similar qualifications and similar cultivation techniques, the strength of a heavenly grade foundation establishment was definitely stronger than a yellow grade foundation establishment. The quality and amount of spiritual energy between the two was simply not on the same level. However, the number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures was limited, so in addition to using various rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures to build the foundation, the most common, there is nothing better than forcibly building a foundation with the foundation building pill. Cultivators borrowed the spiritual chimes and spiritual energy from the foundation building pill to form the third grade Tao foundation within their dantian. It's just that the roots of this kind of foundation building are not deep, and unless you have a deep base in the chi refining stage, it's at most a third grade foundation building. Some with insufficient fundamentals either failed to build their foundations or barely managed to do so, with their lotus platforms covered in cracks, stopping at the foundation establishment realm for the rest of their lives. This kind of belongs to the remnants of the foundation building. Basically limit lock. At most break through to the late stage of foundation building. No chance of Jindan realm. However, breaking through with the foundation building pill was basically the first choice of most ordinary immortal cultivators. Even so, because of the large number of people who cultivated immortals, the foundation building pill was also very precious. Many loose cultivators wanted a foundation building pill but could not get one, until his hair turned gray, his lifespan was depleted, and he died with regret. Wu Tian didn't know how the righteous path, or other devil sects built their foundations. However, in the Yellow Spring Soul refining method alone that he had redeemed, there were several different methods of foundation building recorded. In addition to using a variety of cold attribute genius treasure foundation, can also be used to build the foundation of the magic weapon, such as weapon cultivator general, upgrade the magic weapon to become stronger. However, Wu Tian looked at it and felt that among them, refining the soul to build a foundation was more suitable for him. After all, he didn't have any good heavenly materials and treasures, and the limitations of magic weapon foundation building were too great, and the quality after foundation building was average. Although the foundation was built with the soul, the quality of the Tao foundation all depended on how much of the soul was refined. However, he did not lack a soul, and he was perfectly capable of blossoming the 12 pints and building a heavenly Tao foundation. After Wu Tian determined how he was going to build his foundation, he headed to the Xiantian market and bought a few soul refining jars and soul invoking formation flags. Of course, large-scale sealing formation flags were naturally essential. Although he didn't know how to form a formation, with a formation flag in place, he could directly use it to set up a formation. Not much longer, Wu Tian returned to the blue star, glanced at the sun and the sky, and his divine sense swept Lin Frostmoon's villa. I don't know if it was because Lin Xuanyue had gone to work, but the villa was empty. It was just that he was a bit surprised that the white jade that he had given to Lin Xuanyue had been spread out on the bed by her. Obviously something that was like trash to him was treated like a treasure by Lin Xuanyue. However, this white jade is really a treasure for mortals, and sleeping on it for a long time can improve your physique. Wu Tian thought about it. In such a short period of time, it was estimated that Lin Xuanyue had not been able to acquire many farms. The number of souls he needed to build his foundation was not a small amount, so he was not in a hurry. Wu Tian was hidden and flew towards the Qinkuan slaughterhouse with his sword. Although he hadn't slept for a long time, and he had also used up a lot of energy by double cultivating with Chu Mayer, but as an immortal cultivator, it's okay to go without sleep for a long time. The energy expended was not only made up for in the process of double cultivation with Chu Mayer, nourished by her Yuan, but there was also a lot more of it. It could be said that nowadays he was full of energy, so naturally he had to seize the time and advance his soul refining streamer first. If you want to do a good job, you have to make good use of your tools. After the soul refining streamer advanced, he was able to build his foundation at a much faster speed. A twist. A month passed. During this month, Wu Tian had not only exchanged the refining method of the white bone soul refining streamer, he had also refined it. He used the soul silk as a streamer, along with quite a few high-quality bones that he bought within the sect for the soul refining streamer's streamer pull to absorb, finally allowing it to advance into a white bone soul refining streamer. His current white bone soul refining streamer belonged to the 100 soul streamer, which could hold and imperialize 100 stern ghosts. Only, the ghosts in it still had to be refined in by him. It was just that before he built his foundation, he wouldn't dare to pile a stern ghost out, lest it would backfire. After all of the severe ghosts basically had the strength of the foundation establishment stage. And if he, a chi refining stage, imperialized the severe ghosts, they would backfire on him in minutes. It had to be said that the white bone soul refining streamer was worth 1,000 contribution points, and it was still worth every penny. His previous soul refining streamer, he only knew how to use it, but he didn't know the slightest thing about how exactly it was refined and formed. The white bone soul refining streamer that was refined by his own hands was different, because he had practiced it with his own hands. He had a higher degree of control over the white bone soul refining streamer and was more comfortable using it. If he waited for him to build his foundation and then sacrificed the white bone soul refining streamer into his own original magic weapon, it would be even more of an arm and arm's reach. And after turning the white bone soul refining streamer into his own original magic weapon, he still didn't have to worry about the severe ghosts inside backfiring. After all, an intrinsic spell weapon was like a sword cultivator's intrinsic sword weapon. One glory for all, one loss for all. He practiced the white bone soul refining streamer and the injustice soul solicitation formation. Wu Tian no longer stayed, exited the Qianquan slaughterhouse, sensed the soul mark on Lin Xuanyue's body, and flew over with his imperial sword. He also didn't know if it was because of Lin Xuanyue's influence, but the slaughtering volume of the Qianquan slaughterhouse was gradually decreasing, and was no longer of much use to him. He went on this trip to build a foundation. End of chapter. 10 days later, Canopy Pig Farm. This was originally a large hog farm with an annual turnout of at least 50,000 head or more. But today, the Canopy Pig Farm has more than doubled in size, with the number of hogs reaching over 100,000 head. In addition to the pigs raised in the Canopy Pig Farm itself, there are also Lin Xuanyue let people in the surrounding rural areas, small pig farms to collect pigs, concentrated in the Canopy Pig Farm. Since a few days ago, however, the noisy piggery has become silent, and the neighborhood of the piggery has been guarded against the approach of idlers. In the middle of a pigsty, Wu Tian put away the top-grade artifact-level soul refining jar and glanced at the tens of thousands of souls inside. Feeling that it should be about right, he looked at the 3 spells above the pigsty. The blood pool sucked blood, the blood-refining cauldron refined flesh into pills, and the skeleton refined bones. Not much longer, the tens of thousands of dead pigs in the pigsty disappeared, and the blood, flesh, and bones were all absorbed by the magic weapon, leaving only the spots of blood on the ground. Even the blood fury produced when tens of thousands of hogs died was absorbed by the blood pool he had just recently purchased. Wu Tian put away his magic weapon, walked out of the pigsty, and flew directly to the roof of a building not far away, preparing to build his foundation. Now his 24 soul refining jars were filled with souls. In addition to more than 100,000 pig souls, there were also tens of thousands of cow and sheep souls, as well as millions of chicken and duck souls. With so many souls, I think it should be enough to build the foundation. Inside the Canopy Pig Farm, there was no one except the sows and piglets that he had purposely left behind. Plus there was the intermediate formation spirit sealing phantomine formation that enveloped the entire pig farm. He wasn't the least bit worried that someone would break in and disturb his foundation building. Under the effect of the formation, even if someone used a drone to view it from a high altitude, they wouldn't find anything unusual. What was presented in the picture would only be the scene conjured up by the formation, unless the drone approached and entered the cage of the formation. As the formation formed its own space, the drone would lose its signal and turn into scrap metal, allowing people to notice the abnormality. If anyone approached, they would only get lost in the formation and fall into an illusion. However, Wu Tian was not worried in the slightest that anyone would notice him. Whoever dares to find him trouble, he will let people know what it means to be a devil cultivator. Not much longer, Wu Tian adjusted his state. The white bone soul refining streamer hung in front of his body, and countless domestic pig souls emerged from the soul refining jar, which were quickly absorbed and refined by the white bone soul refining streamer. With the hundreds of resentful souls within the soul streamer assisting in refining it, the domestic pig soul was transformed into a bit of soul source to be absorbed by Wu Tian. Not for a moment. The soul source in the white bone soul refining streamer formed a black river and quickly surged into Wu Tian's body. Wu Tian looked inwardly at his dantian, only to see a black vortex in the dantian, gulping black demonic elements like mist. Under his control, as the soul source surged into the dantian, after the black vortex absorbed the soul source, an illusory lotus platform slowly appeared in the center of the vortex. The river-like soul source surged into the lotus platform, which quickly solidified and transformed into a black lotus platform like a physical object. As the lotus platform materialized, Wu Tian's speed of absorbing the soul source accelerated a few more points. Slowly, 3 illusory petals appeared around the lotus platform, becoming solid as they absorbed the soul source. The black lotus came out and the vortex dispersed. The spiritual vortex turned into energy and was absorbed by the black lotus. Wu Tian's speed of absorbing the soul source was much faster again. Not for a moment. With an ample supply of soul sources, the Black Lotus's lotus petals became twice as large, and the illusory petals also had 3 more pieces. From the virtual to the real, it turned into a 6-point Black Lotus. Not much longer. After absorbing enough soul sources, the lotus platform once again grew larger and the petals became more numerous. The souls in Wu Tian's soul refining jar were also rapidly depleting. I don't know how much time has passed. In the center of Wu Tian's dantian, a 12-pin Black Lotus emitted an ethereal light, and the fog-like demonic elements within the dantian quickly converged in the middle of the Black Lotus. Gradually, in the converging mist, a drop of black liquid fell and dripped onto the lotus platform. The soul source that surged into the dantian turned into energy and was refined by the Black Lotus into drops of pure demonic yuan, and in no time at all, a thin layer accumulated in the Black Lotus. The foundation has been built. He only needed to accumulate demonic energy in the Black Lotus and purify it once, and then he could enter the middle stage of foundation establishment. Until it is purified again and steps into the late stage of foundation establishment, it can be condensed and liquefied to advance to the Jin Dan mirror. Compared to the 3rd grade Dao foundation, the demonic elements refined by his 12th grade Dao foundation were more pure and naturally more powerful. It could be said that with the quality of Wu Tian's current demonic yuan, it was about the same as a mid-stage foundation establishment who possessed a 3rd grade Dao foundation. If it was a loose cultivator with a poor cultivation technique, a body of spiritual energy was refuted. The quality of his demonic energy was completely comparable to the late stage of foundation establishment. This was why the heavenly and earthly great foundation builders could be called heavenly pride, as they could cross the ranks. Of course, there were also factors that determined battle power, as well as spells and spells, but those who could be called heaven's pride were naturally no weaker in these 2 things. The only thing Wu Tian was short of now compared to those heavenly prides was the arts. After all, his cultivation time was too short. He simply didn't have that much time to learn spells and arts. But this was one of the shortcomings of most demonic cultivators, especially in the early stages. The environment that demonic cultivators were in made it necessary for them to find ways to raise their cultivation and obtain powerful magic weapons. Spells that take a lot of time to learn are naturally unappealing. This is why spells with fast results are so popular. Wu Tian familiarized himself with his cultivation that had just entered the foundation establishment, and then he started to refine the white bone soul refining streamer into his life magic weapon. This was also considered one of the benefits of using his soul to build his foundation, allowing him to sacrifice an innate magic weapon to be included in his body. Not much longer. With a thought, the white bone soul refining streamer in Wu Tian's hand disappeared and appeared in his dantian, hovering above the Black Lotus. He played in and out for a while and took out the white bone soul refining streamer, letting it absorb and refine the remaining millions of chicken and duck souls. When the millions of chicken and duck souls have all been absorbed and refined, among the hundreds of resentful souls in the white bone soul refining streamer, 2 of them advanced into Li ghosts, possessing the strength of the foundation establishment stage. Unfortunately, the quality of the souls of the chickens and ducks was so poor that being able to pile up 2 stern ghosts was already the limit. But he didn't get discouraged. There are still a lot of farms that Lin Xuanyue has acquired. He can just make a few more trips, especially poultry like chickens and ducks. Although the quality of souls is poor, the number can be unknown compared to livestock like pigs and cows. The millions of chicken and duck souls he had collected were just running 2 large farms, and there were an unknown number of farms like this one on the blue planet. Exactly enough for him to pile up hundreds of night ghosts in a short period of time. If only there was a lot of resentment and fear. Resentful souls absorbing it could quickly evolve into a lich ghost. Wu Tian muttered. He was just thinking about it though. The only way to get a lot of resentment and fear was if someone could provide it. Livestock like pigs and cows provide minimal resentment and fear, even at the time of death. Poultry such as chickens and ducks are even more insignificant. Wu Tian suddenly thought of something and murmured thoughtfully, the resentment thing is not good to collect, but the fear words. End of chapter. It seems that he could build haunted houses and set up a gathering of and frightening souls formation and put a few living souls that can't harm anyone in there. In this way, those who enter the haunted house will naturally become frightened birds under the effect of the formation, hallucinating and scaring themselves. Which lucky guy runs into a raw soul again? He could already imagine someone peeing in fear. However, he still had to buy some fear beads to put in the formation to collect fear. Thinking of this, Wu Tian used the ghost concealment technique, put away the flags of the spirit sealing phantom formation, and summoned the white bone sword to fly towards the outside of the pig farm. Although his blood pool had been upgraded to a top-grade artifact, it could also be used to fly at a much faster speed than the white bone sword. But using the blood pool fly was too flashy. His ghost concealment technique couldn't even conceal it. It was better to use the white bone sword for convenience, because he fed the bones of the pigs and cows he killed and other bones to the white jade skeleton. The white bone sword was still a lower grade magic weapon, It was good that the skeleton had devoured numerous bones and advanced into a top-grade artifact, increasing its defensive capabilities by a lot. He naturally had to prioritize upgrading this kind of defensive magic weapon that could save his life. After all, although the blood pool was an attacking magic weapon, the ability to escape was also first-rate. It was just that it moved a little bit more. Outside the pig farm, Lin Xuanyue sat in a car and waited quietly. Wu Tian followed the Soul Prince to find her, and when he saw that no one was in her car, he directly revealed his form, pulled open the door and sat in. "Master, are you done? Shall we go to the next place?" Lin Xuanyue asked with a smile. She knew that the hogs from the Canopy Hog Farm should be missing as well, but she just didn't ask more questions and kept her curiosity to herself. Wu Tian naturally saw Lin Xuanyue's dedication and understanding in his eyes. To be honest, if it wasn't for Lin Xuanyue, he really wouldn't have been able to build his foundation so quickly. To think that all this time Lin Xuanyue had been busy with him, helping him with the aftermath. Wu Tian took out a spirit measuring stone and looked at Lin Xuanyue. "Put your hand on it." Lin Xuanyue looked at the spirit measuring stone in his hand and was puzzled for a moment before suddenly thinking of something. Her eyes filled with surprise and nervousness. After encountering the immortal destiny, she naturally had supplemented her knowledge of immortal cultivation, and she had read a lot of various myths and legends, and immortal cultivation novels. She didn't know what the stone was, but she already had a rough guess in her mind. She nervously placed her hand on the spirit measuring stone, her eyes staring at it with tension and anticipation. Not only her, Wu Tian was also a bit nervous looking at the spirit measuring stone. Lin Xuanyue was quite useful, understanding and obedient. If she didn't have a spirit root, I guess she wouldn't be so attentive to what he ordered in the future. As the two watched, the spirit measuring stone emitted a layer of white light that shone on the silent two. Lin Xuanyue looked at the white light that surfaced, her eyes filled with surprise. It's good to have a reaction, and a reaction is at least not a bad thing. Only when she saw Wu Tian looking at the stone and not saying anything, her heart couldn't help but tighten and she nervously looked at Wu Tian. Carefully, "Master, can I cultivate?" Wu Tian looked at her oddly and took the spirit measuring stone back into his storage bag. "Yes, in a few days I'll pass on your techniques and spirit stones. Nowadays the aura of the heaven and earth is not visible, and you can't cultivate without spirit stones." Hearing his words, Lin Xuanyue sighed in relief and looked at him happily. "Many thanks, Master. I will definitely cultivate well and share my worries for Master." Wu Tian nodded and told her about building a haunted house. Lin Xuanyue didn't ask any more questions in the slightest and patted her bulging chest to assure that she would absolutely get it done. Thinking that she would soon be able to cultivate immortality, the smile on her face didn't stop. Like a little girl, where there was still the slightest bit of the female president's frame. Wu Tian looked at her happy face with a mixture of relaxation and doubt in his eyes. Lin Xuanyue was an ice spirit root, which was extraordinarily rare in both the immortal and demon worlds, and was only slightly inferior to a heavenly spirit root. It could be said that if Lin Xuanyue was in the immortal and demon world, it would be a true seed, and any clan would focus on cultivating it. After all, spiritual roots are good or bad, and can be categorized into heavenly, exotic, earthly, and miscellaneous. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth, the 5 elements of a single attribute for the celestial spirit root. Wind, thunder and ice, 3 attributes for the foreign spirit root. 2 of the 5 attributes can form the 5 elements for the earth spiritual root. Wood, fire, earth, gold and water. Wood begets fire, fire begets earth begets gold begets water, and water begets wood. For example, having 2 spiritual roots, wood and fire, is an earth spiritual root. Wood as a supplement, fire as the main, with wood to help fire. The cultivation speed is not much slower, only a little bit worse than the heavenly and alien spiritual roots. The rest are miscellaneous spiritual roots. Miscellaneous spiritual roots are the worst spiritual roots, which are 2, 3, 4, and 5 types of miscellaneous spiritual roots. An example, let's say each person has a spiritual root value of 10. A single spiritual root with a value of 10 would have a speed of 10 in absorbing Reiki. The earth spirit root absorbs Reiki at a rate of 8 because of the 5 elements. The speed of absorption of spiritual chi for a double lineage miscellaneous spiritual root was 5. For a 3 spiritual root it was more than 3 points. For a 4 spiritual root it was more than 2 points. And for a 5 spiritual root it was 2. The celestial spirit root absorbs spiritual chi 5 times faster than a 5-system miscellaneous spirit root. That's just in theory. In practice the difference between the two is even greater. And there's a reason why the allomantic spiritual root is a little worse than the celestial spiritual root. It was only because the 5 elemental auras in the heavens and earth were more numerous and denser than the wind, thunder, and ice auras. If one was in certain specific places, such as in the middle of an ice mountain, the cultivation speed of the ice spirit root would be even faster than the heavenly spirit root. However, the devil sect does not have high requirements for cultivation qualifications, and the cultivation technique focuses on a detrimental one. Wu Tian had Blue Star's ample soul to cultivate. There was nothing to be jealous of Lin Xuanyue carrying an ice spirit root. After all, Blue Star's aura was close to non-existent, and she could only use spirit stones if she wanted to cultivate. Wu Tian was not going to pass on her magic power. If it leaked out, Blue Star would probably be thrown into chaos. Where would he get such a stable soul to use for cultivation at that time? He was more puzzled as to whether he was lucky and just happened to meet one with a spiritual root, or whether there were many people with spiritual roots on the blue planet. Or, what kind of people? Wu Tian felt that he would have to find a few people to test it out. Not much longer. Wu Tian found a few children on the side of the road and asked them to take a test, and the result was that none of them possessed a spiritual root. He paid for a few more young people who looked like college students, and all of them had no spiritual roots. It seemed that people with spiritual roots were also relatively rare in Blue Star. This conclusion made him sigh in relief. Although he was only a 4-system miscellaneous spirit root, but compared to people without spirit roots, it was still relatively excellent. Well, Lin Xuanyue, who was accompanying him, saw him looking for someone to test on the street and looked thoughtful in her eyes. After the two of them got into the car, Lin Xuanyue stole a glance at Wu Tian and hesitated for a moment. Master, I have a younger sister. Do you want her to take a test? Seeing Wu Tian looking at her, she hurriedly explained. Isn't our clan short of people? Since I can cultivate, my sister should be able to as well. If she can join the clan, while growing the clan, she can also help you share your worries and work for you better together with me. Wu Tian pondered for a moment. You can bring her here to take a look when you have time, but you must not disclose my presence. I'll take a look first. To him, one more person was nothing, and the spirit stones they needed in the early stages were not much. Selling a few raw souls would be enough for the sisters to cultivate, but that will have to wait until he's seen it first. If Sister Lin Xuanyue was as pretty and understanding as she was, and had a spiritual root to cultivate, it wasn't impossible to give her a chance. After all, his strength had become stronger, and the resources he needed had become more, so Lin Xuanyue was indeed a bit too busy to do it alone. He felt as if he could take in a few more disciples and form a force in Blue Star. When the master has something to do, the disciple serves him. With more disciples, it would be a lot easier for him. Anyway, even if the cultivation technique was spread out, it was nothing. Blue Star didn't have aura and couldn't cultivate at all without spirit stones. However, his disciples had to be pretty and eye-catching to be good. End of chapter. A few days later. In the past few days, Wu Tian had swept away Lin Xuanyue's acquisitions in Ningchang, the remaining farms, and the number of stern ghosts in his soul streamer had also reached 10. However, Lin Xuanyue's movements had already attracted the attention of quite a few people, coupled with the fact that wherever he passed, poultry and livestock disappeared. He naturally could not be hidden from those who were interested. In this way, under the attention of people who had the intention to do so, Lin Xuanyue could not help but slow down the speed of collecting livestock for him in Ningchang. However, Wu Tian didn't care. The big deal was just changing cities. After all, Ningchang had seen the price of meat go up quite a bit due to the large amount of livestock and poultry that had been devoured by his magic weapon. If this continued, the authorities were afraid that they would have to directly approach Lin Xuanyue for tea. Villa Fairview. Sis, why did you call me here? You've been secretive for a while, and Mom even called me to tell me that you're acquiring a farm. And it seems like our Lin's group isn't. Lin Ruoxue had just walked into the villa, and before she could even finish her sentence after seeing Lin Xuanyue, she was knocked out by the stealthy Wu Tian with a finger. Seeing this, Lin Fengyue hurriedly caught her sister and helped her onto the sofa. Wu Tian revealed his form and surveyed the delicate young girl on the sofa. The young girl looked as if she was a little girl from her face, looking delicate and cute, but from her snow-white neck down, her pink t-shirt was held up high. The fullness that stood out was enough to make her look down and not be able to see her toes, and it was quite a bit bigger than even Lin Xuanyue. Have to say, Wu Tian was still satisfied in his heart as he looked at the young girl who possessed 2 large white rabbits, though the young girl didn't look old enough to use it. Probably not as well as Lin Frostmoon, but at least, she was pretty and had a nice enough body to please his eyes, and that was enough. Wu Tian saw Lin Xuanyue looking at him nervously and explained, "Don't worry, she just fainted." Saying this, he took out the spirit measuring stone and walked over to Lin Ruoxue, grabbing her soft, boneless jade hand and placing it on it. Shasta. 2 types of blue and green light emerged from the spirit measuring stone, causing the nervous Lin Xuanyue to let out a sigh of relief. Wu Tian looked at the unconscious Lin Ruoxue and muttered in his heart, "Water, wood and earth spiritual roots, are the sisters lucky?" Or are there more people with spiritual roots in their family? Or, the chances of a good-looking person having a spiritual root are higher? Wu Tian thought about the fact that although Blue Star had a near-absent aura, it was not absent. People with spiritual roots subconsciously, the body is estimated to be able to absorb a bit of aura to improve the body. Naturally, it is also a bit better looking than ordinary people, but this was only his guess. After all, so far, besides him, he had only discovered that the two Lin Xuanyue sisters had spirit roots. Wu Tian put away the spirit measuring stone. No longer entangled. Towards Lin Xuanyue, your sister can cultivate. When she wakes up you tell her, I have some business to attend to right now. Next time I come to look for you I will pass on your techniques and teach you to cultivate. Saying that, he then explained to Lin Xuanyue that she should continue to acquire livestock and poultry as well as build the haunted house as soon as possible. Lin Xuanyue was very happy that her sister was able to cultivate, but she was a little disappointed that Wu Tian had not yet passed on her gongfu. It was just that she did not show her dissatisfaction and respectfully stated that she would absolutely do Wu Tian's business. Wu Tian didn't stay long and left after raising his hand to plant a soul seal on Lin Ruoxue. Although he had said that he would remove Lin Xuanyue's soul seal when he took on an apprentice, it was his call when he took on an apprentice. Right now, although he didn't refute Lin Xuanyue's claim to be a disciple, as long as he didn't formally take on a disciple, the two were in a transactional relationship. After all, he couldn't trust Lin Xuanyue without a soul mark. I thought that with Lin Xuanyue's intelligence, she should be able to understand him. Some things are just clear in your mind, and saying them out loud hurts the peace. Wu Tian flew out of Lin Xuanyue's villa and noticed that there seemed to be someone outside staring at Lin Xuanyue, but he just glanced at it and ignored it. This little matter, Lin Xuanyue would take care of it. There was no need for him to make a move. It's not like he can't revive the Blue Star Ghostbusters if anyone dances around too much. Shen Tian Peak. In Chu Mayor's small courtyard room, Wu Tian was lying on the bed, wrapping his arms around the flushed Chu Mayor, playing with the soft white rabbit in his hand. The unclothed Chu Mayor looked up at him and said with some worry, Senior brother, I heard that the Green Cloud Immortal Sect is fighting with the Ghost King Sect for that large spirit stone mine. When the next batch of Ghost King Sect's people arrive, those of us who are there will have to go with them as well. And by then, she looked at Wu Tian's face unchanged and confident, and pouted. Senior brother, you will protect Mayor, right? Mayor still wants to serve you for the rest of her life. Wu Tian felt her soft body and faintly said, Don't worry, you are my little maid. I won't let anything happen to you. Hearing his words, Chu Mayor's heart relaxed quite a bit and moved her body into his arms, seeking a sense of security. Although she didn't know that Wu Tian had already built his foundation, from the essence she absorbed, she estimated that Wu Tian was at least at the 7th or 8th level of qi refining. At the very least, it was much more powerful than her, who had just advanced to the 3rd level of qi refining. Wu Tian hugged the uneasy Chu Mayor, but in his heart, he was thinking about the trip to the Spirit Stone Mine in the near future. The Ghost King Sect had already notified them that as soon as the next batch of Ghost King Sect's people arrived, the rest of Xian Tian Peak would have to pour out and follow them to fend off the Qingyan Immortal Sect and guard the Spirit Stone Mine. At that time, it would definitely be unavoidable to fight with the people of the Green Cloud Immortal Sect. The Green Cloud Immortal Sect, like the Ghost King Sect, belonged to one of the 4 major sects in the Eastern Wasteland, and both had God-transforming ancestors sitting within the sect. If the two clans have a big war, a small shrimp in the foundation stage. However, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. The experts of the Green Cloud Immortal Sect naturally had the people of the Ghost King Sect to deal with. His opponents were, presumably, people who had refined their qi and built their foundations. Furthermore, the Xin Tian Sect was in the middle of the Ghost King Sect and the Qingyan Immortal Sect, although neither of them were within the spheres of influence of the two sects. Relatively speaking, they were still a little closer to the Ghost King Sect. The Ghost King Sect is much better when it comes to the convenience of the land. Taking this opportunity, he could kill a foundation establishment cultivator and use his soul as the main soul of the white bone soul refining streamer. After all, although the stern ghosts he piled up with his souls were fierce, they were not spiritual enough and only knew how to kill and kill and kill. This also made it possible for him to use the white bone soul refining streamer to command the severe ghosts when facing the enemy. But it would be different if he had a master soul, which possessed spirituality and could help him command other severe ghosts against the enemy. He would be able to control the white bone soul refining streamer without distraction, freeing up his hands to imperialize other magic weapons or do other things. If he could capture a Jindan stage, with the strength of his divine soul, as the main soul, it was estimated that he would have to have the strength of a late stage of foundation establishment. However, he could only think about it. He was a small devil cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment. Thinking about a Jindan real person, he was afraid that he would not be casually seconded. Not much longer. Wu Tian left a little bit of cultivation resources for Chu Meier and flew towards the mission hall with his sword. His white bone sword had been upgraded to a top-grade artifact, and with the fact that he had already built his foundation, he could fly an unknown amount of speed faster. Between breaths, he arrived at the mission hall and exchanged the large amount of blood pills he had practiced with the pork for quite a few contributions. Just in case it wasn't enough, he also exchanged quite a few raw souls, bringing his contribution points to over 2,000. End of chapter. Hidden Scriptures. Wu Tian looked at the stairs leading to the third floor and walked up without hesitation. This time, the spiritual barrier only swept him and did not stop him. Wu Tian walked to the third floor, glanced at the jade cabinets that were even more sparse than the second floor, and began to look for the successor to the Yellow Spring Soul refining technique. Although he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, he was still far from Jindan. However, in order to be prepared, it was better to obtain the Jindan stage technique first. Not for a moment, Wu Tian found the Yellow Spring Soul refining method and without hesitation exchanged it with 2,000 contribution points. Then he looked at the other feats, and after achieving a general understanding, he walked to the first floor, preparing to find cultivation techniques for the two Lin Frost Moon sisters. The books on the first floor don't want contribution points and can be ripped off at will. You just can't take it with you. The Ghost King sect had left these behind, probably also thinking of letting a group of disciples have a long look and gain some understanding of the righteous path's techniques. After all, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. Wu Tian originally wanted to find qi refining techniques for the two Lin Xuanyue sisters, but after he found a spirit medicine compendium, he read it with interest. Thousands of spiritual herbs and elixirs were recorded on this, not only with illustrations, but also the environment in which they grew, how to recognize them, and the effects of the elixirs. This spirit medicine book could be a good way to enrich his knowledge of spirit medicine, so that he wouldn't see spirit medicine that he didn't recognize in the future and miss it for nothing. The value of the elixir is related to the year. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and more than 100,000 years for the immortal medicine. As soon as the immortal pill came out, the elder god of transformation would have to beat the dog's brains out. The vintage of an elixir does not necessarily have to grow for so many years, but is distinguished by the medicinal power in it, such as 10 years of medicinal power of spiritual herbs, grows in places where the aura is rich, watered with spiritual liquid every day. It wouldn't take more than a few years to advance into a 100-year-old elixir. With Wu Tian's divine soul strength at the foundation establishment stage, his memory and unforgettable memory were about the same. It didn't take him long to finish reading the complete book of spirit medicines, and then he looked for some books that recorded all kinds of spirit treasures, and metal spirit mines to read. However, he hadn't forgotten about the two Lin Xuanyue sisters and looked for their cultivation techniques in passing. Lin Ruoshua's cultivation technique was still quite easy to find, and it didn't take long for Wu Tian to find a wood attribute evergreen technique. The evergreen spiritual power combat power cultivated by this gong method was not strong. The benefit is that evergreen spiritual energy can heal injuries, and spiritual energy warms the body for a long period of time, and also prolongs life, living quite a few more years. The blue star was relatively peaceful and there was little danger, so it could be said that it was the most suitable gong method for Lin Ruoshua. Lin Frost Moons would be harder to find. After all, the ice attribute was still relatively rare. Good thing that Xian Tianzong how to say is also have Jindan power. Family background is still there. Many years of collection of Gongfu was not so much as a refining stage of the ice attribute Gongfu or not. It didn't take long for Wu Tian to find a copy of the 10,000 methods Xian ice technique. In terms of depth and subtlety, the Wanfa Shenbing Gong was more than a notch higher than the Changchun Gong. After finding the feats, Wu Tian found a few more basic spells for the two of them. Then he checked out other books, enriching his knowledge. Xian Tian Fong Market. I don't know if it was because of the Green Cloud Immortal sect, but the marketplace was exceptionally lively. Aside from the people heading to the Spirit Stone Mine, the rest of the people in the sect seemed to have gathered in the workshop market in general, and there were a lot more people setting up stalls. After Wu Tian's observation, he realized that prices had risen. The prices of magic weapons, pills, and talismans involving life preservation and strength enhancement had all increased to varying degrees. Relatively speaking, everything else is a little bit cheaper. It's like a righteous gongfu. It's even more of a cabbage price. Buy one get one free kind of thing. Some of them were still selling righteous qi refining techniques, as well as basic spells. Wu Tian looked at them and was upset. When he thought about it, he didn't know that the hidden scriptures could be viewed for free for basic spells, and he was tricked by someone into giving him a spirit stone. If he had known, he would not have gone to the market to buy. He went to the hidden scripture cabinet to check not on the line. I guess these people are specializing in scamming little munchkins who are just starting out, or those who are rich and don't like the hassle. Wu Tian thought that he would probably use all kinds of righteous gongfu in Blue Star and could not help but walk towards the stall selling gongfu. Coincidentally, no. He's just rich and doesn't like trouble. He came to a stall and looked at the various righteous chi refining techniques on the black cloth, as well as the basic spells. It looks like it was all transcribed in the cache. After all, the second and third floors of the Tibetan scripture pavilion have a restriction. Need to make a heavenly oath. Not to be spread out. But the first floor does not have this restriction. This thing, the oath, in the Blue Star can be sent randomly. Not much impact. In the world of immortals and demons is quite effective. Mortals may not be affected much, but if immortal cultivators dare to break their vows, all beings are equal under the heart demon. These people could think of going to the hidden scripture cabinet to transcribe gongfu to sell. It had to be said that they were also talented. Wu Tian looked at it and realized that there were still quite a lot of types of feats, all 8 attributes, and dozens of basic spells. After some bargaining, Wu Tian packed away all the hundreds of feats as well as basic spells for 2 spirit stones. The man who set up the stall was very happy, and as soon as Wu Tian left, he took out hundreds of feats and basic spells and set them up on the stall. Wu Tian bought the gongfu and didn't linger in the periphery, striding towards the center of the workshop. Nowadays, he was no longer a small devil cultivator who had just entered chi refining. If he were outside, he would be a foundation establishment ancestor. Place downtown. There were a lot fewer people here compared to outside, and the road was lined with well-organized rooms of stores. There were stores selling pills, magic weapons, array flags, talismans, and all sorts of stores. Wu Tian walked into a talisman store, and a 12 or 13-year-old girl greeted him with a curved brow and a smile. Good day, senior brother. What do you need? Little Peach can introduce it to you. I'll look first. Okay, senior brother. Go ahead. Wu Tian nodded and checked the talismans inside the store. This store was not big, and there were only 2 white jade counters inside, each displaying a variety of talisman paper and talismans with prices marked on them. The charms are fireball charms, water arrow charms, ground stabbing charms, entanglement charms, and golden spear charms, all of which are basic spells. The price was not too expensive and not too cheap. All of them were 1 lower grade spirit stone each. Talismans, on the other hand, were all elementary and few in number, including earth prison talismans, adamantine talismans, earth escape talismans, firebird talismans, healing talismans, and so on. Elementary talismans were a bit more expensive, 10 spirit stones apiece. Looking at the many talismans, Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh. It seems that in the immortal cultivation world, it's also a case of having money to walk around the world, and it's hard to walk without money. If he had the money, he would have bought tens of thousands of talismans and smashed them to death. However, with his current wealth, he wasn't that bold. He had traded his spirit stones for raw souls. It was all saved from him raising his cultivation, as well as feeding the night ghosts. Can't afford to waste it. Wu Tian thought for a moment and bought 2 Vajra charms, earth escape charms, and healing charms. Nowadays, his attacking magic weapons included the white bone soul refining streamer, the blood pool, and the white bone sword, while the one that kept him alive was only the skeleton one. He naturally had to buy some of this kind of talisman that could save his life. However, talismans were not cost-effective, and it was still more affordable to have spells. He was going to buy another escape magic artifact and arm himself fully, so that if he couldn't beat the enemy, he would at least be able to run away. Thinking that he put away the talisman, he walked out of the talisman store and headed towards a store that covered a relatively large area. End of chapter. A few days later, a white bone immortal boat broke through the air and hovered over Xiantian Peak. All disciples, follow me into the immortal boat and fell the immortal sect. An old voice entered Wu Tian's ears and he hurriedly drew himself out. The nervous Chu Meier also didn't dare to slow down at all, dragging her lackluster body to put on her clothes. Not for a moment. Wu Tian took Chu Meier, whose face was not yet flushed, out to take a look at the huge flying boat in the sky, which covered the sky and the ghostly light flowed. On Xiantian Peak, a silhouette flew up, turning into streams of light and flying towards the white bone immortal boat. Go! Wu Tian took out the white bone sword, and the 3-foot red damask around Chu Meier's waist also lengthened like a snake, encircling her and landing at her feet at one end. The red damask is called amber red damask, and it can attack or trap people. In order to not let his maid's fragrance die, Wu Tian had specially bought her 2 medium-grade magic weapons. In addition to this wonderful red damask, there was also a grudge bell, which could attack a person's soul. Wu Tian was not a stingy person when it came to his women, simply because the stronger the magic weapon, the more spiritual energy it consumed. With Chu Meier's strength at the 3rd level of chi refining, commanding 2 medium-grade magic weapons was already the limit. If a top-grade magic weapon was given to her, she wouldn't be able to utilize its power. The two of them flew towards the white bone immortal boat with their magic weapons. The immortal boat was very wide. Tens of thousands of Ghost King Sect disciples stood on it without appearing crowded. Wu Tian took Chu Meier and flew to the immortal boat. Glancing around at the black-robed disciples who belonged to the same Ghost King Sect, his eyes rested on the trio of what appeared to be bigwigs not far away. Among the crowd of black-robed disciples, the only people who dressed casually were the big brothers who had this privilege. One could only see a middle-aged man with white hair and black clothes, standing expressionlessly at the side of the immortal boat, with two people standing on his left and right. Among them, apart from the black-clothed old man that Wu Tian had seen in the scripture pavilion, there was also a red-robed old man that he had not seen before. None of the three spoke, but the aura emanating from their bodies made the crowd of disciples not dare to make a sound in the slightest, and they stood quietly on the flying boat. Not much longer. The people on Xiantian Peak basically flew to the immortal boat. The red-robed old man glanced at the people on Xiantian Peak who were powerless to fly to the immortal boat, his hoarse voice carrying a hint of indifference. Such a waste, and can be a disciple of my sacred sect. With a wave of his raised hand, the screams of those who still remained on Xiantian Peak didn't even make it out, and their entire bodies exploded into a cloud of blood mist, transforming into a line of blood that was sucked into the mouth of the red-robed old man. Chu Meier's heart tightened as she gratefully glanced at Wu Tian beside her. If it hadn't been for him, she might have been one of the dead ones now. With her physique, if she fell into the hands of other demonic cultivators, she probably wouldn't be able to escape the end of being used as a cauldron to be harvested to death. Not much longer. In the sky above the immortal Meteor Mountain range, a gigantic flying bird with a wingspan of 100 meters attacked towards the white bone flying boat. Just before the flying bird got close, a black chess piece flew out from the flying boat, blinking its eyes and piercing through its head, and its soul was absorbed by the chess piece. Even its corpse didn't survive, burning itself without fire, turning into a drop of spiritual liquid under the burning of the soul fire, returning to the immortal boat along with the black chess piece, and being swallowed into the mouth of the black-clothed old man. Wu Tian was already not surprised by this scene. There are countless demonic beasts in the immortal Meteor Mountain range, some of which are not spiritually intelligent and have little insight, and from time to time, there are flying birds and demonic beasts that try to attack the flying boat, and they end up with a dead body and a dead soul. The flying boat was so fast that the harsh winds were all blocked out by the formations on the flying boat. It didn't take long. The white bone flying boat stopped in front of a huge mountain peak. The space in front of the flying boat rippled, and a crack appeared in the space. Yun Yumeng flew out of the crack and landed on the flying boat, saluting the three white-haired men. Disciple has met Patriarch, Elder Blood, Elder Soul, Master is in seclusion and has sent disciples to greet him. The white-haired man nodded. Have the Qingyun thieves ever come to commit a crime? The Tsongyun Sword Immortal brought someone here and has been repelled by Master. Yun Yumeng said respectfully. Only, what she didn't say was that her master and the Tsongyun Sword Immortal were both defeated and recovering from their wounds. The white-haired man coldly said, Songyun's little child also dares to get his hands on my Ghost King sex things. Sooner or later, this seat will do battle with him and break his Tsongyun sword. Enter the formation. As soon as his words fell, Yun Yumeng hurriedly took out a token and struck a spiritual light onto the formation in front of her, and a huge entrance that could allow a flying boat to pass through appeared. The flying boat started up and disappeared into the formation like a stream of light. The scene in the formation was very different from what was seen outside. The ground at the foot of the huge mountain peak was barren, and the vegetation seemed to have been burned to the ground. A huge mining cave was visible at the foot of the mountain, with a silhouette moving in and out of it. Just after entering the formation, Wu Tian and a group of other disciples left the white bone flying boat under the leadership of Yin Yumeng and flew to the mine at the foot of the mountain. The Ghost King Sect Patriarch, on the other hand, put away the white bone flying boat and disappeared with the two elders in a flash. Foothills. Yun Yumeng brought a group of disciples to stop in front of mine number 8. The mines in this mine are newly opened. You guys dig the mines first and wait for the Qingyun Immortal Sect to come and commit a crime before taking on the enemy with the sect. Then she looked at Han Knight. Senior brother, this mine is in your charge. These spirit picks are for you to use as digging. With that she raised her hand and a small mountain of pickaxes appeared. Don't worry senior sister. I'll definitely manage this mine well. Han Knight's face was filled with smiles, and his heart was very happy. One must know that managing a mine is a fat job, especially with so many people under his command. It's not a small amount of money for him to just intercept a little bit of spirit stones. This could be seen from the dozen or so other Jindan real people with a hint of envy in their eyes. After all, staying in this mine was still staying, and having an extra income was naturally good. Although Han Knight was only in the middle Jindan stage, it wasn't like there weren't people stronger than him on the scene. But they couldn't beat Yun Yumeng. Even if they were at the same late Jindan stage, Yun Yumeng would still be able to fight 1 against 2. At Yun Yumeng's command, they naturally didn't dare to act out. Yun Yumeng didn't stay long and left with a dozen other Jindan stages after explaining. As soon as Yun Yumeng left, Han Knight looked at the tens of thousands of people on the scene. This seat, Han Knight, inner door deacon of the Nine Spectres Peak. I believe that quite a few people know me. I don't care which peak you are from, inner disciples or outer disciples. Since senior sister Yumeng gave me the responsibility of this mine, I hope that you won't give me any trouble, and that we'll all work together to fulfill the Sect's mission. There are hundreds of mines in this mine, and each one needs an overseer. Anyone who wants to be an overseer, speak to me now. Being an overseer is definitely much more comfortable than being a miner. At least you don't have to sell out to dig, and you're treated much better. Quite a few people were heartened. However, apart from the Foundation Establishment cultivators, the Qi refining cultivators were obviously not qualified to compete for the position of supervisor, and could only watch with bated breath. Not for a moment. The late Foundation Establishment stage alone took up nearly half of the slots, and the remaining mid-Foundation Establishment stages had begun to fight for the remaining slots. End of chapter. Wu Tian took a look and realized that apart from the 40 or so late Foundation Establishment stages, there were hundreds of mid-Foundation Establishment stages vying for the position of supervisor. The people in the late stage of Foundation Establishment, naturally no one dared to grab their positions, but the rest of the positions others did not want to let go. Han Knight saw so many people. There were too many monks and not enough meat. After thinking about it, he flew up into the air, found a vast and spacious place. A spell went down, and dozens of 2-meter high, 10-meter wide and long rings rose up from the ground. The strongest of my sacred sect are honored. Those who are interested in the position of supervisor may come to the ring and live or die, and those who survive may be supervisors. The ring of life and death. This is the most popular way of the Ghost King sect. In the sect where there is a grudge, go to the ring to fight. Life and death. Everything goes to the strongest of the losers, and the clan will not chastise them. Otherwise, if you kill someone outside the clan ring and are caught by the law enforcement hall, you can't avoid the fate of having your soul extracted and refined. Seeing that Han Knight's life and death ring was all laid out, many people who were interested in competing for the supervisor eliminated their minds. Nothing else? It's not cost effective. After all, it's just a supervisor's position, so there's no need to put your life on the line. Right now, the Green Cloud Immortal Sect didn't know when they would come back to fight for the mine again, and it wasn't certain how long this overseer's position would stay. Besides, as demonic cultivators, they more or less had one or two enemies in the sect. Some people have hidden cards that have not yet been exposed, and to expose their cards to the eyes of the enemy for the sake of a supervisor's position is truly a foolish act. For a while, no one made a move. Seeing this, Han Knight shook his head in disappointment and coldly said, "My sacred sect disciples, they must fight for everything. Without the heart to dare to fight, how can you cultivate resources to become stronger? Without a strong heart, how can you fight with the heavens to seek that way of longevity?" As much as he talks a good game, it depends on what is being fought over. As a demonic cultivator, anyone who pretends to be a pig and eats tigers will do so, and all of them will cherish their lives. It was so hard for everyone to become a Foundation Establishment cultivator, with at least 200 years of longevity, and they were fighting for a supervisor's position. It's so criminal. Han Knight's face was a bit ugly. The crowd didn't give him face, and the current scene made him a bit embarrassed. Bungling the situation, he coldly glanced at the crowd and gave a wink to the familiar Foundation Establishment cultivator among them. The man hesitated for a moment, stepped out of the crowd, and laughed out loud. "Since all of you senior brothers don't want this supervisor's position, then senior brother will not be polite." With that he flew up and landed in a ring. Another person then stepped out of the crowd, flying silently to a ring in silence. Several spells surrounding him, with someone taking the lead and no one challenging it. Many people who thought they were strong enough also flew up to the ring. Wu Tian thought about it. With his strength is enough to cross the level, plus the White Bone Soul Refining Streamer and many upper-grade magic weapons. His White Bone Soul Refining Streamer still lacked a main soul, even if it wasn't for the position of overseer, but only to kill and sacrifice streamers. This ring was something he had to travel to. Thinking about it, Wu Tian patted Chu Meier's hip beside him. "Wait for me here. I'll go and take the supervisor's position down so that you won't be bullied." Chu Meier's face changed, hurriedly pulling him back, anxiously saying, "Don't you go. They are all Foundation Establishment stage. You will die." "Me too. Foundation building," Wu Tian said indifferently. Chu Meier looked at him with surprise. "So short, how can?" Despite this, she still pulled on his clothes and worried. "But you haven't even cultivated for long. It's too dangerous. Besides it's just an overseer. We're clan disciples. It's nothing even if we're digging." Her worry was overflowing, and it was evident that it was genuine. Whether it was because she really had feelings for Wu Tian, Or she was afraid that no one would protect her if something happened to him. But at least, she really didn't want to put him in danger. Wu Tian smiled and touched her head. Don't worry, I have my measure. Seeing that he was determined to go, Chu Meier bit her lip, her eyes full of worry. Then you, be careful. Admit defeat if you can't fight. Wu Tian nodded and without hesitation, he flew up and flew his sword to a ring. The spiritual energy fluctuations of the early stage of foundation establishment emanated from him, drawing quite a few people to pay attention to him. There were a lot of mid-foundation establishment people who didn't dare to go up to the ring, and for him, an early foundation establishment person to run up there was undoubtedly very eye-catching. Even Han Knight couldn't help but look at him with appreciation in his eyes. Wu Tian had a white bone mask on his face, and he didn't know that Wu Tian was only someone who had just joined the sect not long ago. Otherwise, Wu Tian did not take out the rest of his magic weapons except for a white bone sword, and he also purposely exuded the spiritual power fluctuation on his body just to fish. It was just that I didn't know if these demonic cultivators were too cautious. Surprisingly, no one came to challenge him until the ring was full of people. Some people looked at him with a hint of scorn in their gazes instead. No one who could survive in the demon sect and still succeed in building a foundation was a cutie. Those who dared to enter the ring were basically those who were more confident in their strength. Wu Tian's early foundation establishment stage dared to go to the life and death ring. Either he was bold and wanted to fish in troubled waters, or he was very strong and was not afraid of being challenged by others. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. They didn't think that Wu Tian would gamble with his life for a supervisor position. The only one left was Wu Tian, who was very strong and possessed an undercard that could kill a person in the middle stage of foundation establishment. In this way, how can they not be scorned? Wu Tian looked at the crowd below that hadn't moved much and was speechless for a while. These people, they are not overly cautious, are they? He was an early foundation establishment stage, and with so many mid-foundation establishment stages, it was amazing that not a single person had any thoughts about him. He looked around the ring and felt that the more powerful ones were probably on the stage. The rest are either old ass or have little confidence in their own strength. Han Knight nodded in satisfaction when he saw that the supervisor's position was finally full. May there be a challenge. If not, these 100 of them are the overseers of these hundreds of mines. And each overseer may lead almost 100 men, and you will choose one of your own choice to be a miner under him. As soon as Han Knight's words fell, a group of people began to walk over to their favorite overseer. Some of them were looking for the ones they were familiar with, but many of them ran to Wu Tian's side. These people were basically chi refining an early foundation establishment. After all, an overseer with too much strength was not a good thing for them. Even if Wu Tian really did have a base card to kill a mid-foundation establishment, it would not be wasted on them. Seeing that he had too many people around him, Han Knight could only intervene and leave him with only 100 people. Not much longer. Wu Tian brought his 100 miners and walked to the front of the 100th mining hole. He looked at his men. You should have heard what manservant Han said just now, asking you to hand over your storage equipment to someone else for safekeeping, and you're not willing to do so. Then according to what real Han said, chi refining disciples, 100 pounds of spirit stone ore per day, foundation establishment 500. And the rest is yours for as much as you dig. These people from the Ghost King Sect's main camp were all sect elites. None of them were below the 8th level of chi refining. Chu Meier, who was at the 3rd level of chi refining, and a youth at the 6th level of chi refining were as alien among them. Both of them were former odd job disciples of the Xin Tian sect. For the youth to be able to survive until now and still possess the strength of the 6th level of chi refining, Wu Tian could not help but pay a little more attention to him. He was hung to have this strength. Youth, and on what basis? End of chapter. Mine number 8. In the dark mine cave, a group of people were digging hard with spirit picks. The soil of the spirit stone mine is as hard as iron, and there is also the effect of isolating the divine sense. So you can't use the divine sense to probe where the spirit stones are, so you can only dig honestly to find them. Fortunately, the spiritual pickaxe was very sharp after inputting spiritual energy, and it didn't take much effort to dig up the mining soil, even after the spiritual energy was depleted. It could be recovered through the rich spiritual chi in the mine. Just because the 8th mine was newly opened, the mine was not deep, and the spirit stones in the periphery were relatively scarce. The group of people could only dig deeper. Gradually, several more branching mines were created inside the mine under the digging of the crowd. Wu Tian looked at the diggers thoughtfully, wondering if he had to find an opportunity to kill someone to sacrifice a streamer. Anyway, these devil cultivators who could cultivate to foundation establishment were basically not good people. 100 kills 90, and there are definitely still leaks in the remaining 10. But Wu Tian didn't care about that. After all, he wasn't a good person either. The adult world is all about profit. There is no such thing as good or bad. He looked at the crowd. The mine is not deep, and there are many people. but it is not good to do it, lest the anger of the crowd be aroused, and the group will attack. The miners under him had a few mid-foundation establishment stage, 3 dozen early foundation establishment stage, and the rest were all chi refining stage. This was all judged by the spiritual power fluctuations they displayed, and as to whether or not this was the case, it would depend on whether or not, among them, there was anyone who could conceal their spiritual power fluctuations. This kind of technique that could mask the fluctuation of one's spiritual energy, making foundation establishment turn into chi refining, and be used to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger was not unheard of. It was just rarer. After weighing the pros and cons, Wu Tian temporarily suppressed the idea of killing and sacrificing streamers. He glanced at the youths at the 6th level of chi refining who were diligently digging, and directly headed out of the mine. As an overseer, he naturally didn't have to dig. Not only him, but even Shu Meier didn't need to dig. Her quota was apportioned to the others by Wu Tian. The right not to use it expires. At his request, chi practicing cultivators had to dig an extra 10 pounds of spirit stone ore every day, while foundation establishment cultivators didn't have to. Apart from the fact that there were too many foundation establishment cultivators for him to offend, it is also to show the enemy to be weak. And when the head of the bird pops out and directly kills the sacrificial streamer, the others will have nothing to say. It couldn't be helped. The last time the Xintian sect was slaughtered, it had already cast a shadow over him. This time, the Ghost King sect's action was so big that the patriarch and elders were out, and the disciples were at least tens of thousands, so the Qing Uni-Mortal sect was not expected to be any less. This if the two clans were to go to war. The only thing he could do besides hiding back in the Blue Star to save his life would be to raise his strength a little more. A great war of this scale was also an opportunity for him to quickly acquire resources to become stronger. Or, can he move a little more at Blue Star? In the middle of his thoughts, Wu Tian walked out of the mine and returned to the cave that he had carved out for himself. Next to her, Chu Meier's cave was open and was clearly in closed-door cultivation. Wu Tian didn't disturb her and set up a guard formation at the entrance of the cave and started cultivating. There were too many big shots here, and he didn't dare return to the Blue Star lest he be discovered. Furthermore, it hadn't even been a few days yet. Lin Xuanyue had just gotten the gongfu, so she was probably still trying to cultivate and hadn't been able to collect much livestock. Wait until he first used up the raw souls he had saved in his hand. Compared to feeding the night ghost, he felt that it was better to raise his cultivation level to the middle stage of foundation establishment as soon as possible. Not strong enough to fight against the power of a country, he really didn't dare to move too much in Blue Star, lest it backfire. Wu Tian summoned the white bone soul refining streamer, and the living souls stored inside the soul refining jar were quickly refined and turned into energy that surged into his body, which he refined into drops of pure demonic energy. With the assistance of the hundreds of grievous souls and severe ghosts in the soul refining streamer to refine them, the raw souls stored in the soul refining jar were being rapidly refined, and the demonic elements in Wu Tian's body were also rapidly increasing. Compared to the righteous cultivators who meditated and practiced qi and raised their cultivation level step by step, the Devil's Way techniques basically allowed for a sudden surge as long as there were enough resources. Not to mention that with the soul refining streamer in place, Wu Tian's speed of raising his cultivation level was even faster. After all, among the magic weapons, the soul streamer is the king, the white bones are honored, and the sea of blood wreaks havoc in all directions. Compared to other types of Devil's Way magic weapons, those that were made by sacrificing souls, white bones, and blood were much more powerful and bizarre. These three types of magic weapons were also the most numerous amongst the magic weapons of the Devil's Way. The soul streamer type of magic weapon could be said to be one of the best. Whether it could command many severe ghosts or assist the holder in cultivation, it was all wonderfully useful. However, the strength of the soul streamer depends on the number of severe ghosts in it. If Wu Tian could pile up all the grievous souls in the soul refining streamer into stern ghosts, he could say so with complete confidence. I'm invincible at the foundation stage. Feel free to do as you please. I don't know how much time has passed. Wu Tian looked at the empty soul refining jar. He was only one step away from advancing to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Just a little bit. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, and after some thought, he put away the formation flag and walked out of the cave. Wu Tian glanced at Chu Meier's cave next to him and saw that she was still cultivating, so he walked straight to the mining cave he managed. He walked into the mine. The periphery was deserted. Everyone had run deeper into the mine to dig. Seeing that they had worked so hard that the branches of the mine had opened up quite a bit, he couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. In a place like this, no one should notice if two people die, right? Wu Tian executed the ghost concealment technique, took out the soul refining streamer, and quietly walked into the mine cave, searching for those who were left alone. Perhaps the devil cultivator does not trust other people. There are not many companion digging, mostly opened up a mine hole alone, dug in towards the inside. Not for a moment. Wu Tian found a suitable candidate. In order to prevent the gutter, he targeted an early-stage foundation establishment man. After Wu Tian walked into the mine where the man was, he directly laid a ceiling soundproofing array, closed the door and beat the dog. He looked at the man who hadn't yet noticed him and was directing the 5 resentful souls to dig for minerals, and without hesitation, he released 10 stern ghosts, forming the evil ghost solicitation formation, which transformed into a small ghostly domain, enveloping the man and the 5 resentful souls. The man instantly noticed, his face changed, and he instantly used the 5 viscera ghosts he had raised to perform the 5 ghosts shifting technique, wanting to escape from this place. If it was just the ghost domain and the ceiling formation alone, there might have been a glimmer of hope for him to escape with the 5 ghosts shifting technique. However, being in a spirit stone mine, with the interference of the aura's magnetic field, his 5 ghost shifting technique was simply unable to pass through the mine's obstruction and failed to take effect. After all, the art of shifting could not break through this space, so it was naturally useless. Seeing this, the man's face changed dramatically, hurriedly took out a Vajra talisman to activate, and a layer of golden energy cover emerged on his body to block the malicious ghosts from attacking. At the same time, a white bone demon needle was taken out by him, instantly piercing through a stern ghost without a shadow or form. It was just that although his white bone demon needle was shadowless and invisible, its penetrating power was powerful, and it also contained the power of grievous poison. However, this demonic target was powerful in killing people, but it had little effect on the stern ghosts, and the stern ghosts that were penetrated only had their bodies illusory for a little bit, and then they instantly made up for it after absorbing the yin chi in the formation. End of chapter. Put. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, looked at the 5 viscera ghosts that had already killed one, and hurriedly collected the other 4 into his body. His 5 viscera ghosts were different from the kind piled up with external forces, but were raised with his own 5 viscera, which could become stronger as his cultivation increased. It could be said to be the equivalent of his original ghostly object. 5 organs and 5 ghosts. All 5 ghosts will die and he will be seriously injured. Now the life-preserving base card was useless. The attacking magic weapon was useless, and the adamantine talisman he used for defense also shattered one after another under the attacks of the severe ghosts. The man wrote a blood fury seal, struggling to fend off the attack of the night ghost. He looked at the ghostly mist around him with a hint of panic in his eyes. Don't kill me. You won't be able to escape even if you kill your fellow disciples here. If you spare me, you can take everything on me. Just leave me alive. In the face of his pleas for mercy, Wu Tian was not moved at all. What's the idea of using his stuff as a bargaining chip to stay alive? People killed. Everything is his. Not to mention, Wu Tian softly said, "Senior brother, enter my soul refining." He thought about it. Soul refining streamer was nothing pushy, so he might as well change it to a better name. Otherwise, every time it's introduced, people would think it's the most trashy soul refining streamer. He mused, "My human emperor streamer still lacks a main soul. I still invite you to enter the streamer, so that you can have a long life." When he finished speaking, he ignored the man's pleas for mercy and took out the blood pool, from which a river of blood water floated out, surging and curling towards the man. The blood water in the blood pool is poisonous, and when you touch it, you will be poisoned by blood and melt your flesh. The power of blood and filth in it can also defile human magic weapons, making their spirituality disappear and make them difficult to drive again. The man was swept into the blood and water, and in no time the energy shield on his body shattered, his flesh and blood melting away, turning into white bones as he screamed. The man was dead, and the blood water in the mine was collected into the blood pool by Wu Tian. He glanced at the man's surfacing soul and laughed softly. "Senior brother, please enter my human emperor streamer." Saying that, he urged the human emperor streamer and collected the man's soul into the streamer. The 10 stern ghosts also entered the streamer along with the man's soul, and together with the rest of the resentful souls, they fed energy to the man, refining him into a stern ghost. With the refining, the man's consciousness dissipated and only his spirituality remained, transforming into a brand new stern ghost. Although this stern ghost did not have the man's consciousness, it possessed part of his memories, only that this part of the memories was equivalent to knowledge and would not have any effect on the stern ghost. Under the effect of the human emperor's flag, a stern ghost with spirituality could never rebel against him and would only swear allegiance to death. As for the backlash, after he transformed the human emperor streamer into an intrinsic magic artifact, this problem no longer existed. After all, the original life magic weapon, one glory, one loss. If the human emperor streamer was destroyed, he would be seriously injured, and if he died, the human emperor streamer would also break, and the ghosts within it would instantly be dispersed. Just like the man's 5 ghosts, the spirit went with him after the man's physical death. Otherwise, Wu Tian would still want to take the 5 viscera ghosts as his own. After all, the 5 ghosts shifting technique could only be learned by possessing this special ghostly artifact, which would allow him to greatly enhance his ability to save his own life. Wu Tian summoned the man's stern spirit and looked at it. It was just like any other night ghost, only it looked a little stronger. The lich ghost looked similar to the grieving soul, except that its entire body had turned blood red, making it look even more hideous and gruesome. Bloody pupils and hair, fangs and claws, just looking at them made people timid. Except for those special ghosts, such piles out of the severe ghosts will become like this under the influence of the grievous balefulness. Although this kind of stern ghost didn't have any special abilities, in terms of combat power it was far superior to some ghosts that weren't good at fighting. Not much longer, Wu Tian took stock of his loot, a top-grade magic weapon, the white bone demon needle, which was shadowless and invisible when launching an attack, and was extremely penetrating and could break through a person's energy shield. This magic weapon was very sinister and suitable for sneak attacks. Wu Tian was very satisfied. Luckily he made the first move and didn't go head-to-head with the man. Instead, it's a straight-up siege. Otherwise, you might even accidentally fall for the man. As for the Blood Fury seal, it was only a medium-grade artifact, so Wu Tian could not even look at it. It had to be said that the man was quite poor, and apart from the 2 magic weapons, the storage bag didn't have much of value. Even the spirit stones were just over 300, which didn't fit his foundation establishment cultivator's stature at all. However, as a devil cultivator, grandma does not love, uncle does not love. Cultivation resources basically have to rely on their own to fight to grab. Not much family background is also very normal. Wu Tian also knew something about demonic cultivators and was not much disappointed. He received everything of value into his storage pouch and sacrificed the white bone demon needle again. As for the spirit stone or that the man dug out, he was prepared to obscure it himself. After all, he wasn't mining. Where would he get a spirit stone mine? And he would have to be discovered if he took it out. As for the extra gap in the spirit or after the man's death, one could only suffer those chi-refining devil cultivators. Who made them weak? After seeing the more than 400 pounds of spirit stone or that the man had dug up in less than a day, Wu Tian finally understood why the Ghost King sect was so attached to this large spirit stone mine. He had thought that since the spirit stone mine was a mine, it should still have to be refined. Who knew that these spirit stone mines were just one big piece of spirit stone? The spirit stones he had acquired before were merely cut into standard sizes. Large spirit stone mines. The spirit stones stored in them were simply unimaginable. If the mining is finished, it was enough to make a small sect rise quickly and leap into a large sect. Wu Tian had read about it in the books of the hidden scriptures, and it was said that large spirit stone mines were very rare. There were also extremely high-quality spirit stones in the depths of it, and there were quite a few of them. Thinking about this, Wu Tian was a bit hot-eyed and had the urge to pick up a spirit pickaxe and dig. An extremely high-grade spirit stone was worth 1,000,000 lower-grade spirit stones. If they were all spirit stone mines like this one, they would be rich if they casually dug up a piece. However, extremely high-quality spirit stones were said to only be found deep within the veins. There were only lower-grade spirit stones as well as a few medium-grade spirit stones on the outside. But as long as you keep digging towards the inside of the vein, not to mention medium-grade spirit stones, top-grade spirit stones can also be dug up. Not to mention the chance of digging up an extremely high-quality spirit stone. Wu Tian thought about how so many people had run to become absentees some time ago, and he still thought that they didn't have much to offer. Now it seems that he's the one who's sitting on the fence. Had he known that the digging was this kind of spirit stone, he would have come earlier. The standard-sized spirit stone outside was only 5 taels in weight, and a pound of spirit stone mine was 2 pieces of spirit stone. In the past, when recruiting miners, it is digging 10 to stay 1. If he digs 100 pounds can stay 10 pounds, that is 20 pieces of spirit stone. Wu Tian thought that he was only at the chi refining stage in the first place, so he probably couldn't dig much. Given the standard set by Han Knight, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to earn many spirit stones. But it was to him that mining was better than going to Blue Star to get more raw souls to sell. For a portion of the poor devil cultivators, the job of mining could be considered a clan benefit. For example, the Tsukiji stage, judging by the digging speed of the man he killed, in addition to the 500 pounds of spirit stone or they had to turn in a day, digging an extra 1 or 200 pounds was no big deal. If you were in the middle or late stages of foundation establishment, you'd probably dig even more, earning hundreds and thousands of spirit stones a day. No wonder these people were so honest and didn't give him any trouble. Every one of them was digging hard. No way. Raise the price. It has to be raised. Add 50 pounds for chi refining and 100 pounds for foundation establishment. Whoever doesn't, destroy him. Wu Tian's eyes were red and his breath was shortened by a few points. This was a chance to get rich. The miners under his command had become babies in his eyes, his cash cow, brothers in love. Wu Tian slowly recovered his excitement and looked at the surrounding cave walls with a few moments of cordiality. The miners under his command are definitely not to be killed anymore. They have to be kept for him to mine. He had his main soul anyway, and killing another spirit stone gap was even bigger. It's his spirit stones that he's losing. Wu Tian was thinking about how to use the man's physical death as an excuse to be evil and add some quantity to the spiritual stone where that was turned in. An arrogant voice rolled out, clearly reaching his ears. 9 Spectre Demonis. This seed is here again. Quickly come out to die. End of chapter. Outside the spirit stone mine, in the sky, the Tsongyun sword immortal stood with his arms folded. Behind him tens of thousands of Qingyun disciples were dressed in green. Their feet stepped on flying swords, and in front of them, a flying sword's spiritual light flowed, ready to be fired. At a glance, sword chi rushed into the sky, and green-clad flying swords covered the sky. Tsongyun sword immortal saw that the mine array was opened, but there was no movement in the array, and thought that the 9 Spectres Demonis had not yet recovered from her injuries and did not dare to respond to the battle. A glint flashed in his eyes, and his voice spread in all directions. Shrinking head turtle, wait for the seed to break your turtle shell, said Tsongyun sword appeared from within him and hung in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the Tsongyun sword split into thousands of sword lights, densely packed with illusory long swords formed from sword chi surrounding the Tsongyun sword. Go! With a command from the Tsongyun sword immortal, the Tsongyun sword transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the formation's light curtain, with thousands of illusory long swords following close behind. Like a long dragon, the long river of sword chi instantly attacked on top of the formation, and the light curtain of the formation that enveloped the mine was rippled by the attack. Tsongyun sword immortal controlled the long river of sword chi while commanding, all disciples, follow the seat to break the formation. Do not let a single demonic path thief go. As soon as he spoke, a voice was heard. Up, the surrounding mountain peaks lit up with a ray of light, and in an instant, a formation was formed, enveloping the Tsongyun sword immortal and a group of Qingyun disciples. 10,000 ghosts seal heavenly formation. Demon Lord Jun Wu Dao. A white-robed old man appeared beside Tsongyun sword immortal and said with a face full of gravity, Old Taoist returning ruin. You've even come, so let's stay together. With the cold, arrogant and domineering voice, for silhouettes instantly appeared in front of the two of them. 10,000 ghosts emerged, and heaven and earth lost their colors. 10,000 ghost demon venerable, blood demon old ancestor, soul devouring old ancestor, 9 Spectre Demonis. Go! After old Taoist Gue Rue finished speaking, he did not hesitate to slash his sword at the 4 Jun Wu Dao, the powerful sword chi enveloping all 4 of them. I'll stop them. You break the formation and take the disciples away. Seeing this, the Tsongyun sword immortal did not hesitate and directly transformed his body into a sword. And with the Tsongyun sword transforming into streams of light rushed up to the sky, wanting to break through a gap in the formation and escape from this place. When the crowd of Qingyun disciples saw such a drastic change, they were filled with panic and didn't know what to do. When they saw thousands of stern spirit ghosts and spirits pouncing towards them. Want to go? Jun Wudao glanced at the old Dao of returning ruins who was being suppressed by the blood demon, soul-devouring old ancestor both of them, and then looked at the Tsongyun sword immortal who wanted to break the formation. Turning towards Lang Ruyan beside him, he said, Senior sister, watch senior brother help you take revenge. After saying that, the 2 ghost kings under him pounced towards Tsongyun sword immortal, only to see that the Lang Ruyan beside him looked like she was only in her 20s. With a cool temperament and overwhelming beauty, her figure under a black dress was voluptuous and full, and she exuded a mature flavor, charming beyond belief. Lang Ruyan summoned the 9 underworld flames and condensed them into a fire phoenix that swooped down on the Tsongyun sword immortal. The ghost king and her spectral streamer had been decapitated by the Tsongyun sword immortal not long ago, and now she was going to refine its Yuan-ing and use its divine soul to re-refine a ghost king out of it. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. The soul-devouring ancestor used the chessboard as a formation, and the pieces transformed into ghosts, devouring souls and seizing spirits. The blood demon ancestor's sea of blood was monstrous, and the 9 devils' underworld flame was continuous. Plus, the 2 sword immortals' sword chi was unceasing, fighting endlessly in the space of this formation. Although the 10,000 ghosts heaven sealing formation had a huge coverage area, it was a bit small as a battlefield for 6 Yuan-ing powerhouses. The original tens of thousands of sword cultivators in the air had already suffered heavy casualties under the attack of the 10,000 ghosts, as well as the aftermath of the battle between the 6 Yuan-ing. The rest of them didn't dare to stay in the air any longer, and all of them fell to the ground, resisting the 10,000 ghosts in the middle of the mountains and forests. In the mine formation, except for a portion of the people who were watching over the miner slaves, the rest of the people were all gathered together, densely packed, at least tens of thousands of people. Out of formation. Yun Yumeng opened the formation, and the many demonic cultivators came out in a line, killing the disciples of the green cloud immortal sect. Wu Tian became invisible when he exited the formation, holding the human emperor streamer and leading hundreds of resentful souls and severe ghosts to find the souls and corpses of the Qing Yun sword cultivators. The souls of the sword cultivators who had just died had not been dispersed, but it was a great fortune. The enemies that roamed the sky caused the remaining Qing Yun sword cultivators to be terrified, and they were hunted down and fled. In the middle of the mountains, with a move of Wu Tian's soul streamer, the soul of the Foundation establishment female cultivator who tried to escape was incorporated into the human emperor streamer. Cultivators have strong souls. Even if they die, their souls can survive for a period of time, and if there is a suitable physical body nearby, they can also take over the body to renew their lives. It's just that the method of seizing the body isn't something that everyone knows, and the chances of success are affected by many aspects, so the success rate is usually not high. What's more, the Ghost King sect was the ancestor of playing with souls, and their gong methods came with a soul refining effect, so these people's souls couldn't do them any harm at all, and they could be taken at their fingertips. Wu Tian walked over to the body not far away and looked at the female cultivator's better face, the bloody hole in her heart. Pity! Wu Tian shook his head and began to touch the corpse. If they could catch them alive and sell them to the clan to be used for mining, the reward could be worth much more than a soul. He finished touching the corpse and put away the storage bag as well as the flying swords he found nearby. The female cultivator's corpse was also used by him to drain the spirit blood from her body with a blood pool, refining the flesh into a dan and raising the bones into a soul streamer. Not for a moment. The ground was nothing but a tattered bloody garment, and the female cultivator's body disappeared without a trace. He didn't stop and continued to search for other soul corpses. Not only him, other demonic cultivators were also searching for soul corpses. Not many really went after the Qing Yun sword cultivator. After all, they didn't need their help. Just the night spirit ghosts under Jun Wudao's command were already exhausting the remaining Qing Yun sword cultivators. Sword cultivators were known for their battle prowess, and no one was going to fight them until they had finished picking up the soul corpses. Except, of course, for those who had a stronger sense of belonging to the clan. Anyway, Wu Tian wouldn't run to fight someone. Fighting is better than picking up corpses. There's little danger, and the payoff is big. No, Wu Tian found a seriously injured Jindan stage. Using a desperate method, Shui Yuro killed the spirit ghost that was chasing her, and she herself couldn't hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was shaky, and she could only rely on the flying sword in her hand to support her before she did not fall to the ground. Wu Tian took in the scene of her killing the spirit ghost, and for a while, he was a little hesitant to go forward. Shui Yuro naturally noticed him as well, but the distance was too far, and the depletion of her spiritual energy, as well as the backlash caused by the sword art she had just forcibly executed, had left her with no power to land a single strike at all. Wu Tian carefully sized her up, judging whether she still had the ability to threaten his life. Seeing that she took out pills and looked like she wanted to heal and recover from her injuries, Wu Tian immediately stopped hesitating and sent all of his resentful souls and stern ghosts up, until the distance was enough. Without saying a word, he had his men's resentful souls and stern ghosts form an evil ghost sorrow formation. The formation formed by hundreds of resentful souls and severe ghosts was much more powerful, and it wasn't that easy to break the formation. With this, Wu Tian's heart finally relaxed a lot. He had also heard of the name of the sword cultivator, and the strength of the battle could take someone's head from 1,000 miles away, so he could not help but be careful. End of chapter. Wu Tian had a skull on his head and manipulated his men's severe ghosts to attack. The woman in the formation appeared to be truly powerless to resist, only resisting for a few moments before collapsing to the ground. Under the attack of the severe ghosts, her long torn clothes turned into shreds, revealing her white skin in springtime. See the situation. Wu Tian made his men's grievous souls and stern ghosts stop. He surveyed the woman, noting the ring she wore on her finger. The woman didn't have a storage bag on her body, so the storage equipment would have to be this ring. He imperialized a stern ghost and removed her flying sword, as well as the ring she wore on her finger. Although Shui Yuro was an early-stage Jindan powerhouse, she was first affected by the waves of the Yuaning attack and then chased by the spirit ghost. Now seriously injured, she was powerless to resist, and could only let the night ghost snatch her flying sword and spatial ring. After Wu Tian received the flying sword, he directly put it into his storage bag. Into the storage bag, even the woman could not manipulate it anymore. He looked at the black ring in his hand, and without rushing to wear off the spiritual imprint on it, he directly put it on his finger. Wu Tian looked at the woman in the formation and pondered what to do with her. He thought for a moment and had a decision. It's a waste to just kill it. Although with a woman's Jindan stage divine soul, she could be practiced as a spirit ghost. However, His human emperor streamer belonged to the level of the 100-soul streamer, and at most, it could only contain and imperialize a stern ghost. Even if he practiced the woman as a spirit ghost, he couldn't control her. It's just a bit too much of a waste to practice it as a night ghost. Might as well sell it to the clan and earn him a fortune. After all, Jindan cultivators are kinda worth it. Think about it. Wu Tian had his men, the night ghosts, keep the woman under control. He walked over to the formation, sized up the stunningly beautiful woman whose body was drenched in blood and pale, and began to feel around her body against the energy shield. What do you want? Shui Yuro's face changed as she struggled in fear. Nay, with the two stern ghosts grabbing her arms, she was powerless to struggle at all, and could only wriggle her body but could not stop Wu Tian from groping on her body. Seeing that her innocence was going to be destroyed at the hands of thieves, a tear of humiliation flowed from the corner of her eye. Don't! Wu Tian fumbled while coldly asking, do you have any other storage equipment on you? Nope. Shui Yuro hurriedly shook her head. All of my things are in the Tsang Mojing ring. As long as you don't bully me, I can help you remove your spiritual imprint. I don't believe it, Wu Tian said as he glanced between her legs and thought about it, feeling that she shouldn't have put her storage equipment there. He surveyed her tattered clothing and set his eyes on her towering. It should be the only place where he could hide something. He felt his way in through the ragged hole in his shirt. Soft in the hand, Shui Yuro no longer struggled. The tears in her eyes flowed down silently, and she looked at him with a gaze filled with hatred, itching to break him into pieces. Wu Tian fumbled a bit and felt the hard object in his hand. He ignored Shui Yuro's eyes and undid her shirt. Only a jade pendant was clutched under her snow-white neck, between her towering heights. Wu Tian removed the jade pendant and it was warm in his hand. He looked at it and then asked toward Shui Yuro, what is this and what does it do? For this jade pendant to be hidden in the highlands by a Jindan realist, it must be something good. Unfortunately, Shui Yuro hated him so much that she didn't cooperate at all and just looked at him with eyes full of anger and kept her mouth shut. Seeing this, Wu Tian's expression turned cold, and his big hand gripped the towering to make a pinch, causing Shui Yuro to bite her teeth in pain. He threatened as he needed. It seems you don't understand your situation. If you don't behave, I'll kill you and hang you inside the mine with your clothes off. With so many of you coming this time, there are bound to be live ones left behind as minor slaves. And when those senior brothers and sisters of yours see your body, what do you think they'll think? Said his tone a little gentler. As you know, our Ghost King's sect raises ghosts, and I will keep your soul so that you can see how your body is viewed by others. If those senior brothers and sisters of yours have a chance to escape, go back to the sect and tell the others. Stop it. Shui Yuro looked at Wu Tian with fear in her eyes. She's not afraid to die, but if she dies like this, she gritted her teeth. That's the green spirit jade pendant. It's a top-grade magic treasure with strong defense. I don't have anything left on me, so all my things are in the crowning underworld ring, and you've taken my life's flying sword, so you can kill me. She looked at Wu Tian as if she was dying, intent on begging for death. Wu Tian touched her smooth face and said coldly, it's not that easy for you to die. If you dare to commit suicide, I will strip you naked and hang you. Don't believe me? Try it. After saying that, Wu Tian took out a cleansing talisman and inspired it, and her blood-stained body was instantly refreshed. Afterward he forced the tattered clothes off of her despite her resistance and replaced them with a clean outfit. As for the blood from the wounds on her body that can't be helped, it's better to have a full outfit than a ragged one. As for the few touches he didn't hold back during the changing process, they were minor. Wu Tian looked at the fairy-like Shui Yuro and thought about how to control her so that she could never resist. After all, he was able to do whatever he wanted to her now, and that was because she was severely injured and her spiritual energy was depleted, so she couldn't resist him. If she had waited for her to recover, she would have fought him and tried to kill him, even if she didn't have her magic artifacts and treasures, as well as her own flying sword. But at Jindan stage, should know quite a few spells, it was still more than enough to clean up an early-stage foundation establishment of his. Think about it. Wu Tian probed Shui Yuro's body with his spiritual energy. Seeing that her body was empty of spiritual energy and had not yet recovered, he directly wrapped his arms around her and flew towards the mine. He didn't have a binding-type magic weapon in his hand, so he had to go back and have Chu Meier, who had stayed in the mine, tie her up, and then go find a spirit prohibiting ring to put around her neck. The spirit forbidden ring was specially given to the minor slaves by the mines, and it could seal the spiritual power in their bodies, making it impossible for them to use their spiritual power. Only when digging would the overseer lift the seal of the forbidden spirit ring, allowing him to use his spirit power to dig. Anyone who violently removes it will have the forbidden spirit ring around his neck automatically seal off his spirit power, instantly exposing himself and blowing the person up. This incident also made Wu Tian realize that he still lacked binding-type spells, as well as controlling people. Let a person be weak in the body drug, The Qingyun sword cultivator was struggling to protect himself, and the devil cultivator was busy picking up corpses and surrounding the sword cultivator. One time, with 100 ghosts opening the way, Wu Tian returned to the 8th mine in no time. He found Xu Meier, who was terrified in the mine, and handed Xue Yuro over to her to be tied up with amber red silk. This woman could be worth a lot of spirit stones, so there was no room for error. You don't kill me because you want me to be a miner's slave? Xue Yuro, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her mouth and looked straight at Wu Tian. Wu Tian was too busy picking up corpses to waste time with her. He said casually, "Or else you'd have survived this long?" Seeing that he was about to leave, Xue Yuro hurriedly said anxiously, "You let me go. My mother is the Dan Peak master of the Green Cloud Immortal Sect. Whatever you want I can give it to you." End of chapter. I look like a cutie to you, do I? Wu Tian looked back at her, not bothering to talk nonsense to her. No matter what this woman's identity was, the only value right now was to sell it for spirit stones, even if her father was the patriarch. Keep an eye on her and don't allow her to regain her psychic powers, Wu Tian somewhat uneasily urged. After he thought about it, he felt that Xu Meier, a chi refining stage watching over a Jindan stage, was a bit too forced. If this woman had any backhanders, Xu Meier would be powerless to resist at all. He was just thinking about it when he heard a sad voice coming from him. This seat returns to the ruins. The disciples of Qin Yun listen to the orders and follow this elder to martyr themselves. Sacrifice your sword to kill the devil. In the next second, a loud roar followed one after another. Qin Yun Su Ji, follow the elder's order. Qin Yun Yi Xiao, listen to the order. Senior brothers and sisters, today we are caught in the devil's trap. The only way is to fight to the death. Protect my Qingyun. Sacrifice our swords to kill the devil. Kill, 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 kill. A sad atmosphere filled heaven and earth, and the voices of those who saw death as a way out rose and fell. In the middle of the mine, Xue Yuro's eyes were filled with grief as tears slid silently down. What's a sacrificial sword? Wu Tian looked at the crying Xue Yuro and coldly inquired. Xue Yuro put away her tears and looked at him viciously, gritting her teeth. Devil, the patriarch will definitely avenge us. You shall not die. Snap. Wu Tian did not hesitate to give her a slap and coldly said, I said you answer. Any more nonsense and I will strip you naked and throw you out. Looking at Wu Tian's icy cold eyes, Xue Yuro gritted her teeth. The sword sacrifice technique is a technique used by our Green Cloud Immortal Sect to die together, burning everything and sacrificing the sword to kill the enemy. It'll be soul crushing. Saying that she couldn't help the tears falling from her eyes again. Boom! A loud sound came from the ground, and Wu Tian only felt the ground shake. It seemed as if the mine had been attacked, and a lot of the hard as iron dirt and gravel in the mine cave had fallen. Wu Tian frowned as he looked at the vibrating mine and the falling dirt. This mine, it's not going to collapse, is it? After thinking about it, he asked Xu Meier to keep a good eye on Xue Yuro, while he himself walked towards the outside of the mine, wanting to take a look at the situation. Senior brothers, Ling Xiu, will go first. Boom! Wu Tian had just stepped out of the mine, when he saw a loud noise coming from the distance, as if he had been bombed by a nuclear bomb. Dust flew up and trees turned into ashes. The energy shockwave came rushing in, causing him to retreat into the mine. Just now with a glance he realized that the mine's formation had long been broken, and a huge sword mark on the huge mountain peak had nearly cut the peak off at the waist. The surrounding mountains were even leveled in the middle of the great battle. Collapsed peaks, a bottomless sword scar, countless 100-meter deep pits, and all over the place. The field is reversed. Numerous demonic cultivators were being chased around by the Qin Yun sword cultivator. After each sword cultivator sacrificed their swords, their battle power increased several times, killing the demon cultivators with heavy deaths and injuries. Qin Yun sword cultivator wants to pull a back before dying. Wherever there are more people, where to drill, and if he can't fight, he will expose himself. The rising and falling sounds of self-disclosure caused Wu Tian to return to the mine without hesitation. He set up several formations at the entrance of the mine so that no one would run in. It's too dangerous outside. It's safer in the mines. Ha ha ha, devil, die together. In the sky above the mine, a Jindan sword cultivator sensed his state and without hesitation laughed as he rushed towards the fleeing Jindan demon cultivator. Boom! The ground shook and the mine collapsed. Wu Tian hurriedly summoned 10 stern ghosts and formed the evil ghost sorrow formation to hold up the space of the mine where he was located. And the skeleton was also activated by him with full force to form a huge energy shield to protect the three of them. By the time everything calmed down, the mine had caved in. Other than the space where Wu Tian was, the rest of the place had been buried. In response, instead, Wu Tian was relieved. That way, all he has to do is hide here and no one can get in. As long as he waited for the fighting outside to die down, he'd just dig out again. As he was thinking about it, The battle outside seemed to have gotten even more intense. A sword light directly broke through the earth, and the soil above his head cracked open with a fissure of light faintly visible. Without saying a word, Wu Tian rushed to have his men's lich ghosts dig into the earth, digging deeper into the mine. Although the soil on the periphery of the mine was as hard as iron, it didn't seem to be able to carry the aftermath of the battle, and it was safer to go deeper. When there was a little more room, he summoned the disgruntled souls of his men as well. Not much longer. Wu Tian put away the dugout spirit stone ore and felt that it seemed quite good to just hide here in mine. This battle, he didn't think the Ghost King Sect would lose. The green cloud sword cultivator would only be able to bounce around a few times and wouldn't be able to survive for long. After this battle, the Ghost King Sect was expected to suffer heavy casualties, and it would take some time to recover from the battle before the mine would resume operation. He could totally take advantage of this time to dig up more spirit stones. In the immortal cultivation world, spirit stones were money. You can go anywhere with money, but you can't go anywhere without it. The words, it applies no matter where you are. With spirit stones, you can buy cultivation resources, and with cultivation resources, you can become stronger quickly. Thinking of this, Wu Tian had his men's resentful souls and severe ghosts dig deeper into the mine accordingly. With the opportunity to dig for extremely high-grade spirit stones, how could he still look at lower-grade spirit stones? He himself wasn't idle, but began to grind up the divine soul imprint that Shui Yu had left on the green spirit jade pendant. Although Shui Yu, the owner of the magic treasure, was in his hands, he didn't dare to let her recover her spiritual power. A Jindan big brother with spiritual power could not be rubbed at his will. Wu Tian looked at Shui Yu and saw that she was peaceful and quiet, seemingly absorbing the aura in the mine to recover. He frowned and hurriedly checked her body, and sure enough, there was an extra trace of spiritual energy. It was just that the spiritual energy was too scarce, not enough for her to activate her spells. Ask for it. Wu Tian looked at her with a hint of coldness in his eyes. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes, and he had wanted to kill this disturbing factor outright, but after looking at her body, he had a way to get her to settle down. Double fix. To be precise, it's picking the yin to make up for the yang. Regarding the dual cultivation technique, with Chu Mei around, Wu Tian had naturally learned it. Moreover, the yin-yang harmonization law he had learned was not a popular product, but was the town law of the Ghost King Sect's subordinate sect, the harmonization sect. This gong method allowed for dual cultivation of yin and yang, allowing the two to benefit together. You can also take yin and yang and use others as a cauldron. The Acacia sect was reduced to a demonic sect because they used people as furnaces for cultivation, harvesting for death. Since Wu Tian had exchanged this technique in the hidden scripture pavilion, he and Shu Mei usually practiced yin and yang dual cultivation to benefit from it together. But now, the method of extracting yin and replenishing yang in it could be used on Shui Yu. Wu Tian had Shu Mei control the amber red damask and only tie up Shui Yu's hands so that he could make a big move. What do you want? Seeing Wu Tian undressing her, Shui Yu cried out in horror. Don't! In no time, Shui Yu's tantalizing body was presented in Wu Tian's eyes. He looked at the bib embroidered with a few clouds in his hand, and the faint scent of it hit his nose. End of chapter. Ryoko. In the middle of the mine, on a bed, Shui Yu, who was not wearing a single piece of clothing, was lying flat on her back, her eyes looking upward in a lifeless manner, the tear stains at the corners of her eyes not yet dried up. End of bed. Wu Tian opened his eyes and felt the cultivation within him that had broken through the middle stage of foundation establishment, and his eyes were filled with joy. He didn't expect Shui Yu's virginal Yuan Yin to be so effective. The harvested Yuan Yin had not only allowed him to break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment, it had also allowed him to accumulate most of his demonic Yuan, and he wasn't that far away from breaking through to the late stage. If only there were more. He looked at Shui Yu, who seemed to be played out, and fed her a healing elixir. The injuries on her body hadn't healed yet, and she had been given Yuan Yin to harvest by him. Her Jindan was almost depleted, and there was a risk of her foundation being damaged. If we don't heal her again, I don't think she'll last long. He had thought that Shui Yu wouldn't cooperate with him in healing his wounds, but was bent on death. Unexpectedly, she just looked at him with hatred, as if she wanted to memorize his appearance forever. Then she sat up and took the initiative to run her gongfu to refine the healing pill and recover her injuries. Wu Tian naturally knew how much she hated herself, but he didn't care. A fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Shui Yu fell into his hands. Life and death are all in his hands. As long as she couldn't regain her spiritual power, she would never be able to resist him. Shui Yu did not refuse the healing pills that Wu Tian fed her, and the wounds on her body gradually healed. Seeing that she couldn't die, Wu Tian asked Shu Mei to watch her and continued to grind up the green spirit jade pendant himself. A top-grade magic treasure, or a defensive one. the degree of preciousness was self-evident. Generally speaking, refining and foundation building cultivators used magic weapons, and magic treasures belonged to those used at the Jindan stage and above. This was not only because of the preciousness of the magic treasure, but also because the spiritual energy consumed by the imperial magic treasure was too much, and the power of the magic treasure could not be utilized below Jindan. A top-grade magic treasure was something that many Yuaning stage didn't have. Some Jindan loose cultivators didn't even have a single lower-grade magic treasure and used magic weapons. If someone knew that he had a top-grade magic treasure, not to mention Jindan, Yuaning cultivators would probably have to be robbed by someone. I don't know how much time has passed. Wu Tian finally wore down Shueyu Ro's divine soul brand and sacrificed the green spirit jade pendant into his own magic treasure. After the sacrifice, he also knew the information about the mana. The green spirit jade pendant was not only powerful in defense, but it could also automatically protect its owner, actively defending him when he was attacked. The green energy shield formed by the jade pendant could defend against physical attacks in addition to divine soul attacks. Shu Meier's resentment bell couldn't do him a bit of damage at all. With this magic weapon, Wu Tian wouldn't be afraid of Shueyu Ro recovering her spiritual power and having the ability to kill him. He looked at Shueyu Ro. The external wounds on her body had already healed, restoring her snow-white skin, which was tantalizing. To show her appreciation for giving herself a treasure, Wu Tian decided to heal her injuries, using the method of dual cultivation to treat the internal injuries in her body. Although Shueyu Ro was a little reluctant, but being powerless to resist, she was forced to accept Wu Tian's good intentions. It was just that this woman was a bit ungrateful, and the essence she obtained was not used to recover her injuries, but was instead used to recover her spiritual energy. No way! Wu Tian could only pick up her recovered spiritual energy again. Shueyu Ro recognized the situation and honestly treated her injuries. Ryoko, compared to Shueyu Ro who didn't cooperate much and didn't say a word, Shu Meier was soft and gentle, pleasing him with extreme gentleness. The sound of panting echoed through the cave. Shueyu Ro, who had slowed down, looked at the marks left on her body by the demon. Without a word, he absorbed the aura in the cave to recover from his injuries. She didn't dare to restore her spiritual power again, lest she be spoiled by the demon again. As the aura nourished her, her pain finally eased quite a bit. Not much longer. The storm subsided in the cave. The battle outside the mine seemed to be nearing its end as well, and there was less movement. Senior brother, go back and tell the clan to avenge us. Boom! The sky is falling and the ground is shaking. Wu Tian was in the middle of the mine, and he even felt the ground shaking. The mine he had been in earlier had collapsed again. He hurriedly put away the grievous souls and stern ghosts that were digging under his men, carried Shu Meier to the bedside where Shueyu Ro was, and inspired the green spirit jade pendant to protect the three of them within. Shu Meier looked at the movement around her and hugged him tightly with a horrified face. Shueyu Ro looked at the two people next to her who had no shame, and couldn't wait for the mine to collapse and bury them. Unfortunately, she also knew that this was just an extravagant hope, and the green spirit jade pendant was not so bad that it could not protect against this amount of earth-squeezing power. When the mine returned to calm, it collapsed and disappeared again. Except for where the three were, there was no movement outside either. So I don't know how the battle went. Wu Tian held Shu Meier with one hand, and when he saw that there was no more movement outside, he directly released the two stern ghosts and started to continue digging deeper into the mine. Come down too. Wu Tian pinched Shu Meier's buttocks and made her get off of him. No, brother Sky. I'm scared. Shu Meier clamped down tightly on him and twisted in his arms in a pampered manner. The green spirit jade pendant that Wu Tian wore around her neck emitted spiritual light between her towering heights, illuminating a snowy white area. With a thought from Wu Tian's mind, the energy shield that enveloped the three people disappeared. He looked at Shueyu Ro beside him, and made her go over a bit, comforting Shu Meier once more directly in front of her, as he helped Shueyu Ro heal her injuries one more time. The knights under his command had also dug out enough space to allow him to release the other resentful knights under his command. Wu Tian released his men's grievous souls and stern ghosts to help him dig, while he himself continued to grind up the spiritual power imprints of the Manhwa ring. Although the crowning storm ring was a lower-grade magic treasure, it was different from other magic treasures that needed to be sacrificed and planted with a divine soul imprint. This kind of storage magic treasure only needed to be imprinted with spiritual power to receive items at will. The spiritual seal was equivalent to a lock. Other people couldn't open your storage equipment, nor could they use their divine sense to probe the contents of the storage equipment. Not much longer. Wu Tian ground off Shueyu Ro's spiritual imprint and left his own. He checked what was inside the Tsang Mojing ring and couldn't help but look at Shueyu Ro on the bed with excitement. His eyes filled with fire. A rich woman. It couldn't be helped. He couldn't help but be excited. Mainly because he was almost dazzled by the brightly lit spirit stones within the ring. The space inside that Sunghai ring was huge. 500 meters in length. width and height. The most of them were the lower-grade spirit stones piled up into a small mountain, estimated to be more than 100,000. On top of that, there were thousands of green medium-grade spirit stones. Wu Tian had seen the classifications of spirit stones in the Tibetan scripture cabinet. Spirit stones are, from low to high, lower, middle, upper and extreme. The colors are, respectively, white, green, blue and purple. Spirit stones are all exchanged at a ratio of 1 to 100. For example, one medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Because the higher the grade of the spirit stone, the more pure the aura inside the spirit stone is, the easier it is to be absorbed and refined by the cultivator. High-grade spirit stones were usually only used by Jindan or above cultivators for cultivation. Otherwise the lower-grade spirit stones would be gone in a single suck. Too much of a waste of time. End of chapter. It's well known. High-grade spirit stones are also a strategic material. For example, the mountain protection formation. When no one attacked it could still rely on the clan's spirit veins to keep it running. Once an enemy attacked, it would be up to the spirit stones to provide energy. There were many uses for high-grade spirit stones, and in addition to various large formations, they were also essential for flying a flying boat. For example, the white bone flying boat that Wu Tian had ridden and relied on spirit stones as its energy driver. So this was one of the reasons why the Ghost King sect cared so much about this large spirit stone mine despite being a demonic sect. Wu Tian checked the other things again. Hundreds of bottles of pills, many of which he didn't recognize. Just that it should be something good if it could be used by a Jindan exalted. There were also a lot of spiritual herbs and medicines in the space, which were presumably used for alchemy. What was left were some gongfu talismans, metal spirit treasures, and miscellaneous things like clothes. As for the magic weapons and treasures, there weren't many, other than the green spirit jade pendant that Wu Tian had obtained, and the Tsong Di ring. There was only a lower-grade magic weapon, the transported cloud shuttle, a lower-grade magic weapon, the alchemy furnace, and a upper-grade magic weapon, the flying sword. Shueyaro's native flying sword was also at the level of a magic treasure, or a middle grade. However, the instinctive flying sword could not be used by anyone else but herself. I have to say that Watermoonro was really rich. There are 5 pieces of magic treasures. Spirit stones and pills and so on are even more countless. She alone was estimated to be able to match 2 or 3 other Jindan cultivators. Transportation cloud shuttle looks like a small shuttle, belonging to the life-saving recluse-type magic treasure. Can directly cut through the space to escape? The farthest to recluse tens of thousands of miles. It was just that Jun Wudao had laid down the 10,000 ghosts sealing heaven formation to block off the space, rendering this magic treasure useless. If not, Shueyu would have already escaped with this magic treasure. The alchemy furnace belonged to the alchemy used for alchemy and was of little use to Wu Tian for the time being. As the saying goes, a man cannot get rich without a cross, and a horse cannot get fat without night grass. Killing and robbing people can be much faster than honestly accumulating resources. With these resources, Wu Tian could completely cultivate to the Jindan stage comfortably. Not much longer. Wu Tian had finished sacrificing the transported cloud shuttle, and his ability to save his life had increased greatly. He was in a good mood, and the way he looked at Shueyu was much gentler. Seeing that she had contributed so many things, plus her body had been given to him, he was somewhat reluctant to sell her to the clan. It's better to sell it than to use it yourself. Those 3 melons and 2 dates. He couldn't look at them at all now. A little while later, Wu Tian opened the storage bag he had gotten from picking up corpses earlier, organized the contents, and put everything that could be used into the Tsong Mojing ring. The useless sundries were placed inside a separate storage bag by him. As the saying goes, when one man gets a government position, he gets a government position. He was now rich as hell, and with Chu Meier as his woman, he naturally hadn't forgotten her. Wu Tian took the top-grade artifact skull that he couldn't use, and the middle-grade artifact Blood Fury seal, as well as the talisman paper talismans he had previously bought at the marketplace and gotten from killing and picking up corpses, such as primary talismans, Vajra talisman, Earth Escape talisman, Healing talisman and so on. He gave her a little bit of both, plus the first-grade elixirs used by chi-refining cultivators, such as some spirit-replenishing elixirs, 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones, with her cultivation level that had just advanced to the 4th level of chi-refining. Having 4 magic weapons, along with these cultivation resources, was completely enough for her. When Chu Meier saw Wu Tian giving her so many things, she was so excited that she hugged him and kissed him, directly about to express her gratitude with her body. However, Wu Tian didn't have the time to interact with her right now, so he could only reject her good intentions. Not much longer. He organized what he had left. In addition to the human emperor's streamer, he had sacrificed as many as 6 magical artifacts and treasures, 3 magic weapons, blood pool, white bone sword, and white bone demon needle. 3 pieces of magic treasures, the Tsangdian ring, the transported cloud shuttle, and the green spirit jade pendant. The 2 auxiliary type magic weapons, the blood refining cauldron and the soul refining jar, amounted to dozens of pieces. Aside from the lack of spells, he was fully armed in terms of equipment. With all these magic weapons and treasures in your possession, he can battle Jin Dan. Even if he couldn't win the fight, he could use the cloud escape shuttle to escape. And even if someone blocked space, he could still run back to the blue star. With the green spirit jade pendant in place, a Yuaning cultivator wouldn't be able to kill him in seconds. As long as he resisted the blow, he could run back to blue star, develop and come back with a counterattack. Wu Tian put the unrecognizable pills and other things in the Tsang Yamo ring aside separately. Then he took them out and asked Shui Yuro about what they did. Shui Yuro was also aware of Wu Tian's tactics, so in order to not let herself suffer, she appeared to be very honest and answered all questions. One could only say that her mother was worthy of being the lord of the Dan Peak, and that the pills in her Tsang Mua ring were all of the 2nd grade at a minimum, and most of them were of the 3rd grade. There are also 6 bottles of 4th grade pills. The 2nd grade pills were suitable for foundation cultivators, the 3rd grade was suitable for Jindan, and the 4th grade pills were something that even Yuaning cultivators could use. The thing about pills, different grades corresponded to different cultivators. For example, the 1st grade spirit replenishing pill. If this kind of pill was given to Chu Meier, the medicinal power in it could quickly replenish her depleted spirit energy. But if Wu Tian were to take a 1st grade spirit mending pill, it was estimated that he wouldn't even be able to make up for a single drop of demonic yuan. For Shui Yuerua, it was even more so that she wouldn't even make a little splash. However, he didn't believe all of Shui Yuro's words, and the pills he didn't recognize he put aside. After that, he took out the books on elixirs in the Tsang Mojing ring and read them. Shui Yuro was obviously still an alchemist, and there were quite a few Dan formulas, herb and spirit medicine knowledge, and books about alchemy within the space. Wu Tian had been busy for half a day, comparing them. Most of the elixirs he didn't recognize matched what Shui Yuro said. The rest of the elixir he failed to find the knowledge about, so he would have to wait until later. There were more than 300 bottles of pills, of which the ones used for cultivation and raising cultivation level were the most numerous, such as the 2nd grade spirit gathering pill, the 3rd grade energy enhancing pill, and other cultivation enhancing pills. The rest were elixirs that possessed special effects, such as the 2nd grade foundation building elixir, which could help people build their foundations. The 3rd grade skin resurfacing pill can make one's youth last forever, and one's face will not age. 3rd grade exploding spirit pill, which can make a Jindan cultivator's spirit power explode, increasing its power by nearly half in a short period of time. Explosive spirit pills belonged to elixirs of desperation, and afterward, they would become weak and their spiritual energy would dry up. In addition to these special elixirs, there were quite a few 3rd grade antidote elixirs and healing elixirs as well. What Wu Tian did not recognize, there were also some 3rd grade pills, as well as the few 6 bottles of 4th grade pills. However, there was a bottle of 4th grade elixir in it, named Greenwood Rejuvenation Elixir, which was so powerful that it could make the dead alive and flesh white. There should be no problem treating Shui Yuerua's injuries. Shui Yuro had contributed so many things to him, so naturally Wu Tian was not a stingy person. He took out the Greenwood Restoration pill, poured out one, and looked at Shui Yuro. Your injuries are too heavy. Take this pill. If this bottle of elixir didn't match what she said, but was some kind of poisonous elixir, then it wouldn't be his fault. Without a word, Shui Yuro glanced at him, took the elixir and put it into her mouth. Seeing that she was refining the pills to heal her injuries, Wu Tian did not let his guard down in the slightest and grabbed her hand to probe her body. He wasn't sure what this elixir did, and if it could also restore her spiritual energy, that would be troublesome. End of chapter. This elixir has such a strong effect? Wu Tian saw that Shui Yuro's internal injuries were rapidly improving and her spiritual energy was also recovering rapidly. He hurriedly interrupted her refining. However, when the elixir enters the mouth, even if Shui Yuro doesn't actively refine it, the medicinal power in it will slowly restore her injuries and spiritual energy, just at a slower pace. Wu Tian's face darkened. Taking advantage of Shui Yuro's little recovery of her spiritual energy, he directly pounced her on the bed and forced his way into his body. Nowadays, he could only pick up her recovered spiritual energy. Under his harvesting of yin and replenishing yang, Shui Yuro's spiritual energy that had just recovered a little bit was sucked out again by him. Chu Meier wasn't idle either. She imperialized the amber-red damask to bind the constantly struggling Shui Yuro, tying her to the bed unable to move. Not much longer. Shui Yuro gave up struggling, and tears slipped silently from the corners of her flushed face. Aftermath. Wu Tian felt the demonic elements that had already accumulated in his body. He looked at Shui Yu underneath him, saw that there was no life in her eyes, and in order to prevent her from committing suicide, he softly consoled, "We're both like this, and I'm not a thin-skinned person. Be honest and I'll let you back in sometime later." Shui Yu didn't know if she didn't hear him or didn't want to talk to him, and didn't move at all. Wu Tian frowned and retreated, looking at Chu Meier next to him. "Help her clean up." After saying that, he walked to the side and took out a medium-grade spirit stone to start cultivating, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to advance to the late stage of foundation establishment. Chu Meier was afraid of being punched to death by Shui Yu. Even if Shui Yu was powerless and limp on the bed, she did not release the amber-red damask that bound her. She looked at the lifeless Shui Yu in her eyes and helped her clean up. A little while later, Chu Meier thought about it and softly consoled Shui Yu, telling about Wu Tian's goodness and trying to puah her. Her efforts were not without results. Shui Yu regained her anger and angrily yelled at her, "Get lost!" Chu Meier skimmed her mouth, and was also a little angry at her lack of knowledge, so she immediately stopped caring about her and walked to the side to start sacrificing the magic weapon given by Wu Tian. Not much longer. Wu Tian absorbed several medium-grade spirit stones and also ate a yuan enhancement pill, and the demonic yuan that had accumulated in his dantian finally changed from quantity to quality, and was purified into a single drop. Late stage of foundation building becomes. Although he had already advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment, he didn't rush and consolidated his cultivation. He held the medium-grade spirit stone and ate the yuan enhancement pill, and the demonic energy within his dantian increased rapidly. Compared to absorbing souls for cultivation, it was a bit faster to use spirit stone elixirs. However, there weren't many people who could cultivate with a third-grade elixir at the foundation establishment stage who had this condition. After all, a bottle of third-grade elixir was worth thousands of spirit stones, and a single one was also worth several hundred. He cultivated for a while, and several thousand spirit stones were eaten by him. However, Wu Tian was now rich and generous, and would never use a bad one if he could use a good one. Even if the potency of the elixir could not be fully absorbed and he wasted a little bit, he did not care at all. One time, Wu Tian was immersed in cultivation. As time passed, a medium-grade spirit stone turned into ashes in his hands, and a bottle of pills was consumed by him. 10 days later, Wu Tian's body was full of demonic elements before he stopped cultivating. In these 10 days he had spent the rest of the time cultivating, except for the occasional double cultivation with the two women. Even the mine cave he was in had been dug thousands of meters deeper thanks to the efforts of his men's resentful spirits and ghosts. It was only here that the middle-grade spirit stones gradually became more and more numerous. No longer 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. It was just that the deeper you dug, the harder the soil inside became. The harder it was to dig. The speed at which his men's grudging souls and liars were digging became much slower. Now that he was in the late stage of foundation establishment, the demonic elements in his body had also accumulated. It's time to think about conjugation. It was only that conjugating the Dan took too much time, and he had to make some preparations. He got up and looked at the two knights guarding his body and told them to go and dig a new cave out. After that, he walked toward Shui Yu with some kinks in his eyes. He had so many cultivation resources in his hands, completely enough for him to break through to Jin Dan. He naturally had to seize the time to advance. After all, the devil's way technique is not like the righteous way. As long as there are enough resources, the pile can also pile up the realm. As for the situation where one's mind is not strong enough to control a powerful force due to cultivating too quickly, there will be a situation where one's mind will be haunted. This was all something he could only consider after he had advanced to Jin Dan. Now he only needed to think about how to conjugate the Dan. If he is in seclusion for a long time to advance to Jin Dan, Shui Yu this restless factor. That's all. Wu Tian walked in front of Shui Yu and said seriously, "I'm going to be in seclusion for a period of time. You're my woman now. I won't kill you, and I'll find a way to let you go back after I get out of seclusion. Right now the outside of the mine is filled with people from the Ghost King sect. It's safe for you to stay here, but if you go out and get caught by the others, you'll never be able to return to the Green Cloud Immortal sect. As the saying goes, a husband and wife for one day. I hope you think it over and honestly wait for me to come out. I will find a way to let you go back. After all, I'm a person who values love, as can be seen from the fact that I won't kill you." Shui Yu looked straight at him, the meaning contained in her eyes he couldn't read. When Wu Tian saw that she didn't say anything, he also stopped talking nonsense. He took out a set of Shui Yu's clothes for her to put on, and had Chu Meier tie her up, admonishing her, "Pay attention and watch her well. Don't let her have a chance to regain her spiritual power." Chu Meier hesitantly glanced at Shui Yu with worry in her eyes. "But she is at the Jin Dan stage." Wu Tian touched her head and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, you two have been meeting frankly for so many days. She is not so bad that she doesn't miss her comradeship at all. Besides, she's so pretty. If she didn't have us to cover her, she'd have to go out and be taken as a furnace. She's not that stupid. Saying that, Wu Tian glanced at Shui Yuro, the meaning of which was self-evidently addressed to her. Be obedient and keep an eye on her. Wu Tian handed over all the valley-resisting pills in his hand to Chu Meier, allowing her and Shui Yuro to take them during the time he was in seclusion. Although cultivators above the foundation establishment level were already able to dispel the grain, Shui Yuro did not have spiritual energy in her body and still had to rely on the grain-dispelling pill to maintain her body's consumption. As for whether Chu Meier could watch over Shui Yuro and prevent her from regaining her spiritual power, it was up to her. Wu Tian collected all of the grievous souls and stern ghosts into the human emperor streamer and walked inside the cave dugout by his men's stern ghosts. After he placed a few formations at the entrance of the cave, he returned directly to the blue star. He wouldn't be able to advance to Jin Dan in the mine. Otherwise, if something happened in the middle of the process, making him fail to conjugate the Dan, and then his roots were damaged for a bit, he wouldn't even be able to cry. Still, Blue Star was safer. Nothing could threaten him. Not much longer. Wu Tian stealthily flew to the deep mountains next to Ning Chang and dug out a cave halfway up a cliff. After he set up the formation at the entrance of the cave, he was directly ready to start conjugating the Dan. Jin Dan needs to be full of spiritual energy. Liquid magic element transformed into solid, condensed essence, Qi and spirit united, and formed into Jin Dan with the foundation of the Tao in the body. Jin Dan cultivators can fly in the air with a recluse. Unlike Qi refining and foundation building cultivators, they still needed to use magic weapons to fly. However, conjugation is also risky. The failure of conjugation has the risk of damage to the foundation of the Tao, and if you are not careful, you will also be seriously injured. Wu Tian cultivated the Devil's Way technique and had sufficient resources in his hands, so he did not have this worry. Plus, he also had the Tao congealing pill that could increase the success rate of 3 layers of conjugation. This kind of third-grade elixir. He had 2 bottles in his hand, so he could make it hard to build it. Not for a moment. Wu Tian adjusted his state and sat on a pile of medium-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones in one hand and pills in the other. He was going to take the resources to pile up the golden Dan. End of chapter. Half a month later, in a cave in the cliffs, Wu Tian couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on his face as he looked at the black magic pills within his dantian. Today, he was finally a Jin Dan bigot as well. The black magic Dan emitted an ethereal light. All natural, like a bead, and its size was comparable to Shui Yuro's. It was only that Shui Yuro's was a golden elixir and his was a black magic elixir. This was because the righteous and demonic paths practiced different gong methods and had different spiritual power attributes, which caused the appearance of the Jin Dan to differ. However, both realms were the same and were uniformly called the Jin Dan realm. In the Devil's Way, some people also called it the Devil's Dan realm. Whenever the Devil's Way dominates the 4 directions, the default realm of the immortal cultivation world will have to be changed. For Wu Tian, it didn't matter what it was called. It was all the same anyway. His devil pill belonged to the heavenly grade devil pill because it was coalesced from the heavenly grade Tao foundation, and it was quite a bit larger than other qualities of the golden pill. Naturally, a heavenly grade magic pill could hold more spiritual energy. At the same realm, a heavenly grade magic pill could hold 4 times as much spiritual energy as a yellow grade magic pill, with a much greater endurance. The spiritual energy in it was also purer and more powerful. As the saying goes, a golden elixir is swallowed into the belly, and my destiny is mine but not heaven's. A Jin Dan cultivator's lifespan of a minimum of 500 years had already surpassed the limits of mortals. Wu Tian entered the Jin Dan before he was considered to have formally embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, possessing some of the might of an immortal. Immortal cultivators fight against heaven and earth. After Wu Tian stepped into Jin Dan, he could clearly feel the pressure from heaven and earth, and an oppressive aura filled the sky and earth. The storm is coming. With a sweep of his divine sense, he already understood what was going on. Thunderbolt. The thunder tribulation that would only occur when advancing to Yuaning in the immortal and demon world was now above his head, building up energy and could fall at any time. Only, the Blue Star's thunder tribulation didn't seem to be as terrifying as the immortal and demon worlds, and it was very different from the descriptions in the books he had read. At least, he sensed no aura that could threaten him. Since this was the case, Wu Tian would have to feel what the tribulation was like in advance. He stepped out of the cave and looked up at the cloudy sky, actively releasing his aura. Although he felt that the thunderbolt in the sky was not very powerful, he was not careless, but he took out all of his magic treasures and magic weapons. Wu Tian looked at the distant mountains and murmured softly, "Let's take advantage of this so-called thunderbolt to show the world what it means to be an immortal cultivator." After he finished speaking, he activated the green spirit jade pendant and the sea of blood emerged, transforming into 100 feet of blood dragons that rushed up into the sky and took the initiative to pounce on the robbing clouds. Boom! As if the robbing cloud was angered, a thunderbolt fell and struck the blood dragon, causing its dragon body to flash with lightning. That's it? Wu Tian was greatly disappointed when he saw that the thunder could not even blast away the blood dragon, only ablating a little bit of blood. If the thunderbolt was that powerful, there wouldn't be so many cultivators in the immortal and demon world who died under the thunderbolt, and who died before they were halfway through their immortal cultivation. Obviously, this so-called thunder tribulation on the blue planet wasn't even comparable to the immortal and demon world. The only role, it's just so he can show off his muscles. He had already attained Jin Dan, and the current human emperor streamer could no longer keep up with him. Human emperor streamer, it's time to advance. Wu Tian rode in the air, turning into a stream of light and rushing up into the sky, taking the initiative to enter the lower part of the robbery cloud, with the blood dragons roaming under his feet. Boom! A thunderbolt fell. The lightning struck Wu Tian's body, but it was blocked by the green spirit jade pendant, unable to hurt him in the slightest. He grabbed the thunderbolt with his spiritual energy and formed a ball of thunder in his hand. He felt the raging power in the thunderball and refined and absorbed the lightning power in it, and in no time the thunderball was drained and dissipated by him. Thunder is the main killing force, and it also contains strong vitality. The power of thunder was a good thing to use for body training. Unfortunately, Wu Tian did not know how to practice body techniques, so he could only turn the power of thunder and lightning into spiritual power. Wu Tian was bathed in thunder, and the blood dragons under his feet roamed like gods and devils. Not for a moment. The robbing cloud seemed to have exhausted their energy and no more thunder fell. When Wu Tian saw that the robbery cloud was about to disperse, he raised his hand and grabbed it. His spiritual energy transformed into a gigantic hand of 1,000 meters, directly pinching the robbery cloud apart. The robocloud disperses. The sunlight shone on Wu Tian, causing him to be like a layer of divine radiance. He looked at the mountains far below and muttered in his heart, "I hope you guys don't let me down." He collected the 100 feet of blood dragons that were roaming under his feet and disappeared in the air with a flash of his body. Without the robbery cloud, the oppressive aura of heaven and earth was gone, and there was only a vague sense of suppression, which was harmless. On top of a distant mountain, a few college student-looking 3 men and 2 women stared blankly at the distant sky. For a while, a man put down his cell phone and gulped. "That's a human, right? And a dragon?" "Transition," a man said excitedly. "Don't you guys think that person just now was transiting? You guys still don't believe me when I told you that there are immortal cultivators in this world. The immortal stroked my beard and tied my hair to grant me immortality. What's the point of reading a ING book? I'm going to cultivate immortality." When he finished speaking, he excitedly shouted at the sky, trying to shout the immortal out and take him as his disciple. A few others came back to their senses and their eyes became fiery, excitedly shouting after them in an attempt to get the immortal's attention. After all, they had just witnessed the scene of the suspected tribulation with their own eyes, so they naturally had no doubt that there were immortal cultivators in the world. Nay, Wu Tian had already flown to Ning City, so naturally, he could not hear their shouts. Villa Fairview. Villa. The 2 Lin Frost Moon sisters were using spirit stones to cultivate on their bedroom beds. Upon Wu Tian's arrival, with a sweep of his divine sense, the people hiding in the shadows around the villa instantly fainted. He flew inside the villa, deactivated his ghost invisibility technique, opened the bedroom door and walked inside. Master, Lin Xuan Yue, who was immersed in her cultivation, awoke with a start and hurriedly stopped her cultivation. Lin Ruosh Yue, who had only seen Wu Tian once, shouted along, looking at him with curiosity in her eyes. Wu Tian nodded with satisfaction when he saw that Lin Xuan Yue was already at the first level of qi refining. "How is it going with what I told you to do?" Lin Xuan Yue hurriedly replied, "I've acquired most of the farms in the surrounding cities, and hundreds of haunted houses are almost built." Wu Tian said softly, "Too slow. Put out the word that this seat sells spirit pills, no matter if they are pills to get rid of diseases, strengthen the body, or prolong life. They can be exchanged for livestock. How exactly do you arrange it yourself? Each elixir is not less than 200,000 head of livestock, and 10 times more for poultry. You can reveal my existence, and you can take these spirit talismans for your defense, and just use your spirit power to inspire them." Saying that, he took out a storage bag containing talisman paper charms and handed it to her. "If anyone is in trouble, make a note of it, and I will clear the way for you," he said with a hint of indifference. When Lin Xuan Yue received the storage bag with surprise, Wu Tian taught her how to leave a spiritual imprint on the storage bag and told her about the functions of various spiritual talismans. End of chapter. Lin Ruosh Yue, who was next to her, looked on with a face of wonder and envy. Seeing that Wu Tian seemed to be friendly, she bit her lip and boldly hugged Wu Tian's arm and pouted. "Master, Sister has it all. I want it too. Wu Tian felt the arm that was deep in softness and a hint of lust flashed in his eyes. I don't know if it was because of the influence of practicing magic, or if the strong power made him stop suppressing his inner desires. He looked at Lin Ruoxue and let her hold him. Your sister has cultivated spirit power and can use storage bags and spirit talismans. You're still mortal, so you won't be able to use them even if they're given to you. If it wasn't for the fact that his current physique was so strong that this girl couldn't carry his conquests, he would have wanted to eat her. How dare she seduce him? Lin Ruoxue sniffed, and her face, which had been a bit shy, became lost. People are also trying to cultivate, but it just hasn't moved. Wu Tian pulled his hand out of her arms and took out a bottle of spirit replenishing pill. This bottle of pill can aid in cultivation. After you take it, you can quickly step into chi refining and become a chi refining cultivator. Thank you, Master. Lin Ruoxue happily accepted the elixir, and for a moment, she actually felt that Wu Tian's white bone mask had become adorable. Wu Tian glanced at her and asked Lin Xuanyue to tell him the location of the acquired farm and asked her to notify all the people inside the farm to go home from work. It was still faster for him to fly on his own as opposed to taking a car. Not much longer. Wu Tian took the cell phone given by Lin Xuanyue and followed the navigation to run through the cities around Ningchang. Everywhere he passed, a farm became empty. Anyone who stayed inside the farm was knocked out by him, and the surveillance and other electronic equipment inside it was damaged by him. He was a man who hated trouble, or else he wouldn't have intentionally manifested himself in front of people earlier to give some people a show of muscle. I just hope that no one is ungrateful enough to give him a chance to make an example of him. With the support of many farms, his human emperor streamer was finally fully staffed with night ghosts. The blood pool and white bone demon needle were even more powerful, and he wasn't much farther away from advancing to the next level of magic treasure. In the mine, Wu Tian returned to the mining cave and looked at the intact formation at the entrance of the cave with some surprise. He had been delayed for more than half a month in Blue Star, and he didn't expect that Shui Yu hadn't taken this opportunity to escape. He put away the formation flag and walked out of the cave to take a look, finally understanding why Shui Yu was so honest, only to see that in the middle of the mine, Shui Yu was lying on the bed in a shriveled state, and Chu Meier was attacking her with a resentment bell next to her. During this time, is this how you treated her? Wu Tian said softly. When Chu Meier heard the voice, she hurriedly put away the resentment bell and happily ran over to pounce into his arms, pampering herself. Brother Tian, you've come out of the gate. Wu Tian hugged her soft and delicate body, glanced at Shui Yu on the bed and laughed. Good job. Chu Meier's hanging heart lowered, smiling charmingly and inviting credit. You can't be disturbed while you're in seclusion. And she's a Jindan realist, so I'll just have to keep attacking her with the resentment bells, so she can't regain her spiritual power. Wu Tian nodded. Nothing happened outside during this period of time, right? Nothing should have happened. It's all quiet. Chu Meier twisted in his arms and hugged him tightly. This period of time was not good for Shui Yu, and she was no better. Every day, she was afraid that Shui Yu would recover her spiritual power and kill her. The long period of time spent on imperializing the magic weapon and restoring her spiritual energy made her look a bit tired, and her body and spirit were a bit unable to carry on. This would be leaning against Wu Tian's warm embrace, and she fell into a deep sleep in no time. Seeing this, Wu Tian took out a bed and put her on it. He walked toward Shui Yu and probed her body with his spiritual energy. Although Chu Meier kept attacking her during this period of time, Chu Meier's strength was too weak and didn't manage to cause much damage to her. Even if Shui Yu did not have spiritual protection, Chu Meier's attack would at most only cause her pain, unable to damage her divine soul and take her life. It was so that Shui Yu's body already had a little bit more spiritual power in it, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before she could turn the tables and get rid of Chu Meier's control. But now, Shui Yu's eyes were filled with despair, knowing that she probably wouldn't be able to escape the devil's clutches. I said I'd let you go, but now that you can't escape if you go out, it's best to stay here. Saying that, Wu Tian took out a third-grade healing elixir and stuffed it into her mouth. The elixir instantly melted in her mouth. The medicinal power warmed her body. The damage caused by Chu Meier during this period of time was swept away, and the excess medicinal power was also absorbed by her, resulting in quite a bit of extra spiritual power. Wu Tian waved his hand and the amber-red damask that bound her was lifted and flew to Chu Meier's bed. When Shui Yu sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy he was emitting, she couldn't help but cry out in shock. You've advanced to Jindan? It's just Jindan. What's so rare about it? Wu Tian laughed and said. Shui Yu was silent, not even in the mood to resist. Wu Tian was able to advance to Jindan so quickly thanks to the resources she contributed. Although he advanced without the so-called bottlenecks of the righteous path, the resources consumed to advance in cultivating demonic skills really wasn't a small amount. It can be said that the bottleneck of advancement is completely piled up with resources. when he advanced to Jindan. Not only did he finish off the third-grade elixirs such as the Yuan Enhancement Elixir that boosted his cultivation in the Tsonghua Ring, even the middle-grade spirit stones had been consumed by him, and he had also used quite a few lower-grade spirit stones. It took so many resources for the party to pile him up to the Jindan realm. Sure, there might also be a reason why he was a heavenly grade Jindan and consumed more resources than others. In order to prevent Shui Yu from being dishonest, Wu Tian would definitely not allow her to have spiritual energy within her. He lightly got into bed, and Shui Yu naturally knew what he wanted to do. Knowing she couldn't resist, she twisted her head and closed her eyes. For Shui Yu, who had done a lot of work, Wu Tian was also a little more gentle with her. Under his gentle attack, Shui Yu didn't take a moment before her face was flushed and she couldn't help but make a sound. Wu Tian smiled at her and worked harder. Have to say, Shui Yu's name was true to her name, and her soft and delicate body made him a little bit in love with her. Ryoko, Wu Tian hugged Shui Yu and lay on the bed, saying gently, "Don't worry, I said I would find a way to let you go back. I didn't lie to you on that point. It's just that the timing isn't right now, and you can't escape even if I let you go. After all, there are people from the Ghost King sect outside. If you run out, they won't treat you so gently towards me." Shui Yu felt his big hand rubbing at the bear's mouth and didn't want to bother with him at all. Not only did Wu Tian take her innocence, but he also let that little devil girl torture her. Plus he bullied her just after he got out of the gate. It was quite comforting at times, but that was no reason for her to forgive him. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Wu Tian directly rolled over and pressed her down again. He pressed on, looking her in the eye and threatening, "Weren't you screaming quite happily just now? Talking to you ignored me?" Shui Yu gritted her teeth, not threatened in the slightest, and looked at him with anger in her eyes. No way. Wu Tian could only clean her up again, leaving his mark all over her snow-white skin. Shui Yu's small stomach was bulging, and Wu Tian didn't let her refine her essence into spiritual energy. Otherwise, Wu Tian would give her as much as she refined. In order to not let herself be bullied by the demons more, Shui Yu could only let it go. It made her a little worried that she might be pregnant with the demon's child. At that time, how will she have the face to face her fellow disciples and her mother? Wu Tian didn't know what was going on in Shui Yu's mind as he was directing his men's night ghosts to dig for minerals. A casual dig in this area was a large chunk of medium-grade spirit stone, equivalent to picking up spirit stones for nothing, so he naturally had to dig a little more. Take advantage of the fact that the Ghost King clan hadn't discovered him, and dig as much as you can. After all, he was now a Jindan, and cultivation consumed even more resources, which could not be done without spirit stones. With hundreds of Li ghosts helping him mine, he was acquiring spirit stones at a fast pace. All the dirt he dug out was reblocked in the mine hole behind him. Lest someone from the Ghost King sect dig into the mine hole he was in and drive him, a thief of spirit stones, out. While his subordinate night ghosts were digging up spirit stones for him, Wu Tian himself wasn't idle. While he used the spirit stones to cultivate, he took the time to double cultivate with Chu Meier and Shui Yu from time to time. So for a few days, boom, the faint sound of a loud noise was transmitted into the mine, and Wu Tian, who was in the middle of double cultivation with Shui Yu, stopped his movements. The paralyzed Chu Meier next to her braced herself up and said with a hint of panic in her eyes, "Such a big commotion. Is the Green Cloud Immortal Sect fighting over?" End of chapter. Green Cloud Immortal Sect? Wu Tian frowned. If it was really the Qingyun Immortal Sect that had come, they must have come out in full force. It wouldn't be like last time when only two Yuaning and some disciples came. This time, it would be fine if the Ghost King clan could win the fight. At that time, even if he was found to have stolen the Spirit Stone, seeing as he had become a Jindan, he should not kill him. But if the Green Cloud Immortal Sect won the fight, then he probably couldn't even run away if he wanted to. After all, although he had the transported cloud shuttle to run away, the Yuaning Venerable One could instantly move, and he would not have much success in escaping. He looked at his subordinate night ghosts who were digging, and there was some hesitation in his heart. Unable to part with the spirit stones that he had picked up for nothing. That's all. His eyes were certain that it was his little life that mattered compared to his resources. If he was really blocked in the mine by the Green Cloud Immortal Sect, he would only be able to escape back to the Blue Star. And in the future, if he wanted to run out from this mine, it was probably a bit of a long shot. As for resources, mining is better than robbing. Big deal. Wu Tian felt the vibration of the mine and looked at the nervous and excited Shui Yu underneath him, pulling out from her warm package. "Get dressed and let's go out and look around," Wu Tian commanded. Chu Meier had become at the 8th level of Qi refining under Wu Tian's spirit stone management, pills at random, and the nourishment of his Jindan stage essence. Just, with this amount of cultivation, she was no different from cannon fodder in this kind of clan war. That was why she obeyed Wu Tian's words. and without hesitation, she got up and got dressed, fearing that Wu Tian would leave her behind. When Shui Yuro got dressed, she saw Wu Tian give her a few bottles of spirit-gathering pills and spirit stones. You recover a bit of your spiritual energy first, and then you run when you have the chance. Wu Tian looked at her. No matter what, you are my woman. I won't kill you and I don't want anything to happen to you. Even though I'm doing this to you, it's undeniable that if it wasn't for me, you would have already died or fallen into the hands of another demonic cultivator. You're so pretty, you don't need me to tell you what happens. Shui Yuro looked at him with complicated eyes and silently took the pills and spirit stones to restore her spiritual energy. Wu Tian had his men's night ghosts dig back towards the previously dug mine hole, while Chu Meier used her storage bag to empty the dirt. The dirt that had been used to plug the mine hole wasn't as tight and was still relatively quick to clean up. No way. Wu Tian had already tested it earlier. He was in the depths of the mine. The transported cloud shuttle simply couldn't break through the space here, so it could only dig out honestly. Not much longer. Wu Tian poked his head out of the mine, and saw that there was a big battle going on outside, and it looked like the Ghost King Sect was at a disadvantage. The sky and the ground were filled with people fighting each other. In the sky, the Blood Demon Elder Ancestor was being pressured by the two Yuaning sword cultivators, and the sea of blood that enveloped the sky was about to be chopped away. He looked around with a gloomy face, seeing that the Green Cloud Immortal Sect was powerful. Although the Ghost King Sect and the Green Cloud Immortal Sect belonged to the same four major clans in the Eastern Wasteland, the Green Cloud Immortal Sect had two more Yuaning stage than the Ghost King Sect. Even if old Taoist returning ruins had been shaded to death by them last time, the Green Cloud Immortal Sect still had 5 Yuaning. Not to mention, the Green Cloud Immortal Sect does not speak of martial virtues. This time, the Green Cloud Immortal Sect had come with 8 Yuaning, and in addition to the ones from their own sect, they had also gotten 3 Yuaning external helpers, and they are only 4 in the Ghost King Sect. How can they fight 1 against 2? Last time, old Tao of Returning Ruins even fought to the death to chop off one of his arms. Although he had recovered, he had also consumed a lot of Blood God's children. The Blood Demon Old Ancestor dealt with the enemy while sweeping a glance at the Ghost King Sect disciples below who were fighting with the disciples of the Green Cloud Immortal Sect. Apathy murmured, "It's not ripe yet, but it's time for you to return the favor to your old ancestor." With a thought of his mind, many of the Ghost King Sect disciples who were fighting with the Qing Yin Sword Cultivator instantly screamed miserably. Their whole body's cultivation flesh and blood coalesced into a drop of spirit blood, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the Blood Demon Old Ancestor and converged into a ball of blood, which he inhaled into his mouth, and his face instantly became a lot rosier, and his body's aura strengthened a little bit. After that, without saying a word, he directly performed the blood escape to disappear from the air, and the sea of blood in the sky disappeared with him. Blood Demon! Jun Wudao shouted angrily when he saw the Blood Demon Old Man fleeing from the battlefield. Although he was able to fight 1 against 2, now that he didn't have the Blood Demon to hold him back, 2 more Yuaning sword cultivators attacked towards him. Senior sister, go! The defeat was finalized. Jun Wudao no longer insisted and greeted Lang Ruyan as he was about to run away. Lang Ruyan put away the 9 underworld flames, instantly moved to Yun Yomeng's side, grabbed her and simply disappeared. The Yuaning could all instantly move, and Jun Wudao and the soul-devouring old ancestor followed suit and vanished. The Green Cloud Immortal Sect's Yuaning sword cultivators wouldn't let them escape just like that, and without hesitation followed the spatial fluctuations and chased after them. Senior brother Tsong Yun, you have not yet recovered from your injuries. Stay here and preside over the situation. These little devil cubs will be in your hands. After the Green Cloud Immortal Sect Patriarch finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared, chasing after Jun Wudao and the others. The only way to pay for the death of the returning ruin is with the blood of a demon. The Yuaning ancestors ran away one after another, and when a group of Ghost King Sect disciples saw this, they also rushed to flee in all directions, being chased by the Qing Yun sword cultivators into the Immortal Meteor Mountain range. As for Wu Tian, he had seen that the situation was bad back when the Blood Demon Ancestor ran away, and without hesitation, he took Chu Meier and ran away. Shui Yuro, on the other hand, was left where he was, and he even gave her back her original flying sword. After all, he had no use for holding this innate flying sword, and this woman seemed to have developed a bit of affection for him, which could be heard in her voice when she was double cultivating with him. No wonder, if he fell into the hands of the Green Cloud Immortal Sect in the future, he would have to rely on her to save his life at the critical moment. Xiantian City. Wu Tian appeared in the sky above Xiantian City with his arm around Chu Meier, and he frowned slightly as he looked at the dead silent city below. In the beginning, this city was overcrowded, with scattered cultivators and mortals mixing together, and many of the Xiantian Sect's disciples' families also lived in the city, so it could be said to be lively and bustling. But now, Xiantian City was in ruins. The city was full of traces of battles. People and beasts were all dead. Only a few rotting corpses and bloodstains told of everything that had happened in the city. Wu Tian sighed, no longer thinking about it, and drove the transported cloud shuttle to continue escaping. Although he didn't know the way, as long as he ran farther away from the green cloud immortal sect, he would be fine. Not much longer. Wu Tian didn't know how far he had run, and his spiritual energy was mostly depleted. He saw a city far away, standing by a wide river. If he hadn't been able to vaguely see the peaks on the other side of the river, he would have thought the river was the sea. Wu Tian looked at the city in the distance and felt that the Qingyun immortal sect shouldn't be able to catch up with him, so he couldn't help but stop running and prepared to take a look at that city. Closer. It was only then that he realized that the city was really big, covering an unknown number of miles. A huge array light curtain enveloped the entire city, and from time to time, flying boats broke through the air and stopped at the edge of the city. Obviously, this city was not a city inhabited by mortals, but an immortal city inhabited by cultivators. Wu Tian didn't know what the bottom line of that city was, so he couldn't help but stop in the air, ready to grab someone to ask. After all, he is a devil cultivator. Everyone in the righteous path will be killed. It is better to be careful. End of chapter. Not much longer. After Wu Tian learned the information about the city from one of the captured Foundation establishment loose cultivators, he killed him directly. It had to be said that it was still faster to kill and rob. He didn't have to work much to get more than 1,000 spirit stones, as well as 2 magic weapons. According to that loose cultivator, the city was called Tongtian City, a neutral city, independent of the righteous and devilish paths. It is rumored that Tongtian City has a harmonized god ancestor in town, and no one dares to cause trouble in the city, which belongs to the place where cultivators of the righteous and devilish paths trade and sell their stolen goods. Tongtian City was located in the middle of the forces of the righteous and devilish paths, and the opposite side of the Tongtian River next to the city was the territory belonging to the devilish path. After learning this news, Wu Tian's heart was slightly at ease. He was really afraid that he would accidentally run into the territory of the righteous path. Not for a moment. Wu Tian brought Chu Meier to the entrance of the city. The two of them paid a lower grade spirit stone entry fee and followed the crowd towards the city. He looked at the wooden sign in his hand and casually put it into the Tsunhai ring. This wooden sign was the voucher that allowed him to stay in the city, and 1 lower grade spirit stone would allow him to stay in the city for 1 day. Wu Tian led Chu Meier through the city gates, and before he had time to survey the bustling scene inside the city, he saw a few people greeting him. One of the old men, though looking thin and frail, was agile and was the first to rush to him, while the others retreated at the sight. The old man smiled curtly. 2 seniors, may I ask my seniors to introduce you to this Tongtian city? My seniors are very familiar with this Tongtian city. No matter where the 2 seniors go, my seniors can lead you there. Although he was gray at the temples and looked an unknown amount older than the 2 Wu Tian men. However, the immortal cultivation world has always honored strength for cultivators, not to mention the fact that high-ranking cultivators can't even tell their age from their appearance. Wu Tian looked at him as well as the others and felt that they should be guides or something. It was just that he didn't expect a city to have a guide. I don't suppose this is free for you guys? Wu Tian faintly said. The smile on the old man's face remained unchanged. Elder introduces senior to Tongtian City as well as leads the way to wherever, for only 1 inferior spirit stone. If it is necessary for senior to accompany senior for a day, senior only needs to give senior 2 lower grade spirit stones. Hearing his words, Wu Tian looked at the others and set his eyes on a young girl. What about you? Is the price the same as his? The young girl seemed to be a bit restrained. Seeing Wu Tian speaking to himself, she froze for a moment before coming back to her senses, and hurriedly responded. Yes, the same. Are you going to hire me, senior? Wu Tian nodded. Having a young girl with him was better than an old man. What's more, the young girl was quite pretty to look at. When the old man saw Wu Tian change, he didn't get angry and smiled curtly. Senior, don't worry. Xiaoyu grew up in this city and is very familiar with this area in the south of the city. He will not miss senior's business. Wu Tian glanced at him, and he said no more as he consciously retreated. Wu Tian walked forward and the young girl hurriedly followed beside him. Senior, I don't know where you want to go. Xiaoyu can take you there. Why don't you first introduce me to what's going on in this Tongtian city? Wu Tian faintly said. Xiao Shiyu didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly told Wu Tian everything she knew. It was just that even though she had grown up in Tongtian City, she didn't know much. After all, her cultivation was too weak, but she was only at the 5th level of qi refining and only knew things that everyone knew. For example, the city lord of Tongtian City was a late Yuaning cultivator, and the city's city guard was also composed of cultivators, with the weakest pawns being at the Foundation establishment realm. Tongtian City was divided into 4 areas with the 4 directions of the city gates, and the area they were in was the south of the city. There are various stores in the south of the city, so no matter what you want to buy or sell, you can buy and sell it in the stores. Some of the stores in the city belonged to the city lord's office, and some were privately owned, but all of them could sell stolen goods. Even if you killed the holy son or daughter of some big clan and robbed their magic treasures, you can bring them here to sell them without worrying about getting into trouble. Another example is that the righteous cultivators killed the devil cultivators, but the loot they got, the manhwa magic weapon and so on can't be used. They can also be brought here to sell. In addition to that, there were also greenhouses, auction houses, places selling cultivator slaves, and various demonic beasts in the city. It could be said that within this city, as long as you had spirit stones, you could buy everything you wanted. Wu Tian was more than a little interested in the greenhouse she was talking about, especially after he learned that the greenhouse was filled with female cultivators. It is said that the largest greenhouse in the south of the city, the Carefree Pavilion, also has Jindan female cultivators inside, and there are many holy women from the righteous and devilish sects, but he was more interested in the other news than the greenhouse. The Four Seas Auction House, located in the south of the city, would be hosting a large-scale auction in half a month. The news is said to have come out half a month ago. The auction not only included the lots prepared by the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, but also things that other cultivators had put up for auction. As long as your lot has value, you can put it up for auction. However, the Four Seas Auction House will take a 5% handling fee, which is not required if the lot is sold out. Wu Tian thought of the things he couldn't use in his Tsang Mojing ring and was a bit impressed. He first asked Xiao Shiyu to take him to a store and sold all the lower value items in the Tsang Mo ring that he couldn't use. It was just that what he hadn't expected was that these stores would have raw souls and severe ghosts for sale. Cultivation resources for both the righteous and demonic paths were available here. Wu Tian had wanted to buy raw souls to use for cultivation, but he found out that there was a third-grade elixir, soul melting pill, which was made using 1,000 raw souls as materials. A bottle of 10. One was equivalent to 100 living souls. It could be much faster than him using his living soul to cultivate. Compared to the Yuan enhancement pill, this kind of pill was more suitable for him to cultivate magic skills. Moreover, the price of the soul melting pill was quite a bit lower than the Yuan enhancement pill, with only 1,000 spirit stones in a bottle. Wu Tian did not hesitate to buy 10 bottles, ready to try the effect before saying, "Not much longer." Wu Tian walked into the middle of the small courtyard he had just rented and looked back at Xiao Shiyu behind him. The young girl looked no more than 18 years old or so, with a beautiful appearance, like a small white flower, exuding a delicate aura, and it was not known how she could be a guide at the city gates. Most of all, she was still a virgin. Wu Tian possessed the 10,000 desires harmonization kung fu, so he still had this bit of eyesight. Furthermore, the virgin's meta scent was extraordinarily different, and it was easy to tell the difference. Wu Tian looked at Xiao Shiyu, who was a bit nervous, and directly said, "You will be my maid and I will give you cultivation resources. Think about it." Shu Meier beside her looked at Xiao Shiyu, pursed her lips, and didn't say anything. Xiao Shiyu hesitated and looked at Wu Tian somewhat timidly. "Senior, Seeing her like that, Wu Tian already knew the answer. He took out 2 spirit stones. "Forget it if you don't want to. This is your payment. And that's it for today." With his Jindan stage strength, there was no shortage of women. It was just a whim, and since she didn't want it, he wouldn't force it. Xiao Shiyu held the spirit stone, her face somewhat torn. Wu Tian waved his hand, and Shu Meier understandably kicked her out. The laughter in her eyes couldn't be concealed at all, and she smiled daintily as she hugged Wu Tian's arm. "Brother Tian, Meier will accompany you, right?" Wu Tian looked at her charmingly bony body and directly picked her up and walked towards the small courtyard room. Not for a moment. The sound of a flirty, petite kick came out of the house into the small yard. After Wu Tian had double cultivated with Shu Meier, he directly started cultivating with her. Shu Meier's strength was too weak. Even if her physique was suitable for dual cultivation, it wouldn't do much to improve him, so he might as well use pills plus spirit stones to cultivate. A twist. Half a month passed. Wu Tian spent the rest of his time cultivating except for taking the time to double cultivate with Shu Meier, but the auction was about to start, so the two of them could only stop their cultivation and walked out of the small courtyard. End of chapter. For C's auction house. Outside the auction house, Wu Tian brought Shu Meier and slowly walked to the entrance of the auction house. The Four Seas auction house covered a large area and was situated in the busiest part of the southern part of the city. People came and went in front of the auction house, and many people watched from afar, enviously looking at the people who walked into the auction house. After all, entering the auction house required 100 spirit stones as a ticket, a condition that basically eliminated most ordinary cultivators. However, Wu Tian was given a token by the Four Seas auction house because he had items to auction as lots. After Wu Tian took out his token, the guards at the entrance immediately let the two in. There were pretty-looking maidservants who led the two Wu Tian up to the second floor. After bringing the two of them to the second floor box, the waitress inquired if Wu Tian needed someone to wait on him. And looking at her, it was obvious that the person to wait on was her. Wu Tian had Chu Meier by his side and had little interest in her, directly waving his hand for her to retreat. Wait for the maid to leave. Wu Tian surveyed the auction house, as well as the people in the hall on the first floor. There is something inside the auction house. There are 3 floors. The hall on the first floor alone can accommodate 100,000 people without looking crowded. The second and third floors were private rooms, protected by formations that could isolate divine sense and pupil techniques. Secrecy is still possible. Everyone in the hall had a token with a different number, and all they had to do was hook up the token with their spiritual energy and enter their price. The specially treated tokens make a sound of their own, displaying the number and price. Same in the box. There's a jade table dedicated to shouting auctions. It basically isolates the possibility of making noise and exposing yourself. The side of the box facing the hall was made of transparent spirit jade, allowing clear observation of the first floor hall. The people outside, however, could not see the people inside the box. The maid who brought the two into the box with this information had already introduced them. Large-scale auctions are only held once every 5 years by the Four Seas auction house. So many people don't want to miss it. Not much longer. The hall on the first floor was quickly overcrowded, thus showing how attractive this auction was to people, or how rich the cultivators of Tongtian City were. So many people didn't put 100 spirit stones in their eyes. Not for a moment. A stunningly beautiful woman with an enchanting figure appeared on the auction stage and said with a coquettish smile, "My slave Flamelinger, I have met all of you. This auction is hosted by Slave. Slave first time to host a large-scale auction. There is less than the place, also please all friends of the road to bear with." After some opening remarks, Flamelinger clapped her hands, and a maid came up from behind the auction table with a white jade tray in her hands. The tray held a 1-foot-long, willow leaf-like green canoe. I only heard Flame Spirit introduce. This item is called the Willow Leaf Boat, a mid-grade flying magic treasure. This magic treasure was extremely fast. Whether it was rushing or escaping, it was extremely powerful. The starting price is 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and each increase shall not be less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones. As her words fell, many people who had never seen the world were filled with shock. The Four Seas auction house came up with a medium-grade magic treasure, which could be considered a big deal. The good thing is that most of the people have seen the world and have started to bid. 2005, 2006. Without a moment's work, the price was raised to 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Most people stopped shouting, leaving only 2 or 3 people vying for it. Only the speed of shouting also slowed down, obviously deliberating. After all, this magic treasure had a single function. It could only be used for flying and escaping, and now the price was already a bit inflated. Wu Tian, who had thought he was quite wealthy, smacked his lips for a while. A middle-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 lower-grade spirit stones. He had been mining for so long, and together with the spirit stones left in the Xanhua ring, his entire body's assets could only buy a medium-grade magic treasure. However, this also made him realize how precious the green spirit jade pendant in his hand really was. Not a moment too soon, as the price of the Lu Yi boat came to 3,003 medium-grade spirit stones. Only the second floor box, and the hall one person left on the field to compete. Neither wanted to give up. In the end, I don't know if the people in the second floor box ran out of spirit stones and gave up the fight. Willow Leaf Boat was finally taken by a person shrouded in a black cloak in the hall for 3,005 medium-grade spirit stones. The price, to be honest, is a bit inflated. Medium-grade magic treasures, especially this single-function type of magic treasure, were priced around 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones at most. However, on the auction house, it was sold for close to 4,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That's the beauty of auctions. The first lot was sold at a good price. Flame Spirit was very happy and immediately asked the maid to bring down Lu Yizhou. The man shrouded in a black cloak was also brought down by the people from the auction house. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. The auction house was concerned about money and goods, lest someone didn't have a spirit stone to make a messy offer. And if that really happened, they would have to bear the wrath of the auction house. Without stopping, Flame Spirit began to auction the second lot. When the maid brought up an item that looked similar to a talisman, Flame Spirit introduced it with a smile. This is a mid-grade talismanic treasure that contains the mid-grade spell Earth Spirit Shield. For the talismanic treasure everyone should have some understanding, but in case some of the Taoists are not clear, the slave will be introduced to you. Talismanic treasures, as the name implied, were treasures similar to talismans that had a spell inscribed inside. The difference is that talismanic treasures can be reused as long as you have the spiritual energy to do so, which is equivalent to you directly learning an intermediate level spell. The The starting price of this medium-grade talisman treasure is 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and each increase shall not be less than 100 lower-grade spirit stones. As soon as Flame Spirit's words fell, there were shouts and claps. They couldn't afford the magic treasures, but the talismanic treasures were still within their reach. Without a moment's work, this lower-grade talismanic treasure was taken down for more than 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones. As time passes, under Flame Spirit's presidency, one lot after another was bought by the crowd, only except for the willow leaf boat that was a magic treasure at the beginning. The things being auctioned now were basically top-grade magic weapons, second-grade pills, intermediate formation flags, and other things used by Foundation establishment cultivators. Most of them were worth hundreds or thousands of lower-grade spirit stones, which were basically of little use to Wu Tian. Not much longer. This next lot is a lower-grade magic treasure level flying sword. The flying swords are not unfamiliar to everyone, so I won't say much more. The starting price is 20,000 inferior spirit stones, and each increase shall not be less than 1,000 inferior spirit stones. Wu Tian listened to Flame Spirit's melodious voice and retracted his gaze after looking at the flying sword in the maid's hand. This thing was useless to him, so naturally he wouldn't waste spirit stones on it. He sat on a sofa-like seat, holding the rosy-cheeked Chu Mayer, and quietly watched the people scramble. Chu Mayer snuggled into his arms, the large rabbit being lightly squeezed into various shapes in his hands. Not for a moment. The flying sword was bought by someone from the second floor box for 36,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Flamelinger did not stop at all. The next lot is the third item of the Pill of Resident Face, which can make one's youth last forever, and one's face will not age. So whether you buy it back for your own use or give it to your partner, it's all excellent. Without further ado, the starting bidding price for a face resurfacing pill is 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and each increase shall not be less than 100 spirit stones. Quantities are limited. First come first served. So all of you Taoists must seize this opportunity. Flame Spirit didn't say how many resident pills there were, just to make the crowd scramble for them so that they wouldn't be able to grab them. After all, although the face residing pill was only a third-grade pill, there were too many people who needed it, causing the elixirs for refining it to become scarce, and it was considered a relatively rare pill, especially for female cultivators. This kind of elixir was even more precious than elixirs that boosted cultivation. End of chapter. Wu Tian was extra concerned about the resident skin Dan. After all, he had given a bottle of resident skin Dan to the Four Seas auction house as a lot, and now the auction was presumably his. Not much longer. With the crowd's coaxing, dozens of resident pills were auctioned off in no time. A face resurfacing pill was basically sold for 2,000 or 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones, compared to an elixir that boosted cultivation like the energy-enhancing elixir. An elixir that could only keep one's face from aging like the face-residing elixir was priced quite a bit higher. No way. Women are extraordinarily concerned about their looks, no matter where they are. After all, it's easy to lose your face. The aging of a magnificent fairy is not something anyone can take well. Wu Tian hugged Chu Mayer, seeing that dozens of resident pills were auctioned in a row. His heart did not ripple in the slightest, and the force in his hand did not even change much. The Four Seas auction house wasn't so bad as to withhold this amount of spirit stones from him. After all, it wasn't much. After the face resident pill was auctioned off, Flame Spirit proceeded to auction off various Dan formulas, among which was the face resident pill. Originally, Wu Tian wanted to auction off the Dan formula in his space. After all, it could be duplicated and belonged to a costless trade. As it turned out, the auction house didn't take it at all, unless it was a rare Dan formula. Wu Tian estimated that these Dan formulas that were being auctioned now were taken out by the auction house itself. Dan pills, Dan formulas, magic treasures, all sorts of things were auctioned off one after another. The lower-grade magic treasure alchemy furnace that Wu Tian had given to the auction house was also auctioned off, allowing him to obtain more than 40,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Not much longer. With a smile on her face, Flame Spirit Air slowly spoke. This next lot is rather special. It is a female demon. Her Yuan Yin is still present, and her strength is equivalent to that of an early-stage Jindan. It is well known that demonic beasts that have developed spiritual intelligence are demons and can take human form. This female demon has a beautiful appearance, has been placed under the soul ban, sealing a demonic power, can be controlled by the divine soul order, the custody of the words of obedience. You do not have to worry about not being able to control her. Just good to teach everyone to know. This female demon is in the Meteor Immortal Mountain Range, the Fire Phoenix Demon King's daughter, which the stakes are still. Please think for yourselves. The auction will now begin, with a starting price of 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and each increase shall not be less than 100. After Flame Spirit finished speaking, a woman in a cage was also brought up. Only the woman's appearance was absolutely beautiful, with red hair and red clothes, looking like she had been deliberately dressed up, full of temptation. If it wasn't for Flame Spirit saying that she was a demoness, the crowd wouldn't have been able to tell that she was a demon. After all, she had transformed perfectly, without the slightest trait of a demonic beast. Jean Dan battle power. With the divine soul order to control her, there is no need to worry about her backfiring. Plus, being a female demon, she can also be used as a furnace. Most people had heard of the reputation of the Fire Phoenix Demon King. That was a late-stage demon king, equivalent to a human late-stage Yuaning cultivator. For a while, the people in the hall were talking, but no one opened their mouths to shout the price. After all, spending so many spirit stones to buy a banshee didn't help much, and you had to worry about the demon king's retaliation. It's not cost-effective. However, not everyone was afraid of the demon king. The female demons of the Fire Phoenix clan were still quite rare and worth spending spirit stones on. Furthermore, it was estimated that some people were also thinking about whether they could buy the female demon and show their favor to the Fire Phoenix Demon King. As someone in the box opened his mouth to shout the price, several more people then joined the scramble. Banshee? Wu Tian looked at the banshee in the cage. His eyes filled with amazement. He realized that there were still demons in this world. Looking at the banshee on the auction table, he was somewhat moved. After all, Su Xian, the name of Ning Kaichen, he had heard it like thunder. Now that he had the opportunity to try what it was like to be a banshee, he naturally wanted to experience the trials and tribulations that his predecessor had gone through. A golden demoness. She should be very comfortable, right? Seeing that the auction price had come to 6,000 lower-grade spirit stones, he no longer hesitated and for the first time opened his mouth to shout the price and joined the fight. Chu Meier twisted in his arms to express her dissatisfaction. Wu Tian ignored her. Maidservants should have the consciousness of maidservants. Always thinking about getting to the top is not good. Seeing that Wu Tian had increased the force of his kneading, Chu Meier was also honest and quietly snuggled in his arms. Not much longer. Perhaps the others had scruples and felt that it wasn't worth spending too many spirit stones. In the end, the female demon was taken by Wu Tian for 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The dust has settled. The banshee was brought down. Not a moment later, a man brought the banshee to Wu Tian's box. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. Wu Tian held the token that controlled the banshee and looked at the banshee with a hint of fear in her eyes. What's your name? Phoenix Dream Princess. Phoenix Dream Concubine carried a threatening tone. My father is the Demon King. If you let me go, I can give you whatever you want, or else when my father finds you, he will definitely kill you. Hearing the words of deja vu, Wu Tian coldly said without saying anything, kneel down. Phoenix Dream Concubine looked at him angrily, but her body was honest. Under the control of the Divine Soul Order, she kneeled down without hesitation. Wu Tian had wanted to teach Phoenix Dream Concubine a lesson and test to what extent the Divine Soul Order could do. It was only Flame Spirit's voice that drew his attention away. The next lot is a physical cultivation technique, the Yellow Spring Bone Refining Technique, which comes from the ancient sect, the Yellow Spring Sect. People may not know about the Yellow Spring Sect, but two of the four major sects in the Eastern Wasteland, the Ghost King Sect and the Celestial Corpse Sect, were both established by the remaining people after the destruction of the Yellow Spring Sect. The Yellow Spring Bone Refining Method was from the same root as the Ghost King Sect's Yellow Spring Soul Refining Method and the Heavenly Corpse Sect's Yellow Spring Heavenly Corpse Method, and the degree of preciousness was self-evident. Although this technique is only in the upper book, after cultivating it, the flesh can resist magic weapons, is indestructible, and has infinite strength, and can battle Jindan with just the flesh. Flame Spirit Air worked hard to introduce it so that the crowd would know how precious this technique was. It was just that physical cultivation was already rare, and this gongfu was crippled. Other than some casual cultivators, not many were interested in this technique. Flame Spirit Air looked at the people in the hall and slowly said, the Yellow Spring Bone Refining Technique has a starting bid of 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and each increase shall not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. Wu Tian was quite interested in this technique, a technique for practicing the body, and it also had the same root as the Yellow Spring Soul Refining Technique that he practiced, so he naturally had to buy it and practice it. After all, with a stronger physique, one could be more comfortable in dual cultivation. Earlier, when he was in the mines, it was still a bit of a struggle for him to fight two against one. As soon as Flame Spirit's words fell, Wu Tian said without hesitation, 15,000. Add 5,000 directly to express his determination to win. Unfortunately, those who could become cultivators were not cuties. Those who were interested in this technique also raised their prices. After a bit of a scramble, Wu Tian took it for 25,000 lower-grade spirit stones. When the person from the auction house brought the jade slip of the Yellow Spring Bone Refining Method, Wu Tian did not hesitate to check it out. The Yellow Spring Bone Refining Method, which mainly cultivated the bones of the entire body to feed back into the physical body, making the physique stronger. This technique cultivated by absorbing bones containing spiritual essence, strengthening one's own bones to enhance one's physique, which was equivalent to refining one's physical body as if it were a magic weapon. It was a pity that the gongfu he had obtained was only the upper book, and he could only cultivate his physical body to the level of a top-grade magic weapon. However, it also contained the method of cultivating the white bone relic, as well as the white bone demon god. End of chapter. Not much longer. The auction is over. Wu Tian brought Chu Meier and Phoenix Dream Concubine back to the small courtyard. After he bought the Yellow Springs bone refining method, he either couldn't see or couldn't afford the things behind it, and could only be a spectator. Especially the final finale item, which was a top-grade magic treasure, sold for more than 6 million lower-grade spirit stones. Look at him straight in the eye. If he hadn't been unable to win the fight, he would have wanted to rob the auction house. Inside the small courtyard room, Wu Tian sized up Phoenix Dream Concubine, and the undisguised look in her eyes caused her eyes to be filled with fear and dread. What do you want? If you move me, my father will not spare you, she colorfully threatened. Take off your clothes. Under Wu Tian's order. Although Phoenix Dream Concubine resisted inwardly, her body did not listen to her. Her jade hands undressed and slowly took off her clothes. Wu Tian surveyed her plump body and walked up to touch it. It's not that different, Wu Tian muttered. Hold on to the idea of exploring. He picked up Phoenix Dream Concubine and took large strides towards the bed. I don't know how much time has passed. Wu Tian explored Phoenix Dream Princess inside and out, consuming a lot of energy. It was good that he had finally figured out what the difference was between a banshee's body and a human's. It was probably because her body was a fire phoenix, and her temperature was quite a bit higher than ordinary people. The flavor is wonderful. After the fact, Wu Tian walked out of bed holding his waist and looked at the uninterested Phoenix Dream Concubine on the bed. This woman didn't want it at first, but after she got a taste of it, she asked for it. Phoenix Dream Concubine relied on her strong demonic body. Wu Tian was not really a match for her and could only rely on her dual cultivation technique to barely draw. This caused him to become urgent about cultivating the Yellow Spring bone refining method. The body is the capital of the revolution. Wu Tian pushed open the door and Chu Meier was guarding the outside of the house. She looked at Wu Tian with a grudge. Brother Tian, it's been 3 days. I thought you weren't coming out. Wu Tian was shocked in his heart, not realizing that he had double cultivated with Phoenix Dream Concubine until now. He looked at Chu Meier's sultry eyes with love in them, and directly pulled her over and hugged her in his arms, his big hands occupying the high ground. He smiled and gave a light squeeze. I'll clean you up when I come out of my retreat. Chu Meier looked at him with spring in her eyes and said shyly, Brother Tian, people want to be cleaned up by you now. She bit her lip and winks with a seductive look. This situation. How could Wu Tian hold back? He directly brought her inside and cleaned her up next to Phoenix Dream Concubine, until he was satisfied. He took out Phoenix Dream Concubine's divine soul order and handed it to her. Keep an eye on her until I get out. After saying that, he walked to the house next to him and set up a formation at the door. With a thought, Wu Tian's body instantly disappeared and returned to the blue star. He sensed Lin Xuanyue's location and directly searched for it. Lin's group. Inside the president's office, Lin Xuanyue was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out the window. When she saw a silhouette appear beside her, Lin Xuanyue was shocked in her heart and was frightened to take 2 steps back. When she saw that it was Wu Tian, she hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, Master. Wu Tian nodded. How did things go? Reporting to Master, tens of millions of livestock have been collected, hundreds of millions of poultry, and more should follow. After Lin Xuanyue finished speaking, she looked at Wu Tian with some concern, fearing that he would be angry with her for not doing her job well. It had been almost a month, and the fact that she had only collected this much livestock and poultry made her weak. Mostly, it took her a little while to get the family to fully support her. Being able to collect all of this was also due to the fact that the video of Wu Tian's earlier tribulation had gone viral and attracted the attention of many people. It was mostly too short and too much time was wasted in between. The Xia government had already searched for her though, and had also seen the immortal tactics she had performed with her spirit talisman. However, the time was too short. The upper-level game was not yet over and had not settled on how to deal with Wu Tian, the so-called immortal cultivator. The country's poultry and livestock have now been purchased by the government and the major families. Most people were watching, only tentatively purchasing a potion from her with their livestock. Wu Tian frowned, but saw that her face was full of fatigue. Obviously she hadn't rested well during this period of time and was under a lot of stress. He looked at Lin Xuanyue. It's been hard. Has anyone been looking for trouble for you? Do you need me to step in? No need. Lin Xuanyue hesitated for a moment. Master, do you want to meet with the officials? If the officials intervene, the livestock you need can definitely be collected faster. Wu Tian shook his head. I don't like to deal with the officials. You have full authority to communicate with them. I can give whatever they want. The officials were a mixed bag, and he was too lazy to hook up with them. Lin Shuanyue nodded and hesitated for a moment, saying, Master, these livestock and poultry acquired this time will require a total of 40 pills. With these pills flowing out, the subsequent acquisitions should be a little faster. Without saying anything, Wu Tian directly gave her 10 bottles of disease elimination pills, body strengthening pills, and everlasting spring pills. Among them, the everlasting spring pill belonged to the first grade pills, which were mild and could emit medicinal power to warm the human body for a long period of time, achieving the effect of helping mortals prolong their lives. With the support of the evergreen pill's medicinal power, even a dying mortal would have no problem living for an extra year and a half. This kind of elixir was no different from the life extension pill for mortals. There were 10 bottles of each of the 3 types of pills, with 10 pills within a bottle, enough for Lin Shuangyu to use for a while. To him, this kind of first-grade elixir was not worth a few spirit stones at all. As long as he could gather enough livestock and poultry as soon as possible, it would be worth it to him. In order to make Lin Shuangyu more attentive to his affairs, Wu Tian gave her 2 bottles of spirit replenishing pills and 100 lower-grade spirit stones. It was enough for her to cultivate for a while. Then without stopping, he flew directly towards the gathering place of livestock and poultry that Lin Shuanyue had collected. Lin Shuanyue had gathered the livestock and poultry in each city in one place for Wu Tian's convenience. When Wu Tian arrived, he directly set up a formation, stunned those who stayed inside, and all kinds of electronic equipment were damaged before he started killing and refining souls and upgrading the human emperor streamer. After all, his methods didn't look like a proper cultivator in any way. The world's attitudes towards immortal cultivators and devils are extraordinarily different. A stable environment would be more beneficial to him than suppressing it by force and causing chaos in Blue Star. It would give him a constant supply of livestock and poultry. Not much longer. Wu Tian refined the spiritual essence of the souls and bones of millions of livestock. The human emperor streamer had finally been upgraded into the 1,000-soul streamer, which could hold thousands of ghosts, and the upper limit had become a spirit ghost that could rival a Jindan. Next, Wu Tian started collecting human souls, piling them into spirit ghosts, and then using the blood pool to absorb the flesh and blood. The bones left behind were used by him to cultivate the yellow spring bone refining method. Unbeknownst to him, his action had attracted the attention of many people, as if he had smashed a stone on the surface of a calm lake. End of chapter. A twist. Half a month passed. Wu Tian looked at the 10 spirit ghosts and thousands of night ghosts in his human emperor streamer, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In addition to the human emperor streamer finally becoming his main battle force again, his blood pool was also upgraded to a lower-grade magic treasure, greatly increasing its power. Most notably, the strength of his body was already comparable to a top-grade magic weapon. The flesh was indestructible and possessed the power of 10 dragons. The strength of a dragon is 100,000 pounds, and he can reach 1,000,000 pounds in one body. This half-month in addition to what Lin Shuanyue had previously collected, she had collected nearly 2 million more livestock and tens of millions of poultry, which had been absorbed and refined together by Wu Tian, only to give him such an achievement. Now she figured it would be a little while before she could gather more livestock and poultry. Therefore, Wu Tian thought about it and directly returned to the immortal demon world. However, before leaving, he gave Lin Fengyue another 20 bottles of each of the 3 types of elixirs and told her to hurry up and collect livestock and poultry. After all, with so many elixirs flowing out, other people would surely spare no effort in exchanging elixirs to give themselves a good body after seeing the benefits of elixirs. Especially for those who are rich. The biggest worry is that people die with unspent money and can no longer enjoy the beauty of the world. The 3 types of elixirs provided by Wu Tian would allow them to get rid of diseases and strengthen their bodies, prolonging their lives. Have a good body to enjoy the beauty of the world. It's just a bit of livestock and poultry. It doesn't cost much. Wu Tian could already imagine the pomp and circumstance that would follow, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before he would have an inexhaustible supply of livestock souls. Tongtian City. On the busy streets of South City, Wu Tian, who had just come out of the customs, brought Chumayer and Phoenix Dream Concubine to wander around the streets. Wu Tian looked around at the people coming and going in the lively scene. In a good mood, he always had a smile on his face. Wandering around, he came to a store, the 9 Spectres Court. Wu Tian looked at the 3 words on the store's plaque and murmured thoughtfully, "Coincidence?" Wu Tian looked at the store and led the 2 women inside. The 9 pavilions weren't much different from the other stores. They all sold all sorts of things. It was just that Wu Tian hadn't seen what he guessed to be that person. However, he was just taking a look and wasn't much disappointed. And in passing, he bought 50 bottles of soul-melting pills within the 9 Spectres Pavilion. The effect of this kind of elixir on his cultivation was still quite obvious, and it was much faster than refining his soul and absorbing it on his own. After buying the pills, he casually looked at other things, and then took Chu Mayer and Phoenix Dream Concubine and walked out. Who knew that he had just reached the door when he saw a man walking head-on outside? Cloudy dreams. Wu Tian looked at Yun Yumeng and hurriedly lowered his head and stepped aside. It was just that he had overthought things a bit, and although Yun Yumeng had seen him, she didn't seem to recognize him as someone from the Ghost King sect. Straight away, he walked inside the Nine Spectres Pavilion. Wu Tian glanced at Yun Yumeng's back, somewhat torn between whether or not to recognize her and let her take him back to the Ghost King sect. After all, he estimated that it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the middle Jindan stage. Round up a bit. It was only a drop away from the late Jindan stage. For the subsequent techniques, he had to find a way to get them from the Ghost King sect. Wu Tian pondered for a moment. There's the decision. He had to take this opportunity to hold on to Yun Yumeng's thighs and let her take him back to the clan. Or find a way to get the follow-up technique from Yun Yumeng. And I don't know if she has it in her hands. After thinking about it, Wu Tian decided to play it safe and blend back into the sect first. Otherwise, after a long time, it was not certain if the Ghost King sect would recognize him as a disciple. Wu Tian took out Phoenix Dream Concubine's Divine Soul Order and asked Chu Mayer to take her back. Ghost King sect was no different from the Dragon Pit and Tiger's Den. He didn't want Chu Mayer to follow the two of them to send their heads for thousands of miles. After all, he could still barely defend himself, and there was Blue Star as a retreat, and the two would be really hung up if anything happened to them. At least it was his woman. He was still quite distressed. A little while later, Wu Tian glanced at the departing backs of the two women and walked into the Nine Spectres Pavilion without hesitation. He looked at the wide space within the Nine Spectres Pavilion and searched for a while, but did not find Yun Yoming's figure. Could it be in the backyard? He thought in his head. Wu Tian knew that these stores, all of them came with courtyards at the back, so he guessed that Yun Yumeng had gone to the back. He glanced at the maid who was entertaining the guests and walked up and smiled. This fairy, please inform Fairy Yumeng that I am her senior brother and have come here to seek her out. The maid looked at him and recognized that he had been here a while ago. Hearing him mention Yun Yumeng, the maid glanced at him and hurriedly and respectfully said, Immortal Master, wait a moment. The slave girl will go and inform Immortal Yumeng. Thanks a lot. Wu Tian smiled and thanked him, watching the maid walk through a door into the small courtyard behind. He waited where he was, and in a short while, he saw the maid come out. Immortal Master, please follow me. Fairy Yumeng is waiting in the courtyard. Wu Tian nodded and followed the maid into the courtyard behind the Nine Spectres Pavilion. Inside the yard, Yun Yumeng stood in the courtyard and saw the maid leading Wu Tian in. He was still emanating the spiritual energy fluctuations of a Jindan cultivator, and he couldn't help but frown. She didn't recognize Wu Tian. After all, back then, Wu Tian, standing like a mole cricket, wasn't even worth putting on her mind. When Wu Tian saw her appearance, he knew that she should not have recognized him, but he was not angry. After all, he had cultivated too quickly, but in a few months he had become a Jindan cultivator, which also belonged to the gifted in the Devil sect. Wu Tian didn't dare to be slow and respectfully saluted Yun Yumeng. Senior sister, senior brother just saw you walk into the 9 pavilions and came to find you. Which peak are you from? Yun Yumeng looked at him and said coldly. How did Wu Tian know that the Ghost King sect had any peaks? He had just heard Han Knight say that he was from the Nine Spectres Peak, and the peak master of Nine Spectres Peak should still be that what's her name Nine Spectres Demonis. He looked at Yun Yumeng with a spring-like smile on his face. Senior brother was only an outer disciple previously, and has yet to join any peak. If senior sister doesn't give up, senior brother would like to join the Nine Spectres Peak and follow senior sister around. Yun Yumeng sized him up, and judging from the fluctuations in his spiritual energy, he was indeed practicing the Ghost King sect's techniques. Give me your disciple token, she said with a grimace. Hearing her words, Wu Tian took out his disciple token without hesitation. Yun Yumeng checked the token and saw that he was indeed a Ghost King sect disciple, so she returned the token to him. From today onwards, you are my Nine Spectres Peaks person, and can be a deacon. That's a pass? Wu Tian had some doubts in his heart. He had already made it all up, but nay, Yun Yumeng didn't ask him anything and wasn't curious about why his strength was Jindan. But, since Yun Yumeng didn't ask, his heart was full of doubts, so he couldn't help but inquire towards Yun Yumeng. Senior sister, last time in the mine, after our clan's people retreated, I don't know what's the situation of the clan now. Can senior sister clear up senior brother's confusion? End of chapter. Outside the Nine Spectres Pavilion, Wu Tian glanced back at the Nine Spectres Pavilion behind him and walked towards his small courtyard thoughtfully. He had wanted to ask Yun Yumeng just now what the situation was in the Ghost King sect now, to get some information. But Yun Yumeng only told him that the sect master had returned to the sect, and that he would gather people to take back the mine in a few days, so that he could go back and wait for the notice for the time being. He also gave him a sound transmission talisman to use as a contact. Unifying just verbally gave him a deacon's position, with no clothing token. Otherwise, he would have wanted to run to the Ghost King's sect on his own to see if he could obtain a follow-up technique, but he thought about it and decided to play it safe. Unifying stage techniques. The Ghost King sect probably wouldn't put them in the hidden scripture cabinet, plus he didn't know the way, so it was better to hold on to Unifying's thighs and see if he could obtain them from her. A little while later, he bought some practical spells on the way back. Elementary spells such as Divine Sense Transmission could make things a lot easier for him. Not much longer. Wu Tian returned to the small courtyard and directly began to grasp the time to cultivate his spells. Basic spells like Fireball and Cleansing. With the support of his Jindan cultivation, it wouldn't take much time to learn them. As time passes, various simple and practical basic spells as well as elementary spells were quickly learned by Wu Tian. None of them were powerful spells, but in the area of spells, he had finally made up a little bit of his shortcomings. 1 month later, Wu Tian stopped his cultivation and returned to the Blue Star. After such a long time had passed, it was thought that Lin Xuanyue should have collected quite a few livestock and poultry. Lin's group. The rooftop. With a sweep of his divine sense, Wu Tian realized that Lin Xuanyue was not in the building, but instead, there were quite a few more suspicious people. The dense surveillance in the building gave him a bad feeling. He sensed Lin Xuanyue's location and realized that she was with Lin Ruoxue, quite far away and not within Ning Cheng's range. His face was grim as he swept the building with his divine sense and muttered, "I hope it's not what I think it is, or else." He cast the ghost concealment technique and flew towards where Lin Xuanyue was, the outskirts of Ning Cheng. Wu Tian stopped in the air and looked at the vacation resort below, as well as the people hidden around them. His divine sense swept through the vacation villa and saw that nothing had happened to the two Lin Xuanyue sisters, so his face only looked a little better. He looked at the suspected government officials within the vacation villa and inquired to Lin Xuanyue with a divine sense voice transmission. "What's the situation now?" In the vacation lodge, when Lin Xuanyue heard Wu Tian's voice, she looked around suspiciously but did not find his figure. She whispered tentatively, "Master? This seat transmits with divine sense. They can't hear you. Tell us what the situation is now." "You are imprisoned?" Wu Tian coldly said. Although Lin Xuanyue's reaction had been taken in by the others, Wu Tian did not care. He just wanted to figure out what the official's attitude was. After all, it was his own homeland, and he still didn't want to fall out if he could. Lin Fengyue hesitated. "Master, someone from the government wants to meet you to discuss cooperation. Is this an attempt to force me to show myself?" Wu Tian coldly smiled, and with a sweep of his divine sense, all the people in the surrounding area of 100 miles fainted except for the people from the vacation villa. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of the two Lin Frost Moon sisters, appearing and looking at the cameras in the room. "Have you ever thought about the consequences of forcing this seat to show up in this way?" The person in the next room who was watching the monitor would have learned that all the people in a 100-mile radius had fainted. They couldn't help but look at Wu Tian on the screen with a grave expression. Not for a moment. Wu Tian looked at the several people who walked into the house, and without waiting for them to speak, he took the lead and said, "This seat does not want to be your enemy, but you cannot afford the consequences of angering this seat. Easy, patriarch." The man at the front didn't get angry and smiled as he tried to say something. Wu Tian raised his hand and interrupted. "This seat is bent on seeking the Tao, and does not want to get involved in mundane matters. You can talk to my disciples about anything, but within 3 days, I want to see 100 million livestock, or else I will suffer the consequences." With that he said coldly, "You can also make an enemy of me and see if those toys of yours can hurt me." After saying that he didn't bother to talk nonsense to them, he directly turned into a stream of light and performed the wall-penetrating technique to rush up from the roof of the room. Hanging in mid-air, he took out his white bone sword and secretly activated a talisman in his hand. Chop! Wu Tian held the white bone sword and casually waved his hand. A Gangjin sword chi chopped towards the ground. One moment. With a soft sound, the ground was chopped out with a bottomless 1,000-meter deep crack. "This is a sword mark." The residual sword chi turned the trees around the crack into smithereens. It was estimated that the time it took for the sword chi to dissipate was enough for the officials to realize that he was not humanly possible. He looked at the warplanes that were flying extremely fast and disappeared in a flash, directly returning to the immortal demon world. He's shown off his muscles a couple times. If the officials still don't know what's good for them and can't see the situation, then don't blame him for having a killing spree, and let them think about it. Small yard. Wu Tian had just stepped out of the house when Shu Meier happily greeted him. "Brother Tian, you're out of the customs?" Wu Tian pulled her into his arms. "Not bad. All of them have already practiced the 9th level of Qi. They can build the foundation." He measured her with one hand and softly inquired, Have you figured out how to build your foundation? Chu Meier twisted her body in his arms and pampered herself. People listen to their masters. Whatever their masters say. Wu Tian pinched the rabbit's head and pondered for a moment. There was nothing more convenient than building a foundation with a soul. Just like him. It was just that the source of so many souls in such large quantities was a problem. And if he were to change it out of thin air for Chu Meier, he was afraid that it would arouse her suspicion. He thought about it and had a decision. Big deal. Go out and shop around and say he bought it. As a devil. Why do you need to explain it to others? As for now, he looked at Chu Meier, who was already in love. I'll think of a way for you to build your foundation. Now, your job is to serve me. Wu Tian laughed and lightly pinched her as he picked her up and rushed to the Phoenix Dream concubine behind him. You come along. His physique had increased greatly, and it was the right time for a clean slate. A trace of longing flashed in Phoenix Dream concubine's eyes, and without hesitation, she followed him into the house. As a demon, she could be much more sensible than Shui Yuro. Since you can't resist, then she'll enjoy it. 3 days later, Wu Tian pulled out from the tenderness and looked at the two women who were limp with satisfaction. It had to be said that having a stronger physique was different, and double cultivation felt extraordinarily different. It became quite a bit more fluid. Nay, he had business to attend to right now, so he could only give up his dual cultivation with the two women. After he dressed, he instructed the two men and walked inside the house next to him. Set up the formation. He disappeared and returned to Blue Star, the night sky. Wu Tian stealthily looked at the brightly lit resort below and saw that the two sisters, Lin Xuan Yue, were no longer here, so he couldn't help but murmur, I hope you guys know what you're doing. End of chapter. Villa Fairview. Wu Tian stopped in the air and his divine sense swept the entire villa area. Seeing that no one was spying on the two Lin Frost Moon sisters anymore, he revealed a satisfied smile. It seemed that the officials were still quite sensible and didn't think of fighting him hard. Wu Tian glanced at Lin Ruoxue who was taking a bath inside the bathroom. The eyes were white with snow. The hazy mist couldn't block his divine sense at all. But, he withdrew his divine sense after just a glance, with no ripples in his heart. He had just finished double cultivating with Chu Meier in Phoenix Dream concubine, and now it was nothing more than a small scene. He fell as a stream of light, penetrated the wall, and appeared in front of Lin Xuan Yue. Seeing Wu Tian appear, Lin Xuanyue, who was sitting on the sofa, hurriedly got up. Master, Wu Tian sized her up, looking charming in her purple pajamas. Lin Xuanyue noticed Wu Tian's eyes and blushed, but she did not cover up and hide. What is the situation now, and what is the attitude of the government? Wu Tian faintly said. Speaking of business, Lin Xuanyue's face became serious. The people of the government are not prepared to make an enemy of you, master teacher, and have prepared nearly 300 million livestock and 1 billion poultry to show their goodwill to master teacher, said Lin Xuanyue as she looked towards Wu Tian. In addition, they hope that master teacher will teach them the method of immortal cultivation, and that they can fully cooperate with master teacher. Indeed, no one can endure the temptation of immortality, and since ancient times those who have held great power in their hands have not been willing to pass away in 100 years. Wu Tian smiled, then nodded without any concern and said, yes, as long as they can get what I need, I can give whatever they want. It wasn't enough to just have feats in Blue Star. You also needed spirit stones, with the hope of immortality. He didn't believe that those people could still endure. Even the first emperor could not resist the temptation of immortality, let alone these people. To put it bluntly, the gongfu given by Wu Tian was the bait, and as long as they got a taste of the sweetness, they would definitely spare no effort in doing his bidding. Master, you're here. Lin Ruoxue, who had just finished her bath, saw Wu Tian and happily ran towards him. Wu Tian was afraid that the bath towel on her body would fall off when he saw her running with such a large amplitude. A soft scent in your arms. Lin Ruoxue flung herself into Wu Tian's arms and pouted aggressively. Master, last time, I was scared to death of my family, but luckily you were so powerful that you saved me and my sister. When Wu Tian felt the cotton softness in his arms, his eyes flashed and a thought surfaced in his heart. This girl is seducing him, isn't she? Wu Tian looked at Lin Ruoxue in his arms and directly pushed her away, as if he was a righteous man. In fact, he couldn't care less about a big brother image. Do not approach women. He was a devil cultivator, not a hypocrite of the righteous path. What image did he want? The main reason was that his current physique was too strong. Lin Ruoxue had only just advanced to the first level of qi refinement, so she couldn't carry his conquests at all. He was afraid that if he accidentally killed her, it would be a big loss. Furthermore, right now he wasn't in the mood to waste time on such things. Wu Tian looked at Lin Xuanyue. Inform the people of the government that the gongfu this seat can give, and tell them to get the livestock ready. This seat wants it now. Lin Xuanyue looked at her somewhat lost sister and respectfully responded, "Alright master, I'll inform them right away." Not much longer. Wu Tian left Lin Xuanyue with 5 qi refining techniques and 1,000 lower grade spirit stones for her to give to the officials. You can't spare the child. You can't spare the wolf. With these spirit stones it should be enough for some people with spiritual roots to become qi refining cultivators. After Wu Tian obtained the location where the livestock and poultry were stored, he directly charged into the sky and flew over. Perhaps the officials also know that surveillance is useless to him and are very honest. Nothing was done that might have angered him. Wu Tian refining and absorbing livestock souls moment by moment. A spirit ghost was piled up. After the human emperor streamer advanced into the 1,000-soul streamer, with the help of the many stern spirit ghosts, he absorbed and refined the souls very quickly. Wherever Wu Tian passes, it didn't take long for the whole farm to empty. The spirit ghosts in his emperor's streamer increased rapidly, and his fleshly body was cultivated to its limit, making it difficult to increase it any further. Without the follow-up technique, he hadn't even managed to increase his power by a single dragon. The strength of the body also only reached the limit of a top-grade magic weapon, making it difficult to break through to the level of a magic treasure. He had no choice but to use the spiritual essence of the many bones to enhance the white bone demon needle. It didn't take long. His white bone demon needle had advanced into a lower-grade magic treasure, increasing its power and making it even more difficult to guard against. A twist. Half a month passed. Wu Tian ran through half of the Xia kingdom and finally finished refining and absorbing all the livestock and poultry. The spirit ghosts in his emperor's streamer had also reached 300, meaning he had 300 Jindan henchmen. 100 of these spirit ghosts could battle mid-Jindan cultivators. The rest can be defeated early on. With the human emperor streamer in place, he might not be able to beat the Yuaning cultivator, but the Jindan cultivator, he could press the hammer. It's a sea of people. Beyond that, his blood pool advanced into a mid-grade magic treasure and was not far from a top-grade magic treasure. The white bone demon needle also went to the next level, advancing into a mid-grade magic treasure. Even the white bone sword was incidentally upgraded to a lower-grade magic treasure by him. Naturally, he hadn't forgotten Chu Meier, and had prepared 300,000 livestock souls for her, thinking that it would be enough for her. In such a short period of time, his strength had changed drastically, and he didn't know how many times it had increased. This made him even more desperate about collecting livestock. If all the severe ghosts in the human emperor streamer were piled up as spirit ghosts, Yuaning cultivators would not be unkillable. After Wu Tian finished his work, he found Lin Xuanyue again and asked her to spread the news out. In addition to pills, he also sells feats. A gong method paired with 100 spirit stones. As long as one has a spiritual root, any pig can become a qi refining cultivator and become an immortal cultivator. If the feats don't match, then it's just your bad luck. What he was selling wasn't expensive. 100 spirit stones plus feats, but it was just 10 million livestock, or 100 million poultry. Even if the livestock in the summer country are almost half consumed by him, but there are still foreign countries. It was thought that with the lure of immortality, there were people who would help him collect livestock and poultry. Unfortunately, people on the blue planet have a lot of grievances, and grievances are a good tonic for ghosts. But the thing about resentment is that unlike fear, it can be collected with fear beads. It can only be absorbed by ghosts, or with spells. Emotional forces like resentment and fear are emanated by people who consume their essence. If you don't absorb it in close proximity, it won't stay around long enough to dissipate. It would be a bit too much of a waste of time for him to stay in Blue Star and let the night ghost absorb the grievances. Compared to absorbing grievances, it was still faster to absorb souls and refine them. Let's just say that resentment is a thing for him right now, filed under food for thought. Abandonment. After all, he had to be present for the night ghost to absorb the grievances and control them with the human emperor hat. Otherwise the night will be out of control in minutes and only know how to kill and kill and kill. If he wanted to absorb the grievances, unless he left the spirit ghost loose in the city and let it slowly absorb the grievances on its own to become stronger. Spirit ghosts with spirituality understand words and don't have much of a brain like a stern ghost. That too will have to wait until later, when he had more spirit ghosts under him and couldn't use them. He could throw them at Blue Star. It would be better if there were treasures that could automatically absorb grievances, like the dread bead, and just go pick them up after a while. After all, in addition to raising ghosts, grievance fear could also be used to refine powerful magic weapons, like Chu Meier's grievance spellkind, which could attack people's souls. Some of the feats that absorbed the 7 emotions and 6 desires to cultivate were even more bizarre. Not much longer, Wu Tian returned to the immortal demon world. He pulled Chu Meier and Phoenix Dream Concubine to double cultivate without saying a word. After the double cultivation, he took out his voice transmission talisman and looked at it. There was no movement. It was also unknown if he hadn't received the message at Blue Star, or if Yun Yumeng hadn't contacted him. Wu Tian inputted his spiritual energy and transmitted his voice towards Yun Yumeng. Senior sister. End of chapter. Senior sister. Is there anything that I need to do for senior brother? Wu Tian inquired with a voice transmission talisman. After a while. No need. The voice transmission talisman's ghostly light flowed, and Yun Yumeng's clear and cold voice rang out. Seeing her response, Wu Tian hurriedly said, Senior sister, do you want senior brother to come to the Nine Spectres Pavilion to accompany you? No need. Yun Yumeng carried a hint of impatience, and her voice was much colder. Wu Tian's eyes flashed. It seemed that Yun Yumeng was still in the Nine Spectres Pavilion. He thought about it. Yun Yumeng had stayed in the Nine Spectres Pavilion for so long, so he guessed that her master was also there, and was guaranteed to be in that small courtyard. Wu Tian thought of the formation that had risen in the courtyard earlier and said tentatively, Senior sister, senior brother would like to meet his master. I wonder if it's possible. He waited for a while before the voice transmission talisman transmitted Yun Yumeng's icy voice. Wait. Wu Tian relentlessly tried to inquire about the situation of the Ghost King's sect again, when they would return to the sect, and what had happened to the recapture of the mines that he had talked about last time. Who knows if Yun Yumeng was too annoyed with him and didn't bother with him anymore. Wu Tian thoughtfully put away the voice transmission talisman and spoke to Chu Meier, asking her to watch Phoenix Dream Concubine waiting for him at home. He went out for a stroll and bought some practical things, such as a sound transmission sonic conch that could transmit sound over long distances. He also bought some soul melting pills, preparing to seize the time to break through to the middle Jindan stage. Otherwise, when you are fighting against the enemy, you will not be able to carry several magic treasures at the same time, and you won't be able to carry the range. Not much longer. Wu Tian returned to the small courtyard and took out the soul refining jar containing the souls and handed it to Chu Meier. These souls should be enough for you to build your foundation. I hope you won't let me down. With so many souls around, Chu Meier should be able to follow his lead, blossom 12 pints, and build a heavenly Tao foundation. He was still more than a little attached to his first woman. It was a good thing that he had the foresight to let Chu Meier go to the Hidden Scriptures cabinet earlier and redeem the foundation establishment stage technique, or else he would still have to go and find the technique for her now. Seeing so many souls, Chu Meier was moved to look at Wu Tian, and without saying a word she jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly. She looked at Wu Tian with charming eyes, her eyes full of affection. Brother Tian, may er serve you. Wu Tian was so good to her, all she could give him was her body. Feeling the softness close to his chest, Wu Tian stroked her head and once again double cultivated with her. Aftermath. The two of them closed their respective seals and seized the time to cultivate. Under Wu Tian's orders, Phoenix Dream Concubine could only stand guard in the courtyard in boredom, waiting for the two to come out of the gate. A twist. A month passed. Wu Tian had birthed a bit of spiritual light in his Jindan, as if it was a freshly fertilized egg with the breath of life. That bit of aura was condensed from Wu Tian's essence, which also meant that he had broken through to the middle Jindan stage. The Jindan stage can be divided into 3 stages: Gathering Dan, Dan Change, and Yuan Dan. Wu Tian was now at the Dan Transformation stage, which belonged to the middle Jindan stage. Life was birthed within the golden elixir. He only needed to nurture that bit of aura into shape and transform it into a Yuaning embryo, and then he would be able to advance to the late Jindan stage. When the embryo is formed and breaks out of the Dan, he will be the elder infant. The change that manifested itself outwardly after Wu Tian advanced to the middle stage of Jindan was, his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth was a little deeper, and his control over the aura of heaven and earth was also a lot stronger. Now he was already able to sense spatial fluctuations and had initially grasped a bit of spatial ability, although it was not yet possible to instantly move 10,000 miles like a Yuaning cultivator, but like shrinking the ground, a step of 10 miles was still no problem. Like some basic spells, he didn't even need to learn them on purpose. He only needed to understand a little bit of the principle, and then he could use them at his fingertips. Beyond that, he could also use the aura of heaven and earth to enhance the power of his attacks, the quality of the spiritual power, and the power is conveniently increased by a lot. It could be said that with the addition of all aspects, his strength was estimated to have increased tenfold. Inside the room, Wu Tian took out the voice transmission talisman and looked at it, somewhat hesitant to contact Yun Yumeng. 10 days ago Yun Yumeng sent him a voice message asking him to head to the 9 pavilions, but he was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, so he ignored it. Now, he put away the voice transmission talisman and prepared to make a trip back to the Blue Star first, piling a few more spirit ghosts out of his human emperor streamer. As long as you are strong enough, the big deal about the feats is to rob them. Not much longer. Villa Fairview. Wu Tian found Lin Shuangyu and learned that the officials, as well as people from the major clans, had already collected 500 million livestock and 5 billion poultry for him. These livestock and poultry have reached the limits of the Summerland. The rest can't be moved. Gotta save it for seed. as well as a small number of people to eat. But now that the price of meat has gone up so much, many people have begun to raise livestock and poultry, so I don't think it will be long before it recovers. Most of these livestock and poultry were provided by the government. According to Lin Frost Moon, the government people hoped to trade 100 million of those animals to him in exchange for spirit measuring stones. Wu Tian did not skimp and returned directly to the immortal and demon world and bought 100 spirit measuring stones and asked Lin Xuanyue to hand them over to the officials, the Gongfu spirit stones and pills. He also gave her enough of them to give to the officials as well as the people from the big families. Unfortunately, according to Lin Frost Moon, the government and the big families had wanted to collect livestock and poultry abroad. Nay, the commotion he had made earlier was too great, and his identity as an immortal cultivator had been spread by foreign scouts. Nowadays, foreign countries are very serious about it and control livestock and poultry more strictly. After listening to this, a glint flashed in Wu Tian's eyes and he decided to go shopping abroad in the future. It's not his homeland, and he's not going to be as gentle in his methods as he is now. But now, his priority was to refine and absorb the livestock and poultry that had arrived. Not much longer. Wu Tian instantly traveled 10 miles. It didn't take long to get to the nearest gathering of livestock. Instead of rushing to pile up spirit ghosts with souls, he used the souls and white bones of 100 million livestock to advance the human emperor streamer into a 10,000 soul streamer. The 10,000 soul streamer can hold 10,000 ghosts, and the upper limit has been raised by a lot. It can accommodate control of Ghost King and Ghost Emperor. A Ghost King could rival a Yuaning cultivator, and a Ghost Emperor could rival a God-realizing cultivator. Even though Wu Tian was only a Jindan, as long as he could refine the Ghost King Ghost Emperor, he could control it. After all, the human emperor streamer was his original magic weapon, and there was no such thing as a backlash. Unfortunately, there is no absolute power to suppress. It can only be thought about. After Wu Tian finished upgrading the human emperor streamer, he didn't hesitate to start replenishing the ghost items. A twist. Half a month passed. Wu Tian refined and absorbed all the livestock and poultry. His human emperor streamer also possessed a master soul spirit ghost of late Jindan stage strength, as well as 100 mid-stage spirit ghosts, 500 early-stage spirit ghosts, and over 9,000 severe ghosts. He had wanted to pile a Ghost King out, but it turned out to be like a bottomless pit, so he could only give up on the idea of piling up Ghost Kings. But with so many spirit ghosts and night ghosts under his command, he dared to touch a Yuaning cultivator. Beyond that, his blood pool and white bone demon needle had both advanced into top-grade magic treasures, and their power had increased by an unknown amount. Wu Tian's strength had increased greatly, and in a good mood, he returned to the immortal demon world without hesitation. He was going to go find Unifying and get the technique first. By the way, inviting many monks, entering the royal streamers of others to seek immortality together. End of chapter. In the small courtyard room, Wu Tian appeared in the room and without hesitation, he took out the sound transmission talisman, preparing to contact Unifying. Now that he was in the middle stage of Jindan, he had tens of thousands of ghostly creatures in the human emperor streamer under his command, and he also possessed 3 upper-grade magic treasures and 2 lower-grade magic treasures. The sky's the limit, where he can't go to get it. It was also time to get his follow-up technique for a rainy day. A little while later, Wu Tian frowned, looking at the unresponsive voice transmission talisman in his hand and thought, not hitching a ride with him, or beyond the distance of the transmission? He put away the voice transmission talisman, walk out of the house. Chu Mayer, who had long since built her foundation to stand guard outside, rushed to welcome her. Brother Tian, you're out of the gate. Do you want Mayer to accompany you to relieve yourself? She hugged Wu Tian's hand and smiled as she pampered him. Wu Tian looked at her and stroked her head favorably as he inquired, how many grades is your Dao foundation of heavenly product? Chu Mayer looked at Wu Tian happily. I didn't even dare to think that I could heavenly grade foundation building. Brother Tian, you're too good. Brother Tian. Chu Mayer emotionally looked at Wu Tian. Why don't I give you a child? Mayer doesn't expect to marry you, as long as she can give you a child. Wu Tian shook his head. Let's talk about it later. You wait at home. I'll go out. With that he pulled his hand out of Chu Mayer's softness, glanced at Phoenix Dream Concubine, and walked towards the outside of the small courtyard. As for Chu Mayer's comment about giving him a child, he didn't put it on his mind at all. A person who cultivates immortality, what children he wants will only be a hindrance to his long life. Chu Mayer looked at his departing back with some loss, causing Phoenix Dream Concubine to burst into laughter. You mock me? Chu Mayer mimicked her eyes and took out her divine soul order to look at her viciously. Phoenix Dream Concubine's face changed, and she hurriedly begged for mercy, wanting her to not tease her in consideration of their comradeship. The 9 septic pavilions. Wu Tian looked at the 9 specters pavilion and directly walked in. Still a familiar maid. According to the maidservant, Yun Yumang and Fairy Zhou Yue, as well as a few disciples from Joyue Peak, had already returned to the Sect long ago. Extrapolating by time, it was the last time Yun Yuming informed him. After Wu Tian got this news, he thought about it and returned to the small courtyard. You are. He looked at the two women on the bed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Chu Meier raised her head from in front of Phoenix Dream Concubine's bear and looked at him with a blush. I was messing around with her. Wu Tian smiled. I look pretty fun. Add me. After a great battle, Wu Tian had consumed a lot of physical energy. Aftermath. Wu Tian wrapped his arms around the two women, measuring their size with his big hands and said slowly, I'm going out for a trip. Mayor, you just stay here in Tongtian City and cultivate well. I'll leave you some cultivation resources and strive to become a Jindan cultivator sooner. As for Dream Concubine, Wu Tian looked at Phoenix Dream Concubine in his arms. You're coming with me. We'll go out for a trip. Master. Chu Meier raised her head and looked at him aggressively. People also want to go with you. Wu Tian lightly pinched her. No, you're too weak. Just stay well in this city. I won't be back for long. His tone was unquestioning, clearly not wanting to take her with him as a liability. Phoenix Dream Concubine was different. After lifting her demonic power seal, she could turn into a fire phoenix and fly with him. It's also a great way to relieve his boredom when he's tired of flying. One demon for two. Chu Meier was a bit lost. She gritted her teeth and climbed up to sit on him. Unsolicited. Wu Tian thought that he would be leaving soon and cooperated to satisfy her. Ryoko. Wu Tian glanced at Chu Meier who was limp on the bed, leaving her with the white bone sword that he couldn't use, tens of thousands of spirit stones, and some cultivation resources. Cultivate well and break through to the late stage of foundation establishment earlier, and I'll help you break through to Jindan. Wu Tian thought for a moment and took out a subsnail of the voice transmission subsnail, lest she couldn't contact him if something happened. There is one mother conch and 9 daughter conchs, and the daughter conchs and the mother conchs can talk to each other by transmitting sound. As long as the subsnail and the mother snail were within 100,000 miles of each other, they could transmit sound at will. However, the farthest distance was only 100,000 miles, and it wouldn't work beyond that. Compared to the 1,000-mile paper crane sound transmission, the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, this was considered a relatively rare sound transmission treasure. However, compared to the vast and boundless eastern wasteland, this distance of 100,000 miles was a bit short. But as long as he didn't run far, Chu Meier could still contact him. With the sound transmission subscrew being able to contact Wu Tian, Chu Meier's heart was a little bit more at ease, and her eyes were full of reluctance as she watched Wu Tian leave with Phoenix Dream Concubine. Outside Tongtian City, Wu Tian lifted Phoenix Dream Concubine's demonic power seal, allowing her to transform into her original body. Phoenix Dream Concubine glanced at him and shifted, transforming into a fiery red, 100-meter bird with flames burning on its body. Wu Tian felt the pounding heat wave and looked at the somewhat familiar firebird. Isn't that a phoenix? Seeing that Phoenix Dream Concubine had attracted quite a bit of attention, Wu Tian softly said, put away the flames on your body. I'm going up. The huge firebird that Phoenix Dream Concubine had transformed into looked at him and put away the flames on her body. With a flash of his body, Wu Tian appeared on her back and faintly said, depart. Madaka. Phoenix Dream Concubine chirped, spreading her wings and rushing up into the sky, flying towards the opposite side of the Tongtian River. There, it was the land of the Devil's Way and where the Ghost King Sect was located. Wu Tian inquired doubtfully, why is your main body so small? You look like a phoenix. Do you know about phoenixes? Although Phoenix Dream Concubine had transformed into her original body, she could still speak humanly. She explained, I'd become like this because it's convenient for you. Otherwise I could have become 10 times bigger. That's my true form. With that said, she wondered, how do you know about Phoenix? Many people in the Eastern Wasteland don't know about the Phoenixes. Our Fire Phoenix clan also belongs to the Phoenix, but it's not a purebred Phoenix. It just possesses the Phoenix bloodline, which can protect against all fires. Towards the end, there was pride in Phoenix Dream Concubine's voice, clearly proud of the fact that she was of the Fire Phoenix clan. So how did you get caught? Wu Tian faintly said. Phoenix Dream Concubine was silent for a moment. That belongs to the accident. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in front, looking at Wu Tian with a cold frosty look. Let go of my sister, and I'll spare you from death. Sister, you came to my rescue. Phoenix Dream Concubine shouted happily. Wu Tian sensed the pressure she emitted and it was obvious that she was not a Yuaning powerhouse. Without saying a word, the human emperor streamer appeared, and the area of 1,000 miles was instantly transformed into a ghostly domain. The ghost domain was a space of its own, filled with ghostly mist, and 10,000 ghosts surrounded the stunningly beautiful woman. Wu Tian dispersed the ghost fog, I don't know when the ghost domain has been turned into a sea of blood, leaving only a little space where the woman is. Wu Tian stood on Phoenix Dream Concubine's back as the sea of blood churned below, and white bone devil needles loomed around the woman. He looked at the woman and said coldly, "What did you just say?" End of chapter. Madaka. Without saying a word, the stunningly beautiful woman directly appeared as a 1,000-meter fire phoenix burning with a blazing flame appeared, forcing back the sea of ghostly blood around her. With a flap of her wings, her surroundings instantly turned into a sea of fire. The sea of blood boiled, the blood water dissolved, and the severe ghosts that came into contact with the flames were instantly burned to death. Toast. Wu Tian looked at her coldly. The evil ghost solace formation was in full operation. The ghost mist instantly filled the entire ghost domain. The sea of fire around the fire phoenix was suppressed and contracted by quite a bit. He urged the blood pool and the sea of blood in the sky rolled towards the fire phoenix. A blood arrow shot out from the sea of blood, passing through the sea of fire around the fire phoenix, being burned and melted by the flames quite a lot. The remaining half shot at the fire phoenix, but was blocked by the plume, making it difficult to build up. However, under the cover of the blood arrow, the white bone magic needle shot towards the fire phoenix's eyes without shadow or form, wanting to break its eyes and pierce through its head. The fire phoenix sensed the danger and flapped its wings, wanting to break through the space. Nay, the ghost domain blocked off space, so she could only use her beak to peck the white bone magic needle away. Then the flame on her body rose violently, turning into a stream of flame shooting towards Wu Tian. Wanting to capture the thief first, she used her beak as an arrow, like a sharp arrow, breaking through the sea of blood blocking her, crashing through the spirit ghosts blocking her, and in the blink of an eye she arrived in front of Wu Tian, her giant beak pecking at him. Wu Tian's face remained unchanged, just glancing at her. His figure instantly disappeared on Phoenix Dream Concubine's back and appeared in the distance. As he was the master of the ghost domain, the spatial blockade within the ghost domain couldn't be of much use to him, but instead, he was more like a fish in water. With a thought of his mind, the hundreds of spirit ghosts guarding him around Phoenix Dream Concubine swarmed up and pounced on the 1,000-meter fire phoenix, instantly appearing on top of her. The ghostly aura on the spirit ghost's body and the flames on the fire phoenix melted into each other. The sharp claws left a scar on the plume of the fire phoenix, and the ghost chi in the wound was like a maggot attached to the bone eroding its flesh and blood. The flames on the fire phoenix's body rose, the ghostly aura dissipated, and the ghostly bodies of the spirit ghosts on its body all became quite illusory in the flames. But the brazen spirit ghost simply ignored itself and desperately launched an attack. A wound appeared on the body of the fire phoenix, and plumes with blood fell from the body of the fire phoenix from time to time. The fire phoenix chirped in pain and kept flapping its wings, the roaring flames repelling the surrounding spirit ghosts and preventing the sea of blood from getting close. However, its body was too big, and from time to time, a spirit ghost landed on her to launch an attack. Seeing this, Phoenix Dream Concubine on the side, her body grew larger and transformed into a 1,000-meter fire phoenix wanting to help. Wu Tian did not hesitate to control her with the divine soul order, and unexpectedly pecked at her sister's body with a beak, leaving a horrifying bloody hole. Madaka. Phoenix Dream Concubine's sudden strike caused the fire phoenix to chirp in pain, and the sea of fire around it weakened considerably. The next moment, 10,000 ghosts swarmed and surrounded the fire phoenix. The sea of blood rolled around, enveloping the fire phoenix in the sea of blood, and the flames on its body melted into each other. A bloody arrow passed through the flames and landed on the fire phoenix. The blood and water seemed to have a spirit as if it was drilling towards the inside of her wound, absorbing the blood of the transforming fire phoenix, and the power of the blood poison flowed down her veins all over her body. Seeing that the fire phoenix was already a fish on the table and could not jump a few times, Wu Tian put away the white bone demon needles that surrounded him. Not much longer, the fire phoenix was lying moribund in the ghost domain, its body a bloody mess. Not a single piece of good flesh in sight, and all the flames on its body were gone. Phoenix Dream Concubine saw her sister's tragic situation from the side and was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. Wu Tian's figure flickered and came in front of the fire phoenix. Phoenix Dream Concubine hurriedly transformed into her human form and looked at Wu Tian and pleaded, "Master, will you let my sister go? I promise to listen to you in the future." "Sister, don't beg him. My fire phoenix clan, how can I grovel like this?" the fire phoenix weakly rebuked. With that, she looked at Wu Tian. "Kill or die, as you wish, but if you kill me, no matter what you are, you won't be able to escape my clan's pursuit. If you let me and my sister go, I can forget about today's incident," she threatened coldly. Wu Tian looked at her expressionlessly. "Looks like you're still afraid of death. Take human form and I can consider sparing your life, or else you can become a member of my human emperor streamer." The fire phoenix was silent for a moment. "I'm too injured to take human form." With a casual move of Wu Tian's hand, The blood poison in her body emerged from the wound and a stream of blood merged into the surrounding sea of blood. Now what? The fire phoenix struggled to get up, and with a turn of spiritual light on her body, she transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman without a single piece of her body. It was just that she was covered with a wound and looked miserable. The woman covered the large rabbit that she couldn't hide with one hand, and took clothes from her own space ring and prepared to put them on. Wu Tian surveyed her body and said expressionlessly, "Don't wear it and give me the space ring." The woman looked at him, squeezing the clothes in her hands, and in silence she removed her spatial ring and threw it to him. Wu Tian received the spatial ring and surveyed her body, somewhat curious about where this ring was hidden by her when she transformed into her original body. "This ring? Where did you hide it when you were incarnated?" he asked directly. "Inside," the woman responded by covering her bare. Wu Tian consciously looked underneath her, and on second thought, he should have swallowed it. He no longer dwelled on this little matter and looked at her in a flat tone. "I'll give you two choices. Either be like your sister, be my maid and serve me well. Either I use force and then kill you. You choose." The woman gritted her teeth. "Do I have a choice?" Wu Tian shook his head. "Either submit or die. You don't have a choice." The woman let go of the hand covering the bear in silence, her choice self-evident. Wu Tian laughed. "You demon race, you are much more sensible than humans." The woman looked at him calmly. "Have you thought this through? Do you really want to be an enemy of my Fire Phoenix clan?" Wu Tian didn't bother with her, since he had already made his choice. It wasn't wise to think of threatening him. He looked at the wounds on her body, which somewhat affected his hand. "Eat it." A third-grade healing elixir was brought to the woman's mouth by him. After the woman ate the healing elixir, the wounds on her body recovered, revealing her white and smooth skin, full of temptation. A little while later, he made Phoenix Dream Concubine turn into her original form and took her sister's innocence directly on her back. It was not until afterward that he learned the woman's name. Phoenix Dreaming. Huang Menqing's strength was equivalent to the late Jin Dan stage, and the harvested Yuan Yin had increased Wu Tian's demon Yuan by a lot. Wu Tian put on his clothes, glanced at Huang Menqing who had already changed from a young girl to a young woman, and threw her a set of clothes. He put away his pre-prepared shadow retaining stone and threatened Huang Menqing, "Don't think about running, or I'll make dozens of copies of your staying shadow stones and release them in Tongtian City for others to view." Huang Menqing coldly mocked. "They say that our demon race is cunning. You humans are the ones who really do things by any means necessary." "Thank you." Wu Tian gave her a faint look and put away the ghost domain. However, he didn't notice that Huang Menqing had already used a secret method to spread the news. End of chapter. The sky. 100-meter fire phoenix flew rapidly with two people standing on its back. Wu Tian hugged Phoenix Menqing who had her back leaning against his arms, his big hand gently squeezing her soft and incomparable big rabbit. The big rabbit turned into all sorts of shapes in his hands, but he didn't feel it in detail. Wu Tian used his divine sense to check out Phoenix Dreaming's spatial ring and cleaned up the items inside. Huang Menqing's spatial ring was an inferior magic treasure just like the Tsang Mojing ring, with a similar amount of internal space. It had the most spirit stones in it. The lower-grade spirit stones were estimated to be more than 300,000. The middle-grade spirit stones were more than 5,000, and the upper-grade spirit stones were in the thousands. Beyond that, there were only some pills, fire attribute spirit medicine, various fire attribute metal spirit treasures, some clothes and other miscellaneous things. As for the magic weapons and treasures, perhaps because she was a demon, her demon body was strong, and she also had the divine ability to control fire, so she didn't need to use these. Therefore there wasn't a single magic weapon treasure inside the spatial ring. However, having so many spirit stones made Wu Tian's pockets bulge again. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Robbery is the way to get rich, especially these rich women who can rob money and sex again. You can make a fortune by robbing just about anyone, and you can enjoy both your body and mind." In a good mood, he squeezed the soft sheep in his hand and couldn't help but get excited. He took out the human emperor streamer and turned the surroundings into a ghostly domain, allowing Phoenix Dream Concubine to take human form. Just double cultivated with their two sisters in the air shrouded by this ghost domain. All three were able to navigate the air, and many positions were available to try, making the experience a drawn-out, lustful one for him. Not much longer. A giant flaming claw tore through the ghost domain, and the ghost space shook, frightening Wu Tian, and the Phoenix Dream Concubine underneath him shook her body. "What man?" Wu Tian drew himself out, his clothes instantly on his body, and took out the blood pool and the white bone demon needle to look out of the ghost domain vigilantly. An old woman tore through the ghost domain and saw the scene inside. Her face chilled and her eyes filled with killing intent as she looked at Wu Tian. "Die!" With a look from her, a blazing flame instantly emerged from Wu Tian's body, and the temperature of the flame was so high that ripples were burned out of space. Fortunately, The green spirit jade pendant automatically protected its owner, and a layer of green-colored energy shield blocked the flames out. Granny Fire. Huang Mingqing shouted happily. Don't let this devil go. Kill him. As Phoenix Dreaming said that, flames emerged from her hands and she attacked towards Wu Tian with her bare body. As soon as Wu Tian pulled up Phoenix Dream Concubine, who had not yet slowed down, in front of him, forcing Phoenix Dream Qing to only withdraw his hand, the flames around his body could only disperse in order not to harm Phoenix Dream Concubine. Wu Tian had Phoenix Dream Concubine as a shield and did not hesitate to launch an attack. The 10,000 ghosts along with the sea of blood swooped towards Granny Fire. The white bone demon needle was hidden in the sea of blood waiting for an opportunity to move. Granny Fire instantly appeared in front of Wu Tian, wanting to save Phoenix Dream Concubine. Fortunately, Wu Tian sensed the spatial fluctuation and subconsciously stimulated the green spirit jade pendant, and the energy shield violently became larger, enveloping Phoenix Dream Concubine as well and stopping Granny Fire. Stop! I will kill her if you guys make another move. Wu Tian held Phoenix Dream Concubine in one hand and held the Divine Soul Order in the other and coldly said. Granny Fire looked at the energy shield around him and her eyes chilled as she turned around and slapped her palm at the white bone demon needle that had sneaked up on her. Her figure flashed and instantly moved to the distance, glancing at the bloody hole in her hand, and the area around her body instantly turned into a sea of fire. The roaring flames caused a distortion in space. The severe ghosts that were close by instantly vaporized, and the spirit ghosts didn't even resist a few hits, and were burned out of their souls. Wu Tian frowned and stopped letting the ghosts under his command approach. Release Dream Concubine, or this seat will imprison your soul in the volcano and suffer the torture of burning flames day and night. Granny Fire looked at Wu Tian with killing intent in her eyes and said in an icy tone, this person of mine can't help being scared. I advise you to pay attention to your words. Wu Tian was not the least bit vain, hugging Phoenix Dream Concubine and lightly pinching her. When Granny Fire saw Wu Tian casually desecrate Phoenix Dream Concubine, the killing intent in her eyes increased. Conditions, Granny Fire coldly said. Wu Tian pinched the head of the rabbit in his hand, causing Phoenix Dream Concubine's delicate body to tremble. Let me go. You should be able to lift Dream Concubine's divine soul restriction. I can let her go. If you chase me, I'll kill her. Wu Tian coldly said. Granny Fire was silent for a moment, looked at the flushed Phoenix Dream Concubine in his arms, and took a deep breath. Yes, I'll let you go this time, and the next time I meet this seat, I will kill you. Wu Tian sneered. The next time we meet, it's not certain who will kill who. After saying that he fondly pinched the soft sheep in his hand and whispered to the Phoenix Dream Concubine in his arms, the next time you fall into my hands, it won't be so easy to escape from me. Phoenix Dream Concubine glanced back at him and let loose with harsh words. If you're caught by me next time, you'll see how I'll clean you up. Wu Tian smiled and let go of her. He put away the sea of blood and the ghostly creatures under him, and directly used the transported cloud shuttle to slice through space, disappearing in a flash, miles away. Just as soon as he appeared, Wu Tian continued to vanish into the void again, heading towards the direction of the Ghost King's sect. It was only when he had fled for more than 100,000 miles in a row and saw that the fire granny didn't chase him that he stopped. Wu Tian looked at the ant-like crowd below and observed curiously. He had thought that there shouldn't be many mortals in the land of the Devil's Way, and had probably been scourged by the devil cultivators. After all, demonic cultivators used people as their consumables, so how could there be so many mortals for them to scourge? Unexpectedly, there were quite a lot of mortals in the territory of these demonic cultivators. Only a city stood on the earth under the sky of Wu, surrounded like a long dragon. Mortals came from all directions and slowly walked into the city. Wu Tian saw that those mortals were all middle-aged and still had their hands tied and were being guarded, full of despair and with no life in their eyes. Some of them were filled with fear, and their bodies were shaking as they looked at the city that was close by, as if the city was some kind of horrible place. Wu Tian swept with his divine sense. The strongest one in the city was just a chi-refining minor demon cultivator, not much of a threat to him. With a flash, he appeared in front of a group of mortals and inquired, "What is this place and what are you doing in that city?" When more than 100 people saw him, they hurriedly fell to their knees and without saying a word, they kowtowed and shouted, "Greetings to Lord Immortal Master." Wu Tian saw that a group of people only kowtowed and didn't dare to look at him, and all of them were filled with fear, so he impatiently re-asked. The head at the front who was guarding these people hurriedly stopped kowtowing and said fawningly, reporting back to Lord Immortal Master, "This is 3 City, a subordinate city belonging to the Holy Sect Luo Sect. We are escorting them to 3 City, waiting for the Holy Sect Immortal Master to come and receive them." Wu Tian looked at them thoughtfully and inquired carefully, "The original. These people are consumables, the resources that belong to the demonic cultivator used for cultivation. The soul, blood, flesh and bones are all sustenance. Whether it was used for cultivation or for refining magic weapons, mortals were indispensable. After all, heavenly treasures are rare and mortals are numerous to kill. Some demonic feats of sucking blood and refining souls, melting breaks and swallowing grudges, all require mortals to provide them. Meet the special hour of birth of the baby is even more complimentary. The baby's blood is also the most spiritual. Cultivation of magic power can be described as an excellent thing. End of chapter. Sannin City. In the city lord's mansion, the Sannin City lord at the 9th level of Qi refining knelt in front of Wu Tian and brainlessly told him everything he knew. With the information he provided, Wu Tian had a slight understanding of the Yin Luo sect. Yin Luo sect is just a small sect. The strongest person within the sect is just a Jindan demonic cultivator called Yin Luo Old Ancestor. Yin Luo sect was established by him. There was no country under the jurisdiction of the Yin Luo sect, and it was divided into 10 regions, each of which had a city that captivated numerous mortals and provided a constant supply of consumables for the Yin Luo sect. According to the lord of Sannin City was fine. The mortals here were still free and the social system was complete. 2 of the cities were directly raising people as livestock, hyped up with drugs, reduced to fertility machines, and doing all sorts of experiments. For example, mass-producing a pure Yin person born in a Yin year, Yin month, Yin day and Yin hour. This kind of person could be considered a good furnace, and would be very helpful in cultivating magic skills. Wu Tian had thought that the devil cultivators did not understand sustainable development, but now it seemed that he had misunderstood them. This city, everywhere is a hell on earth, and the word cannibalism is written all over the city. Rather than a city, this was a place where mortals were slaughtered and processed. Mortals are also tortured greatly before they die and are used to collect resentment and fear. When Wu Tian thought of the scene that he had just used his divine sense to explore in the city, he could not help but sigh in his heart and looked at the Sannin City lord. I'm a kind-hearted person who can't see this human tragedy. You people have defiled my eyes, so I might as well destroy all of you. Seniors. The Sannin City lord's face changed, and before he could finish his words, a bloody hole appeared in his forehead, and his soul disappeared into the human emperor streamer. Wu Tian casually collected his storage bag, took out the blood pool and absorbed his flesh and blood, and the white bone demon needle absorbed the essence of his bones. These 2 magic weapons were already at the level of upper-grade magic treasures though. However, as long as enough blood, flesh and bones were absorbed, there was still a chance that they could be piled up into spiritual treasures with a higher level of power. Wu Tian looked inside Sannin City. Besides the Sannin City lord, there were quite a few Qi refining devil cultivators, and there were nearly 100,000 mortals, so he could let his human emperor streamer recover a little. Previously, the ghosts in his emperor's streamer had been killed by Phoenix Dreaming and that fire granny, and now it was just enough to replenish a little bit. Wu Tian flew into the air with the human emperor streamer in his hand, and 10,000 ghosts appeared to transform into a ghost domain, enveloping the entire city. He wants to slaughter the city. There are man-eating demonic practitioners in the city, aiding and abetting the mortals. There are a lot of guilty people and a lot of innocent people, but to him, these people were the sustenance for him to become stronger, to boost him a little bit. That's all. Kill. At Wu Tian's command, 10,000 ghosts swooped towards the city, and the sea of blood instantly flooded Sannin City. The people in the city screamed as they turned into blood and water and merged into the sea of blood, while their souls were devoured and absorbed by the 10,000 ghosts, enhancing their strength. It didn't take long. Sannin City turned into a dead city. The living souls were extinct and only white bones were left in the city. The white bone demon needle hung above 3 City, absorbing the spiritual essence of the white bones that filled the city. Even the death aura that filled the city was absorbed by the 10,000 ghosts and turned into their sustenance to become stronger. Not much longer. Wu Tian's subordinate ghosts brought him the storage bags of the city full of demonic cultivators. He took over 100 or so storage bags and opened them to look at them. A little while later, Wu Tian was a little disappointed as he put away the few spirit stones inside, as well as some slightly valuable magic weapon materials. The rest of the stuff, along with the storage bag, was thrown back into the city and left for those who had a destiny. He looked down at the 3 City, which had turned into a dead city, and flew in the direction of the Yin Luo sect. Mount Sinister. This mountain belongs to the land of gathering Yin, and the Yin Qi in the mountain is thick and poisonous. Therefore, it was looked upon by old man Yin Luo and became the place where he set up his clan to cultivate. Upon his arrival, Wu Tian directly summoned the human emperor streamer without saying a word and summoned 10,000 ghosts to set up the evil ghost solicitation formation, enveloping the entire Yinshur mountain. He came here to exterminate the clan. 10,000 ghosts swarmed towards the netherworld mountain, and a sea of blood crushed the mountain. The sudden change caused the demonic cultivators on Nether Mountain to change their faces drastically. the Een Luo Old Ancestor, who was in seclusion at the top of the Een Fiend Mountain, sensed that there was an enemy attack and hurriedly rushed out of his place of seclusion and flew into the air. He didn't care about his disciples' screams, he just swept a glance at the 10,000 ghosts who were killing indiscriminately, and his gloomy face instantly became respectful. He looked at Wu Tian. Senior, the late Een Luo sect is a subordinate sect of the Ghost King sect. However, if a disciple of my clan has provoked Senior, I don't need Senior to do anything, but I will strip his bones and extract his soul and offer it to Senior. The phase of knowledge. Wu Tian had some admiration for these devil cultivators. In the aspect of recognizing the time, it was similar to the demon race such as Phoenix Dream Concubine. Please also enter my human emperor streamer, Wu Tian faintly said. Before his words fell, the white bone demon needle, which had long since appeared behind him without a sound, pierced through his skull in an instant. Before the Een Luo Old Ancestor could react, he died tragically under the sneak attack of the white bone demon needle. At this time, Wu Genius slowly spat out 4 words. May you have everlasting life. With a move of Wu Tian's human emperor streamer, the soul that had just surfaced from the corpse of Een Luo Old Ancestor was sucked into the human emperor streamer without any resistance. With the death of the Een Luo Old Ancestor, the remaining thousands of Foundation Establishment and Qi Refining Devil cultivators all died miserably without bouncing around for a few moments. In just a few minutes from his arrival, the Een Luo sect was dead. Wu Tian used his divine sense to check the Ensure mountain and saw that there were no survivors before he started to clean up the battlefield and collect his loot. With the addition of thousands of demonic cultivators, the stern ghosts in his emperor's streamer were finally refilled again. Even the few spirit ghosts that had died earlier were replaced by a head by old man Een Luo. Old ancestor Een Luo was only in the middle Jindan stage, and his soul refined into a spirit ghost was only in the middle Jindan stage. However, the strength of the Jindan cultivator's divine soul was better, and he could maintain his sanity even if he was refined into a spirit ghost. Wu Tian did not purposely refine away his spiritual memories just to let him lead the way and take him to the Ghost King sect. The Eastern Wasteland is too big. Although he knew that the Ghost King sect was in this area that belonged to the Devil's Way, it wasn't that easy to find. This was one of the reasons why he had destroyed the Een Luo sect. So poor. Wu Tian opened old man Een Luo's storage bag and checked it, finding that there were only a few thousand spirit stones in it, and the 2 top-grade magic artifacts were more valuable. Other than that, there was only a spirit beast pouch containing some parasites, which should be worth some money. The rest is worthless. He somewhat disgustedly put the spirit stones inside his storage bag, as well as the 2 top-grade magic weapons inside his spatial ring. The rest of the soul-born blood elixir, fear beads, and other things that could raise ghosts were fed to the ghosts by him to enhance the strength of the severe ghosts under him. The rest of the things that weren't worth much, along with the high-level storage bag, were put away by him, ready to be sold at some point when he had the chance to do so. After all, the high-level storage bag was worth 1,000 spirit stones, so it was still quite a pity to throw it away. When old man Een Luo was refined into a spirit ghost, Wu Tian released him. Have you hidden anything elsewhere? Wu Tian said as he looked at old man Een Luo. End of chapter. Old ancestor Een Luo possessed divine wisdom and already understood his situation. Knowing that Wu Tian could decide his life and death at will, he just looked at him in a complicated manner and responded respectfully. Master, all of my things are in that storage bag. Nothing is hidden anywhere else. Wu Tian frowned at him. You are at least a Jindan cultivator, or the head of a clan. With so many mortals under your hand, you are not so poor, right? Old ancestor Een Luo smiled bitterly and explained. Master, truth be told, even though I'm the head of a clan, all the resources I've acquired have been used by me to cultivate. What's more, I still have to supply the Ghost King sect with raw souls and blood pills every year. Most of those mortals I harvest every year go up to the Ghost King sect, leaving very little left for my own cultivation. However, as the head of a clan, I still have some belongings. I have a flying centipede inside that spirit beast pouch of mine. The toxicity is so fierce that a Jindan cultivator would have to be turned into blood by a single bite. His face became confident as he spoke, clearly confident that his flying centipede would satisfy Wu Tian. After all, even if he became a ghost, he didn't want his soul to be scattered and die completely. He naturally had to show his worth. Don't let Wu Tian extinguish his sanity. That would be no different from a soul. Wu Tian shook his head with some disappointment as he looked at the 10 or so meter long blood red centipede in his spirit beast pouch. Forget it. Let's talk about it. Wu Tian put away the 2 magic treasures that had finished absorbing the blood, flesh, and bones, and the entire netherworld mountain suddenly became empty. He picked some valuable things inside those disciple storage bags and threw away all the rest. After all, the storage bag couldn't be put inside a spatial ring and took up space on his body. Not much longer. Wu Tian rushed towards the Ghost King sect under the guidance of old man Een Luo. The Ghost King sect's location was special. Established at the connection between the 10,000 Spirit Extinction region and the Immortal Meteor Mountain Range, the location where the Sect was built could be described as uniquely blessed. The 10,000 Souls Jedi region is a Jedi, huge and boundless, and what is currently known is only that one end connects to the Immortal Meteor Mountain Range, and one end connects to the Endless Sea. As for how deep the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region was, what was in the depths, and what was on the other side of the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region, it wasn't something that Old Man Ian Luo could know. According to Old Man Ian Luo, the inside of the 10,000 Souls Jedi region was like a ghostly region, with a thickening chi that did not see the light of day. There are a lot of powerful ghosts. Keep away from the living. It was just that the unique environment also allowed a lot of Ina tribute spirit medicines to grow inside, and there were numerous Ina tribute treasures, coupled with the fact that the ghosts on the outskirts of the ghost domain were relatively weak. They were targets for demonic cultivators to hunt. Therefore, many demonic cultivators liked to go to the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region to hunt for treasures. Not much longer. Wu Tian used the Cloud Escape shuttle to catch up, and after escaping for more than 200,000 miles in a row, he finally arrived at the Immortal Meteor Mountain Range, where the Ghost King Sect was located. He looked at the Ghost King Sect in the distance, which was shrouded in formations, and didn't dare to approach hastily. He took out a sound transmission talisman and transmitted his voice towards Yun Yumeng. Senior sister. Senior brother has returned to the clan. I wonder if senior sister is in the clan. He waited for a while, and Yun Yumeng finally responded to him, only to see Yun Yumeng's clear and cold voice ringing out from the voice transmission talisman. Come to the Nine Spectres Peak quickly. I'll bring you to see your master. Wu Tian looked at the Ghost King Sect, which was shrouded in formations in the distance, and hesitated for a moment. Senior sister. Senior brother is outside the sect. Can you come out to pick me up? Yun Yumeng was silent for a moment and didn't ask him why, but just said, wait. Not a moment later, Yun Yumeng followed the imprint left on the voice transmission talisman to find him, and just looked at him before turning back and flying towards the Ghost King Sect. Follow me. Wu Tian did not hesitate and followed closely behind her. Since he was already here, he had to break into the dragon's den. Yun Yumeng brought him to the front of the clan's grand formation, took out a token and struck a spiritual light, and an entrance appeared in the grand formation's light curtain. After Wu Tian followed Yun Yumeng and flew in, the first thing that caught his eyes was a huge mountain peak that towered over the clouds. The mountain peaks were surrounded by pavilions and auspicious clouds. What a fairy scene! If he didn't know that this was the Devil Sect, he would have thought that he had come to the Immortal Sect. The scenery is so nice. It was a far cry from the gloomy wind gusts of the Netherworld mountain he had seen earlier. The huge peak was surrounded by three shorter peaks that arched over the huge peak in the center in a triad. Yun Yumeng led Wu Tian towards one of the shorter peaks, which was the Nine Spectres Peak. Not for a moment. The two of them arrived at the top of the Nine Spectres Peak and stopped in front of a huge palace, the Temple of the Nine Sephiroths. Wu Tian looked at the three words on the palace and followed Yun Yumeng inside. He had just walked into the palace when he saw a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a black and red veil, like an iceberg royalty, exuding a mature aura. It made him, who had seen many beauties, have a flash of amazement in his eyes. This woman, just by looking at her, can make one's desire for conquest rise. However, he only looked at it and then honestly lowered his head slightly, not daring to look directly at it. After all, demonic cultivators are temperamental, so it's better to keep a low profile. Yun Yumeng respectfully said, Master, he is the person that disciple told you about earlier, and has now sought out on his own. Lang Ruyan looked at Wu Tian. Not bad, able to break through the middle Jingdan stage in such a short period of time. A good seedling for devil cultivation. I think you should have had some strange encounters. This seed won't ask too many questions. As long as you join my Nine Spectres Peak, then you are a member of my Nine Spectres Peak. My Nine Spectres Peak doesn't have that many rules. Only one. No cheating your master and killing your ancestors, and killing each other in the same sect. I don't care about other peaks, but Nine Spectres Peak, this is something you need to keep in mind. When Wu Tian saw her finish, he hurriedly said, Don't worry, Master. I will definitely not deceive my master and kill my ancestors and fellow disciples. Though he said that, his heart was not in it. Being a demonic cultivator, this rule was probably just talk, but it still surprised him a bit that the Nine Spectres Peak even had such a rule. They're all demonic cultivators now. Isn't it common for them to bully their masters and kill each other? Lang Ruyan looked at Yun Yumeng. Alright, take him down. Count him as a place in the Dragon Mystery Realm soon. Yes, disciple excuses herself. Yun Yumeng finished respectfully and gave Wu Tian a look. You come with me, Master. Disciple will leave. Wu Tian finished speaking to Lang Ruyan before following Yun Yumeng out of the palace. Out of the palace. Wu Tian smiled and inquired to Yun Yumeng. Senior sister, I don't know what is the situation of the dragon mysterious realm that master said just now. Yun Yumeng did not hide it. After all, Wu Tian was now one of the people who were traveling to the secret realm. After her explanation, Wu Tian realized that so many other things had happened during this period of time. The mine that the Ghost King sect had just grabbed a few months ago. The spirit stones hadn't even been dug for long before it was grabbed by the Green Cloud Immortal sect. As a demonic cultivator, how could this be tolerated? Not to mention that the Ghost King sect had lost so many disciples. Plus that was a large spirit stone mine, with a staggering reserve of spirit stones. The righteous path was already powerful, and with that spirit stone mine to support it, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long to overwhelm the devil path. The Ghost King sect immediately contacted the Heavenly Corp sect, plus the other demonic sects, and prepared to join forces to retake the mine. Nay, although their movements were secretive, somehow they still got out. As soon as the Green Cloud Immortal sect took a look at the Ghost King sect which was preparing for a group attack, they did not hesitate to contact the many righteous sects as well. Seeing that the righteous and demonic paths were about to break out into another righteous and demonic war, the fight would undoubtedly be a lose-lose situation. The four great sects' god transformation ancestors were unwilling to break out into an orthodox war over this point. But giving up that large spirit stone mine was also impossible, so we could only sit down and negotiate. The end result. The righteous and the devil will each send 500 people to enter the dragon mystic realm to fight and divide the share of that large spirit stone mine. The dragon mysterious realm was said to be a secret realm formed by the fall of a true dragon, and it contained all kinds of powerful dragon blood demonic beasts. There were also treasures that all Yuaning and Huashan cultivators needed. Dragon soul fruit. End of chapter. The Nine Spectres Peak. Wu Tian glanced at Yun Yumeng's departing back and put away the deacon token and clothes she had just given into the Tsangyan ring. Yun Yumeng told him about the dragon mysterious realm, and then only gave him the deacon's clothes and token, as well as how to enter and exit the sect's grand formation. As for the cave, he could find a random spot on the mountainside. Last time, the Ghost King sect had lost a lot of people in the mines, and the empty caves were still more than sufficient. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead he was prepared to go to the hidden scripture pavilion first to see if there were any subsequent techniques he needed in there. He didn't have the good sense to ask Yun Yumeng directly just now, so now he would have to find someone to ask. Hillside. A man in black was on the edge of a cliff, looking into the distance not knowing what he was thinking. Wu Tian appeared behind him, looked at the outer disciple clothes he was wearing, and softly inquired, "Senior brother, I don't know how to get to the hidden scripture pavilion?" The man turned around and looked at him warily. Seeing that he was also wearing the clothes of an outer disciple and did not yet know about the hidden scripture pavilion, presumably a new disciple, he directly coldly said, off and leave me alone. Wu Tian's face chilled as he exuded the spiritual power fluctuation of the middle Jindan stage, a terrifying pressure enveloping the man as he looked at him and coldly said, "Senior brother, I'll ask you again, how do I get to the hidden scripture pavilion?" The man felt the terrifying pressure on his body, as well as the fluctuation of spiritual energy he emitted. His face changed and he squeezed out a smile. "Senior, I don't know if you want to go to the Nine Spectres Peak Scripture Pavilion or the Ghost King Peaks. Disciples can take you there." "Ghost King's Peak," Wu Tian coldly said. The man immediately took out his own white bone sword and prepared to lead the way for Wu Tian. Too slow. With a flash, Wu Tian appeared beside the man, grabbed him and flew up, turning into streams of light towards Ghost King Peak. Under the man's guidance, Wu Tian arrived at the Ghost King's Peak Scripture Pavilion. He didn't give the man a hard time and put him back. Wu Tian looked at the huge 9-story pavilion in front of him, the two disciples guarding the hidden Scripture Pavilion in front of the door, and walked directly towards the inside. Who knew that a disciple at the door stopped him? "Senior brother, you need to show your token to enter the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion." Wu Tian cooperatively took out the deacon's token before walking in under their respectful eyes. The hidden Scripture Pavilion had an inner world, wider than the one he had previously seen at Xin Tian Peak, displaying rows and rows of well-organized bookshelves. On the first floor, in addition to the disciples escorting the Scripture Pavilion, there were quite a few people flipping through books in it. Wu Tian just casually glanced at it and then directly walked towards the second floor. Foundation establishment on the second floor. Jin Dan on the third floor. Wu Tian did not stop and directly headed towards the fourth floor. As he passed through a curtain of light, he reached the fourth floor. Much to his relief, he looked at the few jade shelves on the fourth floor with some apprehension and anticipation. Wu Tian took a deep breath and began to check the feats on the fourth floor. There's actually a Yuaning technique? Wu Tian looked at the Yellow Springs Blood God method on the jade shelf in front of him, and his heart was delighted as he hurriedly checked the other jade shelves. Wanted to see if there was a Yuaning stage technique for the Yellow Spring Soul refining technique. A little while later, he stood in front of a jade shelf, looking at the jade slip of the yellow spring soul refining method inside the prohibition. His heart filled with excitement. There were involuntary smiles on their faces. He didn't think that the Ghost King's sect would really be so generous, that Yuaning stage techniques could be put into the Bible cabinet for disciples to exchange. Originally, he didn't hold much expectation. After all, this was a demonic sect, and Yuaning stage techniques shouldn't be so easy for disciples to obtain. Unexpectedly, he had somewhat underestimated the pattern of the Ghost King sect. After the excitement, Wu Tian looked at the gongfu with some suspicion. These feats, there won't be any backstabbing, will there? Like practicing to turn yourself into a stovepipe or something like that. Otherwise, how could the Ghost King sect be so generous, with the Yuaning stage techniques being given to its disciples, giving them the chance to become Yuaning cultivators? After all, according to the pattern of the demon sect's disciple training, there was no fear of raising a white-eyed wolf. Deception? Wu Tian pondered for a moment and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had already practiced the yellow spring soul refining method, and even if he had a backhand, he had already fallen for it, so it wasn't too bad. Now that he had the chance to become a Yuaning cultivator, he could only harden his heart and refine. Wu Tian looked at the contribution points needed to exchange the yellow spring soul refining method. $1 million? Wu Tian frowned and checked the other feats, and it was clear that they all required 1 million contribution points. Could it be that these feats don't have a backhand? Wu Tian murmured thoughtfully. After all, 1 million contribution points was not a small amount for a Jin Den cultivator. With so many contribution points, the clan quests that needed to be done and the resources exchanged were almost enough to buy a Yuaning technique. If the hard-earned swapped feats have a backhand, the Ghost King sect is too unorthodox. He swept a glance at the jade shelf that held the yellow spring soul refining method and turned away without hesitation. He had to hurry up and gather enough contribution points to trade out his feats. He exited the hidden scripture pavilion and returned to the mountainside of the Nine Spectres Peak, found an unoccupied cave, and left his divine soul imprint on the formation console within the cave. The Ghost King sect's cave was much more advanced than the small courtyard at Xiantian Peak. The formation that protects the cave can be controlled at will by the divine soul, and unless the body dies, other people can't get in and can only break the formation. Inside the cave residence, there was also a cultivation room with thick spiritual chi, and an artifact refining and alchemy room that possessed an earth fire, so it could be described as a complete set of all the essentials. Wu Tian placed a few arrays in his bedroom again and returned directly to the Blue Star. Redeeming the yellow spring soul refining method required 1 million contribution points. Contribution points couldn't be exchanged for spirit stones, so he could only go to the Blue Star to get some raw souls. Cherry Blossom Country. After Wu Tian returned to Blue Star, he knew that there was not much oil left in Xia, directly to the country of Sakura, which is relatively close to Xia. It's not his own homeland, and he's not so gentle in his methods. Wu Tian directly found King Sakura and controlled him with mesmerization. To prevent the others from making any trouble, he had King Sakura order the gathering of the country's top brass. He went straight to the pot and controlled them all with mesmerism. Then he had King Sakura order that all the livestock and poultry in the country be gathered together and waited for him to refine them. If it wasn't for the fear of causing world unrest, he would have wanted to just start slaughtering and harvesting a wave of human souls. After all, human souls can be worth a lot more compared to livestock, but it was good to keep them, as they could provide him with a constant supply of livestock and poultry. It didn't take long. Because of the commotion he had previously made in the Summer Kingdom, the Sakura Kingdom had long ago taken control of the livestock and poultry in the country, so it doesn't take much more time to collect. As time passes, with little surprise, he refined all of the hundreds of millions of livestock, as well as over 1 billion poultry, that Sakura Nation had collected, leaving only a little as seed. Beyond that, he also swept up the big fish caught by Sakura Goku farming. Unfortunately, the souls of small fish and other small creatures were of such poor quality that they were of no use to him at all, so he had to give up. Sakura Nation is too small. The small number of livestock and poultry raised could not provide him with many souls. Wu Tian could only have King Sakura order the entire country to do their best to raise livestock and poultry and wait for his next harvest. End of chapter. 1 month later, Wu Tian had taken control of the top echelons of most of the Blue Star's countries, obtained millions of living souls, and piled up the spirit ghosts in the human emperor's streamer to 3,000. Seeing that there weren't many days left before the opening of the Dragon Mysterious Realm, he couldn't be bothered to refine the remaining livestock and poultry of Blue Star anymore. Wu Tian looked at the human emperor streamer in front of him that was bubbling with eerie black gas. With the human emperor streamer in place, that whatsoever Dragon Mysterious Realm, he could completely rest assured that he could boldly take a trip, even if those who entered it were all the great pride of the great sects. He didn't believe that the 3,000 spirit ghosts and 7,000 stern ghosts under his command would still be unable to suppress them. Heaven's pride? What was missing within his emperor's hairpin was the heaven's remarkable master soul. He thought that this trip to the secret realm would be very rewarding for him. After all, since they were heavenly pride, it meant they were rich. There was no chance that this time he would be able to grab the resources that would allow him to cultivate enough to reach Yuaning. Not much longer. Wu Tian returned to the immortal and demon world and exchanged his raw soul for contribution points and exchanged the yellow spring soul refining technique for the Yuaning technique. On top of that, he had also exchanged a high-level technique, Soul Destruction Spike. This art could condense the power of the divine soul to form the Soul Destruction Spike, attacking the enemy's divine soul and killing people in an invisible manner. Wu Tian was equipped with luxurious equipment. Only the convenience of spells was relatively lacking. There wasn't that much time to cultivate advanced spells. This art technique was also something he was thinking of practicing when he had nothing else to do, to more or less supplement his shortcomings. A few days later, before Wu Tian had even gotten his soul-destroying spike trained, he received a voice transmission from Yun Yumeng, telling him to go and find her. Counting the time, the dragon mysterious realm was about to open. Without delay, Wu Tian hurried out of the cave and went forward to the top of the mountain to find Yun Yumeng, in front of the Temple of Nine Sephiroths. When Wu Tian arrived, he saw that there were already about 10 people gathered in front of the temple. Lang Ruyan stood in front, and Wu Tian silently walked behind the crowd. He basically didn't recognize any of these people. Except for Lang Ruyan and Yun Yumeng, there was only one Han Knight who looked more familiar. Not for a moment. One by one, a few more people arrived in a hurry. Seeing that people had arrived, Lang Ruyan's clear and cold imperial voice sounded. During this time, this seat has cultivated you all regardless of the cost, and the reason for this should be clear to all of you. For this trip to the secret realm, you only need to pay attention to two things. One is to try to keep the righteous disciples within the secret realm. The second is to fight for the dragon soul fruit at all costs, and this seat will give you great benefits after you leave the secret realm. You may not kill the people, but the dragon soul fruit must be snatched back for the seat. After you enter the secret realm, you need to find Yumeng as soon as possible and follow her command. You must not fight each other in the same sect, otherwise even if you get out of the secret realm alive, this seat will definitely clean up the door. After Lang Ruyan finished speaking, Yun Yumeng, who was at the front of the crowd, did not hesitate. Don't worry, Master, I will definitely help Master snatch back the dragon soul fruit. Disciple obeys the orders of the Master, and will definitely follow senior sister's commands. Han Knight said respectfully, follow me. Lang Ruyan looked at the crowd expressionlessly and led them towards Ghost King Peak. Not for a moment. The crowd arrived at a huge platform at Ghost King Peak. Patriarch Jun Wudao had long been waiting here, and there were quite a few other people on the platform, all Jindan cultivators by the looks of it. Wu Tian swept a glance at the people on the platform and knew that they should all be people traveling to the secret realm. Yun Yumeng had already told him earlier that the dragon mysterious realm opened once every 300 years and could only allow cultivators below Yuaning to enter. This time, the righteous and devilish paths each sent out 500 people, thinking that they were all Jindan cultivators. The Ghost King sect had killed and injured so many disciples in the mines last time, and this time they were still able to take out so many Jindan devil cultivators, so they thought that the price they spent was not small. However, it was only the devil sect that could pile up disciples into Jindan with their resources. Not much longer. As the people from Soul Devouring Peak and Blood Demon Peak arrived, Jun Wudao took out the white bone flying boat and boarded it with the 3 elders with 100 golden dan. One moment, the flying boat shot up into the sky, passing through the sect's great formation and soaring 10,000 meters into the air, heading towards the distance. In just a few breaths, the flying boat stopped over a huge city. A stream of light flew up from the city, and in no time at all, they flew to the flying boat. Some of them smiled and greeted Jun Wudao's few people, and behind them were dozens of disciples in uniform clothing. Some were alone, old men with gray hair, skinny old women, young men with blood-red hair, sultry buxom women, and old-faced midgets. It varies. There were only 3 clans other than the Ghost King sect disciples who wore uniform clothing. The leader of the 3 clans was at first glance a Yuaning exalted, leading disciples numbering 30. The rest of the scattered people dressed in various clothes numbered 60, and they just bowed respectfully to Jun Wudao before carefully standing on the flying boat. Aside from the Yuaning bigwigs of the 3 sects and the Ghost King sect, everyone else didn't dare to speak so as not to upset them. Wu Tian surveyed the group of demonesses who were extraordinarily frugal with their fabrics, fearing that the tulle on their bodies would fall off. The purple veils on these demonesses were nearly transparent, with only the key parts not really visible and hidden. Mainly, these demonesses were all beautiful looking, and one of them was even on par with Yun Yumeng, exuding a seductive aura. Acacia sect? Looking at them, a clan came to Wu Tian's mind. The only clan that he was most impressed with that was composed entirely of beautiful women was the Acacia sect. After all, he had learned the yin-yang harmonization method, a dual cultivation technique that came from the harmonization sect. He was naturally impressed by this kind of sect that was full of female cultivators. Not much longer. As the white bone flying boat turned into streams of light towards the depths of the immortal Fall Mountain range, it didn't take long to reach the sky above a huge valley. There were already 3 flying boats parked in the air when they arrived, and it was only when they arrived that they all fell together towards the valley center, by a huge altar. As the flying boats were put away, the people on the 4 flying boats showed their forms. Wu Tian swept a glance at the group of people next to them, which was also more than 200 people. 100 of them were dressed in black, carrying a black coffin on their backs, and all of them had expressionless faces, so they didn't look like any good people. They should be the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and standing behind them were more or less the same as the Ghost King sect side, which was also a group of scattered people from 3 sects. They, the people from the Devil's sect, stood on one side, while the people from the Righteous sect stood on the opposite side. Other than the Qing Unimortal sect that Wu Tian had seen before, there was another sect standing in front that he did not recognize. A group of people wearing purple clothes should be the Purple Sky sect, one of the 4 great sects that he had read about in the books. This sect majored in thunder technique, and its attack power was no different from that of a sword cultivator. The 2 paths of righteousness and devilry are incompatible, and the patriarchs of the 4 great sects didn't even greet each other and flew up to the altar coincidentally, each taking out a token to activate the altar. Open the secret world. As a layer of spiritual light emerged from the altar, spatial ripples continued in the center of the altar, and a spatial vortex slowly appeared. Quickly enter the secret realm, and when you meet these hypocrites of the righteous path, kill. Jun Wu Dao coldly said. End of chapter. A moment of dizziness passed. Wu Tian's eyes were black and bright, and he had already changed the world. As soon as he appeared, he directly took out the human emperor streamer without saying a word and summoned 10,000 ghosts to form a ghost domain. With the protection of the ghost domain, he squarely surveyed his surroundings. A blood moon hung high in the sky, emitting a demonic blood-colored moonlight. He was in the middle of a forest. The trees of the boundless forest were very tall and bushy, and the roars of the beasts around him were loud and clear. There was no one else around Wu Tian, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest. Yun Yumeng had told him that the dragon mysterious realm was very large, and every time he entered the realm, he was randomly teleported, and the chances of being teleported together were not very high, and because each time it opens for a bit longer, the demonic beasts within the secret territory devour each other and evolve, and it will be very different from the last time they entered. Therefore, Yun Yumeng had only told him the general information about the secret realm, and the information about the demonic beasts could only be used as a reference. Wu Tian glanced at the blood moon in the sky and listened to the roars of the beasts coming from the distance, focusing his attention on a demonic beast that was enveloped by his ghost domain. As a cultivator of immortals, he would not be so inconvenienced. District Darkness. It's as good as day for him. It was only in the middle of the forest shrouded by his ghostly domain. A giant python that was 100 meters long, clad in blood-red scales, with a head that was 3 parts dragon and 7 parts python. There were 2 dragon whiskers around its mouth, and its open mouth was visible full of fangs. The blood-scale python sensed the change in its surroundings and let out a roar. With a thought from Wu Tian's mind, several spirit ghosts instantly pounced towards the giant python. Under the ancient tree in the sky, the blood-scale python advanced instead of retreating. Its huge python body meandered and swam. A layer of blood-colored spiritual light surfaced on its body, biting towards a spirit ghost like a bolt of lightning. The spirit ghost couldn't dodge in time and was swallowed in one gulp. There seemed to be a special power within its body that could cause damage to spirit ghosts even if they were flesh and blood. However, although the spirit ghost was swallowed into its belly, it did not die directly, but launched an attack in its belly. Being attacked internally was like Sun Monkey entering the belly of a snake demon, and it hurt so much that the blood-scale python hissed angrily and flung its tail, and all the surrounding sky-high trees were directly knocked off by it. The few spirit ghosts around it took the opportunity to launch an attack, their sharp claws landing on it, but only leaving a white mark on its blood-red scales. That hard? Wu Tian frowned as the white bone demon needle shot towards his head like a bolt of lightning. Luckily, the white bone demon needle was strong enough to penetrate, instantly piercing through its skull and traveling back and forth within its skull, destroying the inside of its skull in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power of resentment on the white bone demon needle erupted, directly killing the dragon python. As the blood-scale python died, the blood-colored aura on its body no longer lit up, and the power within its body slowly dissipated. A spirit ghost, whose ghostly body was much more illusory, emerged from within its body. Wu Tian appeared beside the blood-scale python and looked at its huge body. The demonic soul that surfaced from its corpse was directly collected into the human emperor streamer. Although this blood scale python didn't seem to have much spiritual intelligence, its flesh was hard and strong, and its battle power was comparable to that of a Jindan cultivator. The strength of its demonic soul had also reached the level of Jindan, allowing him to be practiced as a spirit ghost and become his own henchman. Using dozens of stern ghosts as sustenance, Wu Tian had practiced the demonic soul of the giant python into a spirit ghost, possessing the strength of a mid-Jindan. It possesses the characteristics of an ontogeny, with lifelike scales, hard as iron, and great strength. He didn't waste the rest of the blood-red python's corpse, and the hard scales were stripped off by him, which could be used as materials for refining weapons. The rest of the blood, flesh and bones were absorbed by him with his magic treasure. The demonic beasts in the secret realm all contained dragon bloodline. Their flesh was strong, and they belonged to the dragon blood demonic beasts. This kind of demonic beast's blood, flesh, and bones were full of spirituality, which could be considered a great tonic for the growth of the magic treasure, and could enhance the power of the magic treasure very well, far from being comparable to the mortal beasts on the blue planet. Beyond that, Wu Tian also found a demonic elixir in the python's head. This was condensed from all the demonic power of the blood scale python and could be used to make pills. Some people who practiced special techniques could also directly absorb and refine the demon pills, turning the energy in them into their own. Not for a moment, Wu Tian put away the ghost domain and flew towards the direction where the beast's roar came from. Hunting these demonic beasts could be much faster than the livestock and poultry he had painstakingly collected in Blue Star. If there were enough demonic beasts within this secret territory, there was a chance that it would still be possible for him to fill up the spirit ghosts within the human emperor's hat. By then, not for a moment, Wu Tian found another blood scale python. This one was even more gigantic than the one just now, reaching 300 meters in length. Its demonic body was also tougher. Not only were its scales harder, but its strength was also much greater. The primary spirit ghosts under Wu Tian who possessed early Jindan strength could not break its defense at all. The incomparably sharp ghost claws could only leave a white mark on its blood-red scales. Only mid-level and high-level spirit ghosts can cause damage to it. However, Wu Tian had the white bone demon needle with him and could easily pierce through its scales and attack the vitals of its head. It didn't take long. Wu Tian killed the blood scale python and used the night ghost as sustenance, refining its demonic soul into a spirit ghost, possessing the strength of a late Jindan. Its body of flesh, blood and bones also turned into the base of his magic treasure. Wu Tian put away the demonic pills, and only some bloodstains were left on the ground, as well as the ancient trees around them that had been destroyed by the giant python. He continued to search for demonic beasts, and after a while he came across a few black rabbits. It's just that they are different from normal rabbits. A big one, 3 small ones and 4 rabbits. The big one is about 10 meters tall, and the small one is also 3 meters tall. Their black fur is tough, they run fast, and they can spew out poisonous black water arrows. The point is that water arrows are poisonous and intensely corrosive. However, these black water rabbits were not very strong. The big ones were equivalent to a Foundation establishment cultivator, and the small ones were nothing more than chi refining. When Wu Tian found them, they were eating black bush leaves. One of the bunnies even grabbed a meter-long centipede and ate it. After he killed a few black water rabbits, he curiously dissected them and discovered that although they had not yet formed a demonic dan in their bodies, they possessed an organ that contained black water. Regardless of whether it was the blood scale python or this black water rabbit, he had never heard Yun Yuming talk about it. I also don't know if it was there before or if it's newly evolved. Roar! Wu Tian was in the middle of absorbing the blood and bones of a few blackwater rabbits with his magic treasure when he heard a beast roar from the distance. He flew into the air and saw a fire in the distance lighting up the night sky. Without saying a word, he directly transformed into streams of light and flew towards the fire. Who knew that before he could fly closer? He saw a huge demonic beast rising up from the forest, covered in fire chasing after a person flying rapidly towards him. Closer. Only then did Wu Tian see that the person being chased by the demonic beast was wearing the clothes of the Qingyan immortal sect, or a stunningly beautiful woman. The woman was quite familiar to him and knew him well, only to see that the woman's appearance was absolutely beautiful. Her body was plump, and her eyebrows still carried the flavor of a young woman, adding a few points of temptation. End of chapter. Shui Yuarua? Wu Tian had a smile on his face. He was quite happy to see her here. He hadn't noticed earlier that she was actually one of the people entering the secret realm this time. However, now was not the time to catch up on old times. As he swept a glance at Shui Yuro, he then looked at the demonic beast behind her, only to see that the demonic beast behind her was 100 feet tall, with the body of an ape and monkey, but its head was like a dragon's head, bearing long dragon whiskers. It also had 2 dragon horns on its head, a pair of huge wings on its back, and a muscular body that burned with a blazing flame. This demonic beast is extremely fast. Shueiyuro's speed of flying with her sword is not as fast as it is. It is estimated that it won't take a while for it to catch up. At this time, Shueiyuro also noticed Wu Tian and couldn't help but change her face. But instead of shifting direction, she continued to fly towards him, obviously trying to wreak havoc. Wu Tian did not care as he looked at the demonic beast with a hint of excitement in his eyes. This kind of demonic beast that was domineering at first glance was most suitable to be used as the main soul of his emperor streamer. Without saying a word, he directly summoned 10,000 ghosts to form a ghostly spirit, enveloping the demonic beast in Shueiyuro. Immediately after the blood pool appeared in his hands, the sea of blood appeared, and the roiling sea of blood rolled towards Shueiyuro, trapping her in the sea of blood. The 10,000 ghosts in the ghost domain, on the other hand, did not hesitate to pounce on the demonic beast with a huge body. Facing the sudden change, the flying dragon ape couldn't care less about chasing after Shueiyuro. Roar! The flying dragon ape roared with fury, and a blazing flame rose from the ape's palm, slapping away the ghostly creatures that pounced on it one by one. When he slapped his palm on the ghosts, the stern ghosts were directly slapped and their souls were scattered, and the spirit ghosts were also slapped, and their ghostly bodies were all much more illusory. Seeing how powerful the flying dragon ape was, Wu Tian became even more excited. Without saying a word, he directly told all the ghostly creatures to surround the flying dragon ape with no lives. The two blood-scale python demon souls, relying on their defense to be strong enough, pounced on the flying dragon ape first, wanting to entangle it to perform strangulation. But the flying dragon ape slapped them away with 2 slaps. It was just that it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, and the flying dragon ape's body was too big. So many spirit ghosts pounced on it and attacked it. The flying dragon ape roared in anger. The flames on its body intensified, and with a flap of its wings, it flew towards the distance, wanting to get rid of the 10,000 ghosts. At the same time, the spirit ghosts on it were also sent flying by the wings. It slapped the ghostly creatures on its body while opening its mouth and spitting out roaring flames, spraying them at the densely packed ghosts around it. Although a number of severe ghosts had been burned to death by it, the spirit ghosts were not so easy to die physically. The many spirit ghosts relied on their small bodies to nimbly maneuver to dodge its attacks, while finding the right opportunity to pounce on it and launch an attack. The spirit ghost's sharp ghost claws left a scar on its body, and in no time the flying dragon ape became drenched in blood. The injured spirit ghost absorbed the yin chi of the ghost domain to recover while devouring and absorbing its flesh and blood to replenish itself. Spiritual flesh and blood is a great tonic for them, and can be used in battle. Wu Tian glanced at Shueiyuro, who was desperately charging through the sea of blood, and hesitated for a moment. Just letting the sea of blood wear down the energy shield on her didn't hurt her. With a thought of his mind, the white bone demon needles that surrounded him instantly disappeared. The flying dragon ape sensed the danger, but it was too late to react as the shadowless and invisible white bone demon needle pierced through one of its eyes, into the body. It can be left to it. The flying dragon ape screamed miserably, but it couldn't stop the white bone demon needle from wreaking havoc in its skull. Its hard as iron flesh and blood were like tofu under the white bone demon needle, which wreaked havoc in its skull. The power of resentment was rapidly eroding the flesh and blood of its head. The sharp pain inside his skull caused the flying dragon ape to go berserk, roaring with rage as he breathed fire at the ghosts around him and slapped away the 10,000 ghosts that were lunging at him. The ghosts on its body were also being peeled off by it non-stop, but with the white bone demon needle destroying the inside of its skull, its huge body wasn't able to resist for long, and its movements of resistance became much slower. Seeing the situation, the spirit ghosts surrounding it swarmed around it, leaving a wound on its body and burrowing into its flesh and blood to absorb its flesh and blood. Not for a moment. Its strong body became thinned down as far as the eye could see. The flying dragon ape's scarred body was surrounded by the ghosts, and in no time at all one of its wings was ripped off, but without its wings it didn't make it to the ground. Its huge body, supported by 10,000 ghosts, could only stop in the air and wait a little for death to come. Not much longer. The flying dragon ape lay dying in the 10,000 ghosts, no longer able to resist. Under the destruction of the white bone demon needle, it didn't take a while for it to completely die. Demon souls emerge. Wu Tian stopped the ghostly creature that wanted to devour the flying dragon ape's demonic soul. He urged the human emperor streamer, and the demonic soul of the flying dragon ape was unwillingly sucked into the human emperor streamer that was bubbling with black gas. Wu Tian glanced at Shueiyuro, who had not yet been able to rush out from the sea of blood, and began to refine the flying dragon ape's demonic soul, with the many severe ghosts as sustenance. The flying dragon ape's strength didn't drop much after it became a spirit ghost. It just had less fire-breathing aptitude. However, with its huge body and powerful strength, ordinary spirit ghosts were no match for it. The ghost body also makes it immune to most physical attacks, making it even more humongous. Its strength, which was also considered the strongest among the group of high-level spirit ghosts, could be considered the strongest fighting force under him. When the corpse of the flying dragon ape was fully absorbed and refined, Wu Tian casually waved his hand and the white bone demon needle appeared in front of him and was put away. He looked at Shui Yu in the sea of blood and slowly walked in towards her, the roiling sea of blood automatically parting a path for him. Wu Tian came closer, sized up Shui Yu's body and said softly, "Alright, don't resist. You're my woman anyways. I won't kill you." Shui Yu thought of what happened in the mine and looked at him angrily. "Succubus, devil, kill me if you want. Don't try to bully me again." Wu Tian smiled. "Don't be angry. As the saying goes, one day husband and wife. I'm quite happy to see you. Not to mention, I've saved you now." Shui Yu took a deep breath and looked at him coldly. "Who wants you to save me? In your hands, I might as well be killed by that demonic beast." Seeing that she really didn't miss her old feelings at all, Wu Tian's face also turned cold. Toast. With a thought from Wu Tian's mind, the sea of blood that encased her instantly closed in, condensing countless bloody hands to grab her body. Although Shui Yu fought to cut off the bloody hand, the water was invisible, and so was the blood water. She chopped off as much as she could, but she couldn't stop the sea of blood from closing in. The defensive magic treasure on her body had also been broken earlier, and this time, her spiritual energy was about to be exhausted, and she didn't hold on for a while before the bloody hands grabbed her arms and legs, took her flying sword and removed her spatial ring. Wu Tian walked up to her and lifted her chin with his finger. "We've been separated for so long. How come this temper of yours has still gotten bigger?" He finished coldly and directly lowered his head to kiss her, and with a sweep of his spiritual power, the clothes on her body instantly turned into pieces. Meanwhile a large bed appeared next to it. End of chapter. A twist. The night passed. Wu Tian put on his clothes and took out a set of clothes from the Tsong Mojing ring and threw it to Shui Yu who was just taken aback. "Put your clothes on." Shui Yu looked at him with a flushed face and a little bit of ecstasy in her eyes. She braced her limp body and without a word, grabbed her clothes and put them on. The ones Wu Tian had given were the ones she had left in the Tsong Mo rings before. Although she was a little more voluptuous after his development, she still fit well. Wu Tian checked the contents of her spatial ring and realized that her mother was worthy of being the head of a peak, a veritable rich woman. In such a short period of time, Shui Yu had another lower-grade magic treasure level spatial ring with quite a lot of things inside. A few tens of thousands of lower-grade spirit stones, pills and the like. The most valuable one was a medium-grade magic treasure, Shenmu Shield. This magic treasure was a black wooden shield that could grow bigger and smaller to ward off enemy attacks or form an energy shield to protect itself. Beyond that, there were two other magic treasures that he had seen. A mid-grade magic treasure Willow Leaf Boat and a lower-grade magic treasure Alchemy Furnace. Willow Leaf Boat he had seen at the large auction in Tongtian City. The Alchemy Furnace he felt was the one he had robbed and sold before. If there wasn't the same type of magic treasure, these two magic treasures should be the ones that Shui Yu had bought at the auction in the first place. The configuration of her mana was a bit lower, but it was still considered more luxurious. Wu Tian put the ring on his hand, looked at Shui Yu who was already dressed, and directly pulled her over into his arms. Knowing that she couldn't resist, Shui Yu allowed him to hold her, only pressing down on his large hands that wanted to move upwards. "How many people have you, in the end, killed?" she inquired with a complicated face. In a short period of time, Wu Tian had not only become a mid-Jindan cultivator, but also possessed so many ghost objects and magic treasures. These couldn't have been given to him by the Ghost King Sect. It must have been a massive killing spree that gave him his current overturned strength. "Feel free to take her." The killing that had been done in it was unimaginable to her. Wu Tian's demonic body dual cultivation and his strength was strong. How could Shui Yu, who only cultivated spirit and not body, stop him? He easily broke through her block and took hold of her large rabbit, his hand full of softness. Wu Tian lightly pinched her large rabbit and smiled as he whispered, "I've poured my heart out to you. I'm not hiding anything from you. Actually, I'm a good guy. Can you believe it?" Shui Yu was silent for a moment. "You break away from the devil sect. As long as you change your ways, I can let you join the Qing Unimortal sect." "You look at me, like a little cutie." "Do I?" Wu Tian coldly interrupted her, and the force on his hands were all increased quite a bit as a punishment for her treating her like a cutie. The punishment. Once you're in the devil's way, it's like the sea. It was not easy for him, a demonic cultivator, to return to the righteous path. Furthermore, there was no difference between the so-called righteous path and the devil's path in his eyes. The devil's path was instead the most suitable path for him. If he is strong enough, where he is, there is righteousness. Shui Yu unwillingly advised, "The Ghost King sect is not a good place. If you are stubborn, you definitely won't have a good ending." Wu Tian was a bit suspicious. This woman's tone. Was she concerned about him? It is said that the fastest road to a woman's heart is the Yin road. Could it be true? Wu Tian shook his head and thought no more about it. You don't, it seems, have a clear idea of what you're getting yourself into. His tone was icy cold, and he squeezed the head of the rabbit in his hand. You are nothing more than my captive. Be obedient and serve me well, and I can let you walk out of this secret realm alive. Or else. Shui Yuro endured the dissimilarity in front of the bear and pressed his hand. Do you know that earlier in the mine? Many of the Ghost King Sect's disciples were devoured by the blood demon and died without a trace. Do you want to end up like them? You are so full of crap, Wu Tian coldly said impatiently. Shui Yuro gritted her teeth. A hint of anger flashed in her eyes. Plutonic. Kill me. You'll only bully me anyway. Saying this, she thought of what had happened to her and felt a pang of resignation. A mist of water filling her eyes. Wu Tian felt the large bunny hopping in his hand and gently squeezed it twice. He threatened coldly. It's not that easy for you to die. If you dare to kill yourself, I'll strip you naked and take you with me to show your brothers and sisters. When I go out and hang you outside of Tongtian City, your mother and the Green Cloud Immortal Sect will be disgraced by you. A tear fell silently from the corner of Shui Yuro's eye, carrying a hint of desolation. She said no more. There was silence as to what he was thinking. Wu Tian also stopped talking and hugged her as he rode the sea of blood forward. The demonic soul of the flying dragon ape possessed spirituality, and Wu Tian learned from it. Its lair had spirit medicine, and Shui Yuro had previously tried to steal the spirit medicine it was guarding before being chased by it. Not much longer. Wu Tian was guided by the flying demon ape to a bare hillock with a strong smell of blood. There was only one fruit tree on the small hill, 10 meters high, blood red, branchless and leafless, with a main trunk that snaked like a dragon. At the top hung a fist-sized blood-red fruit. Just a hint of green color remained on the fruit, obviously not yet ripe. Dragon's blood fruit? Wu Tian looked at the fruit tree and thought of what Yin Yumeng had told him about the spirit medicine produced in this secret realm. This dragon's blood fruit could allow one's blood to possess the characteristics of dragon's blood, dramatically increasing the strength of one's physique and possessing the physique of a true dragon. That is to say, just by eating the dragon blood fruit, one could have a strong body. This was much faster than a hard-working physical cultivator, and the value could not be overstated. For a dragon blood demonic beast, the dragon blood fruit was even a treasure that could make their bloodline evolve. The flying dragon ape had guarded it for hundreds of years, irrigating it from time to time with the blood of other dragon blood demonic beasts. To this day, the party is just about ripe. Wu Tian laid down a ghost domain to protect the small hill within and quietly waited for the dragon blood fruit to ripen. While unripe dragon's blood fruit can be eaten, it will be much less effective. The dragon's blood fruit was ripening in just a few days, and he wasn't short on time. Nature has to wait for it to ripen. Wu Tian looked at a bone mountain not far from the small hill and took out the white bone demon needle to absorb the spiritual essence of the bone mountain. This bone mountain was obviously formed by the bones of the demonic beasts hunted by the flying dragon ape, accumulating over time. Not much longer. The bone mountain collapsed and turned into bone dust. The white bone demon needle had a black aura surrounding it, and its power had increased again. Unfortunately, many of the bones on Bone Mountain had lost most of their spiritual essence under the power of time, and their enhancement to the white bone demon needle was limited. The next thing Wu Tian did was to pull Shui Yuro to double cultivate together. Pass the time waiting. Shui Yuro was cooperative and let him do his bidding without resistance. At first she didn't say a word, and it was only after Wu Tian increased his force that she couldn't help but make a sound. A few days later, Wu Tian stood in front of the dragon blood fruit tree and watched as the dragon blood fruit absorbed the essence of the fruit tree. The last trace of green color disappeared, and all of the dragon blood fruits turned blood red. At the same time, a strange fragrance emanated from the dragon blood fruit. End of chapter. Not for a moment. The forest resounded with the roar of the beasts that rose and fell. The demonic beasts in the 1,000-mile radius of the dragon blood fruit tree were all attracted by the strange fragrance and ran towards the dragon blood fruit. 10,000 beasts rushed about like a tidal wave of beasts, and the earth shook. Wu Tian flew into the air and looked at the movements around him, not panicking in the slightest. He did it on purpose. There was the strange fragrance emitted by the dragon blood fruit when it matured to attract many demonic beasts to come, saving him from having to slowly go looking for it himself. Instead of the others taking their own time to find demonic beasts to kill, it would be better to wait for the demonic beasts themselves to come over. All he needed to do was to guard this place, and a large number of demonic beasts would be delivered to his door. Wu Tian laid down a ghost domain. The ground turned into a sea of blood. 10,000 ghosts hung in the air, and white bone devil needles surrounded him. As a demonic beast that was close enough to break into the ghostly domain was instantly trapped by the sea of blood, several spirit ghosts swarmed up and killed the demonic beast in a few breaths, and the demonic soul was sucked into the human emperor's streamer. The overlord of this area, the flying dragon ape, was even more powerful, and any demonic beasts that went down with one punch were turned into mush. Wu Tian had also seen quite a few dragon blood demonic beasts, among which the more powerful ones were the thick armored pig, which was as high as 10 feet, clad in thick armor, with bone spurs on its back, and 2 long tusks that were incredibly sharp, making it hard to stop it when it charged. Unfortunately, its speed was inevitably weakened as it rushed into the sea of blood, and it was hammered to death by the flying dragon ape with a few punches. Other than the thick armored pig and the blood-scaled python, the other small demonic beasts were not enough to make waves. These demonic beasts were attracted by the strange fragrance of the dragon blood fruit, and unable to endure the temptation for evolution, they all recklessly rushed towards the dragon blood fruit. 10,000 ghosts were pouncing. The sea of blood was dissolving, and Wu Tian was also attacking the demonic beasts with the white bone demon needle. A demonic beast died quickly, its soul, blood and flesh turning into Wu Tian's sustenance. Suddenly, Wu Tian felt something in his heart and sensed the abnormality. Looking towards his back, although he was empty behind him, being in the ghostly realm, he could detect the fluctuations in space. Someone behind him seemed to be slowly approaching him. Wu Tian's mind moved and the sea of blood quickly surged over. One moment, a shadow on the ground instantly shot towards the dragon blood fruit beside Wu Tian. How dare you! Wu Tian roared. His body instantly appeared in front of the shadows and blasted his fist over. Boom! Wu Tian struck with all his might. A sonic boom sounded, and the shadows were instantly dispersed. The shadows transformed into a whole, coalescing into a humanoid form behind him, instantly plucking the dragon's blood fruit and flying towards the distance. Wordlessly, the white bone devil needles that flew back instantly pierced through his head, penetrating his body back and forth in the blink of an eye, causing it to become pierced with 1,000 holes. The silhouette didn't even manage to let out a scream before it was turned into a corpse. Wu Tian appeared beside the corpse before he could see that it was a bone-thin old woman, which he had also seen earlier on the Ghost King Sect's white bone flying boat. He looked at the soul emerging from the corpse, and without waiting for her to try to escape in terror, he sucked her into the human emperor's streamer. The man is tired of living if he dares to hit on his stuff. Wu Tian took out the dragon blood fruit from his storage pouch and stowed it in his Tsung Mojing ring. When the dragon blood fruit was taken down, the dragon blood fruit tree had already turned into flying ash. The plucked dragon blood fruit also lost its ability to emit a strange fragrance, and the surrounding demonic beasts' brains became clear. Many demonic beasts were terrified and wanted to escape from the ghost domain, but it was easy to come in and hard to go out. The demonic beasts outside the ghost domain could run, but those inside the ghost domain, Wu Tian directly activated the formation and trapped them in the ghost domain, closed the door and beat the dog. Not much longer. Numerous demonic beasts died. Their souls were sucked into the human emperor's streamer. Their flesh, blood, and bones were all turned into sustenance, and the pervasive death aura was absorbed by the ghosts. Wu Tian cleaned up the battlefield and followed up by refining the demon souls into spirit ghosts. This time he took the initiative to trigger a small beast tide, giving him an additional 300 spirit ghosts, 200 blood-scale pythons and 100 thick armored pigs. The rest of the small demonic beasts were turned into sustenance for the ghosts to evolve. Unfortunately, because the time was too short, he wasn't able to attract many demonic beasts over. Otherwise, when the dragon blood fruit kept emitting a strange fragrance, a steady stream of demonic beasts would be attracted to it, which could save him a lot of work. Think about it. Wu Tian summoned the soul of the old woman and prepared to take her to light the soul lamp, to take the sting out of it. The old woman was a Jindan cultivator with a strong divine soul, and her soul could remain for a long time. As soon as she appeared, she fell to her knees and begged for mercy in a hoarse voice. "Senior, spare your life. Don't kill me. I'm useful. Senior can train me to become a spirit ghost, as long as you don't let my soul fly away." She obviously knew that she had spoiled things for Wu Tian and directly begged for mercy without saying a word. Unfortunately, she didn't have anything that could impress Wu Tian, so she could only pray that he would open his net. Wu Tian looked at her coldly, and without hesitation, he took out a soul lamp, grabbed her soul and practiced her into a wick. Wait for the soul light to come on. As the soul fire burned, the screams from the old woman's soul were endless. With the strength of her Jindan divine soul, she couldn't think of her soul falling apart without burning for a few years. As for practicing her as a spirit ghost, Wu Tian was not short of her. The value of her soul was to be used for him to light his soul lamp, to take a bite out of his heart. Otherwise his thoughts do not pass. Wu Tian put away the soul lamp and looked towards Shui Yuro, who was honestly staying on the small hill, nodding with satisfaction. With a flash of his body, he appeared beside her and said softly, "I'm quite satisfied that you didn't think of running." Shui Yuro looked at him and didn't bother with him. She wanted to run, but the key was that she didn't have much spiritual energy in her body, and her magic treasures and other things had been snatched by Wu Tian. So where could she run to? Even this ghost domain she couldn't break through. What else could she do but stay honest? Wu Tian put away the ghost domain and wrapped his arms around Shui Yuro's waist and rushed up into the sky, preparing to find a secluded place to take the dragon blood fruit. Although the dragon's blood fruit was used to make pills, it was more able to utilize its value. But Wu Tian could not bother to collect other elixirs. It was better to eat them first to enhance his strength. Not much longer. Wu Tian blasted a cave in a cliff. He summoned a few spirit ghosts to guard him and directly took out the dragon blood fruit and ate it. One moment. The huge medicinal power exploded within him, rushing through his entire body, causing all of his body to become a reddish color and still smoking hot. It was as if Wu Tian's body had been torn apart. The pain was immense, but it was mended by the medicinal power in an instant, causing him to suffer and be happy. In the process, his physique was rapidly growing. His heart beat rapidly and a drop of golden blood appeared in it. 1 drop, 2 drops. The red blood in his body quickly turned golden, containing a powerful force. When he practiced the yellow spring bone refining technique, it was from the bones outward that he enhanced his physical strength. But now, it's from the blood. Not much longer. The changes in Wu Tian's body disappeared, and the medicinal power of the blood dragon fruit was fully absorbed by him. The strength of his body broke through the magic weapon and reached the level of a lower grade magic treasure. It could be said that his current physical body was a human-shaped magic treasure. He had increased his strength by 10 dragons in one body, which was equivalent to a doubling. On top of his original physical strength, he could still improve so tremendously. So one could imagine how precious the dragon blood fruit was. This secret realm was undoubtedly a treasure to Wu Tian. Exhale. Wu Tian let out a long breath. He walked out of the cave and flew into the air with Shui Yuro from the cave next to him. He's going hunting now. Cultivators from both the righteous and evil paths, and all kinds of demonic beasts, were all targets of his hunting. End of chapter. Air. For silhouettes were fighting and fighting. A man in purple surrounded by green-colored thunder, like a thunder god commanding thunder. A thunder art struck out, divine might like a prison. The one fighting with him was a golden-armored corpse, with a corpse aura that rushed to the sky, and the gray corpse aura on its body was as if it was substantial. However, although the golden-armored corpse was invulnerable to swords and spears and had infinite strength, in the face of the thunder that restrained the Yin and evil, it was still bombarded with the collapse of the corpse's chi, and its skin was split open. Not far away, a man and a woman were also fighting. The green-clothed female cultivator imperialized her flying sword and quickly attacked the black-clothed man on the opposite side. The man in black commanded a black coffin to fend off the flying sword, and took out a gray gas-tinged coffin nail to shoot towards the female cultivator, which was chopped off by the flying sword before it could get close. The female cultivator had one person and one sword, killing the man in black who could only barely defend himself. The commotion of the battle here was so loud that Wu Tian naturally noticed it. He flew over with his arm around Shui Yuro, and the few people who were engaged in the battle looked at him warily. The man in black shouted towards Wu Tian when he saw that he was wearing the clothes of the Ghost King Sect. Senior brother. Junior brother is from the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Please help me. We'll kill them together. Senior sister. The green-clothed female cultivator shouted in surprise when she saw Shui Yuro in the arms of a devil. Wu Tian looked at the 3 people and 1 corpse and took out the human emperor streamer. Senior brother. Senior brother will help you. 10,000 ghosts come out, and the ghostly realm appears. The 3 were horrified and stopped fighting in unison, looking at him warily. Senior brother, why are you frothing? Wu Tian said indifferently as he looked at the man in black. Saying that, the ghosts under him swarmed towards the man in purple. When the man in black saw that Wu Tian didn't attack him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and squeezed a smile out of his face. Senior brother's godly power. Senior brother can be considered to have gained a better understanding today. Without hesitation, he continued to attack towards the green-clothed female cultivator. Only that the intensity of his attacks had weakened quite a bit, and he and the female cultivator exchanged glances, moving towards the edge of the ghost domain with a heartfelt understanding. Wu Tian sighed as he noticed his small movements. Why? Do you not trust senior brother? In that case, senior brother, please enter my human emperor's streamer, and you will be granted eternal life. With a thought of his mind, the ghosts surrounding the 2 lunged towards them. He had wanted to divide and conquer, but now it seemed that he could only kill at the same time. Elder brother, why is this? The black-robed man's face changed, and before he could finish his sentence, he was sneakily attacked by the white bone demon needle, which instantly broke the energy shield on his body and pierced through his head. The white bone demon needle could kill people much easier than killing demonic beasts, killing them with a single blow. Seeing the man in black die instantly, the green-clothed female cultivator was shocked, desperately fending off the spirit ghosts that surrounded her and shouting towards Shui Yuro. Senior sister Yuro, save me. Shui Yuro looked at her worriedly, bit her lip, and looked at Wu Tian with pleading eyes. She's my senior sister. Can you, please, let her go? Wu Tian looked at her and took her into his arms, smiling as he whispered, since you've opened your mouth, for your sake, I can spare her life. A warm current surfaced in the bottom of Shui Yuro's heart. Looking at Wu Tian with a trace of more tenderness in her eyes, she said gently, thank you. Wu Tian smiled and looked at the green-clothed female cultivator and said indifferently, your senior sister pleaded for you. For her face, I cannot kill you. Put down your flying sword and tie your hands, otherwise, die. Lu Qingqing looked around at the ghosts that had stopped attacking, and then at Shui Yuro, who was cradled in his arms. With a distant scream, the purple-clothed man who had been split up by all the ghosts was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, making her unable to raise her mind to resist anymore. Seeing that she had given up her resistance, Wu Tian directly snatched her flying sword and storage ring. He sized up Willow Green. Although her posture was slightly inferior to Shui Yuro's, her figure was even more voluptuous. Exhale. Maybe she had taken the resident pill when she was younger. Her appearance appeared to be no more than about 16 years old, and with her voluptuous body, it added a bit of temptation. It could be said that her posture, Fong, was the main reason why Wu Tian let her go. Wu Tian patted Shui Yuro's hip. Go and teach your senior sister what happens when she falls into my hands. Either she dies or she obeys. Let her choose. Shui Yuro looked at him angrily. Didn't you promise me to spare her? Wu Tian looked at her. I was not killing her for your sake, but I didn't promise to spare her. Besides, you'll be able to relax a lot with her as your companion. Do as you're told and talk her down, or I'll have no choice but to kill her. Succubus. Shui Yuro gritted her teeth and broke free from his embrace, flying towards her senior sister who was filled with anxiety. Wu Tian cleaned up the battlefield and refined the souls of the man in purple and the man in black into spirit ghosts, just not their memories. Compared to spirit ghosts that could only simply utilize ghost chi, spirit ghosts that possessed the memories of cultivators had more diverse means. One can better utilize ghost energy against the enemy with more bizarre means. Only, having memories means they won't be as obedient. Not as obedient as other spirit ghosts. But this was not a big deal for Wu Tian. If you don't listen, you'll just have your memory erased. Anyway, their lives and deaths were in his hands, and it was only a matter of a thought to make their souls fall apart. They lived as his sustenance, and died with even less to turn the tide. Unfortunately, the golden armored corpse of the man from the heavenly corpse sect did not have a divine soul, and was more like a puppet controlled by the black-clothed man's divine soul. After the man in black died, the golden armored corpse made no move. However, Wu Tian practiced the yellow spring soul refining method. His sense of souls was exceptionally powerful. He could vaguely sense that there was a soul's aura within the golden armored corpse. He looked at the golden armored corpse that was being grabbed by a spirit ghost and summoned the man in black who had just been practiced as a spirit ghost. That golden armored corpse, it's your original corpse with your split soul inside, right? He had seen the heavenly corpse sect's information in the Ghost King sect's hidden scriptures. It is said that their cultivation method, there is a way to train the zombie to be a life corpse, which can raise the level of the zombie and at the same time, they themselves follow and become stronger. It was equivalent to the artifact cultivator's original magic weapon in general, becoming stronger as the zombie became stronger. The benthic corpse can be controlled at will without fear of backlash. The mystery of this was that the original corpse contained one of their split souls, which was no different from an out-of-body incarnation. Now that the black-clothed man's split soul was hidden, it was probably trying to find a chance to escape and borrow the body of the golden armored corpse to regain its life. The man in black looked at his ghostly body and his face changed color for a moment. Since you've already found out, there's no point in talking more. What are you going to do with me? You don't seem to, know your way around, do you? Wu Tian coldly said. He didn't hesitate to let the ghosts under him tear the golden armored corpse apart. Submit, or die. The man in black knew that he couldn't resist, and didn't let the golden armored corpse make a move the entire time, watching his backhand come to naught. Subordinate, greetings to the Lord. The man in black fell to his knees and said respectfully. The latter chapter was reviewed. End of chapter. A little while later, Wu Tian looked at the purple-clothed man in front of him who was still trying to attack him and coldly said, looking for death. With a suck of the human emperor streamer, the man in purple was sucked into the human emperor streamer. In an instant his memories were refined, turning him into a spirit ghost with only a little spirituality. Become one of the thousands of spirit ghosts in the air. He held the human emperor streamer and looked at Shui Yuro and Lu Qingqing. Have you thought about it? Shui Yuro looked at him seriously. No, she has someone she likes. You can't break her body. Wu Tian's eyes lit up and he looked at Lu Qingqing with a little more fire in his eyes. Got a favorite? It seems more fun to double up on a woman like that. Lu Qingqing ducked behind Shui Yuro at Wu Tian's eyes, her eyes filled with apprehension and anxiety. Wu Tian looked at her and suppressed his inner desire. In broad daylight, It's not the time for double-crossing. It's too much of a waste of time. After all, with his physique, it would take at least a couple hours of double cultivation to get him to do his best. He had to hurry up with his hunting. How could he waste too much time on such things? Wu Tian condensed a soul slave seal and stepped into the air towards the two women. Don't resist or die. Shui Yuro blocked in front of Lu Qingqing and looked at him vigilantly. What do you want? If you let her go, I'll just bully her as you please. Relax. Just a little trick to keep her from messing me up, Wu Tian said indifferently. If it wasn't for Shui Yuro's breakthrough to the middle stage of Jindan, he would have given her the soul slave seal long ago, which would have been necessary to double cultivate and suck her spiritual energy. Now that he wasn't in the mood to take Lu Qingqing's body, he could only plant a soul slave seal on her in case she was dishonest. Wu Tian looked at Shui Yuro, who was blocking him, and said coldly, have I been too gentle with you, making you think I'm nice to talk to? He forcefully pushed Shui Yuro aside and pointed a finger on Lu Qingqing's forehead, planting a soul slave seal on her. Lu Qingqing didn't dare to hide. The densely packed ghosts around her made her unable to bring up the idea of escaping at all. Wait for the soul seal to be planted. Wu Tian looked at Lu Qingqing. Right now, your life and death is at my whim. If you dare to run, no matter where you run, I can make you die instantly. Your soul flying away, he said as he pulled Willow Green into his arms and held the large rabbit in his large hands. A heavy squeeze. It caused Lu Qingqing's face to show pain, but she didn't dare to struggle and could only bear it through her teeth. I have to say that Lu Qingqing's big rabbit was not only big, but also soft. It makes you want to stop. Love it. Wu Tian cupped the large rabbit in his hand and with a thought, the 10,000 ghosts instantly disappeared. The ghostly realm dissipated. The human emperor streamer turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his body. He hugged Lu Qingqing and glanced at Shui Yuro next to him. Be good and follow me. If you dare to run, I'll kill your senior sister. Shui Yuro's eyes were complicated as she looked at Lu Qingqing who was held in his arms. I don't know what I'm thinking. Seeing Wu Tian flying forward with Lu Qingqing in his arms, Shui Yuro hesitated and obediently followed. It was just that most of her spiritual energy had been sucked by Wu Tian when she was in dual cultivation with him. Not a moment too soon. She then ran out of spiritual energy and could not keep up with Wu Tian. Seeing this, Wu Tian could only let go of the big rabbit in his hand and sucked her over with his spiritual power, flying with one arm around her. Not much longer. As a sword light flew, a man in white appeared in front of the three. Devil, let go of my senior sister and I'll spare your life. Mu Xinghe looked at Wu Tian as cold as ice. His eyes filled with killing intent. If he wasn't afraid of hurting Shui Yuro and Lu Qingqing, he would have chopped over with his sword. As the saying goes, villains die from talking too much. Without saying a word, Wu Tian took out the human emperor flag and summoned out 10,000 ghosts, instantly laying down the evil ghost sorrow formation. A ghost domain was formed to envelop the man in white. 10,000 ghosts pounce. The white bone demon needle waits for an opportunity to move. The sea of blood appeared under Wu Tian's feet, making him look like a god or devil. Wu Tian came and went all out to kill with one blow. After all, judging by the man's prowess when he appeared, there was something there. Saint's son, you're no match for him. Hurry up and go. Lu Qingqing shouted anxiously. Wu Tian pinched her big rabbit hard and said coldly, this is not the next time. Next time you dare to say more. Death. Lu Qingqing stifled a grunt of pain, clenched her teeth, and looked worriedly at Mu Xinghe, who was caught up in the 10,000 ghosts. Wu Tian saw that the white man was surrounded by 10,000 ghosts. The sword light was like rain. One person and one sword killed 10,000 ghosts could not get close to him. With a thought, his strongest battle force, the flying dragon ape, instantly appeared in front of the man, and with ghostly chi lingering on his fist, he fiercely blasted his fist towards the man. Boom! The flying dragon ape's terrifying power caused space to tremble, and his fist blasted where the man was, triggering layers of airwaves. Before the flying dragon ape was about to attack himself, Mu Xinghe did not hesitate to transform his body into swordlight and dashed out from under its fist. Tackle the thief. Mu Xinghe naturally understood this. He transformed his body into a sword and flashed through the 10,000 ghosts as fast as lightning. Like a bolt of lightning, he quickly rushed out surrounded by 10,000 ghosts. However, just as the sword light rushed out, the white bone demon needle attacked on the sword light without any body or breath. One moment, the white bone demon needle was sent flying, and the sword light dimmed considerably. The sword light transformed by Mu Xinghe did not retreat and passed through the sea of blood that blocked him, rapidly approaching Wu Tian with a terrifying sword aura. Wu Tian had seen the power of his attacks, and since Spirit Ghost couldn't even carry a sword, he naturally wouldn't fight him. Even if the strength of his flesh body was already as hard as a lower-grade magic treasure, he would not risk his body to try to see if the man could break his defense. He glanced at the sword light, hugged Lu Qingqing, and wrapped his arm around Shui Yuro's figure. instantly appearing in the midst of the 10,000 ghosts. In the middle of this haunted area. He is the king. Trying to kill him in here was a bit too delusional. Kill, Wu Tian coldly ordered. And 10,000 ghosts scrambled towards the swordlight. At the same time, the sea of blood churned and swept the swordlight into the sea of blood, and the white bone demon needle attacked towards the swordlight, colliding with it dozens of times in the blink of an eye. The swordlight transformed by Mu Xinghe was under the attack of the sea of blood and the white bone demon needle. The light dimmed rapidly, and the sword aura that was draped over the swordlight weakened quite a bit. Seeing that there was no way to take Wu Tian, Mu Xinghe's swordlight flourished, and without hesitation, he rushed out of the sea of blood and shot towards the edge of the ghost domain. Chop! Mu Xinghe's voice came out from the swordlight. A terrifying sword she chopped out from the swordlight, and the ghost domain was chopped out of an opening. The swordlight rushed out of the chopped opening in a flash. Mu Xinghe didn't dare to stay at all, and after rushing out of the ghost domain, he continued to flee towards the distance without hesitation. Wu Tian frowned as he looked at the distant swordlight. This is the second time. Other than that demon king Fire Granny, this white-clothed man was the first one who could break his ghost domain with Jindan's strength. After all, with so many spirit ghosts under his command nowadays, the strength of the ghostly domain transformed by the evil ghost Sullus formation had been enhanced by an unknown amount. It was not easy for even Yuaning cultivators to break his ghost domain, let alone Jindan cultivators. This man, a great enemy. He looked down at Lu Qingqing in his arms. This person is the holy son of your Qingyun immortal sect? End of chapter. What do you want? Lu Qingqing didn't answer and looked at him warily, looking at her eyes, and her reaction just now. Wu Tian seemed to understand something. A smirk surfaced in his eyes as he lightly squeezed the rabbit in his hand. The person you like, wouldn't be that saint's son, would it? Lu Qingqing fell silent, obviously having been guessed by him. Interesting. Wu Tian laughed. She was thinking of someone else in her mind, but her body was being bullied by him at will, and the rabbit head in her hand was still reacting, especially since her intended was nearly killed by him just now. Wu Tian was curious as to what was going through Lu Qingqing's mind right now. It should be exciting too, right? Take her body at this point. Come to think of it. Wu Tian instantly became interested. He took Lu Qingqing and flew to the forest below, and a large bed was taken out by him. No, you can't. Shui Yuro, who was following him, hurriedly stopped, wanting to stop him. Stay honest. With a thought, Wu Tian's two spirit ghosts grabbed her arms so that she could not disturb him. He looked at the quiet Lu Qingqing. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You should be clear about what I want. Right. You're not resisting? Lu Qingqing looked at him calmly. Will you let me go if I resist? No. It's just that this kind of reaction from you makes me feel very unfulfilled. Wu Tian said with disappointment. He was silent for a moment. Why don't you try to resist? Lu Qingqing gritted her teeth and closed her eyes to stop looking at him. A trace of coldness flashed in Wu Tian's eyes as he directly pushed her down on the bed and stripped off her clothes. Hopefully, she'll still be so calm and collected later. Daring to interrupt his pleasure, he had to show her some color today. Not much longer. Next to her, Shui Yuro saw Lu Qingqing gritting her teeth, her face full of pain, and looked at Wu Tian with disappointment and anger in her eyes. Succubus, devil, beast. Shui Yuro gritted her teeth, her mood as gray as the surrounding ghostly realm. Not a moment later, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but make a sound. When Shui Yuro heard her voice, she couldn't help but freeze and murmured, Senior sister, how can you, when it's all over? Wu Tian wrapped his arms around Lu Qingqing and Shui Yuro and measured their sizes with his big hands. In his mind, he was thinking about the information he had just forced out. Qingyun Saint's son Mu Xinghe. Speaking of which, he had some affinity with Wu Tian. This person was the son of the subordinate sect of the Green Cloud Immortal Sect, the Xin Tian sect's patriarch. It is a legend, a person with great fortune. When Mu Xinghe was 5 years old, he measured the gold system heavenly spiritual root, and at the age of 10, he was sent to the Qingyun Immortal Sect to study under the patriarch Cheng Yunzi. At the age of 15, he got the innate sword pill to recognize his master at the burial sword peak of the Green Cloud Immortal Sect, activating the innate sword body. With his innate sword body, he learned sword techniques and cultivated the sword decree. It can be said to be a snap to learn. One moment is fine. Together with the power of the innate sword pill, it allowed him to cross over the ranks and overwhelm disciples of the same generation, becoming the holy son of Qin Yun in one fell swoop. But 5 years, he broke through Jindan at the age of 20 and was invincible at the same rank. At the age of 25, he broke through the middle stage of Jindan, and his battle power was directly comparable to that of a Yuaning cultivator. It can be a great talent, as the saying goes, when one man gets a government position, he gets a government position. Although the Xian Heavenly Sect was only a small sect, with the relationship of Mu Xinghe, Becoming a first-class sect was just around the corner. Nay, it discovered a large spirit stone mine, but could not catch this heavenly wealth, and ended up with a clan extinction. When the Xiantian sect was destroyed, Mu Xinghe was in seclusion. By the time he came out of the gate, the Ghost King sect had already been beaten away by the Green Cloud Immortal sect, making it impossible for him to find anyone to seek revenge. Had to kill quite a few of the mine's captives to vent their anger. Now that he had entered this dragon mysterious realm, it was obvious that he had revenge in mind. Wu Tian pondered for a while, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. This man is so gifted. It must not be kept. Wu Tian looked at the two women in his arms and loosened the softness in his hand without any attachment. The path to becoming a devil's ancestor is not yet halfway. He shall not indulge in tenderness. The appearance of Mu Xinghe added a sense of urgency to the somewhat slackened heart. Wu Tian did not hesitate to get up, ready to seize the time to harvest the many sustenance in the secret realm and enhance his strength. He put on his clothes, looked at the two women on the bed, and coldly said, "You are free. Find yourselves a place to hide, and don't blame me for turning the other cheek if you dare to spoil my business." Wu Tian threw the two women a set of clothes and returned their instinctive flying swords to them. He was going on this hunting trip and didn't want to bring these two burdensome people with him anymore. The two were at least his women. He didn't want to be too desperate and kill them. He had to let them go. After all, he's not the one who raises his pants. Although he is a devil cultivator, he still has the basic bottom line of being a human being. Without waiting for the two of them, Shui Yuro, to figure out what he was playing at, they saw that he had already put away the ghost domain. Punching the sky, it turned into streams of light and disappeared into the distance. The two of them, Shui Yuro, looked at each other in dismay and hurriedly propped up their weakened bodies, picking up their clothes and putting them on. Wu Tian flew in the air, his divine sense sweeping in all directions, searching for his prey. Compared to demonic beasts, it was still a bit more rewarding to kill. After all, these people were all heavenly prides with rich family backgrounds. Upper Sect's senior brother. Senior brother. An old man in red greeted him with a smile and a fawning face. Wu Tian saw that he sent himself to the door. Without saying anything, human emperor streamer appeared and 10,000 ghosts appeared to lay down a ghost domain to envelop him. Blood slaughter old ancestor, as the patriarch of a small clan, saw that Wu Tian directly made a move without saying a word, and the rest of his words instantly clogged up in his throat. He was just about to take out his magic treasure to fight the enemy when a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. The eyes went black. So weak? A trace of surprise flashed in Wu Tian's eyes. Had he known that he could kill him in a single blow, he would not have needed to lay down a ghost domain to prevent the old man from escaping. He sucked the old man's soul into the human emperor streamer and collected the old man's storage ring. He didn't waste time organizing the storage rings he had just harvested. Instead, after directly devouring the flesh and bones of the old man's corpse, he continued to look for his next prey. Not for a moment. The old man's soul was practiced as a spirit ghost by Wu Tian and became his henchman. Not much longer. 3 people flew head-on in front of Wu Tian, and judging by their clothes, they should be righteous cultivators. As Wu Tian spotted them, the 3 also spotted him. Seeing Wu Tian alone, the man in the lead's eyes flashed with brilliance. 2 senior sisters. The devil is evil. There is no need to talk to him about the morality of the Jianghu. Let's go together. Take the place of heaven. Kill. The 3 of them imperiously attacked towards Wu Tian with their magic weapons and magic treasures. A cluster asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Tian looked at them coldly. The human emperor streamer in his hand flowed with ghostly light, and 10,000 ghosts appeared around the 3 of them, surrounding them. The man at the head of the group looked around at the ghosts in fear, and without hesitation, he rushed into the distance, ready to run. The remaining 2 beautiful female cultivators saw the man directly run without saying a word. They cursed in their hearts, but their bodies did not hesitate at all, scattering and rushing into the distance. However, when the 10,000 ghosts appeared, the ghost domain enveloped the surrounding area, so how could they run out? End of chapter. The first man to escape was split up in no time, his flesh and blood devoured by the ghosts. Senior, spare my life. As long as you spare me, you can do whatever you want to me. A female cultivator hurriedly begged loudly for mercy towards Wu Tian. Noisy. Wu Tian coldly looked at her as the white bone demon needle appeared behind her, instantly breaking the protective shield on her body and piercing through her skull. The fragrance is gone. The female cultivator's soul had just appeared from the corpse and was uncontrollably sucked into the human emperor streamer. No matter how beautiful she was, her corpse was devoured by all the ghosts and turned into white bones in a single breath, then became flying ash, scattered with the wind. The remaining female cultivator didn't last long either, and was killed by Wu Tian in an instant, becoming a white bone skeleton. Although the 2 female cultivators were beautiful, Wu Tian did not have the slightest bit of pity for them. The 2 weren't pretty enough and had lost their yuan-yin. so how could they qualify for his favor and be the capital they needed to save their lives? Wu Tian refined the souls of the three into spirit ghosts, and it was considered to be a way for them to renew their relationship in the human emperor's flag. He collected the storage rings of the three, and with a move of the human emperor streamer in his hand, 10,000 ghosts were collected into the human emperor streamer, and the ghostly domain that enveloped the surroundings dissipated. He was holding the human emperor streamer, and his body emanated a terrifying might with demonic flames. He looked at a black dot in the air in the distance and continued to fly towards it at breakneck speed. Not much longer. The mold of the black dot was imprinted on the eye. He saw that the black dot was clearly an island hanging in the air, and because of the distance, it was difficult for him to judge how big the island was. This should be what Yun Yumeng said. The Dragon Soul Island, right? Wu Tian murmured in his heart. The Dragon Soul fruit would only appear on Dragon Soul Island, meaning that people from both the righteous and demonic paths would be rushing towards Dragon Soul Island. It was better for him to go there and keep watch than to look around himself, although he didn't know exactly what the Dragon Soul fruit was used for. Lang Ruyan valued it so much. It should be a treasure that was important to even a Yuaning big brother. These people, no matter if it was for the sake of the clan or for themselves, would definitely not give up the Dragon Soul fruit and would definitely head to Dragon Soul Island to fight for it, if possible. Wu Tian pondered secretly in his heart as his figure kept flying towards Dragon Soul Island. Coo! An angry chirping sound reached Wu Tian's ears and he fixed his eyes to look, only to see several silhouettes flying out at extreme speed from a towering mountain peak not far away, flying in all directions. A golden eagle with wings spreading 1,000 meters followed close behind, staring at a person in hot pursuit. Wu Tian couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw one of them flying in his direction. Without saying a word, he directly accelerated to meet them. Closer. 10,000 ghosts come out, and the ghostly realm appears. The black-robed man wearing the Ghost King Sect's clothes changed his face and hurriedly shouted towards Wu Tian. Senior brother. One of our own. Senior brother is from the Nine Specters Peak. We've met earlier. Wu Tian didn't bother with him and didn't hesitate to let the ghosts launch their attacks. The man in black gritted his teeth and hurriedly took out his own 1,000-soul streamer, summoning 6 spirit ghosts and thousands of stern ghosts to deal with the surrounding ghosts. He was finally relieved to have numerous ghosts protecting him. It was just that he also knew that this bit of his ghosts wouldn't be able to carry him for long. Seeing that his subordinate ghosts were dying rapidly, he shouted in a hurry. Master said that no one should kill each other within the secret realm. If you kill me, if you go out, Master will definitely not let you go. Wu Tian looked at him coldly. I killed you. Who knows I did, even if you know. So what? Seeing this, the man in black didn't hesitate to beg for mercy. Senior brother, don't kill me. As long as you spare me, Senior brother will definitely look up to you and follow your orders from now on. Wu Tian was unmoved and took out the white bone demon needle. With a flick of his finger, the white bone demon needle disappeared and appeared in front of the man in an instant. A piece of skull appeared and blocked in front of the white bone demon needle, but the white bone demon needle instantly pierced through the skull without encountering much obstruction at all, passing through the man's eye socket. The man in black only had time to let out a miserable scream before his entire head exploded and he died. Without hesitation, Wu Tian sucked his soul into the human emperor's streamer and practiced it into a spirit ghost. Not for a moment. He summoned the spirit ghost that the man in black had transformed into and inquired, what was the situation just now? And why did that golden eagle chase you guys? The man in black already understood his own situation. He suppressed the hatred within himself and lowered his head respectfully. Senior brother, we found a dragon blood fruit tree within the golden eagle's nest, and there is a dragon blood fruit on it that is about to mature. It's just that we've been spotted by the golden eagle. Plus there are other people snooping around. Senior sister Yomu could only lead us to forcibly seize the dragon's blood fruit that hadn't matured yet. That's what drew the golden eagle's fury and chased us down. Dragon's blood fruit? Wu Tian had a hint of fire in his eyes. He had experienced the effects of the dragon blood fruit. Not only did it double his strength, it also brought his body strength to the level of a lower grade magic treasure. This is a rare treasure. Without hesitation, Wu Tian put away the 10,000 ghosts and chased after the golden eagle in the direction it had gone far away. Besides him, there were quite a few others who were also chasing towards that side. The purpose was obviously the same as his, wanting to snatch the dragon blood fruit. Wu Tian looked at them and hesitated, not making a move. Compared to the dragon blood fruit, the value of these people was undoubtedly much smaller. Not for a moment. Wu Tian was getting closer and closer to the Dragon Soul Island, and the huge island clearly fell into his eyes. Dragon Soul Island was huge and boundless, with a black mist surrounding it. The island that was shrouded in black gas was so bizarre at first glance that many people stopped at the side, not daring to run straight in. When Wu Tian saw Yun Yumeng being chased by the golden eagle and flying into the Dragon Soul Island, he couldn't help but stop his stance and his eyes looked at the people around him. With so many people here, He was prepared to harvest a wave of them before grabbing the dragon blood fruit. He held the human emperor streamer in his hand and moved his mind, and 10,000 ghosts instantly appeared. Laid down the evil ghost solitary formation. Formation of a ghostly domain. It enveloped dozens of cultivators from various sects who hadn't reacted yet. 10,000 ghosts filled the sky, and the cultivators looked horrifiedly at the densely packed spirit ghosts around them, their eyes filled with horror. Kill! At Wu Tian's command, 10,000 ghosts instantly pounced towards them. Senior brother. I'm from the Heavenly Corpse sect, one of our own. Senior brother. Senior brother is from Soul Devouring Peak. The devil cultivators among them begged for mercy and played the emotional card. Wu Tian just looked at them coldly and said softly, please enter my human emperor streamer and contribute to your senior brother's fight for the dragon soul fruit. Seeing that he wanted to wipe out the crowd, someone roared, fellow Taoists, this devil is only one person. Let's kill him together, and this formation will break without attack. This magic treasure of his is of no use to me, so all of you Taoists can take it for yourself. Kill! After saying that he took the lead and killed in Wu Tian's direction, would Wu Tian give them the chance to kill himself? His figure instantly disappeared from their sight. Then the sea of blood appeared in the sky and rolled towards them, and the white bone demon needle sneaked in from time to kill them with a single blow. End of chapter. The screams rang out. Wu Tian hid in the ghost domain, urging the roiling sea of blood and white bone devil needles to harvest the lives of many cultivators. The 10,000 ghosts under him were also defiantly and frantically attacking. Under the attacks of the ghostly creatures and magic treasures under his command, dozens of cultivators died from time to time, and the screams before they died were endless. Some people roared in defiance, while others were calm and collected, trying to break the formation to escape the ghostly domain. But in the face of absolute strength, all of their movements were laughable, and from time to time, people died and their souls were sucked into the human emperor streamer. Among the many spirit ghosts that attacked the dozens of cultivators, a Ghost King Sect disciple who still possessed memories looked at his old acquaintance from before he was born and smiled grimly. Why should senior brother resist? Enter the Lord's upper soul streamer with senior brother as a companion. The Ghost King Sect cultivator opposite him desperately resisted the attacks of the ghosts around him, and cried out anxiously in a sick and desperate manner, Senior brother treats you well in the sect, so please help senior brother beg senior for mercy, so that he can let me go? The black-clothed spirit ghost personified by the Ghost King Sect disciple had a thick ghostly aura and black gas that surrounded him, making him look cold and ghastly. He looked at his fellow senior with resentment and jealousy in his eyes. He is now in this state. Why should anyone else be alive and well? I also invite senior brother to enter the Lord's upper soul streamer to talk with senior brother. Saying that, the ghostly aura on his body soared, and the ghostly aura condensed into eerie ghostly claws, grabbing towards his senior brother. A ball of ghostly fire followed right behind, burning his senior's energy shield with a moist clamor. The black-clothed spirit ghost commanded the spirit ghosts around him to attack his senior brother in close quarters, while he himself attacked remotely using ghost techniques. Not for a moment. The energy shield on his senior brother's body shattered, and in an instant, he was split up by the ghosts and died a horrible death. The black-clothed spirit ghost devoured his senior brother's flesh and blood to enhance his strength, and watched as his senior brother's soul was sucked into the human emperor streamer. Satisfied, he smiled, with another acquaintance to keep him company. He wasn't lonely in the human emperor's streamer. As the 10,000 ghosts attacked, dozens of cultivators died quickly. Even if the spirit ghosts with memories wanted to let go and keep their friends alive, the other spirit ghosts would not agree. It is too lonely in the human emperor's streamer to have more friends and more company. Please, all of you, enter the Lord's soul streamer for a moment. The black-clothed spirit ghost looked at the few remaining cultivators in the ghost domain and laughed fiercely as he pounced over with the surrounding sky full of spirit ghosts. But a few breaths, the few remaining cultivators were dead, their flesh and blood devoured. Wu Tian showed his form and used the white bone demon needle to devour the white bone essence of many cultivators. The bones of the cultivator were full of spirituality, and were a great tonic for the white bone demon needle. After devouring more of them, his white bone demon needle could be promoted to a lower grade spirit treasure, increasing its power exponentially. But the cultivator's flesh and blood he didn't want to waste on the blood pool now. The blood pool is better to go back to the blue planet and have billions of people give him blood. Quality not quantity. After all, spirit ghosts devouring the flesh and blood of ordinary people did not do much to increase their strength. It was a bit more cost-effective to give the cultivator's flesh and blood to the spirit ghost to devour. Wu Tian collected the storage rings of dozens of cultivators and dispersed the ghost domain to look around. The cultivators who were previously enveloped by his ghost domain were all dead, and those who were too far away fled in panic when they saw that the situation was not right. Now there was not a single figure in his line of sight. However, he didn't care and focused his attention on the Dragon Soul Island not far away. The black fog on Dragon Soul Island could isolate divine sense, making it impossible to probe the island with divine sense. Earlier, when the Golden Eagle chased Unifying into the Dragon Soul Island and disappeared, he also wasted a bit of time harvesting the lives of the surrounding cultivators because he had some concerns. After all, 10 birds are better than 1. Collect the visible benefits first. Wu Tian surveyed the black mist on the Dragon Soul Island, and with a thought, dozens of stern ghosts flew towards the Dragon Soul Island, just to be on the safe side. It's better to let his men, the night ghosts, scout the way first. Not for a moment. Dozens of stern ghosts rushed into the black mist and entered the Dragon Soul Island. Wu Tian waited for a while and saw that they did not die. Fang activated the Green Spirit Jade Pendant, topped the energy shield, and flew towards Dragon Soul Island with a sky full of ghosts. He was in the midst of 10,000 ghosts and flew into Dragon Soul Island without stopping. As soon as he entered the island, he stopped his advance and looked at the black soil under his feet and the thick black fog around him. There's nothing unusual about black earth. It just seems more chilly. However, the thick black mist around him was no ordinary mist, containing pure soul power, like the mist that forms when a soul is broken up. This kind of environment was undoubtedly a treasure for Wu Tian, who was practicing the Yellow Spring Soul refining method. If he were to cultivate here, he could completely refine and absorb the surrounding soul mist, and the effect would probably be comparable to him cultivating with his living soul. However, his family was so large that he naturally couldn't look at this bit of soul mist. What's more troublesome is that with the soul fog in place, his divine sense is basically nullified, and the visible range of his eyes is only a few dozen meters. Wu Tian observed his surroundings. His sight was blocked by the thick soul fog, and the ground was bare, with no plants and only full of black soil. He sent his men forward to scout the way, while he himself was in the middle of the 10,000 ghosts, slowly advancing forward with great caution. Not for a moment. Wu Tian was holding the human emperor streamer and sensed the death of a pathfinding lich demon. The black soul mist churned and the sounds of battle reached Wu Tian's ears. Without hesitation, he stopped and sent a few spirit ghosts with memories, as well as thousands of ghosts to press on. Since the spirit ghost that was scouting ahead was not killed, it meant that the enemy was not very strong, so let the men go and check the situation first. A few moments later, the black-robed spirit ghost came back to report. Lord, we just encountered soul spirits ahead and have been killed. This is the soul bead obtained after killing the dead soul spirit. It contains pure soul power. Absorbing it can enhance the power of the divine soul. Saying that, he presented a dozen black beads to Wu Tian with his hands cupped respectfully. Wu Tian looked at the glass bead-sized soul bead in his hand and frowned. Soul spirit? The monsters in this secret realm were really like what Unifying had said. It was different every time it opened. According to Unifying, the last time this secret realm opened, Dragon Soul Island didn't have any soul mist, much less any soul spirits. The plants and animals on the island were also no different from those on the ground. Only the demonic beasts were a bit more powerful. He inquired carefully and got a general idea of the spirits. Strictly speaking, spirits are also ghosts, and like ghosts are spirit only. It's just that they don't have a ghostly aura on them, and their bodies are made up entirely of soul energy, and it is unhinged, cruel and murderous, and will attack all living things. Their attacks carried soul poison, which could injure the soul, and were tricky to deal with. The conditions for the formation of soul spirits were difficult, and they would usually appear in places where soul power was thick. There were places in the 10,000 Souls Jedi region where soul spirits existed, and many people liked to go hunting for soul spirits and obtaining soul beads. Although the soul of the weakest have the foundation strength, soul poison is able to hurt the soul, stain not dead but also waste. But it can't be helped that the soul beads are worth a lot of money. The lower grade soul beads dropped by the Foundation establishment soul spirits were all worth 10,000 lower grade spirit stones, so there were quite a few ruthless people who licked blood at the edge of their knives. End of chapter. Long hunt down. Nowadays, it was basically hard to see souls in the outskirts of the 10,000 Souls Jedi region. Soul beads could enhance the power of the divine soul and were a rare treasure for cultivators. Especially cultivators above Jindan had a higher regard for the divine soul. This kind of thing that could boost the power of the divine soul could save them a lot of hard practice. Wu Tian looked at the soul bead in the black-clothed spirit ghost's hand and directly put it away in the Tsang Mojing ring. What is your name? Wu Tian asked as he looked at the black-clothed spirit ghost. This man is tough enough to be on the road. It can be a main soul in the Emperor's streamer of others, holding thousands of ghosts. He could have 10 main souls in his human Emperor streamer, and now that he had quite a few more cultivator spirit ghosts with memories, these spirit ghosts would be most suitable as main souls. This person was also considered the first ghost to rise to power among the many spirit ghosts with memories under his command. After all, although the spirit ghosts without memories were not as spiritually intelligent as them, they were better at being obedient and would not go against him. Subordinate Zhang San. The black-robed spirit ghost respectfully returned. You are very good. You can be a main soul in my human emperor streamer. Do a good job for this seat. In the future you will become a ghost king. A ghost emperor are not difficult. As long as this seat does not die, you will be able to get a long life. Wu Tian casually drew him a big pie to boost his motivation. After all, the human emperor streamer was his original soul streamer, and as long as he lived, the ghosts inside wouldn't die, which was considered an alternative kind of immortality. Sure, a ghostly creature being killed would be an accident. Zhang San didn't know whether it was an act or for real, and looked at Wu Tian with an agitated face. Your subordinate thanks your lord. Your subordinate will definitely saddle up and die for your lord. Wu Tian nodded and divided 100 spirit ghosts and 900 Li ghosts to him and let him retreat. It doesn't matter if Zhang San's words are true or not, as long as they work for him. If he were to die, these people would have to follow their souls, so I don't think Zhang San would be so thoughtful as to do anything small in the dark. After all, if he wanted Zhang San to die, it was just a thought. Wu Tian continued to move forward with 10,000 ghosts, heading towards the depths of Dragon Soul Island. From time to time on the road, spirits got into fights with the ghosts under his command and were swarmed to their deaths. He had also harvested quite a few lower-grade soul beads, as well as the middle-grade soul beads dropped by the Jindan soul spirits. It was just that the spirits' attack was also very damaging to the ghosts, causing him to lose quite a few of them. This kind of soul could not yet allow him to refine it into his own men, and only had the value of acquiring soul beads. One time, he wasn't sure if he had lost or gained. Not much longer. As a battle broke out ahead, Zhang San hurriedly ran back to report. My lord, people from the Acacia Sect and the Bloodshed Sect have been spotted ahead. They are now surrounded by numerous spirit ghosts. Please decide whether to kill them or not. Lord, Wu Tian thought for a moment and said, show me. Yes, Zhang San answered and led Wu Tian towards the front. Not for a moment. Wu Tian looked at the 3 men and 5 women who were surrounded by the ghosts, and his eyes rested on a woman in purple. It's her. Wu Tian looked at the woman and a smile appeared on his face. The purple-clothed woman wore a thin veil and had a stunningly beautiful foxy face. Her eyes were seductive and her charming bones were heavenly. The enchanting body's puffy breasts were half-leaked, and every move exuded charm, flirty and sentimental. This woman was exactly the one that Wu Tian had seen earlier on the white bone flying boat, the prettiest one among the dozens of female cultivators of the Acacia Sect. Who is she? Wu Tian asked towards Zhang San. Zhang San followed his line of sight and instantly realized who he was talking about. Zhang San respectfully said, Your lord, she is the Acacia Sect's holy maiden, Hua Laning, late Jindan stage strength. A charming power to confuse people's minds. Please be careful, your lord. Wu Tian sized up a few people and coldly said, kill the male, leave the female. Yes, sir, Zhang San respectfully responded. He flew forward and looked at Hua Laning and said coldly, Acacia holy maiden, my lord won't kill your Acacia Sect's people, so you better tie your hands or you'll die without a corpse. With that, he had his spirit ghost stop attacking the 5 women of Hua Langying and instead launched a fierce attack towards the 3 male cultivators. At Wu Tian's command, he naturally had to go all out. Seeing that the ghosts were no longer attacking them, Hua Langying hesitated for a moment and instantly made the several senior sisters stop their hands. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. The life and death of the 3 people from the Bloodshed Sect was none of her business. Zhang San ignored the pleas for mercy from the 3 people of the Bloodfiend Sect and commanded the ghosts to kill them in no time. Wu Tian stepped forward and lightly glanced at the 5 women of Hua Lianying. Hand over your storage rings and magic weapon treasures, and I can spare your lives. The surrounding densely packed with ghosts, Hua Lianying several people also knew that they could not resist. Honestly, he gave his storage ring and magic treasures to Zhang San who approached him. Wu Tian took the storage ring and magic treasure handed over by Zhang San, took a look at them and put them away. Hua Lianying looked at Wu Tian with a charming smile on her face and said in a delicate voice, Senior brother, you scared me just now. Elder sister thought she was going to die, so it was elder brother who was joking with me. Elder brother, you're so bad. Hua Lianying's winking eyes were like silk as she smiled delicately and pouted at Wu Tian. As for the 3 people from the Bloodfiend Sect who were dead next to her, it was as if she didn't see them. Come here. Wu Tian waved at her. Hua Lianying did not hesitate in the slightest. Her enchanting body walked over from the passageway that the ghosts had left for her, smiling charmingly as she pressed her delicate body into Wu Tian's arms. Senior brother, you have so many ghosts under you. Senior sister is a weak girl. Senior brother will protect people, right? She seductively and incomparably wriggled her torso. Her voice seemed to have magical powers, and her body gave off an unseen pink aura. The next moment, Wu Tian looked at her with murderous intent in his eyes as he grabbed her by the neck. You don't think that I have no defense against you, do you? Who gave you the nerve to charm me? Wu Tian's hand on her neck fiercely exerted force, about to directly snap her neck. Hua Lanying hurriedly cast a secret technique and turned into pink smoke to break free from his hands, revealing her form not far away. Kill! Wu Tian coldly ordered. Pale-faced Hua Lanying saw the ghosts around her pouncing towards her and hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother! I'm an innate charmed body. I can wish you a breakthrough in your realm." Hua Lanying couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw the ghosts around her stop. When she saw Wu Tian looking at her coldly, the killing intent in her eyes unabated, she hurriedly said, "Senior brother, you've misunderstood. I'm an innate charming body. Even if I don't take the initiative, I'll emit a seductive aura. It's really not that senior sister intended to do it." Wu Tian looked at her expressionlessly, his voice cold. "If that's what you're trying to say, then you can go to hell." Seeing that he was going to do it again at the drop of a hat, Hua Lanying clenched her teeth. "Wait, I have a special physique and I am an extreme furnace. Senior brother should also be able to see that I still have my Yuan-yin. As long as senior brother's cultivation reaches Jindan perfection, my Yuan-yin can help senior brother break through to Yuan-yin in one fell swoop." Wu Tian looked at her coldly, and the white bone demon needle instantly pierced through the heads of her 4 senior sisters. The 4 female cultivators of the Acacia sect didn't even manage to let out a scream before they were killed in seconds by a direct sneak attack. Hua Lanying glanced at her 4 senior sisters who had died instantly and tragically, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Wu Tian slowly said, "If it weren't for your special physique and your Yuan-yin still being present, you would have been reunited with your senior sisters in my human emperor streamer by now." Saying that, he walked towards Hua Lanying, ready to directly take her Yuan-yin. "If we can't get him to break through to the late Jindan stage, dead." With the surrounding soul mist around, he couldn't make his subordinate ghosts lay down the evil ghost solitary formation. He could only make them guard around. Seeing him approaching and also taking out a large bed, Hua Lanying hurriedly said, "Senior brother, my Yuan-yin is used to break through the Yuan-yin with the greatest effect. Senior brother, take me with you. Later, cooperate or die." Wu Tian coldly said. End of chapter. Hua Lanying's face stiffened when she saw Wu Tian's resolute attitude. Although she was unwilling to do so in her heart, the densely packed ghosts around her made it impossible for her to raise any resistance at all. She looked around at the ghostly creatures and a glint flashed in her eyes. With Wu Tian possessing such strength, it didn't seem impossible to commit to him. Later in the day, after Hua Lanying figured it out, she looked at Wu Tian with a smile like a flower and said in a delicate voice, "Senior brother, don't be so fierce. I'm also thinking about you, wanting to maximize your cultivation." Elder brother elegance. Elder sister at first sight has fallen in love. People's hearts are in elder brother. Body sooner or later will be elder brothers. Since senior brother wants it now, senior sister naturally won't refuse. It's just that people are still virgins. I still hope that senior brother will have mercy. She lightly bit her lips and looked at Wu Tian with winking eyes, as if her eyes could seduce people. Seductive and incomparable. Seeing that she took the initiative to seduce her, Wu Tian naturally wouldn't hold back any longer. He walked up to Hua Lanying and sized up her enchanting body. Hua Lanying's face carried a shyness as she delicately said, "Senior brother." Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Tian directly wrapped her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her lips, blocking the rest of her words. With the sound of clothes tearing, the purple shirt on Hua Lanying was torn apart by Wu Tian, revealing her plump and delicate body. A little while later, on top of the king-size bed, Hua Lanying looked at Wu Tian who was pressing on top of her, her big watery eyes looking at him pitifully. "Please also have mercy on senior brother." Wu Tian lightly squeezed the large rabbit in his hand and didn't bother with her, directly lowering his head. Devilish demoness. What's the point of pretending to be innocent with him? I don't know how much time has passed. Wu Tian finally refined Hua Lanying's Yuan-yin, and under the effect of her Yuan-yin, he directly broke through to the late-stage Jindan consummation, just waiting to break the Dan into a baby. By then, he would be a Yuan-yin big shot, qualified to be the one to play chess. Wu Tian consolidated his cultivation and got up to look at Hua Lanying, who was not far away. Hua Lanying's face was a little pale as she was guarded by the ghosts. Just now, Wu Tian had harvested yin to replenish yang. Not only had he taken away her Yuan-yin, he had also drained her spiritual energy. If not for Wu Tian's mercy, it was estimated that her realm would have fallen. Wu Tian's eyes were a little hot as he looked at Hua Lanying. Her physique was too suitable for dual cultivation. It was simply the innate hearth-sacred body. The effect of her first Yuan-yin was so great that even if the effect diminished in the future, it would still be a huge help to his cultivation. Not to mention, this woman's charming bones are heavenly and soft, and she is quite comfortable for double cultivation. He took a step out and his figure transformed into a residual shadow and appeared beside Hua Lanying, cradling her delicate body in his arms. Seeing that he didn't put up his pants and disown him, Hua Lanying was relieved. She looked at Wu Tian pitifully and pouted. "Senior brother, it's so hard to feel empty inside my body. Can you let people regain a little bit of their spiritual power? Otherwise, if they are in danger, they won't have the power to defend themselves." She was wearing the white robe that Wu Tian had given her, which was Shueyu rose clothes, making her look more than a little holy. Coupled with the winks that emanated from her every move, there was even more temptation. However, Wu Tian had just finished double cultivating with her, so this would be as if his heart was still water, and there were no waves in his eyes. He grabbed the big soft rabbit and lightly squeezed it, faintly saying, "Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you in the slightest." After saying that, he wasted no more time, hugged Hua Langying, and continued to fly low into the depths of Dragon Soul Island with his 10,000 ghosts. As he went deeper, the spirits he encountered became more powerful, basically all of them possessing Jindan strength. It was a good thing that the number of souls had become scarce as well. Under the siege of the ghostly creatures under him, these spirits were like children delivering money, allowing him to gradually have more and more soul beads in his hands. Not much longer. Wu Tian looked at the black grass on the ground and asked toward Hua Langying in his arms, "Do you know what this is?" Hua Langying's face blushed slightly, and her body was a little soft as she leaned into his arms. She surveyed the black grass on the ground, only to see that it was as dark as ink and jade, and there was a rich soul mist around it that was being absorbed by the grass. Although she didn't recognize it, she could tell by looking at the appearance of the grass that it was certainly not mortal. After all, they had traveled all the way here, and this Dragon Soul Island was only full of black soil in addition to souls, and a small grass that could grow in such an environment was undoubtedly a treasure. It could be some rare elixir that she just didn't recognize. Wu Tian knew by looking at her that she didn't recognize it either, so he had one of the spirit ghosts dig up the grass. The black soil of the ground was a bit hard, but under the sharp claws of the spirit ghost, it was also like tofu, and in 2 clicks, the small grass was dug out. Wu Tian looked at the small grass handed over by the spirit ghost without touching it with his hand and directly put it away in the Tsang Mojing ring. Lest this grass is some kind of poisonous grass, it would be bad to be poisoned by touching it. Wu Tian put away the black grass and looked around. The dense soul fog that had previously filled the sky had somehow become much thinner. The range of what his vision could see also became farther, reaching thousands of meters. Such a long range of vision also allowed him to observe a lot of things, enough to deal with some unexpected situations and have time to react. As far as he could see, his surroundings were the same as ever. Apart from the black soil all over the ground, there were only scattered black hillocks. None of the high mountains were bare. Anan! A high voice faintly entered Wu Tian's ears, causing fear and awe to rise in his heart just by hearing the voice. Wu Tian frowned as he looked at the depths of Dragon Soul Island where the sound came from. What is it? Just the sound alone is so powerful. It made him, a late Jindan stage, feel fear. It's not right. Wu Tian looked at the churning soul fog around him and was secretly alert in his heart. Something seemed to have happened in the depths of Dragon Soul Island, and even he here was affected. Could it be the Dragon Soul Fruit? Wu Tian looked thoughtfully into the depths of the Dragon Soul Island, as if he wanted to pass through the soul fog and see what was really happening there. He looked twice, retracted his gaze, and looked at Hua Langying in his arms. Take this bottle of enhancement pill, and restore your spiritual energy. Hua Langying in his arms looked at him with winks after receiving the elixir. Many thanks, senior brother. After senior sister recovers her spiritual power, she will definitely do her best to snatch the Dragon Soul Fruit for senior brother. Just don't mess me up, or don't blame me for flipping out, Wu Tian faintly said. He released her after squeezing the softness in his hand for a moment, allowing her to catch her spirit energy. The sound just now made him a little uneasy, just in case he couldn't take care of her later. It was better to let her recover her spiritual power first and have the power to defend herself. After all, although he didn't have much affection for Hua Langying, she was at least his woman. If not necessary, he still didn't want her to die. Without delaying, Hua Langying ate the pills right beside him and grabbed the time to recover her spiritual energy. Not much longer. Hua Langying had finally recovered quite a bit of her spiritual energy and was able to cast spells. Wu Tian took out the bell magic treasure he had gotten from her and returned this medium-grade magic treasure to her. This acacia bell needed to be used in conjunction with her cultivation technique to maximize its power, and it was of little use to him. Let's go and see what exactly was the thing that made the sound just now. Maybe the Dragon Soul Fruit is there too. Wu Tian re-snuggled her into his arms and flew quickly in the direction the voice came from with the 10,000 ghosts. End of chapter. Not much longer. Wu Tian looked at the many spirits that ran out from the depths of Dragon Soul Island and did not let his subordinate ghosts stop them, watching them run towards the periphery. Soul spirits would even run out from the depths in fear. What exactly is there? Wu Tian muttered as he looked at the depths of Dragon Soul Island. To be able to make souls that were naturally cruel and murderous just run away and not attack him even when they met, it was evident that there was a great terror in the depths. Senior brother, are we still going? Hua Lanying said with a grave expression. This dragon's soul island was too perverse, making her heart feel a little uneasy. Wu Tian glanced at the thousands of ghosts around himself and said in a flat tone, why not go? If you want to scare me away with just a voice, then why would I still cultivate the devil? The main thing was that since the dragon soul fruit could make even a Yuaning venerable so valued, it could not be said that it would allow him to break through to Yuaning. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go, and had to check it out anyhow. Just grab it. He's not going to hand it over. Wu Tian looked at the churning soul fog around him. His heart was unperturbed. With tens of thousands of ghosts under his command, what could be more terrifying than him? Even if we can't win the fight, the big deal is to return to the blue planet. He didn't believe that there was something that could kill him in seconds in a secret realm. Not for a moment. When the spirits have all run out almost. Wu Tian wrapped his arm around Hua Lanying and continued to fly towards the depths of Dragon Soul Island with his men, the 10,000 ghosts. The soul mist was getting fainter and fainter as time went on, although it could still block divine sense. The range of vision had reached 10,000 meters, so there was no need to worry about anyone sneaking up on them. It didn't take long. A purple Sky Sect disciple ran out from the depths and just happened to bump into Wu Tian's hand. Without saying anything, Wu Tian directly killed him and refined him into a spirit ghost. He summoned the rejuvenated Violet Sky Sect disciple and asked, you just ran out from the depths. Do you know what's going on in there? The Violet Sky Sect disciple looked at him with eyes full of hatred and said, devil, you killed me. Do you think I would tell you? Have a backbone. Wu Tian was not annoyed in the slightest. He took out a soul lamp, and the screams of the old woman within the soul lamp were unceasing. Recognize this? Wu Tian looked at him and said coldly, if you don't cooperate, you will end up like her. The purple Sky Sect disciples' faces clouded over as they listened to the screams coming from within the soul lamp. This would really be worse than death if the soul lamp was lit. I say. The Violet Sky Sect disciple looked at him with a gloomy face and hatred in his eyes. There is a black dragon in there, and the dragon soul fruit is also in there. So if you have the guts, go and grab it. Black dragon? Wu Tian was secretly contemplating, somewhat unsure if what he said was true or not. He looked at the man and directly refined his memories. If he hadn't thought it was a waste for the man to use it to light his soul lamp, plus he was quite cooperative. Otherwise the man would have to be happy with a soul lantern package as well. Wu Tian looked into the depths and without hesitation, he continued to rush towards the inside. If there really is a black dragon, today he will slay the dragon and use the dragon soul as the main soul of the human emperor streamer. Not much longer. Wu Tian saw a dozen or so people from afar, and among them was Yun Yumeng whom he was more familiar with. He looked at the crowd, thought about it, and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He had to leave himself a way out. He couldn't defend all the sects. If he really dared to kill Yun Yumeng, he would probably be hunted down by the many Yuaning after leaving the secret realm. Thinking of this, he flew forward with a spring-like smile on his face. Senior sister, senior brother has finally found you. Yun Yumeng and the others were originally still wary of the group of ghostly creatures under him. The crowd was only relieved to see him greeted with a smile. Yun Yumeng looked at the thousands of ghosts behind him, suppressed the shock in her own heart, and said with a cool face, senior brother, you have so many ghosts under you. With you joining us, then we have a little more chance of winning and grabbing the dragon soul fruit. As for the Hua Langying behind him, it was dispensable in Yun Yumeng's eyes. Wu Tian looked at her cool and stunningly beautiful face and smiled. Senior sister, just do as you command. Senior brother will definitely go all out. It's just that earlier I captured someone from the purple Sky Sect, and according to him, there seems to be a black dragon here. I don't know if senior sister has ever seen it? Yun Yumeng looked grave and said, he didn't lie to you. The dragon soul fruit is being guarded by that black dragon. It can't be approached at all. Earlier, I originally lured the golden feathered dragon sculpture over, wanting to use it to attract the black dragon's attention. Who knew that it would be killed by the black dragon in one go? It also caused the black dragon to become furious, and I was forced to retreat here. Saying this, Yun Yumeng looked at him and said in a serious tone, Senior brother, this dragon soul fruit is very important to master. If you can help me obtain the dragon soul fruit, I can ask my master to accept you as a personal disciple, and it won't be difficult to break through to Yuaning in the future. Wu Tian mused, that black dragon, is it killable? Yun Yumeng shook her head, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. That black dragon is not humanly possible. It's simply not something we can handle. Earlier, if it wasn't for the fact that it had to guard the dragon soul fruit and wouldn't leave the dragon soul fruit tree too far, I wouldn't have had the chance to escape. Wu Tian frowned. Since that black dragon is not humanly possible, how should we grab the dragon soul fruit? Draw it out. Yun Yumeng looked at him. The ghosts under you, along with the rest of us, should be able to do damage to the black dragon. As long as these ghosts can lure the black dragon out, we can steal the dragon soul fruit. Saying that, she seemed to be afraid that Wu Tian would not be willing to send his subordinate ghosts to their deaths. Immediately afterward, he said seriously, "Don't worry, senior brother. The ghosts you lost will definitely be compensated by master. Regardless of whether or not I can snatch the dragon soul fruit, I'll also ask my master to accept you as a personal disciple." Wu Tian sneered in his heart. For Yun Yoming's promise, he would be a cutie if he believed it. If you have no value in the demon sect, you will die faster than anyone else. However, he wore a smile on his face as he softly responded, "Don't worry, senior sister. For the sake of senior father, senior brother will definitely be obliged to go all out to snatch the dragon soul fruit for senior father." He was prepared to go with Yun Yumeng to check out that black dragon first, and if it was truly unbeatable, then Yun Yoming's method could be tried. Only then it would not be up to Yun Yumeng. Wu Tian suddenly thought of something and turned toward Yun Yumeng. "Senior sister, what about those people from the righteous path and those who don't listen to us? If we had gone to such great lengths to lure the black dragon away, and it turned out that someone else grabbed the dragon soul fruit, aren't we working for nothing?" Yun Yumeng nodded. "I've thought about this question of yours. There's still some time before the dragon soul fruit matures. I'm contacting the others. Let's kill the people of the righteous path first. At that time, their divine souls can also be practiced as spirit ghosts, adding an arm of strength to us." Saying this, a hint of a smile appeared on her cool face. "Originally, I didn't have much of a chance of winning earlier, but now I have senior brother. The advantage is mine." End of chapter. Just what Yun Yumeng didn't say was, as far as she knew, every time this dragon mysterious realm opened in the past, there was only one dragon soul fruit, and now, there were 9 dragon soul fruits on the dragon soul fruit tree, plus a black dragon had also appeared, making this secret realm reveal oddities everywhere. But she knew how important the dragon soul fruit was to her master. No matter what, she had to snatch it. Dedicated to the master, Wu Tian looked at the dozen or so people led by Yun Yumeng. "Senior sister, take me to see that black dragon, and also let senior brother have a long look." Yun Yumeng hesitated for a moment. "I can take you to see, but you can't startle the black dragon, or else." "Don't worry, senior sister. Senior brother knows in his heart." Wu Tian laughed. Yun Yumeng stopped talking and told the others to wait here. Glancing at Wu Tian, "You come with me." After saying that, she flew up and headed towards where the black dragon was. Wu Tian put away the 10,000 ghosts under him and followed her closely. Not much longer, Yun Yumeng stopped and turned towards Wu Tian, who was following her. "It's right in front. Let's walk over." The two landed on the ground, covering their breath, and slowly walked forward. Not for a while, a huge black lake appeared in the distance in Wu Tian's eyes. In the center of the lake was a large black tree with an inky jade-like trunk poking out dozens of meters above the lake. The black tree was leafless, and the tree branched out into 9 branches, each of which had an egg-sized black fruit hanging from it. The fruit had a black halo on it, and it didn't look like a mortal object. Obviously, that black tree was the dragon soul fruit tree, and the fruit on it was the dragon soul fruit. The most striking thing, though, was undoubtedly the behemoth hovering above the lake. One could only see a 5-clawed black dragon hovering in the air. Its huge body was 1,000 feet long, and its black scales were hidden in the soul mist. No anger. The black dragon just hovered there, emitting a dragon's might that pressurized people, unconsciously giving birth to fear and awe in the bottom of their hearts. "Is this the black dragon?" Wu Tian suppressed his heart surge to flee and murmured in a low voice. In the dense soul fog, the black dragon seemed to have sensed the two of them and opened its eyes to glance in their direction. "Go!" Yun Yumeng gave a low shout and hurriedly fled outside. Wu Tian was also frightened by the black dragon's icy eyes with murderous intent in them, and did not hesitate to give up the idea of trying something. The might emanating from this black dragon was too terrifying, and he felt that it was a little bit greater than the pressure brought to him by the Yuaning cultivators. Luckily, the black dragon didn't make a move, and the two ran out without incident. Wu Tian looked at Yun Yumeng next to him and thought for a moment. "Senior sister, that black dragon seems to possess a spirit. I'm afraid it won't work if we try to lure it out, right? If we can't lure them out, then we'll attack forcefully and snatch the dragon soul fruit by muddling through the water, even if we have to pay a great price," Yun Yumeng said in an undeniable manner. With that, she looked at Wu Tian. "Don't worry, senior brother. There are 9 of these dragon soul fruits. If you snatch more than one, you can keep one, and I will also ask my master to help you break through to Yuaning." "Many thanks, senior sister. I will definitely do my best to help senior sister capture the dragon soul fruit and offer it to my master," Wu Tian said with a grateful face. Who wouldn't say nice things? But as for what to do, that depends. Not much longer. Wu Tian and Yun Yumeng and the others began to search for others on Dragon Soul Island. The souls in the depths of this Dragon Soul Island had all run to the periphery, plus the soul mist that filled the sky had also become thinner and thinner, so their search was still quite fast. The two disciples of the righteous path saw them from afar and turned to run without hesitation. However, the crowd's magic treasures instantly attacked and directly blew them away. The demonic cultivators they encountered saw that they were outnumbered and joined them without the slightest hesitation. As time went on, their numbers reached dozens. It wasn't until after they encountered a group of people led by the Heavenly Corpse Sect that their number reached even more than 100. The Heavenly Corpse Sect's Saint Sun, Li Nantian, was also playing with the same idea as Yun Yumeng, and was uniting other demonic cultivators. After he chatted with Yun Yumeng for a few moments, the two of them hit it off and began to join forces to hunt the righteous cultivators. However, a group of demonic cultivators united together, and the righteous cultivators were no little darlings, quickly began to unite. However, in the process, many of the single righteous cultivators failed to run away and were killed by their combined efforts. All of the devil cultivators on the entire Dragon Soul Island had also basically gathered together, reaching over 200 people. It didn't take long. Wu Tian and the other group of demonic cultivators had finally found the righteous cultivators. The 100 or so righteous cultivators were led by the Holy Son of the Green Cloud Sect, Mu Xinghe, the Holy Daughter Yun Yao, and the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Purple Sky Sect. Kill. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, the two cultivators directly fought together. The magic weapons and magic treasures filled the sky and bombarded each other. Flying swords crossed the sky, thunder descended into the world, ghosts claimed their lives, and zombies ran rampant. Hundreds of people each fought desperately, and the battlefield was filled with people. From time to time, people lose their lives. As soon as they were all dead, their souls were uncontrollably sucked into Wu Tian's human emperor streamer, and the other demonic cultivators simply could not snatch him. Wu Tian did not release all the ghosts under his command, but only released 100 spirit ghosts to protect himself. He was prepared to wait for the two Dao cultivators to lose both of them before coming out to clean up the mess and kill them all. This was also what he had discussed with Yun Yumeng, lest there were too many people alive and they grabbed the dragon soul fruit in vain. There were just quite a few demonic cultivators who knew that there were many ghosts under his command. Seeing him paddling on the sidelines and watching the other demonic cultivators die, the crowd of demonic cultivators were displeased with him. A red-haired demonic cultivator looked at him with a gloomy face, not afraid of offending him, and shouted towards him, "Senior brother of the Ghost King's sect, Senior brother knows that you have tens of thousands of ghosts under your command and many spirit ghosts. I still ask you to take action and kill these righteous thieves to protect my devil's way." Wu Tian saw that quite a few people were splitting their minds to focus on him, so he guessed that if he didn't make a move, they would have to swing for the fences. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the red-haired demonic cultivator. "Senior brother, don't be anxious. Senior brother is just watching you guys gain the upper hand and doesn't want to steal your thunder." Set in his hand soul streamer ghostly light flowed. Thousands of ghosts appeared, quickly surrounded the people of the righteous and devilish paths in the center. "Senior brothers, don't let any of the righteous thieves go," Wu Tian shouted, and the ghosts under his command lunged towards the righteous cultivators. The many righteous cultivators who sensed something bad wanted to run away. However, when the group of demonic cultivators saw that Wu Tian did not attack them, their attack, which had slowed down a little, became violent again, wanting to leave them all behind. With the many demonic cultivators helping to hold back the righteous cultivators, the ghostly creatures under Wu Tian's command directly surrounded them and attacked them as a group. "Senior brothers and sisters, go!" Mu Xinghe went on a rampage, quickly killing through the ghostly creatures that surrounded him, as well as Li Nanshan's many golden armored corpses. Yun Yao also killed her way out from the encirclement of the ghosts under the attack of Yun Yoming's soul morning bell, as well as the Xianyin corpse flame. A group of righteous cultivators, one after another, took out their desperate skills, wanting to stand out and escape. Some people personified swordlight, some used thunderbolt, each using their own means. End of chapter. In such moments of fleeing for their lives, the righteous cultivators all understood one thing: they just needed to run faster than their companions. Those who possessed powerful escape abilities rushed out and quickly left the battlefield, leaving behind only those who couldn't escape. The majority of the remaining righteous cultivators were unable to escape when they saw that the demonic cultivators were too powerful. Someone sacrificed his body to a sword and made a big deal out of it. Some people exposed themselves at the point of death, vowing to drag their enemies with them. Some people disregarded the fragility of the space within the secret territory and the fact that traveling through the space would be caught in spatial turbulence, and did not hesitate to use their magic treasures to travel through the space, wanting to claim that silver lining in the midst of the 9 deaths. There were also those who wanted to beg for mercy, rebelling against the clan and joining the devil, just to stay alive. However, Seeing that a group of demonic cultivators were unmoved, the death-hungry party began to fight for their lives. It was just that in the face of absolute strength suppression, all their counterattacks seemed futile. As each of the righteous cultivators died, their souls were also taken into the human emperor streamer by Wu Tian. Not much longer. All of the righteous cultivators on the battlefield were dead. Wu Tian did not hesitate to aim his butcher knife at the many demonic cultivators. Under the sudden sneak attack of the ghostly creatures under his command, the group of demonic cultivators who had defended themselves against him didn't suffer many casualties. The reacting devil cultivators cursed and questioned angrily and began to fight back. Hualaniang on the battlefield froze for a moment when she saw Wu Tian suddenly attacking the demonic cultivator who had just fought side by side. It was just that when she saw that the ghosts around her didn't attack her, she didn't say a word and started to help Wu Tian attack the other demonic cultivators. When her middle-grade magic treasure, the Harmony Bell, rang, it could arouse one's desire and confuse one's mind, and it was still relatively powerful against people. Yun Yumeng was also leading the people from Nine Spectres Peak to attack the other demonic cultivators. Even if they were disciples from the other three peaks of the same Ghost King sect, she didn't have the slightest bit of softness in her hands. After all, if she wasn't from the Nine Spectres Peak, the dragon soul fruit that she had snatched and obtained wouldn't necessarily reach her master's hands. Senior nephew Yumeng, killing fellow disciples in the middle of this secret realm. If you go out, your master may not necessarily be able to protect you. A young demonic cultivator wearing the clothes of Blood Demon Peak said coldly. Yun Yumeng frowned and looked at him with suspicion. Blood Demon, old man? It is none other than this seat. If you stop now it is not too late. The young devil cultivator's appearance and voice were different from the Blood Demon ancestor, but his tone of voice was the same as the Blood Demon ancestor. Yun Yumeng looked at him coldly, playing God. The Blood Demon old ancestor can't enter the secret realm, and even if you really are him, you're just an out-of-body incarnation. As long as you're killed, your original body won't know what happened in this secret realm. Even if I find out, do you really think I'm afraid of him? Yun Yumeng's tone was icy cold and she did not hesitate to attack him. As soon as the soul lost bell rang, the blood-colored energy shield on the young demonic cultivator's body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! The young demonic cultivator's face was gloomy, and with a thought, several Blood Demon Peak disciples on the battlefield instantly died and turned into dry corpses, their cultivation in flesh and souls devoured by him. The aura on his body also rose violently, and without saying a word, he executed blood escape to escape from the battlefield. The blood light he transformed into by performing blood escape was extremely fast, and instantly disappeared into Yun Yumeng's eyes. Yun Yumeng looked at the direction he disappeared in with a gloomy face and continued to kill the remaining demonic cultivators without any thoughts of pursuing. In the middle of this secret realm, it would not be easy for other people to catch up if they executed the escape technique to escape. Compared to the righteous cultivators, there were not many devil cultivators who knew the art of recluse. It didn't take long. The many demonic cultivators did not manage to escape except for the Blood Demon ancestor's out-of-body incarnation, and the Heavenly Corpse Sect's Saint Son, Li Nan Tian. All died horribly. Wu Tian had taken all the souls of the righteous and demonic cultivators into the human emperor streamer, allowing him to add hundreds of spirit ghosts with memories. Although the ghosts under him were also killed by many cultivators, the comparison was still earned. After all, their corpses and storage rings were all taken by him. Yun Yumeng and the dozen or so people from the Nine Peaks didn't grab it from him. Senior sister, do we chase after those who ran away? Wu Tian asked Yun Yumeng. Yun Yumeng was relieved when she saw his attitude. Although she knew that the probability was that Wu Tian would not make a move against her, she was still guarded against him in her heart. After all, who can say what he thinks? It was good that Wu Tian was a smart man and didn't take the road out of his way. This time the righteous and the devil were offended by them. Wu Tian simply had no other choice but to seek the blessings of Lang Ruyan and the Ghost King sect. Otherwise, the day he leaves the secret realm will be the day he dies. Yun Yui dreamed and shook her head. Forget it, don't worry about them, it's still the dragon soul fruit that matters. People who run away aren't that easy to kill, and chasing them down would just be a waste of time. Yun Yumeng finished speaking and collected the head of the righteous cultivator that Wu Tian had left out. With these heads as proof, the division of the share of that large spirit stone mine, their Ghost King sect would undoubtedly be the big winner. This was also her card that dared to kill disciples from the other three peaks. After all, in the Ghost King sect, a disciple's life wasn't worth much. With that large spirit stone mine as support, it wouldn't take long to pile out quite a few Jindan disciples. After all, when practicing the Devil's Way technique, as long as there were enough resources, Jindan could be mass-produced. Yun Yumeng looked around at the soul fog that had become quite a bit thinner again and led Wu Tian and the others towards the Black Dragon location. Unthinking, they hadn't even been gone for a while when the soul fog around them was rapidly surging towards where the Black Dragon was. as the peripheral soul mist gathered over. Along with it came a multitude of soul spirits. Wu Tian did not dare to be careless and hurriedly released 10,000 ghosts to guard his surroundings. The densely packed souls were like a tide of souls, running with the soul fog towards the Black Dragon's location. Wu Tian and the others who were in front of them were also attacked by a number of spirits. The 10,000 ghosts under Wu Tian's men fended off the spirits and fought with them. Luckily, as the soul fog contracted, the many soul spirits receded along with it. This perverse sight let Wu Tian and Yun Yuming know that the dragon soul fruit was afraid to be ripe. The two didn't dare to delay and hurriedly flew towards the location of the dragon soul fruit. They followed the densely packed souls, and in no time, they arrived at the location of the dragon soul fruit and the black dragon. Without the soul fog in the way, there was good sight all around. Wu Tian fixed his eyes and saw that the dragon soul fruit tree was rapidly absorbing the soul mist. The black dragon roamed above the dragon soul fruit tree, spitting out black flames that turned into a sea of fire, and densely packed souls were burned to death. The soul beads dropped by the souls shattered, and the pure soul power inside was absorbed by the dragon soul fruit tree and supplied as energy to the dragon soul fruit. The densely packed souls went along with the soul mist, like moths to a flame, and were all burned to death by the black dragon as nourishment for the ripening of the dragon soul fruit. Besides Wu Tian and the others, Mu Xingha and the others who had escaped earlier were also watching from afar. It was just that the dragon soul fruit was ripening soon, and they all wanted to find a chance to see if they could snatch the dragon soul fruit, so they were at peace with each other for a while. No one is looking for trouble from anyone. They didn't bother the black dragon. They just watched from afar and waited for an opportunity. End of chapter. Wu Tian watched from afar, watching the 1,000-foot black dragon swim away. A sea of fire enveloped the surroundings. The densely packed souls were burned to death in the sea of fire, turning into the sustenance for the ripening of the dragon soul fruit. Wu Tian frowned as he pondered on how to snatch the dragon soul fruit into his hands. So many souls were defenseless under the black dragon's black flames, and were instantly burned to death when touched. He didn't think the ghosts under his command could cause much trouble for the black dragon. The battle power of this black dragon was already over the top in this secret realm. Just by looking at it, it was not something they could deal with. It was just that the crowd was not willing to let them retreat just like that, which was why they were watching here to see if they could find any opportunities. Yun Yuming looked at the distant scene with a grave expression. Unite the others, whether or not we can snatch the dragon soul fruit, each according to their own abilities. So many souls were defenseless under the black dragon's black flames. She also knew that the ghosts under Wu Tian couldn't play much of a role. Today's plan, either that or run farther away while the black dragon has no time for them, lest the black dragon would free up its hands and they were in danger of dying. Either that or go all out. Take your life and fight for it. See if you can grab the dragon soul fruit now. Wu Tian frowned. We just killed so many of them. Can they cooperate with us? Yun Yuming glanced at him and said in a flat tone, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. If we are on guard against each other and no one makes a move, then no one will be able to get the dragon soul fruit. I'm sure they all understand this and won't be so unwise. Then the two began to contact the others with divine sense sound transmission. After some friendly communication, those who still remained agreeing to strike out together and grab the dragon soul fruit. After all, since they didn't run and stayed here to watch, they obviously had thoughts about the dragon soul fruit. As for the earlier grudges, they can all be put aside now. Just like that, Mu Xingha and the other group of righteous cultivators, as well as Li Nantian and the blood demon ancestors out-of-body incarnation, were all temporarily allied because of their interests. At least on the surface they all recognized the cooperation. What they thought in their hearts was unknown. Not much longer. After the soul mist was absorbed by the dragon soul fruit tree, there were very few densely packed souls left, revealing the black lake that had dried up. The black dragon above the dragon soul fruit tree shifted into a man in black. He shot out a spiritual light towards the dragon soul fruit tree, and the dragon soul fruit tree had a flow of ethereal light, and the fruit tree origin gathered towards the dragon soul fruit, causing the dragon soul fruit to glisten. Seeing the black dragon transform into human form, Wu Tian and the others watching from afar were shaken in their hearts, and uneasiness arose in their hearts. They had never heard that there were dragon blood demonic beasts in this dragon mysterious realm that could take human form. Originally, they had previously thought that the black dragon even possessed spiritual intelligence, but it was, after all, a demonic beast in this secret realm, so it shouldn't possess any other means other than its own divine abilities. With their weird tactics, they still had that slight chance of getting the dragon soul fruit. Only now it seems that the black dragon is only not that simple. Among the righteous disciples, many of them directly turned around and left, not wanting to gamble with their lives anymore. Yun Yuming gritted her teeth. No more waiting. Just grab it. If they really wanted to wait for the dragon soul fruit to fully ripen, with the man transformed into a black dragon by their side, where would they have anything to do? Not for a moment. After the people's divine senses were transmitted, they directly struck out. Wu Tian had his men's lich ghosts rush at the front, while the spirit ghosts surrounded him to protect him, and rushed towards the dragon soul fruit at a speed that wasn't too fast or too slow. Guns to the head. It's better to fall back and see what happens. Mu Xinghe imperialized his flying sword to split the sword light, and a sky full of sword chi appeared, like a long river as the flying sword rushed towards the man in black. Li Nantian, on the other hand, just sent out his own golden armored corpse. The others also used spells and treasures, each with their own means. None of the people dared to directly get close, but instead combined their efforts to see if they could kill the man in black before doing so. The man in black glanced at them, and in an instant, he transformed into his own black dragon, protecting the dragon soul fruit tree under his massive dragon body, so as not to be damaged by the crowd's attacks. When it flung its dragon tail, no matter if it was a ghost zombie or a spell magic treasure, they were all scattered by the huge dragon tail. The crowd's attacks landed on the black dragon's scales and failed to even leave a mark, unable to break the defense at all. Anon, a deafening dragon's roar rang out. A dragon's roar with killing intent in its majesty, causing fear to arise in the bottom of one's heart. It spat out black flames, turning its surroundings into a sea of fire and burning towards the crowd. At that exact moment, the dragon's soul fruit ripened, and in an instant, a strange fragrance hit his nose. The moment Wu Tian smelled the strange fragrance, he felt that the power of his divine soul had increased a little, and he was radiating longing from the depths of his soul. Originally, seeing that the black dragon was unbeatable, the people who had the intention of retreating clenched their teeth and recklessly turned into streams of light and rushed towards the dragon soul fruit. Without waiting for the crowd to get close, the black dragon did not hesitate to stop its attack and opened its mouth to bite into the dragon soul fruit tree, ready to swallow the tree with its fruit. One moment, seeing that the distance was enough, Wu Tian didn't hesitate to let all the spirit ghosts, as well as the few remaining Li ghosts, lay down the evil ghost sorrow formation, enveloping the black dragon and everyone else. Within this ghost domain shrouded in fortified space, he was finally able to travel through space. Wu Tian appeared on the dragon soul fruit tree with a flash and directly picked a dragon soul fruit. The moment he was bitten by the dragon's mouth above his head, his figure disappeared into the dragon soul fruit tree and appeared amongst the ghosts. Without saying a word, he gathered up his subordinate ghosts and turned into streams of light and flew towards the outside of Dragon Soul Island. Although Wu Tian's movements were so fast that no one else was able to detect them, they could not be hidden from the black dragon. Seeing that he dared to snatch food from the dragon's mouth, the black dragon was furious. With one bite, it bit down a deep pit where the dragon soul fruit tree had been. Mu Xinghe and the others who had just rushed over were instantly whipped away by the dragon's tail. They flew over in a rage and flew back spitting blood. Some of them hadn't been able to block the terrifying power of the black dragon, and their bodies instantly turned into blood mist. The shocked crowd didn't dare to stay, and utilizing the force of being jerked away, they fled in all directions without hesitation. However, the black dragon didn't care about them and chased after them towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian knew that running like this would definitely not be able to escape the black dragon's pursuit. He didn't run far before releasing all the severe ghosts in the human emperor's streamer, instantly laying down the evil ghost solitary formation into a small ghost domain. Being in the midst of a ghostly realm, without hesitation, he returned directly to the blue star, leaving behind only the lich ghost who had set up the formation. The next moment, the black dragon's dragon claws tore through the ghostly domain, but it did not find Wu Tian's figure. It angrily spat out black flames to burn the souls of all the stern ghosts, and began to scrape the ground in search of Wu Tian. Blue star. Wu Tian looked at his surroundings and instantly felt relieved in his heart. He took out the dragon soul fruit, and there was no longer a foreign fragrance on it. It wasn't known whether it was because it was detached from the dragon soul fruit tree or because the divine object had obscured itself. The dragon soul fruit was like an ordinary fruit that did not emit a spiritual light or a strange fragrance, but the value of this thing was naturally clear to Wu Tian. It was something he had desperately snatched from the mouth of the black dragon. In order to prevent the medicinal power of the dragon soul fruit from being lost, he placed the dragon soul fruit in a jade box and then flew towards the deep mountains. End of chapter. Deep in the mountains, Wu Tian dug a cave on a cliff. Then he hid the jade box containing the dragon soul fruit inside the cave. A few more formations were laid down to ensure that they would not be discovered and taken. Now was not the time to take the dragon soul fruit rashly. It could only be hidden here for later. After all, the dragon mysterious realm was too abnormal to be measured by common sense. He didn't know when the secret realm would close, so naturally he had to go back as soon as possible, lest you miss the time and get trapped in the secret realm. This secret realm opened once every 300 years. He didn't want to be trapped for 300 years. 1 hour later, feeling that the time should be almost up, Wu Tian activated the green spirit jade pendant without hesitation. The body disappeared in the cave and returned to the Dragon Mystery Realm, Dragon Soul Island. As soon as Wu Tian appeared, he looked around vigilantly. It was all around him, the hard black earth full of deep pits and cracks. It was a good thing the black dragon wasn't there, much to his relief. The most dangerous place is the safest place. He didn't walk around. He directly dug a hole in the same spot and buried himself in it, so as not to run around and be discovered by the black dragon. The black soil on this Dragon Soul Island could isolate divine sense, making it the most suitable as a hiding place. Wu Tian hid in the dozens of meters deep underground and was a little worried in his heart. He also didn't know if the secret realm would teleport people out when it closed. Like Yun Yumeng said, if only it didn't happen. Wu Tian thought, a little annoyed in his heart. It was just that he didn't dare to go out at all right now, or else if the black dragon found out, he definitely wouldn't let him go. Wait, when I become stronger in the future, I have to skin this black dragon. Wu Tian secretly fumed in his heart, but now that the black dragon was powerful, he still had to hold back. Wu Tian looked at the black soil around him and quietly waited for the secret realm to close. Not much longer. There was a tremor around Wu Tian, as if it was an earthquake. What's the situation? Could it be that the secret realm is closing? Wu Tian said in his heart. It was just that although he hadn't experienced the teleportation when the secret realm was closed, he thought that it wasn't the case. Shouldn't the whole thing be teleported out with a whoosh? Wu Tian's expression was grave and he was secretly on guard. Not knowing what was happening, he thought about it, digging towards the ground. Not a moment later, Wu Tian poked out a head from the ground, and at a glance, he saw the black-robed man transformed by the black dragon in the air. There was a blood moon in front of the man in black, and countless energies poured into the blood moon from all directions. The moment he saw the man in black, Wu Tian did not hesitate to shrink his head back again. Luckily, the man in black didn't notice him, and he hurriedly dug deeper towards the ground. Although he had only glanced at it, the Dragon Soul Island was being turned into energy to be absorbed by the blood moon, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before it collapsed. He didn't hesitate and quickly dug towards the ground, preparing to dig through Dragon Soul Island and run from below. With the efforts of a few spirit ghosts, it didn't take long to dig through Dragon Soul Island. It was just that the entire secret realm was collapsing as far as his eyes could see. Countless energies were absorbed by the blood moon, and the edge of the secret realm was rapidly collapsing, swallowed by the void. Like the end of the world, the many demonic beasts in the secret realm ran wildly towards the middle of the secret realm that hadn't collapsed yet. There were also quite a few cultivators among them, who hadn't climbed onto the Dragon Soul Island, but were hunting demonic beasts on the ground, but were now just one of those fleeing for their lives. Wu Tian looked at the apocalyptic scene with a grave expression. The Dragon Soul Island he was on probably wouldn't last long before it collapsed, and then he would have no choice but to return to the blue planet. It was just that by the time the secret realm collapsed, he didn't know whether he would be in the immortal demon world when he came back again, or in the spatial turbulence after the secret realm collapsed. With his current strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to carry 2 hits in the spatial turbulence. At that time, he would have no choice but to stay in Blue Star and find a way to cultivate to Yuaning, and then see if he could walk through the spatial turbulence and find his way back to the immortal and demon world. Suddenly, Wu Tian saw 3 people flying towards the bottom of Dragon Soul Island. Among them, there were certainly Shui Yuro and Lu Qingqing who knew his length. Come here. Wu Tian transmitted his voice with his divine sense to Shui Yuro. When Shui Yuro heard his voice, she looked around suspiciously. It was only under Wu Tian's guidance that Shifang saw Wu Tian underneath the Dragon Soul Island. When Shui Yuro saw that he was hiding underneath the Dragon Soul Island, she immediately took Lu Qingqing, as well as the holy maiden Yun Yao, and flew underneath the Dragon Soul Island, and dug a hole out like him. When Wu Tian saw that Shui Yuro dug her own hole and didn't come to him, although he was a little dissatisfied in his heart, he didn't care. It's not certain if they'll be alive when the secret realm collapses. This Dragon Soul Island was not expected to last long. It was nothing more than a matter of time. The demonic beasts on the ground crowded together, and the aura of destruction in the secret realm caused many of them to lose their minds and begin to frantically attack other demonic beasts. The sky was also filled with flying demonic beasts, and under the bloodline suppression, most of the dragon blood demonic beasts didn't dare to approach the black-clothed man. However, some of the demonic beasts that had lost their minds didn't care about that and pounced towards the man in black without saying a word. Only they turned into a mist of blood before they could even get close and were absorbed by the blood moon. The black-clothed man transformed into a black dragon, condensed a ball of black flames and landed on the ground, turning into a sea of fire in an instant to engulf the many demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were refined into pure energy under the black flames. The black flames burned hotter and hotter. The ground turned into a sea of fire, and the demonic beasts in the air were also affected and turned into a fireball that crashed into the sea of fire. Many flying demonic beasts landed on Dragon Soul Island. And in no time, Dragon Soul Island was also turned into a sea of fire. The few flying demonic beasts gathered underneath the Dragon Soul Island, letting out guttural wails. Wu Tian looked at the sea of fire on the ground, the Dragon Soul Island that was already about to collapse. The face was grim. Although he had the Blue Star as a back road, he still wasn't willing to just go back to the Blue Star until the last minute. He's waiting. Wait for the righteous and demonic Yuaning bigwigs outside to realize that something is wrong and get them out. Even if the hope was slim, he didn't want to give up. Devil, is there any way you can escape? Shui Yuro transmitted her voice towards Wu Tian's divine consciousness, and although her voice was calm, she could not hide the uneasiness and tenderness in it. Wu Tian hesitated for a moment. No, I would have run long ago if I could. How would I still stay here? But even though he was saying that, when it really came down to the last minute, he wouldn't mind taking Shui Yuro and Lu Qingcheng back. It was only the holy maiden of the Green Cloud Immortal Sect, Immortal Yun Yao, that he could not help. After all, Shui Yu and Lu Qingcheng he could still control with the Soul Slave Seal, but he was unable to control Yun Yao in the late Jindan stage. If we take her back, this is a destabilizing factor. Blue Star was his home base, and he naturally wouldn't let someone he couldn't control follow him back. But all this is only possible if you can bring someone back. 2. If he can't lead, it's all talk. Shui Yuro was a little disappointed and stopped transmitting her voice to him. Gentlemen, my generation of cultivators would rather die standing than live on their knees. How can we sit and wait for death and die in such a vain manner? Ma Qinghe's shouts reached Wu Tian's ears. Immediately after that, Mu Xinghe flew out from his hiding place on Dragon Soul Island. Fellow Taoists who are still alive, follow me to kill the evil dragon and seek that ray of life. End of chapter. One moment. Mu Xinghe imperialized the intimate flying sword to split into thousands of swordlights. Then the thousands of swordlights united, and the swordlight on the intimate flying sword flourished. Sword chi dazzle. Space was torn apart. Kill. Mu Xinghe let out a loud shout, and his native flying sword carried a sky-charging sword chi as it charged towards the black-clothed man manipulating the blood moon in the sky. This was the 10,000 swords to one, the strongest sword technique he knew. The flying sword tore through space, but the man in black only looked at it faintly. Griffin. He raised his hand and grabbed, and a prime dragon claw made of demonic power appeared, charging straight towards the flying sword. The two blasted together. Space shook, and the shockwave caused a huge crack to appear on Dragon Soul Island. In an instant, the flying swords wailed and were sent flying by the dragon claws. It was fortunate that Mu Xinghe's innate flying sword, which he had transformed with the innate sword pill, carried the indestructible characteristic of being hard and indestructible. Therefore the flying sword was only sent flying but did not break. Mu Xinghe clenched his hand on his sword, and his flying sword instantly flew back like streams of light, instantly chopping hundreds of times on the prime dragon's claws, finally dispersing the claws that were grabbing towards him. The others knew that there was only a dead end if they kept hiding like that. Even if the black-robed man transformed by the black dragon didn't care about them, after the collapse of the secret realm, it would be difficult for them to escape death. One time, those who were still alive ran out from their hiding places and together they killed towards the man in black. The man in black looked at the dozens of people attacking towards him, his face not changing at all. He dragged Blood Moon with one hand and dealt with the crowd's attacks with the other. With a thought of his mind, the sea of fire on the ground transformed into dozens of 100-foot fire dragons pouncing towards the crowd, instantly devouring a dozen people. Even if someone tried to attack him, he raised his hand and dissolved it, unable to harm him at all. Wu Tian looked at the dozens of people who had combined their efforts to surround the man in black but had fallen into a disadvantageous position, and did not have the slightest idea of going out to join them against the enemy. It was just that he saw that Hua Lanying was in danger and was about to be devoured by a fire dragon. He had just released 100 spirit ghosts to help her out a bit. After all, at least it was a woman who had been in the water with him, and he wasn't that heartless to just watch her die. Wu Tian's divine sense observed the four directions and watched as the man in black held the blood moon in his hand. They'd kill. This power to suppress everything made him a little misty-eyed. Although the black dragon's power was frighteningly strong, he was not the least bit intimidated. This black dragon was definitely not a demonic beast in this secret realm as of now, and it was estimated to be an old monster that had lived for an unknown amount of time. He had only been cultivating for a long time, and one day, he would be able to have this kind of power. At that time he will be able to say one thing: holding the sun and moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. Wu Tian looked at the many cultivators who were rapidly dying. Seeing that they couldn't struggle for long and the Dragon Soul Island had shattered into several pieces, the secret realm was about to collapse. He knew the end was in sight and he had to hurry back to Blue Star. Wu Tian's figure rushed out and flew extremely fast towards Shui Yuro, who was not far away, ready to save her and take her back to the Blue Star with him. Lu Qingcheng was a bit far away, so he could only love it. he rushed to Shui Yuro's side, looked at the fire dragon he was fighting with, and once again released 100 spirit ghosts to block it. Follow me. Wu Tian grabbed Shui Yuro's hand and was about to take her back to the blue star. Buzz. Space shook as a huge spatial vortex appeared. Is this the exit? Wu Tian's expression was delighted when he saw the spatial vortex appear. This was not far from the entrance they came in with, so they thought it should be the exit out of the secret realm. God have mercy. The people outside the secret world finally realized something was wrong. Without saying a word, Wu Tian released 3,000 spirit ghosts under his command to set up a formation, forming a ghost domain that enveloped the 4 directions. He grabbed Shui Yuro's figure and flashed before grabbing Lu Qingqing, who was not far away. Then the 3 of them instantly appeared in front of the spatial vortex. He threw the 2 women straight out. Then without hesitation, Wu Tian quickly transiently moved and instantly appeared in front of the spatial vortex with Hua Lining and Yun Yumeng. Without saying a word, he collected the spirit ghosts under his command who had set up the formation and rushed into the spatial vortex. He had a black flash before his eyes, had returned to the huge altar. What's the situation inside? Jun Wu Dao hurriedly asked when he saw a few people come out. Wu Tian glanced at the surrounding Yuaning bigwigs of the righteous and demonic paths and took the lead without waiting for Yun Yumeng's few people to speak. There was a black dragon inside the secret realm that not only swallowed 9 dragon soul fruits, but also refined the entire secret realm. Others have basically died at its hands. Black dragon? 9 dragon soul fruits? When the Yuaning bigwigs of the righteous and devilish paths heard his words, they unanimously frowned. Some had a hint of excitement in their eyes, clearly interested in what he said about the black dragon and the 9 dragon soul fruits. At this time, 2 more people appeared from the spatial vortex, and it was clearly Mu Xinghe and Yun Yao who had escaped. Immediately after that, 3 more people appeared one after another. Among them were Li Nantian, the sacred maiden of the Violet Sky Sect, and the out-of-body incarnation of the blood demon ancestor. The patriarch of the Violet Sky Sect nervously looked at the spatial vortex, and when he saw that no one had come out, he hurriedly asked towards the holy maiden of the Violet Sky Sect, "Where is Qin Xiao? Why didn't he come out with you?" The holy maiden of the Violet Heavens Sect looked at the blood demon ancestor's out-of-body incarnation. "I just saw him assassinate the holy son, who was all set to escape, but was beaten back by him." One moment. The Violet Sky Sect patriarch looked angrily at the blood demon ancestor's out-of-body incarnation. Die! He raised his hand and struck a 5 elements divine thunderbolt, blasting it towards the blood demon ancestor's out-of-body incarnation. The blood demon old ancestor naturally wouldn't let anything happen to his out-of-body incarnation, and didn't hesitate to block his attack. Seeing that the 2 were about to fight, Qin Yunzi rushed out to stop them. "Alright, you guys can fight later if you want to. Right now we have to figure out what to do with that black dragon." The others also knew that now was not the time for infighting. It was still the black dragon and dragon soul fruit in the secret realm that mattered. With the crowd stopping him, the Violet Sky Sect patriarch also calmed down. Qin Zhao's life and death were uncertain now, and he still had a chance to save his only son. A dozen or so Yuaning bigwigs inquired about the black dragon. Wu Tian and the others knew everything, giving them a general understanding of the black dragon. Seeing that the black dragon was able to refine the secret realm, they knew that the black dragon's strength was definitely not simple, and at the very least, it would not be weaker than them. But with 9 dragon soul fruits, getting just one of them was an unrivaled treasure, so they naturally wouldn't give it up. "We can't let the black dragon refine the dragon soul fruit, or else we won't be able to do anything about it," Qin Yunzi said with a grave expression. With the power of the dragon soul fruit, the black dragon wouldn't be able to refine it so quickly, and they still had a chance to get the dragon soul fruit. Compared to the dragon soul fruit, the large spirit stone mines didn't even seem that important. Jun Wu Dao and the others told the Wu Tian few to go to the side as they began to set up formations around the altar. If the black dragon emerges from here, they can leave it behind. Wu Tian looked at the busy Yuaning cultivators of the righteous and demonic paths. His eyes flickered slightly, hesitating whether he should take this opportunity to run away. But after thinking about it, he still resisted the idea of running away immediately and was prepared to see what happened first, lest it be botched. End of chapter. Not for a moment. The formation was raised at the altar. Wu Tian's few people couldn't see the scene inside the formation, so they couldn't help but look at each other with caution in their eyes. Those Yuaning bigwigs obviously didn't have the time to care about them right now, and no one could tell if someone would suddenly strike. Good chance. Senior sister. Senior brother has something to do, so I'll leave first. Wu Tian did not hesitate to use the cloud escape shuttle to escape and directly run away. He didn't know if he had been discovered when he grabbed the dragon soul fruit, so it was better to leave first while the Yuaning big brother didn't have time to care about him. Plus he'd already exposed himself about the many ghosts under his command. Instead of staying in the Ghost King's sect and being scared, it would be better to run away first. Anyway, He had already gotten his hands on the Yuaning stage technique and grabbed the Dragon Soul fruit. The priority now was that he had to find a way to break through to the Yuaning stage. When he became a Yuaning ancestor, all the problems he was worried about now would be solved. After all, no matter where you are, being strong is what counts. Wu Tian followed the direction from which he came, and evaded hundreds of thousands of miles in a row, directly evading to the front of the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region. Inside the Spirit Jedi region, it is impossible to cut through the void, and the Cloud Escape shuttle can't escape into it. Wu Tian looked at the gray mist-filled, ghost-like 10,000 souls extinct domain in front of him, and without hesitation, he flew and rushed in. A faint gray mist filled the 10,000 souls Jedi region, which could isolate divine sense. Wu Tian found a random place, dug a cave and hid in it, laid down a few formations and returned to the Blue Star. Blue Star, the cave. After Wu Tian returned to Blue Star, he hurriedly took out the jade box containing the Dragon Soul fruit. This was a treasure for his breakthrough to Yuaning, so naturally, he could not afford to lose it. Seeing that the Dragon Soul fruit was intact and unbroken, he put it away and then began to inspect the loot that he had obtained in the secret realm. At least half of the righteous and devilish cultivators who entered the secret realm were killed by him, and their entire body belongings fell into his hands. Suffice it to say, he's rich as hell now. It took him a few days to finally unlock all the storage rings he had gotten and clean up the contents. Among them, there were more than 200 magic treasures and thousands of magic weapons. Spirit stones were even more numerous, piling up into mountains in his Tsang Mojing ring. It's estimated to be in the tens of millions. The other pills, feats and so on, he just casually glanced at them. For the loot, he just had to have it in his mind. Right now, the first order of business was that he had to eat the Dragon Soul fruit first and see if he could break through to Yuaning with the help of the Dragon Soul fruit before saying anything. For the Dragon Soul fruit, he only knew that it could enhance the power of the Divine Soul, but whether there were any other effects he didn't know. He couldn't possibly go to Lang Ruyan and ask, so he could only eat first. This stuff, it shouldn't be poisonous, right? Wu Tian looked at the Dragon Soul fruit in his hand and muttered. However, he guessed that the odds were that it wasn't poisonous, or else those Yuaning bigwigs wouldn't have been so intent on it. He took a deep breath and threw the Dragon Soul fruit into his mouth without hesitation. The Dragon Soul fruit melted in his mouth, and the powerful medicinal power caused his divine soul power to rapidly increase. Boom! His dantian shook, and a crack appeared in the Jindan within his body. At the same time, a terrifying heaven and earth suppression appeared on him, preventing him from breaking the Dan into a baby. The pressure on his body Wu Tian did not fear at all. But the Jindan in his body, which had already split a crack, healed again by absorbing the medicinal power of the Dragon Soul fruit under the suppressive force of heaven and earth. The Yuaning embryo within his Jindan was condensed from his essence. The Dragon Soul fruit rapidly boosted the power of his divine soul, and the Yuaning embryo within the Jindan followed suit. However, under the suppression of heaven and earth, it could not break out of the Dan. Thus the entire golden Dan slowly began to grow larger under the medicinal power of the Dragon Soul fruit. Wu Tian looked at the changes within his body and was a little worried in his heart. He's not going to do anything when this Jindan gets bigger, is he? He thought about it. Since Blue Star didn't allow the firstborn to come out, he would just return to the immortal and demon world to make a breakthrough. With a thought, his body instantly disappeared into the cave. All Souls Jedi region. As soon as Wu Tian appeared, the sky was covered with dark clouds. A horrifying aura filled the air, and the surrounding ghosts fled in panic, even the unintelligent ones. This was the might of heaven and earth, the thing they, the ghosts, feared the most. The passing cultivator saw the sight in the distance and bellowed, "Where is the Taoist friend transiting here?" Pop! The companion next to him didn't hesitate to slap him and angrily scolded, "You want to die? Don't hurry up and get away from it, or else the lightning tribulation will lock you up together in a while." Naturally, Wu Tian had also discovered the thunder tribulation, and as soon as he appeared, heaven and earth felt it, and the tribulation coalesced. Transition. This is an essential process for Jindan to break through to Yuaning. Wu Tian looked at the rapidly coalescing thunderbolt in the sky with an incomparably grave expression. He hurriedly activated the green spirit jade pendant, took out his own magic treasure, and laid down the evil ghost solicitation formation. Boom! A lightning bolt instantly blasted over Wu Tian, breaking the ghost domain, and a few unlucky spirit ghosts were blown away. Fortunately, it was blocked by the ghost domain, and the robbing thunder didn't break through his green spirit jade pendant, but only made the green spirit jade pendant's spiritual light dim quite a bit. Boom boom boom. A single robbing thunderbolt fell with destructive power, one after the other. The key was that the power of these robbing thunderbolts was stronger than one, but 6 of them broke through Wu Tian's green spirit jade pendant. The 7th lightning bolt didn't wait for Wu Tian to react. It instantly landed on him, splitting his flesh body. which was comparable to a magic treasure. With cracks, the lightning enters the body. The destructive power drilled into his dantian, and the power of the robbing thunder split a crack in Wu Tian's golden dan that was getting bigger. Wu Tian's eyes lit up, not caring about the pain on his body. He hurriedly did not resist and let the seventh robotic thunderbolt fall directly onto him. He was going to borrow the power of the tribulation thunder to directly break the dan into a baby. Boom! The thunderbolt fell. Instead of retreating, Wu Tian directly rushed up to the sky and took the initiative to meet the robbing thunder. In an instant, he was blasted onto the ground by the lightning of the calamity, smashing out a deep pit. Wu Tian was blasted by the lightning of the calamity and his skin was blackened. However, he didn't bother with his injuries and instead checked his Jindan first. Seeing that the Jindan did not completely break open, Wu Tian was a little disappointed. Boom! The eighth robotic thunderbolt fell. Wu Tian did not hesitate and instantly returned to the blue star before the robbing thunder fell. Seeing that his aura had disappeared, the robotic lightning thought that he was already dead and quickly dispersed. Wu Tian dragged his bruised body back to Blue Star. He still had the power of the robbery thunder left in his body. Electric light lingered around, and from time to time, thunderbolts like thin snakes emerged. Wu Tian took out pills and began to recover from his own injuries. I don't know how much time has passed. He finally wiped out the remaining power of the calamity lightning on his body and recovered from his own injuries. It was just that after such a long time, the medicinal power of the dragon soul fruit had already been absorbed by him. His divine soul power had increased by an unknown amount, and the most intuitive thing was that his Jindan had become twice as large. Wu Tian looked at the Jindan that had doubled in size within him, half happy, half sad. It was a good thing that the Jindan had turned natural, meaning that his foundation was twice as strong, and his strength had naturally become a lot stronger. But then, it would be much more difficult for him to break his Dan and become an infant. Wu Tian thought about it and returned to the immortal demon world. Boom! Wu Tian looked at the rapidly condensing thunderbolt in the sky, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. Thanks to your support, the author will start adding more tomorrow, starting with a minimum of 3 shifts. End of chapter. Boom! The sky above the dome of the heavens was filled with boundless calamity clouds converging. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the calamity thunder roamed through the calamity clouds like thunder snakes. The aura of destruction filled the sky and earth, scaring the ghosts and people under the robbing clouds into a hasty flight. Wu Tian looked at the sky, preparing to break the Dan into a baby with the help of the thunder tribulation in one go. He was now without the influence of the dragon soul fruit, and the day of becoming an infant was just around the corner. Wu Tian watched as the calamity cloud rapidly grew larger, stretching for thousands of miles in an instant, and his face instantly became grave as he muttered, "How did turn into a 39 heavenly tribulation? This thunderbolt." Generally speaking, when Jindan breaks through Yuaning, it is basically a 19 heavenly tribulation. Only great devils with excessive killing and karma, or those with exceptional talent would be given extra care by the heavenly Tao, descend on the 39 heavens. However, Wu Tian hadn't been cultivating for long, and for the little bit of killing he had caused wasn't worth mentioning at all. This could be seen from the previous 19 heavenly tribulation where the tribulation cloud was only 100 miles. After all, most of the killings he had made were the livestock and poultry of the blue planet, and the heavenly Tao of the immortal and demon worlds was always not so lenient. In hindsight, it could only be that his Jindan became twice as big. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, he already belonged to the category of those with the greatest natural talent. That's a good look for him. Without saying anything, Wu Tian directly activated the green spirit jade pendant and took out the blood pool to form a sea of roiling blood. Prepare to see the power of the 999 heavenly tribulation first. Anon, a black dragon rushed into the 10,000 souls Jedi region, and in an instant, it zipped into the area covered by the robbery clouds. Affected by it, as if angered, the robbery cloud began to rapidly grow larger again, stretching for 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye. The aura that permeated the heaven and earth also became more and more terrifying, and the oppressive aura caused Wu Tian to be a little breathless. Grass. Wu Tian's face was ugly as he glanced at the black dragon and then at Jun Wudao and the others who were flying back at breakneck speed behind it. Boom! A heavenly thunderbolt fell, and all the creatures underneath the robbery cloud received a heavenly thunderbolt baptism. Without hesitation, Wu Tian instantly returned to the blue star before the heavenly thunder fell. He didn't even have the idea of trying this thunderbolt at all. The black dragon caused this. Let it cross itself slowly, since the thunderbolt had already formed. In addition to him, the person who had crossed it, outsiders would also be locked by the thunderbolt, and the black dragon would probably have to shed its skin even if it didn't die. Blue star. Wu Tian was upset when he returned to the cave. He just wanted to cross over. How could he have thought that he would run into the 10,000 spirit Jedi region and still run into the black dragon to cause trouble? which gave him one more reason to definitely kill the black dragon. A little while later, he took a deep breath to become calm. 999. He pondered for a moment, thinking about how he should cross the heavenly tribulation and break his Dan into a baby in one fell swoop. Not much longer. Wu Tian had obtained a martial arts aptitude, the heavenly thunder fist, from the spirit ghosts transformed by the purple sky sect disciples under his command. This was a divine ability cultivated by physical cultivators, and if he could learn it, it could enhance his melee combat ability by quite a bit. His entire strength was basically in the human emperor streamer and other magic treasures. Although he was a demon body dual cultivator, because of his short cultivation time, he didn't know any powerful spells or aptitudes, and his strength wasn't fully utilized at all. The heavenly thunder fist could be cultivated with the help of a thunderbolt, just as a matter of course, but it was still something else if you wanted to survive the thunderbolt. For example, Wu Tian took out the magic treasures he had previously obtained and began to sacrifice them one by one. He has so many magic treasures in his hands. The little 39 heavenly robberies. Take the pinch. Half a month later, Wu Tian finally finished sacrificing more than 200 pieces of magic treasures. Among them, there were more than 60 defense-type magic treasures, so surviving the heavenly tribulation should not be a problem. In addition to most of these magic treasures of lower and middle grade, there were also 3 upper-grade magic treasures, a Gangjin sword, a thunderbolt binding cord, and a soul destruction bell. These 3 top-grade magic treasures were powerful, and he was going to keep them for himself. The others were a little too much for him to look at, and could only be used as a consumable for his passage. With these magic treasures, he had a lot more confidence in surviving the 999 heavenly tribulation. That's the power of banknote power. Inexplicably reassuring. Only now he didn't dare to return to the immortal world. It was only half a month ago that the Black Dragon was hunted down to the 10,000 Souls Jedi region, and he didn't know if the Black Dragon and Jun Wu Dao and the others were still around. He was prepared to wait a little longer, just in time for him to take care of Blue Star. A twist. Another half a month passed. Wu Tian finished collecting the livestock and poultry from the remaining countries of the Blue Star, and absorbed quite a few human souls from the war-torn places in the meantime. The spirit ghosts in his Emperor's streamer had also reached 5,000, and the stern ghosts were also 5,000. Although the night ghosts were not of much use to him now, they could also be used to set up formations and increase the power and range of the evil ghost sorrowing life formation. Beyond that, he also destroyed the Ghost Society of Sakura Nation, burning it down in a single fire. After all, even though he was already an immortal cultivator, he was still a Summerlander anyways. If the Sakura Ghost Society wasn't destroyed, he couldn't get it out of his mind, so he just destroyed them all. Let the Sakura Kingdom build him a temple and kneel daily. Most importantly, for the past half month, he had Blue Star's people draw blood to feed the blood pool. After his blood pool absorbed the blood of billions of people, it finally underwent a metamorphosis, and an artifact spirit was being birthed within the blood pool. As long as the artifact spirit is birthed, the blood pool can be advanced into a spiritual treasure, and its power is like the difference between a white moon and a star compared to a magic treasure. To this day, he had everything in place to consider crossing the threshold. Breaking the Dan to become a baby is today. I thought that after a month's time, the Black Dragon and Jun Wu Dao and the others should have all left. In the middle of a deep mountain in the Summer Kingdom, Wu Tian's body instantly disappeared with a thought. All Souls Jedi region. As soon as Wu Tian appeared, his breath was sensed by heaven and earth. Boom! The robbery cloud quickly coalesced. Wu Tian looked at the robbery clouds in the sky and sighed in relief. Thankfully, this was the 999 heavenly tribulation, which hadn't become more powerful because of the previous Black Dragon's influence. He took advantage of the gap between the coalescing of the robbery clouds to survey his surroundings. The area he was in was devastated. The ground was full of cracks and deep pits. Beyond that, where his gaze reached, there was still quite a bit of thunder and lightning power that hadn't dissipated. Boom! Without waiting for him to think more, a heavenly thunder struck down towards him. Wu Tian didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly took out a turtle shell type defense magic treasure, ready to see the power of the heavenly thunder. One moment. The heavenly thunder was blocked by the medium-grade magic treasure Shin Turtle Shield, only causing the spiritual light on the Shin Turtle Shield to dim quite a bit and failing to break through its defense. Wu Tian looked at the lightning power remaining on the Shin Turtle Shield and felt a little more at ease. Although the power of this third 9 heavenly tribulation was much greater than the first 9 heavenly tribulation, the previous tribulation thunder was still within his tolerance. He put away the Shin Turtle Shield, and the second robotic thunderbolt instantly landed on him. One moment. His entire body was filled with the power of lightning and thunder snakes. As the lightning entered his body, Wu Tian endured the pain in his body and took the initiative to guide the power of the lightning into his dantian. Normally, he would definitely not dare to do so, but now he needed to borrow the power of the Tribulation Thunder to break his Jindan. 1. 2. As the fourth Tribulation Thunderbolt fell, Wu Tian's fleshly body finally couldn't carry it anymore, and his body was covered with a crack from the Tribulation Thunderbolt. However, cracks had only appeared on the golden Dan in his body, and he was still nearly on fire if he wanted to break the Dan. End of chapter. Wu Tian's clothes had long since turned into flying dust under the lightning of the calamity. The exposed body was like a broken porcelain doll, covered in dense, tiny cracks. Golden blood flowed out and was instantly vaporized by the power of the robbing thunder in his body. Wu Tian did not resist in the slightest as he looked at the fifth robotic thunderbolt falling from the sky. Boom! He was instantly bombarded by the lightning of the calamity and crawled on the ground, the overflowing lightning power forming a thunder snake around him. Again! Wu Tian gritted his teeth and stood up, and the sixth robotic thunderbolt instantly blasted him down again. He's honest. Feeling his broken body, he honestly lay down on the ground and guided the power of the robbing thunder into his Dantian to break the Jindan. Boom! The seventh robotic thunderbolt fell, and Wu Tian, who was in the deep pit, transformed his entire body into a ball of thunder. Pust! Wu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and hurried back to the blue star. He couldn't carry it anymore. The power of the eighth robbery thunderbolt was enough to kill him. In a deep cave in the Blue Star Mountains, as soon as Wu Tian returned, the power of the calamity thunder overflowed from his body, and the mountain he was on was instantly filled with thunder arcs. Grass and trees were turned into flying ash, and living beings instantly died and dissipated. There was too much power of the tribulation lightning accumulating in his body, and all 10 miles in a radius were affected. Wu Tian couldn't care about those. He glanced at the cracked Jindan that was covered with cracks inside him, and a hideous smile appeared on his bloodied face. By the looks of it, one more time and he'll break the Dan. He dragged his severely injured body and took pills to recover from his injuries. As time passes, with an ample supply of healing elixirs, the injuries on his body were slowly recovering and healing. Half a month later, Wu Tian recovered from his injuries after consuming and refining the power of the robbing thunder in his body. He became alive again. The strength of his fleshly body had also become a little stronger under the break and build. However, all of this was irrelevant. His top priority was still to seize the time to break the Dan to become a baby. Wu Tian's mind moved and he re-entered the immortal demon world again. The thunderbolt gave him face as he coalesced just as he appeared. Not for a moment. A single robotic thunderbolt fell. Wu Tian resisted with his physical body until the sixth robbing thunderbolt entered his body. The Dan shatters and the baby comes out. The Jin Dan fragments turned into energy and were absorbed by the Yuaning. The moment. Wu Tian had become a Yuaning cultivator, and all the greatness of Yuaning was instantly clear to him. It was just that he hadn't been able to properly experience the changes of breaking through to Yuaning before the seventh calamity thunderbolt had already landed on him. This thunderbolt doesn't care if he breaks through to Yuaning or not. Anyway, the process has to be completed, and it won't be finished until he passes the thunderbolt. Without saying anything, Wu Tian directly returned to the blue star, the cave. After Wu Tian had refined and absorbed the power of the calamity lightning from his body, he carefully examined the changes in himself. After he broke through to Yuaning, it was as if his entire person had been sublimated. Not only had his lifespan increased to a minimum of 1,000 years, but his sense of space and time had also gotten a lot deeper. He could now directly cut through space without the aid of a magic treasure, possessing the ability to instantly move. The flowers bloom and fail. It's just a matter of him thinking about it. The rest of all the greatness is countless. The power of the Yuaning was even more metamorphosed than the Jindan, and the quality and power of the spiritual energy was at least 10 times stronger than the Jindan. It was an all-around improvement that had turned his strength upside down, with his battle power measured in hundreds of times. Even if it was a magic treasure, he used the power of his Yuaning to drive it, and its power was increased by an unknown amount. Wu Tian familiarized himself with his power and returned to the immortal demon world again without hesitation. He had now broken through to Yuaning, and with the numerous magical treasures, there was no pressure at all to cross the lightning tribulation. However, he still had to borrow the heavenly tribulation to cultivate the heavenly thunder fist, and by the way, use the tribulation thunder to train his body and strengthen his physical body. A twist. 6 months later, Wu Tian had finally refined the heavenly thunder fist, and when a punch fell, the heavenly thunder was added to his body, allowing him to utilize his power perfectly. It was a pity that the strength of his fleshly body had not been able to break through to a mid-grade magic treasure, increased the power of the 5 dragons only. However, the strength of his physical body had also increased quite a bit now, and he could withstand 10 robberies of lightning. It was just that the 11th tribulation thunder was so powerful that it could have blown him away directly, and he could only give up practicing his body. Not much longer. After Wu Tian recovered his own injuries, He returned to the immortal demon world and prepared to cross the thunder tribulation in one fell swoop. The effects of this thunderbolt had already been utilized by him, and he didn't want to spend any more time with it here. As the robbing thunder fell, he used one piece of magic treasure to harden against the robbing thunder. The power of the 10 robbing thunderbolts behind the 10 robbing thunderbolts was too terrifying. The lower-grade defensive magic treasures could be directly shattered, and he could only use a few magic treasures together to resist them. He didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when one piece of magic treasure was destroyed by the lightning of the calamity. After all, it was robbed, and he didn't care even if it was destroyed. As long as he could survive the thunderbolt, it would all be worth it. As the power of the robbing thunderbolt became more and more terrifying, the area he was in was transformed into a thunder domain, with thunder snakes all over the place and living beings extinct. Boom! The 27th lightning bolt fell. Unlike the previous robber thunder, this robber thunder was divided into 5. It formed the Deca Water Tribulation Thunder, C Fire Tribulation Thunder, B Wood Tribulation Thunder, E Earth Tribulation Thunder, and G Gold Tribulation Thunder, which were clearly the 5 elements of Tribulation Thunder. Compared to the ordinary robbing thunder, the power of the 5 elements robbing thunder went up a notch. Wu Tian did not dare to be careless in the slightest. All the magical treasures were blocked above him, and the human emperor streamers were all taken out by him. If the situation was not right, the ghosts within the human emperor streamer would have to be released by him to die. One moment, the 5 elements of robbing thunder fell. Wu Tian also imperialized numerous attacking magic treasures to rush towards the robbing thunder. One by one, the magic treasures were destroyed, and the robbing thunder was also worn down quite a bit. By the time the 5 elemental robber thunderstorm shattered the attacking magic treasure, as well as his remaining defensive magic treasure, the remaining power didn't even manage to break his green spirit jade pendant. Brush! A green light fell from the robbery cloud, instantly passing through Wu Tian's green spirit jade pendant and landing on his body. Under the effect of the green light, the dark wounds on his body were instantly healed, and both his divine soul and physical body were upgraded quite a bit. This was the Heavenly Tao's reward for him surviving the Thunder Tribulation, representing the Heavenly Tao's recognition of him. Until he broke through to Transformation Spirit, he wouldn't have another lightning tribulation added to his body. The hijacking cloud dissipated. Wu Tian looked at the remaining power of the calamity lightning around him and directly turned into a stream of light, flying towards the outside of the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region. He hadn't been gone for a while when quite a few watching cultivators cautiously walked into the area where he was transiting. During this period of time, he had repeatedly teased the heavenly tribulation, and the abnormality in this area was naturally discovered by many people. Many people thought that there were treasures out there and turned the area over a few times. This time, he had been transiting for a longer period of time, attracting many treasure hunters. Although Wu Tian had discovered them, he didn't care in the slightest and directly flew out of the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region, ready to try instantaneous transfer. Fellow Daoist, please stay. When Wu Tian heard the voice, he subconsciously ran away with an instantaneous movement. No way. That's not a nice thing to say in his case. A middle-aged fat man stood not far from where he disappeared and hesitated, but still didn't go after him. He shook his head helplessly. How come young people nowadays don't wait for people to finish their words before running away? They're also too cautious. Sorry guys and gals. Something came up today. Extra tomorrow. End of chapter. Miles away. When Wu Tian saw that no one was chasing after him, he stopped at the top of a cloudy peak, on top of a huge rock. A sea of clouds churned around him, and mountains poked out of the sea of clouds. The scenery is picturesque. Wu Tian looked at the beauty of his surroundings and thought about the purpose of the man who had just called out to him. That person was able to approach him silently, so he thought that his strength would not be weaker than his, which was one of the reasons why he ran straight away. The main thing is, to him, that comment really wasn't a good one. Possessed of great karma? Nothing good comes to those who hear it. But since the man didn't chase him, he stopped thinking about it. Wu Tian glanced around and directly rushed towards the direction of the Ghost King sect. Since he had already broken through to Yuaning, he would have to make early plans and go back to see if there were any subsequent techniques within the hidden scriptures. Although he felt that the Ghost King sect wouldn't be so generous as to even keep the transformation god stage techniques within the scripture pavilion, but he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart and was ready to go back and see what happened. Not much longer. Wu Tian looked at the Ghost King sect in the distance and hid his breath as he flew over. After he used his token to open the sect's grand formation, he flew directly to the Ghost King Peak's hidden scripture pavilion, the 4th floor of the hideout. A trace of disappointment flashed in Wu Tian's eyes as he looked at the prohibition blocking in front of him. This pattern of the Ghost King sect doesn't work. If it were me. Wu Tian shook his head and searched for a suitable technique for him to cultivate on the 4th floor. Not for a moment. He found a recluse. Ghost recluse. although he was already a Yuaning and possessed the ability to instantly move. However, the spatial fluctuations during the instantaneous movement would be sensed by others. The transportation technique wins in stealth, and is better than instantaneous movement when running. You can't chew too much. He chose only one recluse and headed downstairs towards the outside of the hidden scriptures. As for the other feats and such, he didn't even bother to look at them. He didn't even know if there was any backhandedness to the Yellow Spring soul refining method, and it was too risky to cultivate the others. Just like that Yellow Springs blood god technique, this technique was clearly the technique cultivated by the blood demon ancestor. It wasn't like he had only seen the tragic situation of the blood demon peak disciples once or twice. Although Wu Tian didn't know what means the blood demon old ancestor used to devour the disciples under him. However, he naturally stayed away from the technique cultivated by the blood demon ancestor. Furthermore, according to the introduction of the Yellow Springs blood god law, it was merely that one could absorb blood to cultivate. The spells that the blood demon ancestor had used were not recorded on it at all. Otherwise, he was quite interested in the blood demon ancestor's means of being able to devour other people's cultivation and flesh. Outside the hidden scriptures, Wu Tian had just walked out of the scripture pavilion when he happened to run into Yun Yumeng. When Yun Yumeng saw him coming out of the scripture cabinet, her face turned cold and said, "Senior brother, where have you been during this period of time?" Seeing that she did not realize that he had already broken through to Yuaning, Wu Tian did not take the initiative to reveal it and said with a smile, "Senior sister, senior brother had some business some time ago. I wonder if senior is in the clan." Yun Yumeng looked at him doubtfully. "You don't know about such a big event that happened during this period of time? Senior brother has been in seclusion for this period of time, so I'd like to ask senior sister to explain," Wu Tian said seriously. Seeing him say so, Yun Yumeng didn't break the pot and gave him a clear and cold face about what had happened during this period of time. It turned out that after he left that day, that black dragon came out of the secret realm. It could only escape all the way to the 10,000 Souls Jedi region because it was unable to defeat the siege of the Yuaning cultivators of the righteous and demonic paths. What happened afterward was not quite clear to Yun Yumeng. She only knew that the black dragon had borrowed the power of the thunderbolt to force back the Yuaning bigwigs of the righteous and demonic paths, and escaped into the depths of the 10,000 Souls Jedi region with serious injuries. Then the Orthodox and demonic paths united to launch the Orthodox and demonic pursuit order. Right now, other than the soul-devouring ancestor sitting in the clan, everyone else was in the 10,000 Souls Jedi region chasing the black dragon. It was said that there were also God transformation ancestors who were also interested in the black dragon and entered the 10,000 spirit extinction region to look for it. Wu Tian estimated that they should all want the dragon soul fruit that the black dragon had swallowed, which was why they were so unforgiving. One dragon soul fruit might not be worth the trouble they were making, but if there were 9 dragon soul fruits, the harmonized God ancestors would all have to be moved. Wu Tian's heart was also much more interested when he learned of these news. It took time for the black dragon to refine the dragon soul fruit, and he clearly had no time to do so with the righteous and demonic paths chasing him. It's not likely that the black dragon has even refined the dragon soul fruit yet. If he could grab it, it would save him a lot of hard work. Furthermore, since Jun Wu Dao and the others were in the 10,000 spirit Jedi region, he had to go and see if he could get the follow-up technique from them. A rainy day. Don't wait until later if you can get something done sooner rather than later, or you'll easily lose track of your plans. He didn't dare to make a move within the sect, lest the Ghost King Sect's God transformation ancestor was still within the sect and he couldn't even run away. The All Souls Jedi region was different. That's a great place to kill people. Wu Tian looked at Yun Yumeng in front of him, sized up her enchanting body, and said with a smile, "Senior sister, let's go to the 10,000 spirit Jedi region, and help Master and the others look for the black dragon." Yun Yumeng coldly said, "If you want to die, don't drag me along. We can only add to the chaos when we go to the 10,000 spirits Jedi region. And we can't even run away when we encounter the black dragon if we want to." Saying this, Yun Yumeng glanced at Wu Tian and said in an icy tone, "You honestly stay within the clan and wait for Master and the others to return." After saying that, she no longer paid attention to Wu Tian and walked into the scripture collection pavilion. Wu Tian looked at her back with some disappointment and shook his head as he flew towards the outside of the clan. Since Yun Yumeng wasn't going, he would have to go alone. So many people were in the 10,000 spirit Jedi region. He had to go and join in the fun anyways. Not much longer. Wu Tian looked at the grey mist-filled 10,000 Souls Jedi region in front of him and flew straight in without hesitation. He had just entered the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region not long ago when he saw quite a few people being chased by a group of ghostly creatures, running towards the outside of the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region. Among them, there are quite a few spirit ghosts in addition to the grievous souls and stern ghosts. Some of the ungrateful ones even attacked towards Wu Tian. When his Emperor streamer came out, he directly sucked hundreds of ghosts into the streamer. The 10,000 ghosts inside swarmed up and instantly tore apart hundreds of ghosts, turning them into sustenance for them to become stronger. Wu Tian looked at the depths of the 10,000 spirit Jedi region and murmured in a low voice. So many spirit ghosts have appeared even at the edges. It seems that the Black Dragon has made quite a commotion. Generally speaking, there wouldn't be so many ghosts at the edge of the 10,000 spirit extinction zone, and spirit ghosts were even rarer. After all, in the fringe areas, numerous cultivators often swept through, so even if there were leaks, there wouldn't be too many. The only thing he could think of was to run out from inside the 10,000 souls Jedi region. Wu Tian did not hesitate and quickly flew towards the depths. The ghosts he met on the road are able to avoid, cannot avoid, and then release 10,000 ghosts against the enemy, their own imperial magic treasure to kill. It was just as well that he had familiarized himself with the 3 new top-grade magic treasures he had sacrificed. The Gangjin sword was sharp, incomparably sharp, and extremely fast, and even though he didn't know any sword techniques, its power was not to be underestimated. The Thunderbolt binding cord was like a purple rope. Not only could it change its length at will, it also had the power of heavenly thunder on it, which could hurt and paralyze the enemy, and if you bound someone, you wouldn't be able to break free. The Soul Destruction Bell, on the other hand, is a magic treasure that attacks the soul of a person, and the bell rings to eliminate the soul. It can be used as a single attack or a group attack. Now that he possessed 6 top-grade magic treasures, life preservation, control, and attacking magic treasures, he had all of them, and this was the backbone of his daring to come here alone. Against these ghosts, the damage of the Soul Destruction Bell was much better. When the bell rings, all ghosts within range are harmed. The soul is broken. Wu Tian experimented with his magic treasure and quickly rushed towards the depths of the 10,000 souls Jedi region. End of chapter. Fellow Daoist, please stay. Wu Tian caught up with the white-haired man in front of him and shouted. Seeing the man stop and look at him with caution, Wu Tian smiled. Scattered cultivator Han Knight, meet fellow Daoist. Inu Sex Yihan, I don't know what's your business. The white-haired man was not the least bit careless when he saw that he was a casual cultivator. After all, the loose cultivators who could cultivate to Yuaning were all ruthless people, so he couldn't afford to be careless. So it's fellow Daoist Yi from the Inu Sect. I wonder if you're here for the righteous demon hunting order, and if you found where the Black Dragon is? Wu Tian arched his hand and smiled, though he wore a smile on his face. He was speechless. Granted, when you go out, you give yourself an identity name, but this is so fake of you. My ING name is Han Knight. Your name is Yihan. What kind of coincidence is that? The white-haired man shook his head. I am also searching for it, but as far as I can see, that black dragon should have fled into the Jedi realm from this direction. Being chased. Jedi domain? Wu Tian looked at him doubtfully. The white-haired man's eyes flickered slightly as he sized him up. Fellow Daoist may not come here often. This 10,000 spirit Jedi region isn't that simple. The area we're in now is merely formed by the overflowing power of the 10,000 spirit Jedi region. The real 10,000 spirit Jedi region is still inside, where all the ghost spirits formed by the remnants of powerful souls from the ancient times are not comparable to these ordinary ghosts outside. I see. Wu Tian pondered. He really didn't know this information. No wonder he felt that this 10,000 souls Jedi region was nothing to be afraid of as he traveled all the way here. Thank you, fellow Daoist, for clearing up the confusion, Wu Tian said gratefully. The white-haired man laughed. There's no need to be polite. Fellow Daoist Han, since you're here for the Black Dragon as well, why don't we pair up and travel together? A brilliant light flashed in Wu Tian's eyes as he smiled and said, in that case, then I will trouble you. Fellow Daoist, I'm a person who likes to make friends. Why bother? Let's go. Let's catch up. Maybe we can still get a piece of the pie. After saying that, the white-haired man stopped talking and flew forward with Wu Tian. Not much longer. Here it is, the white-haired man said as he stopped and looked ahead. Wu Tian had long since noticed that although there was a light gray mist in front of them, just like outside, the ground was a bloody color with no grass growing. Unlike the area they were in, the soil was fairly normal with quite a few plants. It can be very clear-cut. Fellow Daoist Han, the Jedi domain is dangerous. Don't go anywhere. Follow me and we'll walk in. The white-haired man exhorted with a grave expression. Fellow Daoist, don't worry. Wu Tian nodded, signaling him to go first. The white-haired man had obviously entered the 10,000 spirit Jedi region often and was more familiar with it. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked directly into the Jedi realm. Wu Tian stepped onto the blood-colored ground of the Jedi realm and felt that the atmosphere around him had become much more oppressive. Fellow Daoist, be careful. Although there aren't many ghost spirits on the outskirts of this Jedi domain, there are sometimes ghost spirits wandering over. The weakest of these ghost spirits have Yuaning strength. Don't be careless. The white-haired man barked. Wu Tian glanced around and saw that there were no traces of battle. Fellow Taoist is sure that the black dragon is running towards here? Seeing his doubts, the white-haired man took out a piece of black scale. Fellow Taoist, take a look. This piece of dragon scale belongs to the black dragon that fell. I can use the dragon scale as a guide to follow the scent on it to find the black dragon. The black dragon is said to have been severely injured, so he definitely didn't run far. We just need to chase after him and take him down handily. Wu Tian nodded with satisfaction. Then let's get going before the black dragon is found by the others first. Fellow Taoist, don't be in a hurry. It's better for us to be careful in this 10,000 spirit Jedi region. The white-haired man put away the dragon scales and led Wu Tian onward. Su saw that Wu Tian was a bit anxious, and his speed sped up quite a bit. Wu Tian glanced at him, thinking about whether he could kill him if he sneak attacked, but the white-haired man wasn't completely unguarded against him, and was still wary, so he guessed that the sneak attack wouldn't be successful. Wu Tian thought about it and gave up the idea of making a move. He wasn't sure he could kill the white-haired man, so he might as well let him lead himself to the black dragon. Not much longer. The two of them walked through the Jedi realm for about an hour, and with the white-haired man leading them, they were lucky enough not to encounter a single ghost spirit. Empty plain grass. The white-haired man let out a gasp as he looked at a small plant not far ahead. He said joyfully, "Fellow Taoist, I didn't expect us to be so lucky as to find the empty plain grass. This empty plain grass can drastically increase the perception of the laws of space after it is refined, and it belongs to the category of extremely rare elixirs." After he finished speaking, his complexion was condensed. "Fellow Taoist, how about letting me have this Empyrean grass, and I'll compensate you for it in the future?" Wu Tian looked at him with secret vigilance in his heart, and swept a glance at the distant gray mist that was not allowed to get close to little grass. He narrowed his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. "Fellow Taoist, be my guest. I'm already grateful for you bringing me here to look for the black dragon. How could I rob such a treasure from you?" The white-haired man's face stiffened for a moment, and without hesitation, he made a direct move, slapping his palm towards Wu Tian. "Fellow Taoist is offended. Such a treasure, who wouldn't covet it? I don't believe that you don't have any ideas. You can only make the first move." He slapped his palm, which carried a piercing coldness and fury. Without saying anything, Wu Tian directly threw a punch. His fists were drenched in thunder and lightning, and they also carried a meaning of a thunderbolt, making it as if one was locked in a thunderbolt. Inescapable. The white-haired man's fiend palm was dispersed by Wu Tian's punch, and the powerful force even sent his entire body flying. If it wasn't for the fact that a shield had appeared on his body to protect him at the critical moment, this punch would have directly killed him. However, a terrifying power erupted under Wu Tian's punch. The heavenly thunder fist landed on the white-haired man and directly blew away his protective shield. The white-haired man was shocked in his heart and hurriedly used his strength to escape, not stopping at all and disappearing in an instant. Seeing the situation, Wu Tian knew that he couldn't catch up with him and directly gave up the idea of chasing him. He glanced at the so-called Empyrean grass not far away with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Truth be told, he had never trusted the white-haired man. "We are all demonic cultivators. How can we be so kind and talkative? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." Wu Tian thought that the white-haired man also had bad intentions towards him, until the man took out the dragon scale. Then he was somewhat convinced. It just seems like it now. It's not right. Wu Tian looked at the distant Empyrean grass, thought for a moment, and released a spirit ghost to slowly approach. The spirit ghost had just come within 100 meters of the empty underworld grass when a blood-colored spirit suddenly emerged from the void, instantly killing the spirit ghost. Seeing the blood-colored spirit body looking towards him, Wu Tian directly ran away without saying a word. He ran for a while. Seeing that the scarlet spirit body didn't chase him, he stopped. "This is a ghost spirit?" Wu Tian murmured in a low voice. This should be the reason why the white-haired man lured him here, right? He thought about it for a moment and walked back towards the empty plain. End of chapter. Not much longer. Wu Tian looked at the ghost spirit that had reappeared in the distance and then looked at the empty underworld grass that the white-haired man had mentioned. This 10,000 souls Jedi region was something he didn't understand, and the white-haired man must be hiding something from him. At least the ghost spirit can hide in the void, he didn't say. In this 10,000 souls Jedi region, he couldn't even cut through the void and instantly move, and could only sense a little spatial fluctuation. If you're not careful, you'll get caught in the crossfire if you're not careful. He was more interested in the ghost spirit than the so-called empty nether grass. If the ghost spirit could be refined into the human emperor streamer by him, then this 10,000 spirit Jedi region would be a great treasure for him. Wu Tian glanced around thoughtfully with a cold smile in his eyes. He didn't make the first move, and someone had the nerve to use him as a pawn. In that case, it was up to the white-haired man to see if he had the qualifications to be a chess player. Wu Tian's mind moved. The human emperor streamer came out and 10,000 ghosts appeared. The strength of the ghost spirit was unknown. so it was better to let the ghosts under his command try it out first. With so many spirit ghosts under him, plus himself, he didn't believe that he still couldn't beat a ghost spirit to death in a group kill. He gave an order. The 100 ghosts were the first to pounce towards the place where the ghostly spirits had appeared earlier with their eerie ghostly auras. One moment, the blood-colored ghost spirit appeared and instantly killed a spirit ghost. But the other spirit ghosts were defiant and directly pounced towards it, their ghostly claws landing on it, instantly wearing away the ghostly aura on its body. Although the ghost spirit was able to kill a spirit ghost with each strike, the spirit ghost was able to inflict damage on it, and Wu Tian's heart was slightly at ease. But that's all. With a thought in his mind, 10,000 ghosts swarmed around him. The ghostly creatures under his command can swarm the spirits to death if they can do damage. Wu Tian watched as the ghost spirit wielded a blood-colored longsword condensed by ghost chi, killing the ghosts under his command. He wasn't moved in the slightest, and had no thoughts of using his magic treasure to help. He swept his cold eyes around, trying to find the white-haired man. He didn't believe that the white-haired man had already left, and must be spying in the shadows. Since the white-haired man had lured him here, he must have something in mind. Either they want to kill him by the hand of a ghost spirit or... Wu Tian looked towards the empty underworld grass not far away and directly ordered several spirit ghosts to go and pull out the empty underworld grass. At the same time, he secretly took out his magic treasure and waited for an opportunity to move. Unexpectedly, a few spirit ghosts had just approached the 10-meter range of the empty underworld grass when their ghostly bodies were instantly cut into pieces by space and dissipated into yin chi. Space crack. Wu Tian sensed the spatial fluctuation at the place where the spirit ghost's body died and murmured with a grave expression. It was fortunate that he had let his subordinate ghosts test the waters, or else even without a ghost spirit guarding him, he would have been cut to pieces by the spatial rift if he had walked over there on his own. This spatial crack was too secretive, and if it wasn't for the spirit ghost being killed by the spatial crack and a bit of spatial fluctuation appearing, he really wouldn't have been able to discover it. At this moment, he finally believed that the Empyrean grass was indeed a treasure. You can tell if something is good or not by how hard it is to obtain. Wu Tian glanced at the empty underworld grass and asked his men's lich ghosts to take their lives to try and see if there were any spatial cracks in other directions. What a sinking feeling. Wu Tian swept his surroundings and continued to have his spirit ghosts surround the ghost spirits, using the night ghosts to try and test a path closer to the empty underworld grass. After losing hundreds of nights, he finally found a gap between the spatial cracks. It's just that even though there was a way in, there was a spatial force on the empty underground grass, and the night ghost couldn't carry it at all. As soon as they grabbed the airplane grass, their arms would be cut off by the power of space in an instant. After losing 2 night ghosts, Wu Tian sent out spirit ghosts. Luckily, the spatial force emanating from the empty underworld grass wasn't strong enough for the spirit ghost to be able to carry it, and pulled it out in one go. Wu Tian ordered the spirit ghost to bring the empty underworld grass out of the area covered by the spatial rift, and the magic treasure in his hand was poised to fire. Spirit ghost had just walked out with the empty plain grass. One moment. A crescent-shaped silver-colored magic treasure broke through the air, chopping towards Wu Tian from afar like a stream of light. At the same time, a silhouette pounced towards the Empyrean grass with extreme speed. Been waiting for you for a long time, Wu Tian coldly said. The several magic treasures that he had been storing up instantly launched an attack, and the Gangjin sword met the crescent moon magic treasure, blocking it from approaching Wu Tian. Ding! When the soul destruction bell was rung, the bell sounded like a life-suppressing demonic sound as it attacked towards the silhouette. The silhouette was attacked by the soul destruction bell, and its figure lurched as a look of pain appeared on its face. At the same time a lightning-drenched rope came bundling towards him, and the white-bone demonic needle emitting a black aura instantly appeared in front of his eyes, and the protective shield on his body was pierced through in an instant. Seeing that the silhouette was about to have his head pierced through by the white-bone demon needle, his body transformed into a moonlight to dodge the white-bone demon needle's attack. Ding! The moonlight transformed by the silhouette was trying to escape when it paused for a split second under the attack of the soul destruction bell. In that very instant, the thunderbolt binding rope instantly bound the moonlight, and the white-haired man's figure was revealed. He didn't even have the time to recall the lunar spell before the white-bone demon needle pierced through his skull. Ding! The soul destruction bell rang again, and his head instantly exploded. The white-haired man's Yuaning broke out of his body and tried to flee in terror. Yuaning's speed was extremely fast. Even if he couldn't perform an instantaneous transfer in this 10,000 spirit Jedi region, his speed was still incredibly fast. But Wu Tian had long been guarding against him, and the evil ghost sorrowing life formation had been laid down when he appeared. It wouldn't be that easy for him to break through the ghost domain with the power of his Yuaning. The white-haired man's Yuaning turned into streams of light and fled through the formation, dodging the attacks of Wu Tian's magic treasures. However, Wu Tian's soul destruction bell had a wide range of attacks, and a few bell rings slowed down the white-haired man's Yuaning. Once the thunderbolt binding rope was tied, he was no longer able to resist. Wu Tian looked at the yuaning that was brought over by the thunderbolt binding rope, only to see that the white-haired man's yuaning was like a 10-year-old child, and it looked like the white-haired man's childhood appearance. Mid-yuaning, nothing more than that, Wu Tian faintly said. The yuaning inside him still looked like a baby, but its size was already almost as big as a mid-yuaning. This was because he was a golden Dan transformed by the Heavenly Tao Foundation, and his size was originally the largest. His Jin Dan had doubled in size again under the effect of the Dragon Soul Fruit, so even if it was a freshly formed yuaning, its size was still the same as the white-haired man's. Although the white-haired man knew that Wu Tian would definitely not let him go, he still begged for mercy with a fluke in his heart. Fellow Daoist, forgive me. I am the vice-sect master of the Yin Moon Sect. As long as you let me go, I can be driven by you and help you control the Yin Moon Sect. Wu Tian looked at him indifferently. There is still a main soul missing from my human emperor streamer, so I would like to invite you to enter the streamer, so that you can have a long life. After saying that, Wu Tian took him into the human emperor streamer and refined him while imperializing the magic treasure to attack the ghost spirit that had not yet died. Under the attack of several of his magic treasures, the ghost spirit was soon seriously injured. Wu Tian had wanted to try to take the ghost spirit into the human emperor streamer to refine it. However, this thing didn't know if it was formed because it belonged to the remnants of a strong soul, and it still had the power of space on it, so it couldn't even be refined. Wu Tian could only kill the ghost spirit and let Zhang San absorb its origin to become stronger, to see if he could let Zhang San advance to Ghost King. End of chapter. Not much longer. Using the white-haired man's yuaning as his credentials, along with the 100 spirit ghosts as his sustenance, Wu Tian finally refined him into a Ghost King. The Ghost King possessed an essential difference compared to the spirit ghost. For example, although the white-haired man's body was also a ghostly body, it was not an illusory likeness, but was the same as it had been in his lifetime. It was just that his essence was still a ghost body, and all his power had changed to ghost power. Most importantly, a Ghost King can sacrifice his magic treasures into ghost weapons, and imperialize the ghost weapons against his enemies. This allowed the white-haired man to diversify his means of attack without the need to only use his ghost body and ghost chi to attack like the spirit ghost. Although the Ghost King could only sacrifice in-attribute magic treasures into ghost weapons, this greatly increased the Ghost King's means of attack. Just right. The white-haired man's moon essence wheel was a top-grade magic treasure with the Yin and cold attribute. Wu Tian directly threw his moon essence wheel at him. The strength of his ghost body coupled with the magic treasure made him only stronger than he was in life. After all, the ghost body is not as fragile as the human body. Not so easy to die. Wu Tian looked at the white-haired man in front of him who knew what he was doing, and with a hint of doubt, he said, "Are you really from the Inu sect, named Yihan?" Yihan respectfully said, "My subordinate has been breaking through yuaning for many years, and there are quite a few people who know me, so it's not good to act under a false name." Wu Tian looked at Zhang San, who was still refining the ghost spirit origin, and casually said, "Since you're the vice sovereign of the Inu sect, how come you're so poor? With only one top-grade magic treasure in your entire body, and not much else. You're at least a yuaning cultivator. This bit of household goods is too unbecoming of your status, right?" Yihan heard his words and smiled bitterly. "Master, call me Lord." Wu Tian interrupted with a wave of his hand. A big man calling him master sounded weird to him. Yihan himself shouted awkwardly and quickly changed his words. "Lord, although my subordinate is the vice-sovereign, most of the sect's resources are with my senior sister. Normally, the resources I obtain are also used for cultivation, and in my opinion, it is a foolish act to keep the resources you obtain on your body instead of using them to become stronger as soon as possible." Wu Tian nodded, recognizing his statement. Some people's hard-earned resources are not used to cultivate and become stronger. Instead, they are placed inside the storage ring to eat dust, and when they are killed, they let the enemy have a wave of wealth, like the money-giving boy. How stupid. Although Yihan playing like this allowed him to reap less loot, this point of view coincided with him. Speaking of which, Wu Tian's entire body was quite a lot of family. He felt like he had to convert the resources in his hand into battle power as soon as possible. Otherwise, when you give someone a delivery boy, then you will die in peace. A little while later, Wu Tian frowned slightly as he looked at Zhang San who was refining the ghost spirit essence. "Is it still close to being a fire? In that case, I'll give you a boost." Thinking that he would use the spirit ghosts under him as sustenance, he would feed Zhang San with all his might and help him metamorphose into a ghost king. After Zhang San devoured the ghost spirit, he was originally just one step away from the door. After Wu Tian fed hundreds of spirit ghosts, he finally underwent a metamorphosis, advanced into a ghost king. Zhang San's face was filled with excitement as he felt the powerful strength within his body, turning into a substantial body. "Many thanks, my lord." My subordinate will surely die by all means to repay my lord's great favor. Zhang San bowed respectfully towards Wu Tian, as Zhang San was a ghost in Wu Tian's human emperor streamer. Wu Tian could clearly sense that Zhang San was much weaker than Yi Han. The ghost body and the ghostly aura on his body were a notch weaker. This was because he had only just advanced, and naturally couldn't compare to Yi Han, who was practiced by a Yuaning. Wu Tian asked Zhang San to devour the blood and flesh of Yi Han's corpse, lest Yi Han look at his own corpse in his heart. With 2 more ghost kings under his command, Wu Tian's strength had increased quite a bit. The other spirit ghosts under him who possessed memories looked at Zhang San with envy and worry in their eyes. Seeing the situation, Wu Tian said softly, "As long as you do a good job for me, I can also turn you into ghost kings and gain great power." In the face of the big pie he drew, the ghosts hurriedly said, "Many thanks, my lord. My subordinates will definitely do their best to share the lord's worries. Whether they really believe it or are afraid that they will become the sustenance for others to become stronger is unknown." Wu Tian didn't care what they thought, as long as they didn't mess things up for him. He looked at the small gray grass in his hand, felt the spatial power in it, and inquired about Yi Han. Who knew that what Yi Han said was true? This grass was really empty underground grass, and it worked just like he said. It could increase the perception of the laws of space. Without saying anything, Wu Tian directly ate the empty nether grass in place to refine it. Not much longer, as the Empyrean grass was refined and absorbed, Wu Tian's sense of spatial laws deepened, most intuitively. Originally, he hadn't been able to sense the spatial rift, but now he was able to vaguely sense it, although he was not yet able to perform an instantaneous transfer within this Jedi realm. However, it was thought that with his current perception of the laws of space, and with the same amount of spiritual energy consumption as before, he would be able to instantly move a much longer distance, and would also be more stealthy and less likely to be detected. While others can travel 10,000 miles in an instant, he can travel 50,000 miles in an instant. Unfortunately, other than instantaneous transfer, a divine ability that he knew after entering the Yuaning, he failed to comprehend any other spatial divine ability with the help of the empty nether grass. Otherwise, if he could comprehend spatial cutting or something, it would be much more powerful than any spell. Wu Tian glanced at the spatial crack not far away and was satisfied in his heart. He had already learned from Yi Han that this 10,000 souls Jedi region was full of spatial cracks, and if he wasn't careful, he would die instantly. The place they were in now was just the periphery, and there weren't many spatial cracks. If we had gone deeper, the spatial cracks would have been denser. Now that he could sense spatial cracks, his ability to stay alive in this 10,000 souls Jedi region was greatly increased. However, according to Yi Han, in the 10,000 spirits Jedi region, there were quite a few treasures and many ruins. This 10,000 souls Jedi region was rumored to be an ancient battlefield, where many things were left behind after the deaths of powerful people from the ancient times. However, Yi Han's strength could still be honored as an ancestor outside, but in here it was nothing more than a mole cricket. He hadn't even been to the depths, and had been searching for treasures in this periphery. He also didn't know much about the depths of the 10,000 spirit Jedi region, but with the strength of the Black Dragon, I don't think it should be able to run too far. He hadn't lied earlier when he said he could find the Black Dragon with his dragon scales. Wu Tian did not hesitate to put away one ghost and let him lead him to the Black Dragon. Even if it wasn't for the Dragon Soul Fruit, so many people who were chasing after the Black Dragon, he had to find a way to kill one or two of them and let them enter the human Emperor's streamer for a moment. Go! Wu Tian let Yi Han take the dragon scale and cast a secret spell to lead the way, and one person and one ghost tracked towards the Black Dragon. It didn't go very far. They encounter a group of ghostly spirits numbering up to 6. After estimating the strength of both sides, Wu Tian let them go for now. Wu Tian did not make any extra trouble and avoided ghost spirits and spatial cracks whenever he could when he encountered them. I don't know how much time has passed. Heaven forbid. He finally found the Black Dragon's trail. End of chapter. All Souls Jedi region. Wu Tian looked at the traces of the battle around him, a large spread of warm golden blood on the ground, and quite a few broken dragon scales. He knows, the Black Dragon wasn't far from him. Wu Tian continued to chase after him without hesitation. Not much longer. A Black Dragon was surrounded by dozens of people, and several chains illuminated by spiritual energy bound it firmly and unable to move. The group was divided into 5 camps, each standing on one side. I'll take the dragon soul, and you guys can do as you please with the rest. A black-clothed old man said expressionlessly. The 3 of them, Jun Wu Dao, stood behind him and looked at the others with cold eyes. I'll take the dragon body, a gray-clothed old man said immediately after. Meh, a white-haired old Taoist laughed coldly. You guys are playing a good game. The dragon soul fruit have all been refined by this black dragon for the most part, and integrated into the divine soul's body. And since this seed is here, it's not your turn to meddle with this black dragon. The old man in black coldly said, "That means there is no more to talk about." The crowd. A middle-aged general like an alien covered in armor and holding a gun in one hand said, "Everyone, the 9th prince of our great Yin dynasty has descended into the world and needs to be baptized with dragon blood. How about letting me have this black dragon?" Hearing his words, a trace of scorn flashed in the eyes of the crowd. Without waiting for the crowd to speak, the black dragon spat out human words and said in an icy tone, "You guys really think that you've settled for me? In that case, let's die together." Saying that, he exuded his own aura, no longer concealing his cultivation, and the sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder, and the robbing clouds converged. Not good. He's going to cross the demon emperor tribulation. Hurry up and kill him. The black-clothed old man let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly attacked towards the black dragon. The others also rushed to launch their attacks, wanting to kill the black dragon and interrupt the formation of the robbery cloud. Some of them saw that the situation was so bad that the black dragon didn't even care and ran directly towards the outside of the coverage of the robbery cloud. Late. With killing intent in its eyes, the black dragon spat out the dragon pearl without hesitation. Its demonic power erupted, and the chains on its body instantly disintegrated. It was just that his dragon pearl had also shattered a few cracks from blocking the crowd's attacks. Seeing that the strike did not kill the black dragon and the robbing cloud was rapidly coalescing, the crowd did not dare to stay and hurriedly withdrew their hands to cast a recluse to escape, without caring about the others. The black dragon stared at the old man in black, wanting to leave him behind. If it wasn't for the black-clothed old man, he would have run away long ago, and wouldn't have ended up in this situation. No matter what, he had to pull the black-clothed old man to cushion his back. One time, the black-clothed old man was unable to escape from the range covered by the robbing cloud under the full force of the black dragon's entanglement. When he was locked by the robbery cloud was violently enlarged again, and the destructive and oppressive aura made people's hearts tremble even more. This change scared the crowd into fleeing a few moments faster. Wu Tian, who was secretly observing, also did not hesitate at all, and directly ran away with the willow leaf boat as early as when the robbing clouds first appeared. The terror of this robbery cloud could be seen from the many cultivators fleeing, as well as the ghostly spirits within range. This was already more than just a demon emperor's tribulation. With the addition of the black-clothed old man, a great demon, the power had risen a notch. Boom! A purple robotic thunder fell, and the gray mist in the 10,000 spirits Jedi region all dissipated under the robotic thunder. And the ghost spirits that failed to run out of the robotic cloud's coverage instantly flew out of their souls. That was close. Wu Tian looked at the thunder domain not far away, and his face was filled with palpitations. Almost, if it wasn't for willow leaf boat's speed being fast enough, he would have almost been locked by the robbery cloud. At that time, he would have no choice but to run back to the blue star and wait for this lightning tribulation to end. However, with the terror of this thunderbolt, it was estimated that the residual power of the thunderbolt in this area would be able to make him unable to return in a short period of time. If he was in the range of this thunderbolt, he probably wouldn't even be able to carry down a single thunderbolt, and would have to be turned into flying dust under the thunderbolt. The others who escaped were also filled with fear. However, some people also had a gloating look on their faces as they looked at Jun Wudao's few people with inexplicable colors in their eyes. They also didn't expect that old man Xianmei would turn over in the gutter. If old man Xianmei couldn't survive this thunder tribulation, then the Ghost King sect would probably have to be removed from the 4 great sects of the Eastern Wasteland. The 3 of them, Jun Wudao, naturally knew this as well, and they looked at the distant thunderbolt with a worried look in their eyes. Not good. The robbery cloud is coming over. Go. The crowd, who had wanted to wait for the thunder tribulation to end and see if old man Xianmei could survive, didn't dare to stay at all and hurriedly fled when they saw the tribulation cloud coming towards them. They'd have a lot of fun if they were accidentally enveloped in a cloud of calamity. It's too much of a loss to lose one's life watching a play. In order to prevent accidents, quite a few people couldn't care less about watching the show and hurriedly moved away from the robbing thunder, detaching themselves from this place of wrongdoing. Under this terrifying lightning tribulation, the chances of old man Xianhua and the black dragon surviving were too slim. The death of a god transformation powerhouse was enough to shake the Eastern Wasteland. The Devil's Way was missing a god transformation powerhouse. The balance had been broken, and they had to go back and make early plans. Jun Wudao and Lang Ruyan, as well as the blood demon old man, did not leave. They had to stay and see if old man Xianyue could survive the lightning tribulation. This matter was related to the survival of the Ghost King sect, so they naturally had to know the outcome. Wu Tian glanced at the Jun Wudao trio and thought about walking towards them. As soon as he approached, Jun Wudao's trio spotted him. "You're not dead?" The blood demon ancestor looked at him, a glint flashing in his eyes. Jun Wudao also looked at him in surprise. "You actually managed to survive that lightning tribulation and even broke through to Yuanying. When they chased the Black Dragon into the 10,000 Spirits Jedi region that day, they naturally discovered Wu Tian, who was in the process of transiting. It was only because of the influence of the Black Dragon that the Thunder Tribulation had turned into a 69 Heavenly Tribulation. They simply didn't think that Wu Tian would be able to survive this kind of thunderbolt. He just didn't expect Wu Tian to not only survive, but also break through to Yuaning. The three of them looked at him with a slightly strange look in their eyes, especially Lang Ruyan. She knew that Wu Tian used to be an odd-job disciple of the Xin Tian sect and had only been cultivating for a year up to now. As a demonic cultivator, breaking through to Jin Dan in a year's time was not uncommon, but to break through to Yuaning, that wasn't something that could be done with a pile of ordinary resources. Not to mention, Wu Tian was still able to survive the 69 heavenly tribulations and break through to Yuaning. This son, he has a heavy treasure. Lang Ruyan looked at him and a smile appeared on her cool face. Congratulations on your breakthrough. My Ghost King sect has added another elder to its ranks. Why are you so raw? Master, even though my disciple has broken through to Yuaning, you are my master, and that will never change, Wu Tian said seriously. He looked at Lang Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face, and his face was filled with sincerity. Lang Ruyan gratifyingly looked at him, shook his head and said, although you are my disciple, but has now entered the Yuaning, but it is not good to be called master and disciple again. Called Taoist friend can be. The blood demon old ancestor looked at the two and suppressed the greed in his heart. The others didn't know, but when Wu Tian snatched the dragon soul fruit, his out-of-body incarnation was watching. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to snatch the dragon soul fruit. Who knew that Wu Tian had run away? Now it seemed that Wu Tian had already eaten the dragon soul fruit. However, the dragon soul fruit was no longer important now. What he was more interested in was how Wu Tian had crossed the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. End of chapter. Wu Tian didn't know how the blood demon old ancestor thought. He looked at Lang Ruyan entangled for a moment before slowly saying, since master said so, then disciple will listen to master. So very good. Lang Ruyan smiled and said. Jun Wuda was also interested in how Wu Tian would cross the 6-9 heavenly tribulations though, but now the old ancestor cannot cross the thunderbolt is still an unknown. The Ghost King clan can more than Yuan baby benefit than harm, but it is not good to create trouble in vain. The three of them had a friendly attitude on the surface. Even though they each had their own agenda, Wu Tian talked to the three and also learned their names. The 9-devil demon Venerable Lang Ruyan, and the 10,000 ghost demon Venerable Jun Wu Dao. The blood demon old man's original name was unknown, but now he was called Blood Demon. Seeing that they all had domineering honorifics, Wu Tian felt that he had to think of one for himself as well. Otherwise, if someone else gives him a bad rap later on and word gets out, it'll be kind of hard for him to change it if he wants to. These days it's safer to think of nicknames and whatnot on your own. How can you borrow someone else's mouth? After Jun Wu Dao and the three of them had talked with Wu Tian for a while, they continued to look at the thunderbolt again, expecting their own old ancestor to pass through it. With the god-transforming ancestor around, the Ghost King sect was only one of the 4 major sects. If there were no more goddess of transformation powerhouses sitting around, the Ghost King sect's downfall could be imagined. Wu Tian glanced at the trio thoughtfully, guessing whether they had the successor technique to the Yellow Spring Soul refining technique in their hands. If all three didn't have it, he'd have to think about switching his technique. It's just a bit of a pain to switch to Kung Fu, and it can be considerably more difficult to obtain. Honestly, he didn't even expect a small black dragon to draw out so many transformation god powerhouses and even pull it back. If the Ghost King sect didn't have a transformation god to sit on, this thigh would probably be ruined. Not much longer. The Roboclaw disperses. Only a thunder field was left behind in the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region. The three of them, Jun Wudo, looked at the dispersing calamity clouds with ugly faces. The thunderbolt had dispersed before it was finished, and what it represented was self-evident. With a hint of luck, Jun Wudao wanted to enter the thunder domain to look for old man Xinhua. Nay, the power of the remaining calamity lightning in the thunder domain was too terrifying, and the dense thunder snakes roamed about, making it difficult for them to get close at all. The residual power of the thunderbolt was so powerful, plus the thunderbolt that had dispersed halfway through the process. They understood in their hearts that old man Xinhua was expected to be in dire straits. Seeing this, the other forces who stayed here to observe the situation left to go back and report. Go back to the clan. Jun Wudao's face was gloomy as he walked directly towards the outside of the 10,000 Spirit Jedi realm. This time, their Ghost King sect had suffered a great loss. Not only did they fail to snatch the dragon soul fruit, but instead, they also hitched their own ancestor to it. Now that there were no more god transformation ancestors sitting around, that large spirit stone mine would definitely have no share for them either. Wu Tian followed Jun Wudao and the three of them out of the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region and headed towards the Ghost King sect. Not much longer. The four returned to the clan. Jun Wudao called the soul-devouring old ancestor to the Ghost King Hall on the main peak, ready to discuss where the Ghost King sect should go from here. In the hall of the Ghost King, Jun Wudao looked at the several people. Everyone, with the death of the old ancestor, my Ghost King sect is in a worrying situation. How do you all feel about it? Lang Ruyan coldly glanced at the others and said in a cold voice, the Ghost King sect must not be dispersed. If anyone has second thoughts, I will kill them. Sister, Jun Wudao chortled and frowned. We are all on the same boat. Why do we have to talk like this? Our Ghost King sect is now without an old ancestor to sit in on our side, and it is exactly when we need all of us to work together to get through this difficult time. Do not compete with the same sect and allow outsiders to take advantage of the situation. Lang Ruyan coldly said. I'm just afraid that some people don't understand that if the ship of the Ghost King sect sinks, everyone's days will not be easy. Old soul-devouring ancestor frowned as he looked at them. He already knew about Wu Tian's breakthrough to Yuaning and the death of old man Xianmei. Compared to Wu Tian's breakthrough to Yuaning, the death of old man Xianmei was even more unbelievable to him. How could his own ancestor go out to grab something and still put his life on the line? That's a god of transformation. The soul-devouring ancestor sighed. Close the clan. Summon all the disciples back. And by relying on the sect's grand formation, we should be able to keep them safe for a while. Although their Ghost King sect's power would shrink quite a bit as a result, preserving the sect was the top priority. Jun Wudao pondered for a moment and nodded. That's the only way to go nowadays. Their Ghost King sect had offended a lot of people over the years, and there were definitely people who wanted to retaliate. Now, it's also just going to have to lay low for a while. Wu Tian's eyes flashed as he said with a sincere face, Don't worry, Patriarch, I will live and die with the clan. As soon as he spoke, he heard a voice from outside. Brother Wudao, eternal life is visiting. Please come out of the clan. When Jun Wudao heard the voice, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Heavenly Corpse sect Ko Changsheng. I didn't expect that they would be the first to arrive. The Ghost King sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect were the two major sects of the Devil's Way, and with the addition of being from the same root, their relationship had always been very good. It was just that he didn't expect that the old ancestor of the Ghost King sect had only just died, and they couldn't wait to find their way to the door. Although it was expected, Jun Wudao still had anger in his heart. Let's go and see what he, Ko Changsheng, has to say. Jun Wudao said with a cold face. A few people were indifferent as they followed Jun Wudao out of the Ghost King Hall. Jun Wudao glanced at the huge flying boat outside the sect's gate, filled with stern and murderous Heavenly Corpse sect disciples, and his eyes rested on a silhouette in front of the flying boat. Fellow Taoist eternal life with this kind of battle. Could it be that you are not trying to annihilate my Ghost King sect? Jun Wudao's voice came out coldly, carrying a hint of killing intent. Ko Changsheng shook his head. Brother Wudao is wrong. This seed is only trying to persuade Brother Wudao to affiliate with my Heavenly Corpse sect so that he won't be victimized by the righteous path. You know the situation of the Ghost King sect nowadays. If the Green Cloud Immortal sect comes to attack, I, the Heavenly Corpse sect, fear that we will not be able to rescue them. For the sake of the more than 10,000 disciples up and down the Ghost King sect, please think carefully. Dao brother. Although Ko Changsheng's words sounded good, how could Jun Wudao not know that his purpose for coming here was to annex the Ghost King sect? As the head of a clan, he would not be a parasite. Jun Wudao said in a cold voice. I don't need you to bother. If there is an enemy coming to attack, my Ghost King sect is not one to be messed with. My clan's 5 great Yuaning, tens of thousands of disciples. It's not yet known who the deer will be. Seeing that Jun Wudao was so ungrateful, Ko Changsheng's face also went cold. The void. The Heavenly Corpse old ancestor appeared as he coldly looked at the Ghost King sect, and his line of sight seemed to pass through the formation and landed on Jun Wudao. Xianmei is dead. You can be elders if you join my Heavenly Corpse sect, or the day the sect is broken will be the day you die. Seeing that the Heavenly Corpse ancestor had also come, Jun Wudao was not surprised in the slightest. If it was just Ko Changsheng and the others, he wouldn't be afraid. Jun Wudao naturally knew all about the power of his own clan's great formations. He was not afraid in the slightest and said in a cold voice, if you can break the formation, then you can say something else. It's just that I'm reminding Senior that I'm already at the peak cultivation level of Yuaning, and I'm only a thought away from crossing the threshold. If I invoke the lightning tribulation, I will do my best to leave Senior behind. And Senior should be clear about what happened to my family's old ancestor. End of chapter. The Heavenly Corpse ancestor was not intimidated by Jun Wudao's words as he coldly said, if you still had a chance in the 10,000 Spirit Jedi realm, you could have tried now. Jun Wudao's face was grim. Senior really wants to be so aggressive and let the people of the righteous path look at our devil's path as a joke. This demonic domain can only have one voice. The Heavenly Corpse ancestor finished speaking and launched his attack without hesitation. Kill. The Heavenly Corpse ancestor gave the word, and tens of thousands of people from the Heavenly Corpse Sect instantly flew out from their flying boats, releasing their own zombies to attack the Ghost King Sect's gate formation. At the same time, the magic weapon spells kept attacking, leaving ripples on the large formation light screen. Seeing this, Jun Wudao took out the Sect's Grand Formation disc and activated the Killing Formation. One moment. The clan's Grand Formation was activated with full force. A soul light was sent out to attack the Heavenly Corpse Sect disciples outside the Sect gate. At the same time, the spirit stones piled up like mountains within the Ghost King Sect's coffers were being rapidly consumed as energy for the Sect's Grand Formations. Although the clan's Grand Formation was built by relying on the spiritual veins of several mountain peaks, it could absorb the spiritual chi from the veins to defend against attacks. However, now that the Grand Formation was consuming too much, the spirit vein couldn't supply it, and it still had to rely on the spirit stones to provide the energy. As the Heavenly Corpse Sect attacked, the spirit stones in the storehouse were rapidly depleting, being drained of their aura by the array disc and turned into flying ash. Luckily, although the consumption of spirit stones was large, the Ghost King Sect's Sect formation was still relatively powerful, and it persisted under the Heavenly Corpse Sect's attack. Even the attack launched by the Heavenly Corpse ancestor failed to break through the Grand Formation. On the contrary, under the attack of the Sect's Grand Formation, the zombies and disciples of the Heavenly Corpse Sect died and injured quite a lot instead. The strength of the Sect's Great Formation also made the Ghost King Sect's disciples' hearts feel slightly more at ease. It was already shocking enough for them to hear about the death of their own ancestor just now, and now they were being besieged by their enemies in the clan. If they didn't have this clan formation, they wouldn't know what they should do. With the depth of the Ghost King Sect, the Heavenly Corpse Sect wouldn't be able to break the formation in a short period of time. Wu Tian looked at the people of the Heavenly Corpse Sect outside the large formation and did not panic at all in his heart. Even if the Heavenly Corpse Sect broke the formation, the big deal was to run. He had just broken through to Yuaning, so he thought that the people of the Heavenly Corpse Sect didn't recognize him at all. Not many people are paying attention, and he's still pretty easy to run. If he couldn't run away, the big deal was to return to the Blue Star. He didn't believe that the Heavenly Corpse Sect could stay here forever. Not for a moment. Yun Yumeng looked over. She looked at a few people and silently walked behind Ling Ruyan. Her arrival was but a small episode, and the only thing that several people were concerned about was the Sect's Grand Formation, and the Heavenly Corpse Sect that was attacking the Sect. Just then, seeing that the Ghost King Sect's Great Formation could not be attacked for a long time, Ko Changshang, the Heavenly Corpse Sect's patriarch, raised his voice. Blood Demon, Soul Devourer as well as fellow Taoist 9 specters, Jun Wudao is obsessed with enlightenment. Do you want to be buried with him? We are all old acquaintances and have known each other for years. As long as you kill Jun Wudao, you will be members of my Heavenly Corpse Sect and can start another peak for the elders, and your disciples' lives will be safe. You should understand that it's only a matter of time before we break the formation, and you won't have that chance if you want to back out by then. Lang Ruyan coldly said. Speaking nicely, I'm only afraid that if we enter your Heavenly Corpse Sect, we won't be able to escape the fate of having our souls extracted and refined into corpses. With my Ghost King Sect's accumulation over the years, it won't be a problem to hold you off for a year and a half with the Sect's Great Formation. If you have so much time to spend with us, then you can spend it. It's just that our demonic paths are fighting amongst themselves, and when the time comes for the righteous path to pick up the slack, you, Heavenly Corpse Sect, are afraid that you won't be far from extinction. Blood Demon Old Ancestor laughed softly. Elder Lang has a point. Ko Changsheng wants us to be suspicious of each other, but he is a bit obsessed. Before his words fell, his body instantly appeared behind Jun Wudao and he slapped his palm towards his head. Blood Demon! Lang Ruyan roared angrily and hurriedly tried to stop him, but the Blood Demon instantly sneaked up on her, and she didn't have time to react. It was a good thing that although Jun Wudao was manipulating the array plate, he had been wary of the Blood Demon few. One moment, his top-grade magic treasure, the Earth Spirit Shield, appeared and blocked the Blood Demon's attack. After a missed strike, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor didn't wait for a few people to counterattack, and his body instantly disappeared. Wu Tian had been guarding against a few people for a long time, and when he saw him sneak attacking Jun Wudao, he directly shot at his head with a white bone demon needle. If the Blood Demon hadn't run fast, the rest of his several magic treasures would have had to greet him. Boom! The Blood Demon peak shook and let out a roar as the huge mountain was enveloped by a sea of blood, seemingly about to be uprooted. Quickly stop him, he's going to destroy the spirit vein and ruin the clan formation. Jun Wudao's face was gloomy as he said. The three of them, Wu Tian, didn't dare to be slow and instantly moved over. The Blood Devil was hiding in the sea of blood, and the three of them couldn't find him for a while. Lang Ruyan's eyes were filled with rage as she summoned the 9 sepulchral demon fire to transform into a sea of fire, burning the sea of blood as it boiled and quickly evaporated. soul-devouring old ancestor took out the chessboard, which quickly grew in size and flew to the sky above the blood demon peak, using the chessboard as the eye of the formation and the chess pieces as the base, instantly laying down a large formation to cover the entire blood demon peak. Dow of ethereal light sprinkled down. The sea of blood was quickly worn down, and the blood demon peak was also stabilized quite a bit under the grand formation. Wu Tian wasn't idle either. He took out the blood pool to release the sea of blood and pressed it against the blood demon peak to stop it from being uprooted. At the same time, his and the blood demon's blood seas were dissolving and devouring each other. With the three of them stopping it, blood demon peak was finally preserved from being uprooted. However, the blood demon had already destroyed a little bit of the blood demon peak's spirit vein just now, and the clan's great formations were affected, all of them weakening quite a bit. The Heavenly Corpse ancestor seized the opportunity and instantly launched a fierce attack, tearing an opening in the Sect formation. A dike of 1,000 miles collapses in an anthill. Once the mouth opened, the large formation instantly collapsed and disappeared. The Ghost King Sect was without the protection of the large formation, and the people from the Heavenly Corpse Sect immediately pounced on them like hungry wolves. Go! Seeing that things could not be done, Jun Wudao roared angrily and wanted to instantly leave. However, the Heavenly Corpse ancestor had long mobilized the heaven and earth aura of this area, forming a spiritual power field to block off the space. Within the realm of spiritual power, it was simply impossible to cut through space and instantly leave. Jun Wudao knew that it would be difficult to escape, and without hesitation, he took out the 10,000 Ghosts order. Thousands of ghosts appeared, instantly laying down the 10,000 ghosts sealing heaven formation. Ray, come on! Jun Wudao roared, looking like he wanted to directly trigger the lightning tribulation and die with the people of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Corpse ancestor and Ko Changsheng and the others had long been guarding against this move of his, and instantly left the area covered by his formation. Unexpectedly, Jun Wudao was just bluffing, and when he saw that they were far away, he directly put away the 10,000 Ghosts order and fled as a recluse. Lang Ruyan and the soul-devouring elder ancestor people couldn't care less about the blood demon and directly turned into recluse lights and ran in separate directions. Wu Tian didn't know how to vanish and was about to take out the cloud-penetrating shuttle and run away when he saw the Heavenly Corpse old ancestor chasing after Jun Wudao and Ko Changsheng and the other Yuaning chasing after Lang Ruyan and the two of them. Only a Heavenly Corpse Sect's Yuaning powerhouse remained in the Ghost King Sect to preside over the situation. Seeing this, Wu Tian directly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Ghost King Sect's treasury. He didn't care about the people from the two clans who were fighting all over the sky, and flew directly to Ghost King Peak. After he found the clan's treasure hall, he didn't hesitate to use his magic treasure to blast open the door of the treasure hall. End of chapter. The third throne room. This treasure hall was one of the Ghost King Sect's storehouses, which had a huge amount of space inside, storing all sorts of spirit stones and treasures. Wu Tian looked at the spirit light shining in front of him and the piles of spirit stone treasures. Without saying a word, he directly loaded it up with the space ring on his body. Wherever he passed, piles of spirit stone treasures disappeared in heaps, and his spatial ring was filling up fast. He had just finished loading the 5 spatial rings when a bloody light rushed into the treasure hall. Found you. Tell old ancestor how you crossed the 6-9 heavenly tribulations, and maybe old ancestor can still keep you alive. The blood demon old ancestor appeared and looked at Wu Tian and said grimly. Wu Genius had just broken through to Yuaning, and in the blood demon old ancestor's opinion, taking him down was a handful. When Wu Tian saw him arrive, he sighed in his heart and glanced at the remaining treasures in the treasure hall with some regret. He was still thinking of returning to the Blue Star to hide for a while after looting the Ghost King Sect stuff, waiting for the Heavenly Corpse Sect's people to leave before returning. Now that the blood demon ancestor was here, he could only change his plans a bit. Without saying a word, Wu Tian directly took out several magic treasures and blasted them towards the blood demon. When the blood demon old ancestor saw that he had so many top-grade magic treasures, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The top-grade magic treasure was so rare. How come it was like a cabbage in Wu Tian's case? He did not have time to think about it and hurriedly released the Sea of Blood, as well as a top-grade magic treasure, the Blood Fury Seal, to meet Wu Tian's magic treasure. Wu Tian didn't tangle with him too much and directly rushed out with a punch that blasted open the treasure hall. Several magic treasures instantly returned to him, and he collected them before using the willow leaf boat to turn into streams of light and fly in one direction. The blood demon old ancestor transformed into a bloodlight in hot pursuit behind him. Wu Tian ignored him. It was better to grab and run farther away now. Not for a moment. He saw that Yun Yumeng was being chased by a group of Heavenly Corpse Sect disciples ahead of him. Wu Tian used the white bone demon needle to instantly kill those Heavenly Corpse Sect disciples as he passed by, and pulled Yun Yumeng onto the willow leaf boat in the process. Take her with you and run for your life. Just because he paused for a moment, the blood demon ancestor also caught up. A blood fiend seal smashed towards him, and Wu Tian imperialized the Gung Jin sword to parry it. At the same time, the white bone demon needle was instantly shot towards the blood demon old ancestor who was chasing after him. Only his white bone demon needle also failed to build, being blocked by a blood red bead. The two of them chased and fled, and their magic treasure attacks didn't stop. There was something about the blood demon ancestor's bead that could even defend against divine soul attacks, rendering his soul destruction bell useless. When he urged the beads, Wu Tian felt that the blood in his body was a bit out of control, as if it was going to be sucked out of his body. Frightened, he hastily activated the green spirit jade pendant before blocking the bead's bizarre power. Although Yun Yumeng was surprised that he had become a Yuaning powerhouse, he was now facing a chase, but it is not good to ask. One could only be good enough to be held in his arms for fear of disturbing him. Wu Tian wrapped his arms around her fragrant and soft body. His heart did not have the slightest evil thought at all, and his attention was fully focused on the blood demon behind him. He was multitasking and imperializing several magic treasures, so how could he have the heart to think about those? Not much longer. The two of them ran out of the range covered by the Heavenly Corpse ancestor's spiritual domain. Wu Tian directly used instantaneous transfer. 50,000 miles in a flash. However, the blood demon old ancestor's realm was higher than him, and his instantaneous range was much greater than his, which made it impossible for Wu Tian to get rid of him. But, Wu Tian didn't even try to get rid of him either. After having run more than 300,000 miles and feeling that the distance was far enough, Wu Tian stopped running and looked at the blood demon that had just broken through the space to chase over, and directly took out the human emperor streamer to release the 10,000 ghosts. Laying down evil ghosts to claim their lives transformed into a ghost domain to block off the space. Kill! Wu Tian coldly ordered. The two great ghost kings, Yi Han and Zhang San, did not hesitate at all. One imperialized the moon essence wheel that transformed into a ghost weapon to attack the blood demon, while the other led the crowd of ghosts to pounce towards the blood demon. The blood demon was shocked in his heart and said incredulously, "How could that be? Didn't you just break through to Yuaning? How could you still have two major ghost kings? Even if Wu Tian had so many magic treasures, in such a short period of time, where did he get these two ghost kings from?" The blood demon didn't understand, but the greed in his eyes increased. Wu Tian had so many good things, as long as he took him down, it would all be his blood demons. After me? Then leave your life behind. Wu Tian coldly looked at the blood demon as several magic treasures took off into the air. The Gungjin sword and white bone demon needle shot towards the blood demon. Ding! The soul-destroying bell rings, and the soul of the one who hears it is destroyed. The sea of blood emerged and transformed into a monstrous force, and 10,000 ghosts followed in the sea of blood. The blood demon old ancestor looked at Wu Tian's terrifying might. His expression was grave, and he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He also took out his own top-grade magic treasure, the blood pool, and released the sea of blood to fend off the 10,000 ghosts and the sea of blood that were pouncing towards him. It was just that his blood sea had consumed quite a lot during this period of time and had not yet recovered, and its power was not as great as Wu Tian's blood sea. Seeing this, the blood demon elder ancestor struck out a spell, and a multitude of blood ghosts sprang up from his sea of blood to fend off the attack of the 10,000 ghosts. At the same time, drops of blood appeared from his body and landed to transform into out-of-body avatars that were generally the same as him, each possessing the strength of the Jindan stage. In the meantime, the blood-devouring bead in front of him that resisted the attacks of Wu Tian's many magic treasures flourished with bloodlight. The sea of blood transformed by Wu Tian's blood pool was quickly devoured by the blood-devouring bead. Wu Tian frowned and hurriedly withdrew his sea of blood. This blood-devouring bead seemed to restrain his blood sea, so he naturally wouldn't let the blood-devouring bead just devour it. However, although his sea of blood was restrained by the blood-devouring bead, several other magic treasures didn't stop attacking. It was just that the blood devil old ancestor's blood-devouring bead was too terrifying in terms of attack and defense, and it was able to resist the attacks of several of Wu Tian's magic treasures. With the power it emitted, Wu Tian still had to use the green spirit jade pendant to defend himself, or else all the blood on his body would probably be sucked away. The blood light on the blood-devouring bead lit up and enveloped the many ghostly creatures under Wu Tian's command. Their ghostly bodies were surprisingly all dissipating rapidly, the ghostly chi on their bodies being absorbed by the blood-devouring bead. This bead's power is so terrifying, far beyond the capabilities of a magic treasure. Could it be a spirit treasure? Wu Tian murmured in his heart. He looked at the blood-devouring bead with excitement and greed in his eyes. As long as we kill the blood demon, the beads are his. Without saying a word, Wu Tian went all out to imperialize the magic treasure and attacked fiercely. At the same time, the 10,000 ghosts under his command also launched their attacks with desperation. Fighting with the blood demon ancestor's out-of-body incarnation and the blood ghosts transformed by the sea of blood was constant. Wu Tian and Yi Han used their magic treasures to attack non-stop towards the blood demon. While Zhang San was rapidly eliminating the blood demon's incarnations and blood ghosts, Wu Tian wanted to see how much spiritual power the blood demon had to carry his attack. Although the power of the spiritual treasure is terrifying, but I think the consumption of spiritual energy is also large. Spell consumption. Wu Tian is not afraid at all. Big deal is getting high. See who has more medicine. For a while, Wu Tian couldn't do anything about the blood demon ancestor, and the blood demon ancestor couldn't harm him either. He was able to instantly move in the ghost domain, and the blood demon ancestor could only be passive under his attacks. Yun Yumeng wasn't idle either, taking out the soul law spell to attack the blood demon. At the same time, her Xianing corpse flame transformed into a sea of fire, attacking the few remaining blood seas and blood ghosts of the blood demon. The blood demon old ancestor saw that Wu Tian had just entered Yuaning and the battle power he possessed could be on par with him. A late-stage Yuaning. His heart was filled with murderous intent. This son must not be kept. End of chapter. Beyond that, the blood devil ancestor's blood-devouring pearl had already been exposed, and he couldn't let the two of them, Wu Tian, live to spread the news that he possessed the blood-devouring pearl. Therefore, the two Wu Tian must die. The blood demon old ancestor was fuming in his heart, and without hesitation, he unleashed his backhand, harvesting all the furnace cauldrons he had scattered outside over the years. One moment, countless bloodlights came from the void and converged towards the blood-devouring pearl. The blood-devouring bead absorbed countless bloodlights, and with sufficient energy support, a terrifying might erupted, and the blood-colored light on the bead flourished. The blood-devouring bead was like a small blood-colored sun, emitting a weird blood light that enveloped the ghost domain, and the 10,000 ghosts quickly dissolved under the blood light. When Wu Tian saw that his magic treasure was showing signs of being contaminated even under the bloodlight, it seemed to be disconnecting from him, so he hurriedly put it back. You're gonna zoom in, aren't you? Wu Tian glanced at the blood demon and without saying anything, he directly collected the 10,000 ghosts and ran away. He fled with Yun Yumeng in an instantaneous movement, and the blood demon ancestor was in hot pursuit behind him. Fortunately, he had a deep foundation, and his spiritual energy was several times more than that of an ordinary early Yuaning, and with his deeper sense of space, his spiritual energy consumption was greatly diminished. Therefore, although he was being chased by the blood demon ancestor, he was still quite comfortable. Not much longer, because Junwu Dao was running towards the 10,000 spirit Jedi region. The heavenly corpse ancestor also chased after him. That was why Wu Tian did not run towards the 10,000 spirit Jedi region, but rather in the opposite direction. It didn't take him long to see a huge immortal city shrouded in a spiritual light as the blood demon ancestor pursued him. Wu Tian looked at the distant Tongtian city and without hesitation, he directly instantaneously moved to the entrance of the city without hesitation. He glanced at the blood demon chasing after him behind him and directly led Yun Yumeng into the city. Although the blood demon was upset, he didn't dare to act out in Tongtian city. He glanced at the two Wu Tian who walked into the city, hesitated, and directly turned around and left. Wu Tian and Yun Yumeng had just walked into the city when a man greeted them. Two seniors, can you need someone to guide the way? Late generation familiar with all parts of the city, the man said respectfully. Wu Tian waved his hand, signaling that it was not necessary and told him to back off. After the man respectfully retreated, Wu Tian led Yun Yumeng towards his small courtyard. In the crowd of guides, Xiao Shiyu looked at the two Wu Tian, who were like a divine couple, with a look of disappointment in her eyes. It looked like Wu Tian no longer remembered her, which made her bite her lips tightly and a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Wu Tian didn't even notice her, and brought Yun Yumeng right back to his small courtyard. The small courtyard was protected by a formation, and the forbidden token was in Chu Meier's hand. However, he had left his spiritual imprint in the token, and walked inside the small courtyard without much hindrance. Inside the room, Chu Meier, who was cultivating, noticed the fluctuation of the formation and hurriedly used her divine sense to check it out. Seeing that it was Wu Tian who had returned, she rushed out of the house in surprise and flew into his arms. Brother Tian, you finally came back. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Chu Meier hugged him tightly and complained. Her eyes were filled with watery mist as she looked at Wu Tian, aggrieved with the joy of being reunited after a long time. For his first woman, Wu Tian still had some feelings for her. He smiled and touched her head. Not bad. You've already broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment. It seems like you haven't been lazy for a while. Chu Meier broke into a smile. It's not just that. People have also learned how to make talismans. They can sell quite a few spirit stones. I can help you too. Wu Tian did not think so. Where is the fastest way to make a talisman to rob? And it is better to use that time to cultivate. Didn't I give you quite a few spirit stones? And you used them up so quickly? Wu Tian looked at the beautiful person in his arms and said indifferently. There's still a little bit left, but people want to break through Jindan so they can afford to follow you around. so they make their own talismans to earn spirit stones. That way I can gather the resources earlier and break through to Jindan to find you. Shu Meier looked at him a little nervously, afraid that he would get angry. Wu Tian didn't have the time to care about this. He pinched Shu Meier's hip. Don't waste time making your talisman. I'll give you the resources you're lacking. Break through Jindan earlier. You're too weak now. He has little else, but more resources than he can count, especially after looting the Ghost King Sect's treasure trove. He was fully capable of mass-producing Jindan. Wu Tian didn't catch up too much with Shu Meier and gave her some resources after she had gone through with it, so that she could seize the time to break through the Jindan. Otherwise, with her current physique, Wu Tian was afraid that she wouldn't be able to carry it off during dual cultivation. When Shu Meier reluctantly went into the house to shut down, Wu Tian looked at Yun Yumeng, who was silent at the side, and said, "Can you contact your master?" He still didn't have the follow-up technique for the transformation stage. If Lang Ruyan had it, then things would be better. Yun Yumeng shook her head slightly with a worried look in her eyes. "I can't contact my master, but I have a mark left by her on my body, so she will be able to follow it and find me. I have to go wait for her at the Nine Spectres Pavilion. With master's methods, she'll definitely be able to escape." Wu Tian's eyes flickered slightly as he took out a voice transmission subsnail and gave it to her. "Alright then, you stay over there and wait for your master first. If you contact her, let me know." He had left a mark on the Z-Conch, which could sense Yun Yumeng's location, and if Yun Yumeng secretly left Tongtian City, he would be able to find her. Good. Yun Yumeng took the subsnail and hesitated for a moment, not asking him when he broke through to Yuaning, and directly left. Wu Tian glanced at her departing back and directly walked into a room, set up an array and returned to the Blue Star. Back at Blue Star, he first went to Lin Frost Moon and harvested a wave of fear beads, with Wu Tian as a connection. The officials of the Summer Country were very cooperative and allowed Lin Xuanyue to build the haunted house nationwide. Wu Tian spent a little time laying down the gathering in frightening formation on all the haunted houses in the country, leaving behind a fear bead to absorb the fear. He incidentally also left a spirit ghost in each city, so that they could absorb the grievances emanating from people all over the city to become stronger. Every city has a great deal of resentment permeating it, the sustenance for spirit ghosts to become stronger. Among them are also factories, office buildings, high schools and schools that are densely populated with workers. These places had the thickest grievances, which were on the verge of materializing under his spiritual eyes, if not for the fact that Blue Star belonged to the age of the end, and ghosts could not be bred in an extinct spirit environment. This level of resentment would be enough to allow 100 ghosts to walk around in the day, but these grievances are for spirit ghosts. It can be a great tonic. As for the Ghost King spirit ghosts such as Yihan who possessed spiritual intelligence, he did not release them for the sake of unnecessary trouble. Inside a villa, Wu Tian taught Lin Shangyue a little bit about how to control the flags of the gathering in frightening soul formation and gave her some fear beads. Have her periodically go and gather together the fear beads that have been sucked full of fear. By the way, put the blank fear beads inside the gathering in frightening formation. This would eliminate the need for him to go around collecting them himself, and he would only need to come to Lin Xuanyue's place to get them after a while. At the same time, he also asked Lin Shangyue to contact the people in the official government of the Xia Kingdom and ask them to test the spiritual roots of the people in the country to see how many of them possessed spiritual roots. For his own homeland, his tactics are quite gentle. As long as the Xia government cooperates, the cultivation resources needed are all good. Becoming a chi refining cultivator can live for a minimum of 100 years without illness or disaster. Foundation establishment for a minimum of 200 years. And Jindan for a minimum of 500 years. Just counting the number of people with spiritual roots is still a good deal for those in power. After all, I'm sure they know a lot about his movements abroad. Wu Tian did not make things happen in the country. The main fight are you and me. Summer officials should not be ungrateful. He had become a Yuaning. It was time for him to be a chess player and make his next move, using all beings as chess pieces. End of chapter. Inside the villa, Lin Ruoxue saw Wu Tian and his sister finished the matter, came to Wu Tian's side and hugged his arm and pampered him. "Master, I am at the second level of chi refining. Can you give my disciple a storage bag? I also want it." She took Wu Tian's arm in her arms and shook it non-stop, oblivious to the fact that her big bunny was being squeezed out of shape. Wu Tian felt the softness in her arms and looked at her childishly innocent and stunningly beautiful face with big watery eyes, as well as the blush on her face. It added a little more allure. Without pulling his arm out of her arms, Wu Tian removed a storage pouch from his waist with his other hand. He chuckled. "There's no low-ranked storage bag. Do you want a high-ranked storage bag for master here?" "Yes." Lin Ruoxue happily kissed him with a joyful smile. "Thank you, master. Schwer likes you the most." She couldn't wait to receive the storage bag in Wu Tian's hand, as if she had obtained the most precious treasure. Her eyes filled with a smile that she couldn't hide. Ha 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 giggled. Wu Tian glanced at her delicate red lips, touched her head and smiled. Cultivate well. There are some resources within the storage bag, enough for you to cultivate until you reach foundation establishment. Saying this, he took down another storage bag and threw it to Lin Xuanyue. You too, cultivate to foundation establishment early. I'll give you two sisters a surprise then. The lowest level he had on him was a high-level storage bag, or he didn't have the heart to throw it away, and some of the ordinary resources inside were enough for them to cultivate. He searched again for a while before finding two lower-grade magic weapon flying swords for them. Incidentally, he also gave them the Green Cloud Immortal Sect sword riding technique, giving them the opportunity to experience the feeling of flying with a sword. Lin Ruoshua couldn't control her joy and jumped into his arms and pampered him. Master, you're so nice. Can you stay for a while longer? You come and go in a hurry every time. People don't have the chance to properly honor you. Smelling the fragrance of her body and feeling the soft body in his arms, Wu Tian forced down the fire of desire rising in his heart and pushed her away. Alright, you cultivate well. Master still has things to do. Lin Ruoshua looked at Wu Tian, who was dressed in white, and a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. She bit her lip. Senior, can't you stay for a while longer? People still have so many things to ask you about cultivation. Wu Tian is not moved. This girl's physique is so weak, and she is still changing her mind to seduce him. This is not looking for death. He didn't stay too long, and after explaining to Lin Xuanyue, his figure flashed and directly disappeared. Cherry Blossom Country. After Wu Tian appeared in the Sakura Kingdom, he directly asked the King of Sakura to organize the whole country to test their spiritual roots and count the people who possess them. With Sakura Nation, he's not so gentle with his methods, and he's going to do it as fast as he can. At the same time, he also released his own men's stern ghosts, so that they could go and absorb the grievances and fears to become stronger. Even if some of the knights couldn't control themselves enough to kill one or two people, it didn't seem like much of a problem to him. Anyway, the important people in Sakura Nation were under his control. Some civilians can't make any waves. The country of Sakura is small and dense, and the country is just a small island. Therefore Sakura country can be the best place to harvest grievances and fears. Thousands of his men can blanket the entire country. One time, nightly ghosts have appeared in many parts of the Sakura country, causing panic. The fear that radiated became the sustenance for the severe ghosts under Wu Tian to become stronger. Grievances may not be readily available yet, but inspiring fear is much simpler. Ghost movies do not stop playing. 100 ghosts walk at night. Ghosts and mists fill the sky, making the Sakura country as if it had turned into a haunted area. Add to that the information about the resurgence of the nightmare that is all over the internet, enough to keep the people of the Sakura country on edge, living in fear day and night. At the same time he had King Sakura blockade the country so that some people couldn't run away if they wanted to. Wu Tian harvested the grievances and fears of hundreds of millions of people in the Sakura kingdom, just to pile up spirit ghosts as soon as possible, so that his human emperor Haki spirit ghosts would be full. Ghost kings are a bit more tricky to stack. Spirit ghosts are much easier. With hundreds of millions of people providing grievances and fear, the thousands of stirring ghosts under him quickly broke through to the spirit ghosts. Strength has skyrocketed. For the sake of his men's night ghosts getting stronger quickly, there was only one way to agonize the people of Sakura Nation. Wu Tian hung stealthily in the sky, not paying too much attention to the ghostly creatures on the island below, and directly took out pills and spirit stones to cultivate. The ghostly creatures under his command became stronger, and he himself could not be delayed. Wu Tian could use the good ones and never the bad ones. The top-grade spirit stones and 3rd and 4th grade pills were consumed rapidly. 1 month later, Wu Tian stopped his cultivation and looked at the thousands of spirit ghosts on the island below, revealing a smile of satisfaction. Though Sakura Nation was already on the verge of collapse from his tossing, but it was worth it to make the ghosts under him stronger. But you can't just cut it all at once. You still have to give Sakura Nation a reprieve and come back for the next harvest. Wu Tian put away most of the spirit ghosts, leaving only 100 heads, so that they could absorb the grievances and fears in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and slowly turn into ghost kings. Not much longer. Wu Tian had gotten a list of people in the country who possessed spiritual roots from King Sakura. He looked at it, and there was only one heavenly spirit root. The young girl who possessed a water-type heavenly spirit root. 5 different spiritual roots. A dozen or so earth spirit roots. Miscellaneous spiritual roots were more numerous, possessing more than 10,000 of them. But to think that hundreds of millions of people have spiritual roots at this point is a bit small. Wu Tian glanced at the list, thought for a moment, and asked King Sakura to gather these people together and have them learn Chinese. At the same time they have a mission, to mate and have babies. All of them had to mate with each other, except for the girls with good natural talent and whose yuan-yin still existed, who couldn't lose their yuan-yin to destroy their natural talent. Children born to people with spiritual roots were more likely to have spiritual roots. and they naturally had to have more children born to them. It's about how big his game is, and there's no room for sloppiness. As for whether they want to or not, it doesn't matter. They're just pawns. After finishing his work in the Sakura Kingdom, Wu Tian ran around Blue Star again. All the other countries are under his control except Xia. Wu Tian provided spirit measuring stones to let all the countries measure whether their nationals possess spirit roots, and at the same time let them learn Chinese. Chinese is spoken all over the world. After Wu Tian left behind 2,000 spirit ghosts in Blue Star to absorb the grievances and fears to become stronger, he returned directly to the immortal demon world. He's one link short in his chess game, and he's going to have to find a way to fill it. Wu Tian walked out of the house. Chu Meier, who was guarding the outside, immediately jumped into his arms and looked at him with winking eyes and said happily, "Brother Tian, you're out of the gate. Meier has already broken through the Jindan. It's still a heavenly Jindan. Oh." Wu Tian smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad, then I'll give you a little reward." After saying that, he held Chu Meier's enchanting body and walked into the house, taking her to revisit the method of dual cultivation. Learn from the past. It had not been dredged for a long time, and Chu Meier's agonizing voice was unceasing, until the river lapped against the bank, and the current within the creek on the bank slowly grew larger, converging with the river to form a wave. Continuous. Ryoko. Wu Tian walked out of the house refreshed, feeling that the sunlight outside was much brighter. He recalled the beauty of Chu Meier and headed out of the small courtyard. Let's hope that the huge Tontian city has what he wants. End of chapter. Tontian City. Wu Tian wandered around Tontian City, but he could not find what he wanted. It seems that no one will put out for sale the really good stuff. Wu Tian sighed in his heart. He looked at the 9 Spectres Pavilion not far away and thought about walking over. According to his senses, Yun Yumeng was still inside the 9 Spectres Pavilion, and after such a long time, he had to go see if Ling Ruyan had contacted her yet. That way he could also determine whether Ling Ruyan had run out from the pursuit of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. The 9 Septic Pavilions. Wu Tian walked inside the 9 Septic Pavilion and asked the maid to inform Yun Yumeng. Not a moment later, he was led by the maid into the small courtyard at the back and met Yun Yumeng. "Is here for master? Senior?" Yun Yumeng inquired. Wu Tian nodded. "Has your master ever contacted you?" "Senior came some time ago, but something came up and went out again." She had a word that she would contact Senior after a while to discuss matters. Yun Yumeng looked at Wu Tian, and her clear and cold voice rang out. Wu Tian frowned. Lang Ruyan was now a bereaved dog. What else could be a big deal? It couldn't be that he wanted to pull him to take revenge on the Heavenly Corpse Sect, although the Ghost King Sect had a lot to do with him being where he was today. But he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Ghost King Sect. It was just that having a big leg to hold on to made a lot of things a lot easier for him. Now that the Ghost King Sect had been destroyed, he didn't have the heart to help the Ghost King Sect take revenge. The only thing he cared about was whether or not he could get the follow-up technique from Ling Ruyan. As long as she had it, whether it was a trade or hard robbery, it was the fastest way for him to get the technique. To get stronger, he can go out of his way. Wu Tian glanced at the rooms in the small courtyard that were shrouded by formations. "If your master teacher comes back, tell her that I have something to find her." After saying that, he looked at the fairy-like Yun Yumeng and directly left. The small courtyard room was shrouded by a formation, and he suspected that Ling Ruyan was in the room. It was just that he didn't dare to be sure, but it was not a good idea to cross paths with Yun Yumeng. Anyway, he was only at the early stage of yuaning now, and the matter of the follow-up technique was not particularly urgent, so he could only look at it again. Wu Tian walked out of the 9 Pantheon Pavilion and strolled around the major stores in Tontian City, selling all the things he couldn't use on himself, especially the things he had grabbed in the Dragon Mysterious Realm and what he had gotten in the Ghost King Sect's treasure hall. Most of these things were of little use to him and could only be sold for spirit stones to purchase the resources he needed. For example, 3rd grade soul melting pill, 4th grade 10,000 souls pill, and other magic pills. It would allow him to quickly raise his cultivation level and increase the demonic elements in his body. The soul melting pill didn't need to be said. It could still work on him even now, only the effect was much smaller. The 10,000 souls pill was refined from tens of thousands of living souls plus a variety of other rare elixirs. The effect on cultivation was at the very least 10 times better than the soul melting pill. It was just that the number of 10,000 souls pills was relatively small and expensive, costing tens of thousands of lower grade spirit stones apiece, and he had only been able to buy 500 after shopping around. Pills of the 4th grade and above were all one bottle at a time because of their high price. Wu Tian had wandered all over the southern city for these 510,000 souls dan. Fearing that the pills would not be enough, he had bought quite a few more soul melting dan. Being able to get high and take shortcuts. Who honestly cultivates? Getting high isn't for everyone though. These pills had cost him millions of spirit stones, and ordinary people weren't that rich. Wu Tian was going to use these pills to raise his cultivation level and try to shorten the time so that he could break through to the mid-Yuaning stage earlier, as well as the late Yuaning stage. Every time he made a breakthrough, his strength would change drastically. He had plenty of spirit stone resources in his hands, so naturally, he had to transform them into strength as soon as possible, lest you run out and make waves because you're not strong enough and be treated like a giveaway. He was prepared to consume the resources he had in hand first. Only their own strength is strong enough to walk the world's bottom. Resources are gone can also go back to grab. I'll stock up on guns if my neighbors stock up on food. My neighbors are my granary. A twist. 3 months passed. Wu Tian, who was cultivating in seclusion, emitted a wave of spiritual energy from his body, and his aura was a few points stronger. Finally a breakthrough. He had been cultivating day and night for the past few months, and he didn't even have the time to double cultivate with Chu Mayer. Luckily, his efforts were not in vain, and in a short period of time, he had broken through to the mid-Yuaning stage. Wu Tian looked at the Yuaning that had turned into a childlike form within him. He felt the changes that he had just broken through to the mid-Yuaning stage. After breaking through to the mid-Yuaning stage, the demonic Yuan in his body became even more pure, and both its quantity and power increased by at least 10 times. His sense of the laws of space had also gotten a lot deeper. The moment of transience. It's estimated to be 100,000 miles in a single instant. On top of that, he had also practiced the ghost escape technique in the meantime. After all, it doesn't matter if you can't beat the enemy, the key is to run. Unfortunately, he had spent all of his free time practicing the ghost escape technique, and the soul destruction technique had not been available to practice, and he had yet to learn it. However, he had numerous means of attack, and it didn't matter if he learned the soul destruction technique or not. Not much longer. Wu Tian walked out of the house, glanced at Chu Mayer who was also in closed-door cultivation next door, and headed outside. The upper middle-grade spirit stones as well as elixirs he had on him were pretty much consumed. However, he still had tens of millions of lower-grade spirit stones, so he could purchase quite a few pills to use for cultivation. His roots are several times stronger than anyone else's, and there are pros and cons. Although his foundation was several times stronger than other ordinary Yuaning, giving him the ability to fight over the ranks, but the resources he consumed were naturally equivalent to the consumption of several Yuaning. During this period of time, he had taken pills as his meals, and he had eaten thousands of 10,000 souls pills. For this reason, he even ran to the west city of Tongtian City to buy back pills. This, coupled with the upper middle grade spirit stones he possessed, had only piled him up to the mid-Yuaning stage in such a short period of time. Now it was not yet known whether he could beat a transformation god powerhouse with his strength, but the late Yuaning stage should be able to take it in hand. However, just to be on the safe side, he was still prepared to consume the resources in his hand first, and enhance his strength as much as he could. East side. Wu Tian strolled around the east city of Tongtian City and purchased quite a few 10,000 soul pills. Not much longer. Wu Tian looked at a pavilion named Xianyan Pavilion and jumped at the chance to experience the joys of this world's greenhouses. Unexpectedly, there was a disturbance in the voice transmission subsnail in his pale underworld ring. He had just taken out the mother snail when Yun Yoming's voice came out from it. Senior, Master has already arrived at the 9 Spectres Pavilion, so I'd like to invite Senior to come here. As Wu Tian listened to Yun Yoming's cool voice, he looked at the Immortal Face Pavilion with some regret. Compared to the so-called flower leader within the Immortal Face Pavilion, the feats on Lang Ruyan's body were more of a concern to him. Without hesitation, he turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Not much longer. Inside the small courtyard of the 9 Spectres Pavilion, Wu Tian finally met Lang Ruyan, who possessed a stunningly beautiful face, was cold and beautiful, and exuded the air of a cool imperial sister. End of chapter. Senior sister, goodbye. Wu Tian looked at Lang Ruyan with a spring-like smile on his face. Lang Ruyan was still the same as before, dressed in a black and red robe, like a devil like a fairy. Fellow Daoist Wu, the Ghost King sect has been extinguished, so it's fine for us to be called fellow Daoists. Lang Ruyan looked at Wu Tian. I invited fellow Daoist Wu over this time because I have something important to discuss. I wonder what? Wu Tian looked at her suspiciously. Fellow Daoist also knows that as demonic cultivators, we are not tolerated by the righteous path, and the only way to save ourselves is to embrace the warmth of the group. Wu Tian looked at her plump body and thought a little. What is it that you, fellow Daoist, have to do? But please speak up. He didn't bother to beat around the bush with her, ready to see what she had to do first. Lang Ruyan wasn't talking nonsense and looked at him and said directly, do you know about the black dragon from some time ago? Isn't that black dragon dead? Wu Tian looked at her suspiciously, not knowing what she was doing by bringing up the black dragon. Lang Ruyan shook her head. It didn't die, and it has even become a demon emperor. How? Wu Tian frowned at her. That day we saw with our own eyes that it and the old ancestor had already died under the lightning tribulation. How could it still be alive with that terrifying tribulation? Lang Ruyan looked grave. Although I don't know how it survived. This news was told to me by my senior brother, Jun Wu Dao. And it should be true. Wu Tian's heart turned over as he tried to digest the information she revealed. Where's the old man? He inquired. Since even the black dragon could survive, there was no reason why old man Xianmei, who was a transformation god, couldn't survive that thunderbolt. Dead. Lang Ruyan said gruffly. My senior brother Jun Wudao has now defected to the black dragon. And he has learned from the black dragon that the old ancestor has already been reduced to flying ash under the thunderbolt, and that all of his spiritual treasures have been destroyed. Regarding why the black dragon is still alive and has broken through to the demon emperor, I suspect that the day the black dragon of the 10,000 spirit Jedi region attracted the thunder tribulation was simply a setup he set up. A bureau to conceal the truth from the world so that he can have enough time to refine the dragon soul fruit and break through to the demon emperor. Wu Tian frowned in contemplation. He had long felt that the black dragon was not simple. Although it was a bit surprising, he could still accept it. What do you want from me? Wu Tian looked at Lang Ruyan thoughtfully and had a guess in his heart. I'm not going to hide it from you. My senior brother wants me to join him in defecting to the black dragon. You and I are now a thorn in the side of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and we want to get rid of them. So defecting to the black dragon is the only option for us. Lang Ruyan looked at him seriously. Her meaning was self-evident. She wanted Wu Tian to defect to the black dragon with her. Wu Tian looked at her and could only say that she was truly worthy of being a demonic cultivator. Old man Xianying was killed by the black dragon, and they were still able to go to the black dragon. Wu Tian didn't respond to her, and after a moment of silence, he said, does fellow Taoist Lang have a follow-up technique to the Yellow Spring Soul refining technique? No. Lang Ruyan shook her head. My master has not passed down the successor technique for the god transformation stage to me, and I don't think my senior brother has it there either, which is one of the reasons why I defected to the black dragon. He seems to have obtained the old ancestor's spatial ring, promising that if we do a good job for him, he can pass on our subsequent feats. Although Wu Tian did not know whether what she said was true or not, he thought that the probability was no. After all, old man Xianyue was only a transformation god, being a demonic cultivator. How could he possibly pass on someone else's god transformation stage technique, allowing Jun Wu Dao and the others to have the ability to threaten him? Deceiving the teacher and destroying the ancestor and killing each other can always be the fine tradition of the devil's way. Old man Xianying could become a transformation god powerhouse and would not guard against this. Wu Tian frowned and thought about it. Even if what Black Dragon said was true, it was still unknown whether he would give a few people the feats. This feeling of being subjected to others was something he disliked. Wu Tian looked at Lang Ruyan. The Black Dragon has recruited us regardless of previous suspicions. What exactly does it want? Wu Tian had previously robbed the Black Dragon's dragon soul fruit, and Lang Ruyan's few people had also chased after it. It's safe to say that a few people don't have a good relationship with the Black Dragon. If he were the Black Dragon, it would be strange if he didn't skin a few people after possessing great strength. Thinking about it, Wu Tian frowned. This can't be a trap, right? Black Dragon asked Jun Wu Dao to lure us over there in order to take revenge on us in one fell swoop? Lang Ruyan shook his head. You're overthinking it. As far as I know, the Black Dragon has great plans and needs our strength to do his bidding. He won't kill us just to get out of breath. Moreover, if the Black Dragon really set up a game, we are just pawns. As long as it uses us, we can live without worry. Do you know what the Black Dragon is recruiting us for this time? It wanted to exterminate the Heavenly Corpse Sect, unify the demon region. Lang Ruyan did not hide anything and told Wu Tian all the information she knew. Wu Tian digested the information she had said and pondered over the pros and cons. Okay, I agree. Wu Tian said softly. It was much better to have a big leg to hold on to than for him to go it alone. It was not surprising that he could use the power of the Black Dragon to accelerate the speed at which he became stronger. When Lang Ruyan saw him agree, a smile of satisfaction appeared on her face. A smile is 100 winks. She laughed a little. And when she saw Wu Tian looking at her a little lost in thought, she frowned, and her face instantly regained its coolness. Since that's the case, fellow Taoist Wu, please go back to get ready, and we'll set off tomorrow before we go to look for my senior brother and the Black Dragon. Seeing the Black Dragon, fellow Taoist Wu was not to be addressed as such anymore, and needs to be honored as the Dragon Emperor. Lang Ruyan knew that Wu Tian had not been practicing for a long time, and was afraid that he would lose his manners to upset the Black Dragon, so he specially instructed him. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Wu Tian nodded. He talked with Lang Ruyan for a few more moments before walking out of the Nine Spectres Pavilion. On the way back, he kept thinking about the Black Dragon. He didn't expect that the Black Dragon that he had met in the secret realm at the beginning had become stronger faster than him, and in the blink of an eye had turned into a demon emperor. With the advantages of its dragon race, it thought that it was much stronger than the average transformation god. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly have the backbone to want to exterminate the Heavenly Corpse sect and unify the demon region. If the Black Dragon was laying out a plan from the secret realm, it would be too terrifying, playing with both the righteous and the devilish. This time the Black Dragon was so strong, it was estimated that it was scheming for more than just a small demon region. He'd have to plan ahead. 2. Wu Tian thought about what he could obtain by borrowing the power of the Black Dragon, and without realizing it, he returned to the small courtyard. Brother Tian, you're back. Chu Mei inside the small courtyard happily jumped into his arms and hugged him with a face full of attachment. Wu Tian sensed that she had already broken through to the late Jindan stage of cultivation, and his big hand went down and lightly squeezed her buttocks. Such a short period of consecutive breakthroughs. You haven't wasted those cultivation resources I gave you after all. He smiled and carried her into the house and had a double session with her to ease the exhaustion of practicing for so long. Aftermath. Wu Tian hugged Chu Mei and took out 2 medium-grade magic treasures, as well as a jade pendant containing the 9 Suns Ghost Mother, and gave it to her. The magic treasures were the Grievance Spell and the Ghost Grievance Rope respectively, while the 9 Suns Ghost Mother possessed the strength of a Jindan. Needless to say, the Grudge Bell can attack the divine soul. The Ghost Grudge Rope is woven from the hair of tens of thousands of people with extremely deep grudges, and then absorbs the grudges and grows to a medium-grade magic treasure. It can bind the enemy, while the grievance power on it can also attack the enemy's physical body and divine soul. Control and attack in one. These 2 magic treasures and the jade pendant were both left over from his tribulation that day, because it belonged to the devil's magic treasure. It was restrained by the thunderbolt and was not very useful for resisting the thunderbolt, which was why he kept it. Although Chu Mei was very happy to have obtained the magic treasure, she couldn't help but hug him tightly knowing that he was going to leave again. She wanted to follow Wu Tian, but he rejected her. For a reason. Her cultivation was too weak and not qualified enough to follow him. Seeing Wu Tian's strong attitude, Chu Mei also stopped forcing herself. She gritted her teeth and, regardless of whether or not her body could take it, took the initiative to climb on top of him and double up with him. Wanting to leave a little more of his mark, Chu Mei was extremely gentle, pleasing him with all her might, just so he can remember how wonderful she was and not forget her. Wu Tian was not a person who liked to be passive, and quickly turned the tables. One night, day 2, he looked at the sleeping beauty in his arms and slowly backed away. Not much longer. Wu Tian headed to the 9 Secrets Pavilion to meet up with Lang Ruyan and Yun Yumeng, and together they went out of the city to look for Jun Wu Dao and the Black Dragon. End of chapter. All Souls Jedi Region. Wu Tian followed Lang Ruyan and met the man in black whose name was Aoin, who was transformed by a black dragon. In the 10,000 Spirits Jedi Region, there were quite a few people behind Aoin. Apart from Jun Wu Dao and the soul-devouring ancestor, there were also quite a few Ghost King Sect disciples who had escaped. Together with Wu Tian and the 3 of them, it could be said that the remnants of the Ghost King Sect's strength were basically concentrated under Aoin. Aoin was very welcoming to the arrival of Wu Tian's trio, and it was as if the previous unpleasantness did not exist. Aoin's attitude made Wu Tian and Lang Ruyan sigh in relief. They were really afraid that this was a trap, or that Aoin would use some method to control them. It's a good thing Aoin didn't do that, or they would have had to fight back. They were at least Yuan-ing elders. How would they be willing to be controlled? At least, Wu Tian was definitely reluctant. Aoin did not waste any time. Seeing that the people had arrived, he directly followed the plan and asked Jun Wu Dao to go and lure the people from the Heavenly Corpse Sect to the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region. The 10,000 Souls Jedi region was unable to instantly move, which could make the instantaneous movement of a Yuan-ing transformation god useless, making it a good place to kill people. As for how to sight, Wu Tian followed Jun Wu Dao and a few others to directly instantly move to the territory of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Jun Wu Dao looked at a subordinate sect of the Heavenly Corpse Sect below and coldly said, "Kill." A few people's magic treasures bombarded down, and the clan formation was instantly broken. Jun Wu Dao, your Ghost King Sect was destroyed. Go find the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Why are you looking for my Blood River Sect? The Blood River old ancestor appeared and looked at the several people, his eyes full of anger, and said. Jun Wu Dao glanced at him and directly launched an attack without saying a word. Wu Tian's few people didn't hesitate, and their magic treasures instantly blasted over. Seeing this, the Blood River old ancestor's face changed, and without hesitation, he instantly fled. A few people didn't even try to chase him and let him go to the Heavenly Corpse Sect to ventilate. Once the Blood River old man left, the Blood River clan up and down the elders and disciples. There is no power of resistance. Not a moment before the clan perished, the few people collected the Blood River Sect and continued to rush towards the next sect. The 3 first-rate sects below the Heavenly Corpse Sect had 2 of them exterminated before long, and a few second-rate sects had been exterminated as well. However, The Heavenly Corpse sect had also received the news and thought that they were retaliating maliciously, pouring out their nests in an attempt to exterminate them in one fell swoop, especially the Heavenly Corpse old ancestor. Last time Jun Wudao escaped from his hands, making him feel strangely humiliated. Now that Jun Wudao dared to run out and take revenge on his Heavenly Corpse sect, he naturally would not let them go. To be on the safe side, he had directly summoned all the major sects in the demon region to surround and kill Jun Wudao's few people, vowing that they would have nowhere to run. After Wu Tian's few people made a commotion, they were approaching the 10,000 Spirits Jedi region so that they wouldn't be able to run away when the Heavenly Corpse sect arrived. Not much longer. A spatial fluctuation appeared around a few people, as if someone had instantly arrived. Go! Without saying a word, Jun Wudao directly left in an instant. Wu Tian's few people didn't hesitate. Sensing the spatial fluctuation, they instantly moved to the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region. The people behind them were in hot pursuit, and they fled directly into the 10,000 Souls Jedi realm using the transportation technique. Beware of deception. Ko Changsheng saw several people running into the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region and said with a grave expression, "A bunch of mole crickets. This time the seed won't let them get away with this." The Heavenly Corpse old ancestor's face was gloomy as he looked at the 10,000 Souls Jedi region in front of him. He relied on his high level of cultivation and didn't feel in the slightest that a few Yuaning could do any harm to him. Without the slightest hesitation, the Heavenly Corpse ancestor directly chased after them with more than a dozen Yuaning. Not much longer. The Heavenly Corpse ancestor stopped his pursuit, surveyed the front, and coldly said, "Formation, is this your backhand?" He sensed something strange ahead of him, and it was clear that Jun Wudao and the others were trying to lure him into the formation. However, he is quite involved in the Tao of formations, so he would not be able to detect that this place has been laid down by someone. Go around. The Heavenly Corpse ancestor naturally wouldn't take the initiative to enter the formation, and was about to bring his men around when he saw a man in black appear. Without saying a word, Aoin directly launched an attack. A bead of ethereal light flowed and instantly smashed towards the Heavenly Corpse ancestor. The Heavenly Corpse old ancestor sensed Aoyin's aura and did not dare to be careless at all, so he hurriedly released the Corpse King he had raised, as well as the born corpse immortalized bone. 5 black coffins appeared, and 4 Corpse Kings appeared from the coffins and pounced towards the beads. Seeing the terrifying power of the beads, the Heavenly Corpse ancestor didn't let his undying bone make a move, but instead let the Corpse King go ahead and test it out. One moment, the Corpse King, whose body was incredibly hard, had just touched the bead and was smashed into a bloody mist by the terrifying power on the bead. The Heavenly Corpse old ancestor hurriedly sent the Corpse King to his death to block the beads coming towards him. It was a long story, but in reality, their encounter was but a moment. The next moment, several people from Wutian also turned back towards Ko Changsheng Blood Demon and the others to kill them. Since he hadn't been able to lure them into the formation, he would have to do it directly. A few people didn't need to kill them either. They just needed to stall them and wait for the results from Aoin. As long as Aoin could kill the Heavenly Corpse Elder Ancestor as soon as possible, the remaining Ko Changsheng and the others couldn't make any waves at all. Wu Tian didn't care about the others and directly locked onto the Blood Demon, trapping him in the small ghost domain. It was just that although Wu Tian had minimized the scope of the ghost domain, he had still enveloped the Blood River Ancestor within the ghost domain along with the Blood Demon. However, the Blood River Old Ancestor was only in the middle stage of Yuaning, and only had a middle-grade magic treasure, the Blood River Demon Sand. The persimmon picks the soft one first. Wu Tian was the first to launch an attack on the Blood River Old Ancestor. A few magic treasures bombarded over, and in no time he was dead. After dealing with the Blood River Ancestor, Wu Tian then looked at the Blood Demon Ancestor who was surrounded by the 2 great Ghost Kings and 8,000 spirit ghosts. The Blood Demon was exhausted under the attacks of Yi Han and Zhang San, as well as the 8,000 spirit ghosts. Even if he possessed the blood-devouring pearl, the main reason was that the 8,000 spirit ghosts were tough and fearful of death, and each one of them was not to be underestimated under the nourishment of resentment and fear, and they could cause quite a bit of damage to him. The 8,000 spirit ghosts took their lives to spend with him, and under the desperate attacks, the energy shield formed by the blood-devouring bead rippled continuously. He had to consume quite a bit of spiritual energy for each spirit ghost he eliminated. Although the blood-devouring bead contained the reserve energy from his last harvest of the furnace, it was also rapidly depleting, and it was estimated that it would not be able to resist for long. What's more, after Wu Tian finished cleaning up the Blood River Ancestor, he launched another fierce attack on him. After he broke through the mid-Yuaning stage, the power of all his imperial magic treasures had increased by at least 10 times. It was no longer so easy for the Blood Demon Ancestor to fend off his attacks. The Blood Demon Old Ancestor was undefeated and tried to break through the Ghost Domain to escape in terror. Nay, the Ghost Domain formed by the 2 great Ghost Kings and 8,000 spirit ghosts. It was undoubtedly delusional for him to want to break through it in a moment. Wu Tian wouldn't give him this chance either, and the attacks didn't stop at all. Now that he had broken through to the mid-Yuaning stage, he was able to resist the contamination of the blood-devouring bead's bloodlight on his magic treasure. Although his spiritual energy consumption was also quite large, it was still within his tolerance. Not much longer. The blood demon's spiritual energy was depleted, and even swallowing pills couldn't keep up with the rate of depletion. He was ruthless in his heart. Blood sacrifice blood-devouring bead. His body essence blood instantly lost most of it. The whole person turned into skin and bones. The blood-devouring bead glowed brightly. He borrowed the power of the blood-devouring bead and wanted to forcefully break through the ghost domain to escape. End of chapter. Wu Tian wasn't a little cutie. He would not let him have his way. The blood demon rushed up into the sky with the help of the blood-devouring pearl that turned into bloodlight, wanting to break through the ghost domain space from above. However, when Wu Tian's mind moved, the spirit ghosts that were densely packed around him did not want to stop and blocked above him with their own bodies. After the blood demon knocked away more than a dozen spirit ghosts, it was smashed down by the flying dragon ape's fist. Although the flying dragon ape arm also instantly disintegrated, the blood demon ancestor was also stopped by it for an instant. In just this instant of time, the blood demon ancestor no longer had a chance. Wu Tian's tightly followed binding thunder cord quickly lengthened, and together with the energy shield on his body, it firmly wrapped him into a ball. The white bone demon needle instantly stabbed dozens of times, instantly piercing through his energy shield and shooting towards his eyes. The blood demon ancestor was quick on his feet and hastily slapped the white bone demon needle away with his blood fiend palm. However, the Gungjin sword took advantage of the gap made by the white bone demon needle and followed it into his energy shield, instantly piercing through his skull. In the blink of an eye, the Gangjin sword chi instantly caused the blood demon's head to burst open. Immediately after that, the blood-devouring bead recoiled and instantly sucked him dry of all his blood. The blood-devouring bead was still trying to devour the blood demon's Yuaning, but how could Wu Tian let a bead pick up his own slack? He directly knocked the blood-devouring bead off the blood demon's body and bound the blood demon's Yuaning with the thunderbolt binding rope. Wu Tian ignored the blood demon's pleas for mercy, and with a shake of the human emperor streamer, he sucked him into the streamer and refined him into a ghost king. Then he raised his hand and the blood-devouring pearl was sucked into his hand. Just now, when the blood demon was revolted, Wu Tian knew the strangeness of the bead in his hand, and the hand holding it was overlaid with spiritual energy. Suddenly, the blood-devouring bead lit up with bloodlight, and an illusory blood-clad man emerged from the bloodlight. Blood Devourer greets his master. The man in blood spoke. Wu Tian mic'd his eyes. You're an artifact spirit? Blood Devouring nodded. I am the artifact spirit of this blood-devouring bead. This bead is a mid-grade spiritual treasure. If the master obtains it, he will be able to travel across the world. Wu Tian frowned. This artifact spirit made him feel very uncomfortable, especially since the blood demon old ancestor was just backfired by the blood-devouring bead. It was presumably the work of this artifact spirit. So much for that. A spiritual treasure that possesses an artifact spirit. If he refined the blood-devouring bead, would the bead listen to him or the artifact spirit? Wu Tian didn't know much about spiritual treasures and didn't rush to refine them, but put them away first. He put away the ghost domain, looked at the besieged Jun Wu Dao several people, and killed towards Leng Ruyan. Aoyin and the heavenly corpse ancestor ran off somewhere, leaving Jun Wu Dao and the few others struggling to hold on. Luckily, Wu Tian came out just in time, and the human emperor streamer's ghostly light flowed, enveloping the three people who had surrounded Leng Ruyan in the ghostly domain together, closed the door and beat the dog. Leng Ruyan couldn't be bothered to be shocked as to how Wu Tian had so many spirit ghosts and rushed to join him in killing the enemy. With Wu Tian's help, she wasn't passively beaten after all. Not for a moment. Wu Tian's white bone demon needle broke through the defense of a Yuaning and instantly killed him, along with his Yuaning. But just as he wanted to write out his victory and kill the other two Yuaning together, Ao Yin's voice came from outside the ghost domain. The old devil of the heavenly corpse is dead. Those of you who obey will live and those who disobey will die. The two terrified Yuaning within Wu Tian's ghost domain hurriedly shouted, I would like to surrender. Please also spare our lives. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Wu Tian's eyes. This was the meat in his mouth. Next time he would not see such a good opportunity. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, he turned a deaf ear to their words and continued to launch a fierce attack. This was his prey. Could it not be discarded with a word from Ao Yin? Seeing this, Leng Ruyan could only continue to help him attack the two. Luckily, although Ko Changsheng outside was horrified that the heavenly corpse ancestor would actually be killed by Ao Yin. However, after weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he gave up the idea of surrendering and directly turned into a recluse to escape. When Ao Yin saw this, his eyes turned cold and he instantly chased after him. Others have descended as well. Run the run. It didn't take Wu Tian much time to kill the 2 Yuaning within the ghost domain and harvested their Yuaning in storage rings. He didn't hurry to put away the ghost domains, but instead refined their Yuaning, each using 100 spirit ghosts as sustenance, into ghost kings. Although Lang Ruyan's eyes were hot, she was sensible enough not to grab it from him. Only her mind was restless with thoughts. No way. Wu Tian grew up too fast. Without realizing it, she was actually no longer a match for Wu Tian. Lang Ruyan glanced at Wu Tian with complicated eyes. She suspects Wu Tian either carried a heavy treasure or was a legendary person of great fortune to be able to grow so fast. One time, she was somewhat unable to see through Wu Tian. Wu Tian didn't know what was going on in her mind. He looked at the several ghost kings in his human emperor streamer with satisfaction. Then he put away the ghost domain. Jun Wu Dao was relieved to see the 2 of them come out. It's good that you guys are alright. Let's go. Let's go to the Heavenly Corpse Sect. He was followed by several surrendered Yuaning cultivators. Among them there were also people who were originally from the subordinate sects of the Ghost King sect. For them, changing camps is simply stress-free. They follow whoever is strong. It's that simple. Not much longer. Wu Tian and the others arrived at the Heavenly Corpse sect, and it didn't take much effort for the entire Heavenly Corpse sect to mutiny and switch sides. It didn't take long. Aoin carried Ko Changsheng's head to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Obviously, Ko Changsheng had overestimated himself and failed to escape from Aoin. Without any nonsense, Aoin glanced at Wu Tian and the others and directly told them to go and notify the major clans in the demon region. Submit, or die. However, as devil cultivators, the major devil sects were all very sensible and surrendered without hesitation. To this point, Aoin unified the demonic realm. Wu Tian had thought that Aoin should be recuperating for a while after he unified the demon region. Who knew that Aoin turned his eyes and let Wu Tian and the others build altars in various places. In particular, the land of spirit veins occupied by the major clans was the most important. The resources and manpower to build the altar were all provided by the major clans. Wu Tian, as a Yuaning big brother, was in charge of the altar construction in an area, and the 3 clans under him were under his command. It just so happened that there was a first-class sect in the area he was responsible for. Acacia Sect. Because the Acacia Sect belonged to a first-class sect, the spirit vein it occupied was larger, and the altar to be built was also larger. That was why Wu Tian directly stayed in the Acacia Sect. The Acacia Sect Patriarch's luck was not good, and earlier in the 10,000 Souls Jedi region, he had already entered the human Emperor's streamer to catch up with the Blood Devil and the others. Therefore, within this Acacia Sect, he was the only Yuaning cultivator. Among the tens of thousands of elder disciples, the highest cultivation level was only in the late Jindan stage, which did not pose the slightest threat to him. Inside the Acacia Sect's main hall, Wu Tian put his arm around Hua Langying and surveyed the dozens of young girls below. Compared to Hua Langying, these young girls were all slightly inferior. He lightly pinched the rabbit head of the beautiful woman in his arms. These are the prettiest ones in your clan? Hua Langying leaned softly as if she were boneless in his arms. Her face flushed as she said, among the disciples whose Yuanin is still alive, they are the prettiest. Those elders and deacons, they are quite beautiful and attractive looking, and their means of serving people are first-rate. And it's not like you can't look at them. End of chapter. In the Hall of Acacia, dozens of women were dressed in purple sarongs, with apprehension and anticipation in their eyes, looking pure and lustful and seductive. It rhymes. However, Wu Tian had a stunningly beautiful witch like Hua Langying in his arms and had little interest in these rouges and powders. To him, not just anyone was entitled to his favor. At least the body shape and appearance must be at the level of Hua Langying. Or, there was something special about his status that would give him the desire to conquer. However, the women of the Acacia sect were multi-talented, with the heavenly demon dance and the demonic flute, which were pleasing to the ear and to the eye. Wu Tian hugged Hua Langying, playing with the big rabbit in his hand, and watched dozens of women playing flutes and offering dances for him. Hua Langying's face was flushed, her delicate body nestled in his arms as she queried, "Brother Tian, what exactly does Lord Dragon Emperor want us to do when he asked us to build an altar?" Wu Tian's large hands roamed over her body, his face unconcerned. "Just do your own thing. Why do you pry so much?" Despite saying that, he was also a bit curious about what Aoin was doing. Aoin made such a big show. His intentions should not be small. However, Wu Tian hadn't even finished his own business and didn't care about Aoin's affairs, as long as they didn't harm his interests. When he saw Hua Langying wanting to speak, he directly stripped the tool from her body and pressed it underneath her body and kissed her. "Don't! They're still there." Seeing Wu Tian bullying his way up, Hua Langying said in a hurry. Wu Tian listened to the flute sound in his ears and glanced at the dozens of women dancing the seductive heavenly demon dance in the hall, and laughed softly. "Don't you think it's even more exciting to have them dancing to help cheer you up?" After saying that, he pulled Hua Lanying to double cultivate as if no one else was around. With the sound of Hua Langying's delicate chants, all the flute sounds in the hall were affected and became intermittent. Wu Tian slowed his movements and glanced at the dozens of women in the hall. Don't stop, then play the music and then dance. The women didn't dare to disobey Wu Tian's order, so they could only have a red face and continue to play the flute and offer their dances to cheer Wu Tian up. One time, the spring colors in the temple were boundless, and the chants were endless. Ryoko. Wu Tian hugged the just stunned, delicate and feeble Hua Lanying and waved his hand for the women in the hall to retreat. When the group of women were full of spring in their eyes, they dragged their limp bodies away. Wu Tian hugged the unclothed Hua Lanying, his big hands slowly roaming over her delicate body, but his mind was not on her body. He was considering whether or not to switch to a cultivation technique. After he killed the blood demon ancestor, he obtained a jade slip from his spatial ring. Inside were records of the Yellow Springs blood god technique, which was sufficient to cultivate to the transformation god stage, as well as the many accompanying blood Dao avatar techniques. Not for a moment. Wu Tian had a decision. He was going to switch to cultivation techniques. He couldn't expect Aoin to be true to his word. It was better to take his fate into his own hands. The Yellow Springs blood god law and the Yellow Springs soul refining law had the same root and origin, and it was easier to convert. It wouldn't clash with the Yellow Springs soul refining method that he had originally cultivated, and there was a blood Dao divine ability recorded in it, which also had to be cultivated in the Yellow Springs blood god technique. There was a divine ability recorded in the jade slip. The name is blood godchild. This blood god's son could not only be transformed into bilocations and out-of-body incarnations, but could also be transformed into a blood seed that could be planted in another person's body. Those who were planted with the blood seed would then become his cauldron. As long as he moved his mind, all of his cultivation, flesh and blood, and soul would be devoured by the blood seed and turned into pure energy to feed back to him. Most importantly, if he reached the god transformation stage, he could still separate a trace of his Yuanshan power to integrate into the blood god's son. At that time, as long as his blood god's son did not perish, even if his true body was destroyed, he could borrow a sliver of Yuanshan power in the blood god's son to come back from the dead. It's equivalent to having immortality. If he condensed hundreds of millions of blood godchildren, it meant that he possessed hundreds of millions of lives. This blood god's son should be the method that the blood demon old ancestor had performed, which could turn others into a cauldron. With the blood godchild, some of his plans could be carried out, and blood-wise, he had billions of people from Blue Star as a blood bank. It was quite convenient whether it was for cultivation or condensing the blood godchildren. Quality is not enough to make up for quantity. Beyond that, Wu Tian also learned a lot of information about this world from the blood demon old man. For example, the earth under his feet was called the desolate ancient continent, with imperial dynasties all over the place and clans. It can be expansive. Strong people are like clouds. The blood demon old ancestor was also not from the eastern wasteland, but from the divine state blood god Sect. The divine state was different from the eastern wasteland, with a vast difference in resources and aura concentration. In the eastern wasteland, a god of transformation cultivator would already be a top powerhouse, but in the divine state, god of transformation was nothing more than a larger mole cricket. According to the blood demon old ancestor's description, the eastern wasteland was lacking in resources, and there were simply no conditions for people to break through to the refined void realm. Wu Tian had also inquired about how he should travel to the divine state, only that the blood demon ancestor did not know either, because he took advantage of his master's serious injury and killed him to escape to the eastern wasteland. Moreover, he was still summoned to the eastern wasteland by a broken teleportation array by chance, and he didn't know the way back to the divine state at all. This was one of the reasons why Wu Tian did not care about what Aoin did. It's hard to raise a true dragon in shallow water. He only wanted to get stronger quickly and then head to the divine state. But the divine kingdom was too nebulous for him right now. He would never think of a way to go to the divine realm until he broke through to the transformation god. With his current Yuaning stage cultivation, if he were to go to the divine state, he would probably be no different from a mole cricket. Plus he didn't know the roads at all. As Wu Tian thought about his mind, the force on his hand unconsciously increased quite a bit. Hua Langying couldn't endure the pain and twisted in his arms. Wu Tian came back to his senses and hurriedly rubbed the large rabbit in her hand. If this rabbit pinches and breaks, how can he play with it in the future? Not much longer. Wu Tian didn't linger on Hua Lanying's body any longer, but began to close his mind and cultivate the Yellow Spring blood god method. As for all the matters of building the altar, he had left it to Hua Lanying to handle. Now, Hua Lanying had become the patriarch of the Acacia sect. With her watching, Wu Tian did not have to personally supervise and waste time on the altar. As time passes, 1 month later, Wu Tian had already refined the Yellow Spring blood god technique, and this technique could also be paved with the Yellow Spring soul refining technique. Now he could not only refine souls, but he could also suck blood and transform it into demonic elements. If there were sufficient souls and blood, under soul refining and blood sucking, his cultivation level could be raised a lot faster. Beyond that, in this month, he had learned the blood god's son as well. Not much longer. Wu Tian came out of the gate and checked the construction of the altar. Seeing that the altar had already been constructed for the most part, he didn't hesitate and directly asked the tens of thousands of disciples of the Acacia sect to offer him blood. He would use their spirit blood and bring it to condense the blood godchild. A twist. Half a month passed. Wu Tian had just consumed most of the Acacia sect disciples' spirit blood and condensed hundreds of blood godchildren when a huge commotion came from outside. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw that a group of righteous cultivators outside were attacking the Acacia sect. He appeared in the air in a flash, looking at the group of righteous cultivators outside the sect's formation with killing intent in his eyes. Daring to run into the demon realm to spread your wildness. You guys are really living out of your minds. End of chapter. The crowd. When Shui Yuro saw Wu Tian's figure, she hesitated for a moment and said with a face full of righteousness, "Demon, you've been tricked by that black dragon. Although I don't know what the purpose of the altar you have built is, this altar covers the entire demon realm, and we guess that the black dragon is trying to blood sacrifice the living beings in the demon realm. Hundreds of millions of living beings in the demon region. How many innocent people? Do you realize that this is aiding and abetting the evil, and that this action will result in a monstrous killing?" Wu Tian's eyes flashed. He also had some guesses about the altar, and the blood sacrifice was one of his guesses. But, what does it have to do with me? Wu Tian looked at Shui Yuro indifferently. When did your righteous path care so much about the affairs of our demon region? Stubborn. Kill. A beautiful woman among the righteous cultivators looked at Wu Tian with killing intent in her eyes. Seeing Shui Yuro's attitude, as well as Lu Qingqing's description, how could Lu Yuyan not know that the person in front of her was the one who had broken her daughter's body? She struck out with anger, and several bottles of poison pills were thrown out by her, exploding on the Acacia sect's great formation, turning into poisonous mist that corroded the formation. Not for a moment. The clan's great formation is broken. Wu Tian lightly glanced at the group of righteous cultivators, not caring in the slightest that there were 2 Yuaning cultivators among them. Since you're here, stay. With a thought, the human emperor streamer appeared in front of him, emitting wisps of black gas. A ghostly light flashed on the human emperor's streamer. 10,000 ghosts are present. Ghostland now. The many righteous cultivators looked at the ghosts around them with fear in their eyes. How is it possible? 7 ghost kings? And how many spirit ghosts? Devil, just how many killings have you created? Lu Yuyan looked at the ghostly creatures around her with shock in her icy eyes. Kill. Wu Tian coldly ordered. Since the righteous path thought so highly of him and sent 2 Yuaning over, he would have no reason not to accept them. It was just as well that he let these righteous cultivators see what it was like to be outnumbered. His subordinates, Ghost King Zhang San and the others, directly pounced towards a group of people without saying a word. Being able to crush with absolute strength, Wu Tian never hit anything. The fact that Wu Tian had so many ghostly creatures made the tens of thousands of disciples of the Acacia sect freeze for a moment. Seeing Wu Tian make his move, they hurriedly began to help the ghosts kill the enemy. Although the Acacia sect's people were only playing assistants, the pink smoke they emitted could seduce the soul. Many of the righteous cultivators were caught in the act, being mesmerized and suddenly attacking towards the people next to them. The ghosts under his hand had the upper hand, and Wu Tian didn't even bother to make a move. He just watched coldly. Seeing Shui Yuro's perilous situation, he flashed his body and grabbed her back to the original place. Wu Tian held Shui Yuro, who kept struggling, in his arms and said in an icy voice, "You've fallen into my hands again. This time you won't be able to run away so easily." He grabbed the large rabbit and gently squeezed it, and Shui Yuro's body couldn't help but tremble. Her body became more and more sensitive under Wu Tian's development. There was no resistance at all to his big, hot hands. Shui Yuro gritted her teeth and gave up struggling, allowing him to hold her and bully her at will. "I can let you bully and humiliate me, but you have to let my mother go." Shui Yuro forced herself to endure the abnormalities in front of her bear and said with a trembling voice. Wu Tian lightly pinched and swept a glance at the righteous cultivators within the ghost domain, his eyes resting on the only Yuaning female cultivator. "The one in all blue. That's your mother?" His tone was icy cold, and the body of the beautiful person in his arms trembled even more. Shui Yuro nodded and tried to make her voice calm. "If you let her go, I can serve you. No release," Wu Tian coldly said. "You seem to think of yourself as a bit too important." Watermoon Rose's eyes carried a color of disappointment and flashed a trace of desolation. "Are you really not thinking of old feelings? I only have one relative, my mother. If you want to kill her, kill me first." She thought that she had even moved to love this heartless devil, and a layer of water mist could not help but fill her eyes. She picked at the large hand in front of her bear and said sadly, "Kill me if you want to. Stop trying to bully me and let go." Wu Tian frowned. In his divine sense, Shui Yuro's tearful eyes were viewed by him. He took a deep breath and sighed inwardly. This was one of the reasons why he didn't touch the other women of the Acacia sect. He's not a nice guy, but there is still that hint of affection for his woman. He couldn't do that to his own woman, even if he forced her to, since he had taken up someone's body. As long as the other party didn't do anything to wrong himself, he really couldn't kill them. Wu Tian looked at the woman in blue who was surrounded by several ghost kings of the blood demon and said softly, "Tell your mother to bind her hands and I can let her go." Shui Yuro froze for a moment when she heard his voice, and with a happy face, she cautiously inquired, "Really?" Wu Tian lightly pinched the large rabbit. "For your sake, I'll let your mother's life go for now." "Thanks." Shui Yuro smiled joyfully. There was the elation that her mother was able to survive, but also had the touching feeling that Wu Tian cared about her. "If you keep bull ******* ting me, I'll backtrack later," Wu Tian coldly said. For this woman, he lost a ghost king. It's a big loss. That's why it is said that people's troubles often come from not being good enough to be complete and not being evil enough to be complete. What was left of his heart's conscience bothered him a lot more. Fearing that he would back out, Shui Yuro hurriedly transmitted her voice towards her mother, telling her to give up her resistance. Lu Yuyan also noticed that Shui Yuro was being held in the devil's arms, only that she could not protect herself and could only watch. Now that she had received Shui Yuro's divine sense transmission, she thought that she was being coerced and ignored it, even if it was true. As an elder of the Green Cloud Immortal Sect, there was no way that she would be able to fold her arms to a devil. Seeing the situation, Wu Tian coldly said, "Your mother seems to be a bit ungrateful." Shui Yuro's face changed and she hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I can definitely persuade her to surrender. Don't kill her." Wu Tian took out his magic treasure and attacked towards the other Yuaning cultivator who was struggling to hold on under her horrified gaze. Under his fierce attack, that Yuaning cultivator of the righteous path didn't even manage to resist for long before he died under his Gungjin sword. Even his Yuaning didn't manage to escape, and was brought to him bound by the thunder-binding rope. Then Wu Tian again imperialized the magic treasure to attack towards Lu Yuyan, and Shui Yuro's heart, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, lifted up again. She blushed. "You promised me you wouldn't kill my mother." "Shut up," Wu Tian coldly said. "One more word and I will really kill your mother." "Words." Shui Yuro gritted her teeth and said no more. She pressed her large, fidgeting hand in front of the bear and looked nervously at her mother. Wu Tian, with the cooperation of the blood demon and several ghost kings, did not take a moment to break Lu Yuyan's defense and tied her up with the thunderbolt binding rope. Shui Yuro was relieved when she saw that Wu Tian was only bundling and not killing, but as she listened to the screams coming from her ears, she couldn't help but struggle a bit in her eyes. Without the two Yuaning attracting the Ghost King's firepower, the Blood Demon and the others who had freed up their hands were killing in all directions among the righteous cultivators. Many of Shui Yuro's fellow sect brothers and sisters also died quickly in her eyes. "Can you?" She hesitated, wanting Wu Tian to spare her fellow siblings. Wu Tian's face chilled as he coldly said, "Don't give an inch." End of chapter. Seeing the situation, Shui Yuro hesitated for a moment, not daring to say anything more to upset Wu Tian. She closed her eyes, unable to bear to see the misery of her siblings again. But after closing her eyes, the sensations coming from in front of the bear became clearer, causing her to bite her lip. Wu Tian played with her big rabbit and imperialized the magical treasure to quickly weave through the field, harvesting the lives of many righteous cultivators. Not much longer, tens of thousands of righteous cultivators all died, and the souls of the cultivators below Jindan became all the ghosts' sustenance, and were all torn apart and devoured. The souls of cultivators above Jindan were then practiced into spirit ghosts by him to replenish the spirit ghosts lost in the battle just now. After dealing with the souls, he raised his hand and sucked it in, and a line of blood appeared from the corpses of the many cultivators, coalescing into a ball of blood in his hand. He revolved the Yellow Springs blood god method. The blood orb was rapidly absorbed and refined by him, and the demonic yuan in his body was also growing rapidly. As the spirit blood from the tens of thousands of cultivators was drained from him, the aura on his body grew quite a bit. At this moment, he realized that no wonder some people liked blood sacrifices. The speed of this cultivation increase was even faster than he was high on drugs. If Aoin really wanted to blood sacrifice billions of living beings in the demon domain, Wu Tian could hardly imagine to what extent his cultivation would grow. It was just that he had doubts. Aoin dared to blood sacrifice so many living beings. Are you really not afraid of being blasted to death by the heavenly tribulation? With this monstrous killing, the thunderbolt must not be elevated by 2 levels. I'm afraid. Although he didn't know if Aoin, being a dragon, had a heart demonic tribulation. The thunder tribulation had to be transited regardless of whether it was a human or a demon. The intensity of the thunderbolt is only the lower limit. There is no upper limit. It all depends on your natural ability and the murderous sins committed. The monstrous karma added to the body will certainly be the thunderbolt extra care. Otherwise, those old devils whose life expectancy is approaching, each of them has sacrificed their blood to the living beings. How can there be any living beings in this world that can survive? However, Wu Tian was too lazy to dwell on those as he used the white bone demon needle to absorb the bones and flesh of the many cultivators. Then he directly put away the ghost domain. The many righteous cultivators came fast and died fast, and it didn't take long before they couldn't even leave a whole body behind. Wu Tian put away his loot, glanced at the distance, hesitated, and did not go to join in the fun. The righteous path is not good. The devil knows how many transformation gods have come. He'd better meddle a little and see what happens. He brought the captured Shui Yuro and Lu Yuyen back to the Hall of Harmony, while Hua Langying brought her disciples to reopen the sect formation. Inside the Hall of Acacia, Wu Tian hugged Shui Yuro and looked at Lu Yuyen, who was bound by the thunderbolt cable, thinking about what to do with her. Seeing his big hands roaming over his daughter's body, Lu Yuyen looked at him with eyes full of anger. "Devil, if you dare to bully my daughter like this, I will definitely not let you go." Wu Tian gave her a faint look. "You're on your own, so it's not wise to speak harshly anymore." However, for Shui Yuro's sake, Wu Tian didn't do anything to her. He threw Lu Yuyen into a room and held her captive, with no intention of releasing her back for the time being. Wu Tian looked at the misty-eyed Shui Yuro in his arms. The delicate and soft body of the beautiful person exuded an ethereal fragrance, causing him to raise a lot of sexual interest. He hugged Shui Yuro's fragrant and soft body and laughed softly. "I won't kill your mother. What to do should be clear in your heart. You don't want anything to happen to your mother, do you?" With a sweep of his spiritual energy, the clothes on the two men turned into flying dust. Not much longer. Lu Yuyen listened to Shui Yuro's agonizing voice next door, gritted her teeth with eyes full of anger, and stifled two words from between her teeth. "Devil! Ryoko!" Wu Tian looked at Shui Yuro, who was limp on the jade chair. "This belongs to a great tonic for you. Hurry up and refine it to enhance your cultivation." He left a message and put on his clothes and walked out. He had detected an abnormality. Otherwise he wouldn't have let Shui Yuro off so easily. Outside the temple, Wu Tian walked out of the Hall of Harmony and looked at the black clouds in the distance spreading over quickly as a pillar of black light shot up into the sky. Black clouds rolled in and everything lost color wherever they passed. The sun in the sky was all covered by black clouds, making it difficult to penetrate them and shine down. A pillar of light in the distance connected heaven and earth, permeated with the slightest bit of strangeness. With a flash of his figure, he appeared at the altar on the mountainside of the Hepping Peak, only to see that above the huge altar built by the Acacia sect, a black light was bubbling up, quickly converging into a black pillar of light that shot up into the sky, connecting with the black clouds in the sky. "It's dark." In the twinkling of an eye, the sun was blocked by black clouds and the whole world became dark and gloomy. Wu Tian frowned and observed, realizing that the altar was rapidly extracting the spirit vein, and the spirit chi in the vein was rapidly converging towards the altar. Even the aura of the heavens and the earth quickly converged in the light pillar of the altar under the effect of the altar. A massive amount of aura surged into the black clouds along with the pillar of light from the altar. The spirit vein of the mountain where the Acacia sect is located is the main vein, with a branch vein connecting the surrounding area, and the weird power on the altar follows the branch vein to cover all directions. As the energy aura of the surrounding area was extracted, the mountains and plants were lifeless and turned into dead land. By this point, how could Wu Tian not understand? Aowen is not at all trying to blood sacrifice billions of living beings in the demonic domain. He is trying to refine and devour the entire demonic domain, and the living beings above are just incidental. Wu Tian looked at this in shock. Ao Yin's guts were too big. With such a large amount of money, he is really not afraid that the heavenly tribulation will immediately descend and blast him into dregs. It suddenly occurred to Wu Tian that he was also involved in this matter. Ao Yin's karma for refining the demonic domain, the heavenly Tao wouldn't count a sum on his head as well, would it? Thinking of this, his face instantly turned ugly. Turning such a large territory into a dead land was too much karma, and he reckoned that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hua Langying's face was also ugly. If she had known that Aowen was so bold, she definitely wouldn't have helped him build the altar. "Shall we, destroy the altar?" Hua Langying looked at Wu Tian and said hesitantly. Wu Tian looked at the dense energy on the altar that was fast turning into substance and tentatively approached to absorb it. "It absorbs." A glint flashed in his eyes. Wu Tian looked at the altar and was a little hesitant to destroy it. If he didn't absorb this energy and use it for cultivation, the heavenly Tao might not settle the score with him, but if he absorbed it, the karma of refining the demon domain would definitely count against him. A little while later, ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. He was responsible for the construction of this altar. And if he really wanted to count karma, he definitely couldn't get away with it. As it is, then he can't take a loss. Wu Tian took out the human emperor streamer and 10,000 ghosts appeared. He let a spirit ghost fly into the pillar of light made of energy, and saw that it didn't have any accidents, but instead was able to absorb the energy and become stronger. Wu Tian did not hesitate and directly let the 10,000 ghosts rush into the light pillar to absorb the energy to become stronger. He's going to intercept the energy of this altar. If the karma is not carried by everyone, and the benefits are all given to Aoin alone, thinking about it makes him feel bad in his heart. Even if there is no karma for what he did earlier, it's come to this monstrous karma. Allow me to carry it as well, Wu Tian coldly said. End of chapter. The altar extracted the surrounding spirit veins, and the energy was so huge that the ghosts were unable to absorb it all, and could only intercept a small portion of the energy. Let the people from your clan come here to absorb the energy and cultivate. After Wu Tian finished speaking to Hualaniang, he immediately sat down on the altar, absorbing the energy that had turned into substance with all his might to cultivate. Hualaniang was already in the late Jindan stage and was just short of crossing the threshold to enter Yuaning. When she saw Wu Tian absorbing the energy from the altar, she could only watch with feverish eyes. However, she still seized the opportunity to let the people from the Acacia sect come over and fly into the air to absorb the energy in the light pillars to cultivate. These energies were too dense and huge. Even if there were Wu Tian and 10,000 ghosts below to absorb them, the remaining energy was enough for them to absorb. They also knew that this kind of opportunity was rare, and each of them went all out to absorb the energy and cultivate. As for karma, for those who couldn't break through Jindan, it was no different than not having it. Under their full absorption, the huge energy was like an infusion, causing their cultivation to increase by leaps and bounds, breaking the mirror like drinking water. Even the disciples in the chi refining stage had built their foundations with the help of these energies in one fell swoop. With such a huge amount of energy, it was no different from a heavenly treasure. Wu Tian quickly absorbed and refined the energy. The huge energy entered his body, and his cultivation level was rapidly increasing. As time passes, it didn't take long. His cultivation broke through to the late Yuaning stage and quickly reached the peak of Yuaning, only needing to cross the tribulation to become a transformation god. Wu Tian collected his power and walked off the altar, looking at the ghosts under him with satisfaction. With the support of such a huge amount of energy, he already had dozens of ghost kings under his command. The other spirit ghosts were also breaking through to Ghost King one after another, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before he could have tens of thousands of ghost kings. Only he didn't know it. As the demon region was refined, earthquakes continued throughout the entire demon region, and the ground cracked open with a huge crack that was too deep to see the bottom. A thick aura of death rose from the earth, and life was cut off. The many living beings in the devil's domain, whether they were humans or demonic beasts and animals, some of them fell into the cracks, and some of them were eroded by the death aura, and in the twinkling of an eye, they were already dead. All of their flesh and blood were rapidly dissolving under the death aura, and their white bones were rotting. The earth wails. A huge crack on the land of the devil region caused the entire devil region to become fragmented, and a mountain peak collapsed. In the face of the collapse of the heavens and the earth, hundreds of millions of living beings living on the land of the devil's domain can do nothing but wait in terror for death to come. This is a natural disaster as well as a man-made one. Mortals weep with grief. Some people lament that the heavens are blind and have sent down such heavenly punishment. Some people kneeled in fear and worshipped the heavens to save their lives. The world is a different place. There are also 10,000 beasts running away, but it is hard to escape death. Only the many devil cultivators have the ability to protect themselves, but also can use this feast to quickly improve their cultivation. Some of the chi refining devil cultivators in the mortal cities were not so lucky. It wasn't easy enough for them to survive the city that was reduced to rubble by the earthquake. What's more, they had to use their spiritual energy to protect themselves from the dense death aura around them. However, earlier, the righteous cultivators had destroyed many altars, and these places were still calm and only suffered from the ripples. This small portion of the area has also become a pure land in the demonic realm. A number of fleeing people had gathered. The area where the heavenly corpse sect is located. In mid-air, Aoin held the blood moon in his hand and fought the 5 transformation gods alone. Countless materialized energies rolled in like black clouds, rapidly surging into the blood moon in his hand. There was the blood moon transforming countless amounts of energy pouring into him, allowing him to fight the 5 transformation gods alone without losing. Several transformation gods looked at him with killing intent and greed in their eyes. The blood moon in his hand had absorbed most of the energy of the demon domain, and it was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. If they could snatch it and absorb and refine the energy in it, breaking through to transformation spirit would be just around the corner. Moreover, the karma of refining the demonic domain didn't need to be carried by them. They only needed to snatch the blood moon. This was one of the reasons why they had surrounded Aoin. Most importantly, they couldn't let Aoin break through to transformation spirit. Otherwise, if he could refine the devil's domain, he could definitely refine their territory as well. If Aoin refined the entire eastern wasteland, where would they go from there? Some for the guardianship of the world, others for their own selfishness. But they all had one thing in common: they had to kill Aoin. Even in the face of the 5 great transformation gods surrounding him, Aoin's face was expressionless. But he was not as calm in his heart as he appeared to be. He knows, if he waited for people from other forces in the eastern wasteland to receive the news and arrive, it was unknown whether he could run away or not. After all, the eastern wasteland was a huge region, and there were quite a few hidden old god transformation monsters. When they all arrived, it would be enough for him. Aoin sensed that the altar of the demon domain was being destroyed quickly, and he immediately stopped hesitating and ran the blood moon at full power to absorb the energy. He raised his hand towards the ground and shot out a ball of black flames. Black flame landed. The rich dead air was like gasoline, instantly turning the ground into a sea of fire. The sea of fire stretches on. 100-foot fire dragon in the sea of fire rose up into the sky, killing towards the transformation god powerhouses that surrounded him. There were even fire dragons flying in all directions, and all the dead air along the way was sucked into the mouths of the fire dragons, and they were rapidly growing in size. Not much longer. The many fire dragons had absorbed the rich dead chi of the demonic domain, and the flames had formed a dragon body that had grown to 10,000 feet long, and the power of the flames had increased by a lot. Facing the siege of dozens of 10,000-foot fire dragons, the 5 goddess of transformation powerhouses didn't dare to be careless. Aoin quickly absorbed the massive energy from the blood moon, and the aura on his body was rapidly becoming stronger. Demon dragon, suffer! A silhouette roared and flew from the distance, instantly transforming into a 10,000-foot demon god. He killed towards Aoin with his spear in hand, and the 10,000 feet of fire dragons that lunged towards him couldn't even carry a few shots before they were dispersed by him. Although his 10,000-foot body was composed of blood chi, it seemed as if it was like substance, and the blood chi wolf smoke on his body rose up to the sky. The blood chi and the flames cancelled each other out, allowing him to be fearless of the flames on the fire dragon. This is a martial arts practitioner. The methods were not as weird as those of the immortal cultivators, but the battle power was not to be underestimated. Seeing that the people from the Great Yin dynasty had arrived, Aoin no longer hesitated and directly discarded the remaining energy that he hadn't been able to absorb. He gathered up the many fire dragons and fled towards the 10,000 spirit Jedi region. A few god transformation powerhouses naturally refused to stop and chase towards him. The other side. Wu Tian saw that the pillar of light was dissipating and the black clouds in the sky were slowly dispersing, giving him some bad premonitions. He looked at the 100 or so ghost kings under his command and directly put them away. Pity! His many spirit ghosts were on the verge of breaking through, and if this altar had lasted a little longer, all the spirit ghosts under him would have been able to break through. However, it was also because there were too many ghost kings, intercepting too much energy, leaving the other spirit ghosts with little soup to drink. This was what slowed down the speed at which they broke through to the ghost king. It was good that Zhang San and the other ghost kings already possessed the strength of a late-stage Yuaning, and the battle power aspect was greatly improved. Wu Tian looked at the 180 ghost kings under his command and felt that the world was wide open for him to go. With so many ghost kings at his disposal, he should be able to beat the transformation god as well. Only he didn't know that Aoin had already run away. Wu Tian and the others helped Aoin refine the demonic domain and aided and abetted the evil. The others will surely count a share of this monstrous karma on them. As soon as Aoin ran away, those of them would have to be liquidated. End of chapter. It's not right. Wu Tian frowned when he saw many demonic cultivators being chased towards the 10,000 spirit Jedi region in the distance. It couldn't be that Aoin played it off and got killed, could it? He thought that Aoin's refining of the demonic domain moved so much that it must have attracted the attention of many powerful people, and he was probably surrounded and killed. This place can't stay. Whatever the case, run for it. Wu Tian glanced at the harsh surroundings. The mountain peaks with beautiful scenery not long ago had been transformed into extinction. This demonic domain is no longer valuable, even if there is still a bit of spiritual vein left. But if you want to recover, the time needed is measured in thousands of years. It's not a good idea to stay here for long. Bring your people into the 10,000 spirit Jedi realm to hide. After Wu Tian finished speaking to Hua Lanying, he came to the Hall of Harmony with a flash of his body, grabbed Shui Yuro and Lu Yuyan and left. When Hua Lanying saw that Wu Tian didn't care about her and directly ran away, she couldn't help but clench her teeth. She still wants to follow Wu Tian. These disciples love to die. However, now that Wu Tian didn't care about her, she could only run to the 10,000 souls Jedi region with the people of the Acacia sect. The 10,000 souls Jedi region could not be moved instantly, and divine sense was useless, but the outer area alone was huge and boundless, enough for them to hide. Adding to that, the weakest of them were all Foundation establishment, and there were thousands of Jindan. As long as they didn't run into a Yuaning or above Big Brother chasing after them, they still had hope of surviving. The main reason was that the Acacia sect wasn't far from the 10,000 spirit Jedi region, so escaping in would be easy. Not much longer. Wu Tian casually found a place to put Shui Yuro and her mother down. He looked at Shui Yuro's absolutely beautiful and pretty face. Live well. I'll come back for you in the future. Shui Yuro's body was his favorite, like a warm fragrance. Run. For the sake of his own future sexual well-being, he returned her flying sword magic treasure and storage ring to her, so that she could have the power of self-preservation. As for Lu Yuyen, he didn't care much about it and only gave her back her native flying sword. After all, it is at least Shui Yuro's mother, and he can't use his own flying sword, so he might as well return it to her. Wu Tian lightly pinched Shui Yuro's big rabbit, collected the thunderbolt binding rope that bound Lu Yuyen and directly left in an instant. Instead of running towards the 10,000 spirit Jedi region, he instantly moved towards the territory of the righteous path. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The people of the righteous path are all concentrated in the demon region, so won't there be no one left in their territory? Except for the righteous. Wu Tian also saw people from other major forces in the middle of the demonic domain, combining their efforts to surround and kill numerous demonic cultivators. Aowen had violated the wrath of the people, and along with that, they, the demonic cultivators, were seen as thorns in the side of the major powers. I want to get rid of it. Without stopping, Wu Tian quickly instantly moved towards the land of the righteous path. There were some ungrateful Yuaning cultivators who tried to chase after him, but he was also directly killed back, and met up with the many Taoists in his emperor's streamer. Not much longer. Wu Tian shook off his pursuers and arrived at the land of the righteous path where the mountains were beautiful. Compared to the deadly devil's domain, the land of the righteous path looked vibrant. The mortals who live here still have hope in their eyes, possessing a gleam of anticipation for their future lives. Wu Tian thought about it and rushed towards the large spirit stone mine. He had to take advantage of the fact that many of the strongest members of the righteous path were in the demon region and the rear was empty to grab the large spirit stone mine. If he didn't feel that it wasn't very realistic for him to attack the Green Cloud Immortal Sect, and that he probably wouldn't be able to break the formation, he would have wanted to take the opportunity to ransack the Green Cloud Immortal Sect. The underpinnings of a large sect could completely make him rich in one wave. However, it was thought that the Green Cloud Immortal Sect wouldn't keep good things such as top-quality spirit stones and very high-quality spirit stones in the sect's warehouse. It wasn't like the low-level resources were of much use to him, so it was better to go to the large spirit stone mines to get a better deal. Not much longer. Wu Tian rushed to where the large spirit stone mine was and directly took out the human emperor streamer. 10,000 ghosts appeared along with the Mori ghost Chi, instantly laying down the evil ghost solicitation formation to form a ghostly domain that enveloped the entire spirit stone mine. Kill! At Wu Tian's command, the 10,000 ghosts under his command swooped towards the spirit stone mine. The large spirit stone mines were protected by formations, but they didn't manage to carry on for long under the attack of the 10,000 ghosts before being broken open. Two of the Yuaning cultivators from the Green Cloud Immortal Sect and the Purple Sky Sect saw that the formation had been broken and hurriedly tried to flee the mine. However, they were simply unable to break through Wu Tian's ghost domain space, and it didn't take long for them to be surrounded by numerous ghost kings until they died. Seeing the 10,000 ghosts attacking, the many overseers and minor slaves in the mine were filled with fear. However, Wu Tian did not show the slightest bit of mercy and directly let his subordinate ghosts slaughter them. Even for the Ghost King sect members who had once been captured by the Green Cloud Immortal Sect and used as slaves for the miners, he did not hold back in the slightest. Once all the men in the mine were dead, he took care of the loot. Mainly, it was their entire spiritual blood that he was going to use to train the blood god children. Not much longer. Wu Tian drained the spirit blood from many cultivators and used all of them to train into blood god son. The spirit stones stored on the mine were also scavenged by him, and among them were dozens of purple-colored extremely high-grade spirit stones. Not for a moment. After he learned from the mouth of the mine's Yuaning about the mine that dug up the extremely high-quality spirit stones, directly letting his subordinate ghosts enter the mines and help him dig for extremely high-quality spirit stones, he could no longer look at lower-grade spirit stones. Only upper-grade and extreme-grade spirit stones could bring up no small amount of interest in him. The pure spiritual chi contained in these two types of spirit stones were also greatly helpful for him to use for cultivation nowadays. The area of the mine that contained extremely high-grade spirit stones, the mineral soil was hard and unparalleled, and it was considered a treasure when placed outside. However, although the mining soil was hard, the ghost kings and spirit ghosts under Wu Tian's command were powerful and dug up the mine quickly. The areas deep within this spirit stone mine were at least top-grade spirit stones, and from time to time, one could even dig up extremely high-grade spirit stones. Wu Tian had the ghosts under his command in full bloom, digging all the way down into the depths. Under the efforts of the many ghost kings and spirit ghosts, a piece of top-grade spirit stone and extreme-grade spirit stone was delivered to him. It didn't take long. The ghosts under him dug into the area full of extremely high-quality spirit stones. The mineral soil in this area was even harder. The spirit ghosts couldn't even dig anymore, so Wu Tian could only let them go to the area of the upper-grade spirit stones to dig. Luckily, he still had nearly 200 ghost kings, and his digging speed was still relatively fast. The spirit stones in this area were all extremely high-grade spirit stones as long as they were casually dug up, and they were all quite large. Wu Tian looked at the hard purple mineral soil and thought about using a storage ring to pack up all the dug-down mineral soil. These mineral earths are considered rare treasures when placed outside. Whether they are used to practice treasure or do anything, they are quite good. After all, this mineral soil could isolate divine sense, and itself was also incredibly hard, and not much different from metal, so there were still quite a lot of uses for it. As time passes, under the efforts of his subordinate ghost kings, the depths of the mine were dug out into a huge space, and a mine tunnel went towards the depths. Since he had already reached the area of the extreme spirit stones, it meant that he wasn't far from the spirit source. Every spirit stone mine had a spirit source. That was the source of the formation of the spirit stone mine, and also the core. As long as the spiritual source was still there, it could constantly absorb the spiritual veins and the spiritual chi between heaven and earth to form spiritual stones. End of chapter. Generally speaking, for the longevity of the clan, the clans that held the spirit stone mines wouldn't kill the chickens and take the eggs, but would keep the spirit source to provide them with a constant supply of spirit stones. With the spirit source in place, the spirit stones in the spirit stone mine were renewable resources. Without the spirit source, the spirit stones in the spirit stone mine would be gone after they were dug up. However, Wu Tian was running towards the extreme spirit stones and spirit sources. As for whether or not this large spirit stone mine would be destroyed, he didn't care. In order to prevent the night from growing long, he had his ghostly creatures digging for spirit stones without stopping for a moment. As the extremely high-grade spirit stones became denser and denser, the speed at which he harvested the spirit stones also became much faster. Pieces of extremely high-grade spirit stones were dug out by the ghostly creatures under his command, while the purple mineral soil was loaded up in his storage ring. The depths of the mine also became more and more spacious, until the purple mineral soil became scarce and huge extremely high-grade spirit stones appeared in front of Wu Tian's eyes like jade jewels. Wu Tian touched the extremely high-grade spirit stone that was like a wall in front of him and felt the pure spirit chi contained in it. He immediately had his subordinate ghosts dig along the edges and complete the huge piece of extremely high-quality spirit stone. With the size of this extreme spirit stone, it looked like it could be used to make a bed. Unthinking, he had somewhat underestimated the enormity of this extreme spirit stone. As the ghostly creatures under his command dug, this piece of extremely high-quality spirit stone got bigger and bigger. Slowly and surprisingly, he dug out a huge purple ball that was about 10 meters tall. The purple ball consists of extremely high-quality spirit stones. Muddled, Wu Tian was a bit dumbfounded. If such a large purple ball was broken down into standard-sized spirit stones, he was afraid that there must be 100,000 pieces. He had just dug for half a day, and the largest extreme spirit stone was just the size of a basketball. It was the first time he had seen such a large extreme spirit stone, and it was a long time coming. Wu Tian surveyed the huge purple ball in front of him, and his eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked Zhang San to dig a hole in the purple ball. Such a large purple ball was a bit of an anomaly, and he suspected that the spirit source was inside this purple ball. Fruity. With a hole dug out of the purple ball, Wu Tian found a purple crystal in the center of the purple ball. The amethyst was hexagonal and about a meter tall. With aura lingering on it, it didn't look like a mortal object. Wu Tian could clearly sense that it contained a huge amount of pure energy. Without a doubt, this amethyst was the spirit source of this large spirit stone mine. Without the slightest hesitation, Wu Tian directly put away the purple ball formed by the amethyst crystals and extreme spirit stones. The most valuable thing in this large spirit stone mine was pocketed by him. He didn't let go of the remaining spirit stones in the spirit stone mines, and continued to let his subordinate ghosts excavate the extremely high-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones. He didn't seek to empty this large spirit stone mine, but he didn't want to let go of the extremely high-grade and top-grade spirit stones. After all, it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before the Green Cloud Immortal Sect and the Violet Sky Sect would have to realize that something was wrong and rush back from the demon region. He naturally had to dig in as much as he could while he could. I don't know how much time has passed. The extreme and top-grade spirit stones in the depths had been pretty much dug up by Wu Tian. He didn't linger any longer. gathering up the ghostly creatures under him and heading out of the mine. Only a huge space in all directions was left deep in the mine. Wu Tian redug the blocked mine hole and strutted towards the outside. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the mine, he encountered quite a few diggers. It seemed that this mine was already up and running again. He grabbed a miner and inquired about it. And the ones in control of the mines were still the Green Cloud Immortal Sect and the Purple Sky Sect. Wu Tian got the information he wanted and casually killed the miner. The miners and overseers he encountered in the mines were also killed at his leisure. Outside the mine, Wu Tian looked at the formation that enveloped the entire mine in the sky above and took out the human emperor streamer to release the 10,000 ghosts. Kill. Sensen ghost gas roams the sky. 10,000 ghosts fly toward the four sides of the mine. See people to kill. Slaughter the people of the two clans and miners. The sudden turn of events caused many miners to rush to hide in the mines in order to save their lives. Wu Tian didn't have the time to clean them up right now. He just had his ghosts kill everyone outside. Then he learned from the mouth of the Violet Sky Sect's elemental infant who was in charge of this mine what had happened in the month he had entered the mine. Ever since the last time Aoin refined the demon domain, it had drawn out quite a few old god-realizing monsters who were in seclusion and slumber. Some of them are still the oldest ancestors of the major clans, who do not show their faces for hundreds of years. Everyone thought they were dead, but they were still alive. These people basically didn't have much longevity, and after they learned that there was a supreme treasure in Ao Yin's hands, which also had the energy to refine the demon domain, they all ran to the 10,000 Spirit Jedi domain to join in on the fun. But Ao Yin even ran away with so many people searching and chasing after him. Those people couldn't find Ao Yin, and the numerous demonic cultivators were out of luck and became the object of their anger. Many demonic cultivators died as a result, and those who survived had a hard time. Now the devil cultivator could be described as a street rat, and everyone was shouting at him. You can only hide in the shadows and survive. However, all the major powers had issued orders to kill demonic cultivators, and one after another, demonic cultivators were found and killed. Dozens of god transformation powers appeared outside all of a sudden, which caused Wu Tian to frown. The current situation didn't seem good for the demonic cultivator, and he would easily fall in the gutter if he hung around outside. However, he was now in the late stage of yuaning and had to prepare for the breakthrough to transformation. If he wanted to break through to the god of transformation, he had to completely transform his yuaning into a yuanshan. It's just that the process of transforming a yuaning into a yuanshan will result in a heart demon tribulation, and a thunder tribulation will also descend at the same time. If he were to sink into the heart demon tribulation, the lightning tribulation shall not blast him into dregs. This heart demon robbery is only a greed robbery until the transformation god stage. And the fact that it hasn't appeared until he has cultivated until now means that he is more fortunate. However, when breaking through the spirit of transformation, this heart demon robbery is bound to occur. Pills, magic treasures, he had to be well prepared. The 5th grade elixir clear spirit pill that could keep himself conscious for a moment. He had already obtained one in Lu Yuyan's storage ring. This elixir would allow him to maintain a trace of clarity under the heart demon tribulation and would not sink into the heart demon. It's considered a necessary elixir for breaking through the spirit of transformation. After all, he really didn't have much faith in his own willpower generically. However, there was only one elixir and he was afraid that it wouldn't be enough. Plus he didn't have many magic treasures to withstand the thunderbolt. Wu Tian thought about what he needed to break through the transformation spirit, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was missing more things. It's come to this, then we can only rob it. Wu Tian looked into the distance and muttered in his heart. But before robbing, he had to go to Tongtian City to see if he could buy the pills and magic treasures he needed. After all, he is now. There's money. He had dug up a large spirit stone mine of top grade and extreme grade spirit stones, and his entire body was comparable to that of a large clan. Anything that could be solved with spirit stones was not a problem in his eyes. Not much longer. Wu Tian looked at the huge city in the distance and slowly walked over. He was dressed in white like snow, and his face wore a half-silver mask like that of a cold and righteous monk. Originally he had wanted to wear black robes that could shroud his entire body, but the outfit was a bit of a cover-up. Devil cultivators all like to wear black robes, black and red. He'll do the opposite and go the whole hog in white. Based on his temperament, as long as he didn't make a move, who would dare to say that he was a demonic cultivator? End of chapter. Outside Tongtian City, Wu Tian carefully approached the city gates, ready to run at any time, just in case this Tongtian City had any means of recognizing him as a demonic cultivator. After all, this Tongtian City used to be neutral, but he didn't know what attitude it had now. Devil cultivators were everyone's enemy nowadays, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Luckily, he made it into the city without incident. Wu Tian surveyed the many cultivators coming and going in the city and returned to a small courtyard. Brother Tian, you finally came back. Are you alright? Outside, Shu Meier looked at Wu Tian worriedly. She'd been hiding in this courtyard since she'd heard a bit of news half a month ago and hadn't gone out. Wu Tian raised his hand to interrupt. Don't say anything for now. Just stay well in this courtyard. I'll take care of something first. When he finished speaking, he used the blood god sun to transform into differently modeled extracorporeal incarnations, each possessing the strength of the Jindan stage. The external aura of these blood god doppelgangers of his was no different from that of a real person, and ordinary people couldn't tell the difference. It was just that these bilocations couldn't get too far away from him, or else they would break away from his control and collapse into blood. However, if he broke through to the transformation god and incorporated a trace of Yuanshin into the blood god sun, he would be able to turn the blood god's detachment into a true out-of-body incarnation. At that time, no matter how far away his detachment was from him, he could control it perfectly and it wouldn't collapse because it was too far away. But now, these diversions are also enough. Wu Tian distributed all the lower and middle grade spirit stones in his hand, as well as the resources he couldn't use to hundreds of doppelgangers. Just in case the spirit stones weren't enough, he also gave some of the top grade spirit stones. Not much longer, hundreds of doppelgangers exited the small courtyard and dispersed throughout Tongtian City, and other diversions all over the city. Under his control, hundreds of bilocations had begun selling resources and purchasing pills and magic treasures at the major stores in their area, just not to mention the clear spirit pill. The other 5th grade pills are not available in the major stores. At most, it was only a 4th grade elixir. The number is still relatively small. On the contrary, there were quite a lot of magic treasures, although they were all lower and middle grade magic treasures, and most of them were devilish magic treasures. However, for Wu Tian, the Devil's Way magic treasures were basically of the Yin and Cold attribute. It was entirely possible to sacrifice the Ghost Kings under him into ghost weapons to enhance their strength. If he couldn't resist the Thunderbolt when he crossed the threshold, the Ghost Kings under him would have to take their lives to resist for him. With a ghost weapon in hand, they can also carry a little more. However, if it was not necessary, Wu Tian would not let them die. After all, the Thunderbolt sky-kicked the ghosts and increased the damage to them exponentially. It was a bit of a waste to completely take a life to block it. Wu Tian, relying on his wealth, bought 4th grade pills such as 4th grade healing pills, 10,000 souls pills, and blood spirit pills with vigor. Even the demon blood and cultivator spirit blood in the major stores. He also bought as much as he could. As for the middle and lower grade magic treasures, as long as they were available in the store, he had all of them in his pocket. More is better. He didn't let go of various high-level talismans and directly pack them away. However, the movements of his detachment had also attracted the attention of many people, who had begun to observe in secret. Wu Tian felt that it was almost time. See the good in the bad. Beginning to have the many doppelgangers gather towards several places with their purchases. There he had resent his doppelganger to pick up and collect their storage rings. The doppelgangers in charge of the purchases ran out of storage rings and all of them headed out of the city gates. The doppelganger with the storage ring, on the other hand, wandered through the crowd, unknowingly passing through several inverted hands. Not much longer. Wu Tian made sure that no one was following him before he had one of his doppelgangers return to the small courtyard with a bag full of storage rings. He took the bag and looked out over the city with a hint of coldness in his eyes. His doppelganger fled towards the distance just after leaving the city, and sure enough, someone chased after him. But when the doppelganger was captured, he just let it expose itself. Many Jindan cultivators were directly blown up, stealing a chicken without getting it. The doppelgangers that Wu Tian had placed outside all let them go out of the city, exposing themselves if someone chased them. No one was chasing them, so they just found a random place to turn into blood and blend into the earth. Even the doppelganger that came back to hand him the bag was discarded, allowing the doppelganger to get out of the city as far away as he could. It wasn't until the diversion collapsed into blood beyond the distance, with no one chasing after it, that he was relieved. Although it had consumed his accumulated blood god suns, it was worth it to him to be able to purchase so many pills and magic treasures. This time, his doppelganger had scavenged thousands of magic treasures in the city. However, these magic treasures were basically devilish magic treasures, and it looked like they were provided by the unlucky devil cultivators in the devil domain. From these magic treasures, it could also be seen how bad the situation of the devil cultivators was now. After the last time Aoi messed up so much, the Devil's Way was basically destroyed. After all, now that their turf was gone, they could only hide in the shadows and survive. Most of them were also gone in terms of numbers, and only a small number of people were left to make any waves. Not much longer. Wu Tian put all the things in the bag on his hand, inside the storage ring, in the Tsongmua ring, and put them in separate categories. With these thousands of magic treasures as well as thousands of bottles of pills, he had a lot more confidence in breaking through to transformation. Unfortunately, Most of these pills were 10,000 souls pills and blood spirit pills, so for the time being, they could only stay inside the Tsonghua ring and eat dust. It was the same with elixirs such as the antidote pill, which didn't help him break through the transformation spirit. Only a healing elixir like the Greenwood Restoration Elixir was still somewhat useful to him, allowing him to recover his own injuries during the crossing. However, Wu Tian wouldn't easily cross the tribulation without being absolutely sure. If the thunderbolt couldn't be carried, he could still run back to the Blue Star to hide. But this thing, the Heart Demon robbery, he guessed that it would still work even if he ran back to the Blue Star. If he were to sink into his Heart's Demon in Blue Star, he was afraid that he would not be controlled by his Heart's Demon and slaughter Blue Star. In time, the Heart Demon would surely control him to open the world destruction cataclysm and give all the living beings of the entire blue planet a blood sacrifice to refine them. He still knew a little bit about his own nature, and his Heart Demon was definitely capable of doing world-destroying things. After all, the mind amplifies one's desires 1,000 times over. He wasn't afraid of the thunderbolt, but only this Heart Demon robbery. He really didn't have much confidence. After all, many Yuaning immortal cultivators had lived for thousands of years and cultivated for hundreds and thousands of years, and they would die under this Heart Demon robbery. He was not yet 26 years old, and had only been cultivating for a mere 2.5 years in full, on insight. Though it was true that he had experienced the internet, it paled in comparison to people who had lived for thousands of years. In particular, the greedy lust robbery and the Heart Demon robbery was very much a test of his willpower for Wu Tian, who had only been alive for more than 20 years. As the name suggests, greedy robberies such as this mind robberies, it would amplify his desire for things like wealth, power, and cultivation resources. The general idea is that his desires will be magnified infinitely, and if he is unable to hold on to his heart, he will sink into the demon of his mind. Consciousness sinks. The physical body is controlled by the mind, until the divine soul is eaten away by the demon of the heart and the body dies. However, if he could survive the Heart Demon tribulation, his Yuaning would be sublimated and completely transformed into a Yuanshan. It was a transformation of the mind, and from then on he was able to keep his heart in the face of greed. However, according to Wu Tian's understanding, the Heart Demon thing was just amplifying his desires and letting him sink into his desires. If he had experienced everything, how could the mind tempt him? 10,000 lustful colors are at the head of the list. Wu Tian knew his weakness and must not be able to pass the barrier of female color. It is better to block than to block. He decided to raise his resistance to female color to the peak before he crossed the tribulation. He's going to initiate the demon. Let yourself sink wholeheartedly into female color. See all kinds of fairies and sirens, and strengthen your resistance to female color. The next chapter was reviewed and never released, so I had to go ahead and put today's. End of chapter. Fairy Face Pavilion. Wu Tian looked at the huge pavilion in front of him and resolutely walked in. He had just walked into the Immortal Face Pavilion when a man dressed as a boy greeted him with a face full of enthusiasm. Immortal Master, are you enjoying the flowers in the hall or the elegant room upstairs? It was Wu Tian's first time to visit a greenhouse. How could he know the ways of this? He glanced at the several women dancing on the center stage within the Immortal Face Pavilion. What is the difference between these? Introduce them. Xiao Si instantly realized that he should not frequent the greenhouse. Immortal. The hall can listen to music to cure your feelings, and watch the fairies dance for you, and there are also fairies to serve you. In addition to this, the upstairs elegant room is also available to discuss the wonders of dual cultivation with the fairies. Yeah, room. Hearing this, Wu Tian did not hesitate to say, he is here to indulge in female sex. How can he have the heart to play vegetarian with them? Immortal, please. Xiao Si guided Wu Tian to the second floor, and the maid guarding the stairway greeted him with a smile. Does your guest know any fairies? If not, Xiao Tao can also introduce you. Have the person in charge of your place meet me? I want the best, the most expensive. Wu Tian faintly said. Rouge and vulgar powder he cannot look at the eye. Depends on this fairy face pavilion within the flower leader cannot enter his eyes. Noble guest, please follow me. Xiao Tao's eyes lit up and hurriedly led him to a room on the third floor that looked upscale. Your guest, please wait a moment. I'll go ask the pavilion master to come over. Little Peach respectfully finished, saluted and walked out of the house. Not much longer. A stunningly beautiful imperial sister with a seductive figure walked in and said with a smile, my slave, Lu Ruyan, is the owner of this immortal face pavilion? If your guest has any needs, feel free to order my slave. Wu Tian sized her up and felt that this pavilion master was also charming. He took out a bunch of top-grade spirit stones hanging in his hands and said indifferently, bring the best and most expensive woman in this pavilion of yours to take a look. As long as I'm satisfied, the price doesn't matter. Ruyan Lu glanced at him, and the smile on her face became even more flirtatious. She took out her transmitting note and said a few words, and in no time 4 stunningly beautiful women walked in. The 4 stunningly beautiful women were dressed in green, red, yellow and white. Temperaments are also very different. English, feminine, delicate and cool. All 4 were stunningly beautiful, with plump bodies and lowered heads so that they couldn't see their toes. Seeing Wu Tian sizing up the 4 women, Lu Ruyan introduced them with a smile. The 4 of them are the flower leaders of our immortal face pavilion. They are Smokespring, Mercy Summer, Shy Autumn, and Dai Winter. Each of them possesses the strength of the Jindan stage, and will surely satisfy your guest. Their strength was naturally clear to Wu Tian. Even Lu Ruyan was the same. After all, neither of them had deliberately hidden their auras, and the Jindan stage's spiritual power fluctuations were obvious. Wu Tian threw the dozen or so top-grade spirit stones in his hand to Ruyan Lu. Together with you. Are these spirit stones enough? Lu Ruyan looked at the spirit stone in her hand and tangled it for a moment. Noble guest, as the owner of the pavilion, the slave does not serve guests. Wu Tian directly took out another 10 top-grade spirit stones and threw them at her. Now what? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. Her face changed, and she smiled charmingly. Noble guest, please let slaves serve you well. As the door to the room was closed, clothes fall to the ground. The large bed in the room, big enough to hold 10 people, began to shake more than once, and the sound of panting echoed through the room. Unceasingly, Wu Tian is deep in tenderness. It's hard to pull yourself away. Half a month later, Wu Tian this half a month down. Every day in the Tongtian city in the major greenhouse drunken dream, the major flower leader to play all over the place. Don't say. Professionally trained fairies and magicians are different, serving people with quite a lot of means. Soft, flirty, and affectionate. You can't get enough of it. The effect of actively sinking into female color is still more pronounced. At least, Wu Tian was getting a little tired of it now. After all, he hung around the major flower girls every day for half a month straight. Even if he could physically carry it, it was a bit tasteless. It was as if he had entered sage mode. And now that Chu Mayer was standing naked in front of him, it was difficult to set off a ripple in his heart. He was much more resistant to lust now. It can be called everything. All we need is an east wind. His magic treasures should barely be enough. Just missing the elixir. Wu Tian decided to find a few more clear spirit pills just in case. With enough pills, even if his willpower was not working, he could still use them to resist the heart demon tribulation and have the strength left over to survive the thunder tribulation. The heart demon confuses the mind and the thunderbolt claims the life, either of which can kill a person. Do not be careless. Inside the small courtyard, after Wu Tian told Chu Mayer not to disturb him, he set up an array in his room and returned to the Blue Star. He didn't waste any time, harvesting a wave of livestock and poultry raised by the countries of the Blue Star, and practicing their souls into soul silks to be used as materials for the human emperor streamer's advancement. It was just that the number of souls required for the human emperor streamer to advance to the billion soul streamer was too great. These souls are just a drop in the bucket and can only be accumulated little by little. The flesh and blood of these mortal animals were of little use to him now, except for their souls, and the people of the Blue Star ate meat as a result. But as a price, Wu Tian made them donate blood to him once more. Human blood is rich in spirituality and can be used to cultivate the blood god child. 10 days later, after Wu Tian finished refining the blood god children in his body also reached tens of thousands. In the Lin Frost Moon Villa, Wu Tian took the list of people who possess spiritual roots in Xia and looked at it. He couldn't help but be a little surprised and murmured in his heart. The summer country is truly a place of greatness, possessing more heavenly spirit roots than all the foreign countries combined. For some unknown reason, there were very few foreign countries that possessed heavenly spiritual roots, adding up to only a dozen or so. The Summer Kingdom had more than 60 of them in one country, and there were also a lot more heterodyne spirit roots and earth spirit roots than in foreign countries. Wu Tian looked at the list in his hand and after thinking for a while, he decided to put the plan on hold until later. But, you can also test it out first. Not much longer. Wu Tian came to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and selected a man who possessed both gold and earth spirit roots. He casually knocked the man out and took him to an unoccupied room. Wu Tian glanced at the ordinary-looking man and a drop of blood god's sun appeared on his hand, transforming into a blood seed and disappearing into the man's body. After the blood seed entered the man's body, it was dispersed and integrated into the blood of his entire body. It wouldn't be long before the blood seed would be integrated into his physical body and soul, and no one would be able to remove the blood seed at that time. The concealment of the blood seed was extremely strong, and after it was thoroughly integrated into the man's physical body and soul, not to mention outsiders being unable to detect it, he himself couldn't even discover it. However, just to be on the safe side, Wu Tian also placed a soul slave seal on the man. By the way, he used the soul slave seal to leave a restriction in his soul. As long as the man was subjected to a soul search or triggered a prohibition, the soul slave seal would activate directly, causing his soul to fly away. The double insurance of the blood seed and soul slave seal was enough to keep the man from escaping his control and eliminate all future troubles. After the hustle, Wu Tian looked at his work and nodded in satisfaction. This test subject. Let's hope it has the effect he's looking for. End of chapter. Tongtian City. Wu Tian appeared in the room and disarmed the formation and walked out. He looked at Chu Mayer, who was guarding the outside, and said softly, "Nothing has happened in this period of time, right?" Chu Mayer walked up to cling to his arm and thought for a moment. Just a few days ago, the city lord of Tongtian City went out with the city guard, and I don't know what happened. She knew that her identity as a demonic cultivator was quite sensitive and didn't dare to hang around too much outside. If it wasn't for the Tongtian City lord's movements, she probably wouldn't have noticed. Wu Tian sniffed and pondered for a moment. Forget it, just stay in this small courtyard. I'll go out. After saying that, he rubbed Chu Mayer's head. Ignoring her pitiful eyes, he directly walked towards the outside of the courtyard. Chu Mayer gritted her teeth and didn't dare to force herself to follow him for fear of upsetting him. But he gave up the idea of striking within the city when he thought of the business he still had to attend to. Wu Tian brought Miyamono. The test subject. Over. She refining old man cultivation for dozens of years. But why the mediocre talent? So that wasted a lifetime. 2 hair sideburns white, but still Chi refining small cultivation. He thought for a moment, no longer caring about this, and rushed towards the territory of the righteous path. Wu Tian rushed to the Green Cloud City near the Green Cloud Immortal Sect and went back to the Blue Star to bring the Sakura man named Miyamoto Wild. The old man knew that he was not destined for the path of immortality, so he wanted to enter the mortal world to get married and have children, and establish a family to enjoy the wealth of the mortal world. It was just that she had secretly resolved in her heart that she must break through Yuaning as soon as possible so that she would be qualified to follow Wu Tian around. Next, he simply and roughly grabbed a chi refining old man from the Green Cloud Immortal Sect and modified his memories. Something seemed to have happened that he didn't know about, and a number of stores were closed. His void mirror was capable of taking living creatures along with him to travel between the two realms. It's not in vain to spend dozens of years on the road to immortality. He had tested it long ago. It was to see if this person would be discovered by the Green Cloud Immortal Sect of the backhand he had left in its possession. Wu Tian walked within Tongtian City, looking at the pedestrians around him who had become quite sparse, and felt an air of a storm coming. It's just that both of the men he captured when he left town knew nothing about it and looked like they didn't know anything about it. As for the youth he encountered, it was Miyamoto Wild, who had been brought by Wu Tian. He wondered if he had to grab one of them and ask to see what was going on. The content is as follows. But the old man was on his way to a small mountain village, met a young man with outstanding talent, special introduction to the clan to obtain rewards, branching out, not much longer. For this reason, Wu Tian modified Miyamoto Wild's memories as well, so that he could match up with the old man. This script is rough though. However, he was only testing to see if he would be discovered by the Green Cloud Immortal Sect, so he didn't need to be perfect. Not much longer. The old man led Miyamoto Wild towards the Green Cloud Immortal Sect. Noteworthy. When Miyamoto Wild woke up and fused the memories Wu Tian had given him, he thought he had caught the crossover wave. He was happy as if he was a son of Qi, and was full of longing for his future life in the Immortal Sect. Wu Tian had instilled quite a bit of immortal cultivation knowledge in his memory, but he thought he had learned it from the internet. I don't know, he's just a pawn. Wu Tian observed from the shadows for a while, seeing the two approaching the mountain gate of the Green Cloud Immortal Sect before he turned away. Next, all he had to do was see if Miyamono would die. If the Green Cloud Immortal Sect didn't notice that something was wrong with his natural talent, it would be enough for him to gain a firm foothold in the Green Cloud Immortal Sect. Wu Tian had wanted to rush back to Tongtian City, but on the way he encountered a Yuaning old man from the righteous path, and looking at his complexion there seemed to be something wrong. However, since this Yuaning of the righteous path had crashed into his hands, without saying a word, Wu Tian directly chased after him with the human emperor streamer in hand. Ghostland now. Shut the door and beat the dog pack to death. Refining babies and sucking blood, destroying corpses. Wu Tian had become more and more skillful with this set of processes. Tell me, what are you running, and has something big happened in recent times? Wu Tian inquired. The righteous old man who had already been practiced as a ghost king by Wu Tian glared angrily at him. Devil, this seat, an elder of the Qingfeng sect, is at loggerheads with you devils and will be available for you to drive. Interesting, I haven't met anyone who isn't afraid to die in a long time. Wu Tian coldly said. One of the ghost kings around him who was familiar with him hurriedly advised. Old Taoist Qing Shen, I have known you for many years. It is not easy for you to cultivate for thousands of years. I would advise you to be good and cooperate with the Lord. You don't have much lifespan left, and you have little hope of breaking through to transformation, so joining the upper soul streamer isn't a bad choice. Shut up, Qin Xian's face was grim as he looked at his former friend. Qingzhu, in vain the world honors you as the Qingzhu sword immortal. They all respect you for being upright, and having the style of a gentleman. Now that you're willing to become a devil's minion and help the devil, as an elder of the Green Cloud Immortal Sect, can you stand up to your fellow disciples? Qin Xian's righteous words caused Qingzhu Sword Immortal's face to look ugly, and the other righteous ghost kings and spirit ghosts were also somewhat ashamed. Wu Tian was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, took out a soul lamp and coldly said, I'll give you one last chance to answer my questions honestly, or else you'll enter the soul lantern and taste the pain of the soul flame burning. At your service. Qin Xian looked at him calmly, and swept a glance at the other ghost kings. Gone to live. What kind of immortality are you cultivating? Wu Tian's face sank as he raised his hand and refined him into a wick, sealing it into the soul lamp. Although Qin Xian was a ghost king, he could not resist at all, and could only enter the soul lamp to endure the torture of soul fire burning. Wu Tian was going to refine him for a period of time before releasing him to clear his memory so that his thoughts could be clear. He glanced at the ghost king and spirit ghosts under his command that possessed spiritual intelligence, and not caring what they thought, he directly put them away. He looked away. That's the direction of the magic kingdom. Wu Tian thought about it and decided to head to the demon region to explore the situation. It would be good to see what was going on over there, so he could have a good idea in his mind. Not much longer. Deadly as a Jedi in the sky above the demon region. As Wu Tian looked at the chaotic battle that was erupting in the distance, he could not help but stop and observe. One could only see a group of transformation gods mingling in the distant sky. The power they erupted caused heaven and earth to lose color and space to tremble. The aftermath of the battle was enough to make even a Yuaning cultivator retreat. Many of the powers Yuaning only dared to watch from afar, not daring to approach. Some were also fighting with hostile forces because of their own ancestors. Some, however, were looking on with grim faces and tangles visible in their eyes. Wu Tian observed and found the figure of the black dragon Aoin in the air, which made him look quite grave. Although the many transformation spirits were mixing it up, it could be seen that it was split into two waves. Some of the transformers were helping Aoin, and some were clearly hostile to Aoin. Jun Wu Dao, Lang Ruyan and the others figures he also saw. Oddly enough, the cultivators who helped them fight were even from the righteous path. Wu Tian was observing the situation when he saw several Yuaning rushing over. One of them, after observing for a moment, exclaimed in disbelieving grief, Old Ancestor, the disciple was about to die in battle. Why did Old Ancestor throw himself to the enemy? Thank you for your support. This book will be added in the future. 3 more to start. Asking for recommendations. Monthly votes. Rewards. 1,000,000 thanks. End of chapter. The Blazing Sun Sect Patriarch received the news and rushed over, originally wanting to help his own old ancestor. Never thought about it. Lao Zu seems to be in a hostile camp. He, the Liang Sect, was a righteous sect, but his own ancestor was helping the demonic dragon to aid and abet him. Where should go with he his Liang clan? The Blazing Sun Patriarch weighed the pros and cons, observed the situation on the field, and straightened his expression. Elders, the old ancestor has entered the devil's path, but my Blazing Sun Patriarch must not fall into the devil's path with him, and follow this patriarch, to kill the demons. After saying this, he resolutely led a few Blazing Sun Sect Yuaning elders towards Jun Wu Dao and the others to kill them. One battlefield for the transformation god powerhouses, and another for the Yuanin. However, there were also many transformation spirit Yuaning who were watching the battle, and many of them were outside the battlefield. Ao Yin's voice rolled out in all directions, full of temptation. Wu Tian saw that many of the people watching were beginning to hesitate. His eyes flashed and he directly stepped forward to respond. Fellow Taoists, what the Dragon Emperor said is true. We have been practicing for so many years, but we are limited by our natural resources to stop. Wouldn't it be better than turning into withered bones in this eastern wasteland bullet-ridden place? Although the only camp he could join was Ao Yin's side, he decided to see what happened first. I have observed that many of my fellow Taoists will reach the end of their lifespan, and their thousands of years of cultivation will come to naught, and they will eventually turn into a speck of dust, and will not be allowed to become immortal. I can bear this monstrous karma alone, and you will be able to take the opportunity to enhance your cultivation and break through the realm, and then you will be able to increase your lifespan to live another life. But with this energy, I also broke through to the Demon Queen stage in one fell swoop. Wu Tian watched as the two camps fought endlessly and had people joining in from time to time. He stepped straight back a distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Fellow Taoists, instead of losing 1,000 years of cultivation in a single day, why don't you cooperate with me and break through the spirit of transformation to travel to the divine state and see the magnificent divine land? As for those below Yuaning, they didn't even have the qualifications to watch the battle, and they would have to die under the aftermath of the battle if they got close. As you all know, I can refine spirit veins, and this demonic domain is from my hands, and because of the rush, this is only a half-finished product. However, a great melee broke out in the demon region, and people from all the major powers came one after another to participate in the battle. As the number of people from the righteous path as well as other forces increased, those belonging to Ao Yin's camp gradually fell into a disadvantage. Now that there's a chance to go further and multiply your lifespan, how could a cultivator of my generation not seize this opportunity to live another life? Regardless of whether you fellow Taoists are limited by your natural talent or resources, all you need to do now is to cooperate with me and we will practice this eastern wasteland together. If you don't enter the Yuaning, retreat for 10,000 miles. Not many people fall into the devil's way. After all, many seniors whose lifespan is about to expire should know it all too well that having one's lifespan expire without being able to do anything about it is tantamount to torture. Seeing that the situation on the battlefield was becoming more and more unfavorable to him, Ao Yin softly said, "Fellow Taoists, I have a method that can wish all of you to enhance your cultivation and break through the realm." "Shut up!" A righteous monk saw him compelling the people and snapped, "Fiend, if you and others perform this world-destroying act, you will be condemned by heaven. Monstrous karma is added to the body, and under the thunderbolt, you will eventually be reduced to flying ash." Fellow Taoists, as the devil destroys the world and we save it, there will be merits and virtues coming down. We can also borrow merit to break through the realm. Why do we need to perform this act of annihilation? The voices of the righteous cultivators traveled in all directions, fearing that the many cultivators would be compelled by the devil, falling into the devil's way. When that happens, this eastern wasteland will surely usher in an extinction catastrophe. Just his words are reasonable, but other people are not little cute. If Ao Yin was that easy to kill, he wouldn't have survived until now. The other demonic cultivators didn't have much karma on them, and even if they killed them, they didn't have much merit. If they waited for them to refine the eastern wasteland, I'm afraid it wouldn't be certain who would be the prey at that time. Today, that is when they take sides. Although Ao Yin was fighting the enemy, he also had a distraction to observe the four directions. He understands. That determines the situation on the battlefield. Only the majority of the transfiguration gods who were still watching. It's what they stand for that determines whether the battlefield is won or lost. Ao Yin said softly, "Fellow Taoists, I have long said that I can bear the monstrous karma of this world annihilation alone. I have the method of deceiving the heaven. All kinds of karma can be added to my body. The monstrous karma I will bear it alone. You can rest assured. You only need to help me refine the eastern wasteland. Cause in effect karma do not have to bear, but also enjoy a side of the regional energy, enhance the cultivation breakthrough realm. Wouldn't that be nice?" Ao Yin's words were like adding a fire in the hearts of the many watching cultivators, causing the scales in their hearts to completely favor him. Immortals and demons. Under the temptation of raising cultivation and breaking through the realm, it seemed so insignificant. Without them having to bear karma and still enjoying great benefits, the many cultivators naturally knew how they should choose. As for how many people would die tragically if they helped Ao Yin carry out this act of extermination, does it matter? Immortals and demons are just a thought away. What is an immortal and what is a devil is just a lack of interest. For those whose life expectancy was approaching, the lure of being able to break through the realm to enhance their longevity was enough to cause them to fall into the devil's path. Kill, break through the realm and double your lifespan. Wu Tian shouted and killed towards the righteous cultivators on the battlefield. Someone to take the lead. The many cultivators who had made a decision in their hearts no longer hesitated. As many cultivators joined the battlefield, most of them joined Ao Yin's camp. However, there are also cultivators who are righteous at heart and do not want this eastern wasteland to be plunged into an extinction catastrophe. Fighting back. It was just that the righteous monks who wanted to save the world were unable to resist when faced with the many monks surrounding them, and from time to time, some people died. Wu Tian looked at the many transformation spirit Yuaning cultivators on the battlefield and didn't take out his human emperor streamer, only attacking with his magical treasures at the edge of the battlefield. The battlefield was full of magic treasures and spells, so he didn't want to be too conspicuous. A peak Yuaning old man in the battlefield saw that many of his fellow Taoists had fallen into the devil's path, and the fellow cultivators who wanted to save the world were in danger. Havoc. In this world, there's going to be an extinction catastrophe. There was a sadness in his eyes, as well as a hint of determination. Fellow Taoists, go! He shouted, and without hesitation, he emitted his aura, invoking a thunderbolt to descend in the middle of the battlefield. His lifespan was short, so he might as well use his life to create an escape for his fellow travelers who wished to save the world. Boom! Thunderbolt descended. The many cultivators who were fighting underneath the calamity cloud didn't care about fighting, and hurriedly fled towards the outside of the calamity cloud's coverage. Otherwise, with so many cultivators piling up, if they didn't run, How terrifying would the lightning robbery have to be? Especially the numerous god transformation cultivators. They ran faster than anyone else. Many cultivators who wanted to save the world seized this opportunity and broke away from the battlefield, fleeing towards their lairs. This extinction catastrophe was unstoppable, and they had to make plans early. At least, save as many people as you can. Aoyun's side of the harmonized spirit Yuaning cultivators didn't rush them, chasing after them to force them to stay behind. After all, there were quite a few transformation spirit Yuaning who wanted to save the world, and it wouldn't be easy for them to really fight for their lives. Not to mention. End of chapter. Devil's Domain. Wu Tian looked at the 20 or so god transformation powers in the air, as well as the thousands of Yuaning powerhouses around him, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. So many powerful people. This was the Eastern Wasteland's hidden people in the shadows all running out. More than 20 transformation god powers hung in the air, exuding a terrifying might. The next step was the time for the transformation god powers to negotiate. These people were basically old monsters who had been cultivating for many years and were reaching the end of their lifespan, or else they wouldn't have fallen into the devil's path so easily. They were helping Aoin in order to raise their own cultivation level. As long as they broke through to the refined void realm, their lifespan would increase by thousands of years, and it would be no different from living a new life. They are naturally extra concerned about the reliability of being able to break through. Otherwise, the many Yuaning present were afraid that when Aoin didn't need them, he would just cross the river and kill them. They're not that stupid. This would allow them to easily control the Eastern Wasteland and prepare for the extermination. Not for a moment. Let them move out of the Eastern Wasteland with their clan forces. All of them took a heavenly oath to the idea of extermination and would not cross the river and kill each other. These transformation spirit Yuaning powerhouses would surely spare no effort to sabotage their plans. After all, a cultivator at the level of a transformation spirit Yuaning wasn't that easy to kill. Now for the sake of the lives of their own clan's men, those people should not be so unwise as to stay in the Eastern Wasteland to cause them trouble. The division of benefits regarding the refining of the Eastern Wasteland was also a matter of concern for them right now. They won't really be able to resist when the time comes. If not, they had helped Aoin to busy himself with refining the Eastern Wasteland. But in the end, they had only served Aoin as a dowry. Anyway, the majority of the forces in the Eastern Wasteland had already joined the Extermination Alliance, and the remaining ones couldn't raise much of a fuss at all. The Eastern Wasteland was too big, and no matter if it was a sect or another power, there was no shortage of help from those disciples' men. As the transformation god powerhouses negotiated, Wu Tian and the others were not even qualified to listen in. However, Wu Tian didn't care. The Eastern Wasteland was so huge that it was impossible for these transformation gods to occupy all of them. And they, the Yuaning, were the main force. Not much longer. As the many transformation gods discussed things, Aoin said a few more words to a group of Yuaning, forming the World Destruction Alliance with those present. As for the righteous cultivators who had fled, Aoin and the others decided to give them a little time. Otherwise, the World Destruction Alliance would really drive them to extinction and not let them have a chance to leave. The many cultivators of the World Destruction Alliance left the demon region one after another, going back to organize their own clan disciples, as well as the manpower of the forces under them. After all, it wasn't like the Extermination Alliance wouldn't let them go. They were perfectly capable of moving out of the Eastern Wasteland with their clan disciples and their forces under them. There were countless islands on the Endless Sea and countless peaks in the immortal Meteor Mountain range. It might not be as good as their current territory, and they'd have to go and fight it down again, but at least they'd be able to leave a life behind. As for whether the people at the bottom of the Extermination Alliance wanted the Eastern Wasteland to be destroyed or not, it didn't matter. When the majority of the Eastern Wasteland's Yuaning harmonized gods were united in their goals, cultivators below Yuaning had no other choice but to listen. Vehicle mortals were even less important. They probably wouldn't even know the news. Until the Holocaust of Annihilation comes, there may still be people who think it is an act of God. When Wu Tian saw that the many transformation spirit Yuaning had left, leaving only Jun Wudao and the others to stay where they were, he padded up. We were all acquaintances, and as the few remaining cultivators of the Devil's Path, Jun Wudao's few attitudes were quite friendly, as always, although because of Aoin, 3 more god-transforming old devils had drilled out of nowhere. However, there were only 3 or 2 kittens and cats that belonged to the Devil's Way, at least for the Devil Dao Yuaning that Wu Tian had seen earlier. Other than the Jun Wudao trio, he hadn't found a few in the crowd at all. It was presumed that the last time Aoin was being chased, the demonic path's firstborn either ran far away or was killed in passing. Wu Tian chatted with the 3 of them for a few sentences, and suspiciously asked towards Lang Ruyan, "Fellow Daoist Lang, Fairy Yu Meng and I are quite familiar with each other. Why haven't I seen her with you? But has something happened?" Lang Ruyan glanced at him. "Thank you for your concern, Yumeng was left behind by me in the 10,000 spirit Jedi realm. She can't be of much help in a battle of this level. Listening to her cool voice, Wu Tian nodded and smiled. That's good. Fairy Yumeng took care of me back then. I still want to have the chance to repay her properly. After he chatted with Lang Ruyan for a few moments, the few of them headed to the territory of the righteous path under the leadership of Aoin to check on their movements, especially the Green Cloud Immortal Sect, a sect that was relatively close to them. If they intend to move their clan away from the eastern wasteland, then altogether, Aoin will not force them to stay. If they're stubborn, then they'll have to clear out the people who are in the way first. Fortunately, the Green Cloud Immortal Sect was probably aware of the power of the World Destruction Alliance, and was already packing up their belongings and preparing to run away. Apart from them, some went back and thought carefully about it, thinking that they couldn't beat it, then they would join it, and turned their heads and joined the World Destruction Alliance. Soon after, as the news of the World Destruction Alliance's desire to extinguish the world spread, the eastern wasteland was suddenly like a storm, and a depressing aura filled the heavens and earth. Some of them went along to join the Extermination Alliance, expecting to get a piece of the pie at the time of the extermination. Some people are unwilling to join with the World Destruction Alliance and have gone far away to find other places to live. But there are those who want to mantle and stop this annihilation. One time, although the eastern wasteland indicated calmness, there were dark currents in the shadows. Tongtian City. Since old ancestor Tongtian had joined the World Destruction Alliance, several people from Wutian stayed in this city temporarily. In the middle of the small courtyard, after a good fight, Chu Meier lay in Wu Tian's arms with a flushed face and hesitated. Brother Tian, do we really want to exterminate the world? Wu Tian played with her large rabbit. What so many transformation god powerhouses have decided. Most of the forces in the eastern wasteland have been involved, and if there are no surprises, the end is already predetermined. We can only gain enough from this feast if we go with the flow. If the eastern wasteland is destroyed, we'll just go elsewhere. As long as we're strong enough, where in this heaven and earth can't we go? Wu Tian said flatly, as if extermination was no big deal. But there will be a lot of people who will die because of this, and there are so many mortals in the eastern wasteland. There was some intolerance in Chu Meier's eyes, and images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood and mortals wailing seemed to emerge in her eyes. Wu Tian cupped the head of the rabbit in his hand and was silent for a moment. Not wanting to talk to her about this made his heart falter. With so many transformation god powerhouses exterminating the world together, no one in this eastern wasteland could stop it. Further, he also wanted to take the opportunity to let all the ghosts under his command break through to Ghost King, and then he would have enough strength to call a spade with the transformation god. He changed the topic. It's not for us to decide. You'd better think about yourself. Your cultivation is already in the late Jindan stage. You can consider breaking through to Yuaning. While there's still time, I'll help you break through to Yuaning first, and then you can also absorb the energy from when you refine the eastern wasteland to further enhance your cultivation. Wu Tian said, feeling as if he should try to cross the threshold as well. Although he wasn't ready yet, he wouldn't be able to raise his cultivation level if he couldn't break through to transformation before the extinction of the world. A bit of a loss. End of chapter. Devil's Domain. The Devil's Land was barren and devastated. No different from a Jedi. The Devil region's aura had basically been drained, and the aura between heaven and earth was thin, making it a good place to cross the threshold. After all, in this nearly spiritless environment, the power of the thunderbolt would drop quite a bit. Wu Tian brought Chu Meier to the top of a broken mountain peak in the demon region, allowing her to cross the threshold here. In order to enable her to successfully pass through the lightning tribulation, Wu Tian had given her quite a few magic treasures. As long as her thunderbolt wasn't too outrageous, she should be able to get through it all. It was thought that with her natural talent, and the fact that since her cultivation, she had basically been piled up by him with resources and hadn't caused much killing, the thunderbolt shouldn't be too terrifying. Not much longer. Wu Tian explained a few words to Chu Meier and then directly moved away from the range where she was transiting. Fortunately, it's only a 1-9 heavenly tribulation. This girl should be unhindered. Although Wu Tian was unable to observe Chu Meier's situation, his face was calm and there was not the slightest worry in his eyes. Even if it's a vase, it has to be a vase that's going to be somewhat useful. After all, how many women are there? There are countless fairies and magical girls, and it's not like there aren't any with a better body shape and appearance than Chu Meier. What's the point of keeping it? These resources are not much for him, Wu Tian muttered. When he had retreated to a sufficient distance, Wu Tian looked at the area where Chu Meier had crossed the threshold. Boom! The robbing thunder with terrifying destructive power fell, and Chu Meier on the mountain peak hurriedly used her magic treasure to resist it. Only a moment later, the sky was covered with dark clouds and the robotic clouds converged. Wu Tian had given Chu Meier so many magic treasures, If she was still unable to survive the thunder tribulation, then it would be too much of a waste. Thunder snakes roamed among the robbery's clouds, and an oppressive aura filled the heavens and earth. Wu Tian only took extra care of Chu Meier because she was his first woman and carried a trace of affection in his heart. Wu Tian was relieved as he looked at the size of the robbery cloud. The area she was in turned into a thunder field. Not for a moment. It's just a 1-9 heavenly tribulation. If Chu Meier was really a good-for-nothing vase, he wouldn't have wasted his resources on her. 1. 2. Truly useless and too much of a waste. There's no need to waste his resources. Wu Tian quietly looked at the thunder field in the distance, but in his heart, he was thinking about whether he wanted to cross a robbery as well. He shook his head after careful thought. That's all. The spirit transformation tribulation was not like the Yuaning tribulation, and there was no room for carelessness. With just one clear spirit pill in his hand, he really didn't have much confidence that he would be able to get through the heart demon tribulation. The heart demon tribulation was not like the thunder tribulation. It was estimated that running back to the blue star would not be able to avoid it, and it would take his life if he was not careful. It's better to be steady. He didn't want to die in the middle of the road before he was halfway through his immortal cultivation path, and die under the heart demon robbery. This god transformation tribulation was either not to be crossed, or one had to be sure of everything. The party can cross over. Boom! As the 9th robotic thunderbolt fell, as if it had accomplished its mission, the robber cloud sprinkled a green light and then quickly dissipated, and the sunlight shone down. Swish! A silhouette appeared in front of Wu Tian and fluttered into his arms like a rain swallow returning to its nest. Brother Tian, I've crossed the lightning tribulation, and now I'm also a Yuaning. Chu Meier hugged Wu Tian and said excitedly. Chu Meier had obviously used a cleansing technique on herself. There were no traces of being struck by lightning on her body, and there were no wounds on her delicate body. Wu Tian hugged her fragrant and soft body. His big hand lightly pinched her. What about the magic treasures I gave you? How many are left? Wu Tian had given her quite a lot of magic treasures because he was afraid that Chu Meier would be in the same situation as him. That is, she would be in the same situation as the 999 heavenly tribulation. Now that Chu Meier had passed the thunder tribulation, he naturally had to ask for the undamaged magic treasures back, lest he didn't have enough to use for the tribulation at that time. Chu Meier didn't hesitate and hurriedly returned the rest of the magic treasures. Because she was crossing the 1-9 heavenly tribulation, she only lost 3 lower-grade magic treasures, and all other magic treasures were intact. This loss was no big deal to Wu Tian at all. After Wu Tian put away the magic treasure, he brought Chu Meier back to Tongtian City. In front of the small courtyard, seeing that the two of them had returned, Hua Langying hurriedly greeted them and pulled Wu Tian's hand, looking at him with an aggrieved look on her face. Brother Tian, people have finally found you. You don't know. It was hard for people to survive all this time hiding in the east. Wu Tian was still quite happy that Hua Langying had survived and found him, and immediately led her into the small courtyard. Why are you alone? Where are those disciples of yours? Wu Tian asked as he looked at Hua Langying. Hua Langying hugged his arm. After we ran to the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region last time, we dispersed in order to make it easier to hide, and now I don't know where they ran off to. Hua Langying did not care about the disciples of the Acacia sect. She only wanted to hug Wu Tian's thigh properly. She knew that only by following Wu Tian could she preserve herself under this annihilation catastrophe, and that those disciples would be a burden to bring along. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found her way to this Tongtian city. It was a good thing that Wu Tian had told her about this place last time, otherwise she wouldn't have known where to find him. Just now, she was quite worried about where she would go if Wu Tian wasn't there. Wu Tian looked at her and decided to let her familiarize herself with Chu Meier. There's no faster way to do that than to get them to be honest. Not much longer. Inside the house 2 phoenixes swallowed the dragon. Hua Langying and Chu Meier tried their best to please Wu Tian. No matter what kind of tricks they were doing, they were extremely cooperative. There's pressure to compete, and they're both trying to outshine each other. Natural. Wu Tian's feeling was also wonderful. Ryoko. Wu Tian contentedly wrapped his arms around the 2 women and measured their size with his big hands. Hua Langying's fingers drew circles on his chest and pouted. Brother Tian, can you not leave me behind in the future? I want to follow you all the time. Wu Tian was satisfied with her service just now and squeezed the big rabbit in his hand. Your current strength is too weak. Later on I will give you some magic treasures to help you cross over and break through the Yuaning. This will also allow you to borrow the energy from refining the eastern wasteland later on and cultivate to the late Yuaning stage in one fell swoop. At least it was his own woman. Something that could improve her self-preservation a bit in passing. Wu Tian still didn't mind. After all, when Hua Langying's strength increased, she would be able to help him a little in the future. At least if the difference in strength wasn't too great. Her physique was still quite effective for dual cultivation. If he could achieve the effects of his cultivation with pills with dual cultivation, he would naturally still prefer to dual cultivate with Hualaniang. It's comfortable and improves your strength, and you don't have to consume resources, so why not? Seeing that he was going to help him break through to Yuanning, Hualaniang's big bunny bounced with excitement, her voice as gentle as water. Brother Tian, you're so good to me. Shade will definitely serve you well and be your woman for the rest of her life. Wu Tian did not comment on it, and after warming up with the two of them, he let Hualaniang sacrifice some magic treasures and took her out of the city to go to the Devil region to cross over. Not much longer. Wu Tian looked at Hualaniang's thunderbolt and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This girl, are the killing sins in her body so heavy? He had thought that Hualaniang's lightning tribulation was the same as Chu Meier's, that it was a 1-9 heavenly tribulation. Didn't realize. Surprisingly, it was the 999 heavenly tribulation. End of chapter. Just, when he first crossed the threshold, it was obviously because of his natural talent. Right now, Hualaniang was the same as him in terms of the 3-9 heavenly tribulations, but he didn't see anything about Hualaniang's terrifying natural talent. It couldn't be that the speed of comprehension for the way of dual cultivation was faster, which was considered natural talent. Then there was only one possibility: the killing sins in her body were heavier, and she had received extra care from the thunderbolt. It was a good thing that he had prepared more magic treasures for Hualaniang just in case. Otherwise, Hualaniang would probably have to perish fragrantly by now. It was just that this would be a bit too much for the consumption of his magic treasure. But it's done. Let's hope that Hualaniang will be able to afford to pay him, or else he'll lose a lot of money. This period of time was for those cultivators to run away, lest these people stay in the eastern wasteland and ruin their plans. The clan is fine, not too many people, and it's easy to run. The World Destruction Alliance began to fully clear out the other forces in the eastern wasteland and take over their territories. The forces that still remained in the eastern wasteland obviously wanted to go against the World Destruction Alliance, and the World Destruction Alliance didn't go soft, and directly started killing. In the meantime, the eyes of the Extermination Alliance were set on the major dynasties and imperial dynasties where there were many mortals. The Extermination League all but ignored it. The Extermination Alliance was outnumbered, and the forces remaining in the eastern wasteland were no match at all. After all, there were quite a lot of loose cultivators in the eastern wasteland, so if they really wanted to hide in the shadows and wreak havoc, it would be a problem for the World Destruction Alliance as well. But dynasties and imperial dynasties are different, and it's not that easy to get them to give up their kingdoms. But the 8 powers of the eastern wasteland: 1 palace, 1 city, 2 dynasties and 4 clans. The dynastic forces were fine. Basically all of them had joined the World Destruction Alliance, and the few remaining dynasties couldn't afford to make any waves. The Sect forces that were not willing to be in the same boat as the World Destruction Alliance also left the eastern wasteland in a flying boat. Many of the scattered cultivators who had learned of the impending extinction cataclysm, most of the lower-level cultivators, had not been able to join the Extinction Alliance. 4 people running for their lives. Those who had joined the Extermination Alliance were in addition to the Ghost King Sect and the Heavenly Corpse Sect, which had already been exterminated in the Demon region. They could only seize the time to flee towards the eastern wasteland, lest they die under the annihilation catastrophe. Soon after, with the territory of the righteous sects being fully captured by the World Destruction Alliance, of the other 6 powers, only the Green Cloud Immortal Sect and the Great Yin Dynasty had not joined the World Destruction Alliance. The Green Cloud Immortal Sect had already traveled far away from the Immortal Meteor Mountain range, and the Great Yin Dynasty was a different story, surrounded by the many forces of the World Destruction Alliance. To the east of the Great Yin Dynasty was the Tongtian city near the Immortal Meteor Mountain range and the Demon region that had become a Jedi. To the south were the hundreds of dynasties as well as the Great Golden Imperial Dynasty, and to the north was the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region. It's safe to say, the Great Yin Dynasty was surrounded by people from the Extermination Alliance on 3 sides, and only the west side was close to the Endless Sea. If the Great Yin Imperial Dynasty did not join the Extermination Alliance, the best option would actually be to give up most of its people and take some of them to retreat to the Endless Seas and re-establish the country on top of that Endless Sea island. But now, the Great Yin Dynasty chose to fight to the death, with most of the forces in the Eastern Wasteland joining the Extermination Alliance and choosing to exterminate the world. The royal family of the Great Yin Dynasty chose to live and die with the dynasty. The Great Yin Dynasty practiced martial arts, not immortal, but immortal martial arts. The lifespan of a martial arts cultivator was no match for an immortal cultivator. But their battle power was not to be underestimated. The Great Yin Dynasty had 2 great cave heaven realm martial artists, whose battle power was even stronger than that of a normal goddess of transformation cultivator. However, facing the siege of the World Destruction Alliance's more than 20 god transformation powerhouses and half of the Eastern Wasteland's cultivators, the Great Yin Imperial Dynasty's end was already doomed. With the many forces closing in, the Great Yin Dynasty's territory was being rapidly eaten away. Wu Tian brought Hua Lingying and Shu Meier, who had become Yuaning, and followed the people of the World Destruction Alliance to kill the army of the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty in a river of blood. But even if they knew that they would surely die, these armies of martial arts practitioners were full of blood, and they fought hard and vowed not to surrender. The fearlessness of death made even Wu Tian feel a little touched. Have to say, the military formation formed by these martial arts cultivators was still something, and under the blood chi connection, the blood chi wolf smoke rushed to the sky. The fury on the battlefield could also contaminate spiritual energy, which was no different from poison for immortal cultivators. However, the only people that the fury chi could affect were low-level cultivators, and it wasn't much use to high-level cultivators at all. In the face of absolute strength suppression, the resistance of the Great Yan dynasty looked somewhat ridiculous. Above the vault of heaven, Emperor Yan and the great general of the Great Yan dynasty faced off against more than 20 transformation spirits from the World Destruction Alliance. Protect the country with your life. The two fought hard and were fearless in the face of the crowd. It was just that they were still able to hold on, while the millions of divine warrior army on the ground were heavily dead and wounded. Under the siege of the many cultivators of the World Destruction Alliance, the strongest army of the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty was like a mole cricket. It was difficult to resist. Battlefield. Wu Tian hung in the air, the human emperor's streamer emitting a ghostly light in front of him. A soul flew in from all directions and was sucked into the human emperor's streamer. The sea of blood below him surged across the battlefield, and wherever the sea of blood passed, it didn't matter if it was a cultivator or a martial artist corpse, all their flesh and blood disappeared, reduced to white bones. Even if a living person was caught in the sea of blood, in a few breaths they would be turned into white bones, and all their flesh and blood would be swallowed up by the sea of blood. These martial arts cultivators had a powerful blood chi, which was a good nutrient for the blood pool, and was even more effective than the blood of a cultivator. Wu Tian felt that if he could absorb the blood of these millions of divine martial army, his blood pool should be able to advance into a spiritual treasure. Compared to waiting for the blood pool to slowly breed spirituality, it was better to pile it out quickly with blood. In addition to the sea of blood, there were 10 ghost kings and tens of thousands of spirit ghosts raging with the sea of blood, harvesting the lives of the divine martial army. The human emperor streamer absorbs souls, and the blood pool absorbs flesh and blood, while the white bone demon needle was harvesting the lives of martial artists on the battlefield. It was also absorbing the white bone essence from the battlefield. Wu Tian had not released all of the ghost kings, and the blood-devouring pearl had never been used. The many ghost kings and the blood-devouring bead were his bottom cards, and he wouldn't easily use them unless he had to, especially the blood-devouring pearl. This was a spiritual treasure that even a transformation god would covet, and he would definitely be missed if he took it out. The same goes for the many ghost kings. It's better to keep a low profile. After all, the battlefield was crowded, and being too conspicuous was not a good thing. The ghostly creatures and the sea of blood under Wu Tian's men were killing the enemy, and he was also imperializing other magic treasures to attack. Shu Meier and Hua Lingying stood beside him on the left and right, imperiously attacking the Great Yan divine martial army with their magic treasures. The Great Yan dynasty had enemies on 3 sides, and even though it had 10 million powerful troops, it was difficult to resist the siege of the World Destruction Alliance. The Great Yan army suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and civilian martial artists took the initiative to join the army, stepping into the 3-sided battlefield in wave after wave. The father died and the son went up, and all the people were fighting just to keep the enemy out of their homes. The battlefield was like a meat grinder, devouring their lives and making them part of a sea of corpses and blood. They knew they were going to die, but they went ahead and used their flesh and blood to stop the enemy. The emperor does not abandon the people. I have no regrets though I die. The Great Yan dynasty is in its prime. The Yan emperor is saintly, and the people's hearts are in the right place. It is just that this heyday, under this artificially initiated annihilation catastrophe, will eventually be worn out to nothing, reduced to a speck of dust. The Great Yan dynasty was merely lingering on, unable to escape the end of being exterminated. This is the big picture. End of chapter. Kill. The World Destruction Alliance's butcher's knife fell, killing the Great Yan imperial dynasty in a river of blood. Wu Tian harvested the souls and blood on the battlefield, and the human emperor streamer was so gloomy and ghostly that it could not be concealed at all. The sea of blood on the battlefield was the same. The bloodbath aura filled the sky, and the sea of blood was rapidly growing larger. Not much longer. The Great Yan imperial dynasty's army was dead and wounded, and was no longer able to stop the many cultivators from the World Destruction Alliance. The Extermination Alliance advanced quickly, and any civilian martial artists who blocked the way were killed. It didn't take long. The World Destruction Alliance killed the Great Yan dynasty's imperial city and did not hesitate to launch an attack. Only with great power can you control your own destiny. It washed over him, all beings in all their diversity. At the same time, the city was densely packed with huge crossbows and arrows shooting out, attacking towards the surrounding sky full of cultivators. Above all, one should never be held back by emotions. How is this not a kind of red dust refining the heart? The experience on this journey was still relatively obvious in terms of Wu Tian's state of mind enhancement. Just like the Yen Emperor, who was still above the Celestial Dome, facing off against the World Destruction Alliance's God Transformation powerhouses, as well as the great general of the Great Yen Dynasty, there was also the Lord of Dian City who offered his city to save his life, and the people of the army who were full of people who were not afraid to die. The imperial city was shrouded by a formation, but in the face of the many cultivators attacking, the ripples on the formation's light screen were constant, and it was not far from breaking the city. At the very least, he understood more about the importance of having power. Weakness is the original sin. It looked like the Great Yen Dynasty could still resist undercurrents. However, seeing that the country was about to be destroyed, many people in the city also had other thoughts. This way, the two had such great power, yet they were willing to die with the Great Yen Dynasty. How unwise. Wu Tian looked expressionlessly at the Great Yen Imperial City below, which was enveloped by a blood-colored light curtain, and imperiously attacked the light curtain with his magic treasure. He had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Sad and magnificent Great Yen martial artists. The millions of Great Yen martial artists who retreated to the Imperial City burned their chi in blood, and their blood chi shot up to the sky, connecting to the Imperial City's grand formation and providing energy for the formation. Wu Tian didn't understand. With such a powerful force, where in the world could he not go? Can't two people leave with a portion of their important people? For the sake of these commoners, is it worth it? For some reason, Wu Tian's mood was a bit heavy. He looked at the Imperial City, which was about to be broken, and decided to give the people in the city a decent death. Since the Great Yen Dynasty chose to resist, the people inside the city were bound to die, forever and ever. The Extermination Alliance would not let these people go, but there were many ways to die, and a clean hit was the most painful way to die. Not much longer. The blood-colored light curtain of the Imperial City formation grew weaker and weaker, and finally, as a ripple passed, the blood-colored light curtain dissipated. Silence. The sky full of cultivators looked at the scene inside the city and silently stopped in the air, falling into an eerie silence. Wu Tian looked at the city full of dried corpses, and a ripple appeared in his heart. The dry corpses on the streets of the city were all martial artists who had died with their entire bodies drained of blood and chi. They were drained of their blood chi by the Imperial City's great array, and they didn't even disconnect their blood chi connection. Wu Tian didn't say anything and directly struck out with a sweep of spiritual power. Millions of dry corpses turned into flying ash and gathered in the air to form a ball. He blasted a deep pit outside the city and buried the cloud of flying ash into the ground. It's kind of a decent thing to do for them. In addition to these millions of martial artists, there were also many officials and civilians in the city, some hiding in their homes and some smiling. Others have a resentment in their eyes that they simply cannot hide. But for the Extermination League, there was only one kind of person in the city: dead people. The many cultivators didn't have any soft hands and unleashed a massacre on the people in the city. Wu Tian instantly moved to the palace and glanced at the many Yuaning cultivators who had also arrived at the palace. His eyes flickered without making a move. Their targets were obvious. All of them were the treasury of the Great Yen Dynasty. The treasury of an imperial dynasty is so full of treasures that anyone would want to take it for themselves. However, none of the many Yuaning made a move and only used their divine sense to search for the location of the treasury. The palace maids fled around in panic, and the crowd ignored them. Not for a moment. The crowd found a palace shrouded in formations, and after combining their efforts to blast it open, they unanimously frowned. It's not that there aren't resources in the palace, they're just few and far between. There was no doubt that the Great Yen Dynasty's treasury had obviously been taken more than just this little bit of resources. The crowd searched the imperial city with gloomy faces and found that the royal family of the Great Yen Dynasty were basically all there. Only two people were missing: Empress of Great Yen, the #1 beauty of the eastern wasteland 100 years ago, Fairy Moon Shu, the holy maiden of the Pyamyo Immortal Palace, as well as the 9th Prince of Great Yen, whom she had given birth to not long ago. The Extermination Alliance's cultivators had turned the entire imperial city upside down without finding the two of them, and had obviously left long ago. It's only since the time when the Great Yen Dynasty didn't leave and mobilized its army instead. The people from the World Destruction Alliance were then secretly keeping an eye on the movements of the Great Yen Dynasty. It was a surprise that these two could leave unnoticed. However, with things having come to this point, the World Destruction Alliance no longer paid attention to these two people, and instead swiftly slaughtered the Great Yen Imperial City. Not much longer, Ao In and the others carried the heads of Emperor Yen and the Great General to the Imperial City. Thus, the Great Yen Dynasty was extinguished. Wu Tian noticed that they were missing one person. and looking at the faces of Aoin and the others, it was obvious that the person was in a bad way. To be able to kill one person back under siege, it had to be said that Emperor Yan and that great general were still something. It's a shame that Brain is so bad that he has to die with the Extermination Alliance. I don't understand the truth that there is no fear of being burned if you leave a green mountain. Without any obstacles, the Eastern Wasteland completely fell under the Demise Alliance. The World Destruction Alliance didn't waste any time, as one side of the force was responsible for an area and began to seize the time to build the altar. The perishing catastrophe of the Eastern Wasteland was also coming step by step with the efforts of all the people. Only it was the end of mortals and a feast for monks. The various forces had long prepared their flying boats, and after refining the Eastern Wasteland, they would leave, along with Aoin, to head to that magnificent divine state, Clearwind Mountain. There was originally a first-rate sect of the righteous path, the Qingfeng sect, on this mountain, but it was now empty. On Qingfeng Mountain, Wu Tian was holding Chu Meier and Hua Lanying in one arm as he commanded the ghost kings and spirit ghosts under his command to build the altar. This Qingfeng Mountain had a medium-sized spirit vein, although it was not comparable to the large-sized spirit veins of clans such as the Qingyun Immortal sect. However, it was the same compared to the spirit vein of the previous Acacia sect. Those large spirit veins were all occupied by goddess of transformation powerhouses. This medium-sized spirit vein was still snatched by Wu Tian by strength. Otherwise there were only small-sized spirit veins. Although the Eastern Wasteland was large, there weren't many large and medium-sized spirit veins. Compared to the cultivators of the World Destruction Alliance, there were a bit more monks than meat. However, this spirit vein was also enough for him to use, enough to allow the spirit ghosts under him to advance into ghost kings and increase their strength by quite a bit. After all, according to what Aoin said, this time the extinction formation would completely refine the Eastern Wasteland, with all the energy sucked out. Compared to the time of the demon realm, the energy extracted could at least be boosted a few times. For this reason Wu Tian had taken back the 2,000 spirit ghosts that had been absorbing the grievances and fears in Blue Star. Although these 2,000 spirit ghosts had also raised their strength quite a bit in Blue Star, it was a bit too slow compared to the energy used in refining the Eastern Wasteland. Suddenly, Wu Tian's hand on the two women's large rabbit stopped moving and frowned as he looked at the direction of the Immortal Meteor Mountain range. End of chapter. Why is she back? Wu Tian sensed the imprint he had left at Shueyu Ro's place and pondered on the purpose of her return to the Eastern Wasteland. It would be fine if Shueyu Ro came back alone, but if all of the people from the Green Cloud Immortals sect came back, there must be something fishy. Wu Tian thought that Shueyu Ro should not have come back alone, only that the Qingyun Immortals sect had gone and returned. They left and then snuck back in, so it didn't take much to figure out that the visitors were up to no good. Their purpose Wu Tian could think with his feet. It must be to sabotage the plan of the Extermination Alliance and stop this extermination catastrophe. It was a bit delusional for them to think of fighting against the entire World Destruction Alliance. Although the Heavenly Tao Oath was somewhat useful, it was only limited to when the Eastern Wasteland had not been refined. Wu Tian pondered for a moment, a little hesitant in his heart. This extinction catastrophe. He could either go with the flow or wait and see what happens. Now it was up to the Green Cloud Immortal sect to see if it was a small fight or if it really had the means to stop this annihilation catastrophe. If you guys can make it, it means that the Eastern Wasteland shouldn't have this calamity. If you can't, in this way, he had his subordinate ghosts lay down the evil ghost solitary formation to form a ghost domain, enveloping Qingfeng Mountain within the ghost domain. He could give up the opportunity to enhance his strength and give the Green Cloud Immortal sect, as well as the billions of living beings in this Eastern Wasteland, a chance. Perhaps it was the bravery of the entire Great Yin Imperial dynasty that made him feel more than a hint of compassion in his heart. It is already sufficient. Whether it succeeds or fails depends on the destiny of the hundreds of millions of living beings in this Eastern Wasteland. If the Green Cloud Immortal sect had run to him to cause trouble, he wouldn't have been caught off guard. Wu Tian looked at the direction of the Immortal Fall Mountain range and gave up on revealing the information that the Qingyun Immortal sect had returned to Aoin and the others. That's all. He had always preferred to speculate on the evil of human nature to its maximum, rather than gamble on its goodness. Mainly, he would just have a mouthful of soup. And it was Aoin and those transformation gods who ate the meat. Human nature is evil. Wu Tian liked to think the worst and prepare for the worst so as not to appear passive. When those people finished absorbing and refining the energy of the Eastern Wasteland, Wu Tian and the others would be dispensable. Wu Tian left the matter of building the altar entirely in Zhang San's hands. He was also a bit worried that these people would cross the river when they were strong enough to easily exterminate him. Let him supervise and direct the other ghost kings and spirit ghosts in the construction of the altar. With him in charge of directing the construction of the altar, Wu Tian would not have to stay here personally. Not much longer. In the Qingfeng Hall, Wu Tian saw Chu Meier's hand holding a fruit and handed it to his mouth. He opened his mouth obediently and ate it with gusto. The already ripe grapes were so juicy and tender that he couldn't get enough of them. Hua Lanying, on the other hand, sat on his lap and watched the intimate scene between the two of them, writhing hard in exasperation, venting her dissatisfaction. Wu Tian ate his fruit and didn't even notice her dissatisfaction. It just felt as if she was clamping down hard on her legs. The feeling of being bound made him move his legs. Seeing that he was paying attention to himself, Hua Lanying hurriedly continued to wriggle her body harder, hoping to get his attention. However, Chu Mei handed over another fruit and attracted Wu Tian's attention. Wu Tian ate the fruit and gently touched Chu Mei's head, expressing his favor to her with his actions. Seeing this, Hua Lanying was so angry that she bit her lips tightly. Her body was trembling. Tears instantly flowed, gushing out like a waterfall. Seeing that she was in tears, Chu Mei gave her the opportunity to feed the fruit, while she silently retreated to sit on Wu Tian's lap. Wu Tian's fruit was full, and when he saw that the two of them were not dealing with each other, he pulled the two of them over and viciously smacked their pretty asses. Under his lesson, the two women also knew that they were wrong and subsided. Ryoko, Wu Tian hugged Chu Mei, who had just been shocked, and felt that he still had to cultivate his heart a little more. The method he had researched not long ago, to fight against the heart demon tribulation, seemed to work for a bit of a short period of time, and had little effect after a few days. It seemed like he would have to let himself sink a bit more before the next time he crossed over, lest at the time of crossing the threshold, the demons of the heart take advantage of it. Hua Lanying leaned next to him and held one of his arms in her bosom and wouldn't let go. Wu Tian sensed Shui Yuro's location and saw that she was getting farther and farther away from Qingfeng Mountain, so he didn't pay attention to her anymore. It didn't matter where they went as long as they didn't come to make trouble at Qingfeng Mountain. Soon after, Wu Tian's altar had just finished building a small half. Lang Ruyan, who was not far away from Qingfeng Mountain, let Yin Yumeng use the sound-transmitting subsnail to give him a sound transmission and told him some information. It turned out that in recent times, people had been destroying the altar in all parts of the Eastern Wasteland. An organization called the Salvation League is wreaking havoc everywhere. After the Extermination Alliance captured a number of people, they searched their souls to force out some information, learning that it was the Green Cloud Immortal Sect and some people who were causing havoc in the shadows. There seemed to be quite a few people in the Extermination Alliance who were also helping them. The World Destruction Alliance had set up several traps, but they hadn't caught the Qing Unimortal Sect and the others. However, the Salvation Alliance had too few strong men, and only dared to wreak havoc in some small places, at most delaying the speed at which they built the altar. With the many transformation god Yuaning powerhouses patrolling the four directions, the people from the Salvation Alliance no longer had the chance to wreak havoc. Facing so many World Destruction Alliance transformation gods, whoever dared to venture out would be directly killed. The people from the Salvation Alliance could only hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity to move. Soon after, the major altars in the Eastern Wasteland were basically almost built, and the people from the Salvation Alliance couldn't sit still. They came out and attacked strongly once, but the Extermination Alliance had long been defending against them and directly killed them with heavy deaths and injuries. Qinghuan Demon Emperor, the Green Cloud Immortal Sect Patriarch, cried out in grief and indignation, no longer engaging in battle, and quickly fled with his Immortal Sect disciples. The people from the World Destruction Alliance chased them into the 10,000 Souls Jedi region before calling it quits. Then the World Destruction Alliance left people behind in the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region to prevent the Green Cloud Immortal Sect from running out to cause trouble again. As the Green Cloud Immortal Sect fled into the 10,000 Spirits Jedi region, the remaining people of the Salvation Alliance died and fled, unable to make any waves. Until all the altars in the Eastern Wasteland were built, there were no more people coming out to cause trouble. Clear Wind Mountain. Wu Tian looked at the black curtain covering the sky in the distance as it came over, his face expressionless as he muttered in his heart, what's coming is still coming. This annihilating catastrophe had finally descended upon the Eastern Wasteland. As the black curtains rolled in, the heavens and earth were darkened. When Wu Tian saw that the altar was emitting a ghostly light, he took out the human emperor streamer and released tens of thousands of ghostly creatures. After today, the Eastern Wasteland was transformed into an extinct region. He would also have tens of thousands of ghost kings under his command, increasing his strength by several times. Not much longer. As the black pillar of light on the altar rose into the sky, the entire Eastern Wasteland was shrouded in blackness. Wu Tian looked at the pillar of light on the altar and did not hesitate to let his subordinate ghosts enter the altar to absorb the energy to become stronger. He looked at Chu Mei and Hua Lanying beside him. You guys go as well and raise your cultivation. The two had long been unable to hold back, and immediately rushed into the altar at the word. Wu Tian couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he looked at the altar full of ghostly creatures. With these tens of thousands of ghost kings, he would be able to have the power to defend himself when he went to the Divine Kingdom. End of chapter. No, Lord, the energy of this altar can't be absorbed. Zhang San rushed out from the light pillar of the altar and came to Wu Tian in panic. What did you say? Wu Tian frowned, thinking he had heard wrong. Lord, I can't absorb the energy of this altar. Zhang San hurriedly said it again. At this time, the other ghost kings and Chu Mayer both rushed out from the altar, and they couldn't absorb the energy either. Wu Tian was vaguely uneasy in his heart and hurriedly went to the altar to test it out. Ao Yin. Wu Tian's eyes were filled with anger, and he knew that this was definitely Ao Yin's trick. He's being lied to. As the energy poured in, the power of the grand formation grew stronger. Not only did he realize something was wrong, but the others who realized something was wrong also destroyed the altar, and a pillar of light disappeared with it. Without hesitation, Wu Tian took out his Gangjin sword and blasted down towards the altar. However, the power of the large formation was rapidly becoming stronger, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take long before it could harm him. Coupled with the fact that the Magic Kingdom was the test case before it, people were convinced of this. Billions of mortals were having their bodies' chi and blood energies rapidly extracted under the bizarre power of this world-destroying formation. This world destruction formation that enveloped the Eastern Wasteland seemed to have been formed, and it could refine the entire Eastern Wasteland without the use of an altar. However, Wu Tian's face was even more grave as he looked at the scene around him with furrowed brows. Not only the spirit veins, but the energy of the entire earth was being extracted and surged into the curtain of light in the sky. But after the altar was destroyed, the curtain of light in the sky didn't dissipate either. Instead, a strange power filled the heavens and earth. As the altar was destroyed, the pillar of light that extracted energy dissipated. They, the cultivators, could still carry on for a while, but the mortals on the eastern desolate earth had no resistance. As the earth's energy was extracted, the bright green grass withered and the brightly colored flowers withered. After saying that they would cooperate to exterminate the world and share the energy of refining the eastern wasteland, it now seemed that Aoin clearly wanted to take it all for himself. Damn it! Or rather, the entire eastern wasteland had been deceived by Aoin. Since Aoin wanted to keep it all to himself, no one should want it. A channel of energy was drawn out from the earth and surged towards the black curtain of light in the sky. Even if there was some doubt, in front of the temptation to improve strength, with a hint of fluke, he forced himself to convince himself in his heart. It just wasn't strong enough to do anything to him. Aoin is treating the entire eastern wasteland as a little cutie, playing with the greed of human nature. Those transformation gods' urgency for longevity. Wu Tian could feel a weird power acting on him, as if it wanted to refine him. Silks of chi and blood gushed out from the mortal's body, and the pain of forcibly extracting chi and blood caused the wailing to resound through the heavens and earth. The many cultivators who were also under the shroud of the great formation could only use their spiritual power to resist, attempting to hold on for a while longer. The sky was filled with furious fulfilled spirit Yuaning cultivators, searching everywhere for Aoyin's whereabouts, with intense killing intent in their eyes. Aoyin had fooled the entire eastern wasteland's cultivators with his own strength. The League of Extinction. Ridiculous. Numerous cultivators tried to find Aoyin, but it was as if he had disappeared, with only the extermination formation operating rapidly. Unlike the black clouds that had appeared during the previous refining of the demon domain, the black curtain of light in the sky was like substance, trapping the many cultivators in the large formation. How could the crowd not understand? Aoyin didn't just want to refine the entire eastern wasteland earth. He also wanted to refine all of the eastern wasteland's living beings. Whether they were cultivators or mortals, they were all his targets. Naturally, the many cultivators wouldn't sit around and wait for their turn to die, and they rushed up to attack the light curtain. However, this world-destroying grand formation had countless energies from the eastern wasteland, so it was difficult to shake it at all, and it could only leave a layer of ripples on the light curtain. The sky. Wu Tian's face was gloomy as he looked at the light curtain above him. He had already tried, and there was no way to break through this black light curtain. Chu Mayer stood beside him and said with a hint of panic in her eyes, "Brother Tian, what should we do?" "Wait." Wu Tian gently spat out a word. Just because he couldn't do anything with this great formation light curtain didn't mean that those transformation gods couldn't do anything either. Now that everyone was on the same rope, it was up to them to break the formation. If even those transformation gods were unable to break through, when the power of this world-destroying grand formation was enhanced to the point where it could threaten his life, he'd have to run back to the Blue Star. Just being treated like a little cutie, playing, he was upset just thinking about it. Not much longer. The many cultivators tried their best, but they were unable to break through the increasingly intense world destruction formation. As time passed, all the billions of mortals on the eastern wasteland were drained of their blood and chi. Their entire bodies were sucked empty, and their bodies were turned into flying ash and dissipated. The other weak beings weren't spared either, and all of them turned into flying ash and dissipated under the refining of the world destruction formation. The living are extinct. The eastern wasteland Earth's mortals dispersed. The grass and trees became extinct. and the earth turned into yellow sand, barren and cracked with a huge crack. The power of the Grand Formation had increased several times in a short period of time, and even some chi refining cultivators could not carry the power of the Grand Formation. After they ran out of spiritual energy, they simply couldn't resist the refining power of the Extinction Formation, and their bodies were quickly sucked dry. Even their souls were not spared, being refined into energy that surged into the black curtain of light in the sky, until the power of the Grand Formation was so powerful that it could threaten the Foundation building Dan. As countless Foundation establishment cultivators died one after another, the power of the Grand Formation had increased by a level, and it was able to threaten Wu Tian. Under this powerful force, the major Gene Dan in the formation didn't manage to support them for long, exhausting their spiritual energy and dying. To this point, when the Eastern Wasteland was extinct and turned into an extinct region, there were only a handful of Yuaning transformation gods left. It's just that these guys aren't that easy to kill, and they can still carry quite a bit of time. The many transformation spirit Yuaning of the World Destruction Alliance were so furious when they saw all of their men die that their faces turned blue and their eyes turned red. This time, they really did not succeed in stealing the chicken, and there was still the danger of their own death. It's a big loss, but they couldn't find Aoin and had nowhere to take their anger. The key was that they were unable to break through the light curtain formed by this world-destroying Grand Formation, and if it continued like this, they were expected to be in dire straits. Beyond the light curtain, Aoin looked down at the large formation that enveloped the entire eastern wasteland below, countless energies coming along with the formation and gathering on the blood moon that served as the core. There was a black mill shadow slowly rotating above the blood moon, devouring and refining countless energies and injecting them into the blood moon. Aoin checked the state of the eastern wasteland, and seeing that it wouldn't last long before it had to collapse, he murmured in a low voice, "It's about time." He glanced at the sky and radiated his own aura. Boom! One moment. The sky above his head was instantly covered with dark clouds, and as if they couldn't wait, the robber clouds converged in the blink of an eye, and a terrifying aura filled the air. It's just that his robbery cloud was different from the normal ones, covering millions of miles. Purple blackened. Silent purple thunder tribulation. Aoyun's expression was grave. This heavenly Tao was afraid that he wouldn't die even descending this kind of thunder tribulation as his demon emperor tribulation. He didn't dare to be careless, and hastily urged the blood moon, which then merged into the light curtain. End of chapter. Boom! Seeing that he wanted to run, the robbing cloud couldn't wait to drop a purple-black robbing thunderbolt that blasted down towards Aoin. However, Aoin had already entered the Great Formation of Extinction long ago, and the robbing thunder was blocked by the Great Formation's light curtain, causing the light curtain to ripple. Aoin used a large formation to hide himself, and although the transformation spirit in the formation was aware of it, it could not discover his figure. Aoin didn't know that someone had already been observing him for a long time. A mountain peak. A red-haired man had a flame under his eyes, and none of Aoyin's movements escaped him. Seeing that Aoin was about to cross the demon emperor's tribulation, he faintly said, "I wanted to wait for you to finish refining the eastern wasteland, but now I can't keep you." If Aoin broke through to become a demon emperor, there would undoubtedly be a lot more variables, and he didn't want to wait any longer. The red-haired man's figure flickered and appeared in front of Aoin, and the flames turned into claws and grabbed towards the blood moon in front of Aoin. Not good. The seal is going to break. The fire claw is terrifyingly powerful. The power of the flames makes the space distorted, and the power of the formation shrouded around Aoyin's body can't be blocked at all, and is easily broken through. It seems. The mill shadow on the blood moon quickly turned around, and a terrifying force erupted, instantly grinding out the fire claws that grabbed at the blood moon. He's come to the right place on this trip. It wasn't in vain that he had traveled all the way to this desolate place in the eastern wasteland. One moment. With this kind of terrifying robber thunder, how could Feng Yuan care about attacking Aoin? And he hurriedly tried to escape from the range of the robber thunder attack. In time, Aoin glanced at Feng Yuan, who was attacking him, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Aoin, who was urging the large formation to deal with the thunderbolt, noticed something and hurriedly urged the blood moon. The extinction formation dissipated, and the thunderbolt in the sky was no longer blocked, and a silent thunderbolt instantly blasted down towards Aoin. Feng Yuan raised his hand, and Aoyin's surroundings instantly turned into a sea of fire. The terrifying flames instantly engulfed Aoin, wanting to burn him into flying ashes. In addition to the energy of this entire eastern wasteland, he would also be able to obtain a supreme treasure. When the red-haired man saw that blood moon possessed such terrifying power, a smile could not help but appear on his face. Aoin was shocked in his heart. How could there be such a powerful person in the eastern wasteland? He urged the blood moon with all his might. Countless energies surged out of the blood moon. The black mill silhouette on top of it had plenty of energy. The mill rotated rapidly, and the flames that came close to him were all ground out. Without any further hesitation, he urged the Blood Moon to mobilize the formation and disarmed the World Destruction formation that had enveloped the eastern wasteland. It was just that under the rapid rotation of the mill, the Blood Moon seemed to be overburdened, and the slightest crack appeared on it. Because of this person's appearance, it looked like his plan was going to be undone. Aoyin's heart sank. If the seal is broken at this time, it will definitely be noticed. But he was too close, and in an instant, he was swallowed up by the robbing thunder. Luckily, he instantly held up a flame barrier, blocking most of the robotic lightning, and the remaining robotic lightning was not enough to kill him. When he had carried over this calamity lightning, he did not hesitate in the slightest and fled with all his might towards the outside of the calamity cloud's coverage. How could he care about any treasures at this moment? It was still his little life that mattered. Aoyin's face was grim as he looked at the few extra cracks on the Blood Moon, and he glanced at Feng Yuan's evading figure as he fled towards the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region. At this time, the robbing cloud also locked onto the others, and the next robbing thunderbolt instantly fell. The few transformation spirits that didn't manage to escape the coverage of the calamity cloud were instantly blasted into dregs by the calamity lightning. They rushed over after sensing the commotion because they were closer to Aoyin's hiding place. Who knew that they had just run over? And before they could even figure out who the red-haired man attacking Aoyin was, the large formation light curtain dissipated. The point is, there were still terrifying robberies falling from the sky. By the time they wanted to run at this point, it was already too late, and they were instantly locked in by the robbery cloud. After all, the coverage of this robbery cloud was too large, and their speed appeared to be a bit too slow. As for the Yuaning cultivators under the robbing cloud, they didn't even manage to struggle a bit before they were blasted by the robbing thunder and left with no dregs left. The others were either far away and hadn't been able to make it over yet, or they weren't strong enough to detect where Aoyin was. Sometimes, weakness is also an advantage. Wu Tian looked at the distant robbery cloud and pulled Chumayer and Hua Lanying to run a little farther away. The terrifying aura emanating from this robbery cloud was a bit frightening as he looked at it. If they were really affected, they would not be bruised or purple. At this time, Aoyin also ran out of the coverage area of the robbery cloud against the robbery thunder attack, and the robbery cloud instantly moved after him, and a robbery thunder dropped down, chasing after him and attacking him. After all, he was the rightful owner of the tribulation, and the others were nothing more than complimentary thunderbolt packages. Although Feng Yuan felt that Aoyin's chances of surviving this thunderbolt were not high, he still followed from afar. If Aoyin survived, he would take advantage of his illness. Even if Aoyin didn't survive, that kind of supreme treasure should be able to be spared under the robbing thunder. In time, he just went straight to pick it up. Why is this thing chasing over? Wu Tian saw the robbing cloud rapidly coming towards him and was too scared to stop for a moment. But within a few breaths, the looting cloud enveloped him. He was about to leave the two girls, Chumayer and Hua Lanying, behind and run back to the Blue Star when he saw the robbing cloud quickly sweep past him. Wu Tian looked at the faraway robbing cloud and thought of the figure that had just flickered away. He couldn't help but mimic his eyes. He was hesitant to go after them when he saw a red-haired man flash by in the distance. Not for a moment. The distant robbery cloud stopped and dissipated in a single breath. Dead? Wu Tian murmured lightly. This terrifying thunder tribulation was obviously not yet finished, but now it dissipated. That, Wu Tian thought of when Aoyin was in the 10,000 Souls Jedi region. This situation had also occurred, and for a moment, he was a little unsure whether Aoyin was dead or alive. Aoyin seemed to have some way of dodging the thunderbolt, the same way he had run back to the Blue Star and made the thunderbolt lose its target. How similar this situation was now to how it was back then. He reckoned that Aoyin wasn't that easy to let the robotic thunderbolt blast him to death. Odds are it's a run. Thinking of this, he told the two women to stay where they were and chased after them alone. If he had the chance, he would have to show Aoyin that treating him like a little cutie. What happens when you play? It would be better if we could grab the treasures on him. Although this eastern wasteland was not refined to completion, it had been refined for the most part, plus the billions of living beings in the eastern wasteland. So many cultivators. He could hardly imagine how vast the energies were. If he can get it, there are no more obstacles on the road to immortality. With a hint of luck, Wu Tian chased after the direction where the robbery cloud disappeared. Cultivation has to be fought for. Cultivating the devil is even more of a struggle. This monstrous wealth is right in front of him. It's worth taking his life to fight for it. Feng Yuan had thought that Aoyin had died under the lightning of the calamity, but he had never expected to find that he had survived. His eyes became even more fiery as he watched Aoyin flee towards the distance. But the thunderbolt had dissipated. This method of being able to dodge the lightning tribulation, if he could get it, there would be a lot more room for maneuver. It doesn't matter if it's a secret technique or a treasure. He'll take it. Feng Yuan pursued with all his might. vowing to obtain the supreme treasure on Ao Yin's body, as well as his method of evading the lightning tribulation and making it lose its lock. Wu Tian also followed behind and chased after the two with all his might towards their spatial fluctuations. Not for a moment. The three of them ran into the 10,000 spirit Jedi realm one after the other. End of chapter. All Souls Jedi region. Wu Tian had already lost the two Ao Yin figures in his line of sight, but the lingering aura of the two men's battle hadn't dissipated yet, enough so that he wouldn't lose them. It was just that the two were chasing and escaping, and they had already gone deep into the 10,000 Souls Jedi region. The ghostly spirits and spatial cracks in these depths were also denser. There were also spatial rotations that shrouded an area, and any ghost spirit that went in would have to be caught in spatial turbulence, with not even a bit of dregs left. Luckily, there were Ao Yin and the two of them in front of him to attract the attention of the ghost spirits, so Wu Tian only needed to guard against the spatial cracks. Not much longer. After Feng Yuan caught up with Ao Yin, he didn't hesitate to stop him, and fully exerted the Phoenix Divine Flame to turn into a sea of fire, trapping Ao Yin in the sea of fire. Ao Yin's face turned white and he was a little unsteady in standing, but when he saw that one finger had killed Feng Yuan, his heart was instantly relieved. However, it was good that the spatial silence finger, a great divine ability, was cast out by him. There are no heavenly or earthly visions. As soon as Feng Yuan died, the sea of fire around Ao Yin dissipated. The environment of the 10,000 Souls Jedi region was complicated, so if he let Ao Yin run on, there was no chance that he would be able to run away. Ao Yin gathered the strength of his entire body on top of his finger and dropped a finger towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not hold back. Countless fire birds flew out from the sea of fire and attacked towards Ao Yin. Feng Yuan had panic in his eyes, and before he could even put up the slightest resistance, his entire body disintegrated with the space he was in. Under the spatial silence finger, the space where Feng Yuan was instantly solidified, and the space collapsed into nothingness. In order to get rid of Feng Yuan's entanglement and exterminate him here, he activated the blood moon and drew countless energies into his body, borrowing these energies to forcefully execute his great divine power. His entire arm couldn't withstand the powerful force and was instantly backfired and crumbled into a bloody mist. His heart crossed and he looked at Feng Yuan with eyes filled with intense killing intent. It disappeared without a trace in an instant, and not even a bit of slag was left behind. The black flames released by Ao Yin were suppressed and engulfed by the sea of fire, and he could only contract the black flames around his body and utilize the blood moon to resist the counterattack. However, the cracks on his blood moon were increasing as he overloaded it for a long time. Space silence finger. Wordlessly, the difference in strength between the two was too great, and there were not many means he could use, so the only way to have the power to fight back was to use the power of the blood moon. One moment. Ao Yin looked at the cracks on the blood moon and knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Ao Yin looked at the sea of fire around him, and the mill shadow that emerged from the blood moon in front of him turned, and the fire birds that pounced on him were all worn out. Although his body was overwhelmed by the forceful execution of the great divine power and he nearly collapsed altogether, killing 1,000 enemies and damaging himself, he was also seriously injured. But it was worth it to kill Feng Yuan. He didn't hesitate and hurriedly absorbed the energy from the blood moon to restore himself. There were countless energies in his blood moon, and it wouldn't take long to recover from his injuries, which was the backbone of his daring to forcefully cast a great divine ability. It was only the piece of silent space that Feng Yuan was in that a small flame emerged and shot out from the slowly recovering silent space. Then the fire instantly grew larger, and a fiery red egg coalesced out of the flames. Nirvana. Ao Yin's expression was grave, and he had the intention to make up for it and interrupt Feng Yuan's Nirvana, but being seriously injured, he didn't have the power to strike a single blow at all. The phoenix is not defenseless when it is in Nirvana. At least normal attacks simply cannot cause damage to the phoenix egg in Nirvana. Ao Yin no longer cared about his body and accelerated the absorption of energy to recover. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Feng Yuan had not yet completed his Nirvana and reborn from the fire to deal him a fatal blow. Wu Tian saw this bizarre scene when he caught up. Ao Yin stopped where he was, absorbing the energy from the blood moon in front of him to restore himself. There was also a roaring flame at the edge of a void space, with a fiery red egg looming inside. Although Wu Tian did not know what this was, he could tell that Ao Yin's state did not seem to be very good. Take him while he's sick. Wu Tian didn't hesitate. The human emperor streamer came out and 10,000 ghosts appeared, transforming into a ghostly domain that enveloped Ao Yin. 10,000 ghosts pounce. Hundreds of ghost weapons also blasted towards Ao Yin. He himself didn't hold back in the slightest, and several magic treasures instantly launched their attacks. Even the blood-devouring bead was taken out by him, erupting into a bizarre bloodlight that swept towards Ao Yin. Wu Tian fought with all his might just to be able to take the opportunity to kill Ao Yin and rob him of his blood moon. Ao Yin's face was gloomy, and the demonic power in his body that had just recovered not much turned into a sea of black flames and fire, blocking the attacks of the 10,000 ghosts and magic treasures under Wu Tian. It was just that although his black flames were able to keep the 10,000 ghosts from getting close to him, it was somewhat difficult to block his black flames in the face of the attacks of so many magic treasures under Wu Tian's command. Aoyin could only urge the blood moon to resist, the demonic power in his body rapidly depleting. Luckily, he was absorbing the energy from the blood moon to recover as he consumed it, and was barely able to maintain a balance. His body, which was already close to collapsing, couldn't handle it, and a crack appeared on his skin. Seeing this, Wu Tian ordered the Ghost Kings under his command to force their way into the Sea of Fire and directly expose themselves when they approached Aoyin. The spiritually intelligent Ghost Kings' faces changed, and although they could not resist Wu Tian's orders, their speed was slow. Obviously they don't want to die. However, the spiritless Ghost King did not hesitate to carry out Wu Tian's order and brazenly rushed into the sea of black inflammation fire. Aoyin's black flame was powerful though, and could cause considerable damage to the Ghost King. However, his black flames were unable to instantly burn the Ghost King, and this was Wu Tian's chance. As the many Ghost Kings rushed to Aoyin's nearness against the black flames, they didn't hesitate to launch a self-exposure attack that would end in the same way. Boom! A head of Ghost Kings exposed themselves to death, and the power of the self-exposure caused space to tremble. The black flames around Aoyin dissipated, and he himself spat out a mouthful of blood, and even the power of the blood moon in front of him was somewhat weakened. Obviously, although he resisted this wave of the Ghost King's self-exposure attack, he also paid a great price, and it wasn't easy. Wu Tian seized the opportunity to beat the dog. The blood-devouring bead transformed into a bloody light and smashed towards Aoyin, appearing in front of him in an instant and being blocked by the power of the blood moon. The blood-devouring bead erupted with a dense bloodlight to fight against the power of the blood moon. Like a small blood-colored sun, Aoyin was already at the end of his strength, and it was difficult to utilize the power of the blood moon at all. It was a bit difficult to even face the bloodlight of the blood-devouring bead. Intense killing intent erupted in Aoyin's eyes, not realizing that he had been pushed to this point by two mole crickets. Thinking of the past, he gritted his teeth and without hesitation, he unleashed his secret technique to burn his dragon soul, wanting to exchange his power to exterminate Wu Tian. Although burning the dragon soul would cause great damage to him, and trying to recover would again take a lot of time and cost. But now, he couldn't care less. When Wu Tian saw that the aura on his body was rapidly getting stronger, a strong uneasiness welled up in his heart. Although he didn't know what was going on with Aoyin, he knew that he mustn't sit back and do nothing. It was just that his attacks were unable to break through Aoyin Blood Moon's defense at all, making it difficult to inflict damage on him. Wu Tian was ruthless in his heart and ordered all the many spirit ghosts that took the opportunity to rush around Aoyin due to the dissipation of the black flames to expose themselves. End of chapter. Boom! Thousands of spirit ghosts exposing themselves at the same time. The power was no less than the Ghost King exposing himself just now. Aoyin, who was at the center of the self-exposure, once again endured a strong attack. However, he had already recovered quite a bit of his demonic power from the burning of his dragon soul and resisted this self-exposure attack. The next moment, Wu Tian appeared in front of him, and the heavenly thunder fist instantly blasted towards Blood Moon. He broke through the power around the Blood Moon with a punch and turned his fist into a palm to forcefully grab it. Just the power that erupted from the Blood Moon also caused the flesh and blood of his arm, which was comparable to a magic treasure, to grind away. It transformed into a bone hand. Wu Tian did not care and grabbed the Blood Moon before his body instantly disappeared in a flash. The next moment, Aoyin was also just a severely injured demon emperor. Only a few dozen Ghost Kings who saw the situation ran out. It cost a hand, though, but it's worth it. His body reappeared. Simmering with rage, he accelerated the burning of his dragon soul, and the sea of fire instantly erupted. Wu Tian did not respond to him, but the joy in his eyes was simply hard to hide. Wu Tian looked at Aoyin, whose breath was rapidly increasing, and urged the blood-devouring pearl to erupt a dense bloodlight to envelop him. No more Blood Moon. It enveloped Wu Tian along with his remaining ghostly creatures in a sea of fire. Only the Blood Moon had disappeared from his flesh and blood disappearing bone hand. What did you do? Click. A crack appeared in the phoenix egg that was Nirvana in the flames in the distance. As if something was about to break out of the egg, Aoyin looked at his cracked bone hand and sensed that his connection with the Blood Moon had disappeared. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and with that came a strong killing intent. He just wanted to try it, and he didn't think it would actually work. In the next instant, the spirit ghosts under him could not carry Aoyin's sea of black flames either, and they were all burned to death by the black flames. The figure flickered. It wasn't that he didn't have a fight in him. Die! Instantly moving away from the sea of fire, away from Aoyin. Wu Tian did not hesitate and took advantage of the moment when his subordinate spirit ghosts were finished being burned to death by the sea of fire. At the same time, a lifelike black dragon's claw grabbed down towards Wu Tian with a terrifying might. Wu Tian detached a sliver of his mind to pay attention to that egg, and naturally, he noticed the change in it, and had a bad premonition in his heart. His ghost domain had collapsed, and Aoin seemed to have regained his strength. Plus something is about to break out of that egg again. He no longer hesitated, leaving 10 ghost kings to block Aoin, collecting the other ghost kings and fleeing towards the distance. Although the 10 ghost kings with spiritual intelligence were unwilling, it was difficult for them to disobey Wu Tian's orders, so they could only stay behind to block Aoin. Leaving them behind still had a chance of survival, or else Wu Tian would instantly make their souls fall apart. They naturally know how to choose. Furthermore, if Wu Tian died, they would be buried with him. Therefore, none of them stayed back and went all out to block Aoin from chasing after Wu Tian. Aoin saw Wu Tian snatch his blood moon and escape, and Feng Yuan was reborn in Nirvana. He didn't hesitate at all. Regardless of what Feng Yuan did, he quickly killed the 10 ghost kings and chased after them towards Wu Tian. The next instant, a small phoenix broke out of its shell, and after devouring the flames and eggshell, it shifted and Feng Yuan's figure appeared. It was just that the aura on his body was a lot weaker, and became generally the same as Aoin. Apparently Nirvana rebirth doesn't come without a price. Feng Yuan looked at Aoin's distant figure. A trace of scorn flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Aoin to possess great magical powers, and to be able to exert them with the body of a demon emperor, allowing him to be killed without resistance. If he hadn't been lucky and the Phoenix clan's innate divine ability had worked, otherwise he would have been dead by now. But Nirvana rebirth doesn't work every time. This all depends on fate. With a 1 in 3 chance, some phoenixes manage to Nirvana 9 times, while others die a straight-up death. But he only hesitated for a moment before he went straight after them. Although he was in the eggshell just now, he was not ignorant of the outside world. Aoin obviously wasn't able to perform great divine abilities at will either. Not to mention that his blood moon was still gone. In Feng Yuan's state, with his strength compared to Aoin and Wu Tian, he was still undoubtedly the strongest, so naturally he would not let the two go. Both seem to have a bit of a secret in them, and are armed with great treasures. If he didn't search the two men's souls to obtain the most precious treasure, wouldn't he have lost a lot on this trip? In this 10,000 souls Jedi region, although Aoin and Feng Yuan were unable to perform an instantaneous transfer, however, their recluse techniques were more subtle than Wu Tian's ghost recluse. Adding to the fact that the two were stronger than Wu Tian, their speed was even faster. Wu Tian didn't run for a while before Aoin caught up with him, and he could only release the 5-headed ghost king so that they could block Aoin. With their lives, they can block it for a while. But the human emperor streamer that had become empty made these spiritually intelligent ghost kings become life-thirsty. What's more, there were many ghost kings among them who knew that they would surely die and wanted to die with him to avenge their deaths. Although they were unable to directly take action against Wu Tian, they were able to be passive and let Aoin kill Wu Tian. Seeing the situation, Wu Tian's eyes chilled, directly causing their souls to scatter. Seeing that Aoin was getting closer and closer, he did not hesitate and quickly urged the human emperor streamer to refine the memories of the ghost king in it. When he had enough 5, he released them to block Aoin. Have to say, ghost kings without spiritual intelligence were quite a bit stronger in the aspect of bravery and fear of death than those with spiritual intelligence by 1.5 stars. Although they did not have many means, these ghost kings were able to carry out Wu Tian's orders without hesitation, even if it means sending them to their deaths. The 5 ghost kings brazenly blocked the way, finally allowing Aoin to distance himself even more from Wu Tian. The depths of the 10,000 souls Jedi region were densely populated with ghostly spirits in addition to spatial cracks. Wu Tian ran over and attracted a lot of attention from the ghost spirits, who were just about to chase him when Aoin behind him collided with them. It was just that although Aoin had attracted most of the ghost spirits, there were quite a few powerful ghost spirits that were faster and chased after Wu Tian closely. After Wu Tian was caught up by these ghostly spirits comparable to transformation gods, he could only continue to block them with the Ghost King and the human emperor streamer. It was good that the ghost spirits didn't have much spiritual intelligence. As soon as the Ghost King appeared, they would be the first to attack the Ghost King, and 1 or 2 Ghost Kings would be able to slow them down. By the time they killed the Ghost King, Wu Tian had already run away. The catching up Aoin became their new target again. However, Aoin didn't know if he had taken medicine or not, and didn't look at all like he had been seriously injured earlier. Ghost spirits comparable to transformation gods were unable to stop him and were easily gotten rid of by him. Aoin looked at Wu Tian, who was fleeing in front of him. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and the pain of burning the dragon's soul seemed to be absent. He had to snatch the blood moon back, or this injury of his. When Wu Tian saw Aoin in hot pursuit, He kept running deeper into the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region with ruthlessness in his eyes. He had to find a place to get rid of Ao Yin's divine sense lock, so that he could run back to the Blue Star and completely make that blood moon his own. Otherwise Ao Yin would have known where he had disappeared and would have guarded the spot. If he hadn't been able to get rid of Ao Yin, that weird blood moon was out of control in Blue Star. That. Big brothers, the author wants to go out to play on May 1st. First save some manuscripts, after the 1st of May and then resume adding more. I hope you big brother forgive me. End of chapter. Not much longer. Wu Tian saw a large, bare mountain shrouded in a dense gray mist in the depths of the 10,000 Spirits Jedi region. He looked at the big mountain in the distance, the tens of thousands of hordes of ghost spirits outside the big mountain, and did not hesitate to vanish. Compared to Ao Yin who was chasing after him, these spiritless ghost spirits were much better to deal with. Wu Tian looked at the ghost spirits that were pouncing towards him, and countless blood god sons emerged from his body, transforming into doppelgangers that were exactly like him, taking the lead in drawing the pouncing ghost spirits away from him. Although these doppelgangers were relatively weak, they could attract the attention of the ghost spirits and fend them off for a bit. Wu Tian, on the other hand, urged the blood-devouring bead and ran towards the big mountain against the ghost spirit attacks that he failed to draw away. He could only use the power of these ghost spirits to get rid of Ao Yin. Brush! Wu Tian had just run out from the group of ghost spirits when the protective shield on his body was instantly broken, and the spatial rift in front of him showed a hint of fluctuation as a result. Fortunately, there was a protective shield that carried the moment, and Wu Tian, who sensed that something was wrong, instantly stopped his body. Otherwise he was going to dive headfirst into the spatial rift. He glanced at Ao Yin, who was still in the midst of the group of ghost spirits, and rushed into the large mountain without hesitation. Sakurajima. If the spatial cracks in this place were all such that he couldn't sense them, he was afraid that he would die in vain. This spatial crack was surprisingly so secretive that he didn't even sense the slightest fluctuation. Without the ghost spirits to harass him, he quickly pulled a long distance away from Ao Yin, breaking away from his divine sense lock. The spatial cracks and spatial turbulence in this great mountain were dense, causing him to lose a lot of his blood-sea numbers. Wu Tian looked at the spatial crack in front of him with a trace of fear in his eyes. This big mountain was a bit weird, and Wu Tian didn't dare to go too deep. It was good that the blood moon he had managed to snatch was still there without any mishaps. It was just a spatial crack, and it wasn't like he didn't have a way to deal with it. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Wu Tian had just returned when he realized that something was wrong. The death aura around him was extraordinarily thick, and there was also a weird power. Wu Tian released the Sea of Blood, and being in the Sea of Blood, he continued to fly towards the big mountain. Seeing that he was far enough away from Ao Yin, he found a hidden place and returned directly to the Blue Star. But after only a moment's hesitation, he made up his mind. It was good that he didn't see any ghost spirits in this big mountain, except for the fact that there were more spatial cracks. He looked at the large mountain in front of him and was a little hesitant to run over it. There was a sea of blood to explore the path, and the hidden spatial cracks were extraordinarily obvious in the Sea of Blood. Wu Tian looked at the basketball-sized blood moon on the ground and noticed that there was a faint trace of power that was emanating from the cracks of the blood moon. Wu Tian's right hand that had turned into white bone let him know that this blood moon was not simple. He didn't dare to be careless and carefully probed the blood moon before he touched it with his hand covered in spiritual energy and picked it up from the ground. Wu Tian's heart was filled with excitement as he looked at the blood moon in his hand. Ao Yin was able to refine and absorb the energy of the eastern wasteland of the demon region, and this blood moon was the core, which he naturally knew. When so many transformation gods broke their heads over this blood moon, now it had fallen into his hands, which also contained the energy that had refined the entire eastern wasteland. With the energy in this blood moon, it was enough for him to not have to worry about resources. Without Ao Yin's manipulation, the power emanating from the blood moon alone could not harm him. Wu Tian examined the blood moon and realized that there was a black millstone in the blood moon that contained a terrifying power. Ao Yin's energy from refining the eastern wasteland appeared to be stored in the grinding disc as well. The blood moon outside looked like it was also a treasure, and there was a formation on it that he couldn't understand, sealing the black grinding disc inside the blood moon. It was just that the blood moon was about to shatter now, covered in cracks, and could no longer perfectly seal the black millstone. Only then did the party cause the power of the mill to leak a little from the blood moon. But what was more embarrassing now was that he couldn't do anything with this blood moon, though because of the cracks on the blood moon, he detected a black millstone sealed inside. However, the blood moon outside served as the core of the seal, and the formations enchanted on it he simply couldn't undo. So much for that. With the formation on top of the blood moon, he was unable to refine the brand Ao Yin left on the blood moon and sacrifice it as his own. The black millstone inside the blood moon, he could do even less with it. Unless he could control the formation on the blood moon. Only then would he be able to refine the blood moon and learn its wonderful uses. Otherwise, he would have to just destroy the blood moon that was about to shatter, as long as the black millstone inside. Wu Tian only pondered for a moment before a decision was made in his mind. He couldn't understand the formation above the blood moon at all, but he thought that it wasn't a simple formation, and it was undoubtedly delusional for him to try to unravel it. He could only think of a way to destroy the blood moon directly, and the formation on it would naturally not break. After all, something that could be sealed with a piece of treasure. It was obvious that the millstone was more valuable than the blood moon, not to mention that the blood moon was still about to shatter already, with the formation on top of it. What to choose is obvious. Wu Tian threw the blood moon on the ground and directly started blasting it with his magic treasure, but he seemed to have somewhat underestimated the sturdiness of the blood moon. He had attacked with his magic treasure for half a day, but he couldn't even make one more crack in the blood moon, let alone directly shatter it. This thing, hard enough. Wu Tian saw that he couldn't do anything with blood moon, and he even tired himself out. He thought for a moment and came up with another idea. Wu Tian put away the blood moon and rushed up from the mountains of Sakura Island. He observed from the air and found that because of the power leaked from the blood moon, most of the island of Sakura Island had been turned into deadland. The power emanating from the blood moon covered the area, so all living beings had died. Countless souls that had yet to dissipate were influenced by the power emanating from the blood moon, absorbing the deathly aura that permeated heaven and earth. This caused them to dissipate at a much reduced rate, and a number of souls were even transformed into resentful souls as a result of the disaster. If left unchecked, this place will soon turn into a ghostly area. Wu Tian looked at the corpses of souls that filled the city of Sakura country with no sadness or joy in his heart. He had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Now it was just a small scene. It's not worth it. What was left of the Sakura kingdom had gathered on the only remaining island of Sakura. Wu Tian hung in the air and took out the human emperor streamer to absorb countless souls and grievous souls, reaccumulating his human emperor streamer with only a few ghost kings left. The extra souls were fed to him as sustenance for the growth of the resentful souls. The tens of millions of souls' grievances had also caused the other emperor's streamers to accumulate grievances, and had also piled up hundreds of spirit ghosts out of them. Then he urged the blood-devouring pearl to absorb and refine all of the tens of millions of corpses on Sakura Island, as well as the dead Shi on Sakura Island. Not for a moment. The whole of Sakurajima became empty. When Wu Tian did this, he only enveloped a layer of spiritual light around himself, making it impossible for people to see him through the spiritual light. Therefore, his movements just now were expected to be detected by the satellites of various countries. End of chapter. But, with the power he has today, the blue planet's nukes were nothing more than toys in his eyes, and exterminating the humans on the blue planet was easy as pie. So, he doesn't have to hide at all. Not to mention the fact that he has destroyed all the nukes and other things in other countries besides Xia. Lest someone get deadly and try to nuke him and let the humans on the blue planet perish under the nuclear radiation. In time, where is he going to get so many supplies from? The humans on the blue planet were already considered owned by him, and he couldn't let them play themselves to death. Not much longer. Wu Tian directly asked Sakura King, who was still alive, to organize the remaining people on Sakura Island to help him run the nuclear power plant. Although Sakura Nation was small, the largest nuclear power plant in Blue Star was on Sakura Island, and he still needed these people. Though after a drastic change, there were only 10 million people left in the Sakura country, but it's still relatively easy to identify the people who run the nuclear power plants from among them. Although these people had just gone through a drastic change and were in a state of panic, they were faced with Wu Tian, who was like a demon god. They couldn't rise up in their bones to resist at all. Submissive slavery has always been the hallmark of the Sakura Nation. Not much longer. Wu Tian couldn't help but frown tightly as he looked at the blood moon that was still intact and unbroken under the attack of the nuclear power plant's massive electric current. He had gone to such great lengths to snatch this blood moon. He wouldn't just be able to look at it. Then those ghost kings and spirit ghosts under him, as well as one of his arms, wouldn't be lost for nothing. By now his hand hadn't even recovered yet. The constant pain was making him a little numb. Wu Tian noticed that the current from the nuclear power plant couldn't do anything to the blood moon. Instead, there was still current that was being rapidly absorbed by the blood moon. He thought about it and stopped trying to attack the blood moon with a nuclear power plant. With a flash, Wu Tian returned to Xia to find a place and took out the spirit source to absorb the energy in it. At the same time, he swallowed a greenwood rejuvenation pill and began to recover his arm's injuries, with the power of an elixir, together with the countless pure spiritual qi pouring into the body from the spiritual source. The cracks on the bones of Wu Tian's hands were also slowly recovering and healing, followed by white bones and muscles. As time passed, a complete arm appeared. Wu Tian clenched his fists. The lost and found arm made him feel relieved in his heart. He took out the blood moon and looked at it, feeling that the only way he could make it shatter was the one he had thought of earlier. He didn't hesitate and went straight to Sakura Island, where he laid down layers of formations deep inside a large mountain and hid the blood moon within it. He didn't dare to bring this thing back to the immortal and demon world now, or if Aoin snatched it back, he would lose a lot of money. As for the power emanating from the blood moon, would it turn Sakurajima back into a place of death? He didn't care. Whether or not these 10 million people in the Sakura country will survive depends on their luck. If he survives, he will continue to provide him with consumables. If he doesn't, then he will just destroy the country. It's just a small country left and right. Wu Tian took care of the blood moon and directly returned to the immortal demon world, All Souls Jedi region, the Great Mountains. As soon as Wu Tian appeared, he looked around vigilantly. There was nothing going on around him, but on the top of the mountain in the distance, there was a considerable amount of commotion, as if someone was fighting. He glanced at the top of the mountain in the distance and didn't bother with the hustle and bustle. Wu Tian quietly ran towards the outside of the mountain, preparing to sneak out of the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region first. Aoin must be frantic to find him now. Naturally, he had to run before he was discovered. Wu Tian came outside the big mountain and realized that the ghost spirits outside were gone. He didn't know what was going on, but it was just convenient for him to run away without the ghostly spirits guarding the outside. Unthinking, he had just run beyond the large mountain when two recluse lights ran in his direction from the top of the mountain, followed by a dense mass of ghostly spirits. In particular, a ghostly spirit that exuded a terrifying might, with rage in its eyes, seemed to possess spiritual intelligence. Seeing this, Wu Tian ran a few more points faster. It's just that his speed was a bit slow compared to the transported light and ghost spirit behind him. It didn't take long. The two recluse lights were getting closer and closer to him, and Wu Tian looked back, and he clearly spotted the figure of Aoin among them. The two recluse lights came straight towards Wu Tian, and carried countless ghost spirits with them. Luckily, the leading ghost spirit behind them caught up with them and attacked towards Aoin with eyes full of rage. Aoin didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly used his means to fend off the ghost spirit's attack. With the intervention of the ghost spirit, Aoin's speed instantly dropped. However, Feng Yuan did not care how Aoin was doing, and with excitement in his eyes, he continued to chase towards Wu Tian. The old man lost his mare. Although he didn't grab the 10,000 spirit fruit just now, it was an unexpected surprise to find Wu Tian. As long as he got the blood moon on Wu Tian's body, it would be worth it for him to make this trip. Thinking that he was rapidly approaching Wu Tian, a giant bird of flame swooped towards him. Wu Tian's face couldn't help but change when he saw that the 5 ghost kings released to fend him off were instantly killed. Seeing the firebird swooping towards him, he hurriedly sent his magic treasure to attack. However, his magic treasure was unable to cause any damage to the firebird at all, and instead, he was almost melted by the flames on the firebird. This brought Feng Yuan closer to him as well. Without hesitation, he cast Sea of Fire and trapped Wu Tian in the Sea of Fire. Wu Tian looked at the defense shield that was being burned and moistened as the spiritual energy in his body was rapidly depleting. Although the defense shield transformed by this blood-devouring bead was strong in defense, it consumed too much spiritual energy too quickly. What's more, in the midst of this terrifying flame, the consumption of spiritual energy in his body was even greater, so he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Wu Tian's eyes were cold and he did not hesitate to radiate the aura he was carrying. "Ray, come on!" he roared and cast his powerful move, summoning Thunderbolt. One moment, the sky was dark and cloudy, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the robbery clouds were rapidly converging. 69 heavenly tribulations. Feng Yuan frowned as he looked at the robbery clouds in the sky and accelerated his attack on Wu Tian. He wanted to kill Wu Tian first and interrupt the formation of the robbing cloud. However, the human blood-colored energy shield around Wu Tian seemed like a turtle shell, and it was simply difficult for him to break through it for a moment. Seeing that he couldn't kill Wu Tian, Feng Yuan didn't hesitate and directly fled outside. Wu Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent, wanting to leave him behind and kill him by means of the lightning calamity. He was ill-prepared and had not wanted to cross the threshold so quickly, but now that he was forced to only cross the threshold to save his life, he naturally wanted to maximize his benefits. It was just that Feng Yuan desperately wanted to leave, and he really couldn't stop him. Wu Tian looked at Feng Yuan, who ran away and gave up the idea of leaving him behind. He looked at the robbery cloud that had already taken shape in the sky and hurriedly swallowed the clear spirit pill. His body quickly disappeared and appeared, and there was already an extra blood moon in his hand. He disappeared for just a moment before the robber cloud sensed him again. It didn't dissipate. As soon as the robbing cloud came out, his heart demon robbery had already begun to strike. This crossing, he had to force a crossing. Otherwise, he would still have the clear spirit pill this time, but he wouldn't know when the next time would be. End of chapter. One moment. The 10,000 miles of robbing clouds had not yet had the robbing thunder fall, but the heart demon had already appeared first. Wu Tian only felt that the desire in his heart was infinitely amplified, wanting to make him sink into desire. His mind was full of distracting thoughts, as if the devil was whispering, and the countless evil thoughts that he usually kept hidden in the back of his mind bubbled up. Visions seemed to appear before all his eyes, revealing what his heart desired most, and tempting him to sink into them. Wu Tian felt countless evil thoughts disturbing his heart, and desire rose up with them, his eyes all turning red under the desire. This is a demon of the heart, which wants to make him a demon, driven by desire. Luckily, there was still a trace of clarity in his mind, allowing him to suppress the desires in his heart with his sanity still intact. Boom! A robotic thunderbolt fell. Wu Tian forcefully suppressed his heart's demon. His eyes reddened as he looked at the robbing thunder. His spiritual energy transformed into a large hand and instantly grabbed the blood moon to meet it. The lightning fell on top of the blood moon, but it didn't do much damage to it, and the remaining power of the lightning was being rapidly absorbed by the blood moon. There was a blood moon blocking the robotic lightning, and the little bit of robotic lightning power that overflowed could not cause any harm to Wu Tian at all. He suppressed his heart demon while using his spiritual power to control the blood moon to block the calamity lightning. The power of the robotic thunderbolts increased as they fell one by one. After the blood moon resisted 10 robberies and thunderbolts, an extra crack finally appeared on it. The cracks on top of the blood moon were rapidly becoming more numerous under the bombardment of the robbing thunder. Wu Tian was holding on to the defense shield formed by the blood-devouring bead, and the power of the overflow of the robbery thunder could not harm him at all. However, he still took out the other defensive magic treasures as well, preparing to use them to withstand the robbing thunder when the blood moon couldn't carry on. Wu Tian not only wanted to borrow the power of the tribulation thunder to break through the blood moon this time, he also wanted to directly break through to transformation spirit in one fell swoop. It just so happened that the blood moon had helped him block almost 20 robberies of lightning. His thousands of magical treasures should be enough for him to resist the remaining robotic lightning. It was just that the robbing thunder was fine, but his heart demon was a bit of a problem. The effects of the clear spirit pill became weaker and weaker, and his sanity was somewhat unable to carry him. Wu Tian looked at the blood moon that was about to shatter above him, and with a clench of his teeth, he directly rushed up, spreading out the energy shield on his body to grab the blood moon. Without the protection of the energy shield, the overflowing power of the robber thunder instantly covered his body like a thunder snake. The intense pain hit him, clearing his mind. The violent lightning power was still somewhat useful for him to resist his heart demons. The intense pain was also enough to make him ignore the desire rising in his heart. Although the overflowing power of the calamity lightning was not yet able to destroy his body, he still consumed a greenwood rejuvenation pill just to be on the safe side. Boom! The 20th robotic thunderbolt fell and instantly blasted on top of the blood moon. The blood moon also instantly collapsed under this calamity thunder, and a black light shot up into the sky. Wu Tian didn't care about his arm that was skinned and cracked by the lightning of the calamity and hurriedly grabbed the black millstone that had resurfaced into the sky. After the black mill erupted with a sky-high black aura, it was like it had a spirit that wanted to break free from his hands. Wu Tian also didn't know that the black mill could move on its own because of the mill's artifact spirit, or was it because Aoin had left a brand on the millstone, allowing him to drive it remotely? But right now he had no time to care about that. It was still more important to cross the tribulation. Wu Tian couldn't care less about the black millstone and quickly left an imprint on it and threw it directly back to the blue star. It's a risk to just throw it back, but that's a blue star risk. He was already halfway through his tribulation, so he didn't want to give up halfway through. Boom! A lightning calamity continued to fall without being affected in the slightest, vowing to blast Wu Tian to death under this lightning calamity. Without the blood moon to resist the robbing thunder, Wu Tian didn't dare to induce the robbing thunder to add to his body again. He hurriedly imperialized his magic treasure to fend it off, urging the blood-devouring bead to form an energy shield. The power of the 21st robbing thunder was terrifying, and 3 of his defensive magic treasures were destroyed in an instant. Fortunately, he had enough magic treasures, and the robbing thunder could not do him any harm for the time being. However, as one of the robbing thunderbolts fell and became more and more terrifying in power, the consumption of his magical treasures became greater and greater. At the same time he had to suppress his mind to prevent himself from falling into it. Not for a moment. Wu Tian had no choice but to attract a portion of the robbing lightning to add to his body, causing thunder snakes to linger on his body and a crack to appear on his skin. The power of the lightning can help him suppress his heart demons, and the lightning in his body can make the influence of his heart demons on him much weaker. It was just that his fleshly body was somewhat unable to carry it, causing him to only use pills to recover from his own injuries. Not much longer. 40 robber thunders had already fallen, and there were only 10 more left. It was just that Wu Tian's magic treasure had also consumed most of it, so he was afraid that it would be a bit insufficient. It was a good thing that he had finally passed the heart demon tribulation, and his mind seemed to have sublimated. becoming extraordinarily clear. The yuaning within him also sublimated, completely turning into a yuan deity. His power had also undergone a metamorphosis, and he possessed the power of the yuan shun, which allowed him to control the aura of heaven and earth as if it were his own. At this point, he could be said to already be a transformation god powerhouse. It's just that he hasn't finished his process yet. He has to finish the thunder tribulation and get the approval of the heavenly Tao before he can walk in this side of the world. However, after becoming a transformation spirit, his strength increased greatly, and using the power of his yuanshan to imperialize his magic treasures became even more powerful. As Wu Tian looked at the robbing thunder falling from the sky, he took the initiative to imperialize the rest of his magic treasures to charge up into the sky and attack towards the robbing thunder. His defensive magic treasures had been completely destroyed, leaving him with only attacking magic treasures. Instead of resisting, it would be better to take the initiative to attack and more effectively utilize these magic treasures. Wu Tian used the power of his yuanshan to quickly recover from his own injuries, and in no time, he recovered the damage caused to him by the lightning of the calamity. This was also considered a wonderful use of the yuanshan. Even if his physical body was shattered, he could use the power of the yuanshan to remake his physical body. However, the consumption of yuanshan power was too great for a short period of time, and there was also a risk of falling off the realm. But this level of injury was just a small thing to him. Not for a moment. Wu Tian looked at the robbery cloud in the sky with a grave expression, and the blood-devouring pearl was emitting an intense blood light above him. He had already passed through 50 robber thunders, and the power of the remaining 4 robber thunders would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. However, apart from the blood-devouring bead in the blood pool, he only had the human emperor streamer and the green spirit jade pendant left. The rest of his magic treasures had been used to withstand the calamity lightning and were all destroyed. Wu Tian took out the blood pool and released the sea of blood in the sky to form hundreds of blood dragons, pouncing towards the robber thunder falling from the sky. The terrifyingly powerful robber thunder caused the blood dragon at the front to vaporize instantly, and the ones behind it turned into a thunder dragon. The power of the lightning filled the blood dragon's entire body, making the hundreds of blood dragons much smaller. Although the blood dragon had had a lot of its blood ground up by the lightning of the calamity, it was good that the lightning had been blocked. The next calamity thunderbolt fell quickly, and it was also blocked by a blood dragon that used the dissipation of its body as a price to block them all. However, after blocking 2 consecutively terrifyingly powerful robber thunders, the hundreds of blood dragons were mostly gone, collapsing into blood. Seeing this, Wu Tian directly used the blood pool to suck back the blood and put it away. This blood pool is almost ruined. He has to keep something for the bottom. End of chapter. Boom! A robotic thunderbolt fell. The green spirit jade pendant that Wu Tian had blocked at the front only lasted for a breath before it was shattered by the lightning of the calamity. However, the green spirit jade pendant resisted most of the power of the robbing thunder. The rest of the power of the robber thunder only left a layer of ripples on the energy shield formed by the blood-devouring bead. Last course. With a gloomy expression, Wu Tian took out the human emperor streamer and released the 2 remaining ghost kings, Blood Demon and Zhang San. These 2 were the ones he purposely left at the end, and he hadn't used them yet. But now, if the blood-devouring pearl couldn't carry it, they would have to contribute their own strength. Boom! The hijacking cloud gathered its strength for a moment. The last terrifying calamity thunder instantly blasted down towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian urged the blood-devouring pearl with all his might, causing it to emit light like a small sun. One moment, his surroundings were instantly shrouded by the power of the lightning tribulation, and thunder snakes kept swimming around. However, it was fortunate that the defense shield formed by the blood-devouring bead was strong enough to carry off this last calamity lightning. However, in just this one breath of time, he had nearly half of his spiritual energy drained by the blood-devouring bead before he was left intact. This blood-devouring bead's defense was strong, but it was just a little too spirit energy consuming. Honestly, Wu Tian was a bit surprised. Although he knew that the defense of the blood-devouring pearl was strong, he did not expect it to be this strong. He had thought that the final lightning bolt just now would destroy the blood-devouring pearl, but he didn't expect that it would directly carry it off. Only this time did he intuitively recognize the power of the blood-devouring pearl. Swish! A green light descended from the sky and instantly landed on Wu Tian. This green light was the heaven's way of rewarding him for surviving the thunder tribulation and recognizing him. Under the effect of the green light, his yuanshan strengthened quite a bit, and the empty spiritual energy in his body was instantly restored. It was only now that his party had officially become a transformation god powerhouse, and he could walk freely between this heaven and earth. Generally speaking, until he broke through the refined void realm, he wouldn't be favored by the thunderbolt again, unless the heavenly Tao really looked at him in a bad light, and then it would be the wrath of heaven that would descend. Wu Tian glanced at the surrounding thunder snake densely covered thunder domain where the power of the robbing thunder had not yet finished dissipating. focusing his gaze on Feng Yuan, who was flying towards him in the distance. Wu Tian's eyes were cold. Now that he had become a transformation god, his strength had increased greatly. It wasn't that he didn't have the power to fight Feng Yuan. Without hesitation, he urged the blood-devouring bead and took the initiative to meet them. The blood-devouring bead emitted a bloodlight that swept towards Feng Yuan, but it was blocked by the flame shield that emerged from his body. However, after Wu Tian became a transformation god, he was already able to utilize the power of the blood-devouring pearl, a sweep of bloody light. Feng Yuan's protective shield instantly became much weaker, causing Feng Yuan to look stagnant and hastily add on a protective shield to resist the bloodlight. At the same time, the area around his body instantly turned into a sea of fire, and a firebird flew out from the sea of fire and pounced towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian advanced instead of retreating. His fists were covered in lightning, and the surrounding power of the robbing thunder rapidly converged towards his fists. A thunder snake transformed into the power of lightning and coalesced on his fist. One moment. He blasted out a huge thunder fist formed by lightning towards the ever-approaching Feng Yuan. This was the thunder fist formed by Wu Tian using the heavenly thunder fist, and its power was enhanced even more after absorbing the power of the robbing thunder. Seeing the terrifying might emanating from the thunder fist, Feng Yuan didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly let a group of firebirds pounce on the thunder fist. The thunder fist was extremely fast, and the fist was draped with terrifying power of robbing thunder, instantly blasting apart the firebird at the very front. However, the thunder fist didn't last for a while under the firebird's pounce, and only blasted a few of them before dissipating in a flock of firebirds. However, Wu Tian did not hesitate as the heavenly thunder fist kept on blasting out. One by one, huge thunder fists blasted away all the firebirds that were swooping towards him. However, the sea of fire around Feng Yuan also kept flying out firebirds, and the heavenly thunder fist could not even get close to him. Wu Tian urged the blood-devouring bead to emit a dense bloodlight that enveloped Feng Yuan, and the surrounding power of the calamity thunder rapidly converged towards him. His heavenly thunder fist kept blasting out, and Feng Yuan's firebird couldn't get close to him. However, as the distance between the two drew closer, the area around Wu Tian also instantly turned into a sea of fire. Wu Tian did not panic in the slightest and killed towards Feng Yuan with the blood-devouring bead on top. Although the flames around him were terrifyingly powerful, they were unable to break through the defense of the blood-devouring pearl. The countless power of the surrounding robberies converged towards him, and a heavenly thunder fist blasted at Feng Yuan, forcing him to use the sea of fire to resist it. When Feng Yuan saw Wu Tian trying to get close, he advanced instead of retreating and took the initiative to meet towards him. Their demon race had always been known for their strong physique, not to mention that he was also a member of the Phoenix clan, and his physique was even the best among the demon race. On close-quarters combat, he didn't believe that Wu Tian, a human, could still be stronger than him, even if Wu Tian was a physical cultivator. He didn't think that Wu Tian could be as strong as him, although in this 10,000 spirits Jedi region, the spatial cracks were dense and his Phoenix true body was too huge to recover his true body here. However, the person he transformed into was not to be underestimated in terms of power, and was not much weaker than his real body. Advantage on me. Wu Tian had no choice but to get in close to open up the situation. Although Feng Yuan couldn't do anything with him, he couldn't do anything with Feng Yuan either. Right now, the only thing he could use was the blood-devouring bead, a spiritual treasure that still had to be used to protect him, and it wasn't like he knew any attack spells. The bloodlight he used to attack was also unable to injure Feng Yuan, so he could only use the heavenly thunder fist in close quarters, which could be quite powerful. Otherwise, he could only attack remotely and fight Feng Yuan for consumption. The two were like two streams of light, rapidly approaching to collide dozens of times, and coincidentally, their complexions all became more grave. They both underestimated each other a bit. When Wu Tian saw that he couldn't take him, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. He didn't have the time to spend with Feng Yuan here. He also had to hurry back to deal with the Black Mill on Blue Star. There was something spooky about that thing, and he was afraid that if he delayed long enough, Blue Star would have been destroyed by the millstone by the time he got back. When Wu Tian thought of this, he no longer tangled with Feng Yuan and directly fled outward. But Feng Yuan could not let him run away just like that, and deadlocked to prevent him from leaving. Wu Tian's heart was hardened. He also stopped running and directly fought with him to consume him, wanting to exhaust his demonic power, using his demonic soul as the main soul of the human emperor streamer. Not much longer. The two were fighting endlessly when countless ghost spirits, led by a terrifying ghost spirit, surrounded towards the two. The leading ghost spirit's eyes were filled with rage, wanting to kill the two to vent his anger. It had chased Aoin for half a day, and as a result, Aoin had run away, and the two Wu Tians who still remained here became the target for it to vent its anger. Seeing this situation, without the slightest hesitation, Wu Tian and Feng Yuan instantly ended the battle and turned into recluse light to run in one direction. To be precise, it was Feng Yuan who did not die and followed Wu Tian closely. Wu Tian's eyes gave him an icy look and hesitated not to care about him anymore. Countless ghost spirits were closing in. If he didn't run, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. After approaching the ghost spirit, Wu Tian released the only remaining blood godchild in his body, transforming into a doppelganger exactly like him to confuse the ghost spirit. At the same time, several doppelgangers rushed towards Feng Yuan, directly exposing themselves when they got close. End of chapter. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the first to suffer. Simply outrunning the others when running for your life will eliminate most of the danger. Like right now, Wu Tian attacked Feng Yuan with the blood god's sun self-exposure, which slowed him down, and with the dense ghost spirit attacks in front of him, it made it even more difficult for him to move a bit. Wu Tian seized the opportunity and quickly pulled away from Feng Yuan. His blood god subdivision had already cleared a path for him, allowing him to quickly flee outward without much obstruction. Feng Yuan wanted to follow him, but he was also blocked by the blood god children exploding themselves along the way. Not for a moment. Wu Tian rushed out of the encirclement of ghost spirits, and the terrifying ghost spirits caught up with Feng Yuan. Wu Tian glanced at Feng Yuan, who was caught in the ghostly spirit, and ran towards the distance without hesitation. Once he was far enough away to run, he found a secluded place to return to Blue Star. A twist. Wu Tian looked at the empty sea around him and a question mark flashed through his mind. What about the island? Where's the big Sakurajima? He didn't really care how Sakurajima was doing though, mostly where his black grinder had gotten to. Wu Tian looked at the black mist that filled the surrounding sea and sensed the imprint he had left on the millstone. He followed the imprint and vanished into the sea, finding the millstone at the bottom of the ocean. The power emanating from the abrasive disc caused the fish and shrimp in a 10,000 mile radius to perish, and the seawater was being turned into energy to be absorbed by the abrasive disc. Luckily, this force belonged to the overflow of the grinding disc and was not powerful enough to cause much harm to Wu Tian. Wu Tian found the black millstone against the energy shield of the blood-devouring bead and held it in his hand to check it out. A little while later, after his probing, he realized that it appeared to be crippled, with no artifact spirit present inside. Spiritual treasures and above possessed artifact spirits, so he naturally wouldn't think that this grinding disc was even inferior to a spiritual treasure, and thought that the artifact spirit in it should have been destroyed. Wu Tian sensed the terrifying power contained within the grinding disc, and without hesitation, he directly began to refine the branding that Aoin had left within it. Without running anywhere else, he held up the space at the bottom of the ocean. 1 year later, Wu Tian finally refined the brand Aoin had left on the millstone and sacrificed the millstone into his own. And that's how he learned something about the mill. The millstone of perdition. That's the name of the black mill. The world-destroying grinding disc belonged to the immortal artifacts, possessing a terrifying world-destroying power that was beyond the existence of a spiritual treasure. Only now, there was a crack on the extermination grinding wheel, and threads of extermination power spilled out from the crack. Coupled with the lack of the destruction grinder spirit, the origin was greatly damaged, and the power was weakened by half. Right now, the power that the extermination grinder could exert was only equivalent to a top-grade spiritual treasure, a crippled immortal weapon of sorts. Wu Tian looked at the destruction grinding wheel, a crack that almost split it in two. It was hard to imagine what this grinding wheel had gone through that could make it an immortal artifact that was almost destroyed. The extermination grinder was crippled, which was both good and bad for Wu Tian. The upside was that it was easier for him to control the extermination grinding wheel, otherwise he wouldn't have seen it so easy. The bad thing was that he could have harvested an immortal artifact, but now it was only equivalent to a top-grade spiritual treasure. In order for him to restore the world destruction grinding wheel into an immortal artifact, he had to make the grinding wheel rebreed the artifact spirit and restore its origin. And these all need to be extinguished. When the world is destroyed, the destruction grinder can absorb the power emitted from the destruction of all things in heaven and earth and enhance its own destruction origin. It's safe to say, the perishable grinder was created specifically for the purpose of destroying the world. Wu Tian looked at the countless energies stored within the grinding disk space, his heart overflowing with joy. This was the energy that had refined the entire eastern wasteland, so one could imagine how huge it was. With these energies in place, his strength gains would skyrocket. A little while later, Wu Tian appeared deep in the Kunlun mountain range, the largest mountain range in the Summer Kingdom, and blasted out a cave on a cliff. He was prepared to use the countless energies within the world-destroying grinding wheel to maximize his strength at Blue Star before saying anything. He could use this energy to raise his cultivation, draw the energy into the human emperor streamer, and raise the strength of the ghosts within the streamer. Not much longer, the exterminating grinding wheel hung above Wu Tian's head, spilling countless pure energies that surged into Wu Tian's body and were absorbed and refined by him. At the same time, There was also a stream of energy flowing out of the perdition grinder like a long river, which was absorbed by the human emperor streamer next to it. The ghostly creatures within the human emperor streamer were also rapidly increasing in strength after absorbing this energy. As time passes, 6 months later, Wu Tian stopped his cultivation and checked his own cultivation level. He was on the verge of a breakthrough and was about to break through to the middle stage of transformation spirit. It's just that the transformation stage majors in cultivating the Yuanshen. And every time one breaks through the realm, one needs to pass through the heart demon tribulation so that the Yuanshen can be sublimated and its power enhanced. There were a total of 3 heart demonic robberies at the transformation stage, which were the greed robberies, the love robberies, and the cut me robberies. He had experienced a greed tribulation when he broke through to the early stage of God transformation, and now he needed to experience a love tribulation when he broke through to the middle stage of God transformation. As the saying goes, there are 80,000 words in the world, but only the word love hurts the most. Countless people have felt the happiest time in the world because of a word of love, and countless others have fallen into the low point of life because of a word of love. If you want to pass through this calamity, you need to have a mind without distractions and gather your own Tao heart, the so-called Taoist mind. It is the heart toward the way. Immortal cultivators fight with heaven for their destiny, and the only way to go far is to have a firm heart towards the Tao. But a love robbery is not like a greed robbery, which can put you in the middle of a robbery without you even realizing it. Until you can't help but fall in love with someone you think you're destined for and experience the beauty and bitterness of love. It makes you sink into it, deep into the pain of love. Can't help myself. The only way to get out of love is to break through the love barrier. Some people will take the initiative to enter the red earth to enter into the calamity with their bodies in order to overcome the love calamity. However, this has always been the preferred way of the righteous cultivators and the most common way to cross the love tribulation. As a demonic cultivator, Wu Tian still had the extermination grinder in his possession. So naturally, he would not be so troublesome. The power of extinction could wear out everything. And a mere heart demon still wanted to confuse him and make him experience the pain of love? As long as the heart demon dared to venture out, he could simply use the power of extinction to destroy the heart demon. Directly eliminate the root cause and force your way through the love affair. Although this belongs to trickery, is not to break through the word of love. In the future will inevitably still be affected by the word love. But he thought he had already seen through this love thing. And as long as there was no influence from his heart's demons, he would certainly not fall into a love trap. So-called love. That's about it. How could it affect his desire to become stronger? Like a common saying on the internet, he agrees. The so-called love at first sight is just a matter of seeing the color. And love over time is just a matter of weighing the pros and cons. Even the white head is just a matter of habit. A singable love that he aspired to but did not want to have. As long as he possessed the power so strong that he ignored everything, he would just snatch whatever fairies and magical girls he looked at. A twisted melon is not sweet, but quench your thirst. This was the Tao that Wu Tian practiced. The devil's Tao in the eyes of others. As a demonic cultivator, he naturally wouldn't hesitate when the love disaster could be taken. End of chapter. I don't know how much time has passed. Wu Tian protected his body with the power of annihilation, and the heart demon was worn away when it ventured out, unable to affect him at all. He had also successfully passed through the love affair and did not have to enter the world for a walk. After Wu Tian broke through to the middle stage of transformation spirit, the power of his Yuanshen increased exponentially, and his own strength increased by several times. Without the slightest hesitation, he continued to absorb the energy in the extermination grinding disc to raise his cultivation level. Gradual time rushed by in his cultivation. 1 year later, Wu Tian had finally cultivated to the perfection of the middle stage of transformation of God and was about to break through to the late stage of transformation of God. Breaking through requires crossing the Jinma tribulation, which is also the last of the 3 tribulations of the heart demon. The jihad of cutting me off is also one of the most treacherous of all mind jihads. He had cultivated up to this point, and his Yuanshen had become self-conscious and had become his heart demon, naturally wanting to fight for the control of his own body. Either the honored one defeats the primordial spirit and completely merges with it, or the honored one is defeated by the primordial spirit and is devoured by the primordial spirit in turn. Although the principle and the genjutsu are essentially the same person, the genjutsu tend to inherit the negative emotions of the principle. Those immortal cultivators who were counter-consumed by their Yuanshen were what the immortal cultivation world often referred to as being possessed by demons. The negative emotions of those who had entered the devil were dominant, and they acted even more like devils than the orthodox devil cultivators like them. The honored one is taken over by the demons of the heart, and at that time you will no longer be you. Wu Tian had asked the blood demon about some of the details of the chop me robbery, because the mind demon of the chop me robbery is its own Yuanshen. The honored one and the mind demon will duke it out in the mind space. The heart demon, because it shares the same root and origin as the honored one, will do what the honored one will do. Plus the killing sins that he himself creates are transformed into his power by the demons of his mind. So generally speaking, the mind will be a little stronger than the body. This situation, cultivators would need external forces such as pills to suppress the demons of the heart and enhance the power of the original body in order to survive the chopping me. Although Wu Tian didn't have the assistance of pills, he had the world-destroying grinder, which allowed him to use the power of annihilation to fight against his heart demons. The power of extinction is something that can be applied to the mind and soul, and tangible or intangible forces can be abraded. District Mind. Wu Tian struck first, taking the initiative to trigger the heart demon, pulling it into the mind space, and directly laying his hands on it, just in case the heart demon was able to grab control of the extinction grinder from him. Void in the space of the mind. Wu Tian looked at the opposite side shrouded in black mist, the heart demon that looked exactly like him, as well as the pigs, cows and other livestock that were densely packed behind the heart demon. These are the killings where he was once located, visualized here by the demon of his heart. Wu Tian looked at the group of pigs with red eyes at the very front and directly swept over with a destructive force. One blow. His entire mind space was instantly empty, with only the heart demon looking at him in disbelief. One moment, the heart demon's body dissipated, turning into an energy that surged into his body within the space of his mind. Wu Tian fused the origin of the heart demon, completely fusing with the Yuan Shin into one, and the power of the Yuan Shin increased exponentially. His control over the power of the Yuan Shin was also more comfortable. Mind space dissipates. After Wu Tian exited the mind space, he familiarized himself with his power with satisfaction. It had only been 2.5 years since he had broken through to God transformation, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of God transformation. He estimated that there weren't many in the entire immortal cultivation world that cultivated faster than him. After Wu Tian familiarized himself with his power, he continued to cultivate without stopping for a moment. Wanting to cultivate to transformation God perfection earlier, he would only be able to execute his ultimate move when he had reached transformation God perfection, when he encountered a force majeure enemy. Thunderbolt summoning. This ultimate technique could not be learned by ordinary people, but he who possessed the void mirror could use it to exterminate his great enemy. It kind of complements his weakness of not knowing powerful spells. After all, with the power of the thunder tribulation, it was enough to outperform most spells and aptitudes. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn more powerful spells, it was just that his lack of enlightenment made learning powerful spells too time-consuming. Not to mention, he hasn't seen fit to learn. Powerful magic treasures and spirit treasures don't have this worry. They can be used as soon as they arrive. A twist. Another 2.5 years passed. During this period of time, Wu Tian had not only raised his cultivation to the perfection of transformation, he had also piled up all the ghosts in the human emperor streamer into ghost emperors. With the support of the countless energies in the world-destroying grinder, not only did his cultivation skyrocket, even the ghostly creature in the human emperor streamer followed suit and became stronger. Right now, his human emperor streamer contained nothing but tens of thousands of ghost emperors comparable to transformation gods. Zhang San and Blood Demon had even become ghost emperors, possessing powers comparable to those of refined void. He had been in Blue Star for 5 years, and his strength had changed drastically. Compared to 5 years ago, his strength had increased by an unknown number of times. However, the energy in the extermination grinder was also consumed by him and his subordinate ghosts for the most part. Now that he was strong enough, he was going to keep the rest of the energy for when he broke through to refined void to quickly raise his cultivation. Compared to making his subordinate ghosts stronger, it was still more reassuring for him to be strong himself. Not much longer. Wu Tian came out of the gate and strolled around the globe, harvesting countless livestock and poultry souls. It turned into soul threads and became the material for the advancement of the other person's emperor streamer. Noteworthy. He also found the extinct Sakura nation in Xia. The tens of millions of people in the Sakura country could only flee to the summer country because Sakura Island was worn down by the extinction mill. These people are now integrated into the Summerland and have become civilians. Those Sakura nation people who had been gathered and possessed spiritual roots were also still alive. Although Wu Tian's previous plan was half-hearted, it was not unlikely that he would use them again in the future. Therefore, Wu Tian directly brought those people to a small island. Let them flourish on the island and provide him with consumables that possess spiritual roots. That's kind of what happened after they destroyed the country. One of the few values. Wu Tian had left behind a few blood god sons and Blue Star as his backup. All of these blood god sons had incorporated a trace of his Yuan Shin power, though he didn't know if Blue Star's blood godchild would work if he died in the immortal demon world. But there was no harm in being prepared, and keeping a few blood godchildren in Blue Star would do him no harm. Then he didn't hesitate and directly found a place in the Kunlun mountain range in the summer country. Mindfulness. He appeared in the immortal and demon world, in the middle of the 10,000 spirits Jedi region. Wu Tian glanced at the faint gray mist around him and turned into a stream of light to run towards the outside of the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region. Only he didn't get very far before he realized something was wrong and looked around warily. He had been running for quite some distance. And surprisingly, he hadn't seen a single ghostly spirit. While there aren't that many ghostly spirits, none are necessarily invisible. He ran to the outskirts of the 10,000 Spirit Jedi realm and found that the ghosts in the outskirts had all disappeared without a trace. This perverse scene raised his guard even more. Dead silence. There was a dead silence in the 10,000 Spirits Jedi region, and the ghost spirits and ghostly creatures all disappeared. What the hell is going on here? Wu Tian's brows furrowed as he continued to search the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region. Not for a moment. He finally found a few people and was relieved. Wu Tian came in front of a few people and put them under control, coldly asking, "Who are you people? And what happened in the 10,000 Spirits Jedi region?" End of chapter. Words. A man at the head of the three felt the terrifying might on him and hurriedly looked at him in a flattering manner and said, "Senior, we've met before. When the World Destruction Alliance attacked the Great Yen Imperial Dynasty a few years ago, Senior had the honor of seeing Senior's divine might." Wu Tian said indifferently, "Tell us what has happened in this 10,000 Spirit Jedi region." The man didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly told all he knew. Only then did Wu Tian realize that 5 years ago, 6 terrifyingly powerful people had come from the divine state, searching for something in the 10,000 Spirits Jedi region. The many Yuan-ing transformation god powerhouses that had survived in the eastern wasteland were nothing more than ants in front of those 6 people. The numerous ghosts and ghost spirits in this area of the 10,000 Spirit Extinction region were also cleared by those 6 people in passing. Those 6 people had searched the eastern wasteland and the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region for nearly a year before leaving. And during that time many people had died as a result. There weren't many people left in the East Wasteland now, and when those 6 powerful men left, they took most of the East Wasteland with them. Those of them who were the only ones left belonged to the category of those who were not looked at, and the party was left in the Eastern Wasteland. Now that the ghost spirits in this 10,000 Spirit Extinction Zone were gone, these 3 people were here to seek treasure. Wu Tian couldn't help but frown after hearing the words of the Yuan-ing man and muttered in his heart, "Those powerhouses, they wouldn't be here for the extermination grinding wheel, would they?" He glanced at the 3 thoughtfully and mic'd his eyes. "The 3 of you are all Yuan-ing, so since most of the people have left, why are you still staying here?" The Eastern Wasteland had been destroyed, but there was no room for them to survive. A small island on the endless sea, where the aura was even thinner than the Eastern Wasteland, was not a good place for the 3 of them. Without sufficient resources, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream for several people to break through to transformation spirit. In his place, he would never have been willing to remain here. The man at the head smiled bitterly. "Senior, it's not that we don't want to leave. It's only because our strength is weak and we are simply incapable of traveling to the divine state." Although there was nothing wrong with his words, Wu Tian always felt that something was wrong. If those 6 powerhouses were really here for the world destruction grinding wheel, Feng Yuan and Aoi both knew that it was in his possession. If the 2 hadn't revealed this information to those powerhouses, wouldn't those powerhouses have left after searching for only a year? It is better to kill the wrong person than to let them go, and these people should not survive. Unless the ones who came were all righteous cultivators, these people would have a chance of surviving, even if it wasn't for the extermination grinding wheel, but something else. These people would never be so intact. After all, who knows if what those powerful people came looking for will be in these people. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. He would definitely extract the souls of all these people in the Eastern Wasteland to read their memories. Wu Tian looked at the 3, ignoring their pleas for mercy just to be on the safe side. Straight away, the 3 of them had their souls drawn and their memories read. A little while later, Wu Tian frowned and threw the remnants of the 3 people's souls into the human emperor streamer as sustenance for the ghosts therein. Sure enough, these 3 are lying to him. Those few powerhouses had come for the extermination grinding wheel, and his information had been revealed by Feng Yuan. It was only that those powerful people failed to find him and thought that he had already left the Eastern Wasteland before leaving with most of the Eastern Wasteland. The people left behind in the Eastern Wasteland now were also deliberately left behind by those powerful people as pawns in case of emergency. These 3 people hadn't lied to him about their purpose of entering the 10,000 Souls Jedi region, and had really come here to look for treasures. After all, those powerful people hadn't been able to find him in the first place, and these people also thought that he had left. But now, Wu Tian thought of the several transformers that had been left behind in the Eastern Wasteland by those powerhouses, and after thinking about it, he decided to leave them alive. Those few transformers must have a method of contacting those powerhouses in their hands, and he couldn't afford to surprise them and expose himself. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible while no one noticed. He had already learned from the memories of the 3 the direction in which those people had left. Since they had come from the divine state, All he had to do was follow the direction they had left and he would definitely be able to reach the divine state. This east wasteland tiny pond. He will not stay here and wait for death. However, just to be on the safe side, he still took out a few black coffins and buried a few of his blood god detachments. In the 10,000 Souls Jedi region, these several doppelgangers had a trace of his Yuan Shen power incorporated into them. If he accidentally died in the Divine Kingdom, he would also have the opportunity to resurrect himself through these bilocations. Not much longer. Wu Tian was dressed in white with a black mask on his face as he instantly moved towards the Immortal Meteor Mountain range. There were countless powerful demonic beasts and demon clans living in the Immortal Meteor Mountain range. The deeper Wu Tian went, the thicker the aura between heaven and earth became, and the stronger the mountain demon race became. There were also countless demon kings and demon emperors occupying the mountains and dominating the area. The Immortal Meteor Mountain range was huge and incomparable. This was the territory of the demon race, and it was also the reason why Aoing didn't dare to move this place in the first place. When the people of the Eastern Wasteland only dared to move around the periphery and didn't dare to go deeper into the Immortal Meteor Mountain range, it was because there were too many powerful demon races in the depths. Wu Tian captured a demon emperor on a mountain peak and learned some information about the Immortal Fall Mountain range from him. Although the Immortal Meteor Mountain range was home to countless demon races and demonic beasts, this mountain range was actually the territory of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan was the strongest demon clan in the Immortal Meteor Mountain range, and there were countless strong people in the clan. They lived in the unextinguishable fire domain in the center of the mountain range, commanding countless demon clans in the Immortal Meteor Mountain range. Seeing that he was unable to cross the mountain range, Wu Tian could only change his direction and head to the edge of the mountain range in the other direction. He made his way along the edge and where the All Souls Jedi domain connected, though his direction deviated from the direction those powerful people had left. But as long as he could leave this small place in the Eastern Wasteland, he didn't really care where he ended up running to. It was only at this point that he realized how huge the 10,000 Spirits Jedi region was, and that what was there in the Eastern Wasteland was just the tip of the iceberg. As time passes, half a month later, Wu Tian finally crossed the Immortal Fall Mountain range and spotted the human figures. He looked at the group of people running out from the 10,000 Spirit Jedi realm in front of him, and directly stepped forward and grabbed them. The strongest of these people is just a transformation god. He is too lazy to talk nonsense with them, and he directly grabs them to extract their souls and read their memories. It was better for him to see for himself as opposed to asking. Wu Tian had learned quite a bit of information after checking their memories. The place he was in now already belonged to the divine state, and the power in this area was a royal dynasty called Great Gene. The Great Gene dynasty was dependent on the Violet Sky Sword sect, and its sphere of influence bordered the 10,000 Spirit Extinction region. The Immortal Meteor Mountain range also had a small portion that bordered the border of the Great Gene dynasty, and the three were equivalent to a triangle in general. Not far from the 10,000 Souls Jedi region, there was a city that belonged to the Great Jin, All Souls City. This city was named for its proximity to the 10,000 Spirits Jedi region. Plus, All Souls City's geographical location was not far from the Immortal Meteor Mountain range. People in the city could enter the Immortal Meteor Mountain range and the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region to practice and search for treasures, thus attracting quite a number of loose cultivators and sect disciples. Only these days there are more people coming from other places. It was only because half a month ago, the remains of an immortal mansion appeared in the depths of the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region, attracting many people to flock here. End of chapter. The remains of the immortal mansion. This was a gift that some mighty and powerful people left to their descendants after they fell, which often had his gongfu treasures. However, in the immortal mansion ruins, there were risks in addition to opportunities. Some powerful people whose lifespan was about to end were not willing to die just like that, and would often set traps to pit and kill those who came after them to accompany him. Or maybe he left some means of taking over and rebirth in the relics, and those who entered the relics would become his cauldrons. However, most of the strongest people simply die when their lifespan runs out, unwilling to let their inheritance disappear. They would basically leave their inheritance in the relics and wait for someone with a destiny to take it, whether it's a chance or a trap. It's up to the people out there to judge for themselves. Wu Tian knew from the memories of these people that quite a few people had already gone in that relic, only that no one had come out yet. Many of the cultivators in the 10,000 Spirit City had all run into the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region and entered the relics to obtain their chances. The proximity of the water is kind of their opportunity. Otherwise, when the Violet Sky Sword sect and other forces receive the news and come, this relic will not have their share. The entire reason why these people didn't run to the relics was because they knew how much they weighed. Don't want to go and be cannon fodder and give your life away for nothing. That relic could allow people of the harmonization realm to enter at the highest level, and their strongest was only a transformation god, so going in would be a death sentence. Instead, there were quite a few people of the void refining realm who had entered the ruins. wanting to take their chances. As for those below refined void, unless they really couldn't think of anything else and thought that they were the son of heaven's destiny, no one would joke with their own lives. After Wu Tian learned about the news of the relics, his heart could not help but feel a little stirred. Within this relic, there should be the feats he needed. He wasn't bad at anything else right now, just the feats. As long as he had the technique, he could completely break through to refined void in a short period of time. It's just that there are a lot of strong people entering this relic without having to think about it. He was afraid that it would be a bit dangerous for a transformation spirit to enter a relic where strong people were gathered. Wu Tian calculated his own battle power and felt that he should have no problem defeating the refined void cultivator. He hadn't seen a merged cultivator at all and didn't even have a target to refer to, but he estimated that he shouldn't be able to win. A little while later, Wu Tian pondered for a moment, and his eyes could not help but be certain. The opportunity is his. If he missed this opportunity, he would probably have a bit of trouble getting the subsequent feats and would have to waste quite a bit of time. With tens of thousands of ghost emperors under him and 2 powerful spiritual treasures in his possession, he was not an ant even if he entered the ruins. Even if he couldn't cross 2 great realms to battle a harmonized cultivator, there shouldn't be much of a problem in saving his life. After all, he had the blood god's son to keep him from dying, and the blue star as a back road. If this is the case and he doesn't dare to fight for his life, then what is the point of practicing magic? Wu Tian did not delay, directly throwing the remnants of the group's souls into the human emperor streamer and running deeper into the 10,000 souls Jedi region. He had to enter the ruins before those great powers received the news and rushed over. Not much longer. The depths of the 10,000 souls Jedi region. Wu Tian looked at the huge vortex in front of him and directly turned into streams of light and rushed into the vortex. A twist. Wu Tian looked at the cluster of palaces in front of him, a mutilated corpse in front of him, and directly kicked the head at his feet. He could sense that the space here was very solid, and it was impossible to use instantaneous transfer. Moreover, he seemed to be in a large formation, and his divine sense was suppressed by the formation and could not be utilized at all. Wu Tian looked at the traces of formations flowing on the buildings of the surrounding palace complex and did not make a death wish to attack these buildings. He topped the energy shield formed by the blood-eating bead and released Blood Demon and Zhang San to protect him. The terrain he was in now wasn't suitable for releasing too many ghosts, lest he touch any formations and make things worse. He looked at a palace next to him, the doors of which were wide open and there were quite a few signs of battle. He walked into the palace and looked around. It seemed that something had originally been placed inside, but now it had been scavenged. He didn't hesitate and directly asked Zhang San to scout the way in front, with the Blood Demon Temple behind him, in case there was a sneak attack from behind. Under the protection of the 2 men, he quickly moved forward. As he made his way through, the palaces on either side had their doors wide open, and all of their contents had been taken. He also saw a number of dead bodies along the way. Obviously these people were less skilled and were killed by others. He walked forward for a while and realized that the palaces were like a labyrinth that looked exactly the same from the outside. Luckily, he encountered no danger, only a palace and the corpses he encountered from time to time. Not much longer. Wu Tian walked into a palace and found that there was actually a woman inside. The woman was dressed in white, with a beautiful appearance and a very full figure. She was attacking one of the protective shields in the hall, and when she saw Wu Tian enter, she immediately stopped and looked at him warily. Wu Tian looked at the bottle of elixir that was flowing with spiritual light within the protective shield formed by the formation. Without hesitation, he took out the extermination grinder, and the raging power of extermination instantly attacked towards the woman in white. The woman in white was about to counterattack when the protective shield on her body instantly shattered. One moment. Her body cracked like porcelain with countless fissures and dissipated into flying ash. Wu Tian could not help but feel joy in his eyes when he saw the power of the exterminating grinding wheel. This was his first time experiencing the power of the exterminating millstone, which could instantly kill a refined void cultivator. It was just a moment ago when he was afraid that his attack would not be powerful enough, and he used up a bit too much spiritual energy by urging the exterminating grinding wheel with all his might. He looked at the woman in white, who had already turned into flying dust, and felt that he would have to grasp the intensity of the attack. Otherwise it would be a waste to cripple the enemy every time. The body of a cultivator is a good thing. The soul refines ghosts, the spirit blood cultivates, and the bones and flesh can be used to raise ghosts. Luckily, the main person he attacked just now was the woman in white, and the storage ring on her body was saved. Wu Tian picked up the storage ring on the ground and the flying sword dropped by the woman in white, setting his eyes on the pills in the palace, protected within the array. An elixir that could appear in the middle of this immortal mansion ruins and still be protected within the array should not be any ordinary elixir. Wu Tian collected the white woman's storage ring and pushed the destruction grinder to attack the formation. The power of extinction transformed into a sweep of black light, and the protective shield of the formation instantly dissipated. Wu Tian inhaled the elixir into his hand, only to see 3 words written on the elixir bottle. Tiani Dan. He didn't recognize this elixir at all. He had never even heard of it. Wu Tian opened the bottle of elixir and a strong medicinal fragrance hit his nose. A hint of the medicinal power emanating from the bottle was inhaled by him, making him feel like his mind was cleared. All of his Yuan Shen power grew a little with this hint of medicinal power. Good stuff. Wu Tian was delighted in his heart and hurriedly capped the potion bottle and put it away. Although he didn't recognize it, it must be good from the effect. It was then that he realized that there were all sorts of treasures inside these palaces. Wu Tian thought of the empty palace he saw in front of him and walked outside without hesitation. These people. How much he was robbed. End of chapter. Among the remains, Wu Tian walked through the intricate cluster of green-colored palaces for a while without encountering another cultivator. Even the palaces that still had treasures left in them didn't come across another one, leaving him with no choice but to speed up and move forward. Everything here had already been taken by the people in front of him, and even if there were any leaks, there weren't many, so he'd better catch up with those people first. Not much longer. Wu Tian looked at the few people in front of him. His eyes flickered not to chase after them, but walked to the side of the palace. There were quite a few things in this area of the palace that hadn't been taken yet, so it was better to hurry up and find the treasures first. It was possible to kill someone and not be able to beat them, but the treasures within these palaces were no different than picking them up for nothing. He walked into a palace and found 2 fist-sized fire-red stones sitting in the hall. A rich fire attribute aura was draped around it, and it didn't look like a mortal object. Wu Tian did not hesitate and directly took out the exterminating millstone to attack the formation. He catalyzed the world destruction grinder and erupted a world-destroying force that transformed into a wind blade that chopped at the formation shield, causing the energy shield to shatter with a single blow. This was a single attack that he had researched with the power of extinction, which allowed him to reduce the consumption of his spiritual energy. Otherwise, if he fully activated the world-destroying grinder every time, the consumption of spiritual energy would be too great for him to use it in a lasting manner. After all, even though his entire spiritual power was several times that of an ordinary transformation god, he couldn't carry the extinction grinder for long at full power. The exterminating grinding disc was, in the end, an immortal artifact, only its power was diminished due to its mutilation. Wu Tian inhaled the red stone into his hand as if he was holding a fireball and felt the extremely high temperature on the surface of the stone. He looked at it and felt that the stone should be a weapon refining material. Although he didn't recognize it, he still put it away in the Cthulhu ring first. He had just collected the 2 stones when he saw 3 people walk in through the palace entrance. Wu Tian sensed a much stronger aura than refined void from the leader's green-clothed woman, and instantly raised his guard in his heart. Combined powers. Seeing that there were no treasures in the hall, the green-clothed woman swept a glance at Wu Tian, whose breath was weak, and said indifferently, "A transformation spirit also dares to enter this relic, truly not knowing the heights of heaven." Although her tone was filled with disdain, it was good to know that she had little interest in Wu Tian, a mole, as she directly turned around and left after saying that. The strength of the formations in this relic could not be broken by a transformation spirit, and she had little interest in the trash on Wu Tian's body. Seeing that the 3 did not make a move, Wu Tian was relieved in his heart. He didn't know how strong the harmonized cultivator was and whether he could win. It was naturally good that he could keep his hands off. A little while later, Wu Tian walked out of the palace and glanced around the empty surroundings, continuing to look for the palace that still had treasures left. But he didn't get far before he met up with a man. "Griffin." The man saw him and whispered coldly. With a wave of his hand, a lightning-drenched flying sword turned into streams of light towards Wu Tian. Seeing the terrifying might emanating from his body, Wu Tian did not dare to be careless and directly took out the world destruction grinder and urged it with all his might. The exterminating millstone spun in front of him and erupted with a powerful force, sweeping towards the oncoming flying swords. One moment, the flying sword stopped in the air, its body trembling non-stop, and all the terrifying sword chi on it was quickly worn down and disappeared. The man's face changed, and he hurriedly urged his flying sword with all his might, which erupted into a long river of sword chi to fight against the power of extinction. The spiritual energy in Wu Tian's body was rapidly depleting, and the extermination grinder attacked towards the man, and the flying sword instantly crumbled away and returned to the man's hand. The man looked at the terrifying power that was rapidly coming towards him, and the area around his body instantly turned into a field of thunder. Chop! A thunderous sword chi chopped towards the extinction grinder, while his domain was spreading towards Wu Tian along with the sword chi. However, the space in front of Wu Tian had been covered by the power of extinction. His domain was suppressed and dissipated in turn, and the thunder sword chi failed to build up and dissipated under the power of extinction. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Wu Tian did not soften his hand at all. He urged the world destruction grinder with all his might to erupt a terrifying power of annihilation and attack towards the man. the man quickly chopped out thousands of thunder sword chi, trying to ward off the power of extinction that was coming towards him. Nay, he had somewhat underestimated the terror of the power of extinction. His thunder domain was rapidly shrinking, and the thousands of sword chi were also instantly worn down and dissipated upon contact with the power of extinction. Seeing this, the man quickly turned around and ran away, turning into a stream of light to vanish. Wu Tian had the intention to chase, but looking at the rapidly disappearing recluse, he knew that he couldn't catch up and could only give up the chase. He looked at the nearly half of his spiritual energy that had been consumed within his body and hurriedly ran towards the other side, stopping at a palace to take pills to restore his spiritual energy. The two people, Blood Demon and Zhang San, who couldn't help just now, would be escorting him to his left and right, vigilantly looking at the entrance of the palace. The man just now was a merged powerhouse, and the two of them couldn't intervene at all. Although the two men were calm, their hearts were incomparably shocked. They also didn't expect Wu Tian, a transformation spirit, to be able to repel a harmonized cultivator. Although this was by using the power of the broken immortal artifact, the exterminating grinding disc, there was no denying Wu Tian's power. Not much longer. Wu Tian looked at the recovered spiritual energy in his body and thought of the man just now. His heart slightly relaxed. If all the harmonized cultivators were as battle-hardened as that man, then he would be a strong man in the middle of this relic. Although fighting a merged cultivator would consume his spiritual energy too quickly to last, he at least possessed the power to fight. Now that he knew the general battle power of a harmonized cultivator, he could act a little more boldly. Wu Tian released the tens of thousands of ghost emperors in the human emperor streamer and told them to spread out to look for other cultivators in the ruins. The treasures of so many palaces in the front had been taken, and now the cultivators in this relic must have a lot of treasures in their hands. It was faster to kill people than to take your own time to find the palace to look for treasures. One moment. In the palace complex, densely packed ghost emperors surged in all directions. Wu Tian held the human emperor streamer and waited for the ghost emperor under him to find the others. Not for a moment. There was one direction where the ghost emperor appeared dead, but looking at the speed at which they died, they should have encountered a void refining cultivator. At the same time, there were also ghost emperors dying in other directions, the difference being that some died quickly and some died slowly. Wu Tian directly ran towards the direction where the ghost emperor died the fastest. The one who could kill the ghost emperor so quickly was undoubtedly a harmonized cultivator, and this kind of enemy naturally had to be dealt with by him personally. As for those void refining cultivators, there were numerous ghost emperors that would do. The ants have bitten the elephant. With so many ghost emperors, it was still relatively easy to surround and kill refined void cultivators. Not much longer. Wu Tian looked at the green-clothed woman in front of him who was massacring his subordinate ghost emperor and with whom he had a brief encounter. He slowly approached the woman, and countless ghost emperors automatically made a path for him. Closer. Wu Tian directly took out the extermination grinding wheel, and the terrifying power of extermination caused the space to ripple continuously towards the three people led by the woman in green. They attacked. End of chapter. It's you! The green-clothed woman's eyes couldn't help but chill when she saw Wu Tian stepping out from amongst the many ghost emperors and launching an attack towards them. However, looking at the terrifying power coming towards her, her face instantly became grave. She directly cast out her domain, and countless green-colored winds scraped out from the domain, fighting against the power of extinction that was coming towards her. Countless terrifying green-colored wind blades chopped towards Wu Tian, but when they entered the range enveloped by the power of extinction, they were instantly worn out and dissipated. Wu Tian pushed the extermination grinder with all his might, and the power of extermination transformed into a materialized crescent-shaped black blade that instantly chopped towards the woman in green. One moment. The green-clothed woman's domain was cut through by the black blade, causing her to hastily take out a green-colored ribbon to block it before she was spared. But the domain was broken, and raging terrifying power instantly surged towards her. With a clench of her teeth, she glanced at her two senior sisters who were showing horror, and directly transformed into a green wind and vanished towards the distance. Without her protection, the other two women were instantly killed by the power of extinction and dissipated into flying ash. Wu Tian couldn't help but frown tightly as he looked at the instantly disappearing Qingfeng. Although he could beat these harmonized cultivators, he couldn't kill them in seconds and it was difficult to leave them behind. The terrain in this relic restricted the domains of the harmonized cultivator, but it also restricted the ghostly domains that he laid to trap his enemies. Without a means of restricting the enemy's escape, it would be really difficult for him to leave these harmonized cultivators behind. That's all. Wu Tian inhaled the storage rings dropped by the two female cultivators into his hands and continued to rush towards where the other ghost emperors had discovered the cultivators. Only this time, he no longer hunted with harmonized cultivators as his hunting target, but was prepared to specialize in hunting those refined void cultivators. Compared to the harmonized cultivators, he could easily kill these refined void cultivators in seconds, making it impossible for them to run away even if they wanted to. It was thought that the things these refined void cultivators possessed were rare treasures for him as well. Not for a moment. Wu Tian looked at a man surrounded by many ghost emperors, and the power of extinction transformed into threads that were hard to see with the naked eye and attacked towards the man. The power of extinction swept through the man's head, and the man's head instantly fell to the ground. A lifelike Yuan Shen appeared from the man's corpse, instantly transforming into streams of light in an attempt to escape. But as he looked at the terrifying threads that manifested around him, he instantly stopped and drove his magic flying sword to attack. However, a silk thread chopped at the flying sword like a sword, and the flying sword was instantly destroyed and snapped in half. The man did not have the ability to break through the silk cage and could only look at the approaching Wu Tian with a face full of terror. Seniors, the man wanted to beg for mercy and save his life. Please enter my human emperor's streamer, and you can have a long life, Wu Tian faintly said. After he finished speaking, he directly used the human emperor streamer to inhale the man's Yuan Shen into the streamer, preparing to refine it into a ghost emperor. Although these refined void cultivators looked quite weak, they were only relative to him. If these people were really placed outside, they would be considered strong men who could dominate a party, and they would still be of some use to him. It just surprised him a bit that these people seemed a bit poor. These people were at least void refining powerhouses, but they didn't even have a single spiritual treasure. Back then, the strongest of the Ghost King sect was only a transformation god, and all of them had a lower grade spiritual treasure as the treasure of the sect. For the other few powers, he had also heard of a lower grade spiritual treasure. Counting down, the Eastern Wasteland didn't even have a single void refining cultivator, yet it possessed several spiritual treasures, and since he entered the relics, the few void refining cultivators he killed didn't have a single spiritual treasure on them, so he was really a bit poor. Although he hadn't opened their storage rings yet, there was no way they wouldn't use them if they had spiritual treasures. Since it didn't work, it meant that it didn't, and the party could only use the magic treasure against the enemy. Although it was a top-grade magic treasure, its power was undoubtedly worlds apart compared to a spiritual treasure. Wu Tian waited for the man to be refined into a ghost emperor and then led him out to inquire about what the situation was in this divine state and how they, the refined void cultivators, were so poor. The man adapted to the shift in his identity for a moment before quickly accepting his new identity. From his mouth, Wu Tian learned the reason why they, the void refining cultivators, were so poor. In the end, it was because the aura of the divine state was too rich. This resulted in too many cultivators and naturally not enough top resources to share. They, the void refining cultivators, were neither strong nor weak to say the least, and could only be regarded as middle tier amongst the great powers. Not to mention that those who could make a living in 10,000 Soul City were basically casual cultivators. A treasure like a spiritual treasure could not be their turn, and even if they got it they could not keep it, unless one was a proud disciple of a great power. Only then could one possess a spiritual treasure at the refined void realm. These loose cultivators of theirs usually didn't have high natural talent, and they were able to cultivate to refining void still because the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth was very dense. The lower level resources are not hard to acquire. It's the rarer ones that are hard. The resources obtained by them, the scattered cultivators, were basically used to purchase pills and used to cultivate to break the boundary. Spiritual treasures were also relatively precious treasures in the divine state, requiring a high-level refiner, along with rare materials to refine them. Except for those with deep chi, it wasn't that easy for refined void loose cultivators to obtain spiritual treasures. After listening to him, Wu Tian looked at his blood-devouring bead and world-destroying millstone. He was carrying a mid-grade spiritual treasure and a crippled immortal weapon, so the temptation for the others could be imagined. He's when he comes out of the relics not going to be robbed, right? Wu Tian thought of the woman in green who had escaped from him and the man with the thunder-flying sword. These two had both seen the might of the world-destroying grinding wheel and naturally knew how extraordinary it was. After all, something that could make him cross two great realms. Cootie, all knowing that it was a supreme treasure, it was hard not to be moved. Wu Tian felt that he had to plan properly, or else when he got out of the relics, that was when he would die. He naturally knows the truth that a piker is not a piker. He had thought that even the blood demon possessed a mid-grade spiritual treasure, blood-devouring pearl, and spiritual treasures shouldn't be rare in the divine state. Unexpectedly, spirit treasures were surprisingly rare treasures for even void refining cultivators. This gave him a sense of crisis in his heart, feeling that he couldn't be too flashy. But, in the middle of this relic, the only way he could have a fighting chance against those harmonized cultivators was to use the world-destroying grinder. Otherwise, he, a transformation god, would be no different from a mole cricket in front of those merged cultivators. Wu Tian pondered for a while and had a response in mind. As he sensed the ghost emperors dying in every direction, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he killed towards those people, as long as he got stronger fast enough to exterminate all these people here, in time. And who knew he was carrying the greatest treasure? Wu Tian transformed into a god of killing, attacking and killing people and the relics all around. Not much longer. He couldn't help but frown as he sensed the rapidly dying Ghost Emperor behind him. The Ghost Emperors he left behind were all used by him to guard the rear, as well as to prevent those in front of him from running to the back and leaving the ruins. But the speed at which those Ghost Emperors were dying now gave him a bad feeling. It can't be. Those people from the big powers arrived, right? Wu Tian muttered in his heart. End of chapter. Think about it. Wu Tian immediately discarded the Ghost Emperor behind him and collected the others. There were probably quite a few people coming from this relic, and the Ghost Emperor under him could not resist the slaughter of so many people. He ignored the newcomers behind him and accelerated to the front. Not for a moment. All of the Ghost Emperors in the area behind him were dead, and he moved forward some distance. After Wu Tian killed a refined void cultivator who saw that he was easy to bully and wanted to kill him in return, he directly entered a palace next to him. There were 3 treasures in the palace that were protected by formations. Only although there were more treasures, the power of the protective formations was also greater. According to the strength of the formations in this area, it would take a long time for any void practicing cultivator to break through the formations. However, for Wu Tian, these formations could not stop him at all. It was just a matter of spending a little more spiritual energy. The attack power of the exterminating grinding disc was terrifyingly strong, and a small formation was like destruction in front of the grinding disc. In the blink of an eye, Wu Tian broke the formation and took out the 3 treasures inside. Among them, aside from a bottle of pills and a jade slip, there was also a lower-grade spiritual treasure grade jasper hairpin. The jasper-like green hairpin could be used for offense and defense, and although it was of inferior quality, it was still a rare spiritual treasure. This spiritual treasure was also the most valuable of the 3 treasures. The other 2 pieces were an earth harmony pill, and a sword skill used by sword cultivators. These 2 things pills he didn't recognize. The sword skill couldn't be used, and their value was naturally no more than a spiritual treasure. It couldn't be said that the sword skill couldn't be used, but he didn't understand the sword way, and he had to cultivate the sword skill from the beginning, and he also had to be enlightened enough to do so. This purple sky sword technique that he had obtained was both a gong and a method, which contained both cultivation methods and sword techniques. However, to him, this sword skill could only serve as a reference. Thus even if this upper book of violet sky sword technique could be cultivated to the refined void realm, it would be of little use to him. Without wasting any time, Wu Tian collected the 3 items and proceeded to explore the other palaces. The deeper you go into this palace, the better the contents become. He had to hurry up and grab a little more treasure before the people behind him caught up. Not much longer. Wu Tian saw the white-robed man with the thunder-flying sword in the distance, leading a woman into a palace. He looked happy. These 2 people had entered the palace. It would not be so easy to run away. He rushed over and tried to kill the duo by blocking them in the palace. Other than that, that white man's flying sword should also be a spiritual treasure. Coupled with the fact that he had all the belongings of a harmonized cultivator, looting could be much faster than him finding the treasures within the palace on his own. A wink. Wu Tian came to the front of the palace and released the ghost emperors whose men had increased to 5 heads. Had them guard the doorway to prevent the duo inside the palace from escaping. He walked into the palace and the duo who were attacking the formation instantly spotted him. Senior sister, be careful. This person has a supreme treasure on his body, not to be underestimated. The man in white reminded the woman beside him, looking at Wu Tian with caution and greed in his eyes. He didn't find Wu Tian, but he didn't expect Wu Tian to send himself to the door. With his senior sister along, he would have a chance to obtain the supreme treasure on Wu Tian's body. When Wu Tian saw that the woman beside him was also a harmonized cultivator, his face couldn't help but become a bit more grave. He activated the world destruction grinding wheel and erupted with terrifying world-destroying power, causing the space within the palace to seemingly freeze. The light of the formations enchanted on the palace shone brightly, and only then was it not destroyed by the terrifying power emanating from the exterminating grinding wheel. The mill turned, and the terrifying power of extinction killed towards the 2 of them like a wave. The duo didn't sit back and wait for death, and instantly attacked Wu Tian. One moment. The 3 of them didn't have any nonsense and moved directly. The white-clothed man had the help of the white-clothed woman beside him, and with the combined strength of the 2 of them, they were even able to break out into a killing move, breaking through the shroud of the power of extinction to attack Wu Tian. However, Wu Tian had the blood-devouring pearl to protect him, so he was not seriously hurt. Their killing moves had been worn down by the power of extinction, and the remaining power couldn't even break through the protective shield on his body. Wu Tian defended with the blood-devouring bead and attacked with the exterminating grinding wheel. He was not defeated even if he fought 1 against 2. Instead, he was still the one who took the initiative. It was just that his spiritual energy was depleting a bit fast, making it so that he could only absorb the energy in the millstone to restore himself while attacking. However, he also knew that he couldn't spend time with the duo, and he fully activated the exterminating grinding wheel, grinding their domain down to a rapid shrinkage. As long as the domain breaks, that's when they die. The man in white knew this as well, and when he saw his domain rapidly shrinking, the greed in his heart finally dispersed a little, giving rise to a desire to retreat. Since it was impossible to seize the supreme treasure, it was better to preserve oneself. He looked at the white-clothed woman beside him and said with a face full of gravity, "Senior sister, this person is only a transformation spirit, and there is bound to be not much spiritual energy in his body. It's just that the spiritual treasures in his hands are too powerful, so we can't just spend it with him. You cover me. I'll kill him with my human sword." "Good." The woman in white didn't hesitate at all and directly answered. After saying that, the beads within her domain erupted violently, and the domain all expanded outward by quite a bit to fight against Wu Tian's power of extinction. When the man in white saw that Wu Tian was being held back by the woman, he instantly performed the human sword unification and transformed into an aura that merged into his flying sword. One moment, the flying sword exuded a terrifying sword chi, surrounded by lightning, and turned into streams of light towards the entrance of the palace. "Senior!" The woman in white shouted with eyes full of anger when she saw him trying to escape without her. "Senior sister, you stall him first. Senior brother will definitely avenge you." A white man's voice came from the flying sword that ran to the door in an instant. The few people at the entrance, Zhang San, rushed to stop them, but they were instantly pierced through the body of one person by the flying sword, turning into streams of light that disappeared into the palace complex. The ghost emperor whose body was pierced through by the flying sword, his body also exploded in an instant, turning into ghostly energy that dissipated, directly scattering his soul. Although Wu Tian was on guard, the woman in white had held back most of his strength, plus the man in white ran too fast. It was too late for him to stop, and he could only watch the man run away. Wu Tian also didn't expect the man in white to run away straight away, and the rest of his strength was used to defend against his attack. Otherwise, there was a glimmer of a chance that he would leave the men behind, but it was good to know that there was one other person who gave him a lot more comfort. Wu Tian looked towards the woman in white and directly attacked towards her with all his might, not taking pity on her because she was pretty. "Fellow Daoist, I'm from the Pyongyang sect. You let me go. I can help you and follow your command." The woman in white begged for mercy. Wu Tian sized her up. This woman was indeed quite pretty and had a good figure. It should be quite good for warming the bed. Pity. He had no means of being able to control her, so he had to just kill her. Wu Tian was expressionless and did not talk nonsense to the woman in white as he continued to launch a fierce attack. Not much longer. The white-clothed woman's domain was broken, and the beads used to fight for her life were also destroyed as they turned into fragments under the grinding of the perdition grinder. End of chapter. Mercy. The white-clothed woman had just let out a desperate plea for mercy when the terrifying power of extinction swept over her. The woman only lasted for one breath before her body and head were separated into a corpse. Her Yuan Shin didn't escape either, and was chopped into pieces by Wu Tian, turning into energy that was absorbed by the human emperor streamer, enhancing the power of the ghosts within the streamer. Wu Tian's human emperor streamer could only accommodate control of ghost emperors at most. Therefore, the woman in white didn't even have a chance to become a ghost, and could only have her soul fly away and be transformed into the sustenance of the ghosts under him. Wu Tian looked at the woman's still warm body in a pool of blood on the ground. He slightly raised his hand, and the blood from the woman's corpse transformed into countless threads of blood that converged in his hand, which he refined into the blood god's son. The power contained in this kind of spirit blood of a merged cultivator was very powerful, allowing him to practice quite a few blood god children. Not a moment too soon. After Wu Tian searched the woman's body for everything, he put her body back into the Tsungyan ring. Save it for later. The woman's head, in particular, was put away by him alone. If he could collect the heads of 10 harmonized cultivators and use them to train them into white bone relics, he would probably be able to directly become a lower-grade spiritual treasure. Having a white bone relic at the level of a spiritual treasure would help him quite a bit right now. Then he casually broke the formation and collected the 3 bottles of pills within the palace. After disposing of the loot, he didn't hesitate and directly began to restore his own spiritual energy. Unthinking, he was just about to recover most of his expended spiritual energy when Zhang San's men outside were attacked. "Lord, be careful. That man is back again." Zhang San at the doorway warned loudly. Wu Tian sensed one of the ghost emperors who had already died. His eyes chilled and released the ghost emperors and the human emperor streamer to fend off the man. He didn't have much spiritual energy in his body right now, so to be on the safe side, it was better to recover a little spiritual energy first. The white-robed man outside the door saw that Wu Tian did not come out from within the palace, but instead sent these mole crickets to stop him. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, knowing that Wu Tian should have run out of spiritual energy. The supreme treasure in Wu Tian's hands was so powerful that it would inevitably not last long for him. A transformation spirit, to catalyze it. Fruity. Now, even if Wu Tian killed his senior sister, he was bound to have no spiritual energy left. Thinking of the power of the supreme treasure in Wu Tian's hands, the white-robed man no longer hesitated and directly killed his way towards the palace. Sword Chi rushed to the sky wherever he passed, and thunder descended. The ghost emperors densely blocking the entrance of the palace were unable to stop him at all. The man in white quickly killed his way into the palace, and at a glance, he saw Wu Tian, who was recovering his spiritual energy, and without hesitation, he killed towards him. Waste. When Wu Tian saw the man in white rushing in so quickly, he could not help but feel disappointed that Zhang San and the others were so wasted. His eyes turned cold as he directly urged the exterminating millstone to attack towards the man in white. At the same time, his movements of absorbing the energy within the grinding disc didn't stop, and the spiritual energy within his body was consumed while recovering. The man in white wanted to take advantage of his depleted spiritual energy to kill him. I'm afraid it was a bit delusional. Wu Tian's eyes flashed, and the strength of his attack was weakened quite a bit, while ordering the ghosts in the hall to attack the man in a desperate manner. His figure was also retreating step by step, as if he was undefeated, until he was unable to retreat. The man was also led by him to the depths of the palace, and the outside was all blocked by dense ghost emperors. Die! Wu Tian fiercely urged the destruction grinder with all his might, and the power of annihilation instantly enveloped the entire palace. The man in white was directly trapped in the center by the power of extinction because he was close. The terrifying power quickly wore down the domain around him, causing his face to change. How is it possible? How do you still have the spiritual energy to launch such an attack? The man in white exclaimed in shock and hesitated for a moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He didn't believe that Wu Tian, a transformation god, had so much spiritual energy. The ability of that kind of supreme treasure to consume was bound to be terrifying, and he was sure that Wu Tian was already at the end of his strength, but it was just a bluff. The man continued to attack towards Wu Tian, with no thoughts of running away. When you make a break, you get a break. In this instant, Wu Tian had already covered all of the palace with the power of extinction, and it was absolutely impossible for him to leave even if he wanted to now. By the time the man realized something was wrong and tried to escape, it was too late. Not for a moment. Wu Tian looked at the disembodied man and skillfully disposed of his body. It was just that this time he had also harvested an additional spiritual treasure. The thunder-flying sword in the man's hand he hadn't damaged and had purposely kept it. He glanced at the densely packed ghostly creatures outside the temple, and instead of putting them away, he grabbed the time to recover his own spiritual energy. Now he was really close to running out of spiritual energy in his body. Even if he was able to absorb the energy within the extermination grinding wheel to restore himself, it would not be able to keep up with the exertion of urging the grinding wheel with all his might. This would be a real run for him if anyone else came along. Luckily, no enemies came to his door until he finished recovering his spiritual energy. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was disturbing him, he sacrificed the two lower-grade spiritual treasures he had just obtained, the Jasper Hairpin and the Violet Thunder Sword. Not much longer. Wu Tian collected the ghostly creatures under his command and walked out of the palace, continuing to search for palaces and others that possessed treasures. But he had just searched for a moment when he saw a group of people rushing up behind him. Seeing that the dozen or so people were all wearing purple robes and were obviously from one clan, Wu Tian turned around and ran without hesitation. With more than a dozen harmonized cultivators, he felt that he should, could, and probably would not be able to defeat them. It's better to run away first. It was a good thing that the men, though they saw him, just looked at him without making a move. After all, he was a transformation god molecule that couldn't even enter their eyes. So how could he make them go through all the trouble? When Wu Tian saw that those people did not catch up, he did not relax in his heart. If these new arrivals were all harmonized cultivators, then the space for him to move around would become somewhat smaller. He didn't stay in this area any longer and ran directly towards the depths. Even though there were still quite a few palaces with treasures in this area, he didn't stop. Even the refined void cultivators he saw on the road he didn't take the initiative to kill. Unless an ungrateful one turned on him, he could only grudgingly take their lives. Not much longer. A huge green-colored palace appeared in front of Wu Tian's eyes, emitting an eerie green light. The huge palace looked similar to the other palaces, just huge. Wu Tian looked at the palace complex behind him and realized that there were several paths that led straight to this huge palace. He didn't hesitate and walked directly towards the huge palace. This palace was obviously extraordinary, and the things inside should also be better than the ones outside. Approaching, He looked at the 3 large letters above the entrance to the palace. Green Lotus Hall. This name revealed righteousness at a glance, making Wu Tian's heart feel slightly at ease. He walked to the doorway and looked inside. A few people were moving forward one step at a time in the great hall. There was also a pool of blood on the ground that was rapidly disappearing, as if it had merged into the ground. Wu Tian looked at the few people who were struggling to move. They were obviously harmonized cultivators. Looking at them, it was as if there was some kind of terrifying pressure on them, causing their figures to be bent over and a little shaky. Wu Tian narrowed his eyes and released a ghost emperor for him to walk into the hall. Bang! That ghost emperor had just stepped into the hall with both feet, and in an instant, it fell to the ground and directly exploded into ghostly chi. End of chapter. Seeing the situation, Wu Tian let another ghost emperor enter the palace to test it out. Who knew that the ghost emperor didn't last a while even when he went in before he slumped to the ground. Wu Tian had wanted to inquire about what was going on with the ghost emperor, but it turned out that he couldn't speak at all as if he was facing a huge pressure. He was about to have his men pull out that ghost emperor when he saw its body disintegrate with a bang. Wu Tian didn't hesitate and directly tied a magic chain to a ghost emperor and let it walk into the palace. When the ghost emperor slumped to the ground uncontrollably, Wu Tian hurriedly asked Zheng San to pull it out. As a result, the ghost emperor's body seemed to be pressing down on a huge mountain, making it difficult for him to move at all, and his voice could not even be transmitted. Wu Tian tried to forcefully pull that ghost emperor out, and although he pulled it, he was unable to make it come out. It was as if this palace was allowed to enter and not to leave, and there were formations at the entrance to block the people inside the palace from coming out. Not for a moment. That ghost emperor he sent in could only die unwillingly. Wu Tian couldn't help but frown when he saw how dangerous the hall was. He looked at the others in the hall and ordered Zhang San to attack them and see if he could hurt these people. However, just as Zhang San's magic treasure entered the hall, it instantly broke away from his control and fell to the ground. At this time, one of the people inside the hall also walked across the hall and entered a passageway inside the hall. Wu Tian clearly saw him breathe a sigh of relief, walking without any more pressure. The man looked at the few people struggling to walk inside the hall, as well as Wu Tian outside the hall, and walked into the passageway without hesitation. There were 9 passages within this great hall that looked exactly the same, and there was no telling where they led to. At this time, a group of cultivators wearing green robes in the distant palace complex were also rapidly rushing over towards the Green Lotus Palace. Wu Tian glanced at them and noticed that among those people, there was the woman in green that he had seen earlier. He didn't hesitate to collect the ghostly creatures under him and stepped into the great hall. Regardless of what was inside this great hall, since that man could get through, he surely could as well. He liked to keep the initiative in his own hands, and with the woman in green, he didn't want to be a sitting duck. Wu Tian's feet had just stepped into the hall when his body was swept by a force. Then a terrifying gravity instantly acted on his body, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. The terrifying gravity pressed down on his body and he nearly collapsed to the ground. It was good that he was prepared and stabilized himself without falling. Wu Tian felt the gravity on his body and quickly adapted to the change in himself. The gravity on him was still within his reach for him. Wu Tian took a step forward and the gravity on his body increased violently, causing him to only use the blood-devouring bead to fight against it. He looked at the group of people who had already arrived at the entrance of the palace, and without the slightest hesitation continued to move inside the great hall. The green-clothed woman who came to the entrance of the palace saw Wu Tian and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. She hesitated for a moment and said toward the man beside her, "Senior brother, this person is carrying a heavy treasure and can battle a merged body with a transformation god. With that treasure, I'm not even a match for him. I feel that the grade of that treasure isn't low. At the very least it's a mid-grade spirit treasure, and it's very likely that it's a top-grade spirit treasure." The woman in green didn't hide anything and told her fellow siblings what she knew. Words. The eyes of the dozen or so people from the hidden Immortal Valley who were looking at Wu Tian were much hotter. They had quickly rushed here after receiving the news, wanting to look for opportunities in this relic, not realizing that there would be unexpected surprises. With so many of them, taking down a tiny transformation spirit would not be a piece of cake. Although there was something wrong in the Great Hall, nothing had happened to Wu Tian, a transformation god, so they naturally would not back down. It was only when the crowd stepped into the hall that they realized why Wu Tian and the others were struggling in the hall. Wu Tian looked at them and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He took out the extermination grinder, wanting to take the opportunity to kill these people. Nay, he had just activated the millstone, and before the eruption of the power of extinction could attack them, it was suppressed by the formations within the Great Hall. At the same time the gravity on his body surged, forcing him to stop in a hurry. However, seeing him make a move, a few people from the hidden Immortal Valley also rushed to counterattack and endured the same treatment as him. When Wu Tian saw those people trembling and bitterly gritting their teeth to support themselves, He immediately did not care about them and continued to move forward with the blood-devouring bead on top of him. It seemed that they couldn't attack each other in this great hall, so he could only walk out of this great hall first. The hall was still quite large, and it took at least 100 steps to get to the nearest passageway to him. He tried to cover his entire body with the power of extinction to counteract the gravity acting on him. Not a moment too soon, Wu Tian couldn't help but feel a joy in his eyes as he felt a lot of pressure relaxing on his body. He looked at the group behind him and thought about abandoning the idea of attacking them. After the pressure diminished, his speed also increased quite a bit, and he was able to walk slowly in the middle of this great hall. Against the pressure that seemed like a small mountain on his body, he passed the person in front of him in no time. Not much longer. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wu Tian walked out of the confines of the great hall. Wu Tian, who was free of pressure on his body, looked at the people still in the hall and directly turned around and walked into the passageway. This passage was the furthest from the entrance to the palace and was named by him as passage number 9. In his thoughts, since this passage was the farthest away, the treasures it possessed should also be the best. After all, the better the thing, the more difficult it was to obtain. A truth he still understood. Inside the passage, hundreds of ghost emperors scouted ahead while Wu Tian followed behind. He surveyed the wide passageway around him. The green-colored walls were not stone or iron, and he didn't know what material they were made of. There was no fire or candle in the passage, but it was as bright as day. Not for a moment. A huge bronze door appeared on the wall to his left, with green light flowing from the door and a formation enchantment. Although Wu Tian did not know what was in this door, the chances of possessing treasures were high. He looked at the bronze door and directly took out the exterminating millstone to attack. He didn't know how to open the bronze door, so he would have to forcefully break it open. It was just that he didn't expect this bronze door to be quite sturdy, and he couldn't even break it open with a single strike. He attacked a few more times and realized that the bronze door still hadn't changed much. This caused him to immediately stop holding back and fully activate the world-destroying grinding wheel. The power of the world-destroying force turning into substance. Chop! A huge black blade chopped at the bronze door. Instantly breaking it open and appearing in front of Wu Tian was a room. A jade slip hung in midair, emitting a slight fluorescent glow. When Wu Tian saw this, joy flashed in his eyes and a hint of anticipation grew in his heart. Jade slips had always been used to record feats and techniques, and they were exactly what he needed. He surveyed the empty palace, and there didn't seem to be any danger. However, just to be on the safe side, he still asked Zhang San to go and take down the jade sketch. Wu Tian, who was secretly vigilant, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw Zhang San smoothly fetching the jade sketch over. He took the jade slip from Zhang San's hands and examined it, instantly unable to hide his excitement. End of chapter. Yellow Spring's Blood God Method. This jade slip actually recorded the middle volume of the Yellow Spring Blood God technique, which was enough to allow him to cultivate all the way up to the ferrying stage. Wu Tian clutched the jade slip, his heart filled with excitement. He originally just wanted to find a technique in this relic that he could cultivate on his own. I didn't expect to find the Yellow Springs Blood God Law. This technique was originally cultivated by himself, so that he wouldn't have to spend time converting the technique. After Wu Tian memorized the contents of the gongfu, a thought flashed through his mind. Can he make it through this relic? If he could, he would want to cultivate directly in this relic. Thinking that way, he couldn't help but take a little leap of faith. A little while later, Wu Tian forcefully suppressed the impulse in his heart. He had to prepare well before trying to break through to the refined void realm. He summoned the only remaining one of his men, the Ghost Emperor formed by the refined void cultivator, and asked about the details of breaking through the refined void realm. From this person, he learned that breaking through the refined void was not difficult to say, but not easy to say. In the divine state, as long as one's natural talent was still decent and there were sufficient resources to support them, it was still relatively easy to break through to refining void. Because the divine state had enough resources, there were many elixirs to aid breakthroughs in the lower realms, and each realm was arranged in a clear manner. Like when breaking through the refined void, one only needed to have sufficient human soul pills. This human soul pill was not a pill made from human souls, but rather a pill that assisted a spirit transformation cultivator in condensing the human soul's ethereal essence. The realm of refining the void requires the cultivation of one's human soul spectral essence, earth soul sharpening spirit, and heavenly soul fetal light. Void refining cultivators live up to 5,000 years, which is half the lifespan of a transformation god, and as long as the Yuan Shin does not perish, they can be reborn at any time. Upon reaching this realm, the physical body would be equivalent to nothing more than a skin to the cultivator. Although Wu Tian did not find the human soul elixir in those palace complexes, there was such an elixir in the storage ring of the refined void cultivator he killed. However, right now, he still had to seize the time to find treasures, and in the middle of this palace, he really didn't dare to make a breakthrough. Otherwise it really should be able to transmigrate in this relic and cause the formation to move differently. It wouldn't be good if the formations within this palace directly killed him. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the room and glanced at the passage behind him. He sensed that the ghost emperor he had left at the mouth of the passage was still there, and with a sigh of relief in his heart, he continued to run forward. He had released quite a few ghost emperors to scout the way ahead, so his speed was still quite fast. Not a moment later he saw another bronze door, identical to the one in front of him. With the previous gains, Wu Tian was even more excited about the treasures within the door. He directly operated the exterminating millstone with all his might and attacked the bronze door in front of him. He just didn't expect that his strike would fail to break open the door, only dimming the light on the door. Seeing that the bronze door was recovering rapidly, he hastily added 2 more blows. 2 consecutive attacks finally broke open the bronze door, and a green-colored alchemy furnace came into view inside the room. Wu Tian cautiously let Zhang San fetch the alchemy furnace over before checking it out. Green Lotus Alchemy Furnace. This alchemy furnace was a mid-grade spiritual treasure, which was a rare treasure for an alchemist. However, for Wu Tian, who knew nothing about alchemy and weaponry, this thing was a bit of a chicken rib, but at least it's a medium-grade spiritual treasure, so it's better to have it than not to have it. Wu Tian put away the alchemy furnace and without delay, he exited the room and continued to run forward, wanting to seize the time to search for more treasures. Not much longer, Wu Tian found the 3rd bronze door and launched his attack without hesitation. Only this door was harder than the previous one. He just attacked twice. He then sensed that the hundreds of ghost emperors he had left behind at the entrance of the passageway were rapidly dying, and all of them were dead in a single breath. Wu Tian frowned and released thousands more ghost emperors for them to block the passage behind him. Instead, he attacked the bronze door moment by moment, wanting to take the treasures inside before the people behind him arrived. Not for a moment. Those ghost emperors he had just released were dying rapidly. However, it was good that the bronze door in front of him also broke in response, and a bottle of elixir in the room appeared in his eyes. He instantly entered the room, collected the elixir and ran. With the speed at which the ghost emperors under him were dying, there must be quite a few of them coming, and the odds were that they were those of the woman in green. He ran forward for a moment, and it opened up in front of him. A sea of swords appeared in front of his eyes. Countless long swords were stuck upside down on the ground. Sword chi rushing to the sky. Looking at it made people shiver. There was also a huge green stone monument in the center of the sword sea, as if it was a tombstone. Wu Tian looked at the medicinal field shrouded in spiritual light across the sea of swords, and the rich medicinal fragrance faintly entered his nose. This relic was also from an unknown number of years ago, and the elixirs that could be preserved until now were definitely not mortal. Thinking of the people chasing behind him, Wu Tian directly released a ghost emperor and let it fly into the sea of swords. One moment. The ghost emperor had just entered the range of the sea of swords when he uncontrollably landed on top of the long sword, and was directly torn apart by the sword chi. Air ban. Wu Tian frowned, knowing that he could not take advantage of the situation and could only force his way through. He topped the blood-devouring bead's protective shield and walked directly into the sea of swords. In an instant he felt an invisible pressure that prevented him from taking to the air. Under Wu Tian's feet were sharp sword blades, and countless sword chi around him attacked towards him, only to be directly worn out by him with the exterminating grinding wheel. After Wu Tian saw that these sword chi could not harm him, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and accelerated his speed towards the opposite side. As he walked, he still had the energy to observe his surroundings. He saw that there were also cultivators walking in the sea of swords in the distance, only their speed was slower. There were still cultivators hesitating at several passageways, not daring to enter the sea of swords. His leisurely walk in this sea of swords naturally caught the attention of others, and there were cries of alarm that came faintly. Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Wu Tian quickly walked to the stone monument in the middle of the sea of swords. He stared at the stone tablet as if he saw a terrifying green-colored sword light chopping towards him. Wu Tian was scared by the sword light and took 2 steps back. Seeing that nothing happened to him, there was still a trace of heart in his eyes. He looked at the tablet again and realized that it had become flat again. He stared intently at the stone tablet for 2 more moments, and it was as if a silhouette appeared in his eyes, teaching him the way of the sword in person. When he came back to his senses, there were surprisingly a lot more insights about the way of the sword in his mind. Good stuff. Wu Tian looked at the stone tablet and knew that it must be a treasure. With this stone tablet in place, it would undoubtedly be twice the effort for practicing the sword path. He tried to take away the green-colored stone tablet, but it was as if it was born on the ground, and he couldn't pull it up. His movements also caused the sea of swords to become berserk, and countless long swords trembled as if they were about to detach from the ground. Wu Tian could only stop himself as he looked at the increasingly terrifying sword chi around him. Although these sword chi still couldn't harm him, his actions caused other cultivators to suffer. Many people died under the sword chi because the Sea of Swords turned berserk. Wu Tian looked at the green-clothed woman and the others who had already arrived at the edge of the sword sea, and walked directly towards the medicinal field opposite the sword sea. End of chapter. A little while later, Wu Tian passed through the Sea of Swords and arrived in this huge medicinal field. These spirit medicine fields were well organized, one after the other, and each of them was shrouded by a formation. It's just that there aren't many spirit medicines inside these medicinal fields. Some had only one plant, and more had only 2 or 3, but none of them looked mortal. It looked like they were all elixirs whose medicinal power had reached 10,000 years or more. After all, for a spirit medicine that could survive in this relic until now, it must be very long in terms of vintage at the very least. However, Wu Tian looked and realized that the formations of some of the medicinal fields had been broken and the spirit medicines inside had been taken away. He looked at the green-clothed woman and the others who were walking through the Sea of Swords and coming over to the medicinal field, and tentatively attacked the medicinal field's formation. The protective formations of these medicinal fields weren't too strong, but they would have to be attacked with his full strength to break through. After the formation was broken and he collected one of the pills inside the medicinal field, he didn't delay and directly ran deeper into the medicinal field. The good stuff must be at the end. He couldn't waste time here. Otherwise, when the group of women in green clothes ran over, those people would surely come after him. Although the woman in green and the others should still have a few more people in the main hall who didn't make it out, there were still dozens of them, and he didn't expect to be an opponent. Furthermore, looking at the situation, someone in front of them had already gone deeper into the medicinal field. He had to hurry up before those people took all the good stuff. Not much longer. Wu Tian didn't stop in the middle of these medicinal fields and ran towards the back at full speed. And in no time, he saw someone attacking the medicinal fields. He hadn't guessed wrong. The further back the medicinal fields were, the more extraordinary the spirit medicines inside looked. But even though he saw the people, he didn't make a move and fight with them for these elixirs. It was because he saw a huge spiritual light in the distance. And the spirit medicine there was clearly the most precious amongst this medicinal field. Wu Tian ran all the way through and saw quite a few people in this area. Some were combining their efforts to attack the pill field's formations, wanting to break through the formations to obtain the elixir. Some, however, were fighting and killing each other in a big way. After avoiding them, Wu Tian finally arrived at the deepest part of the medicinal field. There are 3 medicinal fields here, much larger than the others. 2 of the medicine fields were at the front of the line, and the last one, which was larger than the 2, was alone at the very back. In the 2 medicinal fields in front of them were a grass and a flower. Inside the last medicinal field was a fruit tree with 3 green-colored fruits. It was just a bit surprising that no one had attacked these 3 pill fields. Although there were some oddities, Wu Tian couldn't think too much and hurriedly attacked the medicine field at the very back. The fruit trees inside this medicinal field. Although the vision was not as big as that one grass and flower, but it's at the very back, and obviously the most valuable. It was just that his attacks were surprisingly unable to break through the formation, even if he pushed the exterminating millstone with all his might. Wu Tian frowned when he saw that his attack landed on top of the formation guarding the medicinal field and did not even move a bit. No wonder no one attacked these formations. The feeling was that they had the will to do so. Even he couldn't break the formation with his attack with the world-destroying millstone. And those people definitely couldn't break it either. Seeing that he couldn't do anything about the formation guarding the fruit tree, Wu Tian didn't fight with it. His eyes fell to the grass and flowers, ready to retreat. Each of the grasses and flowers had their own visions, and they all looked extraordinary. The one on the left had 9 leaves like 9 swords, emitting a sharp sword aura. Tiny cracks were made in the space between the windless movement of the leaves. A spatial crack was slashed out by the leaf, and its terror was visible. The black flower on the right was also extraordinary. It's bathed in black flames that burned ripples in the surrounding space. Male left, female right. He randomly chose the left medicinal field to attack, wanting to get the 9-leaf small grass elixir inside. Unexpectedly, the strength of this formation guarding the medicinal field was actually the same as the one at the end, and there was nothing he could do about it. He turned his head to attack the formation guarding the black flower again and found that it could not be broken either. This feeling of seeing and not being able to eat made him frown. Wu Tian looked at the other medicinal fields and thought about not grabbing those elixirs, but instead walked towards the back of the fruit tree medicinal field. Not far from the medicinal field, there was an ocean of sword energy. Countless sword chi turned into a sea like drops of water, with countless green lotuses on it, which didn't appear to be physical objects. Wu Tian looked at the ocean of sword chi in front of him. The green lotuses on top of it seemed like a path leading into the depths of the ocean. The ocean between each green lotus is not far away. The closest to him is even on the shore. A step can be stepped on. However, those green lotuses on the ocean of sword chi seemed to be formed by sword chi, so he didn't dare to step on them rashly. Wu Tian released his subordinate ghosts and let a ghost emperor go and test the waters. Under his gaze, he only saw that the ghost emperor had just stepped onto the green lotus, and his body instantly disappeared. It was just that in Wu Tian's senses, that ghost emperor had not died. A little while later, that ghost emperor reappeared on the green lotus and returned to the shore intact. It's just that this ghost is so spiritually incomplete that it can't explain what it's facing. Seeing this, a glint flashed in Zhang San's eyes, and he took the initiative to volunteer. My lord, my subordinate is willing to go to the Sword Chi Ocean to find out what's going on, and share the lord's worries. He had a look of loyalty that made Wu Tian nod in satisfaction. Not much longer. Zhang San's safe return from the ocean of Sword Chi caused him to learn what it was like after stepping onto the green lotus. According to Zhang San, he appeared in an unknown place after stepping onto the green lotus, and there was an illusory stone tablet with a sword art recorded on it. According to the information on the stone tablet, he would have to learn that one sword art before he could step onto the next green lotus. Zhang San had already tested it, and there was a formation blocking between each green lotus, and he wasn't able to forcefully break through the formation. If they were unable to learn the sword technique, they would be trapped in that space, and if they forced their way through it, they would fall into the ocean of sword energy. As for whether it would cause any other changes, Zhang San was not quite sure. Wu Tian thought for a moment and asked Zhang San and a few others to look at the other green lotus on the shore and found that they were all pretty much the same. Inside these green lotuses were all an illusory stone tablet, recording sword arts that were different but all relatively ordinary. It's not hard to learn. The first green lotus closest to the shore contained a very basic sword art that could be learned casually for their realm. Even a spiritually incomplete ghost emperor could be trusted. However, the further back the green lotus went, the more difficult the sword techniques within it became, as if they were progressive in layers. Not a moment too soon, Wu Tian tried the ocean of sword chi in front of him again. It was discovered that unless one stepped onto the green lotus at the same time, even the same green lotus entered a different space. The strangeness of these green lotuses made Wu Tian's eyes light up and he had some ideas in his mind. He looked into the depths of the sword chi ocean and directly turned around and ran into the medicinal field. He didn't know the sword Dao. Even if there were treasures in the depths of the ocean, he probably wouldn't be able to get them, so he might as well seize the time to grab more elixirs. End of chapter. In the medicine field, Wu Tian hid a few blood godchild bilocations in the middle of the medicinal field, just in case. He then coalesced hundreds of doppelgangers and dispersed them around him in case he was unknowingly surrounded. After everything is in order, he then seized the time to break the pill field's formation and collect the spirit medicines inside. This well-organized medicinal field was still quite large. There were at least thousands of them, and the people who came to the medicinal field were scattered among them, and did not appear to be too many monks and too few meat. Therefore most people were at peace with each other, all of them grasping the time to break the formations and collect the spirit medicines within the medicinal fields. After all, those who can come here are basically a bit strong, and fighting and killing cannot be a good choice. However, not everyone was honestly in the process of breaking the formation to take the spirit medicine. Some people prefer to rob others directly because of their strength. Wu Tian was afraid of making a commotion to lure them over because the woman in green and the others had also come to the medicinal field, so it was a lot more honest and didn't initiate trouble. However, he, a transformation spirit, was like a bright light in the dark night amongst a group of harmonized cultivators. Anyone who saw him thought differently of him. After all, these people weren't cuties either. For him to be able to come here as a transfiguration god, any person would know that something was wrong with him. Many people speculated that he was the pride of a great power, carrying powerful divine abilities and treasures. This caused a portion of the people to press down on snatching him, lest they invite doom for themselves and their clan. However, many ruthless people didn't care about this and wanted to capture him and get the divine abilities and treasures on him. When Wu Tian saw someone approaching him, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He wasn't afraid of these people by not actively seeking them out. Since these people dare to covet him, then kill. He might not be able to defeat a group of people, but even one person dared to come to trouble him, fearing that he was living out of his mind. When Wu Tian saw that the doppelganger he had let loose was quickly killed by the incoming person, he directly ran towards that person instead of retreating. Not a moment too soon, Wu Tian looked at the man who was full of killing intent with a hint of joy in his eyes, took out the world-destroying grinder and launched a fierce attack. The man was not careless about Wu Tian being able to come here. However, even with his full strength, he was unable to resist the terrifying power emitted by the world-ending grinding wheel. By the time the man panicked and tried to escape, it was too late. Not for a moment. The man's domain dissipated and he died tragically at the hands of Wu Tian. Wu Tian familiarly packed up his loot before fleeing the place in a hurry, but his fight with the man drew the attention of the people around him, including those who were in the group with the woman in green. Not much longer. The people from the hidden Immortal Valley who came to the medicine field directly began to hunt down Wu Tian. This medicinal field was large enough, but as long as one found the location where Wu Tian appeared, it wasn't difficult to find him. No way. Under the pursuit of these people, Wu Tian could only run to the ocean of sword chi and enter the Green Lotus to hide. Wu Tian had just stepped onto the Green Lotus on the shore when he entered a white space. There was nothing in the space except for a green-colored stone tablet. This white space wasn't very big, and there was an invisible barrier around it, restricting him within it. Wu Tian looked at the green-colored stone tablet in front of him and did not try to break this space. The green stone tablet was somewhat illusory and didn't appear to be a physical object, recording an ordinary sword art on it. Although this sword art was not difficult for Wu Tian to learn, however, he didn't have the slightest idea of cultivating this sword art right now, and instead focused on the doppelganger outside. The doppelganger he had left in the medicinal field hadn't finished dying yet, allowing him to learn about the situation outside. He could see it clearly under the peeping eyes of his doppelganger. The group of women in green clothes hesitated on the shore, and then two of them stepped onto the green lotus he was on. However, because those two were not the ones who stepped onto the green lotus with him, they did not appear in the space where he was. In the blink of an eye, those two reappeared on the green lotus and informed the woman in green and her group of the situation of this green lotus. After trying for a while, they were unable to find Wu Tian, and after hesitating for a while, they directly turned around and ran back to the medicinal field. Since they were unable to kill Wu Tian to obtain the treasures, they naturally had to seize the spiritual medicines in the medicinal fields. Wu Tian also had no thoughts of going out and honestly stayed in the Green Lotus space. Seeing that someone from hidden Immortal Valley had stayed outside waiting for him to go out, he thought about returning directly to the Blue Star, in the great mountains of the Summer Kingdom. Without hesitation, Wu Tian directly took out the human soul pill and started cultivating, preparing to break through to Refine Void. Although he was now able to battle the harmonized cultivator, he was unable to sustain it. If he could break through to the Refined Void realm, then this situation could change quite a bit. By then, he should be able to fight one against many, and not have to do what he's doing now, which is to only run away. He didn't break through in the Green Lotus space mainly because he was also afraid of attracting a thunderbolt that would shatter the space he was in. He hadn't forgotten that the Green Lotus was above the ocean of sword energy. If the Green Lotus space was destroyed, he would probably have to fall into the ocean of sword chi. Breaking through in Blue Star didn't have this worry, and there was no need to worry about attracting a thunderbolt. Even if he was in the immortal cultivation realm, the God transformation thunder tribulation could not be avoided. However, he had broken through to the Refined Void realm, and it would be a lot easier for him to cross the lightning tribulation again. Wu Tian had sufficient human soul pills in his hands to assist him in his breakthrough, and his speed was still relatively fast. As time passes, half a month later, Wu Tian finally condensed his human soul and became a Refined Void cultivator. After his breakthrough, the power within his body also underwent a metamorphosis, becoming even more powerful, and the amount of spiritual energy all increased by 10 times. This means that the attacks he sends out will be much more powerful and have much more staying power. There won't be a situation where he can't follow through before he's had his fun. Not much longer. Wu Tian familiarized himself with his power after breaking through to Refined Void. He didn't hurry to return to the immortal and demon world. Instead, he first scavenged the souls of the livestock on the blue planet as materials for the advancement of his emperor streamer. Wu Tian ran around Blue Star and finally collected most of the souls. As he flew in the sky and looked at the city of traffic below, an idea popped into his mind. It was too much of a hassle for him to personally collect these livestock souls every time. So many people and other animals die every day on the blue planet. If he could lay a soul-gathering formation on the blue planet that covered the entire globe, wouldn't he not have to collect the souls himself? And that way, no other dead living souls would be wasted. If he could make it like hell, countless souls would devour themselves and become stronger, advancing into living souls waiting for him to collect them. It would save him a lot of energy. And Wu Tian was overwhelmed with thoughts. He hurriedly checked all the things he had grabbed in the relics, wanting to see if he could realize what he had in mind. Pity, he didn't understand the Tao of formation, and it wouldn't be that easy for him to lay down a soul-gathering formation that covered the entire globe. What's more, besides gathering souls, he also wanted this formation to possess other functions. Wu Tian thought about it and directly found a place to return to the immortal demon world. End of chapter. Green Lotus Space. Wu Tian had just returned to the Green Lotus space and was ready for the lightning tribulation to descend. If the thunderbolt shattered this space, then he would have to force his way to the shore. Wu Tian was holding the blood-devouring bead on top of his head and the world-destroying grinding wheel in his hand as he waited for a few moments in concentration. But there was not the slightest change in the space. He looked at the quiet Green Lotus space and knew that this thunderbolt was not expected to come. This relic. There is even the wonderful use of isolating the thunderbolt. Wu Tian muttered. He naturally wouldn't think that the heavenly Tao would just let him off the hook. It could only be because of the effects of this relic that there was no thunderbolt coming down. But it was a good thing for him. He sensed the doppelgangers he had left outside and realized that the few doppelgangers he had buried in the medicinal field were still there. As for the doppelgangers he had scattered in the medicinal field earlier, they had all been killed. With a thought of his mind, an alter ego broke out of the ground in the middle of a medicinal field. Wu Tian used his doppelganger to observe his surroundings and found that the surrounding medicinal fields had all been broken out of their formations, and there were still traces of battle on the ground, full of holes. Apparently there had been quite a few battles here, and the fluctuations of the battles coming from the distance confirmed his suspicions. Wu Tian cautiously went over to check it out and found quite a few people from the clan, fighting in chaos. They had different clothes on them and there were more or less of them. However, Wu Tian didn't dare to go too far forward and just peeked from a distance. After all, his bureau split was still previously condensed and only had the cultivation level of the yuaning stage. In the midst of these ruins that were filled with harmonized cultivators, one was truly no different from a mole cricket. It wasn't that he didn't want to condense a powerful doppelganger. Rather, he could only coalesce a blood godchild bilocation with a lower cultivation level than his main body. Wu Tian observed and realized that the people fighting in the medicinal field were all harmonized cultivators. These people were about a dozen clans judging from their clothes. The largest number of them were the sect cultivators wearing purple and blood clothes, and the people from other sects were also vaguely dominated by these two sects. Wu Tian was watching the show with his doppelganger and he was watching it with great vigor, but in a flash he felt a blackness before his eyes and was casually killed. The next moment, within a medicinal field, one of Wu Tian's doppelgangers broke through the ground again. He had hidden several blood goddess subdivisions and was still able to hold out for a while, but this time, he didn't dare to get too close to the battlefield of those cultivators, lest he be killed again at the drop of a hat. He had his doppelganger find a place with a good line of sight, and then he released the blood demon trio within the green lotus space. He used the water mirror technique to turn into a water screen, and the scene seen by the doppelganger was revealed on top of the water screen, as if he was watching a live broadcast. He used the water mirror technique to turn into a water curtain just for the blood demon, as well as the still living green-clothed woman's senior sister. Introduce him to whoever is fighting. The blood devil looked at the many cultivators that appeared on the water screen and said with a grave expression, "My lord, when my subordinate left the divine state, my cultivation was still relatively weak, and many of the others were unrecognizable. But those wearing blood-colored robes are all from the blood god sect. The man with countless blood swords in his domain and a blood-colored flying sword was Yi Xian, the holy son of the blood god sect. It is said that this person was born with a demonic body. All of the demonic skills have been the true heritage of the blood god sect, and his sword is a top-grade spiritual treasure. The name is Blood Burial Sword. This sword's attack is unparalleled and very insidious. If one is injured by this sword, one will be transformed into blood and water in a moment, and even the Yuan Shin will not be spared. Yi Xian has a high reputation in the blood god sect. Other than the elders, he can fight one against many. The Lord should still be careful of this person." However, the blood devil was only relatively impressed with Yi Xian, and he didn't know much about the other blood god sect people. As for the other sects, he was even less familiar with anyone. It was good that the women of Hidden Immortal Valley had seen a lot more than the blood demons because their cultivation level was higher and they had been cultivating for a longer period of time. Under her introduction, Wu Tian learned that the man fighting with Yi Xian was named Lin Yun, the saint son of the Violet Sky Sword sect. The domain was a thundercloud and possessed a thundercloud sword, which was also a top-grade spiritual treasure. His thunderclouds were as if a heavenly tribulation had descended, containing terrifying thunder, turning the place where the realm was enveloped into a thunder domain. Lin Yun, like Yi Xian, was at the late harmonization stage of cultivation, an invincible existence in the same realm. These two were also the most terrifying in the battlefield, and Wu Tian felt that he was probably a bit hung up against both of them. However, the number of people on the battlefield was still greater on the side of the Violet Sky Sword sect, which seemed to have the upper hand. After all, in the end, the place where this relic appeared belonged to the Purple Sky Sword sect's sphere of influence. Although the Blood God sect was neighboring the Violet Sky Sword sect, the divine state was so huge that the two were at least millions of miles away from each other. The fact that the Blood God sect's people could arrive here so quickly was still due to the fact that the place where this relic appeared was in the 10,000 Spirit Extinction region. It belonged to the edge of the Violet Sky Sword sect's power. The distance to the two major sects was like a triangle. It was just that the Violet Sky Sword sect was relatively closer. However, the people from the sects under the Purple Sky Sword sect were close to the water because of the location, and there were many people who rushed to the ruins. Together with the many loose cultivators, there were quite a few who helped the Violet Sky Sword sect, the Blood God sect and the others, who had come from afar. naturally did not have a numerical advantage. However, most of the loose cultivators didn't participate in their battle, but instead hid in the Sea of Swords, acting as spectators. Only the Sea of Swords and the Ocean of Swordchi could allow them to avoid being liquidated by these clans and stay alive. Except for those who were already exploring forward in the Ocean of Swordchi, heading towards the depths of the ocean. Some people, seeing that they couldn't get any more benefits here in the medicinal field, directly exited the Green Lotus Hall and returned to the palace complex outside. There were quite a few missing palaces in those palace complexes that still had treasures. Instead of wasting their time here, they should go find a little more treasure. Under Wu Tian's observation, the huge medicinal field had been turned into a battlefield. Other than those 3 large medicinal fields, all the other medicinal fields had had their formations broken and the spirit medicines in them taken away. Fortunately, there were formations present all around the medicinal field, and the harmonized cultivator was unable to unfold all of his domain under the suppression of the formations. Otherwise, the area where the medicinal field was located really wouldn't be able to accommodate the domain of thousands of harmonized cultivators. It was also because of the formation that the thousands of people fighting didn't manage to break up the medicinal field area and spread to the rest of the area. It was just a pity that those elixir fields had become devastated during the battle. As time passed, Wu Tian had already lost 3 of his detachments, and the people on the battlefield had no intention of stopping fighting. It looked like they wouldn't rest until they had a winner and a loser. Wu Tian also had no thoughts of going out, and honestly became a spectator, sitting and waiting for them to split the victory. Make a decision again. The hidden Immortal Valley woman looked at the 3 medicinal fields on the water screen, and her eyes fell on the 9-leafed grass, as if she had thought of something. She lightly opened her vermilion lips. Master, that small grass elixir, I seem to have seen it in a book. It looks as if it is. End of chapter. 9-leaf swordgrass. 1 leaf 10, 000 years. 9 leaves 90, 000 years. 9 leaves are now considered mature. After 90, 000 years of maturity, if no one collects it, it will become an immortal medicine in another 10, 000 years. The birth of a spirit. If the 9-leaf sword grass transforms into a demon, it will be a demon emperor when it comes out of the world, and its sword path is profound, and its battle power can be that of an enemy tribe's transitional cultivator. Thousands of sword techniques, 10,000 sword arts. The 9-leaf swordgrass can be used at your fingertips. It can be said that it was made exclusively for the way of the sword. With the heel of its own body, it was no less than a pure-blooded true dragon phoenix, and had been more so. However, the more powerful the grass and tree spirit medicine with the heel, the difficulty of turning into a demon increases exponentially, and the chances of being able to turn into a demon are slim to none. The 9-leaf swordgrass within the medicinal field looked like it had yet to become an immortal medicine, meaning that it had not yet given birth to a spirit. This is a good thing for the people in the ruins. Otherwise the demonized 9-leaf swordgrass was not something they could deal with. The 9-leaf swordgrass was endlessly useful, and it was even more of a supreme treasure for those who practiced the sword Tao. It was only because after the 9-leaf swordgrass was refined and devoured by a person, he or she could possess an innate sword body and gain a great aptitude of the Tao of the sword. Although this type of physique, the innate sword body, was rare, the human race also had a chance of giving birth to this type of physique. The most precious thing about the 9-leaf swordgrass was that one great divine ability. This great divine ability of the sword Tao had an incomparably powerful attack and could cross levels. The point is, the great divine ability obtained was directly integrated into oneself, equivalent to the demon race's innate divine ability in general, and could be used skillfully. This is a great opportunity. It is important to know that divine powers are divided into major and minor divine powers, and their power and wonders are not comparable to those of non-spells. Generally speaking, harmonized cultivators could cultivate minor divine abilities. The great avatar, however, had to be learned by a transitional cultivator. Avatars, in addition to knowing the cultivation method, you had to have enough enlightenment and resources to do so. Wanting to cultivate a great divine ability required a great deal of time and effort, which was not as convenient as directly refining the 9-leaf sword grass. What's more, this kind of innate divine ability can be used directly after obtaining it, and the strength of its power changes according to its own strength. Unlike the divine abilities one cultivated, there were introductory, minor, major, and complete divisions. After Wu Tian learned about the wonderful use of the 9-leaf sword grass, a look of excitement also appeared in his eyes. If he could obtain the 9-leaf sword grass, it would definitely enhance his battle power by quite a bit and make up for his weakness of not knowing powerful spells. A little while later, he calmed down and looked at a flower and a tree in the other 2 medicinal fields. Since that little plant was the 9-leaf swordgrass, then that flower must be extraordinary as well. Not to mention the fruit tree at the very back, which bore 3 fruits that were estimated to be even more precious than the 9-leaf swordgrass. The 9-leaf swordgrass would have to take 90, years to mature. So the fruit tree at the end, I'm afraid it would have to be 100 years old. More than 100 years old is an immortal medicine, and its value has increased by a notch. It was just that fruit tree belonged to trees, and if it was an immortal medicine, it was not known if it could transform into a demon, or say, that tree is now a demon. However, not all grasses and herbs can turn into demons, and trees are more difficult to become demons than flowers and plants. Wu Tian inquired about the woman from Hidden Immortal Valley, wanting to learn the information about a flower and a tree. Nay, her insight was limited, and she didn't know what the one flower or tree was. Wu Tian used his doppelganger to look at the many cultivators on the battlefield, as well as the 3 medicinal fields, and his mind was in deep thought. Since he knew that the spirit medicines in those 3 medicinal fields were so extraordinary, he naturally wanted to take possession of them for himself. He compared the difference in strength between himself and the 2 great Sect saints. The heart instantly calmed down as if a pot of cold water had been poured on it. According to the strength shown by the 2, he should be able to fight with both of them, but it was probably a bit difficult to kill one of them, not to mention the fact that under the 2, there were so many harmonized cultivators helping them. For today, then we'll just have to wait for them to lose both. A golden light flashed in Wu Tian's eyes, and he decided to wait for them to split up and then see if he could fish in troubled waters. He was sure that the casual cultivators who were watching must be thinking the same as him. However, although Wu Tian's strength was a lot stronger, he had no idea in his heart about whether he could break the Pillfield's formation. Just whether or not the formation could be broken was another matter. If there was an opportunity to take the initiative into his own hands, he certainly wouldn't let it go. As long as the people from these clans dared to lose both of them, he would dare to go out and kill them all and sit back and enjoy the benefits. But now, it's better to be honest. Time passed day by day, and people from the 2 major sects died one after another. It was just that the Blood God Sect and the Violet Sky Sword Sect were already fighting for real, and both wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to exterminate the other and monopolize this relic. The other clans that followed the 2 clans also wanted a piece of this relic, so they naturally wouldn't stop easily. The 2 great sects were arch-enemies, and under their leadership, these people had no possibility of cooperating in the slightest except for fighting. After all, there are too many monks and they don't trust each other. They only had to clean up the other party so that they could focus on breaking the formations of those 3 medicinal fields. Wu Tian didn't recognize what kind of spirit medicine was in that medicine field, but Yi Shen and Lin Yun knew exactly what it was, enough to make them fight for their lives. Soon after, a group of cultivators dressed in white came from the Sea of Swords, walking as if they were walking on a flat surface. The white-clothed woman at the head was cold and absolutely beautiful, like a fairy descending. Heaven and earth lost their colors. Even if she bowed her head and didn't see her toes, she couldn't hide her fairy-like temperament. Fellow Taoists, this relic is the place where my immortal palace's green lotus sword immortal fell, so please retreat. The clear and cold voice of the woman in the lead came out, causing the people on the battlefield to stop fighting unanimously. Now there's a third party, and they're not going to let it sit on the sidelines. People from the Yaoqi Immortal Palace. I didn't expect you to come even after being so far away. Yi Xian's expression was grave as he looked at the woman and coldly said. Lin Yun was also secretly wary in his heart about the arrival of the people from the Yaoqi Immortal Palace. After all, according to the meaning of the woman's words, it was obvious that she wanted to monopolize this relic. Even if the owner of this relic was their Yaoqi Immortal Palace's predecessor, it was now on their Violet Sky Sword Sect's territory. How could a woman's words make him give up such a great opportunity? However, he didn't roll his eyes, but instead looked at the woman and laughed. Fairy Xiao, since you're here, how about we join forces to kill the Blood God Sect's devil first? Immortal Xiao looked at Yi Xian and the others and softly said, May. Yi Xian's face changed, and without saying anything, he directly wanted to take the people to escape to the ocean of sword chi, first avoiding the front line for a while. However, Lin Yun and Fairy Xiao did not hesitate to attack. Yi Xian and the others were surrounded by many cultivators and fell into a disadvantage for a while, retreating backward towards the ocean of sword chi. It's so lively, you have so many people there. Xiao, haven't you always been high and mighty? How can you also do this kind of bullying the few with the many? A voice full of seduction, as if it could arouse one's desire, came from the distance. End of chapter. In the Sea of Swords, a black ancient zither hung over a group of black-cloaked cultivators. The ancient zither erupted with terrifying 7-colored zither sounds, and the countless sword chi in the Sea of Swords couldn't even get close. Under the protection of the Black Guqin, the group of black-clothed cultivators quickly crossed the Sea of Swords and walked to the medicinal field area. The black-clothed woman in the lead raised her hand and the Black Guqin above her fell into her hands. The woman in black had a stunningly beautiful face, with a plump and prominent figure that carried an invisible charm in every move. The black-clothed woman led a group of cultivators from the same clan and quickly approached the warring crowd. When Yi Xian of the Blood God Sect saw them arrive, his expression was delighted. Fairy Dream Love, please also help me. Let's combine our efforts to kill them and share this relic. As the group of black-clothed women arrived, Lin Yun's complexion became grave. He looked at the black-clothed woman. Your 7 Emotions Demon Sect is really well informed. To have arrived here at the ruins so quickly. There was a hint of scorn in his eyes, and his face didn't look very good. This relic really should be counted, but it belongs to their Violet Sky Sword Sect's territory. I didn't expect that so many people from the sects would come in a short period of time. Even the Yaoqi Immortal Palace and the 7 Emotions Sect, which were 10 million miles away, had come. It was like digging up treasures in his own land, only to have people from other villages come and grab them as well. So how could he be happy with that? Immortal Xiao was not surprised by the arrival of the 7 Emotions Sect's people and directly launched an attack. Clank! Immortal Dream Love didn't say anything. Her jade hand played on the ancient zither, and a terrifying demonic sound attacked towards Immortal Xiao. The other people from the 7 Emotions Sect also took out their own spiritual treasures, some playing the qin, some using the shao. A terrifying demonic sound killed towards the people of the Yaoqi Immortal Palace. The 7 Emotions Sect could transform the 7 emotions and 6 desires of living beings into their own, using sound as their basis. And their horrifying 7 emotions demonic sound made people unable to defend themselves, especially Fairy Dream Love. The 7 Devil Qin in her hand was a top-grade spiritual treasure with terrifying power. The 7 Devil's Qin was a black ancient zither with 7 strings of different colors on it. The 7 colors are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. All 7 strings were practiced with the power of the 7 emotions. They correspond to the 7 emotions: joy, anger, sadness, thoughts, grief, fear and shock. When the strings of the zither were plucked, it could erupt with the terrifying power of the 7 emotions to kill people invisibly. The 7 Emotions Sect has already reached the state of perfection in sound, and most of the sect's spells are sound techniques. At this time, every sound they made could evoke one's 7 emotions and 6 desires, and had a bizarre and unpredictable power. Some people erupted into terrifying sound waves, while others took lives without a sound. There were even people who could turn the sound of the zither into substance, forming swords, spears, swords, and halberds, transforming them into terrifying demonic god attacks. However, if one ignored the horror of the 7 emotions' demonic voices, these voices were quite pleasant to listen to. It was just that the 7 emotions sect's people attacked with sound waves, which covered too wide a range and could easily affect the fish in the pond. The doppelgangers that Wu Tian used to watch the battle were accidentally caught in the waves, and they all instantly died without their bodies being left behind. This forced him to activate another doppelganger and directly hide a little farther away so that he wouldn't accidentally hang up again. With the addition of the 7 Emotions Sect, the Blood God Sect branched out again. The 4 great sects fought endlessly, and the melon eaters honestly hid in the distance for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Not much longer. Another group of people came in from outside. It was clearly the arrival of the Violet Sky Sword Sect's support. This relic was, after all, the territory of the Violet Sky Sword Sect, so it was quite convenient to organize manpower support. This time, the Violet Sky Sword Sect entered the ruins with thousands of cultivators, instantly becoming the most numerous sect in the ruins. With the addition of this force, the Blood God Sect and the 7 Emotions Sect fell into a disadvantageous position, somewhat unable to defeat the siege of so many people. Taking advantage of their numbers, the people from the Violet Sky Sword Sect and the Yaoqi Immortal Palace killed the Blood God Sect and the 7 Emotions Sect as they retreated. It didn't take long. The Blood God Sect and 7 Emotions Sect and the others could only retreat to the ocean of sword chi. Lin Yun and Immortal Xiao watched as the people from the 2 clans entered the Green Lotus space. They had discussed it and had wanted to break open the Green Lotus and force out Yi Xian and the others. As it turned out, there was a formation shrouded over the ocean of sword chi, and their attack caused the ocean of sword chi to counterattack. Under their attacks, not only did the Green Lotus fail to break through, but it was instead attacked by countless sword chi in the ocean of sword chi. If they weren't strong and still running fast, they would probably have to stay on the shore. However, seeing that the people from the 2 clans had hidden in the Green Lotus space, Lin Yun and the others still couldn't do anything about them. So much for that. Lin Yun and Fairy Xiao didn't force the issue, but left people behind to watch over the shore. Instead, they went to discuss how they should distribute the loot. It was only how they should distribute the spirit medicines within the 3 medicinal fields, but none of them wanted to give in. After all, with their insights, they had long recognized what the spirit medicine in the medicinal field was, so they naturally wouldn't give up easily. However, even though they had fought off the Blood God Sect and the 7 Emotions Sect, now was not the time to kill each other. The 2 sects were now in a cooperative relationship, so it was naturally better to not make a move if they could. Otherwise, the Blood God Sect and the Seven Emotions Sect would definitely reap the benefits. Yi Xian looked at the spirit medicines in the three medicinal fields with a hint of fire in his eyes. He looked at Immortal Xiao. Immortal Xiao. So far, it seems that this relic belongs to the inheritance type of relic. Since this relic is the predecessor of your Yaoqi Immortal Palace, I won't compete with you for his legacy, but I want 2 fruits of enlightenment, plus that 9-leaf swordgrass. As for that heaven-burying demon flower and the remaining fruit of enlightenment and fruit tree, plus the inheritance of the green lotus sword immortal are given to you. What do you think? Lin Yun finished looking at Immortal Xiao, waiting for her response. No. Immortal Xiao refused without hesitation, disagreeing with this distribution scheme of his. Although the heaven-burying demon flower was a spirit medicine of the same grade as the 9-leaf sword grass, to the two of them, the 9-leaf sword grass was much more precious. After all, Immortal Xiao was also a sword user and had dabbled in the Tao of the sword. With the 9-leaf sword grass, it could greatly enhance her strength. However, in the medicinal field, the most precious ones were rather those 3 enlightenment fruits. The 9-leaf swordgrass and the burial demon flower were both a notch lower in value compared to the fruit of enlightenment. After all, the fruit of enlightenment belonged to the immortal pill, something that even a loose immortal would covet. Simply because after eating the fruit of enlightenment, for a short period of time, one could integrate into the Tao, and the Tao embodied the laws as if they were right in front of one's eyes, and comprehend one's own Tao. Even after the medicinal power had passed, it could greatly enhance one's enlightenment. The main thing is, the fruit of enlightenment could be used by cultivators at the Mahayana stage to comprehend the power of the laws. For Mahayana practitioners, this is the chance to become immortal. Not only did they have to grab it for themselves, but they also had to grab the fruit of enlightenment for the clan's oldest ancestor. If they could obtain 2 fruits of enlightenment, they could leave one behind to take for themselves, and the clan's ancestors would be able to remember them favorably. Otherwise, if they only got 1 fruit of enlightenment, they would have to turn it in. If they dared to take it on their own, even if they were the pride of the clan, their own ancestors would not let them go. As for the so-called inheritance, it was not worth mentioning in front of the fruit of enlightenment. End of chapter. After all, although the Green Lotus Sword Immortal was a Mahayana cultivator who was famous 10,000 years ago, however, compared to the Yaoqi Immortal Palace and the Purple Sky Sword Sect, his legacy was still a bit less interesting. The two of them, as the holy sons and daughters of the 2 great sects, had received the true heritage of their sects to the fullest extent, and it didn't matter if they had the inheritance of the Green Lotus Sword Immortal or not. Compared to the inheritance, this enlightenment fruit was undoubtedly more precious. What's more, it was still uncertain whether or not there was an inheritance from the Green Lotus Sword Immortal in this relic. This enlightenment fruit was a great opportunity before their eyes, so how could they let it go? With the fruit of enlightenment, their journey to immortality would be much smoother. Both of them knew this as well, and for a while, each of them wanted to obtain 2 enlightenment fruits. Although the Violet Sky Sword Sect had quite a few more people than Yaoqi Immortal Palace, Yi Xian didn't dare to turn the tables on Immortal Xiao right now. After all, he hadn't forgotten that there was still the Blood God Sect and the Seven Emotions Sect watching from the side. If he were to flip out with the people of Yaoqi Immortal Palace right now, the 3 major clans would definitely combine their efforts to clean out his Purple Sky Sword Sect first. With the power of his clan, he was simply unable to fight against the 3 clans besieging him. After all, who let him, the Violet Sky Sword Sect, have the advantage of geographical location, the largest number of people in the ruins, and the greatest threat to the 3 sects? Yi Xian and Immortal Xiao were at odds with each other. Even if Yi Xian took a step back and only needed 2 Dao enlightenment fruits, Immortal Xiao would not agree. Immortal Xiao offered to only have 2 fruits of enlightenment and not everything else, and Yi Xian didn't agree. The 2 men just stood there, the scene looking a little tense. However, Yi Xian was not the least bit panicked in his heart about such a stalemate. He had previously had someone spread the news that there was a fruit of enlightenment in this relic. I thought that the support from the Violet Sky Sword Sect was definitely more than just this small number of people, and there would definitely be more people coming from behind. He only needed to wait until the sect had organized their manpower to arrive at the ruins. At that time, this relic will be their Violet Sky Sword Sect's say-so, and everyone else will have to step aside. The existence of the Fruit of Enlightenment was enough to make the Violet Sky Sword Sect pay for everything, but it couldn't be too long. After all, there were too many people who saw the Fruit of Enlightenment, and someone must have already spread the news. If word got out to the whole world, people from other sects would definitely come one after another. Think about it. Yi Xian could only pray that the people from his own clan would hurry up and arrive to take over this relic. But what Yi Xian could think of, Immortal Xiao could naturally think of as well. Her face was like frost as she looked at Yi Xian and said coldly, "Saint son of Zixio, Don't forget that this relic belongs to my immortal palace's predecessor and originally belonged to our Yaoqi immortal palace. I've already made a great concession by being able to share the treasures in this relic with you, so don't give an inch. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed as he looked at Immortal Shio and laughed coldly. Immortal Shio, this relic is on our Violet Sky Sword Sect's territory, so how did it become your Yaoqi immortal palace's thing? You can't just say it's from your seniors in the immortal palace. Then it is. Don't you know that all the treasures in the secret realm of relics are always for those who have the destiny, and whoever can grab them is the one who owns them? There are so many of us in the Violet Sky Sword Sect. How many of you are there? I can share the spirit medicine treasures in this relic with you equally, or for the sake of us belonging to the same righteous sect. Otherwise I'd just take it all for myself, and it wouldn't be any better than splitting it with you. Immortal Shio gave him a cold look and carried her sword. You have to be able to do that if you want to take it all for yourself. I don't want to waste time with you. If you agree, I'll take the 2 enlightenment fruits and leave. If you don't agree, don't blame me for disregarding the friendship of fellow travelers and cooperating with the Devil Sect to destroy your Purple Sky Sword Sect first. At that time, our 3 great clans will have exactly 1 enlightenment fruit. Lin Yun wouldn't be intimidated by her and said with a hint of coldness, seeking skin with a tiger. You're not afraid that their 2 great demonic sects will cross the river and destroy the bridge, and then combine their efforts to exterminate you, Yaoqi Immortal Palace. Besides, if you can cooperate, so can I. It would be very easy for our 3 great clans to exterminate your Yaoqi Immortal Palace. Then let's wait and see. Immortal Shio was about to make her move after coldly saying that. Wait. Lin Yun grimaced with a hint of coldness in his eyes. I agreed. You take 2 enlightenment fruits and everything else goes to me. He didn't dare to bet on who the 2 major demonic clans would help, but the odds were that they would surround and kill his Violet Sky Sword Sect first. After all, he, the Violet Sky Sword Sect, had the largest number of people in this relic and also had the advantage of geographical location. Yi Xian and Fairy Dreamlove are not cuties, would definitely round him up and kill him first. After all, if he, the Violet Sky Sword Sect, really stayed at the end, it would be enough to fight 1 against 2 of their 2 major sects. By the time the follow-up support arrived, their 2 major demonic sects would have to be caught in a jar. The stakes were naturally known to Yi Xian and Immortal Dreamlove, and it was self-evident what to choose. Fairy Shio was relieved to see Lin Yun relent. If she could force Lin Yun to step back, she naturally didn't want to seek skin with the tiger. Not much longer. The 2 clans that had divided the belongings of the elixir began to attack the formation, wanting to get the fruit of enlightenment and leave as soon as possible. However, they had somewhat underestimated the power of the 3 pill field formations. When their attacks landed on the formation, they could only cause a little ripple and could not break through at all. Seeing this, Lin Yun and Immortal Shio hurriedly combined everyone's strengths and combined their efforts to attack the medicinal field formation where the fruit of enlightenment was located. The enlightenment fruit was the most precious, so they naturally had to prioritize collecting it. But even if they concentrated everyone's strength, it only made the formation fluctuate even more. It looked like there was no way to break the formation for a while. Their actions also caused the 2 major demonic sects to sit up, and many of them appeared from the Green Lotus. Although the people from the Blood God Sect and the 7 Emotions Sect had retreated into the Green Lotus space, they also had the means to check the situation outside. Seeing that the Yaoqi Immortal Palace and the Violet Sky Sword Sect had begun to break the medicinal field formations, they naturally wouldn't sit idly by. One time, the shore was filled with people standing on top of the Green Lotus. However, they didn't run to the shore. They just watched as Lin Yun and Fairy Shio led the attack on the pill field formation. Apparently they wanted to wait until Lin Yun and Fairy Shio were about to break the formation before rushing out to grab the elixir. Aside from them, even many of the casual cultivators in the Sea of Swords who were watching were also stirring. After all, any one of the spirit medicines in the 3 medicinal fields would be enough to make them fight for their lives. They didn't dare to think about the fruit of enlightenment, but if they could snatch the 9-leaf sword grass and the heaven-burying demon flower, it's a big chance for all of them scattered cultivators. Wu Tian also ran out from the Green Lotus space and stood on the Green Lotus waiting for an opportunity to move. Only there was another person beside him, on top of the same Green Lotus as him. Wu Tian looked vigilantly at the witch holding the zither beside him, not being confused by her beauty in the slightest. The terror of this woman. He had just used his doppelganger to see it clearly. However, Fairy Dream Love didn't care at all about him. Avoid refining Griffin, and only swept a glance before no longer paying attention to him. If she hadn't been afraid of causing a disturbance in the Green Lotus under her feet, she would have killed Wu Tian casually. A mole cricket in the void of refinement. How could he deity be so close to her? On top of the same Green Lotus, Wu Tian smelled the fragrance of her body and separated a sliver of his mind to defend himself against her. The rest of his attention was on those 3 medicinal fields. End of chapter. However, with the two major demonic sects and a group of loose cultivators peering from the sidelines. Lin Yun and Fairy Xiao naturally wouldn't turn a blind eye. They joined forces and prepared to lay down a large formation to envelop the three medicinal fields. However, there was already a terrifying formation enveloping the entirety of this relic, and their grand formation could not be laid down at all. No way. The two could only have their men keep a tight vigil around the area in case someone was muddying the waters. Lin Yun wanted to stall for time, and Immortal Xiao wouldn't let him have his way. What's more, the Blood God sect was quite close to this Green Lotus ruins, so it was unlikely that there would be any supporters as well. The Yaoqi Immortal Palace and Seven Emotions sect did not have many people coming this time because they were too far away, and the longer the time dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for them. Therefore, their two clans had a tacit understanding that they wanted to get the treasures in this relic and leave as soon as possible. Not much longer. Under the combined attacks of the many cultivators, the pill field formation guarding the fruit of enlightenment tree became weaker with the naked eye. Seeing that the medicinal field formation of the enlightenment fruit was about to break open, everyone became nervous and the atmosphere became grave. Until the formation was about to be broken, the two major devil sects and a group of loose cultivators couldn't sit still. Kill! At Yi Xian's command, everyone rushed towards the shore. Unexpectedly, the other loose cultivators also killed together towards the medicinal field where the fruit tree of enlightenment was located. They couldn't wait for the formation to break all the way through and try to snatch the fruit of enlightenment from Lin Yun and Immortal Xiao at that time. The chances are slim. Only now everyone swarmed under the muddy waters had a chance. Wu Tian also did not hesitate for a second and directly followed the others to rush towards where the medicinal field was. He followed behind Fairy Dreamlove, pushing against the energy shield of the blood-devouring bead and attacking with the violet thunder sword without taking out his own extermination grinder. At this moment, it was better for him not to be too conspicuous. However, seeing that the medicinal field formation was about to be broken, Lin Yun and Fairy Xiao didn't stop to break the formation. The two of them allowed the others to fend off the demonic sects and loose cultivators that rushed over, while grasping for time to break the formation, wanting to obtain the fruit of enlightenment before the others rushed over. However, their forces were scattered, and while some of them attacked the formation, how could the rest of them withstand the siege of the two major demonic sects plus the other loose cultivators? In particular, the two of them, Yi Xian and Fairy Dreamlove, had already broken through the many cultivators and rushed to where the medicinal field was. The two of them were right on the edge of the medicinal field, engaging in battle with Lin Yun and Immortal Xiao, who were blocking the two of them. Coupled with the attacks of the others, a burst of battle aftermath bombarded the medicinal field formation, adding to the power to break the formation. Not for a moment. A group of cultivators had already mingled, especially where the medicinal fields were located. There were even more cultivators piling up, and the spiritual treasure fields clashed endlessly. Wu Tian also took advantage of the chaos and rushed to the edge of the medicinal field, occupying a favorable position. He looked at the formation shield in front of him that had become only a thin layer under the intentional and unintentional attacks of the many cultivators. A glint flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he took out the exterminating millstone and attacked the pill field formation with all his might. Boo! A soft thud. Under the attack of the exterminating millstone, the formation broke in response. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly turned into streams of light and rushed towards the enlightenment fruit. But in the next instant, countless spiritual treasures were falling from the sky and smashing into him, and the numerous cultivators around him were rushing towards the fruit tree of enlightenment. The gun hits the head. Wu Tian rushed the fastest and was the latest target to be set on fire. He didn't flinch, relying on his blood-devouring bead defense, and buried his head against the attack and charged forward. At the same time, his extermination grinder was also being fully activated to fend off the spirit treasures that were attacking him. One moment. He carried over the attacks of many cultivators and rushed to the fruit of enlightenment tree. However, the four Xiao immortals also rushed closer and attacked towards him at the same time, wanting to stop him from taking the fruit of enlightenment. Wu Tian pushed the world-destroying grinding wheel with all his might, and hardened himself against their attacks, instantly snatching a fruit of enlightenment. He also wanted to grab the other two, but the four didn't give him a chance and rushed forward in a flash. At the same time, countless cultivators' attacks fell, and several of them were targeted. One moment. By the time he carried off the attack, the other two enlightenment fruits had already disappeared, taken by whoever. Wu Tian glanced at the intact fruit of enlightenment tree in front of him and ran directly towards the ocean of sword chi. He had robbed an enlightenment fruit and had become the target of everyone, so when would he wait if he didn't run it this time? Luckily, besides him, Yi Xian's four were also the targets of the others, dispersing a lot of pressure for him. Because of the proximity of the sword chi ocean, he finally escaped into the green lotus space without any danger before he ran out of spiritual energy. In the meantime, one of Wu Tian's doppelgangers climbed out from the middle of a marginalized medicinal field again. He used his doppelganger to watch the many cultivators in the melee, paying special attention to the formations of the two remaining pill fields. Seeing that the many cultivators were only focusing on fighting, and that the formations of the two medicinal fields would not be broken for a while, he couldn't help but let go of his heart. The other two enlightenment fruits must have fallen into the hands of Yi Xian's four, and it was probably a bit difficult for him to snatch them from their hands. However, he didn't want to let go of the two treasures, the nine-leaf sword grass and the heaven-burying demon flower. If he had the chance to grab it, he would have gone for it again. In the green lotus space, Wu Tian looked at the fist-sized, crystal-clear fruit in his hand and gently sniffed it, without smelling a trace of foreign fragrance. If he didn't know that this fruit was not simple, he might have really thought that it was an ordinary fruit, but all he knew was that the fruit was good. As for what kind of fruit it was and what it did, he was clueless. One time, he didn't dare to take it hastily, lest the fruit be poisonous and directly kill him. Wu Tian took out a jade box to put the fruit in, lest the energy in it was lost. It didn't matter to him what the fruit was. He had already grabbed it anyway and would definitely figure it out later. He put away the fruit and grabbed the time to recover his spiritual energy. While Wu Tian's doppelganger outside was paying attention to the battlefield, he paid special attention to the nine-leaf swordgrass's medicinal field. This was the only elixir among the three medicinal fields that he knew the effects of, so naturally he was extraordinarily attentive. Sure, if he had the chance, he was definitely trying to take that other, at first glance, uncomplicated flower along with him. But with so many cultivators out there, this could only be thought about. His goal was not high. As long as he could snatch the nine-leaf swordgrass again, he wouldn't be satisfied with just grabbing a fruit that he didn't know what it did. Not much longer. While Wu Tian recovered his own spiritual energy, the battle outside had yet to stop. After thinking about it, he changed his clothes and put on a mask that could isolate his divine sense. Although his cultivation level of refined void was also conspicuous amongst the crowd of harmonized cultivators, but with the battlefield being so chaotic, it was thought that no one would pay attention to his cultivation. His attire and appearance just now were different, and had been memorized by many. If he didn't go out in a different outfit, he'd probably go out and get set on fire. Now that he was dressed in green, he looked less conspicuous in his invisible valley clothes. End of chapter. Not much longer. Under the intentional and unintentional attacks of the many cultivators, the medicinal field formations of the nine-leaf swordgrass and the burying heavenly demon flower were also in jeopardy. Wu Tian took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and quietly slipped out of the green lotus space again. He had just run to the shore when he saw a heavily injured black-clothed female cultivator running head-on. Obviously, he wanted to hide in the green lotus space to recover from his own injuries. Wu Tian originally didn't want to waste time on her, but who knew that the black-clothed female cultivator didn't know better and wanted to kill him casually? No way. Wu Tian could only kill her casually and the body was put away. He had just run into the battlefield when the medicinal field formation near the nine-leaf swordgrass was broken, and a group of people instantly began to fight over the nine-leaf swordgrass. Seeing that most of the people were rushing towards the nine-leaf swordgrass, he hurriedly rushed towards the burying sky demon flower. With his current distance, it was definitely impractical to rush in and grab the nine-leaf swordgrass. Since this was the case, he would have to settle for the next best thing and compete for the heaven-burying demon flower. To him anyway, anything he can grab is considered good. Something is better than nothing. However, not everyone was going to fight for the nine-leaf swordgrass. There were quite a few people attacking the burying sky demon flower's medicinal field formation. Among them was the Dream Love Fairy, leading the people of the Seven Emotions sect around the burying heavenly demon flower. It was obvious that she was aiming for this flower, which was why she didn't go and grab the nine-leaf swordgrass. However, besides the people from the Seven Emotions sect, there were also quite a few people from other sects, as well as quite a few loose cultivators also surrounded the area, fighting each other constantly. Wu Tian urged the world-destroying grinder and blood-devouring bead with all his might and killed all the way towards the heaven-burying demon flower. Quite a few people who had been seriously injured in the battle were instantly killed by him, and even their corpses were collected by him into the pale underworld ring. The corpses of these cultivators were also treasures to him, and he wouldn't just waste what he could take. Compared to the nine-leaf swordgrass where it was being fought over by the three major clans and many cultivators, the burying heavenly demon flower here was a bit less crowded. The Seven Sentiments sect was a dominant force, breaking the formation while still being able to fend off the attacks of the others. Fairy Dream Love's jade hand stroked the zither, and horrifying demonic sounds emanated from the seven devil chain hanging in front of her, and the many cultivators were not allowed to get close. The next moment, before Wu Tian could rush to the burying sky demon flower, the medicinal field formation was broken. Without saying a word, He directly urged the extermination grinder to turn into streams of light and shoot towards the heaven-burying demon flower, the power of extermination enveloping the surroundings. Protect the burial demon flower inside so that no one else could get close. With the world-destroying millstone in the way, the Dreamlove fairy who had wanted to collect the burying heavenly demon flower was also forced back. Wu Tian rushed forward against the blood-devouring bead, and Fairy Dreamlove played her zither quickly with both hands, and the 7 demon zither erupted with terrifying demonic sounds, transforming into life-supporting sound waves that launched an attack on him. Although this demonic sound could act on the mind, the blood-devouring bead could also block mind attacks. Wu Tian urged the blood-devouring bead above his head with all his might. Ripples continued to form on the energy shield as his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. He rode the Violet Thunder Sword and Jasper Hairpin to attack Immortal Dreamlove while rapidly approaching the world-destroying millstone. The other cultivators of the 7 emotions sect were also attacking him, causing the energy shield on his body to rapidly become weak, and it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to carry it for a while. But fortunately, he wasn't far from the burying heaven demon flower, and in a few breaths, he rushed to where the extinction grinding wheel was. There was the power of annihilation enveloping the surroundings, and the attacks of the crowd were all worn out. Only Immortal Dreamlove's attacks were too terrifying and could pose quite a threat to him. However, Wu Tian didn't want to fight with her. He glanced at the burying heaven demon flower in the flames and didn't dare to pull it out directly with his hands. Instead, he dug out the spiritual soil around the demon flower together. After he put away the demon flower, he directly killed towards the ocean of sword chi. In the meantime, Fairy Xiao, who had snatched the 9-leaf swordgrass, was also being attacked by Yi Xian and Lin Yun combined, especially those who hadn't been able to snatch the fruit of enlightenment. It was even more unlikely that they would let go of this 9-leaf swordgrass, even though they had already resolved in their hearts that they had to leave the others in this relic and snatch back the enlightenment fruit. However, if they were unable to obtain 2 fruits of enlightenment, they would have to offer them to their own ancestors even if they tried their best to snatch one. The 9-leaf swordgrass was different. They could use it themselves after snatching it, and all 3 of them cultivated the sword Dao. The 9-leaf swordgrass belonged to the most precious treasure to them. In this situation now, it was obviously a bit impractical to get 2 enlightenment fruits, so one could only grab the 9-leaf swordgrass, not to mention the fact that apart from the enlightenment fruit that Wu Tian had snatched away, one of the 2 remaining fruits of enlightenment was snatched by Immortal Xiao. This was also the reason why Lin Yun would put aside the distinction between right and wrong and join forces with Yi Xian to attack Immortal Xiao. Not much longer. Immortal Xiao led the people from the Yaoqi Immortal Palace to retreat towards the outside of the ruins, clearly wanting to exit this ruin with the spoils of war. Wu Tian was different. He was being attacked by a group of people, desperately fending them off while slowly retreating towards the ocean of sword chi. It was only because the place where the 3 medicinal fields were located was closer to the ocean of sword chi and farther away from the Sea of Swords in the direction of the exit as well as the palace. He didn't think he could hold on to run to the Sea of Swords under the attack of so many people. The ocean of sword chi that was close by was his preferred retreat. As for how to get out later, that can only come later. Surrounded by numerous cultivators, he killed his way to the shore of the sword chi ocean. He looked at the cultivators blocking the shore and killed a bloody path by erupting the exterminating grinder with all his might. At the same time, he grabbed a severely injured 7 emotions sect female cultivator and brought her along to step onto the Green Lotus and escape into the Green Lotus space. In the Green Lotus space, the stunningly beautiful-looking female cultivator had her limbs ground down by him with the power of extinction, and it was difficult for her to move with her large hands around her neck. There were remnants of the power of extinction in her wounds, making it impossible for her to recover her limbs at all for a while. Wu Tian loosened his grip on her neck and used the power of extinction to turn into countless threads, enveloping her. Wu Tian looked at the female cultivator's absolutely beautiful face, and his voice was ice-cold. I ask you to answer. I can spare your life, or else search your soul and read your memory, and you will fly away from your soul and die. If not for the fact that the woman's cultivation level was higher than his and her yuanshan was stronger than his, he guessed that it would be difficult to search her soul to read her memories, or else he would have searched her soul directly long ago. But if the woman didn't cooperate, he would have no choice but to force a soul search and try to see if he could read her memories. After all, a move like soul searching was bound to cause damage to the soul. As soon as it is moved, the woman will turn into a cutie with high probability. The probability is small that the woman will become a little girl. The woman could have saved him a lot of work if she had cooperated with him and told him the information he wanted to know. The woman is not a person who does not know what is good and what is bad. She slowly spoke. As long as you can spare my life, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Seeing that she was so knowledgeable, Wu Tian nodded with satisfaction. He took out the burying sky demon flower he had just snatched and inquired towards her. Do you know what kind of spirit medicine this is and what it does? The woman looked at the flower in his hand and calmly said, I know the effects of this elixir, and I can tell you anything you want to ask, but you have to make a heavenly oath that you won't unload. End of chapter. Not much longer. From the woman's mouth, Wu Tian learned about the effects of the heaven-burying demon flower and the fruit of enlightenment. The burying sky demon flower and the nine-leaf sword grass were spirit medicines of the same grade, which could enable one to obtain a burying sky demon body and possess a great divine ability. The burying heaven demon body was no better compared to the innate sword body. If the innate sword body was created exclusively for the Tao of the sword, the burial heavenly demon body was the favorite of the Tao of the devil. Those who possessed a heaven-burying demon body were not only incomparably strong in their physical bodies, but they were also able to cultivate devil's way techniques and arts by leaps and bounds in a single day. And the stamina's psychic power is raw, and the recovery rate will be greatly increased. The point is, and that one great power, that was the most precious thing about the burial demon flower, and the demon body was just incidental. Of course, the value of the heaven-burying demon flower was another notch lower when compared to the fruit of enlightenment. After all, Mahayana stage cultivators basically cultivated great divine power, which was precious to them but not a rare thing. The fruit of enlightenment was different. It could help them comprehend the laws and increase their chances of becoming immortals. Immortals live with the heavens and shine with the sun and moon, so the temptation can be imagined. But for Wu Tian, although with his current strength, he was unable to fully digest the medicinal power of the fruit of enlightenment, and the effects of the fruit of enlightenment would be greatly reduced. But he wouldn't keep the fruit of enlightenment and take it when he had cultivated to the Mahayana stage. It wasn't certain if he could cultivate to the Mahayana stage, keeping the fruit of enlightenment to be a money-giving child for someone later. He wasn't that stupid. It is better to use things that can enhance one's strength as early as possible, so as not to make a dowry for others in vain. Wu Tian looked at the burying sky demon flower and the fruit of enlightenment in his hand, suppressed the excitement in his heart and put them away. He sized up the incomparably cooperative woman in front of him. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I still need you to cooperate. Saying this, he took out a blank jade slip and slowly said, I'm quite interested in your 7 emotions sex technique. You know what you should do, right? The woman was silent for a moment. You said you'd let me go if I told you the effects of the elixir. She had taken a heavenly oath that the sex techniques could not be outsourced. Wu Tian said indifferently, I did say that I would let you go, but you also have to cooperate with me in order to do so. You can rest assured that your life is not worth anything to me. I will not break the heavenly Tao oath. When he had made the heavenly Tao oath earlier, he had only said that he would keep her alive, but he had not said when he would let her go. It's a loophole in the text, but it's not that he's not a man of his word. Since the woman had fallen into his hands, he would not let her go so easily without draining her dry. The 7 emotions sex gong method could turn a person's 7 emotions and 6 desires into his own, but he was very interested in it. After all, if we're talking about 7 emotions, the billions of people on the blue planet are a great treasure. The environment on the blue planet makes for an unparalleled abundance of emotions and desires. If he could turn it all into his own, it should be able to boost his strength quite a bit as well. The woman's heart also expected this, and was not very surprised, and her behavior was also very cooperative. She quickly recorded the 7 emotion sex techniques into the jade slip, seemingly not caring about the constraints of the heavenly Tao oath. After all, she could live with the consequences of breaking her oath compared to her life. Wu Tian checked the freshly baked gongfu and noticed that the name of this gongfu even had the word Huangquan in it as well. The law of the 7 sentiments of the Yellow Springs. This gong method could absorb the 7 emotions and 6 desires and turn them into its own, and its own spiritual power would be transformed into the power of the 7 emotions. However, the woman only had the highest cultivation technique up to the transition stage, and the subsequent techniques were not clear. Although Wu Tian was a little disappointed, he was not very surprised. This Yellow Spring 7 emotions technique was the same as the Yellow Spring soul refining technique and blood god technique that he cultivated, both of which were Yellow Spring Sect techniques from the ancient times. Same root, same source. So this gong method he was also able to cultivate, and it wouldn't conflict with his own gong method. Wu Tian just looked at the technique a little bit and then put away the jade sketch. Not bad, you're quite sensible. He looked at the woman and smiled in satisfaction. Since the woman was so cooperative, Wu Tian did not make things difficult for her. Her life wasn't enough to make him break his heavenly oath. Therefore, Wu Tian directly led her out of the green lotus space and threw the woman to the 7 emotion sect and the others on the shore. Then without hesitation, he took a step into the next green lotus and entered the green lotus space. This caused the eyes of the dream love fairy on the shore to chill, with a strong killing intent in her eyes. This seat remembers you. Out of this relic. Must kill, she said coldly in her mind. However, she had already tested it, and it could not break through the green lotus space at all, and it would also cause a counterattack from the ocean of sword chi. Therefore, she really had no way to deal with Wu Tian. who was hiding in the green lotus space. Fairy Dreamlove looked at her senior sister, who had her limbs broken, and gave her an elixir to help her recover from her own injuries. Her eyes were even colder after she inquired about the details of her own senior sister's capture. However, right now she could do nothing about Wu Tian and was filled with anger that she could not vent. She looked at Fairy Xiao, who was being besieged in the distance, and hurriedly ran over with the cultivators of the 7 emotions sect. Since Wu Tian was hiding in the ocean of sword chi like a shrunken head turtle, she could only go and find Fairy Xiao. She hadn't grabbed any of the spirit medicines in the 3 medicinal fields, so naturally she wouldn't be willing to return empty-handed. Seeing so many people outside, Wu Tian knew that he had little chance of grabbing another elixir. If he dared to go out, he would surely be mobbed by the crowd. After all, he had snatched the burying sky demon flower and the fruit of enlightenment, and there were quite a few people who wanted to get spiritual medicines from him. He had to seize the time to transform these 2 types of elixirs into his own strength before saying anything. Therefore, after he returned to the green lotus space, he returned directly to the blue star. Blue star was the territory that belonged to him, where he could grow stronger without fear. In the great mountains of the Summer Kingdom, Wu Tian was in a cave, opening all the space rings he had gotten from the cultivators he had killed in the ruins. After checking his loot, he placed all the feats and spells all separately. Then he thought about it and directly took out the burying sky demon flower and began to devour and refine it. Not much longer, as the heaven burying demon flower was refined by him, his physique was rapidly changing. First, his entire body's bones turned into pitch black, ink-like demonic bones, and then his blood also quickly turned into black demonic blood. His physique had also strengthened quite a bit in the process. At the same time, terrifying Tao rhythms emanated from him, causing the space around him to quake and ripples visible to the naked eye to appear. One moment, black flames rose from him, instantly turning the clothes on his body into flying ash. I don't know how much time has passed. Wu Tian finally finished refining the burying sky demon flower and possessed the burying sky demon body. At the same time, he had also obtained a great divine ability, the burial demon flame. This demonic flame has horrible power, and the bystanders will die when they touch it, and it can devour everything and refine it into pure energy to feed back to him. If a cultivator was burned to death by the demonic flames, his flesh, blood, soul and all his cultivation would be refined into pure energy. Wu Tian could absorb this energy to enhance his cultivation. Even the trees of the earth could be refined and become the sustenance for him to raise his cultivation. As long as he had the ability, he could completely rely on this magic flame. Burial Heaven. End of chapter. A little while later, Wu Tian looked around. The big mountain he was on had been reduced to nothing. Only the small hill below him remained. Even the trees of the mountain peaks in a 10-mile radius were worn down by the spatial tremors caused by the Tao rhythm that emanated from his body when he refined the burying heavenly demon flower. Luckily, it was only the power he had unconsciously exuded, and the damage caused wasn't very great. As he looked around, a black flame appeared in his hand, and space was instantly distorted by the flames as layers of ripples appeared. This caused his original desire to test out the burial heavenly demon flame to instantly dissipate, dispersing the flame in his hand. Blue Star's space couldn't carry the power of a great divine ability like the burial demon flame. He was afraid of playing Blue Star up, and that would be a big deal. Wu Tian took a look at the damage he had done to his surroundings and turned into streams of light to find a new place. After he reblasted a cave on a mountain peak, he directly began to check out the feats and spells on his body. He didn't want to learn these feats, he just wanted to look at them, know a general idea, and increase his knowledge base. Since he knew the effects of the enlightenment fruit, he naturally wanted to bring out a little more of its effects. He wanted to use the fruit of enlightenment to create his own gong method. These feats and spells would allow him to use them as a reference. After all, no matter if it was the Yellow Spring Soul refining technique he cultivated or the Yellow Spring Blood God technique, these feats were ultimately someone else's path, not his. Furthermore, these feats belonged to the Devil's Way feats, and he was afraid that someone had left a backhand in these feats, now that he had obtained the fruit of enlightenment. And if the fruit of enlightenment was really like what the woman had said, it had all sorts of divine effects. He naturally had to take this opportunity to create the gongfu that belonged exclusively to him. 1 month later, Wu Tian read through all the feats and spells that he had obtained, as well as miscellaneous arts such as pills and formations, and firmly memorized them in his mind. Not much longer, after he was well prepared, he returned to the relic's green lotus space. Since the fruit of enlightenment enables one to melt into the Tao and realize the mysteries of the Tao, in his opinion, then, the Tao of the immortal and demon world must be better than that of the Blue Star world. After all, Blue Star wasn't even 1% as big as the Eastern Wasteland magic region, and whether there was a so-called Tao was still an unknown. There was only one fruit of enlightenment in his hand, or he had fought tooth and nail to snatch it. so he naturally wouldn't waste it for nothing. However, he didn't rush to refine the fruit of enlightenment, and instead, he let his doppelganger outside, burrow out of the earth, checked out the situation. But his doppelganger only observed for a moment before he was discovered and directly killed. But despite that, he saw quite a bit of the situation. Now it seemed that the Violet Sky Sword sect had become a dominant force in the ruins, and had even teamed up with the Seven Emotions sect to force the Blood God sect and the people from the Yaoqi Immortal Palace into the ocean of sword energy. Although Wu Tian couldn't figure out what was going on with them, he wasn't very concerned. After all, right now he still had to seize the time to refine the fruit of enlightenment. How could he care what was going on in their several clans? Not for a moment. Wu Tian adjusted himself and looked at the crystal-clear fruit of enlightenment in his hand and directly took a bite. The fruit of enlightenment melted in his mouth and was directly transformed into a warm stream that was absorbed by him. One moment. The terrifying medicinal power of the fruit of enlightenment caused Wu Tian to instantly come to his senses. It was as if his soul was out of his body and his consciousness was in a metaphysical state. He felt that the great Tao was close at hand, as if his divine soul had merged into the great Tao, and the laws of the Tao were all manifesting before his eyes. At this time, he is the word. However, he didn't indulge in the Tao, but instead seized the time to create his own gongfu. In this state, he felt as if he had turned into a computer with terrifying computing power. He was even more able to draw out his understanding of feats and spells, realize its essence. The techniques he had practiced himself as well as those he had seen appeared in his mind, all blended together. Take the good, take the bad. He would use these feats to create his own exclusive feats that best suited him. In the meantime, anomalies appeared on the ocean of sword chi, and the laws of Tao rhythms manifested. Let the relics of the people who saw the heart instantly rose all kinds of enlightenment, usually for the cultivation of incomprehensible places. At this time also instantly enlightenment. This was the Tao rhythm that escaped from Wu Tian when he melted the Tao with his body, and it was considered a chance for the cultivators outside. However, Lin Yun and Fairy Dreamlove were grimacing as they looked at the ocean of sword chi. They knew that this kind of vision must be someone refining the enlightenment fruit. This made the enlightenment fruit they wanted to grab instantly one less, so how could they be happy? Although they didn't know who had refined the fruit of enlightenment. However, they estimated that the probability was that it was Wu Tian, a person who appeared out of nowhere. After all, both Yi Xian and Fairy Shio had only snatched a single fruit of enlightenment, and they definitely didn't dare to refine it themselves. The two of them were disciples of the sect and had been carefully cultivated by the sect. With a great opportunity like the fruit of enlightenment, it was the time for them to return the favor to the clan. If they dared to refine it on their own, they would surely turn against the clan, even if their natural talent became even more terrifying. After all, raising a white wolf is not something anyone can accept. At least the old ancestors of the two major sects would definitely not treat them well, and it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to kill them in a fit of rage. Wu Tian was alone and had no such worries. Sure, if he were in a sect, he probably wouldn't have given the fruit of enlightenment away, but would have refined it himself. As for whether or not he could withstand the anger of the clan's ancestors, that was another matter. Anyway, with his character, he definitely wouldn't give up such a great opportunity to someone else. As time passes, not much longer, the visions on the ocean of sword chi disappeared, and the many cultivators gained a lot. However, Wu Tian, who was the rightful owner, had been transformed, and the harvest was even more incomparable. In the green lotus space, Wu Tian digested his gains. His eyes filled with laughter and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. His harvest this time was too great for him not to be happy. Although the greatest effect of the fruit of enlightenment had already passed, but his enlightenment had also increased to a terrifying level. Now even if he didn't have the subtle state of melting the Tao with his body, his enlightenment was at the level of a demon when compared to others. At least never again would you be unable to read powerful spells and aptitudes. Not only had he created his own exclusive gongfu this time, but he had also created the gongfu's supporting spell aptitude. He had fused the Yellow Spring Soul Refining Method, the Bone Refining Method, the Blood God Method, and the Seven Emotions Method, together with the other techniques as well as the power of his own exterminating demon flame. They were all fused together to create a technique that best suited his physique. Yellow Spring Heaven Swallowing Technique. This gong method can devour and refine all things, the soul and blood, the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and all things in heaven and earth can be refined and absorbed. The Yellow Spring Heaven Swallowing Technique could continue to fuse other techniques and absorb their advantages to become stronger. However, because he didn't have a technique from the transitional stage onwards to use as a reference, this technique could only be cultivated up to the transitional stage right now. But as long as there were other techniques incorporated into the Yellow Spring Heaven Swallowing Technique in the future, this technique would be able to devour other techniques to evolve a successor technique. It could be said that this gongfu was said to be a gongfu, but it already possessed a Tao rhythm and was outside of ordinary Gongfu. In addition to his feats, his entire spellcasting aptitude was also bird-dogged. It was fused together by his superiority, becoming stronger and weirder. End of chapter. This time, when he borrowed the power of the Fruit of Enlightenment to fuse the Tao with his body, he took his understanding of the Tao and fused it with numerous spells and aptitudes, created the 3 divine aptitudes that best suited his physique and Gong methods. They were the Yellow Spring Demon Seed, the Underworld Ghost Escape and the Robbing Fist of Destruction. Yellow Spring's Demon Seed. It was formed by him using the Blood God Sun as a base and fusing spells such as the Soul Slave Seal, possessing the characteristics of both the Blood God Sun and the Soul Slave Seal. He can use a sliver of his own spirit and demon blood to condense into a demon seed, planting it in another person's body and turning them into a cauldron. The Yellow Spring Demon Seed was even more secretive and difficult to detect than the Blood God's Sun. The demonic seed was integrated with the divine soul and could subconsciously influence the thoughts of the hearth. Every move and thought of the furnace din could be seen and sensed by the demon seed, completely eliminating all hidden dangers. If the stove tripod moves, he can kill the stove tripod with a thought and devour its cultivation to feed himself. When necessary, he could also have the demon seed devour the furnace and form a Yellow Spring doppelganger. By then, the body of the stove tripod would look like nothing had changed to outsiders, and even the aura of the soul was nothing out of place. However, the inner part had been replaced by Wu Tian and was dominated by him. Beyond that, the Yellow Springs magic seed can also be used alone to form a Yellow Springs doppelganger, and this kind of bilocation was generally the same as his main body. No matter whether it was in terms of cultivation or divine ability spells, there was no difference. It's safe to say, it was difficult for outsiders to distinguish between his doppelganger and his main body, achieving the effect of faking the real thing. However, this kind of individually condensed Yellow Spring doppelganger required a considerably higher amount of energy consumption than the demon seed. But no matter whether it was a demonic seed planted in another person's body or whether it was an alter ego that he had separately condensed, as long as he had the demonic seed and bilocation remaining, he was immortal. Even if his main body died, he could still be resurrected through the cauldron that had been planted with the demonic seed, as well as his Yellow Spring doppelganger. This divine ability was also the one that he had spent the most time on when he melted the Tao with his body before reaching the level of a great divine ability. It could be said that this divine ability was more precious in his heart than the burial heavenly demon flame. It's also more useful to him. As for the great divine ability he already possessed, the burying sky demon flame, it was just more in tune with his gongfu and would allow him to better utilize it. This great avatar he did not yet have that power to change it, and therefore the change was not great. Other than these 2 major divine abilities, the other 2 minor divine abilities were much less powerful. The underworld ghost escape was formed by the spatial laws that he had comprehended by using the ghost escape as the basis and fusing other escape techniques. This recluse art escaped without the slightest trace or fluctuation, hidden beyond compare. Ordinary formation space. This divine ability could also easily pass through it, and still not be detected by the formation. It was also something he used exclusively for escaping, which would allow him to save his life. The robbery destruction fist, on the other hand, was formed by him using the power of destruction as the basis and fusing it with the Heavenly Thunder Fist. The Heavenly Thunder Fist carried the characteristics of a heavenly calamity that made it impossible to avoid, combined with the powerful abrasive intent of the power of extinction. Only then did the party allow him to comprehend the divine ability of the robbing destruction fist. When he punched down, the enemy would be unable to avoid it and be worn down by the power of extinction. It was just that this divine ability of his was much less powerful compared to the extermination grinding wheel, and it wasn't as terrifying as the extermination grinding wheel. However, the extermination grinding wheel was too conspicuous and easily targeted by great powers, and he didn't dare to use it at will after he exited the ruins. That was why he had created the robbery destruction fist to increase his means of attack. After all, the avatar was not like artifacts like spiritual treasures, which his doppelganger was also able to use. Furthermore, with the Yellow Spring Heaven swallowing technique, his physical body would also become stronger with his cultivation, and the power of the robbing fist of destruction could not be underestimated. Now he possessed the Yellow Spring Heaven swallowing technique, a powerful technique of dual cultivation of the Dharma body. Together with the 4 divine abilities of the 2 big and 2 small ones, the strength had already increased by several times. A little while later, Wu Tian checked the changes in himself and directly switched to cultivating the Yellow Spring Heaven swallowing technique. Because the Yellow Spring Heaven swallowing technique was originally comprehended by him with his own cultivation, the conversion was smooth. Not much longer. The spiritual energy attribute in Wu Tian's body was transformed into the demonic element of the Yellow Spring Heaven swallowing technique, possessing the technique's characteristic of being able to devour and refine everything. The demonic elements in his body also became more terrifying, and his power increased greatly. With the ample supply of energy from the world-destroying grinding disc, His fleshly body was also on par with his cultivation and several times stronger. It was just that although the Yellow Spring Heaven swallowing technique allowed him to dual cultivate his Dharma body and possess a more powerful demonic element, however, the resources consumed were also a lot more, not comparable to ordinary feats. But now even if he didn't rely on the extermination grinding disc and only relied on his feats and divine abilities, it would still allow him to be invincible at the same level and cross over. In addition to the Gongfu aptitude, he had also optimized his evil ghost solitary formation into the 10,000 ghost swallowing heaven formation. The soul refining grand formation that could envelop the entire blue star was also created by him. Yellow Spring Soul Refining Formation. This large formation could envelop the entire blue star and form a subspace, just like an artificially created hell. With the Yellow Spring Soul Refining Array, the souls of the living beings who died on the blue star would be sucked into the array and refined into ghosts. The Great Formation could also absorb the 7 emotions and 6 desires emanating from the humans on the blue planet and use them as sustenance to feed the ghosts in the formation. It could be said that this grand formation could make things a lot easier for Wu Tian. The billions of people on the blue planet could really be utilized by him as well. However, even though he had already dabbled quite a bit in the area of formations just now with his body melting into the Tao, it was enough to lay down the Yellow Spring Soul Refining Formation. However, it was difficult for a skillful woman to cook without rice, and he was still close to the materials needed to set up the array, so he could only wait until later. Wu Tian looked at the little energy left in his extermination grinder. He thought about it and didn't use the energy to raise his cultivation. Instead, he used this energy to condense the demonic seed and transform it into an out-of-body incarnation. It wasn't until he had quite a few great powers in his hands with the world-destroying grinding wheel that he exposed the wheel again in this relic. Adding to the fact that he had robbed the fruit of enlightenment and the burial heavenly demon flower, he wouldn't dare to let his main body go out and make waves again. His doppelganger was general enough like his main body to be a fake. He'd have to use his doppelganger to find a chance to fake his death and get out of the attention of the others before he could do so. 10 days later, a terrifying sword intent rose up in the ocean of sword chi, causing the ocean of sword chi to riot, and countless sword chi filled the sky like waves. A green lotus shattered on the ocean of sword chi, and a silhouette appeared from it, a terrifying sword intent emanating from her. Countless sword chi surrounded her like a pilgrimage. The silhouette hung above the ocean of sword chi, but the countless sword chi around her couldn't hurt her in the slightest. Lin Yun looked at immortal Xiao on the ocean of sword chi and said with a grim expression, "She refined the 9-leaf sword grass and gained great magical powers." How did he not know what was going on in the scene before him? Fairy Xiao now possessed great divine power, so she was expected to have increased her strength greatly and was no longer so easy to deal with. Fairy Dreamlove's face did not look good either, as she looked at the terrifying sword intent emanating from Xiao's body, and directly played on the 7 devil chin. Tentatively, he sent out an attack towards immortal Xiao. A materialized 7 emotions demonic sound attacked towards immortal Xiao, and before it could get close, it was blocked by the formation on the ocean of sword energy. Seeing that the formation was still in place, Fairy Dreamlove could only give up her attack. But immortal Xiao had obtained a great divine ability, still about the Tao of the sword, with unparalleled attacks and incomparable power. With this great divine ability, her strength had increased exponentially, so naturally, she would not be willing to hide in the ocean of sword chi anymore. As the holy maiden of the Yao Qi Immortal Palace, she had her own strong heart. Furthermore, she wanted to test out the great divine ability she had just acquired. She then glanced at the Dream Love Immortal and the others on the shore, and directly slashed her sword towards the crowd on the shore. End of chapter. Jing! The sound of sword chants rang out. 9 illusory divine swords appeared in the void behind immortal Xiao, instantly turning into substance, with terrifying sword chi lingering around the swords. One moment. The 9 divine swords merged into the Fuyao sword in immortal Xiao's hand, and cracks appeared in the void as the sword slashed through. Immortal Xiao slashed down with her sword, and a huge sword chi cut through the void. A huge crack appeared in the space where the sword energy passed through, and the formations on the ocean of sword energy were unable to stop it. When Lin Yun and the others on the shore saw how terrifying the sword chi was, they hurriedly activated their divine abilities and spells to fend it off. However, under that terrifyingly huge sword chi, countless spiritual treasures spells were instantly split apart, and the spells directly dissipated. Even some people's spiritual treasures were destroyed by this sword. Luckily, there were enough of them to still block the attack. Just as he saw immortal Xiao move, all the people from the Yao Qi Immortal Palace appeared from the Green Lotus, followed by the people from the Blood God Sect. Fairy Xiao's strength had increased greatly, and the 2 clans naturally wanted to take this opportunity to kill their way out. Yi Xian also had the fruit of enlightenment on his body, and if they stayed in this relic for too long, it would even out a lot of changes, so it was better to go out as early as possible. Immortal Xiao was in a great state of power. and the spiritual light on the Fuyao sword was so great that 9 divine swords split out from the Fuyao sword. The 9 divine swords were like materialized flying swords, along with the Fuyao sword, attacking the shore cultivators with terrifying sword chi. Although those 9 divine swords weren't as terrifying as combining them together, their power couldn't be underestimated. With Immortal Shiyao in the lead, the people from the Yaoqi Immortal Palace and the Blood God Sect followed her and killed the shore, forcing Lin Yun and Immortal Dreamlove and the others back. Kill! The counterattack has begun. Immortal Shiyao commanded 9 divine swords, and with her own flying sword attacks, she alone was able to press Lin Yun as well as Immortal Dreamlove into a fight. However, the Purple Heavenly Sword Sect relied on its numerical advantage and directly fought with the Yaoqi Immortal Palace and the Blood God Sect's people on the shore. On the Green Lotus where Wu Tian was, the doppelganger, which was generally the same as him, was looking at the cultivators who were fighting on the shore and leaping into action. This bilocation was something he had purposely condensed over the past few days, and outsiders were simply unable to tell if this was his main body or a bilocation. After looking at it for a while, he directly took a step out and came to the shore. Fairy Shiyao, I've come to help you, Wu Tian shouted, and his surroundings instantly turned into a sea of fire with demonic flames. The combined cultivators within the sea of fire, the domains were unable to resist the power of the demonic flames and were quickly devoured and refined. A stream of energy surged into Wu Tian's body and was quickly absorbed by him. When Wu Tian saw that the energy devoured by his doppelganger was able to be intercepted by his main body, there was no surprise in his heart at all. His own avatar. What it did he still knew well. However, the doppelganger was fighting right now and still had to rely on these devoured energies to restore his spiritual power, so he didn't intercept them. Wu Tian did not give a single spiritual treasure to the bilocation, where the bilocation's means of attack were only divine powers and spells. The Burying Heaven Demon Flame was the most powerful divine ability of the doppelganger and his main means of attack. Wu Tian's detachment turned his surroundings into a sea of fire, and as long as the cultivators in the area covered by his sea of fire, they were all targets of his attacks. However, the main target of his attack was still the Violet Sky Sword Sect and the others. Wu Tian was in the midst of the sea of demonic flames and fire, and no one could get close to him. Even the spiritual treasures that attacked towards him were unable to break through the demonic flame barrier and attack Wu Tian's doppelganger in the sea of fire. When Yi Xian and Fairy Shiyao saw that Wu Tian was helping them, they just gave him a strange look in their eyes and did not attack him. The fruit of enlightenment had already been refined by Wu Tian, and the most he had on him was the Burying Heavenly Demon Flower. So now was not the time to turn the other cheek. Wu Tian, with his own heritage and the terror of the great divine ability of the Burying Heavenly Demon Flame, was enough to allow him to fight against the crowd with his refined void cultivation. Immortal Shiyao was even using her newly acquired great aptitude in the Tao of the Sword to forcefully suppress both Lin Yun and Immortal Dreamlove. Under the combined efforts of the crowd, Lin Yun's side, which had the numerical advantage, was also retreating and unable to stop them. Wu Tian glanced at the battlefield and directly went all the way towards the Sea of Swords to kill. With the scene in front of him, he felt that he should be able to keep this doppelganger of his and not have to send it to waste. After all, this doppelganger had consumed a lot of his energy, and it was a bit of a waste to send it to death for nothing. Not much longer. Wu Tian broke through the blockage of the Violet Sky Sword Sect and killed his way into the Sea of Swords. Immortal Shiyao and the others didn't tangle too much with the Violet Sky Sword Sect and the Seven Emotions Sect either, prioritizing running away as their main focus. After all, although her great divine power was powerful, it also consumed a lot and could not last. Wu Tian was the first to rush out of the Sea of Swords and return to the Green Lotus Hall. Immortal Shiyao and the others also followed closely behind, catching up in no time. After Wu Tian exited the Green Lotus Hall, he found a palace to hide in the cluster of palaces outside. As he watched, a group of cultivators fought and approached the exit of the ruins. A little while later, Wu Tian also quietly followed. He was afraid that there were great powers from these sects guarding outside, thus he didn't dare to be the first to go out. When these cultivators who possessed the fruit of enlightenment exited this relic first, if there were any great powers out there, they would definitely compete for the fruit of enlightenment. Big fight. At that time, it would be the chance for this alter ego of his to escape from this relic. As for his main body, he wasn't prepared to venture out with it in case he was caught by a great power. He wondered if there was anyone who could break his divine ability, so that his immortal body could not work, and he would simply die in body when his main body died. Therefore, he felt it was better to leave his main body in the ruins and let his doppelganger go out to make waves. If they were caught, it would only be the loss of a doppelganger. Something anyway. His doppelganger can do it too. His main body stayed in the ruins to cultivate. The safety aspect was definitely higher. After all, in the middle of this relic, no matter what harmonized cultivator wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be that easy. Not much longer. As Immortal Shiyao rushed out of the ruins, the others also ran out. The ruins that were lively just a moment ago became quiet in the blink of an eye. Wu Tian came to the exit vortex and waited quietly. He waited for about half an hour and nothing happened. He looked at the exit vortex in front of him and felt it was about time. He was secretly vigilant in his heart and walked straight out of the relics. One moment. Wu Tian came out of the vortex and looked around warily. You finally gave up and came out. Before he could look around, a voice rang in his ears. Without any hesitation, Wu Tian directly performed the underworld ghost escape and disappeared into a recluse. When the Dreamlove fairy who was preparing to surround Wu Tian saw this, her eyes turned cold. A bit of tact. Her gaze was firmly locked on the direction that Wu Tian had fled, and she could obviously detect his whereabouts. She didn't hesitate and directly led the people of the Seven Emotions sect to turn into recluse light and chase after them. Wu Tian was in the 10,000 Souls Jedi region, and after running in one direction for a while, he saw terrifying battle fluctuations coming from the front. Without saying a word, he directly changed directions and continued to flee. Compared to the Dreamlove fairy and the others chasing him from behind, the people fighting in front of him were undoubtedly more terrifying, and he didn't want to go and join in the fun. Among the remains, Wu Tian was pondering in his heart, and his main body returned directly to the blue star. Although his bilocation had only taken a glance just now, there were only people from the Seven Emotions sect squatting outside the ruins, and they had now been lured away by his bilocation as well. As it is, he'll just have to catch up on some things. He used the energy in the extermination grinder to condense 3 doppelgangers out. Aside from the one that was being hunted, he still had 2 doppelgangers at his disposal, enough for him to lay out some plans. After Wu Tian returned to Blue Star, he searched in Xia. The people in Xia who are not part of the official government and still remain in the folklore, and who have different spiritual roots of heaven and earth, were all knocked out and loaded into the spirit animal bag. End of chapter. Not much longer. Wu Tian did not delay, collected the people and returned to the immortal demon world. After all, his doppelganger was still being chased by the Dreamlove Immortal, running around within the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region. If there were 2 worlds separating his main body from his doppelganger, the connection between the two would become weak and he would not be able to share his senses in real time. However, compared to the previous blood godchild, this demonic seed transformed into a doppelganger was already very good. At least it wouldn't directly isolate his main body from his doppelganger. Therefore, he left behind an alter ego at the Blue Star to refine formation bases in the various large mountains. Although his Yellow Springs soul refining formation was still close to having the materials for the formation, some preparations could still be done. Among the remains, Wu Tian planted the demonic seeds on all the Xia humans inside the spirit animal bag, and from then on, their lives and deaths were only at his whim. He had a doppelganger take these thousands of people out of the secret realm and rush all the way towards the Violet Sky Sword Sect. Although he didn't know the way, he was in the territory of the Violet Sky Sword Sect, so it wasn't difficult to find where the Sword Sect was. His doppelganger was dressed in a white robe and had a black mask on his face, both of which could isolate his divine sense from probing. Coupled with his self-created advanced spell Divine Concealment, he could hide his breath and spiritual power fluctuations and change his true cultivation. So even if he was a big devil walking on the land of the righteous, it's also not as conspicuous and draws attention from others. But while his white-robed doppelganger was fine, his black-robed doppelganger was a bit miserable. Fairy Dreamlove led the people of the Seven Emotions sect to catch up with Wu Tian and surrounded him, only to hear Fairy Dreamlove look at Wu Tian's doppelganger and coldly say, "Hand over the heaven-burying demon flower and I can spare your life, and also allow you to join my sacred sect and cultivate supreme demonic skills." Despite her words, she did not have the slightest idea of letting Wu Tian off the hook in her heart. She just wanted to get the heaven-burying demon flower first before it was destroyed by Wu Tian. After all, Wu Tian had eaten the fruit of enlightenment, so there might still be medicinal power left in his body. If she refined Wu Tian into a blood pill, it would also enhance her enlightenment quite a bit. Together with the extermination grinding wheel that Wu Tian had taken out earlier, it was undoubtedly a top-grade spiritual treasure with its power. It also made her covet it and want to kill for it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have abandoned the others and stood guard at the exit of the relics waiting for Wu Tian to come out. However, what was in front of her eyes was only one of Wu Tian's doppelgangers. The heaven-burying demon flower had also been refined by him a long time ago, so how could he still take it out? Furthermore, he didn't believe what Fairy Dreamlove had said about handing over the initiative to someone else. It was just that he was a bit surprised that Fairy Dreamlove couldn't see that he had already refined the heaven-burying demon flower. After all, his burying sky demon flame was not concealed in the slightest. However, he didn't know that the divine abilities that could be obtained by refining this kind of elixir weren't fixed, and the Tao rhythms during refining couldn't be concealed at all. While he was refining the burial demon flower in the blue star, there was no movement at all in the green lotus ruins. Fawn was identified by the Dreamlove Fairy that the heaven-burying demon flower was still in his possession. But it doesn't matter. Wu Tian looked at the many cultivators around him. His eyes mimicked and a smile appeared on his face as he fawned over Fairy Dreamlove. Fairy, I'm a casual cultivator. It's an honor to join the 7 Emotions sect. As long as you can spare my life, I can give you whatever you want. With that, he took out a storage ring and threw it towards Immortal Dreamlove. Immortal, in here are the spiritual treasures and the burying heavenly demon flower that I obtained. Immortal, please smile. Fairy Dreamlove didn't expect him to be so cooperative, and vigilantly used her spiritual power to fix the storage ring in the air, not accepting it directly, but seeing nothing odd about the storage ring, she then sucked it into her hand. She checked the storage ring with a hint of excitement. The excitement in her eyes instantly receded and she looked at Wu Tian with eyes full of ice. How dare you trick me? Wu Tian was full of doubts. Why did Fairy say that? But I gave you both the spiritual treasure and the burying heavenly demon flower. Saying that he seemed to have thought of something, with anger in his eyes. You want to go back on your word. Take my spiritual treasure and burying heavenly demon flower. And you still don't want to let me go. In that case, let the fish die. After Wu Tian finished speaking without waiting for Fairy Dreamlove to open her mouth, he did not hesitate to release the burying heavenly demon flame and kill towards her. He just wanted to blatantly plant the Dreamlove Fairy and find a place for the spiritual treasures and spiritual medicines he was carrying. As for whether other people believed it or not, that was not his concern. As long as he died at the hands of the Dreamlove Fairy, I thought that someone would believe it. But he didn't purposely let go of the water, but put up a fight. He fiercely attacked the 7 Emotion sect cultivators that surrounded him. One time, he took one for the team and turned the surrounding area into a sea of fire. But cultivators that were killed by his demonic flame, the devoured energy was intercepted by Wu Tian's main body and became his sustenance. Since Wu Tian had decided to use the black-robed doppelganger to send it to its death, he naturally had to utilize its remaining value, kill a little more people. However, under the siege of many cultivators, the black-robed doppelganger's spiritual energy was consumed very quickly, and it didn't take long for the attack to weaken. It didn't take long. Demonis, I'm going to die with you. The black-robed doppelganger let out a roar of unwillingness, and regardless, he turned into streams of light and rushed towards Immortal Dreamlove. Boom! He stood up to the attacks of many cultivators and rushed closer to directly explode himself. However, as the aftershocks of the huge explosion dispersed, Immortal Dreamlove didn't suffer much damage, only her face was a bit ugly. She searched and failed to find Wu Tian's other storage equipment. The storage ring that Wu Tian had thrown to her also only contained some trash, which was difficult to catch her eye at all. She swept a glance around at her siblings and thought for a moment. She felt that what she had just killed should not be Wu Tian's real body, or else she would not have been able to die without using her spiritual treasure. Or, Wu Tian is just the pawn. There are others behind him. But this speculation only flashed through her mind, and she was more convinced that Wu Tian was not dead. After all, someone who could possess great powers would not be a pawn puppet for others. How the people of the 7 Emotions sect thought Wu Tian didn't know that the doppelganger that he had discarded was just used to fake death to get away. Anything that serves to reduce attention a little bit is earned for him, because it would allow his white-robed doppelganger to walk outside better. I don't know how much time has passed. Wu Tian's white-robed doppelganger had finally arrived at the city of Asking Immortals near the Violet Skysword sect. This city was relatively close to where the sect of the Violet Skysword sect was located, and there were many cultivators in the city, as well as many mortals. Although Ask Immortal City was a mixture of immortals and mortals, the mortals who could live in the city were basically those with a bit of a background, and most of them were family members of the Immortal Sect's disciples. Instead of entering Ask Immortal City, Wu Tian arrived at a small mountain village in the area where Ask Immortal City was located. He had already poked around, and in half a year the Violet Skysword sect would be recruiting disciples. He was prepared to test the waters with one first, to see if he would be recognized by the Sword Sect's great powers before he said anything. His previous Sakura Nation test subject had died back in the Eastern Wasteland, and now he would have to retest it. After all, the Sword Sect was as strong as the clouds, and if his pawns could not be recognized by the Sword Sect, then his plan could be implemented. End of chapter. In a small mountain village, Wu Tian chose from his spirit beast bag and selected a man with a golden spirit root. The purple sky sword sect majored in the sword Dao, and the gold system heavenly spirit root was also better able to cultivate the sword sect's Gongfu, and was valued by the sword sect. Wu Tian's yellow spring heaven swallowing technique could be fused with other techniques to become stronger, and these people were his pawns to obtain techniques and resources. These people were Wu Tian's demon sea furnace cauldron, and the techniques, spells and aptitudes they cultivated could be fed back to him through the demon seed. These people possessed the natural talent of heaven and earth spiritual roots, which was thought to be enough to obtain the sect's vigorous cultivation, tilting its resources in their favor. As long as Wu Tian had enough demon seed furnace tripods under his command, it could be much faster than risking his own life to grab the merit resources. However, Wu Tian was not using these people as consumables. That would be too much of a waste. With their natural talent, as long as they cultivated step by step, they thought that there should be no surprises in becoming strong. Therefore, he was prepared to make the magic seeds into a system that would allow these people to become players and help him obtain feats and resources. The devil seed possessed the properties of his kung fu, which could absorb all kinds of energies and refine them to feed back to the furnace cauldron. As long as there were enough resources, the cultivation speed of the hearth could be greatly increased. For example, if a cultivator can't directly absorb something like demon dan, the stove tripod can borrow the demon seed to absorb and refine it, transforming it into an origin energy that the stove tripod can directly absorb. Their spiritual roots could be used as a bargaining chip to join the sect and receive vigorous cultivation from the sect. And the system formed by the magic seeds was the golden finger that allowed them to cultivate quickly. After all, even if it was a heavenly spirit root, there was a limit to the speed at which it could absorb and refine spiritual chi. The devil seed, on the other hand, could help them quickly refine all kinds of treasures, allowing their cultivation speed to far exceed that of normal people. Wu Tian only needed to intercept 1 or 2% of the energy refined by the demonic seed, and he shouldn't be short of energy to cultivate. The techniques and spells they cultivated could also be synchronized for him, which was equivalent to giving him cultivation. Of these thousands of people in his hands, there were 8 heavenly spiritual roots, hundreds of ectoplasmic spiritual roots, and the rest were all earthly spiritual roots. With so many people, if he were to release one from each clan, it would be equivalent to thousands of clans providing resources for him to cultivate. The heavenly pride disciples they had worked so hard to cultivate would be able to become his helpers in the future. Moreover, his demonic seed was fused with the stove tripod, and it also allowed him to learn a lot of information through the stove tripod. It was equivalent to each of the hearths being his eyes, allowing him to know what the hearths were seeing and hearing. He had thousands of people in his hands who didn't know much about the changes at Blue Star. The information about Blue Star having him as an immortal cultivator was even more unheard of for them, because these people have little background. They are all ordinary people at the bottom of the ladder, and they simply do not have access to information that can be obtained. All they can know is what the people above them let them know. The cultivation resources Wu Tian had given to Xia were not much. The high-level people were not enough. How could it be the turn of ordinary people like them? Therefore, even if they possessed heaven and earth spiritual roots, they did not have the opportunity to cultivate immortality. Even the livestock and poultry in Xia in the previous few years had been consumed by Wu Tian by more than half, making meat unaffordable for ordinary people in Xia. In their eyes, it's also just a mass die-off of livestock and poultry due to an unknown virus. The people who possessed spiritual roots within the statistics of the Summer Kingdom also took advantage of the horrors of the virus to have everyone have a medical checkup. In their eyes it was just a medical checkup, but in reality it was Xiaogui using the name of a medical checkup to secretly test whether or not they possessed spiritual roots. So although the Xia government was concerned about these people with spiritual roots, these people did not know the hidden agenda, but the fact that these people knew nothing about it was a good thing for Wu Tian, allowing him to better implement his plan. That's why he prioritized them. To Wu Tian, they were furnaces, pawns to help him become stronger. But what an opportunity for these people. A chance to cultivate immortality. Although they are pawns, they can have the opportunity to change their destiny and cultivate immortality and longevity. It's better than wasting your life as a mortal cow or horse, busy and wasted. After all, they are just ordinary people, with an ordinary life at a glance. This is the chance. It was expected that even if someone knew that they were a pawn, they would still be willing and seize this opportunity to cultivate immortality. At least, even if Wu Tian knew that he was a pawn, he would not give up this chance to change his fate. Ride the wind with your sword. Traveling towards the North Sea and Kangwu, who hasn't fantasized about flying with a sword and having the power to move mountains? Whether these people were willing or not Wu Tian did not know, but it was not up to them now. Not much longer. Wu Tian arranged a script for the chosen man to be saved by a hunter in a small mountain village and brought back home. However, in order to prevent the sword sect powerhouse from having the ability to detect karma, he did not roughly modify the hunter's memories, but instead subconsciously influenced his thoughts. Wu Tian stealthily moved into the shadows, allowing the man to wake up from his stupor. He watched as the youth named Chen Hao went from being confused to being surprised, excitedly checking out the immortal demon system formed by the demon seed. In order to make it easier for him to understand, Wu Tian also got a system panel out for him. Name, Chen Hao. Age, 20. Spiritual root, gold, heavenly spiritual root. Cultivation, none. Technique, none. Spells, none. Mainline, Task 1, join the clan and embark on the path of immortal cultivation. Quest reward, Imperial Sword Art. At the same time, regarding the functions of the system, Wu Tian also instilled a brain directly into his mind through the magic seed. But even though the magic seed had a sliver of his genesis, he wasn't prepared to be a system that had questions and answers, other than subliminally influencing its behavior. The system is a dead weight, other than the fact that it can help the player to cultivate. Everything else is up to the player. Wu Tian wasn't that free to babysit them, he just needed to drive them with tasks. As for the bonus spells, it was nothing more than something he could do with his hands. A simple spell like this that the magic seed could just imbue. A little while later, after Chen Hao accepted the fact that he had crossed over, he gradually integrated into the small mountain village and went along with the script arranged by Wu Tian. As he inquired from the hunters that the Purple Sky Sword Sect's once-in-a-decade disciple acceptance meeting was about to take place, he also stepped out from the small mountain village. Chen Hao followed the hunter as he traveled to the town to sell his furs, officially beginning his quest for immortality. He arrived in the town just as someone from the town was also heading to Ask Immortal City to seek immortality. He joined the merchant caravan by chance again, and traveled with it to Ask the Immortal City. With a lot of bouncing around, he arrived at Ask the Immortal City without any danger. He arrived at the same time in the Immortal Questioning City when the Immortal Questioning Conference started, so he could just go directly to the conference site. After all, when Chen Hao arrived at Ask Immortal City, Wu Tian couldn't arrange him at will. Wu Tian was afraid that he would accidentally starve to death or be killed at the drop of a hat, so it was better to pinpoint the time. However, although Wu Tian was not good enough to intervene again, Chen Hao's natural talent was too much, and he had received the attention of the Purple Heavenly Sword Sect after he measured his spiritual root. As Wu Tian watched Chen Hao being led back to the Purple Sky Sword Sect by the people from the Sword Sect, he then vanished into the distance and ran a little farther. However, he also detached a sliver of his mind to focus on Chen Hao. What Chen Hao had seen and heard was like in front of his eyes. If Chen Hao couldn't pass the hurdle of the Sword Sect's great power, he would instantly make his soul fly away. End of chapter. Wu Tian withdrew his mind after Chen Hao entered the Violet Sky Sword Sect, lest he be detected by the Sword Sect's great powers. After all, with his natural talent, when he first entered the sect, the great powers would definitely pay some attention to him. However, Chen Hao's situation was also still known to him, and everything was under his control. His main body was in the relics absorbing the remaining energy in the extermination grinding wheel to cultivate, while his doppelganger was collecting formation materials. The strength of his doppelganger was said to be strong, but being in the land of the righteous, as long as he didn't reveal his identity as a devil cultivator, his safety was still guaranteed. At least the doppelgangers are out walking around without so many killers and robbers. The Great Jin dynasty had a vast territory, and besides the Violet Sky Sword Sect, there were quite a few other sects. These sects were scattered in all directions, paving the way with the Great Jin dynasty, and were considered subordinate sects of the Violet Sky Sword Sect. Wu Tian's doppelganger was in the marketplaces where these sects were located, collecting formation materials all over the place. At the same time, he was also gathering information about the Divine Kingdom to keep him in mind. No one knew how big the Divine State was, but the Divine State was not the entirety of the barbarian continent. It was only the Divine State that was the land of the human race, with countless sects and dynasties all over the place, and countless humans thriving in it. 10,000 races were established outside of the Divine State, and various forces dominated the area. However, for the average person, the huge Divine State could not be explored in a lifetime, let alone the world outside the Divine State. Within the Divine State, there were 6 great clans sitting on one side, defending against foreign clans. The other sects and imperial forces were all just vassals of these 6 great sects. The 6 great sects were the Violet Sky Sword Sect, Yaoqi Immortal Palace, 9 Heavens Tao Sect, 10,000 Buddhas Temple, Blood God Sect, and 7 Emotions Sect. Among them, there were only 2 devil sects, which could not compete with the righteous path. As a result, the righteous path within the Divine State is powerful, and the devil's path can only be partial to one side. However, the 9 Heavens Tao Sect and 10,000 Buddhas Temple did not border with the territories of the 2 great demonic sects, and there was an extinct area in between. The distance is too far. It was difficult to pose a threat to the 2 major demonic sects, so the only ones who were incompatible with the 2 major demonic sects were the Violet Sky Sword Sect and the Yaoqi Immortal Palace. The place where Wu Tian was belonged to the Violet Sky Sword Sect, one of the 6 major sects, and bordered the territory of the Blood God Sect. There were numerous affiliated sects below the Violet Sky Sword Sect, and numerous dynasties below the affiliated Great Jin dynasty. Wu Tian's doppelganger had been running around the territory of the Violet Sky Sword Sect for a month, and had finally collected all the materials for the formation. During this month, Chen Hao had also stabilized himself in the Violet Sky Sword Sect, and had been vigorously cultivated by the Violet Sky Sword Sect. He was also basically sure that the backhand he left on Chen Hao was still quite safe, and the great powers probably couldn't discover it. In this way, he could act as a pawn to carry out his own plan to have Blue Star invade the world of immortals and demons, waiting for all these pawns of his to become strong under the cultivation of these sects. In time, this divine state is filled with his people, and the world is so big that he can't get anywhere. When he was strong enough, even if he wanted to destroy the world, who could stop him? Since Wu Tian had this opportunity to cultivate immortality, he naturally wanted to become an immortal, to become that immortal who lived with the heavens. Therefore, he did not delay and told his doppelganger to hurry and return to the ruins and hand over the formation materials he had collected. Then he had to have his doppelganger disperse all the many pieces within the spirit beast pouch to all the major sects in the divine state. Not much longer, Wu Tian's detachment arrived at the 10,000 spirits Jedi region, yet the sight at the entrance of the ruins made his heart sink. The entrance to the ruins. It had been blocked off by the people of the Violet Sky Sword Sect, forbidding anyone else from entering. It was obvious that the Violet Sky Sword Sect wanted to keep this relic for themselves and didn't want anyone else to get their hands on it. Wu Tian looked at the terrifying might emanating from the leader of the group of people from the Sword Sect, which was obviously much stronger than the harmonized cultivator. Obviously, that person was at least a transitional power. Wu Tian pondered for a moment, and could only retreat unwillingly. The void mirror was on his main body, and the doppelganger was unable to travel to and from the Blue Star on its own. Now that his doppelganger couldn't enter the relics, he could only wait until later if he wanted to lay down the Yellow Spring Soul refining formation in Blue Star. As it is, Wu Tian could only retreat to the next best thing, first letting his doppelganger disperse the thousands of people within the spirit beast bags in the major clans before saying anything. These people were only mortals, and although he had been controlling them to take pills to dispel the grain daily for this month, it wouldn't work for too long. Now that he couldn't return to the relics, he naturally had to hurry up and take care of these people. He was going to put 1 or 2 people in all the big and small clans below the Violet Sky Sword Sect before heading to the territory of the Yaoqi Immortal Palace. These people he was only going to arrange in the land of the righteous. After all, these were the ones with better natural talent, and the Devil Sect didn't place much value on natural talent, and the environment within the sect was brutal. Those with good talent enter the righteous path and those with poor talent enter the devil's path. The devil's way is cruel though, and the survival environment is like raising a parasite. However, the Blue Star also had the largest number of people with miscellaneous spirit roots, and with the advantage of numbers, there was always someone who could survive in the demon sect. Moreover, the speed at which demonic cultivators became stronger was fast enough to keep up with the cultivation speed of those with exceptional natural talent. But these people would probably just have to have him invest a little bit of resources up front, or else most of them would have to die up front, which is a bit of a waste. But as soon as these guys grow up, it's simple for him to get his money back. The only thing that was a bit troublesome was that he didn't know if foreigners on the blue planet would be accepted by the people of the immortal world. After all, people in the world of immortals are yellow, and the black and white skin color of foreigners is an anomaly. To the people of the immortal and demon world, those people were presumed to be half demons. There are half demons in the world of immortals and demons, belonging to the products of the combination of humans and demons, carrying the characteristics of the demon race. For example, some half demons had tails, some had animal ears, and all had demon blood flowing in their bodies, belonging uniquely outside of the human and demon races, and were not recognized by the two races. Wu Tian's doppelganger had also seen beautiful snake women in the marketplace. The upper half of her body was incredibly beautiful, but the lower half of her body had a snake tail. It was said that there was a 10,000 demon kingdom outside of the divine state, in which all of them were half demons and belonged to a major power. However, the aliens on the blue planet were only mortals, with no demonic blood in their bodies, so it was probably difficult for them to be taken as kindred spirits by the half-demons. Wu Tian thought about what to do with the foreigners to make the best use of them. Soon he had the idea in his mind that he could put those foreigners to use. Soon after, Wu Tian's doppelganger was still arranging the pieces, but the Green Lotus ruins had another change. The Violet Sky Sword Sect had begun to send people into the ruins to clean up the people in the ruins. Luckily, the Violet Sky Sword Sect, being a righteous sect, did not drive the people in the relics out on their own, only letting them go out on their own. After all, although the people from the several major clans had left the ruins earlier because of the Enlightenment fruit, there were still quite a few loose cultivators within the ruins. The number of these people searching for opportunities within the ruins was still relatively high. Many of them were on the Sword Chi Ocean, wanting to enter the depths of the Sword Chi Ocean and obtain the inheritance of the Green Lotus Sword Immortal. The inheritance that Immortal Shio and the others didn't care about was a great opportunity for them. However, now that the Violet Sky Sword Sect was driving people out of the ruins. Under the obscene authority of the Violet Sky Sword Sect, many people, although they were upset, did not dare to go against the Sword Sect, and honestly withdrew from the ruins. End of chapter. Among the remains, when Wu Tian saw that the Violet Sky Sword Sect was clearing out the people in the ruins, he thought about it and decided to go out obediently first. Otherwise, the Violet Sky Sword Sect was quite amiable now, but not necessarily in the future. For those who did not cooperate, the Violet Sky Sword Sect would definitely behead them directly without mercy. Those who still remained in the relic now were all trying to obtain the inheritance in this relic. However, Wu Tian was self-aware, and he estimated that it would be difficult for him to obtain the inheritance in this relic. After all, this relic was clearly about the Sword Dao inheritance. Although his enlightenment had improved quite a bit, he knew nothing about the way of the sword. So if he wanted to cultivate the way of the sword from scratch and obtain the inheritance of this relic, it was probably a bit difficult. As it is, instead of going against the Violet Sky Sword Sect, he should honestly go out first. Now that there were so many loose cultivators going out in the ruins, he wouldn't be so conspicuous when he mixed in. Not much longer. Wu Tian was dressed in black and wore a mask to hide his aura for a bit. He followed the other loose cultivators out of the ruins without attracting the attention of the Violet Sky Sword Sect. The Violet Sky Sword Sect didn't care at all about the people who came out of the relics, and didn't grab anything from them, directly letting them leave. This made Wu Tian, who had put most of the things he had on him back to Blue Star, breathe a sigh of relief. Though all his stuff was put back in Blue Star, and what he had on him was just some rags. But if the Violet Sky Sword Sect searched and inspected him, he would probably expose himself. Now that the Violet Sky Sword Sect didn't care about them people, it was a good thing for him. Wu Tian did not linger around the ruins and went straight to his white-robed doppelganger after exiting the ruins. He had to go and get his hands on the formation materials in his doppelganger's hands, and then lay down the yellow spring soul refining formation in Blue Star. Large numbers of people and animals die every single day on the blue planet. If this formation had been laid earlier, it wouldn't have been a waste of so many people dying every day on the blue planet. Those people's souls were the material for the advancement of the other Emperor's streamers. Now his human Emperor streamer could no longer keep up with the speed at which he was becoming stronger. But if the human Emperor streamer advanced into the billion souls streamer, that would be different, and could once again become the biggest card in his hand. After his human Emperor streamer advanced into a billion souls streamer, it would harbor an artifact spirit like a spiritual treasure, and its power would increase greatly. At that time, his human Emperor streamer would no longer have a limit on the number of people, and could infinitely accommodate the collected souls and ghosts. Even the strength of the spirits and ghosts that are accommodated will no longer be limited. No matter how strong the cultivator was, as long as he had the strength to kill it and refine it into the human Emperor streamer, he could control it. And with each additional ghostly creature, the power of the human Emperor streamer would increase by 1 point. The origin of the ghosts in it would nourish the human Emperor streamer, making it stronger. It made it even more difficult for the ghostly creatures in it to break free from the control of the human Emperor streamer and could only be driven by him. Soon after, Wu Tian met up with his doppelganger and got the materials for the formation from its hands. He then returned directly to the Blue Star without hesitation, while his bilocation continued to lay out pieces in the major sects. After Wu Tian returned to Blue Star, he directly began to set up formations on Blue Star with the doppelganger that stayed on Blue Star. With the help of his doppelganger, he was still very fast at setting up formations. It didn't take long. The Yellow Spring Soul refining formation was set up by him, enveloping the entire Blue Star. On the day the formation was completed, the entire space of the Blue Star trembled, and a subspace dependent on the Blue Star was formed. For the people on the blue planet, though, they didn't feel much of a change. But now that the formation has been completed, the human and animal souls of Blue Star will all enter the subspace formed by the formation. For those on the blue planet, this subspace has little effect on them. After all, there is no reincarnation in Blue Star, and their souls will naturally dissipate when they die. What happens to their souls when they die has little effect at all on those who are still alive. What Wu Tian was doing now was just taking their wasted souls and utilizing them. After his human Emperor streamer advanced into a billion soul streamer, there was no chance that these people would be able to live another life through his human Emperor streamer. But right now, Wu Tian still had to first make the subspace that the formation had just formed look like hell. Empty space, which is more shocking to look at than hell. At least he'd look a lot more comfortable and less sketchy. 2. Wu Tian first used the underworld earth as the land of this subspace, so that the souls entering the space would have a place to land. Then he began to set up the Ghost Gate Pass, the Yellow Spring Road, the River of Forgetfulness, and the Bridge of Neho, which were the famous tourist attractions of the hell. By the River of Forgetfulness, Munju Shri, this impressive meditation flower was not lost on him. This legendary flower of the other side of the river was something he had gotten specially from the world of immortals and demons. However, in the immortal and demon world, this flower was named an underworld flower, and it belonged to a relatively common spirit medicine. This kind of flower grows in the cold land, can gather chi, provide a good growing environment for other attribute rare spirit medicine, and can also be used to refine quite a few pills. The hidden underworld flower had a sect that planted it in a large area of the 10,000 Spirit Jedi region, so it wasn't rare. This was also an elixir that he had found that was very similar to the legendary Pishin flower. All have the characteristic of leaves not seeing flowers and flowers not seeing leaves. Wu Tian was like the creator. Using the magic treasures and elixirs he had obtained, he quickly set up the subspace formed by the formation as the Hell. For example, his ghost gateway was just an ordinary stone gate, but it was augmented by a formation that could be used as an entrance for souls to enter the Hell. The River of Forgetfulness, on the other hand, was formed with a lower-grade blood pool Dharma treasure that he had obtained previously. But making subspace into Hell was just something he did on the fly. The souls that were now being sucked into the space by the formation couldn't experience what the Hell, had to offer at all. The souls of these people and animals would be sucked into the streamer by his human emperor streamer just after they were sucked into space, turned into a soul filament, become the advancement material for the human emperor's streamer. Countless human and animal souls entered the Hell, much to Wu Tian's satisfaction. Now that there was Hell in the air, there was finally no need for him to laboriously collect souls on his own. However, he didn't stay in the Hell for a long time. He just left the human emperor streamer in the Hell, absorbing and refining the souls. He came to the Summer Kingdom and found the two Lin Frost Moon sisters. He was rather busy during this period of time and had no time to waste time with the two sisters. Plus, the two sisters no longer had any use for him, so he hadn't seen them in ages. He had also come to the two this time because their spiritual roots were still okay. He wasn't going to let them waste their natural talents by wasting their lives in Blue Star. Not only the two sisters, but those Xia officials he wouldn't let go. With these people's natural talent, they were all the finest pawns, and the immortal and demon world was where they should be. Though these people had basically cultivated Gongfu and many of them were aware of his existence, but he was just letting them cross over for a bit. And not many people could be expected to suspect him. Even if someone sensed that something was wrong, they couldn't turn over his hand. With the demon seed around, these people could only serve as his pawns. End of chapter. Not much longer. Wu Tian captured all the people in Xia who possessed spiritual roots. Although after the disappearance of so many people who possessed spiritual roots last time, the officials of the Summer Kingdom were very vigilant and increased their protection for the remaining people. But these people were nothing more than ants to Wu Tian. He didn't waste any time at all in discussing with the people from the government, and directly collected these people who possessed spiritual roots. Then he took in the yellow people, such as the Sakura and Stick countries, who possessed spiritual roots, and put together thousands of people. These people were the ones with better natural talent and possessed heaven and earth alien spiritual roots, even those who possessed miscellaneous spiritual roots. He also grabbed tens of thousands of them, preparing to test the waters by placing them in the territory of the two major demonic sects first. But even these people had taken him quite a bit of time to use to condense the magic seeds. The remaining energy in his exterminating grinding disc was also consumed by the energy he used to restore himself. If these guys can't replenish his losses, he's going to lose a lot of money. But give up the child to catch the wolf. Wu Tian did not feel the slightest bit of heartache for the resources he had consumed. These people only need to survive half of them to gain a foothold in the world of immortals and demons. Casually, he could make up for the resources he had consumed. However, he didn't collect all the people on the blue planet who possessed heaven and earth spiritual roots, but left a little bit as seeds. Especially the foreign women who possessed spiritual roots were all put into the summer country by him to double cultivate with those who possessed spiritual roots in the summer country. Their skin color prevents them from getting the chance to cultivate immortality, and they can only give birth to children with spiritual roots who grow up to be Wu Tian's pawns. All the countries on the blue planet also set up a series of favorable conditions at his command to encourage their citizens to procreate. Even Xia compromised under his toughness. For him now, destroying Blue Star wasn't a difficult task, and the Xia government naturally wouldn't go against him. After all, there's an old saying in the country of Xia that says that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. When Sakura Island was destroyed, the Xia officials speculated that it was Wu Tian's doing. This, coupled with the information they had gathered over the past few years, had given them a general understanding of Wu Tian's strength. Therefore the Xia government was in awe of the terrifying power he had displayed. When a person is too powerful to resist, the summer government is very subdued about this aspect of knowing the time. After all, Wu Tian was still relatively polite to Xia, so they naturally wouldn't piss him off and invite destruction. Having him intervene is a good thing for the average person on the blue planet. 2. At least, they just need to make more babies now. Life is a lot less stressful. The state on the blue planet now encourages more children to be born, and the state will have measures in place for those who are born. Nowadays, newborns are not only raised by the state free of charge until they reach adulthood, but they are also rewarded by the state for each child they have. Without the pressure of raising a child, many people are still not opposed to having children. After all, the resources on Blue Star used to be concentrated in the hands of 5% of the population. Now with him intervening, all those extra wasted resources are in the hands of ordinary people. But for Wu Tian, this was just a small matter. After he planted all the people who possess spiritual roots in his hands with the devil seed, he brought them back to the immortal and demon world. He was now absorbing spirit stones and other resources to recoalesce 2 more in addition to the 2 doppelgangers he had coalesced before. These 2 newly coalesced doppelgangers had also consumed most of the resources in his hand, but it's worth it to him to make it a lot easier. He had now left a bilocation in Blue Star to control the human emperor streamer. In addition to the bilocation that was setting up the pawns in the territory of the Violet Sky Sword Sect, he had to let the human emperor streamer advance as soon as possible and become one of his bottom cards again. Otherwise, it would be a bit too much of a waste if he killed another harmonized cultivator in the future but couldn't get it into the streamer. As for transitional cultivators, he didn't even think about it. The later it gets, the greater the gap in strength will be, like a heavenly difference. It was undoubtedly delusional for him to want to cross 2 great realms to kill his enemies. He was still able to kill harmonized cultivators over the level now, or because he had a deep foundation and possessed the great divine power in the world-destroying grinding disc. Even if it was a merged cultivator, he could only kill ordinary ones. For a heavenly pride like Immortal Xiao, he could only battle without losing, and it was probably a bit difficult to kill. Although he hadn't seen how strong the transitional cultivator was, he thought that it wasn't something he could deal with. As for the Mahayana cultivators and loose immortals further up, they were undoubtedly strong people who could kill him in seconds. If not, he wouldn't have been so honest and only dared to lay out in the dark. But 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, his strength would not stagnate. Those powerful people had been cultivating for thousands and thousands of years, and he had only been cultivating for a few years. With his cultivation speed, it wouldn't take tens of thousands of years, just 1,000 years, for him to become the topmost powerhouse in this world. After all, he had so many people to help him cultivate. His cultivation speed could be imagined. It's just that right now he's not strong enough and can only be cautious. Wu Tian had 4 doppelgangers in his hands, other than the ones in the Violet Sky Sword Sect and Blue Star. For the remaining 2 doppelgangers, he had one with tens of thousands of miscellaneous spirit roots head to the Blood God Sect's territory to set up the pieces. The other took those with good natural talent and headed for the Yao Qi Immortal Palace. The 9 Heavens Dao Palace and the 10,000 Buddha Temple were too far away for him to consider traveling to their territory for the time being. After all, if he wanted to set up pieces in those 2 major sects, he had to go in person in his main body. Otherwise, if his doppelganger took these people with him for too long, it was expected that these people would not survive. Plus, it's a long way to travel, so it's inevitable that you'll run into some kind of danger. His doppelganger had no way to retreat, and it would be a nuisance if he left these people in the hands of others. Even the 7 Emotions sect, he wasn't going to lay out pieces for the time being. He had to test it out with those tens of thousands of people first, to see how many of them could survive and whether they could gain a firm foothold in the demon sect. If the losses were too great and the payoffs were not proportional to the gains, he wouldn't have considered laying pawns in the demon sect. His focus was still on the righteous sects, those with better natural talent, and those placed in the devil's sect were only in passing. Wu Tian's 3 doppelgangers were busy setting up their pieces while his main body was rushing towards the imperial city of the Great Jin dynasty. The imperial city of Great Jin was incredibly prosperous, so he naturally had to go and see it. Speaking up, he had yet to take a good stroll around the mortal city after coming to this immortal and demon world. He was also in a constant state of mental strain, doing whatever it took to get stronger. Now that his doppelganger was helping him with other matters, his main body naturally had to see the prosperity of the mortal city. However, on the way, he unexpectedly learned from Chen Hao that his acquaintance was actually in the Violet Sky Sword sect, because what Chen Hao saw could also be seen by him. He clearly saw the people from the Green Cloud Immortal sect. For example, when the Green Cloud Immortal sect's Mu Xinghe was in the beginning, he was now quite famous in the Violet Sky Sword sect. There was also Shu Wei Yuro, whom he knew well, and the rest of the Qing Unimortal sect who were also in the Violet Sky Sword sect. End of chapter. Honestly, he was still quite happy in his heart to have news of Shu Wei Yuro and the others. After all, when he arrived in this divine state, he was still able to see his acquaintances, giving him a feeling that he had met his old friend in his hometown. That's kind of another role for his pawns to provide him with quite a bit of information. But right now, these people were still weak and couldn't help him much, and could only offer him a little of what he had seen. With these people around, he would be able to have an understanding of the great sects of divine state. Wu Tian was in the territory of the Violet Skysword Sect because he was in the territory of the Violet Skysword Sect, plus Shui Yuro was also within the Sword Sect. Therefore, he paid a little more attention to the situation of the Violet Skysword Sect. The Purple Skysword Sect had 5 peaks, which were Sword, Thunder, Dan, Weapon, and Formation. He majored in Sword Dao and minored in Thunder Art, and his alchemy of pills and weapons was also self-contained. Chen Hao then worshipped Sword Peak and became a true disciple. Entering the sect was a true legend, thanks to his golden celestial spirit root, which was valued by the Violet Sky Sword Sect. With the treatment of a true disciple, Chen Hao had stepped onto the path of cultivation nearly 2 months down the line, becoming a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refining. The main reason was that he was just starting out all learning to accumulate knowledge of cultivation, or else his speed could have been faster. After all, he had the system with him, and his cultivation speed could be much faster than others, and he was also the weakest among the true disciples, other than Mu Xinghe, who had even more terrifying natural talent than him. The other true disciples were basically all harmonization cultivators. Once after the people from the Green Cloud Immortals sect joined the Violet Skysword sect, Mu Xinghe also relied on his terrifying natural talent to directly become a true disciple, and after receiving vigorous cultivation from the Violet Skysword sect, Mu Xinghe had ample resources, and his strength soared, having become a Yuan Shen cultivator. With his growth rate, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for him to catch up with the Sword Sect's Saint Son, Lin Yun, and threaten his position as the sect's Saint Son. Although Lin Yun was also a heavenly spirit root, comparatively speaking, his natural talent wasn't as terrifying as Mu Xinghe's. After all, he was only a thunder spirit root and did not have a golden spirit root that was more suitable for cultivating the Sword Dao. Even if his enlightenment was heaven-defying, his sword and thunder dual cultivation, and his strength was the strongest among the many disciples. However, Mu Xinghe not only possessed the heavenly spiritual root, but was also an innate body, and had the innate sword pill in his hand, belonging to a person with great fortune. The Purple Sky Sword Sect S-Town Technique. Purple Sky Sword Technique. For him, there was no difficulty at all in cultivating it. It was also because of Mu Xinghe's relationship that the people from the Qing Yun Sword Sect were able to gain a foothold in the Violet Sky Sword Sect. After all, their strength could reign supreme in the Eastern Wasteland. But in the middle of this divine state, they were nothing more than ants to a great sect like the Violet Sky Sword Sect. It was just that what Wu Tian didn't expect was that Chen Hao had fallen for Shui Yuro after meeting her by chance. Although this fellow was also working hard on his cultivation, he was drifting a bit based on his status as a true disciple. He was now just a tiny mole cricket of Qi refining. How dare he think about Shui Yuro, who had already broken through to Yuaning? Although with his status as a true disciple of a main peak like Sword Peak, Shui Yuro, who was an inner disciple of Dan Peak, really didn't have a higher status than him. However, when Wu Tian saw that he was a tiny pawn who dared to think about his woman, he directly strangled his mind in the cradle. He directly used the magic seed to influence his mind, causing him to let go of matters of love and single-mindedly strive to cultivate. This kind of love affair, Wu Tian himself can just suffer from this. The pawns under his hand only need to cultivate well and enhance their strength. How can he indulge in childish love? However, after Shui Yuro had been moisturized by Wu Tian, her every move was full of flavor and a few points more alluring. This soft type of stunning young woman is still quite lethal. The key Shui Yuro's temperament was gentle as water, with a tenderness that made people pity her, so it was no wonder that Chen Hao was thinking about it after seeing only one side. However, Shui Yuro was Wu Tian's woman. Even if he didn't really care, he wouldn't let anyone else get their hands on her. The soul mark he left on Shui Yuro's body was still there. It was just that the sensing was a bit weak because the distance was too far. But if he knew that Shui Yuerua had changed her heart and lost her body to someone else, he could also let her soul fly away with one thought. As his woman, there was no way she could escape him in this lifetime. Those who dare to get their hands on it will be taken out of their souls and bones, and they will be burned day and night by the soul lamps with their souls. He had that confidence. The news of Shui Yuro and the others was just a small hiccup for Wu Tian. With or without their presence, Wu Tian would pay extra attention to the Violet Sky Sword Sect. After all, the Violet Sky Sword Sect was one of the 6 major sects in the divine state, and he was now on the Sword Sect's territory, so naturally he would be extra attentive. Wu Tian's doppelganger had also put his heart and soul into the Violet Sky Sword Sect, sending 4 more people with heavenly heterogeneous spiritual roots to the Sword Sect. Among the 4, aside from 1 thunder spirit root, there were also 3 heaven spirit roots, earth, fire, and wood. He was prepared to place 1 person in each of the 5 peaks of the Violet Sky Sword Sect, lest its distribution be uneven. The thunder spirit root enters the thunder peak to practice thunder arts, The earth spirit root enters the formation peak to learn formation techniques. The fire spirit root enters the weapon peak to learn weapon refining. And the wood spirit root enters the Dan peak to learn alchemy. Their spiritual roots will allow them to learn twice as much with half the effort. It allowed Wu Tian to get all of the true essence of the purple sky sword sect. After all, the results of their cultivation and learning would be fed back to Wu Tian. They had learned lightning techniques, alchemy and weaponry, and so on, and Wu Tian was able to learn them in tandem. Wu Tian's yellow spring heaven swallowing technique could not only devour and refine all kinds of energy, it can also transform its own spiritual energy into spiritual energy of various attributes. For example, when casting a lightning technique, the spiritual power of the lightning attribute is the most powerful. It could then transform its own spiritual energy into thunder attribute spiritual energy and use it to perform thunder arts. This allowed him to cast all sorts of spells and aptitudes without being limited by his own spiritual power. And his power would not diminish. After all, for the average person, if they cultivated water attribute techniques, even if they learned fire attribute spells, the power of casting them would be weakened quite a bit. Wu Tian's Gong method could convert the attributes of spiritual energy, which was the reason why he was able to walk peacefully in the land of the righteous. He displayed a neutral and soft spiritual energy. Who would dare to say that he was a demonic cultivator? If not, he wouldn't have dared to travel to the imperial city of the Great Jin dynasty. After all, although there were many mortals in the Great Jin dynasty, there were probably quite a few cultivators in the land of the imperial city. If he revealed his identity as a demonic cultivator, he probably wouldn't be able to run away in the imperial city. Not much longer. Wu Tian was rushing. When he saw that the robbery clouds were converging above the distant mountain peaks, obviously someone was about to cross a robbery. Without saying a word, he hastily retreated back 1,000 miles so as not to be caught by the robbing cloud. After all, he hadn't crossed a calamity after breaking through to refined void. It was only because he had used the divine concealment technique to cover up the heavenly chances and hide his aura in the slightest, that he wasn't approached by the thunderbolt. This was a big move that he had deliberately left behind, ready to be used against force majeure enemies. If he had entered the range of the robbing cloud's shroud, and the heavenly Tao had noticed him as a leaky fish, he would probably have to have a thunderbolt added to his body right now. However, he didn't leave either, but was prepared to wait for the person who had crossed the threshold to finish crossing the threshold and see if he could take advantage of his weakness. Murder and robbery. End of chapter. Wu Tian looked at the terrifying robbery cloud in the distance and felt that something was wrong. The calamity cloud that covered a distance of 100,000 miles. He could feel its terror even from a long distance away. It was obviously not something that ordinary people could cross. Obviously the person who was transiting was a great power. At least the cultivation level would not be lower than that of a merged body. Wu Tian knew a lot about cultivation after such a long time. According to the range covered by the robbing clouds, what he had in front of him should be the 5 elements thunder tribulation. Thunder tribulation is divided into 1-9 heavenly tribulation, 3-9 heavenly tribulation, 6-9 heavenly tribulation, 9-9 heavenly tribulation, 5-element thunder tribulation, silent purple thunder tribulation, and 9 heavenly divine heavens thunder tribulation. The 1-9 heavenly tribulation's tribulation cloud covered no more than 100 miles, and it was also the least powerful, with only 9 tribulation thunderbolts. It belongs to the lightning tribulation that a normal cultivator undergoes when his Jindan breaks his Yuaning. The 39 heavenly tribulation covered thousands of miles, and the number of tribulation thunderbolts reached 27. The 69 heavenly tribulation covered tens of thousands of miles, and the number of tribulation thunderbolts reached 54. The 9-9 heavenly tribulation's tribulation clouds also covered tens of thousands of miles, and the number of tribulation clouds reached 81. Above the 99 heavenly tribulation was the 5 elements thunder tribulation, and the coverage of the tribulation cloud broke through 10,000 miles to 100,000 miles, only that it also had 81 numbers of robbing thunderbolts, but the power of each robbing thunderbolt was vastly different. This was because the 5 elements thunder tribulation descended was not an ordinary heavenly thunderbolt, but had turned into a 5 elements divine thunderbolt. The power of the 5 elements divine thunder was at least 10 times greater than ordinary heavenly thunder. What's more, the further back the robbing thunderbolt went, the more powerful it would become. According to the projection of the robberies and the fact that he was in the territory of the righteous path, the person who crossed the robbery should be a righteous cultivator. If this person was not a person of exceptional talent and would not receive extra care from the heavenly Tao, then there were only 2 possibilities. Either that or the merged cultivator was breaking through to the transition realm. Either that or there was a tribulation powerhouse that was undergoing the 5 viscera tribulation, and only then would the 5 elements thunder tribulation fall, causing their 5 viscera to turn into a half-immortal body. The physical body of cultivators below the transitional succession appeared to be less important. purely because by relying on the power of the Yuanshan, one could repair the physical body at any time. However, this was not the case for cultivators above the transitional succession, and the physical body became important again. This was because at the realm of transition, the Yuanshan was too powerful, and if the physical body was not strong enough, it would not be able to contain the Yuanshan at all. At this point, it was necessary to transform the physical body into a half-immortal body. Only with a powerful half-immortal body could one accommodate the Yuanshan, making the physical body and Yuanshan complement each other. It is said that the thunderbolt that a transiting cultivator undergoes contains special energy that can help the cultivator transform his physical body into a half-immortal body. And a strong physique was also fundamental for a transitional cultivator to survive the three calamities. After a cultivator cultivates to the realm of transmigration, there will be 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. The 3 disasters are lightning, fire and wind. The 3 plagues were the heavenly plagues that one needed to face after cultivating to the transition realm. Thunderstorms are lightning strikes from the sky. Fires are fires, and windstorms are winds. After all, when one cultivates to the transition realm, one's lifespan can reach a maximum of 20,000 years, and it is no different to say that one lives with the heavens. The heavenly Tao would naturally not leave such a powerful cultivator unattended. That's why the transitional cultivators face a natural disaster every 500 years, with the 3 disasters of thunder, fire and wind rotating. The 3 plagues were terrifying, completely running to exterminate the transitional cultivators. Therefore, if a transiting cultivator didn't want to die under the 3 plagues, he had to seize the time to cross the 5 plagues and turn his physical body into a half-immortal body before he could be fearless of the 3 plagues' benefits. Cultivate to the Mahayana stage. Transitioning cultivators need to undergo 5 thunder tribulations, that is, 5 of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. The 5 robberies were the robberies of the dantian, the robberies of the internal organs, the robberies of the limbs, the robberies of the skeleton and the robberies of the Yuanshan. Every time you succeed in crossing the threshold there will be a significant increase in strength. If you fail in crossing the threshold, you will suffer from Tao injuries and stop at the current realm for the rest of your life. And if you fail, you will die in ashes. After cultivating to the Mahayana stage, there would be no more 3 plagues to fall. Mahayana stage cultivators are also just one step away from becoming immortal, belonging to the top powerhouses of the immortal and demon world. At this realm, one can either successfully cross the threshold to become an immortal, or live and die, or retrieve a life as a loose immortal who failed to cross the threshold. This was also what Wu Tian had learned during this period of time, about cultivation. It's just that he's looking at it purely from the robbery cloud in front of him. It wasn't possible to tell whether the person who was transiting was a merged cultivator or a transiting powerhouse who was transiting the 5 viscera tribulation. It would be fine if it was a harmonized cultivator. With his strength he could completely kill and rob people, even if it successfully passed through the thunder tribulation and broke through to the transition stage. He took advantage of the fact that it had just crossed the thunder tribulation and was not familiar with its own power, and when it was relatively weak, he should be able to have a fight as well. If he could kill the cultivator who had just broken through to the transitional succession stage, he would have a chance to obtain a transitional warrior. In time, it'll be easier for him to act. But if the person who was undergoing the tribulation was a tribulation powerhouse, then he would have to run as far away as he could, though he didn't know how powerful a transitional succession powerhouse was. However, he didn't think that he, a refined void cultivator, could have a battle with this kind of powerhouse with the world-destroying grinder. After all, the divine aptitude and spiritual treasures of the ferrying powerhouse were estimated to be no worse than his, and there was no chance that there was a complete immortal weapon in his possession. It shouldn't take much effort for such a strong person to kill him. In order to be prepared, Wu Tian's mind moved and gave a task to his doppelganger left on the blue planet. He had to get the human emperor streamer advanced as soon as possible, lest the person crossing the tribulation was a harmonized cultivator. He can still kill, but in the end, when he kills someone and he doesn't have the human emperor streamer to control him, it's a joy. So, even at all costs, he had to let the human emperor streamer advance at this point. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't know when he would want to get the transitional battle power. Wu Tian looked at the area in the distance that was shrouded in thunder, which had been transformed into a thunder domain, making it impossible for him to observe what was going on. The power of the overflow of the 5 elements of the robbing thunder also caused him to retreat again and again. It was only when he had retreated to a safe distance that he quieted his mind and gazed at the scene in the distance that seemed like extinction. This is the power of heaven. It's daunting. Wu Tian was watching the show here while his doppelganger was busy at Blue Star. On the blue planet, Wu Tian's detachment mandatorily made all the countries on the blue planet kill all the animals such as livestock and poultry, leaving only a little bit of seeds and killing all the rest. even the creatures in the sea. His doppelganger had personally taken action to exterminate all the large creatures in the sea. With his power, he could exterminate a piece of it with the lift of his hand. A number of small creatures in the sea were also affected by the wave, but sea creatures can only passively accept their fate and cannot resist at all. Instead, the humans on the blue planet objected to his order. He wants to exterminate most of the animals at once, and most people don't support that. Before this order reached the lowest common denominator, the middle class maintained their opposition. When ordinary people found out about it, it was even more of an uproar. Even if the country's top brass on the blue planet enforced it, the people below wouldn't listen to them, and all the countries protested. End of chapter. They had already suffered from not being able to eat meat, and if they killed most of the animals at once this time, they didn't know how long it would take to recover. Plus so much meat can't be stored at all and would go to waste for the most part. This means that for the next 10 years they will all be meatless. In addition to this reason, they are resistant in their hearts to killing most animals. When Wu Tian was informed, his eyes turned cold and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, he thought about it and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. As the saying goes, when a room is too dark and you say that a window must be opened here, people will not allow it. But if you advocate tearing off the roof, they'll be willing to open the windows. Since these people want to protect the animals and don't want to kill them, they have to be forced to want to. Wu Tian came to Africa and took out the blood pool to rain down blood, which fell on the animals and turned some of them into blood beasts. After turning into blood beasts, they all increased in size by 10 times and became cruel and bloodthirsty, frantically attacking other animals. The blood beasts were still attacking towards the human territory. Their bodies were as hard as iron. Ordinary bullets couldn't break through their defenses. In less than half a day, a city was slaughtered. Corpses are everywhere. The scenes that took place here quickly spread online, thanks to the deliberate dissemination of all the countries. Even more footage of people venturing out live in that city has made the rounds. When they saw those horrible behemoths eating humans alive, and the screams were endless, everyone was scared and trembled. An official message came out in due course from all the countries, indicating that the animals had mutated because of the unknown virus. The mutated animals become bloodthirsty and brutal, and ordinary people can't cope with them. The unknown virus is now spreading rapidly, but the good news is that according to research it is known to spread only among animals. This is why earlier the state would have decreed to kill most of the animals. Learning of this perception-bending news quickly caused panic among the general population. They also no longer object to the state's order to kill most of the animals. Some even become aroused, fantasizing about contracting the virus and having powerful abilities while still maintaining their sanity. Especially for young people who have read a lot of novels, they think the end is near and fantasize themselves as protagonists. After all, what was happening now was all too familiar to them. Blood rains from the sky, animals mutate, and humans should be next. Apocalypticism also took hold, and Blue Star became chaotic for a while, but the state stepped in and forcefully suppressed those who committed crimes in the chaos, and it was shown that by eliminating most of the animals, the spread of the virus could be eliminated. The misery in that city can be found in any search on the internet. There was no state intervention at all. Everyone saw it. To keep from becoming one of those corpses, no one even wants to protect animals anymore at this point, because those animals have threatened their lives. Some people even kill all the pets they have by hand, fearing that he had become a blood meal for his own pet in his sleep. Animals on the blue planet were also being killed by humans at a rapid rate, and the bodies were piling up in such a way that it would not be an exaggeration to say that there was a river of blood. Although Wu Tian had single-handedly created the current situation, in order to not let the humans of Blue Star, in the next 10 years, have no meat to eat, he left some 10,000-year-old metaphysical ice to help the country on the blue planet, and froze all of this meat. The creatures he had killed in the sea were also gathered in one sea area and all of them were frozen. That's enough meat to feed the people on the blue planet for decades. Although the ecology on Blue Star is now destroyed, it is thought that it should recover in 10 years. So many animal spirits. It fills up the hell. However, the speed at which the other Emperor's streamer refined the soul was also very fast. Countless souls were sucked into the streamer like a long river, and were quickly refined into soul filaments to be used as materials for the human Emperor streamer's advancement. Soon after, most of the animals on the blue planet had been killed and became materials for the human Emperor's hockey to advance. However, Wu Tian's heart sank as he looked at the thunderbolt that was about to end in the distance, with a hint of anxiety in his heart. Not enough. Even after killing most of the animals on the Blue Star, his human Emperor streamer still wasn't enough if he wanted to advance. The rest of those animals have to be left as seed. It's come to this. Wu Tian's eyes were chilled, and his eyes were icy cold. His doppelganger on the blue planet acted quickly, and Blackie on Africa met his demise again. Countless blood beasts broke into the city, and a city was destroyed. Wherever the blood beast passed, All humans were slaughtered. No way. Who made them outnumbered? The point is that there is more wildlife on the African savanna, which would allow him to better organize the blood beasts and have them slaughter the city. Wu Tian was now without the animals' souls, so he could only ask them to contribute their own souls. Compared to animals, human souls are of better quality and spirituality. Thus it is the human soul that is a good source of sustenance for the advancement of others' royal streamers. As a city is destroyed and the humans in it are slaughtered, the rest of the country becomes panicked. It was a good thing that after the blood beasts had killed hundreds of millions of people, Wu Tian's human emperor streamer had finally advanced as well. 1 billion souls. This was the highest rank of the soul streamer, and although it was called the billion soul streamer, it could hold more than hundreds of millions of souls. But Google, that is, infinity. As long as he had this ability, the human emperor streamer could hold countless souls, and there were no more restrictions on strength. As long as he could kill his enemies and refine their souls, he would be able to control it without worrying about it backfiring on him. Though this time he was killing it, and Blue Star would be in chaos for a long time because of him, but it was all worth it to him to have his human emperor streamer advanced at this moment. After the human emperor streamer advanced, he would not waste their souls when he killed cultivators above the level of harmonization again. One moment. The human emperor streamer appeared in Wu Tian's hand, a black streamer with a black pole, the entirety of which had turned black, emitting a ghastly black aura. Now the human emperor streamer in his hand had already birthed an artifact spirit, possessing all sorts of terrifying and bizarre might. It's just that I don't know if it was influenced by him, but the artifact spirit of the human emperor streamer was a high-cooled and absolutely beautiful imperial sister. It didn't look vicious at all, and was out of place with the human emperor streamer's status as a magic weapon. However, to Wu Tian, he didn't care what the artifact spirit of the human emperor streamer looked like. It's fine the way it is now, at least it looks pleasing to the eye. The human emperor streamer was at least his original demonic artifact, so he gave the artifact spirit in it a name. Hometown. This is the name of the artifact spirit. The human emperor streamer's power had increased greatly now that it possessed an artifact spirit. It no longer only holds souls, but also has other functions. Wu Tian could now not only use the human emperor streamer to infinitely hold and refine souls, but he could also allow the souls of the recently dead to maintain their sanity. Even the soul ghosts that failed to become spirit ghosts could maintain their memories of their lifetime sanity under the power of the human emperor streamer. Their origin cores would be integrated into the human emperor streamer, enhancing its power. It was because the core of the ghost's origin in it was integrated into the human emperor streamer. Now the ghosts in the human emperor streamer could be resurrected in the streamer after they died outside, truly possessing an immortal body. Only resurrection requires energy consumption, not without cost. However, as long as the human emperor streamer was not extinguished, the ghostly souls in it would not completely die. It's kind of an alternative immortality for the ghosts in it. After Wu Tian understood the function of the human emperor streamer, an idea also surfaced in his heart. But right now, as a matter of urgency, he still had to look at the person who was about to finish crossing the tribulation first. If there was a chance to give himself an additional transitional warrior, he would definitely not be merciful. Wu Tian held the human emperor streamer and gazed at the thunderous domain in the distance. There. The thunderbolt is almost over. End of chapter. Not much longer. A green light descended from the sky and fell into the thunder domain. The next thing that happened was that the robber cloud that covered 100,000 miles quickly dissipated, leaving behind only a thunder field on the ground. Obviously, that person who had crossed the tribulation had already successfully crossed the thunder tribulation. Wu Tian looked at the thunder field where the power of the calamity thunder had not dissipated, in which the 5 elements of divine thunder transformed into thunder snakes running amok. He thought about flying high into the air and approaching from above to check it out. Although there was also accumulated power remaining in the sky, it was not as terrifying as on the ground, and was still within his tolerance. He checked in the air, and the mountains and plants in the thunder domain had all been destroyed. The mountain peaks collapsed and became devastated under the thunderbolt. He flew towards the center of the thunder domain, where the power of the robber's thunder remained the most, where the person who had crossed the tribulation was obviously located. He had wanted to hurry over there before the man regained his own state. Unthinking, when he saw the person who had crossed the threshold, there was already one more person beside that person, only to see 2 stunningly beautiful women on top of a mountain peak with only a small half of it left in the distance. One of the women was naked, and there was still the power of the calamity lightning remaining on her body. Her delicate body was drenched in thunder and lightning, covering a large portion of her spring light, and she had obviously just finished her calamity. The woman was meditating to recover herself, and the power of the calamity lightning on her body quickly dissipated, revealing the snow-white skin in it. She was also guarded by a woman in white. making it impossible for the still dissipating power of the surrounding robotic thunder to get close to her. The woman in white coldly glanced at the approaching Wu Tian and casually struck a cold air towards him. After Wu Tian sensed the terrifying might emanating from the white-clothed woman, he directly executed the underworld ghost escape to escape without saying a word. Before the cold chi could attack him, he simply disappeared into thin air, causing the white-clothed woman's eyes to chill. She had thought that Wu Tian was just a refined void griffin that could be destroyed with her hands. I didn't think he would still have the divine ability to escape from her. Wu Tian was unsuspecting and had desecrated her disciple's body. Now it was running away from her, and it made her a little upset. But the woman in white didn't pursue either, and continued to guard her protege. To her, it was still her own disciple's well-being that mattered, and everything else was a minor matter. Not much longer. Wu Tian fled for 1,000,000 miles and only stopped when he saw that no one was chasing him. There was still a hint of heart in his eyes, grateful that he had managed to run away. He didn't expect that someone would even look for a protector for their tribulation. Have to say, worthy of being a righteous cultivator, he even looked for someone to protect him when he crossed the threshold. Like their demonic cultivators, they would find a remote place by themselves. Fear that someone will take advantage of the situation and rob you of your money and your life at the same time. But now that he hadn't taken any advantage at all, it made him a little upset. He'd wreaked havoc on Blue Star so he could take advantage of the fire and kill and rob. Now that he couldn't kill the person who had crossed the threshold and refine his soul into the human Emperor Haki, it made him always feel like he had lost out. Wu Tian thought about it, but continued to run into the distance from his heart. After all, that white-clothed woman, at least a transitional junction powerhouse, was clearly not something he could deal with. The sky is the limit. It's still your own little life that's the biggest. He didn't want to bury his own little life just to kill someone. It was a good thing that the might of the human Emperor streamer after its advancement had satisfied him. Otherwise he would have really lost a lot of money. He continued to rush towards the imperial capital of the Great Jin dynasty without changing his plans because of those two women. No matter what, he had to go for a long time before he could do so. All the way, he realized that the mortals at the bottom of this Great Jin dynasty didn't live very well either. The ordinary people among the villages and towns looked as if they were living in the mortal world and had no access to immortal cultivation. The difference between immortal and mortal. It was also more serious than he thought. Places that possessed spiritual veins and were rich in spiritual chi were occupied by immortal cultivation sect forces. The places where mortals lived were basically in barren lands of aura. There were not many people who could cultivate, and powerful cultivators were even fewer and farther between. Although there were cultivators stationed among the counties he saw along the way, however, they were basically all chi refining cultivators with no hope of cultivating immortality, and the strongest was only foundation establishment. The immortal cultivators among them were also lofty, treating mortals as if they were ants. The mansion city was a bit better, with a large number of cultivators gathered, and the aura in it was also very dense. This was because the mansion city was basically built on top of a spiritual vein, and a large spirit gathering formation had been set up to gather all the surrounding spiritual chi into the place where the mansion city was located. This was also the reason why the villages and towns around the prefecture were barren of aura. It was only because the aura of this area was used to supply the people of the prefecture. Even if the many mortals in the village and town had cultivation techniques, it would be difficult for them to achieve anything. Wu Tian took it all in and felt that there was no difference between the righteous and the devil paths. It's just that the devil's way cannibalism is out in the open, and the righteous way has to be a little more euphemistic. Both were plundering the resources of heaven and earth to feed themselves, and the strong exploited the weak, which was the same everywhere. It's just that the mortals in the rightful land live a much more comfortable life. At least they won't be raised as livestock and be consumables from birth. However, Wu Tian had only casually observed these mortals as he passed by. He didn't really care about the good or bad of their lives. Looked to the hills to run away. He was still quite far from the imperial capital of the Great Jin dynasty, and it would take quite some time to catch up. After all, the Great Jin dynasty's territory was too vast, and a single capital was equivalent to dozens of blue stars. Whereas the Great Jin dynasty had 108 prefectures, he was at least tens of prefectures away from the imperial capital. Fortunately, his speed was also very fast, and when he exerted instantaneous shift at full strength, he could reach hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant, and it was still quite fast to use instantaneous shift to catch up with the road. Even if he meets someone halfway, no one stops him to murder him. Wu Tian didn't kill anyone on sight for the sake of unnecessary trouble, but instead, he honestly hurried towards the imperial city. Soon after, he finally saw a huge city standing in the distance, and the cultivators flying in the air became more numerous. It was just that there was a formation shrouded in the imperial city, and the city was forbidden to fly in directly. Therefore the cultivators in the sky all landed at the city gates and entered the city through them. Wu Tian did the same and directly instantly moved to the city gates. Coming closer, he realized that the city was really big. The walls were 1,000 meters high and the gates were huge, 10 meters wide and 50 meters high. He felt that it was a bit flashy to have this imperial city built so huge. For cultivators, how high the walls were didn't really matter. It couldn't be to ward off mortals. It wasn't until someone entered the city with a huge spirit pet that he kind of understood why the gates were so huge. Wu Tian looked at the pedestrians coming in and out of the city gates and walked directly towards the city. This imperial city can be entered and exited at will without any spirit stone coins. Wu Tian entered the city with the crowd, only to see that the city was abuzz with people. The streets were filled with pedestrians, and the noise was very lively. There were many mortals in the city, and there were also many cultivators. The sound of vendors hawking on both sides of the street felt somewhat new to him. End of chapter. In the imperial city, Wu Tian strolled around the city and had a general understanding of this imperial city. This imperial city was divided into an inner city and an outer city, with the outer city belonging to the residents of mortals, while the inner level was where the imperial palace was located. It was also where the officials of the Great Jin and most cultivators stayed. However, the cultivators were basically in the middle of the imperial city's workshop market, which was a special place for cultivators, and the aura was very rich. Although this imperial city was a mixture of immortals and mortals, it seemed like two worlds. Even the coins used by mortals were only gold and silver, not with spirit stones. The aura in the imperial city was still relatively dense, but for those without spiritual roots, this aura was dispensable. For most mortals, if they didn't have a spiritual root, there was only one way for them to go, and that was to practice martial arts. The outer city was also populated by martial artists, which was the most common path for mortals to become stronger. However, the limit of this path of the martial artist is not high. Want to achieve something also need great perseverance. Cultivation is more troublesome than cultivating immortality. After all, martial artists could not directly absorb the aura of heaven and earth to cultivate, but instead relied on meat tonics to polish their chi and blood. The process of cultivation can be extraordinarily grueling, and is far less convenient than immortal cultivation. And martial artists don't have a high ceiling, and their lifespan is vastly different compared to immortal cultivators. So far, the most powerful martial artists are only equivalent to Yuanshan cultivators, with a lifespan of no more than 1,000. It could be said that immortal cultivation was the main cultivation path in this world, and that martial artists were nothing more than side paths. But for mortals without spiritual roots, it was the only path they could take. However, the path of a martial artist was not for everyone, and without some background, there simply weren't enough resources to embark on this path. The vast majority of mortals, until they are reduced to withered bones, are nothing more than mole-like mortals. There were numerous martial arts schools in the outer city, and strong martial artists with strong chi and blood could be seen everywhere. Wu Tian did not stay in the outer city for long, strolling around for a bit before heading to the inner city. Outsiders who wanted to enter the inner city were required to pay an entry fee of 1 spirit stone, yet there were still a lot of people coming in and out. After Wu Tian entered the inner city, he more intuitively felt the gap between the inner city and the outer city. Compared to the outer city, the inner city was more like a veritable fairy city. It was only a wall away, but the inner city's aura concentration was at least 10 times higher. The pedestrians on the streets were also basically all cultivators, and the rest were also powerful martial artists, with the ordinary mortals being pitifully few. In the inner city, apart from the Great Jin Palace, the area where the officials lived, only the Chang'an Square Market was the most lively. The area where Chang'an Square Market was located was densely populated with stores and inns and greenhouses, and could be considered the busiest place in the imperial city. The cultivators in the city had also basically gathered in the marketplace, making the place very lively. The marketplace was guarded by the imperial city's army, and no one dared to cause trouble in the marketplace. Even if they were Sect disciples, they would give the Great Jin dynasty a few moments of face and would not cause trouble in the city. After all, although the Great Jin dynasty was a subordinate dynasty of the Violet Sky Sword Sect, the Great Jin dynasty had an old ancestor who was an elder of the Violet Sky Sword Sect. Those who could become elders in the Violet Sky Sword Sect were at least transitional mighty, old monsters who had lived for an unknown number of years. Plus, it was rumored that there was also a transitional juncture powerhouse sitting in the Great Jin Palace, so no one dared to cause trouble in the city. There were a lot of things sold in the workshop market, and it could basically be said that it was because there was everything. Although at Wu Tian's realm, he could not use most of the things sold in the workshop market, but there were still things he could use, too. For example, the human soul pill. The refining void realm requires the cultivation of the 3 souls of heaven, earth and man, that is, the heavenly soul fetal light, the earthly soul sharpening spirit, and the human soul spectral essence. He was only at the early stage of refining void now, and had only condensed a human soul. He still needed to cultivate his human soul to perfection and condense his earth soul before he could break through to the middle stage of void refining. The human soul pill was an elixir that could accelerate his cultivation of the human soul, allowing him to greatly shorten his own cultivation time. Although the spirit stones in Wu Tian's hand were not much, it was still more than enough to buy human soul pills to use for cultivation, and it was enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. He still had the pills used by harmonization transition cultivators in his hand, all of which he had gotten at the Green Lotus ruins, only he couldn't use them right now. Big deal. He sells a potion or two is all. Although Wu Tian's avatar spiritual treasure was powerful enough to allow him to cross the ranks, but his own cultivation was fundamental, so he naturally wouldn't slack off. Wu Tian strolled around the marketplace and bought a bit of human soul pills and earth soul pills, selling the extra things he had on him in the meantime. For example, magic treasures that he couldn't use, and other metal ores, etc. Otherwise he wouldn't have enough spirit stones to buy pills, the high-grade pills he had obtained in the relics. He would not sell them for the time being. Those high-grade pills were rare and could not be bought in the market. After all, the elixirs required to refine the pills that could be used by cultivators above the harmonization level were rare, and there simply weren't many of them on the market. People usually use them for themselves when they get them and basically don't sell them. When he entered the harmonization transition realm in the future, he would be able to use these pills. Therefore, he would not sell the pills in his hand if he did not have to, otherwise it would not be so easy to buy them when he had to use them himself. After buying the pills, Wu Tian arrived at the 4C slave pavilion in the marketplace. Here, there are half-demons for sale. The 4C slave house looked quite formal, a huge building. If not for the fact that it was in the business of buying and selling slaves, it would be quite a bluff just by looking at the pavilion. For those who don't know, they think they're in some kind of serious business. Wu Tian walked into the 4C slave house, and a beautiful maid immediately greeted him. The slave girl has met the immortal master. If the immortal master has any needs, he can order the slave girl as much as he wants. He sized up the maid and realized that the maid was quite pretty and her temperament was like that of a lady of the house. He looked again at the rows of stunningly beautiful women in the pavilion, obviously slaves being sold as goods. The women were even prettier than the maids of honor, some forcing a smile, others glowering at those who ogled her. Introductions, Wu Tian faintly said. The maid didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly introduced the slaves sold by the 4C slave pavilion. The 4C slave pavilion was the largest place in the imperial city that sold slaves, and the quality of the slaves in it was also the best. Ordinary slaves could not even enter the 4C slave pavilion. The slaves within the 4C slave pavilion were human and demonic, as well as half-demons. There were both men and women among them. Basically all of them had cultivation in their bodies and had outstanding figures and looks. Among these slaves were the daughters of the ministers of the Great Jin dynasty who had been copied, stunningly beautiful women who had captured enemy countries, and captured female cultivators and half-demons, or others who sold into the slave court. The most popular, undoubtedly, was still the half-demon, loved by many cultivators, because there weren't many half-demons within the divine state. The 10,000 demon kingdom, which was composed of half-demons, was only a mountain away from the Great Jin dynasty. There were quite a few people who specialized in running to the 10,000 demon kingdom to capture slaves to sell, causing half-demon slaves to become plentiful. There are 3 floors in the slave court, and the higher up you go, the better and higher quality the slaves are. Wu Tian did not hesitate and came directly to the 3rd floor. End of chapter. 3rd floor. After Wu Tian followed the maid to the 3rd floor, he found that there were not many slaves being auctioned on the 3rd floor. Just a few. But the looks and temperament of these people were indeed a notch higher than those on the 1st and 2nd floors. They were also treated better than those on the 1st and 2nd floors, each protected by a separate formation. There were but 8 people on the 3rd floor, 1 man and 7 women. And all 7 women's looks were not even remotely inferior compared to Shuei Yuro. If it was on the outside, there would probably be quite a few people who would fall in love with it, but now they were like goods, being picked at random. After Wu Tian swept a glance at a few people, his gaze locked onto a half-demon woman. Just see that woman wearing white. Appearance is absolutely beautiful. Dark cloud hair, almond face, peach cheeks, eyebrows like spring mountain light, eyes like autumn wave turning, breasts and waist, full buttocks, repair legs, like begonia drunken day, pear blossom with rain. The point is, she has 2 white fox ears on her head and a white fox tail behind her. This made the aura of innocence with flirtation on her all the more stunning. Wintry but not demonic. It makes one's heart rise with the desire to possess her when one sees her. The maid beside him saw that he was interested in this half-demon and hurriedly introduced. Immortal. This fox girl was just sent to our slavery and has the bloodline of the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Although her bloodline is still very thin right now, and she only has the strength of a demon king, but she's still young, and there is hope that she will turn into a nine-tailed heavenly fox in the future. Wu Tian did not care about the bloodline in this fox girl. He valued its half-demon status, its stunning beauty, and its prehensile body. This veritable beast-eared lady was the main reason for his interest. That fluffy tail, and I wonder what it feels like to touch it. After Wu Tian inquired about the price of that fox girl, he bought her right away. This fox girl was not the most expensive, although she was the prettiest looking of the several women. It was because although she had the bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox, the bloodline in her was thin and she wasn't very powerful. It can be said that this fox girl has a limited role other than to be used for lust. After all, the demon race valued bloodlines, and the strength of their bloodlines determined their strength, as well as their upper limit in the future. The same goes for half-demons. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger their battle power. The intensity of the bloodline in their body also determined their upper limit. A half-demon with a strong bloodline could transform into a demonic body, possessing the powerful physique of the demon race. The bloodline of the demon race and half-demon race was equivalent to the spiritual roots of the human race in general. The better the natural talent, the higher the upper limit of what one could cultivate to in the future. The demon race where mortal beasts became demons could never become demon immortals. The upper limit was already set. Unless one can have a great chance to evolve one's bloodline. That's why the demon race not only relies on itself, but also relies on its ancestors to be strong and its inherited bloodline to be strong. The most expensive one on the third floor was the half-demon man with green dragon scales. He had a green dragon bloodline in his body, and although his bloodline wasn't very dense, it wasn't very thin either. It was considered medium. His cultivation level was also that of a demon emperor, equivalent to a refined void cultivator of the human race. However, with the powerful body of the dragon race, he was much more powerful than the average refined void cultivator. The next one was a demonic woman, a rabbit demon whose body was a Xianin rabbit, and it was also very expensive. The Xianin rabbit clan was a good cauldron for dual cultivation and was loved by cultivators. However, for Wu Tian, who did not value bloodlines, the fox girl who looked the most beautiful was the one that satisfied him the most. Not much longer, Wu Tian brought the fox woman he had just bought, named Su Missy, to the small courtyard he had bought in the marketplace. He was going to stay in this imperial city for a while, partly to cultivate and improve his strength. On the one hand, you also want to wait for your pawns to grow up. He was now alone and not very strong, so he could only honestly stay down and strengthen himself. It was sufficient to have his doppelganger handle things outside. It's better to let the doppelganger do the risky stuff out there, lest you get caught in the gutter, because he had to stay in the imperial city for a while. This was one of the reasons why he bought Su Yao Yao. After all, having a woman around to pass the time wouldn't seem boring, and would allow him to combine his labor with his work. Wu Tian glanced at Su Yao Yao, who was peeking at him beside him, and said softly, "I'm going to leave a little backstabbing on you, so don't resist." With that, he condensed a devil seed and planted it on Su Yao Yao's body. Although Su Yao Yao's body had already been forbidden by His Excellency the 4C slave, the life soul card was still in his hands and could control her. However, compared to the ban placed by others, it was still his own magic seed that put him more at ease. After all, his yellow spring demon seed could allow him to sense what Su Yao Yao was thinking and completely eliminate all future troubles. Su Yao Yao didn't dare to resist and obediently let him plant the demon seed. It was just that after the magic seed was integrated into her body, she couldn't feel the existence of the magic seed in the slightest. This bizarre tactic made her understand a little more about Wu Tian's power, and she looked at him with more fear in her eyes. Wu Tian didn't care what she was thinking and casually lifted the restraints on her. This 4C slave excellency's prohibition, and I don't know if there are any backstops. It is better to lift it as early as possible. He looked at the furry ears on Su Yao Yao's head and raised his hand to touch them. His hands were soft and warm. He had long wanted to touch the ears and tail of such a beast-eared woman, and now he finally got his wish. Su Yao Yao didn't dare to hide, letting him caress and lightly pinch her ears. Wu Tian gently touched her twice, and saw her white fox ears turn pink, her red face lightly biting her lips. "Master!" Su Yao Yao winks at him with a hint of pleading in her eyes. When Wu Tian saw her, he knew that this ear should be her sensitive spot. Wu Tian smiled and stopped touching her ears, but not waiting for Su Yao Yao to breathe a sigh of relief. Wu Tian pulled her into his arms, his big hands grasping her tail and playing with it. This action of his caused Su Yao Yao's body to stiffen. Then her delicate body trembled, and her fragrant soft body fell softly into his arms. Her body was as soft as water, with a tantalizingly fresh scent. Wu Tian jerked her fluffy tail for a moment, then followed it to the root and landed on her arse. Soft in the hand, he hugged Su Yao Yao's soft and delicate body, his big hands roaming around her body. "Master!" Su Yao Yao shyly blushed, like a petulant whisper. Her small hands feebly pushed against his chest. Before she could finish, Wu Tian lowered his head and kissed her lips. Su Yaoyao, who had never experienced such things, could only passively cater to him. She tensed and closed her eyes, her lips tightly shut. Not knowing what to do, Wu Tian lightly pinched the head of the rabbit in his hand, causing its body to tremble and involuntarily loosen its teeth. A little while later, seeing that Su Yaoyao was already in love, Wu Tian directly carried her into the room. With a sweep of his spiritual energy, his delicate body without a single piece of clothing appeared in his eyes, muscles as white as snow, unbelievably beautiful. He didn't hesitate, and went straight to savoring the goodness of the good man, with a cry of pain. End of chapter. Ryoko. Wu Tian hugged Su Yaoyao's fragrant and soft body, his big hands gently roaming around her body. He especially loved her fluffy white fox tail. Her silky tail gave him a different kind of pleasure. Even if the beautiful person in his arms was unable to conquer, he had already fallen into a deep sleep. But he stroked her tail, and her body would quiver slightly, contracting every now and then in a different way. Wu Tian glanced at Su Yaoyao in his arms and raised his hand to wipe away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes. Su Yaoyao's identity as a fox girl made his excitement soar. A little too drastic for a first-timer. No way. The lure of the beast-eared lady was too much for him to resist. What's more, Su Yaoyao was also carrying the bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox, reminding him of the scourge of the country, Su Daji. Although he couldn't taste Su Daji's flavor, substituting for Su Yaoyao made it difficult for him to hold himself. Have to say, fox girls are wonderful, really different, moist and mesmerizing. You can't really blame King Zhou for that. They say that Daji is a demon. In his opinion, this is clearly auspicious. After releasing the pressure on his body, Wu Tian's entire body was much more relaxed. After some communication, he also had a general understanding of Su Yaoyao. Su Yaoyao was not a native half-demon of the divine state, but from the land of 10,000 demons not far from the great Jin dynasty. The 10,000 demon kingdom was not a country, but rather, like the divine state, it was a place inhabited by half-demons and consisted of countless demon kingdoms. Su Yaoyao is from the Qingqiu country, was captured while traveling, all the way to the Jin imperial city. She had long been prepared for her end. That was why she had acted so cooperative after being bought by Wu Tian. After all, Wu Tian was handsome and didn't look like a bad guy, and was still within her range of acceptance. It was all as a plaything, but it was better than being committed to those old men. Wu Tian hugged Su Yaoyao's fragrant and soft body, feeling her slight squirming. Instead, his mind sank into his several bilocations. There was no need to say that the doppelganger on the blue star was a backhand he had left for himself, lest both his main body and doppelganger die in the immortal demon world. With a doppelganger left at blue star, he could also have a chance to resurrect. The people on the blue planet hadn't slowed down to this day after his last scourge, but those mortals couldn't make much of a splash and weren't worth his undue attention. His attention was basically on his other three doppelgangers. The doppelganger he had left in the territory of the Violet Sky Sword Sect was on the verge of arranging all the flags in his hand. The doppelgangers rushing to the Blood God Sect and Yaoqi Immortal Palace also reached the territory of the two sects. After the two doppelgangers familiarized themselves with the power territories of the two clans, they also began to seize the time to arrange the pieces in their hands. Firstly, there were the two major sects, the Blood God Sect and the Yaoqi Immortal Palace, where Wu Tian had arranged the largest number of pawns. Especially for a top-tier demonic sect like the Blood God Sect, he had directly arranged for thousands of pawns to go in. The environment of the demon sect is to raise parasites, and a small number of people won't do. As long as just 1/10 of these thousands of people could gain a firm foothold in the Blood God Sect, it would already be enough for him. Though with all these thousands of people piling in, it was inevitable that a pawn would notice the others and know that he was not the only player. But this information can't be hidden for long, and it will surely be exposed later. As it is, Wu Tian simply let them come together up front, whether it was someone laying a hand on the others, or hugging the others. For Wu Tian, none of this mattered, as long as they could stand firm in the Blood God Sect. However, for these people who were in the demon sect, Wu Tian would still give appropriate help, lest they can't even carry the preliminaries. Too many deaths are a bit of a waste. After all, he had invested his magic seeds and his energy, so he had to get something out of it. It was a sunk cost that made Wu Tian care a little more about their lives. However, Wu Tian himself didn't have many resources in his hands, so at most, he could only credit a little bit of energy for them to cultivate first, help them to sense the gongfu, so that they don't waste too much time. The Blood God Sect's technique was the simplest, and he himself had originally cultivated it. It just needs to be instilled into their minds through the magic seed. The other Devil Sect techniques were a bit troublesome, and he still had to sense them himself. However, these feats he was originally going to incorporate into his Yellow Spring Heaven swallowing technique to enhance the depth and power of his feats. Consider it a side trip. Good thing he's so enlightened now that it's just a small thing for him. This was also one of the reasons why he had to stay in the imperial city of the Great Gene. After all, until these pawns grew up, he should be pretty busy all this time and not have time to go out and make waves. Furthermore, he had to use these pawns to gather information about the great sects. It allowed him to do so by getting to know these clans and getting to know the strongest people in each of the major clans. This was because the Yaoqi Immortal Palace was farther away from the Purple Skysword Sect than the Blood God Sect. Thus the black-robed doppelganger within the Blood God Sect's territory had already arranged pieces in the Blood God Sect. The Yaoqi Immortal Palace's green-clothed doppelganger had just arrived on the Immortal Palace's territory and started arranging for the pieces to enter the Immortal Palace to cultivate. Although the Yaoqi Immortal Palace was not yet at the time of accepting disciples. However, the pieces in the hands of the green-clothed doppelganger were all relatively gifted, and it wasn't much of a challenge to join the sect halfway through. After all, a heavenly spiritual root was a heavenly pride disciple in any sect, worthy of vigorous cultivation. The only thing that was more problematic was that he still had to take the time to put these pawns in a reasonable capacity. At least it has to be passable on the surface, not someone of unknown origin. But even if someone finds out something is wrong with the identity, it's not a big deal. After all, their natural talent could allow these people to have a gold medal of exemption from death, and something as trivial as their origin could be ignored. It's too big a world for basically anyone to specialize in checking it out. As for saying that it was an undercover agent arranged by another clan, this was basically nothing that would come to mind. People with heavenly spiritual roots were rare talents in the demon sect that didn't value natural talent. How could they let this kind of person go undercover? Although the devil sect does not value natural talent, those with good natural talent often have deep chi, and will travel farther on the immortal path than others. With a spiritual root to add to the cultivation, it would also be easier to comprehend the laws in the later stages of cultivation, and it would be easier to make a breakthrough. No demon sect would let this kind of person go undercover in the righteous path. Wu Tian arranged reasonable identities for these pawns, also to eliminate unnecessary troubles. These gifted people are related to his future, so he can't afford not to be concerned. Wu Tian's green-clothed doppelganger had spent a lot of effort in the Yaoqi Immortal Palace, sending 6 people in. 2 of the sisters, Lin Xuan Yue, were among them, entering the Yaoqi Immortal Palace together. Aside from Lin Xuan Yue, who was an ice spirit root, as well as Lin Ruoxue, who was an earth spirit root, the other 4 were all heavenly spirit roots. Their 2 sisters were also specially sent to Yaoqi Immortal Palace by Wu Tian. After all, Yaoqi Immortal Palace was a top-tier sect, with ample resources and a good cultivation environment within the sect. Their 2 sisters were at least his acquaintances, so naturally they had to take special care of them. However, too many people with good natural talent in a clan wouldn't do, and a clear-eyed person would realize that something was wrong at a glance. All these people that Wu Tian had arranged now had attracted the attention of many people. After all, it was too unusual for so many people with good natural talent to pop up all at once. Some people secretly investigated, some people looked grave, and some people showed a look of delight. In the eyes of some great powers, this anomaly meant that the world of great struggle was about to arrive, which was why so many heavenly prides had emerged. Every time there was a great struggle, heavenly prides that were hard to see in 10,000 years would spring up like shoots, all of them carrying great fortune. This kind of person is blessed with good fortune and continuous opportunities, and his strength will soar. This also meant that the laws of heaven and earth would become extraordinarily clear, making it easier for people to comprehend the laws. This is the heyday of the world's cultivators. Becoming immortal is expected. End of chapter. 6 months later, Wu Tian's 3 doppelgangers had arranged all the pieces in their hands to the major clans. Many of the pawns had already embarked on the path of cultivation and had established themselves in the sect. Even the thousands of people who were in the Blood God sect, most of them survived and became chi-refining cultivators. Some have found other players and formed cliques. There were also those who were very steady and meet out their lives within the clan without revealing their identity as players. Others don't even notice the presence of others. These people think that they are the protagonist because they have a system in place, and they don't know to keep a low profile in the demon sect. The people who have died in the last 6 months are basically the same kind of people who have drifted away. In the devil sect cannot see the situation. Those ruthless devil cultivators will not give them a chance, and directly let them become consumables. For this kind of people, Wu Tian did not care about their life and death in the slightest. The only thing that's a bit of a shame is that these guys haven't grown up yet. Instead of bringing him a little benefit, it consumed a little of his resources. The resources on these guys were wasted though, but the good news is that most of them still survived. It was a surprise to him that so many people had survived. Whether or not it will grow is still an open question, though, and we'll have to wait and see later. The pawns under his command, although they were basically all cultivating these half a year, but with a large number of people, the speed of acquiring news was still quite fast. The Blood God Sect also had an imperial power underneath it, named Daqing, which belonged to the Blood God Sect's subordinate imperial dynasty. The territories of the Daqing and Dajin imperial dynasties bordered each other, and the two imperial dynasties had always been incompatible because of the clans they were in. The two major imperial dynasties were even more friction-ridden during this period of time, both arranging heavy troops at the borders. It was only that Daqing was the main attacking party, and it looked like it wanted to go to war with the Dajin imperial dynasty, frequently attacking the Dajin border cities. The clans that were closer to the borders of the two imperial dynasties had all released clan missions during this time. Disciples can go forward to help the So-Camped dynasty. Some of Wu Tian's pawns who could not obtain resources within the demon sect also seized this opportunity to head to the border of the imperial dynasty. Although their strength was no more than the qi refining stage, they were not very powerful. However, the resources they could obtain in the demon sect were limited, and it was far better to head to the battlefield and fight for a way out with their lives. This world, there is never a shortage of people who dare to fight for their lives. The situation of the Great Jin dynasty didn't seem to be very good. Not only was their Daqing coming in fiercely, but the neighbors of the 10,000 demon kingdom were also watching intently. The three major demonic kingdoms that were only a mountain away from the Great Jin dynasty sent a large number of demonic soldiers into the Tongyi mountain range as if they had made an appointment. The demon hunters within the 10,000 demons kingdom had all died quite a few times during this period. At this rate, Dajin was at risk of being caught in the crossfire and attacked by Daqing and the demon kingdom as a group. Although Great Jin still had the Violet Sky Sword sect behind them, they were still at risk of being exterminated. This was because, according to rumors, the Great Jin dynasty's transitional ancestor in the Violet Sky Sword sect had been severely injured some time ago and appeared to have fallen. With its biggest backer gone, the Violet Sky Sword sect was naturally no longer as concerned about the survival of the Great Jin dynasty. They were more concerned about what the Blood God sect and the Demon Kingdom were trying to do, and whether the target was their Violet Sky Sword sect. After all, the current situation looked like it had been planned for a long time, and in the face of the Blood God sect and the Demon Kingdom joining forces, the Violet Sky Sword sect naturally didn't dare to be careless. Wu Tian didn't want the Violet Sky Sword sect to experience any changes. The pawns under his command had not yet grown up and were generally weak. Right now none of the pawns under him had broken through to the foundation establishment stage yet. Not good enough. Before his pawns grew up, he did not want anything to happen to the Violet Sky Sword sect. Even the Great Jin dynasty, where he was now living in seclusion, he didn't want anything to happen. At least, he can also be more comfortable when the pieces under him grow up. This information did not have a great impact on Wu Tian, so he did not pay too much attention to it. He was more concerned about how he should obtain resources for his own cultivation. All the resources in his hand had been consumed by him in the past half a year, and he was only a little bit short of breaking through to the middle stage of void refining. It was just that now that he had no resources in his hands, he could only stop cultivating. It could be said that during this period of time he had basically spent the rest of his time cultivating except for taking the time to double cultivate with Su Yao Yao a bit. Now without resources, his party focused on the news his pawns had gotten. After he understood and analyzed the current situation, he began to let his three doppelgangers mess things up. Since he was now short of resources and he didn't want to go and earn them slowly, he could only rob them. But before killing and robbing people, he still had to get his three doppelgangers to do one thing first. Since even the pawns under him now survived in the demon sect, those people on the blue planet who possessed spiritual roots, he naturally wouldn't let them go. Instead of moping around in Blue Star, those people should come to this immortal and demon world and experience the wonders of immortal cultivation. It's not a good idea. Those people Wu Tian was going to leave some of them behind as seeds for Blue Star. The rest were all sent to the territory of the Blood God sect and the Seven Emotions sect, and it was up to them to decide how many would survive. Not much longer. Wu Tian's detachment left on the Blue Star had collected most of the people on the Blue Star who possessed spiritual roots. There were about 100,000 of these people, most of them from the Summerland, and all of these people are yellow, no other race. He had another use for those foreigners, but now was not the time. So many people were considered a big project for Wu Tian, and it took him quite a while before he planted the demon seed in their bodies. Then the three doppelgangers, who had long since arrived at the Great Jin Imperial City, took the pieces that he had put inside each of the three spirit beast bags, rushing to the territory of the two major demonic sects. These people would be on their own, and right now he didn't have the resources to give them help up front. Even planting them with the demon seed had cost him a small price. All he could do now was hope that these people would fight for their lives and not waste his efforts. He didn't have high expectations, it was enough if half of them survived. If so many people could all gain a foothold in this world and become powerful, then it would be a lot easier for him to act. Still, there were too few people in Blue Star who possessed spiritual roots, allowing him to only go so far. The remaining billions of people were giving him souls and emotions every day, but he still felt a bit wasted. Wu Tian thought about what he could do to make those billions of people and maximize their value, just waiting for them to grow old and die every day, plus providing him with a little bit of emotional power. He wasn't satisfied with that. Those billions of people were only mortals, but it was thought that they should be useful for more than that. Gradual. Wu Tian had an idea in his heart, but if he really wanted to implement it, it was probably a bit troublesome, and it was suppressed by him for the time being. There was nothing he could do to utilize those billions of people for the time being, and it seemed that those people could only provide him with a little bit of the power of the 7 emotions. It was a good thing that Blue Star humans were still rich in emotions, and a large amount of the 7 emotions were produced every day, especially during this period of time, when Blue Star had been scourged by him, and with a number of people missing, all sorts of emotions had skyrocketed. Grievance and fear are at the top of the list, making the ghosts within the Hellmouth grow stronger quickly. This emotional power can be a great tonic for ghosts. The power of the 7 emotions absorbed by the big formation every day was simply too much for the ghosts within the hell to absorb. This caused a strong accumulation of the 7 emotions in the hell, and the number of ghosts in it was increasing every day. End of chapter. The ghosts within Blue Star Hell did not take them into the human emperor streamer. Instead, let them fight each other within the hell, as if they were raising parasites. For him, ghosts that were too weak were of no use to him at all, so it would be better to keep them within the hell so that they could devour each other and become stronger. In the future, if he wanted to put those billions of people to use, he would have to let these ghosts do their part. But right now, he was still too weak and had to keep a low profile. Restricted by his strength, he was unable to implement many of his plans, and could only put them off until later. Because there were no more resources for cultivation in his hands, it made Wu Tian become idle all of a sudden. He stayed in the middle of the Imperial City's workshop, and every day, apart from double cultivating with Su Yao Yao, he was observing the condition of the flags under his command. Have to say, like watching a movie, the experience of the pawns under him is still quite exciting. After his doppelganger arranged the thousands of pawns into the 7 emotions sect, he found another acquaintance from his previous time in the Eastern Wasteland, such as Jun Wudao and Lang Ruyan from the previous Ghost King sect, as well as Chu Meier and Hua Langying whom he knew well. These people were in the 7 Sentiments sect and became disciples of the 7 Sentiments sect. The only ones who were more familiar with him now were still in the Immortal Meteor Mountain range, the 2 sisters of the Fire Phoenix clan, Phoenix Dream Concubine and Phoenix Dream Ching. He doesn't know the situation anymore. The place where the 2 sisters lived was relatively close to the Eastern Wasteland, and was still separated from the Divine State by the Phoenix clan's unextinguishable fire domain. If Wu Tian wanted to see them again, he probably wouldn't have to think about it anytime soon. Their 2 sisters' fiery phoenix physiques and warm bodies were still somewhat fresh in his mind when he thought of them now. The banshees of this world. Each one brought him an extraordinarily different feeling. Just like the fox girl Su Yao Yao who was now lying in his arms. Water is moist and colorful. It's hard to get out of one's head. Leisurely times always go by fast though. With his 3 doppelgangers, arranging the pieces in their hands and starting to make waves out there, he became busy again. His 3 doppelgangers killed and robbed people, combining their efforts to wreak havoc on the territories of the 2 major demonic sects. With his 3 doppelgangers together, a merged cultivator could also kill. After all 3 of his doppelgangers had great divine abilities in them. Although with his current strength, he was not yet able to fully utilize the power of the great divine power. But even so, for the harmonized cultivators who didn't know divine powers, it was enough to make them defenseless. He also didn't dare to pop into the base camps of the 2 major demonic sects and the first-class demonic sects. Instead, they were killing and robbing people in the territory of those small and medium-sized demonic sects, slaughtering cities and destroying sects. The spirit stones and pills and all these things that were grabbed were refined into pure energy by the 3 doppelgangers using the Yellow Spring Heaven swallowing technique. Then these refined energies were absorbed by the Devil Seed and fed back to Wu Tian's main body. With all this energy, Wu Tian didn't even have much time to double cultivate with Su Yao Yao, basically cultivating. However, most of the devil cultivators didn't like to hoard resources, and the resources they got were basically used by themselves. Compared to the righteous cultivators, the average devil cultivator was really quite poor. The good thing was that their artifacts and treasures and fleshly bodies could be refined into energy by Wu Tian. It kind of makes up for the fact that they don't have a lot of money. Wu Tian's 3 doppelgangers shot one shot for another, and many small clans were ransacked by him. Relying on the many pawns within those clans, he was still quite well informed, and he was often able to score a hit. When he became famous, he attracted the attention of those demonic sect masters. He had long ago slipped into the territory of the righteous sect, mainlining a blitzkrieg, grab and run. Those devil sect powerhouses couldn't possibly run to the land of the righteous path to kill him. After Wu Tian had finished wreaking havoc on the demon sect, he began to wreak havoc on the righteous sects. His movements were swift, and the three doppelgangers disappeared after grabbing the target they had long been eyeing. By the time his reputation got out, he was gone. This left the righteous great powers who had just reacted and wanted to kill him at their wits' end. Someone who tried to deduce the heavenly chances and exerted means to find him could only see chaos. Wu Tian's honorary name that he had actively put out had also gone viral, and he had gained a bit of fame in both the righteous and demonic paths, and was considered to be famous. These days if you're even slightly famous, other people will give you a mess of honorifics. So in order to avoid a bad reputation for his honorary name in the future, he passed it on himself. Stylist Devil. This was the honorific name he gave himself, which he would use in the future to walk the world. Every time he slaughtered a city and destroyed a clan, he only had to shout and leave a little alive, and his honorable name would naturally be spread. He had wanted to call the skyless demon ancestor, but it was a bit too arrogant. With his strength, can't manage the honorific yet. The main reason was that he was afraid that the word devil ancestor would cause the ill feelings of some devil Dao powers, and it would be bad if they found him out and killed him. He was making a small fight now, and those great powers wouldn't take him to heart yet. However, if he really dared to call himself a devil ancestor, he would inevitably attract the attention of some great powers of the devil Dao. That would really be a light in the toilet. Looking for death. Wu Tian now had sufficient resources in his hands and honestly cultivated, not letting his doppelganger go out and cause trouble again. Even his three doppelgangers ran to the 10,000 spirit Jedi realm, so that no one would be able to find his doppelgangers, and the chances of running away in the 10,000 spirit Jedi realm would be a little bit higher. As to whether anyone would follow the split to his main body, Wu Tian was prepared in his heart but was not very worried. When his main body and bilocation went out, they all wore masks to hide the scent of his body. Cultivators can recognize people by their appearance as well as their breath and spiritual energy fluctuations. After all, there were too many means by which cultivators could change to conceal their appearance. Looks can be changed, but changing your breath is not easy. The most common ones were just spells and treasures to hide one's breath. Wanting to change one's aura and spiritual power fluctuations was not something that ordinary people could do. Wu Tian wouldn't be able to change the means of his scent, so he could only hide it. However, he possessed the yellow spring heaven swallowing technique, which allowed him to change his spiritual attributes at will. Once the spiritual power attributes changed, the spiritual power fluctuations were naturally very different. The people of the righteous and devilish paths had never seen Wu Tian's original appearance and could only rely on the fluctuations in his revealed spiritual energy to find him. And the spiritual energy fluctuations revealed by the doppelganger were very different from those of his main body. So how could they be found on his main body? So, Wu Genius dared to continue staying in this great Jin imperial city. It's kind of a lampshade. Time passed quietly in the midst of his cultivation. A twist. There were no years in cultivation, and without realizing it 5 years had passed. Wu Tian's cultivation level also broke through to the late stage of refining void by relying on the resources grabbed by the bilocation. However, his roots were deep, and the yellow spring heaven swallowing technique he cultivated was a dual cultivation technique of dharma and body, consuming extraordinarily terrifying resources. The resources that his three doppelgangers had snatched had now been consumed by him for the most part, and his cultivation had only broken through 2 minor realms, so it was evident how much he was consuming resources now, but the deep roots were fundamental to his ability to cross over. For him, it's worth it no matter how many resources are consumed. During his seclusion, he was aware of the changes outside. The pawns under his command were now firmly established in the righteous and demonic paths. Needless to say, the righteous ones were basically still alive, except for a few unlucky ones, and many of them had already become Yuanshan cultivators. They were able to cultivate so quickly thanks to the ample resources given to them by the sect. Together with the system in place, it could greatly increase their cultivation speed. There were also quite a few of the devil's pawns who had cultivated to the Yuanshan realm, just that the lowest was no more than a foundation establishment cultivation, and of the last 100,000 people, only about 50,000 are still alive. Half of the survival rate was an unexpected surprise to Wu Tian. These people from the devil's path were able to cultivate so quickly, but it was still thanks to the blessings of the great Qing dynasty. In the past few years, the two imperial dynasties of Daqing and Dejin had gone into full-scale war, almost to the white-hot stage. End of chapter. Not only that, in addition to Daqing launching an all-out attack on the great Jin dynasty, even the 3 major demonic kingdoms in the 10,000 demon kingdom had combined their efforts to kill their way into the territory of the great Jin dynasty. The borders of the great Jin dynasty had now fallen completely. It could be said that the great Jin dynasty was now caught in the crossfire, with enemies on both sides. The clans within the great Jin dynasty did not stand idly by, and led by the purple sky sword sect, they all sent their disciples. heading to the border to aid in the battle. Only the strongest of those disciples was only a harmonized cultivator, and none of the strongest above the transitional succession had shown up. Without a great power above the transitional juncture to step in and stop this war, the Great Jin Dynasty and the Great Sects were losing ground. After all, the Great Jin Dynasty and the Sect disciples needed to fight on two fronts. With their battle power dispersed under, it was still really hard to resist the attack of the Qing Imperial Dynasty and the Demon Kingdom. Many of Wu Tian's pawns in the Demon Sect were the ones who participated in this war, killing many people and scavenging many resources. Fang had cultivated to the Yuanshan realm in a short period of time. The more powerful ones also had an official position in the Qing Dynasty, with a number of people under them to help him out. But there are many people who die on the battlefield, and the slightest mistake will kill them, and they will not even be able to enter the ground after death. The people who are still alive now are either ruthless or have better luck. Those who survived the battlefield had basically cultivated to the cultivation level of Yuaning and Transformation God. After all, Qing Dynasty belonged to the attacking side, and it was still playing a windy game. They followed the autumn wind and all collected a lot of resources to use for cultivation. These people practiced magic skills, plus there was a system to help them. As long as there were enough resources, their cultivation could grow faster than the average magic cultivator. Wu Tian had only intercepted a layer of their refined energy because he had considered that they needed resources to cultivate in the early stages. They used some sort of power to refine resources such as spirit stones. The aura in them could be completely refined into pure energy. Refining spirit stones with magic seeds not only had no loss, but was also faster. If not, with their spiritual roots, the speed of absorbing and refining the spirit stones was slow, and during that time, there would be quite a bit of aura loss, and it would not be completely absorbed and refined by them. By absorbing and purifying themselves, they would at least lose about 30% of their aura. Even magic Dao materials such as blood pills had losses and were not fully absorbed by them. Wu Tian only intercepted one layer of energy, also because he wanted them to grow up earlier. After all, these people were weak in the early stages and had access to few resources, and their energy was naturally not much. Now that they were stronger, they had access to more resources. However, the energy intercepted by Wu Tian remained the same, only 2 layers. The main reason was that he had to consider the heavenly pawns of the righteous sects equally. Those people's spiritual roots were very good, and when they absorbed and refined the spirit stones, they didn't lose a lot of spiritual chi. He only intercepted 1 layer now, and with the same resources, they would have a higher cultivation level than the other disciples within the sect. They naturally cultivated much faster. If he had intercepted 20% or 30%, it might not have been as good as them absorbing and refining it themselves. That way, they might not use the magic seed system to help them refine anymore. For Wu Tian, this was no small loss. You can't lose the big one for the small one. So for the sake of future longevity, he intercepted only 1 layer of energy. Furthermore, he wanted these people to quickly become strong men who could stand on their own. How can these people help him if they can't grow up fast? Many of his future plans will have to be completed by these people. Without some strength cannot be. Now these people are only barely strong enough. Other than the top ones, those Yuanshan cultivators, the rest were nothing more than ants in his eyes. With their current strength, they couldn't make any waves at all. Therefore, Wu Tian did not make any movements and continued to honestly knead out in the Great Jin Imperial City. The resources in his hands were now pretty much depleted, but the pieces under him were intercepting a lot of energy from him every day. Although these energies were a bit of a drop in the bucket and could not allow him to cultivate at full strength, but fortunately, it was still stable and could support his cultivation, just at a slower pace. It was believed that as long as he waited for the strength of the others to rise, and was able to obtain more resources, he would naturally have no shortage of energy to cultivate. Therefore, Wu Tian did not go out to make waves, nor did he let his doppelganger go out to cause trouble. Instead, he just hid in the city, observing the situation outside through his pawns. He had people in all the major sects of the orthodox and demonic paths, and he was still able to have a good idea of the situation outside. Now that he wasn't strong, and the pieces under him were only barely good enough, he naturally wouldn't get himself into trouble at this juncture. After all, the last time the righteous and demonic paths were scourged by him, those people were basically wary and wouldn't let him get his hands on them again. Although the ones he robbed were small clans, he was also on the blacklist of both the righteous and demonic paths. Now that his 3 doppelgangers went out to cause trouble again, the probability was that they would be caught by the great powers and would not be able to run away. At that time, if he were to be used to find his main body by using his doppelganger, he wouldn't be as relaxed as he was now. Right now, besides cultivating every day, he was pulling Su Yao Yao to double cultivate. He was still comfortable living this kind of leisurely life. Plus, even though he was in the middle of the city, He had his underling pawns to provide him with energy, so that he didn't have to worry about cultivation resources. The situation outside was changing, and he was able to learn about it through the pawns of the righteous and the devil. Like right now, Wu Tian hugged Su Yao Yao and sat on a recliner, leisurely basking in the sun in the small courtyard. He played with her silky fluffy tail with one hand gently rubbed her big bunny. It caused Su Yao Yao to lean into his arms in a delicate and weak manner. Only the beauty of the beautiful person in his arms was not something he had experienced in detail. Instead, he sank back and focused on the pawns under his command. Today was the day of the Purple Sky Sword Sect's clan competition, and the scene was still quite lively. The Violet Sky Sword Sect's sect competition was held once every 10 years, and the rewards were still quite rich, and quite a few of the pieces under Wu Tian's command had participated. Aside from a portion of the disciples who had traveled to the borders of the Great Gene, most of the disciples who were within the sect had participated in this grand competition. Wu Tian also borrowed Chen Hao's perspective to look at the pomp and circumstance of this Purple Sky Sword sect. The tense situation in the Great Gene dynasty did not affect the bustle of this sect competition in the slightest. As the grand competition began, tens of thousands of sword immortals rode their swords, transforming into countless streams of light coming from all directions and converging on a huge platform. Wu Tian was like watching a movie, taking in all that Chen Hao had seen. His changing moods could be sensed by Wu Tian as well. Not much longer, Wu Tian saw the fairy-like Shui Yu from Chen Hao's perspective. The years had passed and her appearance remained the same, only her aura was even more alluring. In Wu Tian's eyes, her young woman flavor could not be concealed at all, but in the eyes of many, she is still a pure and flawless fairy, to be viewed only from afar. It's safe to say, in Wu Tian's eyes, Shui Yu's aura carried a young woman's flavor, but to others, she was just a gentle fairy. End of chapter. The clan competition. This was still quite new to Wu Tian and intrigued him. After all, he hadn't experienced this kind of thing at all along the way because of being in the demon sect and the changing times. Now that the Violet Sky Sword sect was organizing a sect competition, it was considered to have satisfied his curiosity. This sect competition of the Violet Sky Sword sect was still quite interesting, giving Wu Tian the feeling of watching a live broadcast. The first is the competition for newly promoted disciples who joined the sect within 10 years. These new disciples had joined the sect for a short period of time yet and had not cultivated for long. Their strength was generally very low. The strongest was only at Yuanshan cultivation, not even refined void. Although the 5 pawns under Wu Tian had only been cultivating for a few years, their strength already belonged to the top wave among them. The 5 pawns he had placed in the Violet Sky Sword sect had now all become Yuanshan cultivators, belonging to the clan's newly promoted Heavenly Pride. The 5 of them had seen their cultivation skyrocket over the past few years, and their reputation was still quite high among the new disciples within the sect. If there are no accidents, the top 10 newcomers will have a seat for them. Although Shui Yu and the others had also just joined the sect not long ago, they belonged to the category of those who entered the sect with their cultivation, and their own cultivation was not low when they joined the sect. If they were to participate in the newcomer competition, it would be too unfair to the new disciples. Therefore, Mu Xinghe and the others were on a different track, belonging to the ring competitions for disciples of the clan who had been in the clan for 10 years or more. The newcomers and seniors races were held at the same time, and even the venue was in the same place. Fortunately, the platform used by the Violet Sky Sword sect for the competition was very wide, and it would not look crowded even if it accommodated tens of thousands of disciples within the sect. The senior race is just a shot in the dark for most people. The top 100 disciples were basically only qualified by harmonized cultivators. And it wasn't that easy for cultivators below harmonized to enter the top 100, but it wasn't that absolute. Refined void cultivators still had a chance to enter the top 100 as well. For example, Max Xinghe. He had now broken through to the middle stage of void refining, which was even higher than the cultivation level of his former master teacher from the Green Cloud Immortal sect. His cultivation level was also the highest among those from the former Green Cloud Immortal sect. Moreover, he relied on the powerful sword techniques he cultivated. Coupled with the power of the innate sword pill, his battle power was invincible at the same level, and he could cross over levels. He was also the person that many people thought would be able to enter the top 100 with his refined void cultivation. As for the other people from the Green Cloud Immortal sect, it would only be a bit of soy sauce. Even the former patriarch of the Qingyun Immortal sect, Qingyun Zi, was now only at the cultivation level of a transformation spirit, not even a refined void. In this sect competition where powerful people gathered, they couldn't make any waves at all. Shui Yu had also broken through to the spirit transformation cultivation, and was considered to be a latecomer, with her cultivation even higher than her mother's. However, with her current cultivation level, she could only play a little bit of soy sauce in the middle of this great competition. She, Yun Yao, And the others from the Green Cloud Immortal Sect didn't want to achieve any good results in this grand competition themselves. They were mainly cheering for Mu Xinghe, wanting to see how far he could go and whether he could enter the grand competition top 100. Those who were able to enter the top 100 were basically true disciples with a combined cultivation level. If Mu Xinghe could enter the top 100, their situation within the sect could be a little better. After all, the Purple Sky Sword sect is too big, and the sect is not a peaceful one, but also has no small nasty, with all kinds of small groups, those of them who brought their cultivation and joined the clan halfway. Honestly, they didn't have a good time and weren't highly regarded within the clan. The main reason was that they didn't have much of a background, and they were still from a remote place like the Eastern Wasteland. The difference between the Eastern Wasteland and the Divine State was like the countryside and the city, and those who came out of smaller places naturally did not receive their attention. If it weren't for Mu Xinghe's exceptional natural talent, they would definitely be in a much more difficult situation than they were now. It could be said that Mu Xinghe was now the backer of the Qingyun Immortal Sect and the others, and they naturally hoped that Mu Xinghe would go farther. Immortal cultivation is not fighting and killing, but also has to talk about human feelings. If you don't have the strength, then you have to rely on your background and find a big leg to lean on. Soon after, as the elimination rounds of the sect competition came to an end, the old and new top 1,000 disciples came out. No surprise there. All 5 of Wu Tian's pieces made it to the top 1,000 newcomers, while Shui Yu and the others stopped outside the top 1,000. Only Mu Xinghe entered the top 1,000. Numerous disciples killed each other 2 by 2, from the top 1,000 to the top 500, and then decided the top 100 disciples. The battle process can be said to be wonderful and incomparable. Wu Tian was just like watching a live broadcast, lending his eyes to the 5 chess pieces, which was also very enjoyable to watch, making him feel as if he was there. Nowadays, the new and old disciples who could enter the top 100 were basically the pride of the clan. Wu Tian's 5 pieces and Mu Xinghe had also killed their way into the top 100 and were competing to determine the top 10. His 5 pieces were highly cultivated and strong in battle, and the process was still smooth. These people were in the mood to watch other people's bouts after they finished their fights. After Mu Xinghe entered the top 100, the people he encountered weren't so good to deal with. After all, even though the previous contest was randomized, they were still assigned their respective opponents according to their cultivation level. Right now, those who could enter the top 100 had a minimum of mid-harmonization cultivation, and most of them were in the late harmonization stage. With his cultivation at the middle stage of void refining, he was still relatively conspicuous among them, although he was an absolute heavenly pride. Which of these people was not a heavenly pride, and none of their battle power was weak? He fought desperately, and at the cost of serious injuries, he only managed to kill his way into the top 50, and then he encountered a formidable opponent. Stop here. After all, his injuries were treated by the clan though and did not affect his subsequent battles. However, his cultivation level was too low, and when he encountered a more powerful heavenly pride, he wouldn't be able to cross the ranks. Only with his current performance, he had also satisfied the others in the clan, solidifying his identity as an absolute heavenly pride. After all, Mu Xinghe was still young, and with the speed of his current cultivation and the battle prowess he was displaying, his achievements in the future would be unlimited. And Wu Tian's 5 pawns had killed their way from the top 100 to the top 10. But when it came to deciding the top 5, 2 of his pieces were paired up. But the good thing is that the loser can participate in the resurrection round and finally manage to make it to the final 5 as well. Then his 5 pieces fought each other to determine the top 3 positions. Shenhao also stood out from his 5 pawns and became the first place amongst the rookie disciples in this Purple Sky Sword Sect competition. Although Wu Tian was having a great time watching, he also took advantage of this great competition to keep the many heavenly prides of the Violet Sky Sword Sect in his heart. These people were considered the backbone of the Violet Sky Sword Sect, so he naturally had to take note of them, and it was possible that they would be his enemies in the future. Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is the only way to win 100 battles. This truth he still understands. After the Violet Sky Sword Sect competition ended, the 2 elders led many disciples to the 2 battlefields of the Great Jin Dynasty. As the Great Jin Dynasty was a subordinate dynasty of the Violet Sky Sword Sect, the Sword Sect naturally wouldn't let things go and allow the Great Jin Dynasty's boundaries to be lost. After all, the territory of the Great Jin Dynasty could also be said to be the territory of their Violet Sky Sword Sect. This time, the Great Chang and the Demon Kingdom came in with great force, and behind them, they had to say that there was no authorization from the Blood God Sect, as well as the Dragon God Empire, borrowing 10 guts from Da Chang and the Demon Kingdom. They wouldn't dare to attack the Great Jin Dynasty so blatantly. After all, you have to look at the master even when you hit the dog. End of chapter. So, in the view of the Violet Sky Sword Sect, Da Chang and the Demon Kingdom were not drunk. This was running towards their sect. This was also one of the reasons why the transitional succession powerhouses of their sects did not dare to act rashly. After all, there were some unspoken rules that they couldn't easily break. Right now it was still just the people below them fighting, and the three parties tacitly agreed not to let strong people above the threshold of the ferryman intervene. After all, the battle power of those who were above the threshold of the ferry robbery was too strong, and they belonged to the big killers on the battlefield. Just like the Blue Star War between the two countries, as long as they don't destroy their countries, they won't easily use nuclear weapons. If they, the Violet Sky Sword Sect, were to take the lead in breaking this tacit agreement, then it wasn't as if the Blood God Sect and the Demon Kingdom didn't have strong people above the transitional juncture. At that point, it would really have to be all-out war. Therefore, the Violet Sky Sword Sect could only send out Sect disciples to support the Great Jin Dynasty, and could not allow strong people above the level of the transition. Anyway, as long as the Violet Sky Sword Sect was around, the Great Jin Dynasty would not be able to destroy the country. The Sword Sect sent out disciples to support them, and on the one hand, they also wanted to let the Sect's disciples experience. Wu Tian's 5 pawns and Mu Xinghe also followed the clan elders and headed to the border battlefield of the Great Jin Dynasty. Even Shui Yuro didn't stay within the clan and went to the border together. After all, the rewards given by the Violet Sky Sword Sect this time were still quite rich, allowing them to obtain quite a few cultivation resources, much better than within the sect. Although the Violet Sky Sword Sect didn't force it, under the lure, there were still quite a few disciples who traveled to the border to support it, even if the battlefield is treacherous and you can lose your life if you're not careful. However, if a person who cultivates immortality does not have the courage to dare to fight with the sky, the immortal road will not go very far. Those who dared to go to the border battlefield to provide support were not far behind in their own strength, with the lowest being Yuaning cultivation. Those who could cultivate to this realm, at least in terms of their state of mind, would not be that bad. There were not many people who were too greedy and afraid of death to fight for their lives. It wasn't that Wu Tian's 5 pawns ran to the border, not that they had much of a desire to share the clan's worries. The main reason was that with their current cultivation level, the resources provided within the sect were no longer enough, and they had to find a way to obtain them on their own. After all, even though they were treated as true disciples, the resources they could obtain were limited, and while it was still enough in the early stages, it was not now. Though the resources they received after their cultivation level increased were also greater, but it didn't allow them to rest easy and hide within the sect to cultivate. The rewards given by the sect this time were still quite rich, so there was no way for them not to be moved. Furthermore, with so many corpses on the battlefield, they could use the system to refine the corpses into energy for their cultivation. Plus, if the things seized were large enough, it would also allow them to increase their cultivation speed by quite a bit. Only they don't know that someone else has already done this a long time ago. Wu Tian's pawns and the demon sect were the ones who utilized the corpses from the battlefield, along with the captured resources, to cultivate so quickly. This was still because the rest of the demon sect was robbing corpses from them to cultivate demonic skills, refining magic weapons. There weren't many corpses for them to acquire, or they could still cultivate faster. Now many of Wu Tian's flags in the demon sect were running to the battlefield, using this war to quickly improve their strength. Many of them also formed small groups, joining forces to kill the enemy and scavenge for resources on the battlefield. His pawns in the demon sect were also the first to realize there were other players because of their sheer numbers. Now it was thought that the only people who had crossed over were those within the righteous clan. After all, there were some clans that he just shoved one person into. These past few years, due to their limited strength, they couldn't run too far at all, so it was naturally difficult for them to discover the others. Some of them had also been practicing in the sect and had never left the sect at all. This kind of person was basically in medium-sized sects, and because their natural talent was too high, they were cultivated by the sects as holy sons and daughters. With the strength of the entire clan to feed their cultivation, these people naturally did not lack resources in the early stages. It could be said that compared to the pawns within the large sects, the people he had placed in the medium-sized sects had a much more comfortable life. After all, the Violet Sky Sword Sect had no shortage of people with horrible natural talent at all, and he had stuffed in the most pieces that couldn't be provided for by the entire sect. If it wasn't for the fact that the Violet Sky Sword Sect didn't lack resources at all, the resources within the sect were too terrifying. It was not likely that Chen Hao and the others would obtain less resources than those medium-sized sect pawns. While there is no shortage of resources, their treatment is vastly different. After all, Chen Hao and the others were not highly valued within the sect. Those from medium-sized clans were treated as the hope of the clan's rise to power, and belonged to the treatment of holy sons and daughters. Those people's comfortable days within the sect were somewhat envied by Wu Tian when he looked at them. However, this was only the early stage. The pawns of the small and medium-sized sects in the back. The resources within the sect were definitely not enough for them to cultivate. coupled with the disparity in feats and such, in the long run, it was still the large sects that had a better future. When you walk outside, you get a different level of attention. After all, the thigh held thick or not, determines the bottom of their out of the house to speak. Just like now, after Chen Hao and the others arrived at the border battlefield, people from the Great Jin dynasty and other sects spoke to them in a respectful tone. Even people with higher cultivation levels than them didn't dare to be slow in talking to them. This was a case of having their backs against a big tree. And the identity of the disciples of the Violet Sky Sword sect allowed them to get a lot of convenience when they went out. People from small and medium-sized clans don't get this treatment. Let's just say something is gained and something is lost. There are advantages and disadvantages. Many of the pawns that Wu Tian had arranged in other sects were also in the border battlefield. With a large number of people, it was natural that someone would inevitably spot other players. After all, not everyone deliberately hides themselves from the rest of the world without knowing that there are other players, so that their demeanor is the same as that of the people in this world. The habits and mannerisms belonging to the modern age are such that other players will notice their differences at first glance. But when old folks meet old folks, there are no two tears in the eyes as one might expect. 2 stabs in the back is what most people really react to. After all, there weren't many pawns within the righteous sects that had better natural talent. With no idea how many people had crossed over to this world, they naturally didn't want any other travelers. With their natural talent, they were destined to take the protagonist template. Most people who find other travelers in this situation want to get the others killed. Let there be only one traveler in the world. Like a pawn within a devilish sect, there was no such trouble. After all, there were quite a few people from each clan within the demon sect, and they had found more than just one of themselves crossing over within the clan. Coupled with the fact that the environment in which they survived was relatively treacherous, they simply didn't have the heart to kill each other, and basically clung to each other for warmth. The different treatment of the righteous and the devil, as well as the environment they were in, made them face other travelers with a different mentality. On this battlefield between the Daqing and Dejin dynasties, hundreds of righteousness pawns of Wu Tian were gathered, as well as tens of thousands of devilish pawns. Regardless of the number of people or the number of powerful people in them, the righteous pawns and the devil's pawns couldn't be compared. However, Wu Tian did not want them to kill each other. Rather, they hoped that they could take advantage of this war to quickly collect resources and improve their strength. End of chapter. Only by taking advantage of this war could they have sufficient resources to use for cultivation, especially since he was in the demon sect's pawns. This war was even more of a feast for them. If it wasn't for this war, they would have gotten stronger much slower. Now with the Daqing imperial dynasty pressing forward, the Great Jin's defense line had retreated to the Evergreen Mountain Range, using the Evergreen sect in the mountain range as its residence. Dejin vowed to stop Daqing's army outside the mountain range, because within the Evergreen Mountains is the hinterland of the Great Jin dynasty. There is no more heavenly dangers to defend, and the Daqing army will be flat on its back, though these terrains were no obstacle to cultivators who could fly. However, it was an essential line of defense to block the Daqing martial artist army. After all, the number of immortal cultivators was small, and it was still necessary to rely on the martial arts army to attack the city and seize the land. And countless martial artists formed military formations, which were also the main force on the battlefield, and powerful immortal cultivators had to retreat. After all, that boundless fury was no different from poison to an immortal cultivator. The Great Jin fought on 2 fronts, and under the dispersal of its troops, it could only use heavenly dangers to stop the enemy. It was just that in this way, the terrain of mountain ranges was for the cultivators, but they were able to maximize their power, with martial artists unable to form military formations. This mountain range had just turned into the home ground of cultivators. The demon races living in the mountain range had to retreat and flee out of the Evergreen Mountain Range under the military force of the 2 imperial dynasties. Only the demonic beasts with undeveloped spiritual wisdom became the fish in the pond that was affected by the waves, and were annihilated by the armies of the 2 great imperial dynasties, and their flesh and blood became meat. With the back and forth between these 2 great imperial dynasties, the Evergreen Mountain Range was transformed into a battlefield. The lush trees and plants in the mountain range were destroyed, blood stained the ground red, and uncountable corpses and bones were buried. The Great Jin dynasty had laid countless strongholds and fortresses in the mountain range, as well as countless formation traps, which served as barriers to stop the Daqing army. The machine puppets, the great array was menacing, and countless martial artists in the mountain range sobbed for blood. Immortal cultivators were not willing to lag behind, each casting divine spells to defend the enemy. Countless people were killing each other in the mountain range, and their blood gathered into a river that flowed under the mountain range. The blood and countless corpses and bones in the mountain range, as well as the rich blood-devouring chi that filled the air, also became the materials for the many demonic cultivators to refine their demonic weapons. the corpses and bones of the battlefield and the blood and fury chi, they had the means to utilize them. And the many devil sect disciples practiced techniques that could also put these bones, as well as blood and demons and the like, to good use. To the righteous monks these are poisons, but to them they are sustenance. Many demonic cultivators had taken this opportunity to make their cultivation skyrocket, and this battlefield had become a blessing for them. Countless devil cultivators used their own means to absorb souls and refine ghosts, and used the corpses of martial artists to refine corpses, which had the effect of nurturing war with war. Even many loose cultivators of the devil's path had spontaneously come to the battlefield to enjoy the feast. The evergreen mountain range was like a meat grinder, burying the lives of countless people from the two imperial dynasties. However, most of those who died were imperial dynasty martial artists, and not many immortal cultivators died on the battlefield. After all, those who dared to come to this battlefield were basically those who had a bit of cultivation in them. Immortal cultivators had strange means, and could be much stronger than martial artists in terms of their ability to save their lives and escape. Although the Daqing imperial dynasty had the upper hand, with the deliberate reservations of the many demonic cultivators, they didn't quickly break through the Dajin imperial dynasty's defenses, but instead confined the battlefield to the mountain ranges, using this mountain range as a battlefield. Even though it was something that the Dajin imperial dynasty had no choice but to do, it was also the result that the demonic cultivators of the Daqing imperial dynasty wanted. After all, it was more in the interest of the many demonic cultivators for the armies of the two great imperial dynasties to gather in this mountain range. Otherwise, out of the mountain range, the armies of the two great imperial dynasties would inevitably not be so densely bunched up, but would instead spread out, forming battlefields both large and small. For the many devil cultivators, following an army to attack a city was not as convenient as being in this mountain range. Most of the devil cultivators were basically egoists, not to mention the life and death of the great Jin dynasty. Even the great Qing dynasty they didn't care. They only wanted to turn the armies of the two great imperial dynasties into sustenance for them to cultivate and become stronger. Martial artists with strong chi and blood were good material for them. No immortal cultivator of the same realm was as helpful to them as a martial artist. A martial artist's chi and blood were strong, and their fleshly body was as powerful as a body cultivator's. So whether they devoured their chi and blood to use for practicing, or used their corpses to refine corpses, all of them could be utilized by the demonic cultivators. Although the martial arts armies of the two major imperial dynasties were generally not strong, they were superior in number, and quality was not enough to make up for quantity, not to mention the fact that there were more than enough of them, and there were quite a few powerful martial artists among them. Wu Tian's flag in the demon sect. A number of people have practiced a zombie army, and when they encounter an enemy, they let the zombies under them go on, killing a powerful martial artist and refining their corpse into a zombie to enhance their strength. A weak martial artist, they would not waste it, but would refine its corpse into energy for their own cultivation. Immortal cultivators have strong divine souls and are also good materials for refining ghosts. So by taking advantage of this war, the strength of his pawns in the demon sect was generally not weak. Those who were weak would not have survived the battlefield until now. Not so for the pawns of the righteous, who can't put the corpses of the battlefield to use. You can only kill the enemy to gain military credit, in exchange for resources to cultivate and become stronger. However, it was good that the Great Jin dynasty and the Violet Skysword sect had also put their money down and taken out a lot of resources for the sake of this war. They couldn't kill two birds with one stone like demonic cultivators, but they could still make them fight for resources. The disciples of the sects of the righteous path, and many others, for the sake of justice in their hearts, fought on the front lines to kill the enemy, which was a sad sight to behold. But the guns are out, and these guys are taking pretty heavy casualties. Wu Tian's pawns in the righteous sects were not as aware as they were, and most of them still cherished life. Now that their immortal path was in good shape, they didn't want to collapse halfway and die on top of this battlefield. It's just that some people, in order to show off in front of their beloved senior sisters, encountered powerful enemies and fought hard with people. Such people also pay a terrible price for this and end their lives. Their senior sisters and brothers didn't escape the clutches either. The lucky ones were captured and became a censor, and the unlucky ones simply perished. They've had their souls extracted and refined, and they haven't even spared the corpses. Others had died shortly afterward, and their sisters and brothers had been captured by others. Why bother? Still, such people were relatively few, and most of them had, over the course of the past few years, shifted their mindsets, realized the importance of strength, and were no longer tempted by the childishness of the world. One of the things that impressed even Wu Tian was still someone taking this great opportunity of many sect cultivators gathering and powerful female cultivators piling up. With his Yuan Shen cultivation, he had captured the heart of a conjoined female cultivator. There were quite a few of these fairies from the righteous sects who had been cultivating for a long time, but they had no idea about love affairs. When you meet that kind of flirt, you will naturally fall into its endless routines. However, this was also because the righteous Sect's pawns were more gifted and had an unlimited future, adding a lot of impression points to it. End of chapter. Chapter 141 Shaken Shui Ro. With the help of a harmonized cultivator, the safety of these people as well as the speed of acquiring resources would naturally be much faster than the others. Although Wu Tian was in the middle of the Great Jin Imperial City, he had seen quite a few exciting things through the many chess pieces under his command. The situation on the battlefield was changing and he was keeping an eye on it. His own cultivation didn't fall behind, and the energy fed back by the pieces under his command allowed him to directly begin closed-door cultivation. As the battlefield became more intense, the pieces under his command gained more resources. With sufficient energy, he naturally had to seize the time to raise his cultivation level. Only when he was strong enough would he have the strength to deal with all the changes. It was only then that many of his plans could really be put into motion. The situation today, though he had a general understanding through the pawns under his command, but this is also limited to the battlefield. The unknown changes outside the battlefield. He is ignorant, like a fog. It's as if this current war is still a bit of a mystery to him. With his current knowledge of the great sects and divine states, in the past, although the Violet Sky Sword Sect and the Blood God Sect were like water and fire and had friction with each other, large-scale battles had never occurred. It was as if the executives on both sides had a tacit understanding, and they had been at peace with each other for tens of thousands of years. Now that the Qing imperial dynasty had invaded Great Jin, there was definitely the Blood God Sect behind it. And the Blood God Sect would rather become a sinner in the divine state than cooperate with the 10,000 demon kingdom to find trouble with the Violet Sky Sword Sect together. Although it was only a small fight right now, and none of the powerful cultivators had shown up yet. But since the Blood God Sect had taken this step, he didn't think they would stay like this. There must be a reason behind it that he didn't know about. In his opinion, the small fight between the Qing imperial dynasty and the demon kingdom right now was more like a test. The Blood God Sect and the 10,000 demon kingdom must have some purpose in attacking the Violet Sky Sword Sect's territory. It was just that with his current cultivation level, he wasn't that qualified to know. Although there were many pawns under him, their basic cultivation level was not high, and the information they knew was limited. Not only those pawns, but even he knew nothing about the hidden secrets of this world. Some things are impossible to know until you reach a certain level. It was as if when the Eastern Wasteland was extinguished by Aoin and the World Destruction Alliance, ordinary cultivators and mortals simply did not know the hidden secrets and could only passively accept the unknown end. Wu Tian didn't want to do that and die knowing nothing. Seeing the smallest of things now made him feel that something was wrong. Imperative. He had to seize the time to improve his cultivation and strengthen himself to cope with the unknown changes. After all, only when you are strong can you fear nothing. When he has enough strength to call himself a devil ancestor, I think the hidden secrets of this world should also be in his eyes, nothing to hide. Strong enough, he wasn't so upset by the Blood God Sect's unusual behavior. Therefore, after having enough energy to cultivate, Wu Tian directly started his closed-door cultivation, not even in the mood to double cultivate with Su Yao Yao. During his seclusion, the tens of thousands of chess pieces under his command were also constantly providing him with energy to cultivate. Much of that energy was provided for him by the flags on the battlefield. After all, he had the most pawns on the Evergreen Mountain Range battlefield. The resources he obtained every day were countless, and the corpses he refined were not a small amount. People from the two great imperial dynasties and numerous sects went to the battlefield, and most of them became part of the sea of corpses and blood, especially the martial artists among them, as if they were as expendable. Countless martial artists had buried their lives in the Evergreen Mountain Range, while Wu Tian was cultivating. He also detached his mind to focus on the pieces under him. With the pawns of both the righteous and the devil, he knew the situation on the battlefield by heart. Whenever there were pieces that were going to fall into a trap and encounter a powerful enemy, he would subconsciously influence them and give them a warning, lest too many of these people die and leave his energy supply in short supply. After all, these people had basically sort of grown up and could still use this war to quickly provide him with energy to cultivate. He didn't want to let these people die too quickly, but the kind of people who insisted on sending themselves to their deaths, he didn't stop them. This kind of person, he simply devoured their entire spiritual energy and divine soul through the demonic seed at the time of their death, becoming the sustenance for his cultivation. Still, such headstrong people are relatively few, and most people are convinced of the warnings in their hearts after what he believes to be a sixth sense has worked once or twice. There were also people who thought they had awakened some kind of heavenly Tao showing their power. Another person has managed to play themselves to death on the strength of this ability. If not for the fact that Wu Tian was in dire need of energy to cultivate right now, he wouldn't even bother with them. But if he really didn't care, with the intense situation on the battlefield right now, the pawns under his command probably wouldn't survive much. After all, The pawns under his command generally had low cultivation levels and were not very strong. If they encountered a higher cultivation refined void harmonization cultivator enemy, they wouldn't even be able to run away. Wu Tian was just like playing a strategy game, using the demonic seed to influence the consciousness of his subordinate pawns, and lining up his troops on the battlefield. It allows them to maximize their access to resources and preserve their lives. Gradual. The entire Evergreen Mountain Range battlefield seemed to have turned into a clear map in his mind. Pick up the body and kill the enemy. Have fun with it. Whenever a powerful cultivator fought and was seriously injured, the pieces under his command would arrive and work together to surround and kill him. However, although some of the Devil Sect cultivators deliberately stayed their hand and didn't push forward in a big way to break through the Great Jin Dynasty's defense line, however, because of the numerical advantage, the army and cultivators of the Great Jin Dynasty were still losing ground. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before the defense line of the Evergreen Mountain Range would have to be broken through by the Qing Imperial Dynasty and attacked into the middle of the Great Jin hinterland. A number of them have also killed on the battlefield and are known by many. It was on the battlefield that Mu Xinghe had comprehended sword intent, causing his own strength to increase greatly. His powerful attacks also made him the killing god of the battlefield, with countless martial artists and demonic cultivators becoming dead under his sword. This also made his reputation spread far and wide, and he gained a bit of notoriety in both the righteous and demonic paths. The critical breakthrough at the time of the life and death crisis also made Wu Tian more certain that he was the one who carried great fortune. However, what made Wu Tian a bit upset was that Shui Yuro's mind seemed to have changed a bit after he heroically saved her. This situation, Wu Tian couldn't help but have a chill in his eyes. If it wasn't for the mark he had left on Shui Yuro being too profound, it was unlikely that she would have already fallen in love with Mu Xinghe by now. After all, although Wu Tian had a good relationship with her and had exchanged in-depth communication many times, each time he had forced her to dual cultivation by force, it was good that she didn't hate Wu Tian, and the fact that she could still have feelings for him was already unbelievable. Now the people from the Green Cloud Immortals sect had joined the Violet Sky Sword sect, thanks to the blessing of Mu Xinghe. Coupled with Mu Xinghe's excellence and his heroic rescue on the battlefield this time, it was natural that she would inevitably be swayed. But although Wu Tian didn't have much affection for her, she was at least his woman, and he didn't want to put a hat on his head. Think about it. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. End of chapter. He wouldn't tolerate grass growing on his head. If Shui Yuro dared to change her mind, there would only be one end. Dead. Even if he had no love for Shui Yuro and only treated her as a plaything. But when you fall into his hands, you won't be able to escape him in this lifetime. Dead can be. Cuckolding him won't work. It was just that although he didn't want to admit it, in the end he still had a little bit of affection for Shui Yuro. Only he was more of an overbearing possessiveness, unable to tolerate her being touched in the slightest by another man. However, right now, Shui Yuro only had a slight hint of what was going on. If he really wanted to kill her like that, he really couldn't be bothered. Shui Yuro's life and death depended on what she did in the future. If she really had second thoughts, he would not be merciful. It's just a woman. It's not worth his trouble. He was wondering if he should find an opportunity to get rid of Mu Xinghe. This son was growing too fast, not even close to his growth rate. Now that Mu Xinghe had received the key cultivation of the Violet Sky Sword sect, coupled with being blessed with great fortune, opportunities were endless. The growth rate in the future is expected to be even faster than him. This kind of person was like the kind of person with a protagonist's aura in the novels he had read before. Going by his experience, it's probably the right time for a growth spurt. If he was given more time to grow on, his strength would definitely soar. In the future, if Mu Xinghe were to make an enemy of him, he would definitely be a great enemy. If he could kill him before he grew up, he would be able to cut down on a problem later. Shui Yuro was like a lure, causing him to completely move to kill Mu Xinghe. Wu Tian pondered for a moment, thinking about the situation on the battlefield of the two great imperial dynasties in his mind. With his current strength, he definitely wouldn't personally run into the battlefield to take risks. He was going to try to see if he could exterminate Mu Xinghe on the battlefield of the two great imperial dynasties with the layout of the pieces under him. Although the death of a newly promoted heavenly pride of the Violet Sky Sword sect like Mu Xinghe was bound to cause the Violet Sky Sword sect to become furious. In time, it might even break the current balance, causing the Violet Sky Sword sect to send out strong people above the threshold of the fairy. This made the size of the battlefield larger, and with the current strength of his pawns, he was afraid that it would not be easy. But this was only Wu Tian's guess. The lesser of the pros and cons. If he could kill Mu Xinghe, he still wanted to do it. The speed at which this person was growing was too terrifying, and he didn't want to make an enemy of him in the future when it grew up. With the Violet Sky Sword sect behind him, Mu Xinghe could obtain resources much faster than him. It was just that with Mu Xinghe's current strength, it would still be a bit of a problem to kill him without him personally making a move. If he had let his pawns surround him, not to mention whether they could be killed or not, even if they could, it was estimated that they would have to die or be injured. Furthermore, with the current strength of his pawns, he was afraid that it was a bit overthinking to want to surround and kill Muxingha. After all, Muxingha belonged to a supreme heavenly pride and possessed the strength to cross the ranks. Therefore, after pondering for a while, Wu Tian still decided to kill someone with a borrowed knife. With the hands of a demonic powerhouse, he buried Muxingha in the Evergreen Mountain Range. Then Wu Tian began to implement his plan. Using the system that the magic seed had transformed into, he issued a mission to the pawns under him. No matter what method these people used, as long as they could kill Muxingha, he would reward them with a divine ability, the ghosts of the underworld. This minor divine ability belonged to the evasion divine ability, which was an indispensable means of preserving one's life. I believe the temptation is still greater for the pawns under him. This was the only divine ability he had in his hands that he could hold. Of the 2 major, 2 minor, and 4 divine aptitudes he possessed, only the minor aptitude he could still impart to his subordinate pawns through the demon seed. It allowed them to comprehend minor divine abilities just with their transformation god cultivation. Although they were unable to utilize the full power of this minor divine ability, it was still better than most of the spells they had learned by now. On the other hand, the minor divine ability of the robbing destruction fist required a certain level of physical cultivation, which was not very suitable for the pieces under him. There was no need to say much about the great divine power. The laws contained were too profound. Even if he wanted to pass it on to the pawns under him, with their current strength, they would simply not be able to comprehend and learn it. With the strength of their Yuan Shun, it was also difficult for them to withstand the power of the divine power. However, even the small divine ability of the underworld ghost shield was not something he could pass on whenever he wanted to, and it would require a lot of cost and effort on his part. Whether or not they can comprehend and learn it is still up to them. But right now, he only wanted to use this divine ability as bait to lure the pieces under him to surround Muxingha with all their might. Even if he needs to pay a lot of money, it's not a bad idea. It was believed that as long as they had this divine ability as a reward, coupled with the fact that he was subconsciously influencing their minds with the magic seed, the pawns under him should still go all out with regards to the matter of executing Muxingha. As for how to do it, all he could do was influence them slightly. The rest depended on how good they were on their own. After all, he couldn't be too obvious about such things as influencing the minds of his underlings' pawns, or he would be noticed. In time, that would be counterproductive. After all, it is human nature to desire freedom and find it difficult to tolerate being controlled. For the sake of long-term consideration, Wu Tian naturally wouldn't lose out on a small amount of money. Not much longer. The righteous and demonic flags under him had received a systematic quest that required them to do everything they could to kill Muxingha. However, although Wu Tian had taken the minor divine ability of the underworld ghost escape as a reward for the quest, not everyone could obtain this divine ability. This avatar he would only give to the first 100 people who had contributed the most in this mission. After all, imparting divine abilities was not a simple matter and had to consume a lot of his effort. But naturally, he would not be truthful about the pawns under his command. The system gave the pieces vague information, giving them the idea that if they participated in the mission, they would be rewarded. However, there were quite a few people who noticed that one of the system's quests was to gain enough contributions to obtain the avatar. As for how much contribution was enough, that was up to Wu Tian. However, if they failed to let Muxingha die on the imperial battlefield, then everything would be over, and no one would be able to obtain the avatar. The premise that they wanted to obtain the divine ability was based on the death of Muxingha. In order to obtain the avatar, the pawns under him coincidentally used their own tactics and secretly plotted to kill Muxingha. The information of Muxingha had already appeared in their minds along with the mission. Therefore even those who had never met Muxingha had a general understanding of him. This time, Muxingha was considered to be famous among the players. Even quite a few people with low strength were forced to take on this mission. Even if they knew how much they weighed and felt that this task was simply impossible to accomplish, they had to find a way to accomplish it. Therefore this mission given by Wu Tian not only had rewards but also punishments. If the mission could not be completed, all the energy they had absorbed for 3 years would be weakened by half. Even if they didn't use the system to absorb energy, Wu Tian would use the magic seed to forcefully intercept the aura they absorbed. End of chapter. There are rewards and penalties. This was only done by Wu Tian in order to get all of them to act. In the event that he was not good enough to do it himself, he could only put his hopes on the pawns under him. Those with lower cultivation levels were weak, but they at least had brains and knew quite a few plots and tricks. On the aspect of playing conspiracy, the summer people still studied quite deeply. Those old monsters who had lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years were probably not as good as some people in this regard. After all, Immortal cultivators are still strength-oriented in the end, and those who believe in using their strength to overwhelm others and play with plots and tricks are still relatively few. Knowing that they couldn't kill Mu Xinghe alone, many players began to join forces. Even some of the people from the righteous and demonic paths who had already known each other in Blue Star, and after meeting on this battlefield, were also secretly in contact with each other. With people familiar with such two paths serving as a bridge to each other, it didn't take long for players from both the righteous and the devilish paths to secretly collude. A conspiracy against Mu Xinghe was also going on secretly. Wu Tian sensed the thoughts coming from the pawns under him, and a hint of killing intent instantly flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that someone would want to be a traitor and betray the many players under his command to tell the people of the Violet Sky Sword Sect about this plan. Wu Tian sensed the thoughts in that chess piece's heart and coldly said, surprisingly, he wants to curry favor with the Violet Sky Sword Sect by betraying other players in order to enter the Violet Sky Sword Sect to cultivate and break away from the current small sect. Should I call you stupid or smart? His tone was icy cold, and there was a strong killing intent in his eyes. Since someone was trying to sabotage his plans, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Wu Tian did not hesitate and directly devoured that person's divine soul with the demonic seed, becoming his out-of-body incarnation. This kind of extracorporeal incarnation was different from the one he had condensed himself, possessing the cultivation of the chess piece itself, and would not change much. Even the divine soul aura of the out-of-body incarnation was the same as that of the chess pieces, and no difference could be seen from the outside. But in order to truly replace chess and walk around out there as chess, he'd have to not show his cracks and try to do pretty much what chess said and did. Otherwise, it was inevitable that people who knew him well would notice that something was wrong and suspect that he had been taken over by someone. Although his kind of out-of-body incarnation wasn't the same as seizing a body, the soul would be incompletely fused with the physical body, and it would be easy to be seen. But he wondered if there were any great powers who could see the difference in the incarnation and detect that the pawns had been changed within. Therefore, Wu Tian did not waste any time on this incarnation and directly let it die on the battlefield by sending it to its death. He didn't have the heart to play someone else and experience life as a pawn right now. Wu Tian crowdsourced the whole situation, and he knew all the plans of the pawns by heart, because he knew quite a bit about the battlefield. He was also secretly checking to make sure their plan was foolproof. He would not be merciful to any obstacle that wanted to destroy his plan to kill Mu Xinghe, and would directly let his soul fly away. Soon after, with the death of the only son of a blood god sect elder at the hands of Mu Xinghe, that elder was also completely enraged and had murderous intentions towards Mu Xinghe. Although that only son did not become a great man, with him being a transitional succession powerhouse and the blood god sect's elders as backing, his cultivation level was still not too high or too low compared to the other Heaven's Pride disciples. With his ample supply of resources, cultivating for thousands of years was only a refined void cultivator, disgracing his face. His personality is also deeply rooted in the true spirit of the devil, temperamental and happy to kill for fun. But that was the air that he had managed to have with great difficulty, and now that he had sent his heir away in vain, how could he not be angry? After all, it wasn't easy for an immortal cultivator to have an heir. The more powerful the immortal cultivator, the lower the chances of giving birth to a child. This was one of the reasons why there were fewer and fewer people in the immortal cultivation world who possessed heavenly spiritual roots. After all, as long as the heavenly heterogeneous spiritual roots set foot on the road of cultivation, as long as they can grow up, then they will definitely become a party of powerful people. Those who didn't become strong are basically those who were not halfway through their path of immortal cultivation and then collapsed in the middle of the path. And the more powerful the cultivator, basically, they rarely indulge in children's love. Even if they have a Taoist couple, it is difficult to give birth to an heir. This also made all those with good natural talent cultivate immortality for a lonely life. And there were fewer and fewer mortals with celestial spiritual roots. Even the miscellaneous spirit roots would be taken into the sect and become miscellaneous disciples. I don't know how many people have ended up depressed on this path of immortal cultivation. Without a gifted person as a seed, it is naturally difficult to give birth to a gifted child. That blood god sect elder was lucky to have an heir at the transition realm. Now with his cultivation level, wanting to have another child was undoubtedly delusional. What's more, he's now approaching the end of his days and is not expected to live for many years. This juncture, his only son was killed by Mu Xinghe, and his anger could be imagined. His mood was evident from the somber look on his face when he arrived on the battlefield. The other Devil Seed disciples naturally knew about the news that his only son had been killed. Now seeing his gloomy face and the terror emanating from his body, he was too nervous to breathe too loudly. They were afraid that they would do any point incorrectly and provoke the elder's displeasure. Being sent by him to the Yellow Springs to accompany his only son, Elder Nightblood, I'm sorry for your loss. The Blood God Sect elder stationed at the battlefield looked at Nightblood with regret. He naturally knew how much the old friend in front of him doted on his only son. Now that Nightblood's only son was dead, it was naturally difficult for him, the head of the sect, to escape his resignation. After all, Blood's only son had only come to this battlefield to practice, so as not to cause trouble within the clan again and make the heavens angry. But now, Blood didn't give face to the head of the clan who was on the battlefield. After all, he had given his son quite a few treasures, enough to last him for a while anyways. If the head of the sect had realized something was wrong earlier and saved his son, he wouldn't have experienced this pain of losing his son. If it was possible, he really wanted everyone on the battlefield to bury his son with him. It's the only way to get rid of his hatred. However, he definitely did not dare to do so and could only suppress the anger in his heart. After all, the cultivation level of the head of the sect was comparable to his, and he wasn't sure he could win. What's more, if he dared to betray the Blood God sect, he definitely wouldn't survive for long and would definitely be hunted down by the other powerhouses of the Blood God sect. Although he didn't dare to betray the Blood God sect, but Mu Xinghe, the murderer who killed his son, he will definitely take his soul and break his bones. Still, there were some things he had to look into. How his son had really died. After all, he had rushed here after receiving the news within the sect, not knowing the specific information at all. His move also made a lot of people nervous, because they planned all of this, and if Nightblood sees the signs, that, not to mention whether or not they could still kill Mu Xinghe by the hands of Blood, even their little lives would be in jeopardy. I had to be nervous. End of chapter. There was no shortage of that kind of wisdom among the pawns under his command, and this situation was naturally taken into account, and everything seemed as if it made sense. All they did was to guide Mu Xinghe to meet up with the only son of that transitional succession powerhouse. The next thing, according to Mu Xinghe's character, naturally there was no need for them to participate. As long as they met on the battlefield, Mu Xinghe wouldn't mind killing one more devil cultivator. And what they did was just to make the Blood God Sect's transitional succession powerhouse step in and use his hand to kill Mu Xinghe. It's safe to say, Blood, a transitional powerhouse, was the candidate that best fit their plan, because he has an heir. That's his weakness. Only a transitional succession powerhouse would have the ability to kill Mu Xinghe. Otherwise, with their current strength, even if they wanted to surround and kill Mu Xinghe, it would be difficult to do so at all, and they would not be able to complete the system mission. In the end, Nightblood only found out that his son was killed by Mu Xinghe on the battlefield, which still seemed quite normal. Therefore, the anger in his heart was only locked onto Mu Xinghe alone, and did not spread to the pawns under Wu Tian. Regarding Blood's move of wanting to execute Mu Xinghe, the Blood God Sect's leader on the battlefield didn't object. He was naturally happy to be able to strangle the Violet Sky Sword Sect's heavenly pride in the cradle. According to the current situation, it was time for the ferrying powerhouse to move. Thus, led by Nightblood, the Demon Sect's group acted quickly. It just wasn't long before the people under Wu Tian's command surprisingly learned a piece of news. Now that the Devil Sect's actions against Mu Xinghe had been detected by the Violet Sky Sword Sect, they had also made a counter-arrangement to the scheme. This could not help but make Wu Tian frown, feeling that there should be a mole in the Blood God Sect and someone had leaked information to the Sword Sect. Otherwise, the Blood God Sect side just made a move, and the Violet Sky Sword Sect knew about it, and was able to counter it with a plan. This to say that the Blood God Sect didn't have a mole. He didn't believe it, and that person's status in the Blood God Sect should not be low. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to learn of the Blood God Sect's plan so quickly and tip off the Violet Sky Sword Sect. So much for that. The situation on the battlefield became inscrutable again. His plan to kill Mu Xinghe had another twist. After his pawns in the Righteous Sect secretly discussed the matter, he passed the news to his pawns in the Devil Sect. Now that the plan has changed, they'll have to make another plan, too. No way. This kind of plan, which can only be borrowed from others, is just full of uncertainty. While Wu Tian's pawns were planning how they could kill Mu Xinghe, the imperial city where he was hiding had a bit of an incident at that moment. He learned a message today, still coming from the palace. The emperor of the Great Gene, whose cultivation had reached the level of harmonization, had died for some unknown reason. The news traveled out of the palace, and it didn't take long for the whole city to know about it, leading to a lot of talk in the city. Some people said that the old emperor of the Great Gene dynasty was originally close to the end of his lifespan, and judging from the news coming out of the palace, he should have exhausted his lifespan and died. However, there were also people who thought that at this juncture now, the Great Gene dynasty was at war with the Great Qing dynasty. At this juncture, the old emperor of the Great Gene dynasty had suddenly died and had not yet passed on to the crown prince. It is reasonable to say that when one reaches the realm of an old emperor, one has a sense of one's own longevity, and knows when one will die of immortality. Before the old emperor died, he would have passed the throne to the crown prince, instead of dying suddenly without giving an account of anything, as is the case now. Therefore, Some people speculate that the old emperor should have died in an accident, and it is not likely that he was assassinated. As for who assassinated them, some thought it was the Qing dynasty that was at war with their dynasty, while others were undecided. After all, the one with the highest reputation in the dynasty right now wasn't the crown prince, but the third prince who was leading the army on the battlefield, fighting against the Qing imperial dynasty. Now that the old emperor had not passed on the throne in advance and had not left a will, it became uncertain where the throne belonged. But a country cannot live without a king. What's more, now that the Great Qing dynasty is still at war with the Great Qing dynasty, there is an even greater need for a new emperor to take the throne to stabilize the hearts of the people. It's just that the one who has the best chance to become the emperor, besides the rightful crown prince, there is also the third prince who has the most prestigious reputation with a heavy hand. The double dragon takeover situation has caused many people to be a bit worried. Now that there was a big enemy outside, it was not suitable for the Great Qing dynasty to fight internally. The crown prince party wanted to seize the opportunity to push the crown prince to the throne while the third prince was not in the court. However, the people belonging to the third prince did not agree, but wanted to wait until the third prince returned, so the matter was deadlocked. Wu Tian was hiding in the city, and he still had heard about these little tidbits of information. Although he didn't care about the affairs of this Great Qing dynasty, he did pay a little attention to it. After all, he was now in the imperial city of Great Qing, and he couldn't be the least bit concerned about the changes in Great Qing. Together with the current situation on the battlefield of the Evergreen Mountains, the changes in the Great Qing would definitely have an impact on the battlefield. Originally, De Jin was in a weak position on the frontal battlefield and could only barely withstand De Qing's attack. If it wasn't for the help of the Violet Sky Sword Sect with the other sects, the Great Qing dynasty would have to have been exterminated. However, how the Great Qing dynasty would fare would still depend on the Violet Sky Sword Sect. In the end, the territory of the Great Qing dynasty was also the territory of the Violet Sky Sword Sect. The Sword Sect would not let the Qing imperial dynasty and the Blood God Sect behind him occupy the territory that belonged to them. Therefore, even if the old emperor of Great Qing died at this juncture, it was a drastic change for Great Qing. However, the impact on the general situation is not great. The key is still to see the game of the various big clans of powerful people. The countless people fighting on the battlefield of the Evergreen Mountain Range right now were nothing more than pawns in the eyes of the great powers. The mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the battlefield were estimated to be worthless in the eyes of the mighty. Wu Tian didn't enter the game with his body and was still able to be an observer. His move to have his pawns kill Max Xing Ho. On the one hand, he didn't want to let it grow up, and on the other hand, he also wanted to speed up the fight between the two clans a bit. Only when the Violet Sky Sword Sect and the Blood God Sect were at full-scale war would he be able to fish in troubled waters. Though with his henchmen flag in place and a steady daily supply of energy, he could slowly get stronger. But it was a little slow, and it didn't make him happy. If the Blood God Sect led the other demonic sects to kill the Purple Sky Sword Sect, then he would have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters, ransack the righteous sects, and obtain a large amount of resources to become stronger. If he had the chance to kill the severely injured jealous powerhouse, then his strength could change drastically. Right now, he was cowering in the Imperial City because he was too weak to go out and cause trouble. When the Violet Sky Sword Sect went into full-scale war with the Blood God Sect, it was rumored that the powerful people who had crossed the threshold in this Great Qing palace would inevitably no longer stay in the palace. In time, he would be able to have a chance to grab some of the many resources within the Great Qing treasury. Soon after, the third prince of the Great Qing dynasty shows up in the Imperial City and ascends to the throne by forceful means, and the prince's forces have been liquidated. Even the crown prince of Great Qing, the nominal brother of the third prince, was under house arrest in the crown prince's residence by him. This change has caused a national uproar, as if a major earthquake had occurred. End of chapter. Battlefield. The battle for the throne of the Great Qing dynasty also affected the battlefield, causing all the Great Qing armies to be affected and the military to be unstable. And Wu Tian changed his plan a bit, no longer targeting Mu Xinghe. With the current situation, coupled with the fact that the Violet Sky Sword Sect already knew about the Demon Sect's plan, he had very little hope of killing Mu Xinghe. As it is, then he targeted Knight's Blood, a transition powerhouse. The news that the Violet Sky Sword Sect already knew about the Demon Sect's plans did not reach Li Blood's ears. This news was not purposely blocked by Wu Tian, but rather, the chess pieces under him had discussed it and did not reveal it. Given the current situation, they also knew that it was impossible to kill Mu Xinghe by the hands of Li Blood. After all, now that the plan had been learned by the Sword Sect, it would be a bit difficult for Li Blood to kill Mu Xinghe. Then they could only find a way to provoke the Blood God Sect, causing the Blood God Sect to attack in a big way and send more powerful people to the battlefield. Right now, the Purple Heavenly Sword Sect's bureau against Knight's Blood was very much in line with their requirements. If Knight Blood was seriously injured or died, the Blood God Sect would definitely not let it go and would definitely retaliate against the Violet Sky Sword Sect. Soon after, as they pushed the envelope, Li Blood was also falling into the Violet Sky Sword Sect's trap step by step. Fruity, Li Blood was ambushed by the Violet Sky Sword Sect with other Sect powerhouses, and only managed to escape with great difficulty, but he was also seriously injured. This caused the Blood God Sect to be enraged, and several sects' transitional powerhouses rushed to the battlefield, wanting to let these righteous sects know their Blood God Sect's methods. However, the character of the Devil Sect's great powerhouse was well known to the righteous path, and had long since prepared a response by sending over a strong person. Come all the way. Several of the Blood God Sect's transitional powerhouses were naturally unwilling to return without any success, and without saying a word, they made a pass at the people from the Violet Sky Sword Sect. The battle between the ferrying powerhouses was fought to a heavenly extent, and the people who were affected by it almost caught up with the people who had died during this period of time. Luckily, Wu Tian had anticipated this situation and issued a mission through the magic seed, allowing his pawns to escape the center battlefield beforehand. Therefore, although the pieces under him were damaged, they weren't affected much in this battle of transitional powerhouses. This battle between the ferrying powerhouses was like a fuse as more and more people were involved, and people kept getting caught up in it. Even though the many transitional powerhouses were fighting in the sky, the aftermath of the battle was causing the mountains on the ground to collapse. There were also many mountains in the Evergreen Mountains that were destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Those who died in the aftermath also piled up into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Gruesome and unimaginable. How this battle ended up was unknown to Wu Tian, as those transitional succession powerhouses ran far away as they fought. However, after this battle, the Blood God Sect began to lead the other demonic sects in a full-scale attack on the Violet Sky Sword Sect's territory. The battlefield that originally only had two great imperial dynasties as its main force had also turned into the home ground for the strongest people above the transitional juncture. As soon as the Blood God Sect made their move, the Demon Kingdom on the other battlefield also sent out their transitional junction powerhouses and began an all-out attack. The Violet Sky Sword Sect could only be pressed by the Blood God Sect because of the two fronts of battle, and under the dispersal of their strength, they could only keep retreating. The original small battlefield was also upgraded, with the participation of a transitional powerhouse. Mu Xinghao was also targeted by the recovered Night Blood and struck out to seriously injure him. If it wasn't for a strong person from the Violet Sky Sword Sect stepping in to save him in time, Mu Xinghao would have already died under the attack of Night's Blood. As the boundaries of the Great Jin Dynasty rapidly encroached, one city after another was occupied by the Great Qing Dynasty. Those who didn't have time to run in the city also fell into captivity, and life and death were only at the Blood God Sect's whim. Countless mortals and cultivators became the sustenance of demonic cultivators and died in this war. The many demonic cultivators under Wu Tian's command had also rapidly strengthened themselves and harvested numerous resources during this gluttonous feast. With ample resources, they naturally all seized the time to use the system to refine it into energy, allowing their strength to soar, in order to have more power and better survive this war. Getting stronger. After their strength became stronger, they could naturally grab more resources, which had the effect of breeding war with war. The energy they fed back also gave Wu Tian more energy than he could absorb. Wu Tian had enough energy to be absorbed and refined by him, and his cultivation level was rapidly rising. It didn't take long. His strength had reached the consummation of the late stage of void refining, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the harmonization realm. Right now, his cultivation could not advance beyond breakthroughs, but the energy provided by the pieces under him every day was not decreasing. So much for that. The energy that poured into his body every day. He could only store it and save it for when he broke through and used it to rapidly raise his cultivation level. After his cultivation level was raised to refined void perfection, Wu Tian also began to prepare for his breakthrough to the harmonization realm. The pills that broke the rank. He had a little bit of them in his hand, all of which he had previously obtained in the Green Lotus ruins. The pills weren't a lot, but they should be enough for him to use for his breakthrough. Before that, though, there was one more thing he had to do. Wu Tian was carrying Su Yao Yao in his arms, looking at the direction of the Imperial Palace in the Imperial City of Great Jin in thought. With the current situation of the Great Jin Dynasty, if there really was a transitional powerhouse sitting in the Imperial Palace, then it should have gone to the front line to take charge of the situation by now as well, right? After all, according to the current situation on the front line, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Great Jin Dynasty had fled. Although there was the Violet Sky Sword Sect at the front, the situation of the Great Jin was also very bad, and the slightest carelessness was expected to face the destruction of the country. He didn't believe that in this situation, that so-called transitional succession powerhouse in the palace would still be able to peacefully guard the palace. As long as there were no transitional powerhouses in this imperial city, then it could be him, Wu Tian, who had the final say. not to mention the countless resources in the treasury of the Great Jin dynasty. The various resources in this workshop market alone was not a small amount. If he could loot this imperial city, the resources he would obtain should be enough for his harmonization realm cultivation. This was also one of the reasons why he was not in a hurry to cross the threshold to break through to the harmonization realm. After all, if he really met a transitional succession powerhouse, he would still have to rely on the Thunderbolt summoning technique to save his life. This city, he's going to grab it. The new emperor of the Great Jin in the palace, who had just ascended to the throne from the third prince, did not know that he had waited for thousands of years and finally had the chance to become the emperor. As a result, there is now a great enemy outside invading the boundaries of the imperial dynasty. And there are still people in the imperial dynasty who miss this city of his. He's not having a good day as emperor. Every day, his brows were furrowed as he looked at the current situation, worried about the end of the Great Jin dynasty. It was just that he wasn't very strong and could only look up to the Violet Skysword sect, and he had no way of influencing what the future would be like. It can be said that his rise to the throne was even worse than when he was a prince. Even the harem he had never been to. The good thing is that the power in his hands has become greater. As long as he can survive this calamity, then he is the emperor of the Great Jin dynasty who can say nothing. Wu Tian did not know that this new emperor of the Great Jin dynasty was worrying about the situation of the dynasty. He looked at Su Yao Yao, who had pinned him in his arms, and jerked her furry fox tail. Master. Su Yao Yao winks and twists her body with a shy face. End of chapter. Wu Tian looked at her and casually touched her ear. The way things are going today, he's going to have to find a way to make a little more out of this turmoil. There was no need to mention the pawns under his hand. While his goal was first placed on this Great Jin dynasty, these days, he has always believed that robbery is the fastest way to get rich. This entire city had enough resources for his future cultivation. Now he just had to wait until the situation was at its most intense, when the Great Jin dynasty had committed all of its troops to the battlefield. At that time, this imperial city would inevitably become empty, without a large number of troops stationed there, and without a transitional powerhouse to testify. This imperial city was his bag. If he looted the city full of resources and then sacrificed the whole city to break through to the harmonization realm, his strength should be able to skyrocket. As he waited, time passed day by day. As the Daqing imperial dynasty and the major demonic sects attacked, the battlefield became larger and larger, with countless varying powerhouses throwing themselves into the fray. In the middle of a fight, finally, a transitional cultivator died in the battle, and the battlefield became even more intense, fighting to the point that the heavens crumbled and the earth was devastated. Even the pawns under Wu Tian's command had many of them die on the battlefield. At this time, they couldn't care less about accomplishing the task of executing Mu Xinghe, but instead only sought to save their lives in this war. After all, with their current strength, it was already hard enough to keep themselves alive in such a large-scale war. How could there be any extra energy left to complete the task of executing Mu Xinghe? Although Wu Tian was unable to detect whether or not there was still a transitional juncture powerhouse sitting in this imperial city, but with the current situation on the battlefield, it was the best time for him to blood sacrifice the whole city. After learning about the situation on the battlefield through the pawns under his command, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. Now that there were so many transitional powerhouses fighting endlessly on the battlefield, he didn't believe that the transitional powerhouses in this imperial city could still sit still. If there really was a transitional powerhouse sitting in the imperial city, it should have gone to the battlefield by now, and it's unlikely that it will remain in this imperial city. After all, what was being lost was still nominally the territory of the Great Jin. It was impossible for the Great Jin dynasty's transition powerhouses to sit back and let the people from the Violet Skysword sect rush to the forefront. Not much longer. Wu Tian glanced at the direction of the palace and directly rushed towards it. Tackle the thief. As long as he could capture the emperor of this Great Jin, then things would be much easier. There were formations protecting this imperial city. He had to find a way to cancel them first. Otherwise, with this city guard formation in place, it would inevitably cause a lot of trouble in vain. After his observation during this period of time, he realized that there was still something about this Great Jin dynasty's city guard formation. If he didn't dismantle this big formation first, even if there were no transitional powerhouses in this imperial city, it would still be a not-so-small threat to him. With his current attainments in formations, it would not allow him to break such large formations. As it is, he would just have to think of something else. And there was nothing simpler than directly grabbing the emperor of the Great Jin and having him disarm this city guard formation. Not much longer. Wu Tian used the underworld ghost escape to come to the palace, and after grabbing a few people to directly extract their souls and read their memories, he found the new emperor of the Great Jin. He looked at the youth in the Great Hall wearing a dragon robe, and the eunuch serving next to him, and directly struck out to kill the eunuch. The youth's face changed when he saw black flames suddenly emerge from his personal eunuch's body. and he was instantly burned to ashes. He sensed the terror of the black flames and knew that the visitor must be a strong enemy. A jade seal surfaced in his hand, and he was about to resist when he realized that terrifying black flames had appeared around him. He looked at the black flames around him that seemed to be able to kill him instantly, and immediately became honest. Only the jade seal in his hand surfaced a golden energy shield to protect him. Wu Tian blocked the void with the world-destroying grinding wheel, and the burying heavenly demon flame enveloped the youth's surroundings, ensuring that he would not escape from his grasp. He showed his form and looked at the still composed youth, nodding in satisfaction. He expected the youth to yell for an escort, but instead he just looked at him warily. Taishan collapsed in front of him without changing his face, but it is a bit of the appearance of the great Jin Emperor. Seeing that Wu Tian didn't directly strike at him, the youth looked at him warily and asked, "Senior came here. What is it that you are looking for me for?" Wu Tian said indifferently, "Do you know how to disarm this imperial city formation? What do you want?" The youth frowned until Wu Tian estimated that the visitor was not good. He was secretly vigilant in his heart, and the jade seal in his hand glowed brightly. Then it seems that he knows. When Wu Tian saw his reaction, he instantly understood in his heart that he should know how to disarm the formation. Seeing the situation, Wu Tian didn't talk to him anymore and directly drove the demonic flame to burn at him, wanting to break his energy shield. Since the youth knew how to break the formation, things became much simpler. It was just that when the youth saw him make a move, he didn't tie his hands, and the jade seal in his hand instantly emitted a powerful might. Jing! A golden dragon of chi appeared from the void, and even Wu Tian's blocking of the void with the destruction grinder failed to stop it. This was a golden dragon of chi formed by the national fortune of the great Jin dynasty, and it was powered by great greatness. The golden dragon of chi hovered around the youth, making Wu Tian's burial demon flame, for a moment, unable to get close enough to harm the youth. However, under the attack of the burying heavenly demon flame and the world-destroying grinding wheel, the golden dragon of chi could only keep the youth safe for the time being, and could not allow him to have the power to fight back and escape from this palace that was blocked off. However, the youth didn't need to flee because the guards outside saw the chi-like golden dragon suddenly appear and enter the palace. They also sensed that something was wrong, and all of them rushed to the palace where the youth was. However, the entire palace had been enveloped by Wu Tian with the extermination grinding wheel, and the horror of the extermination force was so deadly to the touch that these people were unable to block it, and they couldn't even protect themselves, let alone save their lives. After a group of people poured in from the front and back into the palace, the people outside finally realized the terror of the power of extinction and didn't dare to enter the palace again. Although there was no disturbance from the outside, the youth inside the palace was not that easy to deal with. He had a jade seal to protect his body and various treasures, so Wu Tian could not really take him for a while. However, the youth was relatively weak and was not yet able to utilize the full power of the jade seal, and it didn't take long for him to succumb. His own strength was only refined void, and the dragon chi in his body was thin, relying on the chi-like golden dragon to automatically protect his master. He was barely able to fend off Wu Tian. However, as the extermination grinding wheel wore down, the chi-like golden dragon was also somewhat unable to carry on, and its body became much smaller. Soon the chi-like golden dragon reluctantly hid into the void, leaving behind only the youth with a shriveled breath. Without the protection of the chi-like golden dragon, the youth was no longer able to resist. Wu Tian grabbed the youth and snatched the jade seal from his hand. He glanced at the jade seal and the youth and directly pressed one hand on the youth's head to search his soul. As he searched his soul and read his memories, the youth, who was unable to resist, looked pained and let out a miserable scream. Not for a moment. Wu Tian learned from the youth's memories the method to break the city guard formation. End of chapter. The core of this protective array that enveloped the imperial city was the jade seal in his hand, which could be used to control the entire array. If not for the fact that Wu Tian had just blocked the void with the exterminating grinding wheel, breaking the connection between the jade seal and the grand formation, making it impossible for the youth to mobilize the power of the grand formation. Otherwise, if the youth was allowed to mobilize the power of the grand formation, Wu Tian would not have been able to take him down so easily. Wu Tian looked at the youth who still retained his sanity after he had extracted his soul and read his memory. Only his breath was even more shriveled. The youth did not turn into a little cutie because he had dragon chi to protect his body, or the soul was dispersed. It only damaged a little bit of the divine soul and still maintained its sanity. But just because he survived the soul extraction and memory reading didn't mean that Wu Tian would just let him off the hook. Wu Tian now had the jade seal in his hand and could control the city guard formation. The youth was no longer useful to him. He had made such a big commotion, and no transitional powerhouse had stepped in to stop it, so he was basically certain that there were no strong people in this city. As it is, then things are much better. Wu Tian casually shot out a demonic flame, burning the youth into ashes, with not even a bit of slag left. To this point, The new emperor of the Great Jin dynasty who had just assumed the throne died in his hands without making any waves. Wu Tian took one step and instantly appeared above the imperial city. He looked down at the huge imperial city below, with hundreds of millions of people living within it, his face expressionless, and not the slightest hint of pity in his eyes. Weakness is the original sin. They were not strong enough and deserved this fate today. Wu Tian blocked the entire city with the city protector formation, and the extermination grinding wheel hung in the sky above the imperial city, erupting a terrifying power of extermination that enveloped the entire imperial city. At the same time, the burying sky demon flame fell, and in no time, the entire city was turned into a sea of fire. The city roared and wailed throughout the city. Countless people had died under the power of the extinction force and the power of the demonic flames. Seeing that he wanted to slaughter the city, the golden dragon of Qi of the Great Jin also directly showed up to try to stop him. It was just that although it was coalesced by the Great Jin's national fortune and possessed great power, however, Wu Tian's strength was not much pressure to kill a harmonized cultivator, not to mention that it was a mere Qi luck golden dragon. If it was fine when it was strong, it might be able to put quite a bit of pressure on Wu Tian, but now with the Great Jin territory being eaten up quite a bit, its power has diminished. Plus, its power was not gathered in one place in the imperial city, but was dispersed throughout the country. With its current power, it was undoubtedly delusional to try to stop Wu Tian. Not for a moment. The golden dragon of Qi luck was then worn out by Wu Tian with the world-destroying grinding wheel, and the Qi luck of the Great Jin dynasty disappeared along with the golden dragon for the most part. If it weren't for the fact that there was still Qi remaining in other parts of the Great Jin dynasty, the Great Jin's Qi would have completely disappeared today. However, the disappearance of most of the Qi means that most of the national luck of the Great Jin dynasty is also gone, and it is not far from the end of the country. Under the influence of the Qi, there were people in other places who had developed ambitions, and some people did not hesitate to rise up. Chaos is rampant. It made the territory of the Great Jin dynasty like a chaotic world, while people elsewhere were fine. Those in the imperial city had already had their share of havoc. Countless people in the imperial city had died under Wu Tian. Whether they were mortals or cultivators, they all ended up exactly the same. However, Wu Tian was still merciful and didn't let their souls fly away. Instead, he inhaled their souls into the human emperor streamer, only to see countless souls in the city rising up and pouring into the human emperor streamer above the imperial city like a river. Without a transitional powerhouse, the people in the city were like lambs to the slaughter in front of Wu Tian, and had no power of resistance at all. Even an ensemble cultivator would simply be unable to break through the blockade of the Great Formation and the exterminating millstone and escape from the city. There were people who wanted to fight to the death to kill towards Wu Tian, but they simply did not have that chance. With their strength, they were simply unable to even get close to Wu Tian. There was no shortage of stunningly beautiful fairies in the city, but at this point they also turned into red-powdered skeletons like mole crickets. Only their souls remained, enslaved by Wu Tian's human emperor streamer. Wu Tian did not soften his hand at all as he listened to the screams in the city. Today, he invited the people in the city, such as other people as royal streamers, to seek together long life. Though without a physical body, their souls could still maintain their sanity even after entering his human emperor streamer. And there was no longer any worry about longevity clouds, so how could it not be a kind of longevity? Moreover, the environment in his emperor's streamer had been made to look like the hell that was generally the same as Blue Star. These people would be able to have a place to stay when they entered the others' royal streamers. Not much longer. The imperial city of Great Jin was destroyed by him, and everyone in the city had become part of the imperial streamers of others. Apart from Su Yao Yao, who had long since been put into his spirit beast pouch, countless people in the city had lost their lives to him and become his sustenance. Wu Tian didn't delay, and after quickly scavenging the resources in the city, he directly started running, evading towards the blood god Sect's territory. Although his action of slaughtering the city was quick, it was expected that it wouldn't take long for the major sects of the righteous path to discover it, especially the follow-up retaliation from the purple sky sword sect, which he had long been mentally prepared for. No doubt about it. He took advantage of the fact that the Violet Sky Sword sect didn't have the time to care about him and slaughtered the Great Jin Imperial City, which would surely make the Violet Sky Sword sect furious. Not to mention that rumored Great Jin Dynasty transition powerhouse. Even the Violet Sky Sword sect would probably have to send a transition powerhouse or above to kill him. Right now, he naturally had to seize the time to escape from the Violet Sky Sword sect's territory, and running to the Blood God sect's territory would undoubtedly be safer. However, his move would cause the Violet Sky Sword sect to see him as a thorn in their side though, and even if it would cost them a lot, they would spare no effort to kill him. However, the countless resources he had obtained this time, as well as the massive energy in the world-destroying grinding disc, were enough for him to cultivate to the transition realm. For him, It was all worth it. We'll talk about that later. Right now his priority was that he had to run far away. Otherwise, when the Violet Sky Sword Sect noticed the changes in the Great Gene Imperial City, he would probably have to be directly suppressed by a transitional juncture or higher powerhouse. Wu Tian had already thought of an escape route before he decided to slaughter the city. Under his full-speed recluse, he was getting closer and closer to the Blood God Sect's territory. It was just that he hadn't expected that someone would notice something wrong so quickly and catch up with him. Die! A furious roar came from the vault of heaven, while a terrifying pressure appeared on Wu Tian's body, making him feel as if he was carrying a huge mountain. One moment. A long gray sword cut through the void with a terrifying sword aura on it, instantly appearing in Wu Tian's eyes, wanting to cut him down. In the nick of time, Wu Tian hurriedly blocked the long sword with the world-destroying grinder. The world-destroying power that erupted from the world-destroying grinding disc was instantly cut through by the long sword, and the sword chopped on the world-destroying grinding disc. Still, although the perdition grinder's power was greatly reduced, it was at least an immortal weapon, and the grinder itself was still hard enough to block the attack of the long sword. However, Wu Tian's face instantly changed when he looked at the white-haired old Taoist who had instantly appeared on the dome of the sky and felt the terrifying might emanating from him. The might emanating from this old Taoist was too terrifying, and there was no doubt that he must be a strong person above the threshold of the fairy. Without the slightest hesitation, Wu Tian directly performed his ultimate move to prevent being instantly decapitated by the old Taoist. Thunderbolt summoning. Ray, come on. End of chapter. Don't panic if you can't beat him. He'll have to run from Thunderfall. Wu Tian had thought that the old Taoist would run away, but he did not expect him to try to forcefully kill him. Although he had killed Wu Tian when the heist clouds converged, the heist clouds naturally dissipated. However, with Wu Tian's extermination grinder in his hand and the blood-devouring bead protecting him, it wasn't that easy to kill him in a short period of time. Wu Tianjin's heart was secretly pleased that the old Taoist was still not running. If the old Taoist ran now, Wu Tian might not really be able to keep him, but want to be obsessed with killing him by force. Then stay. Wu Tian tried his best to fend off the old Taoist's attacks while doing his best to try to leave him behind. As long as he could get the robbing cloud to lock onto the old Taoist, then he would definitely have to be ferocious. When the time came for him to hide towards the blue star, he would have one less strong enemy in this side of the world. Seeing that he couldn't kill Wu Tian for a while, the old Taoist hurriedly tried to escape from the robbing cloud coverage. However, Wu Tian would not let him get what he wanted, and without hesitation, he fully activated the destructive grinding wheel to stop the old Taoist. Under his strong stay, the robbery cloud had formed and locked onto the two. With the old Tao involved, the size of the robbing cloud was rapidly expanding. Seek death. Seeing that he was locked by the robbery cloud, the old Taoist roared and chopped at Wu Tian with his sword, wanting to kill him first to vent his anger. Stay. Wu Tian laughed out loud, not caring about his attack at all. Although he couldn't hurt the old Taoist, he could still manage to last a while under his attacks. As long as the robbing thunder fell, it would be the old Taoist's death. Boom! Millions of miles of robbery clouds instantly formed, brewing terrifying purple thunder. Wu Tian had previously dodged the lightning tribulation for his breakthrough to the refined void realm with the deception of heaven technique, but that didn't mean that he didn't have to cross the lightning tribulation for breaking through to practicing void. There's no hiding from this thunderbolt. He hadn't crossed his refined void thunder, and now he was crossing the mergence thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation of the two realms added together. The power was already enhanced by a lot. Now there was the old Taoist who was under the calamity cloud, and under his influence, the calamity cloud was even more incomparably terrifying. The thunder tribulation he had summoned earlier was originally only a 5-elemental thunder tribulation, but now under the influence of the old Taoist, it had turned into a silent violet thunder tribulation. This was the thunder tribulation that only a strong tribulationist would cross when he broke through to the Mahayana stage. The cultivation level of the old Taoist, on the other hand, was clearly still at the transition realm, and seeing as he couldn't take Wu Tian for a while, he was probably still in the early or middle stage. It was undoubtedly delusional to want to cross the silent violet thunder tribulation with the strength of the old Tao. Under this terrifying thunderbolt, Wu Tian had already announced his death sentence. However, as a precautionary measure, Wu Tian did not return directly to the blue star, but instead, he fully resisted the old Taoist's attack and waited for the robbing thunder to fall. The old Taoist presumably also knew that he had little hope of surviving this thunder tribulation, thus he was just bent on killing Wu Tian. Although he didn't think that Wu Tian could survive this terrifying thunderbolt, he couldn't rest in peace until he killed him. The main thing was that he didn't see panic in Wu Tian's eyes, as if he wasn't afraid of this thunderbolt at all. This also made him feel a little uneasy in his heart, wanting to kill Wu Tian as soon as possible before the robbing thunder fell, so that he could feel at ease. Boom! Terrifying robberies of lightning fell and instantly struck down towards the two. Wu Tian looked at the old Taoist's eyes filled with killing intent and laughed lightly. Have a good trip. Boom! The terrifying robotic lightning was upon them, and it instantly engulfed the two. When the old Taoist carried down this lightning, he hurriedly looked at where Wu Tian was. He only saw that a corpse was being turned into flying ash under the lightning of the calamity where Wu Tian was, which made him sigh in relief. It's good to be dead. A smile appeared on the old Taoist's face, with a sense of relief that a great revenge had been avenged. As an old ancestor of the great Jin dynasty, he naturally hated this devil who had destroyed the great Jin imperial city. If not, he wouldn't have risked dying together to forcefully kill Wu Tian. Just suddenly he thought of something and hurriedly searched around. Since Wu Tian was dead, his spirit treasure must still be there. Although this thunderbolt was terrifying, the grinding wheel spiritual treasure in Wu Tian's hand was not simple. He estimated that it should be a top-grade spiritual treasure. If he could obtain such a spiritual treasure, it wasn't as if he didn't have a hope of surviving this thunder tribulation. With his strength, erasing the brand left by Wu Tian on the spiritual treasure was a breeze, and he could just instantly turn it into his own. Furthermore, he also wanted to make sure again if Wu Tian was really dead. However, after searching around, he did not find the figure of the spiritual treasure, and only found a spatial ring that had fallen on the ground. The old Taoist rushed towards the ring, wanting to make sure that the spiritual treasure was in the ring or not. However, the terrifying robbing thunder in the sky had already fallen again, instantly bombarding his body. Because of the distraction, he didn't have the time to resist the robotic thunder with all his might, and he suffered a considerable injury under this robotic thunder. Pust! The old Taoist spat out a mouthful of spirit blood, not caring about anything else, and hurriedly took the space ring on the ground into his hands. The longsword spirit treasure in his hand chopped out a terrifying sword chi, resisting the next robotic thunder. At the same time, he instantly erased the brand on the ring in his hand and checked the contents. He took out a black grinding disc from it, and joy instantly appeared on his face. This grinding disc was exactly the same as the one Wu Tian used just now, and it was obviously his spiritual treasure, the terrifying might of the millstone. He had already seen it just now. This millstone could allow Wu Tian, a void refining cultivator, to resist the attacks of his transitional mighty power, so it was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. He felt the power of extinction emanating from the millstone in his hand, and without hesitation, he inputted his spiritual power, wanting to refine the millstone. Boom! He had just inputted his spiritual energy when the grinding disc instantly exploded, and a terrifying power of extinction erupted, grinding his arm right through. At the same time, he who was blown away by the grinding disc once again spat out a mouthful of spirit blood, clearly suffering from a not-so-light injury. If not for his timely reaction, he instantly operated his spiritual energy to defend himself. It would probably be more than just an arm that would be worn out. How is it possible? The old Taoist was appalled, not knowing why this spiritual treasure would explode. As his mind wandered, he reacted instantly. False. This millstone is a fake. That black grinding disc could explode with terrifying might in Wu Tian's hands. There was no reason why it would directly expose itself in his hands, even if the artifact spirit in it only recognized Wu Tian as a master and was unwilling to fall into his hands, wanting to avenge its master. The artifact spirit did not have that ability to make the spirit treasure expose itself. There is only one possibility that the millstone he acquired was a fake. At the same time, he thought of a possibility that Wu Tian was dead or not. Although he had seen with his own eyes that Wu Tian had been reduced to flying dust under the lightning of the calamity. But where did his spiritual treasure go? It was impossible for a spiritual treasure of that size to go missing. Although his breath was shriveled, his eyes were full of anger as he scanned the surroundings, wanting to find Wu Tian out. Only the thunderbolt in the sky didn't give him a chance. Another thunderbolt fell and split his flying sword instantly. Without the flying swords to block the robbing thunder, the terrifying robbing thunder also instantly landed on his body. Pust! The old Taoist was spitting out blood, and the power of the robbing thunder was lingering on his body. At this time, he was not able to care about distracting himself from focusing on Wu Tian, and hurriedly recalled his own flying sword to resist the falling robotic thunder once again. End of chapter. Blue Star. Wu Tian did not know that the white-haired old Taoist had already been victimized once by his dark hand. He was in the process of healing his wounds and clearing the power of the calamity lightning from his body. Although he had instantly returned to the Blue Star just now when the robbing thunder was approaching, but because he wanted the old Taoist to think that he had died under the robbing thunder, he wasted a little time throwing out the body. In just this instant, he was rippled a little by the lightning of the calamity. It was good that he ran in time and didn't endure the power of that one robbing thunderbolt solidly. This small injury is still inconsequential to him. That corpse was the corpse of a line of void refining cultivator that he had left behind when he had massacred the city. Just to cover his tracks in this situation, Situations like the one he had just been in, he had anticipated beforehand. In order to be able to make his enemies die under the lightning tribulation he had summoned, he had even made a replica of the exterminating millstone come out. He just couldn't believe that someone would still be indifferent to the grinding wheel that he had purposely left behind after seeing the power of the world-destroying grinding wheel. That replica was filled with the power of extinction that he had accumulated, as if it was a landmine that would directly detonate as long as someone dared to input spiritual energy. However, this kind of imitation was a bit sensitive and could only be placed inside a spatial ring. If he had thrown it directly outside, it would have been instantly detonated by the power of the lightning tribulation. If someone couldn't discover the spatial ring he had left behind and took out the grinding wheel to input spiritual energy, then his hidden hand would be directly nullified. It was a good thing that the white-haired old Taoist didn't hold back the greed in his heart, allowing his dark hand to come into play. However, Wu Tian had laid down that hidden hand only as a precautionary measure. Whether it had worked or not was unknown to him, but regardless of whether or not his dark hand had worked, he didn't believe that anyone could survive that thunderbolt. With the strength shown by the white-haired old Taoist, it seemed even more hopeless to him. Not much longer. Wu Tian cleared away the power of the calamity lightning from his body and healed his injuries. However, right now he didn't dare to directly return to the immortal demon world, but was prepared to stay at Blue Star for a while first. He had to at least live for a few years first, waiting for the immortal demon world to calm down a bit. He had slaughtered the imperial city of the great Jin dynasty, and he naturally knew in his heart how great the impact would be. Now those people from the Violet Sky Sword Sect probably hated him. Besides the white-haired old Taoist, it was guaranteed that there were other people looking for him. At this point he was going to go back to the immortal and demon world to hang around, and he didn't know if there would be anyone, like the white-haired old Taoist, who could find him. Adding to the fact that he had killed the white-haired old Taoist by borrowing the Thunderbolt Pit, the hate value had deepened even more. It would be the end of the line if someone paid a big price to spell him. He'd be better off staying at Blue Star for now, just to be safe. As long as those people couldn't find him, they should assume that he had died under the lightning tribulation just like the white-haired old Taoist. Furthermore, he had to take some time to prepare himself to survive the thunder tribulation later. His thunder tribulation had turned into a 5 elements thunder tribulation, directly crossing over the step of the 9 heavenly tribulations. Moreover, he was a combination of 2 realms thunderbolts, so it was estimated that the power of the thunderbolts was a little stronger than normal. Although he hadn't experienced how powerful the 5 elements thunder tribulation was, he thought it was terrifying. He had experienced the power of this Jiexian purple thunder tribulation. Just the first calamity thunder was even more terrifying than the 6-9 heavenly tribulation he had previously crossed. The last one, the 5 elements thunder tribulation, was only one notch lower than the silent violet thunder tribulation. In Wu Tian's opinion, its power shouldn't be any worse. Now that he had a huge amount of energy in his extermination grinder, apart from allowing him to cultivate, he could also use it to drive the extermination grinder and exert a stronger power. But that's not enough. When he slaughtered the great Jin imperial city, in addition to the living beings in the city, he also harvested countless cultivation resources. Although most of the low-grade resources had been refined into energy by him using the burial demon flame. However, there were still a lot of various cultivation resources left. There were quite a few pills and elixirs that could work on his current realm, and there was an even greater amount of various cultivation knowledge. For example, there were quite a few high-level ones such as alchemy and weaponry, which could greatly enrich his cultivation base. All of these things will take him a while to digest. As long as he could raise his alchemy and refining as well as the way of formations, then he could put the cultivation resources in his hands to better use. He had quite a few ready-made pills in his hands that could work on him, but not many spiritual treasures. As for magic weapon treasures, he didn't think that it could help him cross the 5 elements thunder tribulation. Further, with his current strength, he could already cross the void. Although Blue Star is only a small planet, there are countless meteorites and stars in the space outside Blue Star. Those meteorites and stars were a good material for him to refine weapons, and the mysteries of the universe are only glimpsed by humans on the blue planet at the tip of the iceberg. He was going to head to the universe for a look after digesting the resources in his hands, but before that, he had to put Blue Star in place to maximize its benefits to him. As time passes, another 5 years have passed in a flash. Wu Tian was already inaccessible because his cultivation had already reached the consummation of the late stage of refining void, and he was only waiting for the tribulation to break through to the harmonization realm. And to break through to the realm of merging, one must also fuse the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man into one with the help of the heavenly Tao after crossing the thunderbolt. Without the help of the heavenly Tao, the power of heaven and earth is drawn into the body. It could be said that there was little hope for him to think that he could break through to the harmonization realm in the Blue Star, because the harmonization realm could transform the power of the heavens and earth into a domain, Within the domain's envelopment, the domain's lord was like a god. If he wanted to break through to the harmonization realm, he had to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao and comprehend his own domain. Thus, without daring to return to the immortal and demon world, Wu Tian could only digest the resources in his hands. The resources he gained from slaughtering the Great Jin Imperial City were still quite large. Although the countless magic artifacts and treasures he had acquired had been refined into energy by him using the burying heaven demon flame, there were only a few lower grade and one middle grade spiritual treasures, and not a single upper grade spiritual treasure. But apart from the medium grade spiritual treasure jade seal in his hand, he had also used the heads of 100 harmonized cultivators and thousands of refined void cultivators to refine a medium grade spiritual treasure during this time. White bone sherry. This spiritual treasure was refined by him using the heads of many cultivators, possessing all sorts of wonderful uses and terrifying power. No better than the blood-devouring pearl. The white bone relics he could take into his body and store his spiritual energy in them. At the time of battle, when there was not much spiritual energy in his body, he would be able to instantly absorb the spiritual energy in the white bone shear force, allowing the spiritual energy in his body to become sufficient again. With his current cultivation, he could store 10 portions of his entire spiritual energy in the white bone relics. With the white bone relic, his range increased tenfold. Also, the white bone Sherpa can be called out of the body and used to attack the enemy. The heads for refining the white bone relic were all corpses he had seized after slaughtering the Great Jin dynasty, as well as the harmonized cultivators he had killed earlier in the Green Lotus ruins when he had split up in the ransacking of the orthodox and devilish paths. End of chapter. Not much longer, Wu Tian organized what he had gained from his cultivation during this period of time. Although his cultivation hadn't increased, his alchemy and other miscellaneous arts such as alchemy and weaponry were during this period of time by virtue of his superb enlightenment. Drawing on the various knowledge and resources he had gained in the imperial city of the Great Jin, he had elevated to a fairly high level. Now he was able to refine the sixth order pills that a void refining cultivator could use, and the success rate wasn't low. Even if it was a 7th grade elixir he could still practice it. It was that the success rate was a bit lower, only 1 or 2% success rate. He had also mastered quite a few of the various Dan formulas and could skillfully refine the pills out. As for refining weapons, he was already able to refine magic weapons and magic treasures with his hands, and although spiritual treasures required a lot of time and effort, he was also able to refine them. It was needless to say that his attainments in formations were quite deep. After all, when he had previously comprehended the Yellow Spring Soul refining formation, he had already dabbled in formations. Now he was already able to use countless small formations to cooperate and connect to form large formations. Trapping and killing illusion formations he had dabbled in. The resources in his hand had been consumed by his use of practicing acrobatics, but there was still a lot left. Enough so that he wouldn't have to worry about resources for a short period of time. It was just that he couldn't use any of the numerous low-grade pills and magic weapons and treasures he had refined. It would be a bit of a waste to refine it into energy with the burying sky demon flame. He was, however, momentarily in a bit of a quandary as to what to do with them. But these are small things that don't take up much space anyway, so let's put them away for now. The lower-grade spiritual treasure Qian Koan ring that he had obtained in the imperial city of Great Jin had an immense amount of internal space, and this bit of stuff packed in it wouldn't take up much space at all. Wu Tian sensed his bilocation in the immortal and demon world and understood the situation in the immortal and demon world today. 5 years is just a snap of the fingers for the world of fairy magic. The situation on the battlefield between the Violet Sky Sword Sect and the Blood God Sect didn't change much, only that the fighting became a lot more intense. It was only because he was in two worlds that he and his doppelganger didn't share a perspective at all times and could only sense it. Luckily, under the gaze and sensing, his main body was still able to receive the information transmitted from his bilocation. After Wu Tian knew the situation of the immortal and demon world through his bilocation, he thought about it and decided not to return to the immortal and demon world for the time being. He had some business at Blue Star that he was going to take care of first. As the saying goes, when one man gets a government position, he gets a government position. He was ready to preach the Blue Star and let the people on the Blue Star enter the age of cultivation. The fact that these people were strong also helped him in his subsequent plans. Although most of the people who possess spiritual roots on the Blue Planet had been put into the immortal and demon world by him, these tens of billions of people could still cultivate the martial arts on the immortal and demon world. He had a large spirit vein in his hand that he had obtained in the Great Jin Imperial City, which could be integrated into the Blue Star to revive the Blue Star's aura. With a rich aura, spiritual medicines could be grown, and animals could be turned into demonic beasts to provide blood food for the people cultivating on the Blue Star. However, this wasn't enough. He was also going to lay down a large formation that would absorb the essence of the sun and moon, speeding up the cultivation speed of the people on the Blue Star. Not much longer, Wu Tian incorporated the large spiritual vein in his hands into the territory of Xia. making Xia the first place to revive its aura. At the same time, the other countries on the blue planet became part of the Summer Kingdom at his command. To this point, there is no more talk of foreign countries on the blue planet. There is only one country, and that is the country of Xia. People from other countries had to give up their native languages and switch to the Chinese language of Xia. Wu Tian helped Xia unify the blue star just to make it easier to manage. On the other hand, he was also avoiding letting the people on the blue planet, because of the aura recovery after killing each other, fall into infighting. At the same time, he also gave the Blue Star officials the cultivation system of martial arts, as well as the techniques of the immortal cultivation system. Most of all, he had taken the medium-grade spiritual treasure jade seal that he had obtained from the Great Jin dynasty and bound it to the national fortune of the Xia kingdom. This spiritual treasure belonged to the Qi luck type of spiritual treasure, possessing the effect of suppressing Qi luck. However, Wu Tian's helping Xia to unify the Blue Star and giving them the opportunity to cultivate was not something that he was really generous and wanted these people to follow him to the everlasting life. After Wu Tian bound the Jade Seal to the national fortune of the Xia Kingdom, he could then use the Jade Seal to absorb the power of the Xia Kingdom's national fortune and store it in the Jade Seal. The stronger the Xia Kingdom was, the more national fortune it possessed, and the more Qi fortune the Jade Seal could draw in. The boundaries of the Xia Kingdom's land, as well as the strengths and weaknesses of its nationals, all have an impact on the country's fortunes. The Qi power that Wu Tian had absorbed with the Jade Seal, he could use his gongfu to directly absorb and refine it. It's also a steady source of energy income for him. Not to mention, he also wanted to try and see if he could use the entire Blue Star's Qi fortune and refine and integrate it into his own body, allowing him to become a person of great Qi fortune. Though he didn't know if the Qi on the Blue Star could be useful in the immortal and demon world, but it wasn't a bad idea for him to try. After all, the great fortune people are blessed with heaven. Treasures and opportunities can be obtained at hand, can be said to be the favorites of heaven. He is naturally still quite hot. After Wu Tian had integrated the spiritual vein into the blue planet and had the Xia kingdom unify all the countries of the blue planet, realizing that the books were written in the same language and the cars were on the same track, he came out into space. He was going to set up a formation that gathered the essence of the sun and moon. Setting up a large formation that covered the blue star was still quite easy for him. It didn't take long. Wu Tian then laid down a yin-yang spirit-gathering formation that covered the entire blue star. This formation could speed up the absorption of the essence of the sun and the moon, converting it into aura to supply the blue star, making the aura on the blue star more dense. In this way, the people on the blue planet would have a good cultivation environment, and the speed of cultivation would be much faster. With the large spirit veins and the yin-yang spirit-gathering array in place, it was thought that it wouldn't take long for the aura on the blue star to catch up with the immortal and demon world. After all, although he had only incorporated one large spirit vein on the blue star, the blue star wasn't big enough for one large spirit vein. After the people on the blue planet cultivated and became stronger, the Qi luck on them would also be stronger, and the national luck of the Xia kingdom would also become stronger with it. Natural. The amount of Qi power he could draw in with the Jade Seal was naturally greater. The power of Qi is of better quality than ordinary energy and is wonderfully useful. Even if he failed in his experiment and his Qi was refined into energy, it was still much better than him directly refining his aura. It could be said that these resources he provided became a lot more beneficial to him after a change of hands, and the Qi was still a resource that could be harvested sustainably, far stronger than the large spirit veins and formations he was currently providing. Furthermore, he still had a yellow spring soul refining formation in Blue Star, so he could kill two birds with one stone. People on the blue planet can provide him with Qi while alive, and their souls will enter the blue planet hell after death. When these people become stronger, their divine souls will also be stronger, much better than mortal souls. It's kind of about his future plans, and he's just laying it out early right now. Space. Wu Tian glanced at the blue planet below and directly transformed into streams of light and shot towards the moon. End of chapter. On the moon. Wu Tian looked at the pitted ground on the moon and realized that the moon was really a bit small. The moon in his eyes was several times smaller compared to the blue star. Although the moon looked like just a small broken ball, Wu Tian was a little curious as to how it glowed. And the moon emanates moonlight, or a special kind of energy. However, Wu Tian checked and realized that the moon itself did not glow. The moon he saw glowing at the blue star was just the sun's rays shining on the moon and reflecting the sun's light. However, although Wu Tian had figured out the reason why the moon glowed, he was a little curious as to why the moonlight contained a special energy. After some probing, Wu Tian finally figured out the source of the moonflower. It turned out that the moonflower was also essentially the power of the sun, belonging to the power emanating from the sun. After the sun's rays hit the moon, the sun's power is altered because of the moon's own special magnetic field. It was as if the yin and yang were converted. The moon would absorb the power of the sun and convert the power of the sun, which was an extremely young power. into an extremely in power, which was the moonflower. The moonflower will enter the blue star with the sunlight reflected by the moon. This was also the reason why Wu Tian could only sense wisps of moonlight from the moonlight on the blue star. Compared to the moonflower, which was scarce in quantity, the power of the sun, that is, the sun essence, could be more concentrated. However, the moonlight was soft and more easily absorbed by cultivators. The power of the sun was too violent, and if an ordinary cultivator dared to draw the power of the sun into his body, he was afraid that he would be directly burned to ashes. Only the first ray of sunlight in the early morning, that was the softest and could be absorbed and refined by the average cultivator. Because that ray of sunlight and the moon intersected, the raging power of the sun was diluted quite a bit by the moonflower. This ray of sunlight belonged to the fusion of the sun's power and the moon's splendor, which was even more helpful to cultivators after they absorbed it. However, at Wu Tian's current realm, he could already directly absorb and refine the power of the sun. Only on the blue planet, there wasn't much solar energy he could absorb, far less than if he had directly absorbed the energy from the extermination grinding disk. After checking out the moon, Wu Tian thought about it and gave up on the idea of gutting it. He had wanted to look inside the moon and see if any treasures existed. After all, the moon is mysterious in Xia mythology, but to him now, the moon seemed too ordinary, causing the sense of anticipation in his heart to instantly fall to the ground. After all, not to mention the legendary Guanghan Palace, the Moon Palace Fairy Chang'e. Let's just say that in his impression, the moon had always belonged to the land of extreme cold, and the temperature up there should be very cold in his opinion. But the moon in his eyes also has a day and night. The daytime temperatures on the moon were high, at least 100 degrees, and the nights were cold, also almost 100 degrees below zero. But this temperature made no difference at all to Wu Tian. In his opinion, the moon was just too ordinary for what he had in mind, that legendary mythological story he had believed in. After all, he was now able to travel to the world of immortals and demons and embark on the path of cultivation. There was no reason for the cultivation system to be false when it was so clear in that legendary mythology. There are immortals and Buddhas in the world of immortals and demons, and there are immortals and Buddhas in the legendary myths on the blue planet. There was also that so-called demon, which was also generally the same as in the world of immortals and demons. He didn't believe that all the myths on the blue planet were empty, conjured up out of thin air. He wanted to get out of the blue planet to travel into the universe, but also because he wanted to see where the legendary immortal Buddha had gone, since immortal Buddhas existed in the mythology of the blue planet. Given his experience today, those immortal Buddhas must have existed, but according to his estimation, the place where those immortal Buddhas used to live would definitely not be the tiny blue star. In his opinion, either the blue planet of today is just a fragment, and the humans on the blue planet today are just the people who lived on the fragment in the first place. People used to experience the age of immortals and Buddhas, it just got passed down and became a mythological story. Either that or the humans on the blue planet are outsiders, having moved to this planet from that place where immortal Buddhas exist, and then Wu Tian looked at the vast and boundless universe around him and felt that it shouldn't exist, and that the blue star was just a small world opened up by man. After all, blue star was in the middle of the universe, so it was impossible for the entire universe to have been artificially opened up. Compared to this conjecture, he thought that the place where those immortal Buddhas were was a bit more tangible in the universe, but now the ordinary moon made him a little wistful. Wu Tian looked at the moon and turned around to shoot towards where the sun was. The sun was farther away from the earth and not close to the moon, and it would still take him some time to catch up. After all, in the universe, he couldn't cut through the void and instantly move, so he could only use the underworld ghost escape to catch up. Luckily, with his current cultivation level, he could already form an internal circulation within his body, enough to allow him to ignore the environment in the universe. It was mainly the fact that there was no difference in gravity in the universe that allowed him to just get used to it for a while before he was able to walk freely in the universe. There were still benefits to rushing through the universe, without gravity or air present. His speed increased quite a bit, as the saying goes, look to the hills to run away. The sun looked close to his eyes, as if it were a large ball of fire not far from him, but that was because the sun was too big, giving him an illusion. After all, the sun was the size of over 1,000,000 Earths, and was undoubtedly a behemoth for himself, not to mention the fact that the sun emits intense heat and light at all times, giving off a glow that makes the universe look all beautiful. It was just that the closer he got to the sun, the higher the temperature he felt. The powerful power of the sun seemed as if it was going to burn him to ashes. After reaching a certain distance, Wu Tian could no longer rely on his physical body to resist and had to borrow the power of the blood-devouring pearl. With the energy shield formed by the blood-devouring bead, he was able to continue to approach towards the sun. The closer he got, the bigger the sun became in his eyes, taking up his entire view. But the closer he got, the more intense the power of the sun he felt became. His yellow spring heaven swallowing technique possessed the ability to refine all things, and it was naturally not a problem to refine these sun forces. Wu Tian looked at the huge fireball in the distance, his eyes filled with fire. If he were to refine the sun, how far would his cultivation have to grow? You have to know that the sun emits heat all the time, and the power of the sun contained in it is so terrifying. With this sun as his sustenance, how could he lack the energy to cultivate? After seeing the terror of the sun, Wu Tian felt that his setup in Blue Star was a bit petty, that 3 melons and 2 dates are not as convenient as this whole sun. Earlier, he had originally had the idea of refining the Blue Star with the exterminating grinding disc, but considering that it was at least his home planet, he thought about it and gave it up. But now, with such a huge sun, it shouldn't be too much for him to refine a little, right? Wu Tian accelerated his speed towards the sun. In addition to wanting to refine the power of the sun above, it also wanted to see if there were any traces of the existence of immortal Buddhas above the sun. Or rather, is there any creature that can survive on the sun? He wants to find out. End of chapter. Soon after, Wu Tian looked at the huge fireball in front of him and couldn't help but stop. He was too small compared to the sun. Now he was not far from the sun, and his vision was all about it. Precisely. There were only flames ahead of him, red flames that blazed in the void. There was no air present in this universe, but the traces of that flame burning were clearly visible, swaying in the void. The fire of the sun was different from ordinary flames, as if it could burn on its own without the need for air. At his current distance, he felt more than just the temperature. The blazing flames emanating from the sun in front of him were like a sea of fire. All he had to do was go up a distance and he could touch the actual flames. He had long heard about the terror of the sun flame, and he was still interested in how powerful it was. Not to mention anything else, just this terrifying high temperature was not comparable to ordinary flames. Fortunately, the space in this universe was incomparably strong, and with Wu Tian's current strength, he was unable to break through it, which allowed him to accommodate the burning sun. Wu Tian looked at the sea of fire that was close at hand and directly dove in head first. With his current strength, the flames on this sun were still within his tolerance. Although the temperature of this sun flame was high, it couldn't break through the defense of his blood-devouring pearl. It was just that after he entered the sea of fire, the surrounding solar flame still caused the energy shield formed by his blood-devouring bead to send up layers of ripples. He was in the fire of the sun, and the consumption of spiritual energy in his body accelerated a bit before he was able to maintain the energy shield of the blood-devouring bead. However, with the spiritual energy in his body and the fact that he still had the white bone shelter in place, this amount of consumption was not worth mentioning to him. Not to mention, there was still a huge amount of energy in his exterminating grindstone mountain that could be absorbed and refined for him to quickly restore the spiritual energy in his body. Anymore, he could use the world-destroying grinder to refine the surrounding sun flame to form energy that he could absorb. Even if there was no exterminating grinding wheel, with his gongfu, he could still directly refine the surrounding sun flame, only a little slower. Therefore, Wu Tian did not give any thought to the spiritual energy consumption in his body. He was surrounded by endless flames, making it so that he wasn't able to detect what was in the distance, but could only keep moving towards the inside of the sun. But he ran for half a day, and he still didn't see land around him except for the flames. Only after he ran a certain distance inside the sun, the flames around him were different, with more white flames in them. These white flames were hotter and more terrifying than the red flames, causing the consumption of spiritual energy in his body to increase by quite a bit. This discovery excited Wu Tian quite a bit, and his determination to explore inside the sun became even stronger. It's good that there's a change. At least it shows that the sun isn't just a big, ordinary ball of fire. The moon's ordinariness had disappointed him, and now he just hoped that this sun would surprise him in some way and satisfy his curiosity. Not much longer. Wu Tian went quite a bit deeper into the sun, but there was still nothing but flames above and below him. He had thought that the sun, like the moon, possessed an entity, but now it seemed as if the sun was a sphere made up of countless flames. However, his current position was still estimated to be just the outer edge of the sun, and he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. He would have to explore some more before he could do so. As he went deeper, the flames around him also all turned into white flames, with no more red flames mixed in. The white flame was hotter and more terrifyingly powerful than the red flame. The red flames he had seen earlier were white flames entering the outer reaches of the sun. After the flames were dispersed, their power diminished before they turned into red flames. Wu Tian was in the midst of the flames, somewhat curious as to where the flames actually came from, and why the sun seemed to emit flames for a long time as if it was not consumed. The law of conservation of energy. He hadn't noticed a difference until now. Even if his kung fu and the perishing grinder could convert other substances into energy, it didn't come out of thin air, and it still had to abide by the law of conservation of energy. Until now, There had been nothing but flames as far as he could see. He didn't believe that the flames could appear out of thin air, that the sun really had no substance. If there was no entity, how could such a large sun coalesce into a sphere? He felt that he had not yet entered the center of the sun, which made him see only flames. But whatever the reason, the mystery of the sun was something he had to explore to satisfy his curiosity. Although he was now well cultivated, the sun was still quite mysterious in his mind. Wu Tian glanced at the sea of fire around him and without hesitation, he continued to run towards the depths of the sun. Soon after, the flame in front of him changed again, turning into a green-colored flame, with even more terrifying power and higher temperature than the white flame. The power of this green flame could already catch up with his burying sky demon flame. His burial demon flame was a great divine power. Although his demonic flame was mainly its ability to possess the ability to refine everything, the power of the demonic flame itself was also quite strong. It was only that with his current strength, it was not yet possible for him to fully utilize the power of this great divine ability, which caused the demonic flames to weaken in power. But a thin dead camel was bigger than a horse, and the might of the demonic flames he was now exerting was not to be underestimated. It was quite a bit stronger than other flame-type minor divine abilities. Now that the sun had such a terrifying flame in it, it made him a little more interested in it. Wu Tian did not hesitate and continued to go deeper in the sea of fire, wanting to see what was inside the sun. The green flames around him were terrifying, but he could still carry them. The sea of fire around him was still relatively calm, and the damage done to him was steady. This level of damage to Wu Tian was nothing more than making his spiritual energy consume a little more. The blood-devouring bead energy shield that enveloped him was still relatively powerful, resisting the burning of the green flames without a problem. Wu Tian was like a stream of light weaving in and out of the sea of fire, constantly heading deeper and deeper into the sun. Not much longer. Wu Tian stopped his stance and looked at a green-colored flaming bird that was rapidly flying towards him not far away, and he hastily took out the exterminating millstone. There are actually living beings existing in this sun. He looked at the flaming bird that was coming towards him, and there was no fear in his eyes at all. Instead, he carried a hint of surprise. However, he wasn't careless, and the world-destroying grinder in his hand was poised to fire. After all, this flame bird was burning with a blazing flame, and its body seemed to be made up of green-colored flames, so it didn't look like it was something to be messed with. The green-colored flame bird looked as if it had no entity. Its body was made up of flames, and its wingspan was about 10 meters. When the flaming bird's wings flapped, a roaring flame followed. If it flew over with a bit of heavy rain, it would have been really difficult for Wu Tian to spot it in this sea of fire. As the flaming bird approached, Wu Tian also activated the extermination grinder in his hand. End of chapter. One moment. The green-colored flame bird rushed towards Wu Tian with a blazing flame, but it was blocked by Wu Tian's exterminating grinding wheel before it could even get close. The flaming bird's body was instantly worn out for the most part as the power of extinction swept through it. Wu Tian did his best as soon as he came up, just because he was afraid of falling in the gutter. Although the flame bird had most of its body worn out by his strike, his face did not see the slightest relaxation, but instead became even more grave, only to see that although the flame bird only had one claw left, the green-colored flames from the sea of fire around it instantly surged into its body, becoming part of it. With the flames from the surrounding sea of fire as a supplement, the flaming bird recovered its body in the blink of an eye. Its flaming eyes looked at Wu Tian and continued to lunge at him without the slightest fear. After seeing the strangeness of the flame bird, Wu Tian pondered in his heart. He was still quite interested in this creature that lived on the sun. Wu Tian used the world destruction grinder to block the green-colored flames driven by the flame bird and emitted a divine soul fluctuation, wanting to communicate with the flame bird. Although he and the flame bird were different species and didn't speak the same language, the meaning of the divine soul fluctuation was simple and clear. As long as a being with spiritual intelligence could understand the meaning of his divine soul fluctuations, it could be a barrier-free communication. However, as if the green-colored flaming bird had no spiritual intelligence, it was indifferent to his divine soul fluctuations and only launched a wave of attacks towards him. Wu Tian looked at the flame bird's eyes that were formed by green-colored flames, and was simply unable to tell from its eyes whether it possessed spiritual intelligence. But judging by its demeanor, it should be a no-brainer. This situation could not help but cause some disappointment in Wu Tian's heart. After all, this was a being from the sun, and it would be more helpful for him to understand this mysterious sun if he could communicate with it. However, the fact that there were still living beings in an environment like the sun made Wu Tian's interest in the flame bird great. He wanted to capture the flaming bird and study it. Honestly, he had always thought that no living beings existed in the sun, and the flaming bird had sort of surprised him. Using the perdition grinder, Wu Hall wore out most of the flame bird's body again, leaving behind only a bird's head. At the same time, he used his power of extinction to envelop his surroundings. not allowing the flames in the sea of fire around him to get close. Without the green flame, the flame bird really couldn't recover its body anymore and could only keep a head in existence. It was just that after not having the green flame as a supplement, the flaming bird's head unexpectedly turned directly into a small flaming bird. The smaller flaming bird's body was also made up of green flames, but without its huge body and still unable to drive the surrounding flames, it was no longer a threat to Wu Tian at all. Wu Tian looked at the flaming bird that was confined by him and kept struggling, and once again tentatively sent out divine soul fluctuations. Just without any surprise, the flaming bird seemed to be truly spiritless, ignoring his divine soul fluctuations and not responding to him. Moreover, the bird seemed to be unable to make a sound, and Wu Tian had never heard it scream until now. Seeing that the flaming bird had no spirit, Wu Tian gave up communicating with it. He studied the flame bird as a research object for a good while, and found that it was truly without a solid body, and that its body was all made up of green flames. That is to say, this bird has nothing but flames in its head, so it's no wonder it's not psychic. In Wu Tian's opinion, the flame bird should belong to the elemental type of beings. After all, its body was all made up of flames. He had wanted to find out if there was a core present in the flamingo, but he had worn out the flaming bird from end to end, and had failed to find its core. It was just rather strange that as long as the flame bird had a bit of physical presence, it was still alive and could absorb the surrounding green flames to recover as before. Wu Tian looked at the flaming bird that was only the size of a fist as a result of his continuous trials and thought about it, but still didn't wear it out completely. Though he wanted to test if the flame bird could still come back to life after completely wearing it out, and if it really possessed an immortal body. But the flamingos are more exotic and possess no small amount of research value. Without being sure if this was the only flaming bird in this sun, he was still prepared to keep it for now. Otherwise, if this was the only spirit of fire in this sun, and he got it killed, it would be completely extinct. Wu Tian confined the flame bird and brought it with him, looking for it in the sea of fire. He wanted to see if he could find another flaming bird, or another being in the sun. Not much longer, Wu Tian finally found another green-colored flame bird, which was generally the same as the one he had caught earlier. With the two flame birds in place, Wu Tian could finally feel free to experiment boldly. He used the exterminating grinding wheel to completely wear out the body of this flaming bird behind him, wanting to see if it could be resurrected, only to see the flaming bird's body completely disappear under the grinding power of the extinction force. Wu Tian looked at where the flaming bird that had been worn down to a crumb was located and stared without blinking for a while. Like, really dead? Wu Tian frowned and looked around. After the flame bird was worn out by him, there was not a single sign of resurrection, and the surrounding sea of fire did not change much either. Wu Tian looked at the flame bird that was only one left again and brought it with him to continue looking for a bit more. It didn't take long. He found another green-colored flame bird in the sea of fire. This time the flamingos reacted the same way as the other two when they saw him. Not caring if he could fight or not, he rushed towards him with no intention of dying. After Wu Tian caught it and experimented a bit more, he finally had a general understanding of the flame bird. It was as if this flaming bird was born from flames. Its body was made up of flames, and every strand of flame had a spiritual nature. Even if there was only a wisp of flame left, it could absorb the surrounding flames to recover. As long as the flames in the surrounding sea of fire were absorbed by the flame bird and became part of its body, those flames would also possess spirituality. However, if the flames were stripped from its body, the stripped flames would become ordinary flames again. Wu Tian had tried chopping the flaming bird into several pieces before letting its body absorb the surrounding flames, wanting to see if it would turn into several of them. However, after the flaming bird's body was split into several segments, only the largest segment retained its spirituality, while the rest turned into ordinary flames. Because the flame bird's body was all made up of green flames, the temperature of the flames was extremely high, and he was unable to exert means to probe its divine soul. This made it impossible for him to determine if the flaming bird had a soul or only a spirit. The flame bird's body made up of green flames made it impossible for him to draw his soul at all, and the magic treasures that attacked the divine soul didn't do much damage to it. If it wasn't for Wu Tian's exterminating grinding wheel that could directly grind its body to death, with the flame bird's ability to not die in a sea of fire, it was still tricky. Noteworthy. These flaming birds all look basically the same, molding a bit like crows, but they only look alike. Otherwise they are worlds apart from the ravens on the blue planet. After determining that there were quite a few flame birds living in this sun, Wu Tian refined the first one he caught. He wanted to see how the green flame on this flame bird was different from ordinary green flames. End of chapter. Not much longer. Wu Tian refined and absorbed the green flame bird and found that the flame bird itself was still different from the other green flames. Compared to the green-colored flames in the sea of fire around him, the flames on the flame bird were a bit softer and not as violent. The flames on it were spiritually charged, as if they had been purified by it, and were significantly more refined. It was easier to be refined and absorbed by Wu Tian, and it helped him more. Most of all, there was a special power within the flame bird, as if it was the original power of the green flame. It carried a spiritual green flame that contained the laws of origin. He could refine the flaming bird into a fire to enhance the power of his own burying heaven demon flame. His burying heaven demon flame mainly lay in the ability to refine everything. Its own power was not strong, and its attack power was considered weak amongst the other flame great avatars. The green flames were different, with extremely high temperatures and strong attacks. Wu Tian could devour the origin power within the flame bird to enhance his burying heavenly demon flame and boost the attack power of the demon flame. This discovery made Wu Tian's eyes light up. Looking at the surrounding sea of fire, his gaze was a little different, becoming a lot hotter. The sea of fire around him he could only refine into energy for him to cultivate, but the flaming bird was something that could enhance his own strength. His burial heavenly demon flame attack power was insufficient. Against those with a higher cultivation level than him, it was difficult for him to use his demon flame alone against the enemy, and he still had to rely on the extermination grinding wheel. It would be a different story if the attack power of the demonic flame was raised. Even with his current cultivation, once the demonic flames came out, he would be able to fight with a harmonized cultivator without relying on the extermination grinder. Even if he were to face a transitional succession powerhouse, he would still be able to battle it out with his demonic flame. After all, the devil flame was at least a great divine power, and the increased attack power was considered to make up for the shortcomings of the devil flame. Wu Tian glanced at the surrounding sea of fire and directly transformed into a stream of light, searching for the flame bird in the sea of fire. Not for a moment. He entered the sensory range of a flaming bird, which charged directly towards him. Without saying anything, Wu Tian directly confined the flaming bird and refined and absorbed it. Although he was unable to detect the situation in the distance in the sea of fire, the flame bird was quite sharp in the sea of fire. He didn't have to make a special effort to find it himself. He just had to wander around a bit and the flamingos would come to him on their own. Relying on this characteristic of the flame bird, Wu Tian's speed of refining the flame bird was still quite fast. With the flame birds going forward and sending them to their deaths, the power of his magic flame had increased quite a bit. The number of flaming birds in this sea of green fire was still quite large, and he was able to find one every other moment. However, the power of his demonic flame was not small in itself, and it was not much different from the green flame. After the temperature of the demonic flame was comparable to the green flame, the green-colored flame bird would not be of much help to him. Although Wu Tian had some pity, he did not dwell on it. After thinking about it, he stopped looking for the flaming bird and ran towards the depths of the sea of fire. Now that a flaming bird had appeared in this sun, what else was in the depths? He was curious. I don't know how much time has passed. Wu Tian stopped his body and surveyed the purple flame in front of him. He had thought that the green flame was the most powerful flame in this sun. Unexpectedly, the purple flame in front of him was even hotter than the green flame, making him feel no less threatened. The energy shield formed by the blood-devouring bead on his body was unexpectedly a little unable to carry him under the terrifying heat of the purple flame. No way! Wu Tian could only urge the destruction grinder to hang above his head, using the power of annihilation to resist the purple flames, insulate the flames from approaching. The mutual dissolution of the power of extinction and the purple flames had accelerated the consumption of his spiritual energy by quite a bit. Luckily, with the exterminating millstone in place, he was able to walk through the purple flames without having to worry about being buried under them. Wu Tian walked in the purple flames and continued to head towards the depths of the sun. The mystery of this sun made him more and more interested in what was in the depths. However, Wu Tian was in the sea of purple fire, and his heart was indeed secretly vigilant. Since there was a flaming bird in the green flame, would there also be a living being in this purple flame? And it would be even more terrifying than the flaming bird. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the sea of fire around him churned, as if something huge was rapidly approaching towards him. Wu Tian stopped his body to stare in anticipation and instantly activated the destruction grinding wheel, erupting the power of annihilation and forcing back the surrounding purple flames. It was only after he had covered himself with the power of extinction all around him that he felt slightly more at ease. One moment. A purple flaming bird with a wingspan of 100 meters rushed over from the sea of fire and entered Wu Tian's line of sight. The purple flame bird carried a terrifying purple flame and slammed headlong into Wu Tian's power of extinction. The purple flames blazing on its body and the power of extinction melted into each other. It dissolved a lot of the extermination power that Wu Tian had spread around. Wu Tian hurriedly urged the world destruction grinder to erupt with the power of annihilation, blocking the flaming bird from approaching. However, the purple flame bird could also absorb the surrounding flames to restore itself just like the green flame bird. After the flames on its body were dissolved by the power of extinction, it recovered in an instant. One time, Wu Tian could only push the world-destroying millstone with all his might to block the purple flame bird's attack. As he looked at the purple flame bird that was attacking towards him, he couldn't help but feel some suspicion in his heart. The green flame bird that he had refined earlier. It couldn't be the pup of this purple flame bird, could it? After all, the size of the green flame bird was undoubtedly similar to a small cub when compared to the purple flame bird. So, this purple flaming bird had come to seek revenge on him? He had a lot of thoughts and a feeling that the two shouldn't have anything to do with each other. After all, this flame bird's entire body was made up of flames. With what? It wasn't as if he hadn't seen this kind of creature without a physical body, whose body was made up of elements. In the immortal and demon world, this kind of creature whose entire body was made up of flames was usually called a fire spirit in the immortal and demon world. The fire spirit has no parents, belongs to heaven and earth cohesion, is the spirit of the fire. Generally, though, such creatures are sapient. Unlike the green-colored flame bird he had seen earlier, it had little spirit and was like a retard. Wu Tian looked at the purple flaming bird that was attacking fiercely towards him, and felt as if it was also devoid of any spiritual intelligence. Still, just to make sure, he fended off the flaming bird's attack while emanating divine soul fluctuations, wanting to communicate with it. However, the purple flame bird was just as indifferent to his divine soul fluctuations as the green flame bird, and just kept attacking him. Wu Tian had prepared for this and was not much disappointed to see it. If you can't communicate, you can't communicate. As long as it works for him. Wu Tian looked at the purple flaming bird that was attacking towards him and did not hide the fire in his eyes at all. Since the cyan flame bird could enhance the power of his demonic flames, then this purple flame bird could definitely do the same. The power of this purple flame could be too much stronger than the green flame. It was thought that if he refined and devoured this purple flame bird, it would definitely enhance the power of his demonic flame by a lot. End of chapter. Although his idea is quite good, it's really a bit hard to implement it. This purple flame bird was not like the green flame bird. Its battle power was undoubtedly too terrifying, and it was not that good to deal with. The purple flame bird's body was all made up of purple flames, and normal attacks couldn't harm it at all. What's more, it could drive the flames in the surrounding sea of fire to launch an attack. Its ability to absorb flames and restore itself also made it tricky. The main thing was that the purple flame could dissolve Wu Tian's power of extinction. It made it difficult for him to harm the flame bird even if he used the exterminating millstone. It was a good thing that the flaming bird didn't have much of a brain, otherwise Wu Tian would have had to flee. Wu Tian looked at the purple flaming bird that seemed as if it wouldn't stop until it killed him, and urged the destruction grinder to isolate the surrounding sea of fire little by little. Under his blatant actions, the purple flaming bird actually really didn't notice and kept attacking him. This also made Wu Tian's heart relax quite a bit, and his movements became more bold. There were too many ways to deal with such a creature with little brain, even if it possessed terrifying power. Right now he couldn't do much with the purple flame bird, mainly because it could absorb the surrounding flames to restore itself. But as long as the flame bird was prevented from absorbing the flames in the surrounding sea of fire, then it would be a fish on a plate and could only be slaughtered by him. Not much longer. Wu Tian isolated both him and the sea of fire around the flaming bird at a distance, creating an area free of flames. Everywhere in this area was covered with his power of extinction, and it wouldn't be that easy for the flaming bird to run away now. But the flame bird, not to mention spirituality, seemed to be inferior to even an ordinary animal in terms of intelligence. It was as if it didn't know how to avoid harm at all and couldn't perceive danger in general, and it was still attacking him even in this situation. For insurance purposes, Wu Tian had covered all of this area with a dense power of extinction before he laid his hands on the purple flame bird. He looked at the purple flaming bird that kept trying to rush towards him. Big handshake. The power of extinction around the flame bird instantly closed in and enveloped the flame bird's body, sapping the purple flames from its body. At this time, the purple flame bird did not flee in fear either, and was still launching attacks all the time. Seeing that the purple flame bird was so insensitive, Wu Tian immediately did not waste its body anymore, no longer using the power of extinction to ablate the purple flames on its body. The flames on the flame bird's body were spiritual and could enhance the power of his magic flame, so naturally he couldn't waste it. Wu Tian used the power of extinction to turn into a cage, trapping the purple flame bird in it, and began to devour and refine the flames on it little by little. As he refined it, the body of the purple flame bird became smaller and smaller until it was completely refined and disappeared by him. After devouring and refining a purple flame bird, the power of his demonic flames increased quite a bit, and the temperature became even higher. However, wanting to have the terrifying might of purple flames, a purple flame bird was obviously still nearly on fire. However, Wu Tian did not believe that this purple flame bird was the only one in this sea of purple fire. Without hesitation, he searched through the sea of purple fire. It didn't take long. He found a second purple flame bird, and without saying a word, he repeated the same trick, devouring and refining it, making it the sustenance for him to become stronger. Compared to when he devoured the first flame bird, his speed was much faster. After all, once you're back in the game, you're back in the game. Knowing that these flaming birds had little spirit, he naturally didn't need to be so careful. As he searched, a purple flame bird was found and devoured and refined to become his sustenance. However, the purple flame birds were quite a bit less in number compared to the green flame birds, making his search a little more difficult. Luckily, he didn't need much, and the flaming birds in the sea of purple fire were still enough for him to refine. These flaming birds were all alone, not in flocks, which also made his refining process a lot easier. Soon after, Wu Tian had refined numerous purple flame birds, and his demonic flame possessed a terrifyingly high temperature that could instantly melt magic treasures, and even lower-grade spiritual treasures could not carry it for 3 breaths. Wu Tian catalyzed the burial demon flame, instantly turning his surroundings into a sea of black fire, with purple flames unable to approach. He didn't know if it was because of the influence of the purple flames that his demonic flames had become black with a purple tinge, which was particularly demonic. Black flames burned with a faint purple glow. The purple flames in the sea of fire around him were quickly devoured and refined by his demonic flame, forming a stream of energy that surged into his body. The devil flame possessed extreme heat, and its ability to refine everything became stronger. He now had the demonic flame with him, and could already be unafraid of the purple flames in this sun. Even if Wu Tian didn't use the extermination grinder to protect his body, he could still walk through the purple sea of fire with his demonic flames. However, to be on the safe side, he didn't put away the extinction grinder, but instead made a double insurance policy, just in case. After all, this purple flame was still terrifying. His fleshly body couldn't carry it at all, and getting a little bit of it could turn him into flying ash. Wu Tian felt the energy that kept pouring into his body and looked at the sea of purple fire around him. This sun was really a big treasure trove for him. He was looking forward to seeing if there would be any more surprises waiting for him in the deeper reaches of the sun. The purple flaming bird in this purple sea of fire was now of little use to him. Wu Tian did not linger in the same place, but continued to rush towards the depths of the sun. The purple flaming birds that he encountered on the road were simply unable to break through the sea of fire made by his demonic flame, and when they came in front of him, they were refined into pure energy by the demonic flame. The purple flaming bird that he had previously needed to spend some effort to kill was now easy for him to exterminate with his hands. He walked through the sea of purple fire as if he were in no man's land. Not much longer. Wu Tian looked at the depths of the sea of fire and had to stop his body. Although he couldn't see what was in the depths, he could feel a seeming pressure. It was as if there was some great terror in those depths that had signaled his mind. It was then that Wu Tian realized that it seemed like he hadn't seen the purple flame bird for a long time. There seemed to be something in the depths of the sea of fire that made the flaming birds retreat. As he thought back, he realized that not only the flaming birds, but even the sea of fire around him had become much calmer and more docile. What's in those depths? Really? Wu Tian looked into the depths of the sea of fire and frowned and thought. He had come here, and he was definitely not willing to go without exploring it. But feeling the sense of threat coming from the depths of that sea of fire, he didn't have the head iron to run over there rashly. It was naturally better to let his doppelganger do this kind of risky thing. Wu Tian only had 4 doppelgangers right now, 3 of which were in the immortal and demon world, and there was one that he had left behind in the blue planet. After all, Blue Star was at least his home base. There was no way he could let it go. Plus that was one of his backstabs, lest he be in danger exploring the universe and have a chance to resurrect himself. However, although he didn't have a detachment right now, he had plenty of energy in his extermination grinder, so it was just a matter of taking some time to coalesce. Not much longer. Wu Tian condensed a bilocation that possessed the same strength as his main body. His doppelganger urged the burying heaven demon flame to turn into a sea of fire, isolating the surrounding purple flames and rushing directly towards the depths of the sea of fire. The divine spells were universal between his main body and his bilocation. This also made the bifurcation's burial heavenly demon flame power the same as his main body, and also allowed him to use the demon flame to walk in the sea of fire. It didn't take long. Wu Tian's doppelganger came to the depths of the sea of fire. He looked at the distant scene. His eyes were filled with shock, and also carried an unconcealed excitement. End of chapter. Original. There really is something in the depths of the sun. Wu Tian's heart was filled with excitement as he looked at the behemoth shrouded in golden flames and felt the pressure coming from that huge beast. He hadn't realized that there really were such creatures in the sun. Only in his line of sight, a 3-legged golden crow was shrouded in golden flames, emitting a terrifying aura. The moment he saw this 10,000 meter giant bird, he already understood in his heart that it was the legendary 3-legged golden crow. The only reason why Wu Tian didn't run away in the face of this mythical creature was because this golden crow seemed to be sleeping. However, Wu Tian did not dare to act rashly for fear of waking up this golden crow. After all, the three-legged golden crow was just lying there quietly, and the terrifying aura emanating from its body made his heart tremble. The terrifying might of the golden flames that enveloped it was also one of the reasons why he didn't dare to act rashly. In front of the golden flames, the purple flames had to retreat, leaving a blank area. Wu Tian looked at the mythical creature in the distance, suppressing the urge to flee in his heart and sizing it up. This golden crow, is it still alive? Wu Tian looked at the three-legged golden crow that was shrouded in golden flames and lying there quietly. A doubt surfaced in his heart. It was only because he observed for a while and found that the three-legged golden crow had a large hole in its chest, and threads of golden blood flowed out along the large hole, falling down from the golden feathers and transforming into part of the surrounding golden flames. It looked as if the golden crow appeared not to be dormant, but already dead. Otherwise, he was this close to this three-legged golden crow. There was no reason why it couldn't discover him. Or was it because he was too weak? Just an ant to the three-legged golden crow, making it difficult to attract its attention? Because of the presence of the golden flames, Wu Tian was simply unable to use his means to check the situation of the three-legged golden crow, so he couldn't be sure if this three-legged golden crow was alive or not. But looking at the large hole in its chest, it was obvious that this golden crow had been injured, and with the situation that had not yet recovered, it was estimated that the probability of having died was a little higher. However, Wu Tian did not dare to gamble for a while for fear of waking up this golden crow. With the aura of the golden crow and the golden flames around him, it was clear that he was no match for this golden crow. If this golden crow was already dead, it would be even more terrifying. After all, in the case of not knowing how long one had been dead, there was still such a terrifying aura remaining. So how terrifying it must have been when one was still alive. I'm afraid he could be shocked to death just by moving around? Wu Ting could hardly imagine how terrifying the power of this golden crow was, but he was hoping that the golden crow was dead. With the golden crow still alive, he definitely didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. But if the golden crow was already dead, that would be a different story. The corpse of a three-legged golden crow was estimated to be more valuable than his extermination grinding wheel. Wu Tian looked at the three-legged golden crow that didn't move, and his main body ran towards the outside of the sun without hesitation, leaving his doppelganger alone. He wanted to test whether the three-legged golden crow was still alive. For safety's sake, it was better for his main body to run farther away. As for if the three-legged golden crow was still alive, whether or not it would spread to the people on the blue planet when he woke it up was irrelevant to him. The people on Blue Star weren't that useful to him anymore anyway. Even if Blue Star was destroyed because of this, he wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. Right now, he only wanted to figure out the situation of this three-legged golden crow so that he could facilitate his next move. If the three-legged golden crow was still alive, he would have fled to the depths of the universe without hesitation. Even if this three-legged golden crow was obviously seriously injured, he didn't think he had the ability to fight it. For that self-knowledge, he still had it. If this golden crow was just a corpse, its value to him would be incalculable. With the corpse of the golden crow, he is expected to become immortal. I don't know how much time has passed. Wu Tian's main body was about to run out of the solar system, and only after feeling that this distance should be enough for him to run away did he stop. After feeling that his main body was safe, his doppelganger also made a move. Wu Tian used his doppelganger to radiate divine soul fluctuations, wanting to try to communicate with the golden crow in the sun. Not much longer. When he saw that the three-legged golden crow did not respond, he directly urged the burial demon flame and launched an attack towards the golden crow. It was just that his demonic flame was somewhat insignificant under that golden flame. As soon as his demonic flame came into contact with the golden flame, it was directly turned into nothing by the golden flame, and it was difficult to get close to the three-legged golden crow by the slightest bit. Wu Tian had long felt the terror of the golden flames and had expected this situation, so he was not much disappointed. He didn't skimp on his spiritual energy and kept driving the demonic flames, attacking towards the three-legged golden crow. Although his demonic flames were simply unable to break through the golden flames on the outside of the three-legged golden crow's body. However, under his trial and error, he was already roughly certain about the three-legged golden crow. His actions were undoubtedly a provocation to the three-legged golden crow. In this situation, the three-legged golden crow didn't even wake up. Wu Tian was basically certain that this golden crow was just a corpse. Otherwise, even if it was in a dormant state, it could not be ignorant of the outside world. His actions were no different than bouncing on a grave. And if the three-legged golden crow was still alive, he would have woken up and killed him. However, it was also possible that he hadn't caused any damage to this golden crow at all, which caused it to not react much. Just as an ordinary person does not wake up with an ant on his body when he is asleep. Wu Tian thought about it and decided to give this golden crow a big one so that he could determine whether the golden crow was dead or not. His main body didn't dare to run back. but instead just spent some time in the universe, regathering a bilocation. Soon after, his second doppelganger also arrived in the middle of the sun, in front of the three-legged golden crow. Without saying a word, his doppelganger directly rushed towards the three-legged golden crow, instantly exposing itself when it was about to come into contact with the golden flames. Boom! As a loud explosion rang out, the golden flames around the three-footed golden crow's body sent up a layer of ripples. Even though his doppelganger exposed itself, it still didn't manage to break through the golden flames to harm the three-footed golden crow. But with this level of commotion, the three-footed golden crow would definitely wake up from its slumber as long as it wasn't dead. When the explosion was over, Wu Tian's first doppelganger, 2, ran over to check out the situation. When Wu Tian saw that the three-legged golden crow was still lying still and motionless in the golden flame, an involuntary smile appeared on his face. He was now certain that this three-legged golden crow was just a corpse. A dead three-legged golden crow could be much more useful to him than a living one. A single drop of blood from the three-legged golden crow was a supreme treasure to him. If he could devour and refine this golden crow, he would go to the immortal and demon world to look for a chance. However, there was also a doubt in his mind as to where this golden crow came from and why there was a golden crow's body in this sun. Most importantly, the mythical three-legged golden crow has appeared. Where are those legendary immortals and Buddhas? End of chapter. However, these were still too far away for Wu Tian, and with the information he knew now, it was difficult to figure out these hidden secrets. Right now, his top priority was how to get the corpse of that three-legged golden crow, not to mention anything else. Just the golden flames outside the corpse of the three-legged golden crow was a big trouble for him. Not much longer, Wu Tian's main body returned to the sun and stood in front of the corpse of the three-legged golden crow, looking at the golden flames shrouding the outside of the corpse and thought. Legend has it that the three-legged golden crow is an innate being born from the sun, an incarnation of the sun, and wields the power of the sun's true fire. However, some people also called this kind of flame the solar golden flame, but no matter what it was called, this flame was one of the most powerful flames in the world. At least in terms of power, it was much more powerful than his burying sky demon flame. After all, his demonic flame avatar was only obtained from an elixir, and it was certainly no match for the innate aptitude of such an innate being. The golden flames around this three-legged golden crow's body should be that legendary true fire of the sun in his opinion. With its terrifying might, he should not have guessed wrong. He was wondering if it was possible to have his demonic flame devour and fuse the sun true flame, so that his demonic flame's power would increase again. And it was only after resolving this sun true flame that he could lay his hands on the corpse of the three-legged golden crow and the sun true flame. It was just that Wu Tian looked at the sun true flame outside the corpse of that three-legged golden crow and had some feelings of not being able to do anything. After thinking about it, he tried to use the world-destroying grinding wheel and stripped a trace of the sun true flame out. After his continuous attempts, he finally stripped a trace of flame out of that sun true flame. But even if there was only a trace of this sun true flame, it still had a terrifying power. For this kind of flame, Wu Tian definitely did not dare to touch it with his physical body. He had wanted to use his demonic flame to refine and incorporate the sun true flame into his demonic flame. However, this trace of the sun true flame was too violent and its power was too terrifying, and he had difficulty fusing it at all. When his demonic flame came into contact with the true flame of the sun, it would only be reduced to nothing by the true flame of the sun, and it would also turn into nourishment for the true flame of the sun to make it grow stronger. This trace of true sun flame was like the purple flames around him. There was no spirituality in it, only the destructive power of the flames. He was simply unable to devour this trace of the true flame of the sun and absorb the origin laws within it. Unlike the flames on those flaming birds, he could devour and fuse them to enhance the power of his demonic flame. These sun true flames had only one function for him, and that was to refine them into energy before they could be absorbed by him. Wu Tian wasted a lot of time, and after several fruitless attempts, he could only give up on devouring and fusing the sun true flame. Seeing that he was unable to utilize the true fire of the sun, he could only focus on the corpse of the three-legged golden crow. He had to break through the protection of the sun true flame in order to truly obtain the golden crow corpse in the flames. Wu Tian tried to activate the destruction grinder, using the power of destruction to break through the sun true flame, allowing him to reach the golden crow corpse. Only the result was a bit disappointing, and his brows tightened at some point. His power of extinction was also difficult to withstand the power of the sun true flame, and he could not last 3 breaths in the sun flame. The sun true flames outside the three-footed golden crow's corpse did not have much of a shroud, but it was as difficult as heaven if he wanted to break through the protection of these true flames and harm the three-footed golden crow. Wu Tian looked at the corpse of the three-legged golden crow that seemed like a mountain of treasures, and in his heart, he had a suffocating feeling of being able to see it but not being able to eat it. This feeling of being able to see but not being able to eat is so off-putting. Wu Tian looked at the huge three-legged golden crow for a while before he allowed himself to become calm again. There's no rush. With his current strength, he obviously couldn't do anything with this three-legged golden crow, but after he got stronger, it was a different story. Anyway, this three-legged golden crow has existed in the middle of the sun for an unknown period of time. As long as the three-legged golden crow was here, he had plenty of time to get his hands on this corpse. He couldn't believe that nothing had happened to the body for so long, and that something would happen just after he found it. After all, after his observation, he realized that this sun was formed because of the corpse of this golden crow. The purple flames around him were merely formed after the sun true flame overflowed. The white as well as red flames further out in the sun were also but a part of the true fire of the sun. In other words, it was the three-legged golden crow that came into existence before the sun came into existence. And this sun has existed for an unknown number of billions of years. This three-legged golden crow, after spending so much time in this universe, had formed a sun. It couldn't be possible that he had just found the corpse of the three-legged golden crow, and he hadn't even been able to get a single drop of blood, so the corpse could have disappeared. So although Wu Tian was afraid of a long night's sleep, he couldn't do anything with this golden crow's corpse right now, so he wasn't in a big hurry. As long as the body is here, it will be his someday. With several thousand years of longevity, he would always have enough power to break through the sun true flame outside the three-legged golden crow's corpse. Now, although he couldn't get the corpse in the true flame, the sun true flame outside was a treasure for him. There was no need to mention the terror of this sun true flame. A trace of it contained a huge amount of energy. He had these sun true flames around, which was equivalent to having an inexhaustible source of energy, and he could also try to refine these sun true flames into something like a grenade, and throw a few of them over when he encountered an enemy that was difficult to deal with. With the power of this sun true flame, not to mention the harmonized cultivator, it was estimated that the transitional cultivator would have difficulty in dealing with it. However, materials that could withstand the sun true flame were a bit hard to find, so Wu Tian could only try to see if he could utilize these sun true flames by borrowing the power of the formation first. It was difficult for ordinary materials to withstand the power of the sun true flame, but if the formation was added, it should be different. If he could make an egg-sized sun true flame into a grenade, he would throw one over when he encountered a transitional powerhouse. Caught off guard, the ferrying powerhouse would probably have to be burned to ashes. After all, he still knew a little bit about the power of this sun true flame. If it wasn't for this flame power being too terrifying, he wouldn't have been unable to take this three-legged golden crow that was at the edge of his mouth. It took a lot of effort for him to strip a sliver out of the sun true flame, and he didn't believe that a transitional cultivator would be able to carry it. His power to destroy the world was not even enough in front of this true fire of the sun, let alone the power possessed by a transitional cultivator. After all, it wasn't as if he hadn't seen the strength of a transitional hijacking cultivator, who was still able to fight even with a perdition grinder. With the terror of the sun true flame, if he could utilize it, it could undoubtedly become his most powerful killer weapon. Even his world-destroying millstone was weaker compared to the power of the true sun flame. Wu Tian now desperately wanted to become stronger so that he could devour and refine this three-legged golden crow earlier. It was because he realized that the true fire of the sun was emanating from the corpse of this three-legged golden crow. If he could devour and refine the corpse of the three-legged golden crow, then was it possible that he could obtain the ability of this sun true flame? Even if he couldn't obtain the true flame of the sun, the blood and flesh of the three-legged golden crow would be enough to make his path to immortality a smooth one. And, although nothing had happened to this three-legged golden crow for such a long time, he was also afraid that something would change and make the duck in his mouth fly away. End of chapter. Soon after, in the process of refining the sun true flame, Wu Tian realized that it seemed like he didn't need to go to the immortal and demon world to cross the tribulation to break through to the harmonization realm in this universe. With the unity of the three souls of heaven, earth and humankind, the harmonized cultivator fuses the power of heaven and earth with his own Tao to form a domain. He found that the laws of heaven and earth in this universe were also perfect. He might not be able to break through to the harmonization realm with the help of the laws of heaven and earth in this universe. And there was nothing in the universe that best suited his gong method and the way he practiced than that mysterious and bizarre black hole. A black hole in the universe can swallow countless things in the universe. And his yellow spring heaven swallowing technique also had the ability to devour all things. If he could comprehend the laws of black holes and get himself a black hole domain out of it, he would definitely have the ability to devour everything as well. And the power would be self-evident. Furthermore, forming a domain required a spiritual treasure as a foundation to carry one's Tao. His ability to grind down everything with his perishable grinding wheel was somewhat similar to a black hole as well. His gongfu and spirit treasures were obviously extremely helpful for him to comprehend the black hole domain. In terms of fit, he couldn't think of anything that would suit him better than a black hole. And black holes are the most mysterious things in the universe, powerful and bizarre. swallowing all matter in the universe. If he could turn his domain into a black hole, it would definitely be much more powerful than ordinary domains of the 5 elements, lightning and such. The 3-legged golden crow in this sun, because it was protected by the true fire of the sun, he had no way to take the golden crow, but if his black hole domain was formed, this sun true flame, it wasn't impossible for him to devour it directly. He wasn't sure if this idea would work though, he'd have to try it out later. Right now, his top priority was still to get a killer weapon out of this sun true flame first. Soon after, Wu Tian kept trying with the materials in his hand and finally came up with a spiritual treasure that could carry the true sun flame. It couldn't be said to be a spiritual treasure either, as it served no other purpose. It was just extraordinarily hard, and had been inscribed with a formation by him that could preserve the sun true flame within it. At critical times, he could then input his spiritual energy and activate the formation, causing the sun true flame in it to burst out. Wu Tian nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the small, flat, black ball in his hand. The small black ball in his hand was no more than the size of a fist, and looked like it didn't have any spiritual power fluctuations, but it was filled with the sun true flame. The thing looked like a regular little iron ball, and from the outside it looked no threat at all. If he encountered an enemy and threw one over, and then violently exploded it, with the true fire of the sun in it erupting, there would definitely be quite a few people who would be struck. He had already tested it, and it was still quite terrifying. With the true fire of the sun in it erupting, anything could be burned to ashes. The killing power caused by this one small black ball was even more terrifying than his exterminating grinding wheel. But this thing has its drawbacks, and it's hard for an enemy to get hit if they're on guard. But for Wu Tian, it could also be used as his killer weapon. Wu Tian spent a little more time and got 2 small black balls out as one of his base cards. He also gave the little black ball the name Young Fireball, which was at least a little bit better than the little black ball. Having 3 young fireballs around was also enough for him to deal with strong enemies. Wu Tian didn't waste time on this sun, just left a doppelganger to refine the purple flames in the sun and headed out into the universe to look for black holes. But the solar system, named for the sun, is not much bigger in the universe, so there are no black holes within the solar system. Otherwise, with the black hole's ability to swallow everything, there wouldn't be a blue star in existence. Within the solar system there is only one star, the sun, and 8 planets, and apart from the 5 planets of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, there are only the blue star, Uranus and Neptune. Like the moon, which is just a satellite. The moon is a satellite belonging to the planet Blue Star, helping it to fend off meteorites in the universe. These planets are just a name, not that it really has those properties. Just as Mercury has no water and Jupiter has no wood, the universe is too big. Even if it's like the solar system, it still took a bit of time for Wu Tian to get out of the solar system and into the Milky Way. Although his underworld ghost escape avatar was not as fast as his instantaneous movement through the void, it was still capable of escaping 1,000,000 miles at a time. It was just that even at his speed, walking through the universe would take a great deal of time. It would take him at least a little while to vanish out of the solar system and into the middle of the galaxy. After all, his underworld ghost escape was only a little faster than the speed of light, and was quite a bit slower than his instantaneous movement through the void. Nay, the space in the universe was solid and incomparable, so he simply couldn't do instantaneous movement and could only rely on the underworld ghost escape to catch up. Not much longer, a huge planet appeared in front of Wu Tian, looking more than 1,000 times bigger than Blue Star, covered with thick clouds that were spinning at high speeds. Before he entered the universe, he had deliberately consulted the information and knew that the largest planet in this solar system was Jupiter. Jupiter has no wood on it, but is a gaseous planet filled with swirling storms in which the winds are indistinguishable from astral winds. It is also the largest of the 8 planets in our solar system. Jupiter, however, pales in comparison to the Sun. After all, the Sun is over 1,000,000 times the size of the Earth, while Jupiter is just over 1,000 times larger, and that immense and incomparable Sun was only formed from the corpse of a golden crow. The mystery of this universe made Wu Tian eager to unveil his mysterious veil. Even the matter of the immortal demon world, he was not in the mood to pay attention to it now. However, by relying on his senses with his doppelganger, he still knew a little bit about the immortal and demon world as well. Although he had delayed a bit on the Sun, the battle between the Blood God Sect and the Violet Sky Sword Sect in the immortal and demon world hadn't ended yet. On the contrary, after almost a year of this, the situation on the battlefields of both has become even more intense. Even the 7 Emotions Sect and the Yaoqi Immortal Palace were affected, and friction of all sizes occurred. After all, the Violet Sky Sword Sect had to fight against the 10,000 Demon Kingdom in addition to the Blood God Sect, dealing with 2 powerful enemies with the strength of one clan. With the Blood God Sect and the 10,000 Demon Kingdom pressing hard, the Purple Heavenly Sword Sect could only ask for help from the Yaoqi Immortal Palace. hoping that the Immortal Palace would lend a helping hand. However, Yao Qi Immortal Palace's old enemy, the Seven Emotions Sect, would not stand by and watch, and directly stepped in to stall Yao Qi Immortal Palace. So now the situation within the Divine State was still that the Violet Sky Sword Sect was being suppressed, and the Yao Qi Immortal Palace and the Seven Emotions Sect were also showing signs of a major fight. However, to Wu Tian, none of this mattered and had little to do with him, even if the pawns under his command died in battle. After all, there were also quite a few people who had profited from the battlefield and their cultivation had skyrocketed, with many of them breaking through to the Yuan Shen realm. For Wu Tian, the deaths and injuries of the pawns under your command are still quite cost-effective compared to the growth of your cultivation. End of chapter. Universe. Wu Tian stood on one of Jupiter's moons, looking at the huge planet in his way, and decided to take some time to go to Jupiter to have a look. Speaking of which, he had yet to visit the 8 planets in the solar system and wondered if any beings existed in them as well. Jupiter, though small in the presence of the Sun, is the largest in comparison to the other planets. The Sun has the legendary 3-legged golden crow. This Jupiter is so much bigger than the blue planet. Will there be living beings in it too? To satisfy his curiosity, Wu Tian decided to stay on Jupiter for a while. The solar plexus, because of the presence of the Sun, has light even in the universe, and Jupiter looks as beautiful as a painting in the light of the Sun. But Jupiter is spinning at high speed at all times, like a large gyroscope. The astral wind in it could be clearly felt by Wu Tian even from outside. He looked at the stormy vortex on Jupiter and dove headfirst without hesitation. Wu Tian was in the middle of the high-speed rotating storm vortex, feeling the fierce winds around him, the dark clouds that rotated with the vortex, and the lightning and thunder in it. With the energy shield of the blood-eating bead on top of him, he walked through the storm as if he were walking on the ground in the astral winds, and the surrounding astral winds couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Although the storm vortex in this Jupiter had astral winds that were bitter enough to turn steel into dust, astral winds of this intensity were still a little short of being meaningful to Wu Tian. Wu Tian shuttled through the large and small storm whirlpools of Jupiter, rapidly approaching the center area of Jupiter. The planet was named Jupiter, but he didn't see a single piece of wood in it, not even plant rocks he saw. Everywhere he passed there was nothing but thick clouds and those swirling vortexes of storms spinning at high speeds. The planet was like it was made up of gases in general. There were only countless astral winds and the clouds that were formed because of the astral winds. But just as there were only countless flames in the sun, he was still a little excited about what was in the depths of Jupiter. The pressure in Jupiter, whether because of the storm vortex or something else, was immense, and he felt much more pressure than Blue Star could. The pressure in Jupiter gave him the feeling of being in the deep sea, but that bit of pressure was kind of insignificant to him. It's just that the pressure in this Jupiter is so high that it makes all the raindrops in it as hard as diamonds. Nice. Even though Jupiter is full of storm swirls, it still rains in them too because of the thick clouds, but the rain in it was more like ice crystals here compared to the rain on the blue planet, which was as hard as diamonds. It wouldn't take long for these icy rains to be scraped into water molecules by the countless astral winds, accumulating in the clouds week after week. For Wu Tian, this strange landscape was just a view he was passing through. Jupiter was huge, but his speed wasn't slow, and it didn't take him long to pass through the countless storm vortexes and arrive at the center area of Jupiter. Wu Tian passed through a huge storm vortex and a huge piece of land appeared in his eyes. It says it's land, but it's a huge rock, because there were no plants or animals present on it, just a hard, black stone. Only the rock was huge, almost the size of the entire blue star. With a rock this massive, it's close enough to say it's land. There was also a massive storm vortex around this massive rock. Countless astral winds scraped against the stone, but could not hurt the stone in the slightest. The hardness of the stone was evident. Wu Tian searched for a while on this huge rock and could not help but feel a little disappointed. Although the stone was hard and belonged to a rare treasure for him, it was a little short of what he expected in his heart. None other. Jupiter is too common. The 3-legged golden crow in the sun had given him a great surprise, and he had expected to find something on this Jupiter. As it turned out, this Jupiter, the largest planet in the solar system, was the same as the moon, and there was nothing unusual about it at all. Wu Tian looked at the black stone under his feet and blasted out a punch with all his might, but it did not leave the slightest mark on it. This caused a hint of surprise to appear in his eyes, and an involuntary smile appeared on his face. While he hadn't been able to find much else on this Jupiter, the rocks under his feet were real hard enough. Most importantly, the stone is large enough. This is a rare material for refining weapons. If he refined this stone into a spiritual treasure, it would be able to smash people to death with its weight alone. Without listening to the second words, he directly spent a little bit of time to reassemble a split body and stayed on Jupiter to refine the weapon. With his current refining ability, as long as he had enough time, he could completely turn this entire stone into a spiritual treasure. Legend has it that Yuanshi Tianzun's turning heavenly seal was made from half of Buzhou mountain. Today, he would follow suit and use this stone, which was comparable to the size of a blue star, to train into an oddly heavy and incomparable spiritual treasure. As long as it was coupled with the formation, he still had the confidence to practice this stone, practicing it like a spiritual treasure that was the size of a flipping seal, and could smash people to death just by its weight. But it was also a big job for him and would take quite a bit of time. Therefore, Wu Tian had only left behind an alter ego on Jupiter to be in charge of refining spirit treasures. His main body, on the other hand, went straight out of Jupiter and headed out of the solar system. There were other planets within the solar system that he was no longer interested in checking out. After all, this biggest Jupiter is nothing unusual, and the other planets are probably just that. Even if there were treasures like that black stone in it, it wouldn't be worth his special trip. After all, the 8 planets revolve around the sun, and there's still a little distance between them. The most valuable thing within the solar system was undoubtedly the corpse of that 3-legged golden crow. His top priority right now was still to allow himself to break through to the harmonization realm as soon as possible. After his cultivation increased, his strength would also soar. At that time, no matter if it was his burying heavenly demon flame or the power exerted by activating the spirit treasure, there would be a huge increase. Moreover, if he managed to condense a black hole domain, there was no chance that he would be able to directly devour those sun-true flames. Only when he broke through to the harmonization realm would he be able to turn the 3-legged golden crow's corpse into his own. Otherwise, now even if the corpse of that 3-legged golden crow was lying in the middle of the sun, he couldn't do anything about it. There was a small black hole near our solar system, and that was his target as well. It was just that with his speed, it would take a few years to run to that black hole, which was still quite long for him, but for his several thousand years of lifespan, this amount of time was somewhat insignificant. As long as that black hole could allow him to break through to the harmonization realm and also allow him to condense the black hole domain, it would be worth it. Not much longer. Wu Tian exited the solar system and rushed all the way towards where that black hole was. The colorful universe also revealed itself to him. End of chapter. Universe. Wu Tian turned into a stream of light as he traveled through the universe, constantly approaching that small black hole. He was now out of the solar system and into the middle of the galaxy. The Milky Way isn't as bright as our solar system, and much of it is very dark, but there is still visibility even with the light emanating from the many stars. Only some of them were so far away that they were just a star in the distance to him. However, the place where Wu Tian was now was bright and the scenery was still the most beautiful he had ever seen in the universe. For he was now in the midst of a great nebula. Nebulae are made up of gas and dust from the universe and look like a giant cloud of mesmerizing beauty. It was just that Wu Tian did not have that leisure to stay and enjoy the scenery, but rather increased his speed, wanting to pass through this nebula as soon as possible. This nebula covered an enormous area, and he could only pass through it. It was a good thing that the nebula, because it was composed of gas and dust, had so little mass in it that it had little effect on his speed. In this vast and boundless universe, he could only use his senses with his bilocation to determine his direction in case he got lost in the universe. He wasn't 100% sure about being able to find the black hole that was closest to the solar system. After all, he only knew the general direction, but the distance was too far, and he didn't have any idea in his heart if he would stray during that time. But this black hole had been the closest to him. Otherwise he would have to travel to the center of the galaxy, the place with the massive black hole. It was just that the center of the galaxy was too far away and took too long to make the trip worthwhile. When Wu Tian was tired of rushing through the universe, he released a flying boat to catch up and then released Su Yao Yao to soothe his mood. Although the speed of this flying boat was not as fast as his underworld ghost escape, it was better in that it could be driven by a spirit stone, so he didn't have to work hard to catch up on his own. Therefore, even in this silent universe, he would not be so boring. During this time he also saw a number of stars the size of the sun, as well as other smaller planets. It was only among those planets that he found no living beings present, planets that could harbor life like the blue planet. He hadn't found a single one either. It also made him wonder if there were any other living beings existing in the universe. So many planets, and surprisingly none of them had any other living beings in them. Was it because Blue Star belonged to the special ones, or because he hadn't encountered any other planets with living beings? Wu Tian had doubts in his mind, but he preferred the latter. After all, the immensity of the universe was clearly recognized by him, and he didn't believe that life could only be spawned on the Blue Star in such a huge universe. Blue Star is, in the end, just a planet. Compared to the vast universe, Blue Star is but a speck of dust. The special thing about the blue planet, in his opinion, was the myths and legends that had been confirmed. The mythical 3-legged golden crow he had already seen within the sun, and he naturally didn't believe that the other mythical characters were fake. and the small blue star. The aura is close to nothing, and from where to know those myths and legends of the immortal Buddha? Aside from that being somewhat special, the rest of Blue Star seemed ordinary to him. However, Wu Tian firmly believed that he would definitely know about this doubt in the future. It was just a matter of sooner or later. The hidden secrets that are not known now will all be revealed to him when he is strong. After all, for the strong, there were no hidden secrets in the world at all. If there is, that means he's not strong enough. Unawareness. 3 years have passed. Wu Tian passed through the nebulae, passing through countless meteorites, and with the passage of time, he was getting closer and closer to the black hole. The changes that occurred in the immortal and demon world during that time had also caught his attention. These few years down the line, in addition to the Violet Sky Sword Sect battling the Blood God Sect and the 10,000 Demon Kingdom with one against the other, the Yaoqi Immortal Palace and the 7 Emotion Sect were also at full-scale war. Originally, because of the addition of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, the Violet Heaven's Sword Sect and the Yaoqi Immortal Palace were on the weaker side. However, not long ago, people from the 9 Heavens Tao Sect and the 10,000 Buddha Temple came across the Jedi region, causing the righteous path to become powerful again. And at one point, they pressed down on the Blood God Sect and the 7 Emotions Sect, unable to catch their breath. It was just that the 2 major demonic sects didn't retreat either, and even talked the Phoenix clan of the Immortal Meteor Mountain range into joining the battle. Now that the various forces in the immortal and demon world were fighting, it caused chaos within the Divine Kingdom, and a large number of people died every day. Many of the pawns under Wu Tian also died in the melee. Right now, he had no more than about 30,000 pieces alive, all together. Among them, aside from some who had meticulously cultivated within the clan, some of those who had survived the battlefield until now had already stepped into the refined void realm. Their cultivation speed was on the verge of catching up with Wu Tian. From this, it could be seen just how much they had gained in this clan war. The pawns under his command, too, have banded together to form forces large and small, in order to gather the strength of the people and survive the great battle. Wu Tian estimated that with the current chaotic situation within the Divine Kingdom, no one should care about him. Although he had slaughtered the great Jin Imperial City in the first place, there should be quite a few people who regarded him as a thorn in their side. But now it's been a few years, and with the current situation, how could those bigwigs still focus on him? He felt that even if he returned to the immortal and demon world right now, the odds were that no one would purposely look for trouble with him. However, if he were to run back to the immortal and demon world right now and borrow the power of the heavenly Tao of the immortal and demon world to break through to the harmonization realm, the only realm he could form was to use the world-destroying grinding disk as a route to condense a realm filled with the power of annihilation, or use his burying sky demon flame as the foundation to condense a demon flame domain. Those were the only two that still held his eye, and he didn't give a damn about the rest of the field. Compared to a black hole, though, he felt that both were weaker. Moreover, the black hole was a power that belonged outside the world of immortals and demons, so there was no chance that it would have any special effects. When he could use the good ones, he naturally wouldn't consider the bad ones. Therefore, even if he could return to the immortal and demon world now, he had not given up on finding the black hole. This universe was worth more to him now than the immortal demon world. The countless planets in this universe made it so that he didn't have to worry about the energy for cultivation at all. As for the 3 melons and 2 jujubes of the immortal and demon worlds, he could no longer look at them, unless he had the ability to see something better from the immortal demon world when he was stronger. He would risk going to the immortal demon world to put up a fight. After all, the immortal demon world was still of great use to him, and he still had to rely on the immortal demon world to obtain his subsequent cultivation techniques. Although his yellow spring heaven swallowing technique could fuse other techniques, it was impossible to create something from nothing. His current technique could only cultivate up to the transition realm, and he still had to count on the immortal and demon world for the subsequent techniques. What's more, the world of immortals and demons, rumor has it that there is still an immortal world in existence, which can be much more valuable than the universe in terms of follow-through. End of chapter. However, now that he was only at the refined void realm, there was no rush for the subsequent techniques. At the very least, that was something that he would only consider if he had to break through to the harmonization realm. He only needed to be able to devour and refine the 3-legged golden crow in that sun, so that his breakthrough to the harmonious body realm should be as easy as a slap in the face. Therefore, even though the divine state of the immortal and demon world was chaotic and the 6 great sects had already fought out their dog brains, he had no thoughts of going back. After all, the great powers within the divine state were mixed up, and with his current strength, not only would he not get any benefits from going back, he would also put himself in danger. He'd better stay honestly in this universe and enhance his strength at ease, breaking through to the transition realm earlier in order to have enough strength to walk in the immortal and demon world. As time passes, soon after, Relying on his senses with his doppelganger, Wu Tian finally didn't get lost in the vastness of the universe and smoothly found that black hole. This black hole is very close to our solar system, but it is also very small, only a few tens of kilometers in size. But to Wu Tian, this black hole was already big. Wu Tian looked at the black hole in the distance that could even suck in light and did not dare to approach it hastily. Black holes have a terrifying suction force, and everything around them is sucked into them. However, the suction of a black hole had a range, and as long as you didn't enter that range, you were basically fine. Wu Tian watched as a huge meteorite was sucked into the black hole and disappeared. Although he was a little curious as to where the meteorite went and what was inside the black hole, but curiosity killed the cat, a truth he still understood. For the sake of his own little life, he wouldn't risk his life to enter the black hole. Wu Tian released his own burial heavenly demon flame to test the waters, and found that even his demon flame couldn't escape the terrifying suction of the black hole, and would be directly sucked into the black hole. He coalesced another doppelganger and tested it, realizing that probably because this black hole was so small, the suction force wasn't very terrifying. His doppelganger entered the suction range of the black hole and also still managed to keep his body from being sucked in. If he used the world destruction grinder to resist the suction force of the black hole, he could even manage to ignore the terrifying suction force of the black hole. It also allowed him to feel the greatness of the black hole up close and have a chance to comprehend the law origin of the black hole. However, in order to better feel out the nature of the black hole, he thought about letting his doppelganger take the initiative to enter the black hole to see what was inside. Honestly, he was also quite curious about what was going on inside the black hole, where all the things that were sucked into the black hole went, and whether or not living beings could still survive being sucked in. If he could figure out the nature of black holes, it would also be of great help to him in condensing a black hole domain. In his impression, the black hole just had a terrifying devouring power, but what was in it was unknown. He could feel the terrifying attraction of the black hole just by standing outside of it, as if it was going to suck him into it and devour him. As the saying goes, give up the child to catch the wolf. Wu Tian gave his doppelganger 2 pieces of lower-grade defensive spiritual treasures, just in case there was any danger in the black hole. The doppelganger would be able to withstand it for a while. He sank his mind into his detachment and looked at the black hole in front of him, and without hesitation, he took the initiative to fly in. One moment, Wu Tian was surrounded by darkness, and there was not the slightest bit of light to the eyes. There was also a terrifying power coming from the energy shield that enveloped his body, as if it was going to tear him into pieces in an instant. He hastily urged his spiritual treasure with all his might and felt the power that attacked him. His figure was involuntarily moving rapidly through the black hole, accompanied by a terrifying force that acted on him all the time. That's space turbulence. Wu Tian instantly sensed what the force attacking him was. It was the spatial force that he had felt in the 10,000 Spirits Jedi region, and he was now, apparently, in the middle of a spatial turbulence. The omnipresent spatial force tore at his energy shield, causing the spiritual energy in his body to rapidly deplete, and he could only struggle to maintain the energy shield from shattering. Otherwise, if he didn't have the protection of the energy shield formed by the spiritual treasure, his physical body wouldn't be able to carry the attack of the spatial force. And he finally realized where the meteorites that went into the black hole went. As long as the meteorite entered the spatial turbulence of this black hole, it would undoubtedly be instantly torn into ashes and disappear without a trace. And although he had carried down the spatial turbulence in the black hole by relying on his spiritual treasure, he felt that he wouldn't be able to carry it for much longer. This was because his body was being rapidly moved towards the depths of the black hole by the terrifying suction force in the black hole. The devouring force in this black hole was much more terrifying than outside, and it was difficult for him to stop himself in the black hole at all. He could only involuntarily withstand the attack of the spatial power in the black hole, quickly heading towards the depths of the black hole. As much as he wanted to figure out what was in the depths of the black hole, he guessed he wouldn't be able to hold out until then, because as he went deeper and deeper, the spatial power in the black hole became more and more terrifying. The spatial power he felt now was twice as large compared to when he first entered the black hole, close to his limit. Not much longer. One of his black shield spirit treasures shattered in response, and the energy shield that enveloped his body instantly shattered as well. Fortunately, he promptly took over the position of the shield spirit treasure with a piece of jade pendant spirit treasure, reforming a layer of energy shield outside his body. Just judging by the strength of the spatial force around his body, this jade pendant spirit treasure of his probably wouldn't last for a while. It was a good thing that because what was in this black hole was only his doppelganger, he wasn't panicked in the slightest. After entering the black hole, he had been observing the situation in the black hole. That's Wu Tian looked at the spatial crack not far ahead that had a faint light coming from it, and had a mind to go over and check it out. He had thought that only spatial turbulence existed in the black hole, but he hadn't realized that there were air cracks. Most importantly, there was light at the crack in space, conspicuous in this dark black hole. But although the distance between that crack and him wasn't too far, it was also difficult for him to get even the slightest bit closer, and his body couldn't help but be quickly sucked towards the depths of the black hole. He could only watch as the spatial rift moved farther and farther away from him. The next moment, his jade pendant spirit treasure also shattered in response, and his physical body was instantly torn apart by the spatial force in the black hole. Outside the black hole, Wu Tian surveyed the black hole in front of him and did not try to let his doppelganger enter the black hole to die again. As much as he wanted to know what was in the depths of the black hole, there was no rush. For now, he'd better seize the time and use the black hole in front of him to comprehend his own black hole domain. The outside of the black hole was much safer than the inside of the black hole, and the laws that formed the black hole were everywhere, which was helpful for his comprehension. He had to let himself break through to the harmonization realm as soon as possible, and his own strength could have a huge boost. That way, no matter if he explored the black hole or got the corpse of that three-legged golden crow, he would get twice the result with half the effort. With enough strength, there was more he could do. End of chapter. A twist. 5 years had passed, and Wu Tian had also comprehended the laws that belonged uniquely to black holes and could condense the black hole domain. His domain need not mirror the black holes of the universe. With his ability, he wouldn't be able to form such a massive black hole. What he was looking at was the terrifying devouring power of the black hole, the ability to swallow everything. After such a long period of time, he was well prepared for the harmonization realm that he had broken through and condensed the black hole domain. Now he could break through at any time, but it was just a matter of him thinking about it. Wu Tian didn't delay, and after laying down a few formations, he was on a meteorite and directly started to break through to the harmonization realm. Soon after, he smoothly broke through to the harmonization realm, condensed the black hole domain, and increased his strength by several times. The process of his breakthrough was still quite easy and he didn't encounter any obstacles, unlike in the immortal and demon world, where he still had to cross the lightning tribulation every time he made a breakthrough. In this vast universe, he didn't have to think about anything else at all, and only needed to break through at ease. With nothing in the way, the process of his breakthrough was naturally just extremely smooth. Wu Tian found a place and tested his black hole domain. After he released his domain now, it would form a domain like a small black hole, and all matter in the world. His domain could devour and refine. Even if it was his power to destroy the world, the black hole could swallow it, and all matter that entered it would be reduced to nothing. Regarding the power of the black hole domain, Wu Tian was still quite satisfied. He felt that now that he had the black hole domain, in addition to his own improved strength, he should be able to go and try to see if he could turn the corpse of the three-legged golden crow in the sun into his own. After all, apart from the fact that he condensed the black hole domain because the black hole was stronger, it was also mainly because of that sentence about the corpse of the three-legged golden crow. Now that he had broken through to the harmonization realm and his strength had increased several times, he naturally had to go back and try it out. Wu Tian stood in front of the small black hole and watched as countless cosmic dust was sucked into it. He had tried during this time to see what was deep within the black hole, but aside from wasting a few defensive spirit treasures, he still had nothing to show for it, because his main body didn't dare to enter the black hole. The ones who went in were his bilocations, and his bilocation in the black hole would not be able to reach the depths of the black hole at all, and it would be turned into flying dust by the omnipresent spatial force because it could not carry the spatial turbulence in the black hole. After all, his doppelganger was supposed to go in to die, and he certainly wouldn't give the good things he had on him to his doppelganger to take and waste. And ordinary spiritual treasures simply couldn't last long in a black hole. This also made it so that apart from wasting a few spirit treasures and detachments, he still had nothing to show for his exploration of the interior of the black hole. He felt that if his doppelganger had taken the blood-devouring bead in the world-destroying millstone and entered the black hole, he should have been able to hold out a little longer. But this was his family's treasure, one of the few treasures he had on him, and he certainly wouldn't waste it like that. He didn't want to let his spiritual treasure, which he had managed to obtain with great difficulty, go down the drain because of a little curiosity on his part. It's a black hole, not to be explored. However, he didn't give up on the idea of exploring the black hole, instead preparing to wait until he was stronger. In his opinion, all obstacles were simply due to lack of strength. If he could manage to take the black hole with his hands, then the black hole would be nothing to fear. For the improvement of his own strength, Wu Tian had always put it at the top of his priority list. Without saying a word, he went straight back the way he came and headed for the sun again. After he broke through to the harmonization realm, his perception of space was also deeper, and the change in his strength caused his speed to increase by at least 10 times. Although he still couldn't manage to cut through the void in the universe and instantly move, his speed when using the underworld ghost escape was a world of difference compared to earlier. It also allowed him to return to the solar system as soon as possible in this vast universe and get that golden crow corpse. It took him a great deal of time to get here, but it didn't take that long to get back, but that was relative. The vast distance made it take a little while for him to get back as well. However, because he had already broken through to the harmonization realm, his strength had skyrocketed, and his speed when using the transportation technique was worlds apart. Plus the fact that he was part of a lighter ride going back would also save him a little time even more. Soon after, Wu Tian used the transportation technique to hurry without stopping for a moment, and it didn't take long before he rushed back to the solar system. Returning to his familiar surroundings, Wu Tian's mood relaxed a lot, but because the corpse of the three-legged golden crow was cocked in the sun, he didn't even return to the blue planet, but traveled directly to the middle of the sun. Not much longer, Wu Tian came to the three-legged golden crow again and looked at the three-legged golden crow that was shrouded in the sun true flame with fire in his eyes. He didn't hesitate to try and see if he could use his black hole domain to swallow all of these sun true flames. Without the hindrance of these sun true flames, the corpse of that three-legged golden crow was something in his pocket. Something that would allow him to turn the three-legged golden crow into his own. Wu Tian looked at those golden-colored sun true flames on the three-legged golden crow and directly released his black hole domain. One moment, a black hole covering thousands of miles appeared, and there was also a terrifying suction force in the black hole. Wu Tian's black hole field looked similar to the black holes in the universe, only his was very small, and there was nothing messy about his black hole, only the terrifying devouring power that could swallow everything. Wu Tian drove the black hole close to the true flame of the sun, and a bit of the true flame of the sun was instantly sucked into the black hole. It works! Wu Tian's face instantly rejoiced when he saw that the sun true flame had failed to destroy his black hole domain and emerged from it. He hadn't done anything wrong by condensing the black hole domain. The terror of the sun true flame. He had experienced it long ago, but as a result, now after the sun true flame was swallowed by his black hole, it failed to destroy his black hole, and the flames were all still being swallowed by the black hole. And the energy that had been refined was also rapidly surging into his body. The main thing is, the black hole formed by his domain could withstand the true fire of the sun. This black hole was equivalent to his second hand, and he naturally had a clear idea in his heart about whether the black hole could withstand the sun true flame. His black hole domain could devour and refine the sun true flame, just that the quantity couldn't be too much, or else his black hole wouldn't be able to withstand it. But as long as his black hole could restrain the sun true flame, he could clean up those sun true flames and make the three-legged golden crow in them day by day. Without saying a word, Wu Tian directly began to devour the sun true flame with the black hole, trying to clear a path. He only needed to be able to break through the obstruction of these sun true flames and reach the corpse of the three-legged golden crow. Then he would be able to put that corpse away. Not much longer. His black hole isolated the true fire of the sun, and a passageway that would allow him to approach the three-legged golden crow gradually formed. End of chapter 163. Concluding chapter. Final chapter. To the great readers, a while ago something happened. There is no time to update. Originally the results of this book is quite good, but the plan cannot catch up with the changes, and now this book can only be abandoned. I feel quite sorry for all the big brother. Ashamed of your support. Now busy. Ready to open a new book. No trace also have no face to ask for your big brother support. Big brother can brush to my new book. Think okay can pass the time. No trace will be satisfied. Brush not even if. Thanks again for all the great support. I really appreciate it. End of chapter.